The scene begins in the depths of the ocean. Do you believe in destiny? Jiang Kai is currently sinking deep into the silent waters. Do you believe that fate changes based on the choices you make? It's not just him, but many others who meet the same end. Whether heading toward different outcomes, you must believe. A profound question about fate is raised. No matter what choice you make, will you always arrive at the same destination of destiny? While everyone is fleeing, this girl is frozen in place before the fangs of the beast. Save me, run, don't leave me behind. A tragic annihilation is unfolding right here. The beast's face is too terrifying. No, don't come over here. The final survivors are being cornered. It's over. Ahead is a cliff. There's no way out. Run away. These tiny humans can only flee from that gigantic creature now. Meanwhile, the girl hiding behind a rock is trembling uncontrollably. Don't find me. Please don't come over here. Her body is constantly engulfed in panic. Absolutely not. In just a split second, the beast's face appears right in front of the girl. She doesn't even have time for last words before being swallowed whole. No, don't. Jiang Kai, meanwhile, is still hiding behind a rock. Is this the demon planet? This novice trial is way too hard. He raises his hand and looks at the watch on his wrist. It is said that after using the class transfer material, you only need to survive on the demon planet for 5 minutes to automatically complete the class transfer. But he doesn't think they can hold out until the end. Regular people here probably struggle to survive even for a minute. The story slowly begins to unfold. My name is Jiang Kai, and I'm currently on a planet called the Demon Planet. To undergo the novice trial, the Demon Planet was a massive celestial body that suddenly appeared outside Earth 50 years ago. Everyone thought Earth would be destroyed. However, the appearance of the Demon Planet did not cause any gravitational disasters that would knock Earth out of its orbit. Another unexpected problem occurred. The animals and plants on Earth, after the Demon Planet appeared, simply, Earth officially became a living hell. They suddenly mutated into monsters called god beasts, wreaking havoc all over the world. The catastrophic disaster spread further and further against a power that couldn't be contained. God beasts were things that current human science could not fight. Their appearance pushed humanity directly to the brink of extinction. It didn't stop there. A mysterious phenomenon occurred. During this time of despair, survivors unexpectedly discovered many miraculous teleportation circles appearing on Earth. Everyone then found out the truth. Humans only need to pass through the teleportation circle to be transmitted to the Demon Planet in digital form. After reaching the Demon Planet, humans discovered things they had never seen before. The Demon Planet appears to be a surreal digital world. In that world, anyone seems to be able to become a hero. Here, humans can transfer into various classes. Everyone possesses stats, equipment, and skills. They can level up like game characters and obtain powerful attributes. And humanity has utilized this to save their planet, even discovering that if they level up to a certain degree on the Demon Planet, they can bring this surreal power back to Earth to use. Those god beasts with peerless power were no longer so terrifying. At that point, people in the real world became as strong as they were on the Demon Planet, even able to use their own bodies to fight against the god beasts. In short, if humanity currently wants to break through this desperate situation to survive, they must fight to live and obtain power from the Demon Planet. And humans also have a new identity. Those who arrived on this planet one after another are generally called explorers. Jiang Kai is quite anxious right now. This is bad. You're the only survivor left here. Every direction around him is too dangerous to escape. But now, he has no way out. The giant beast is not far from Jiang Kai anymore, but he is not willing to accept this outcome. Could it be that my life ends here, and coming to the Demon Planet was just waiting to die? In these moments, his sister and his brother are the two people who flash through his mind. Brother, if you want to go to the Demon Planet, then go. Big brother and I will try our best to scrape together the money for you. Jiang Kai is extremely grateful for the girl's sacrifice. My younger sister, just to get me the money for the Demon Planet, has suffered so much at such a young age. And he, despite having a serious illness, is still working hard. And big brother, even with kidney failure, still tries to work. If I don't have enough money for the surgery in 2 months, then Jiang Kai shuts his eyes tightly, refusing to let himself give up like this. But now, not only have I not completed the class transfer, am I just going to waste my family's hard-earned money here and wait to die? The giant beast charges straight toward him, but Jiang Kai is determined to act. Instead of sitting there waiting to die, his legs move instantly. I might as well give it everything for my family. Jiang Kai lunges forward and runs like the wind. He suddenly turns around and gets hit by the attack. Jiang Kai's body is thrown far away, betting on his only chance at survival. He falls down into the abyss below. The giant beast looks down from above. Jiang Kai is still not afraid in the slightest, gritting his teeth. At that very moment, a beam of light appears before his eyes. The system interface suddenly pops up. Due to your behavior being very much like a gambler, congratulations. You have triggered the 1 in a million probability to receive a hidden class. An important notification is sent to Jiang Kai. You have successfully transferred classes. Congratulations on becoming a glorious hidden class. A new class is bestowed upon him. Jiang Kai is now lying, sprawled on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. He slowly opens his eyes, confused. Jiang Kai pushes himself up, not understanding where he is. What happened? He looks over his body and wonders, why am I not injured after falling off the cliff? Did my previous wounds heal? A spatial rift suddenly appears. An AI in the form of a beautiful girl appears before him, saying, because you transferred classes successfully just in time, your base stats have been refreshed, which is equivalent to a full health resurrection. Seeing her, Jiang Kai immediately asks, are you the AI that exists with the demon planet? AI confirmation. Yes, you could say that. Congratulations on your successful class transfer. I will now introduce you to your gambler class talent. The system interface appears again. Double talent. Any reward or penalty you receive will trigger a doubling effect, and there is a 1% chance to trigger a super doubling effect. When the super double is triggered, rewards and penalties will increase by 10 times. The AI closes her eyes and calmly informs Jiang Kai, since you've activated the double talent and received the double talent bonus, your number of career talents has doubled. You will also receive the gambler's second talent. Hearing this, he was incredibly excited. What? Others only get 1 talent upon class advancement, but I get 2? She gently confirmed. That's right. Here are the current effects and stats of your second talent. Supercritical talent. Your critical damage is now set to 200 times. Your base critical rate is set to 0.1%. The stats on the system board continued to reveal. Adventurer Jiang Kai, Gambler class, Level 1, Strength 4, Constitution 8, Agility 12, Spirit 12, Defense 0, Experience 0 out of 10. Jiang Kai looked closely at each number and asked, do my 4 basic stats add up to 36 points? Facing such high numbers, Jiang Kai couldn't help but wonder. A normal person usually gets a total of about 20 stat points after class advancement. Why did I get 36? She didn't hide anything and explained, because the double talent can double the bonus stat points after class advancement. Jiang Kai thought, this even applies to that? Jiang Kai reflected that he was getting a huge deal. If that's the case, when leveling up on Ghost Star later, a normal person gets 10 stat points per level, while I get double, which is 20 points. Doesn't that mean 1 level for me is equal to 2 levels for someone else? The system board continued to appear. Level up reward. 10 stat points, doubled to 20 stat points. Super critical. Your critical rate has been adjusted to 200 times. Your base critical rate is set to 0.1%. Critical rate, 0.1%. Critical damage, 2000%. Jiang Kai was extremely smug, knowing his stats were top tier, plus he had the second talent, super critical. Normal critical hits only deal double damage, but his deal 200 times. Just thinking about it made him brimming with energy. Although his current critical rate is only 1%, if he can increase it, his future damage will be terrifying. He then slowly walked toward the green snake. Was this the weapon that the beast-faced guy just used? Before, I only thought about advancing my class quickly to get to Ghost Star to earn money for my older brother's surgery. Jiang Kai reached out and gently touched it. Because on Ghost Star, no matter how weak the class is, you earn more than on Earth. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to pull out the spear. But unexpectedly, he accidentally triggered the class advancement, becoming a powerful hidden class. The Gambler. He looked forward with a determined gaze. This way, I might be able to quickly earn the money for my brother's medical bills, and let my whole family live comfortably. The system board displayed the mission. You have successfully advanced your class. Please complete the novice mission of arriving safely at St. Glory City within 7 days. He knew there were many obstacles awaiting him. However, in the novice trial, completing the class advancement is just the first step. There is more to do. Even so, Jiang Kai remained determined to keep his momentum. Completing the novice trial was his biggest goal. Soon, he embarked on his journey. Within 7 days, he had to reach the final destination of the trial area, St. Glory City. Jiang Kai knew very well that he would face deep-seated dangers, but success would be hard-earned. First, the trial area is swarming with monsters. Once killed, the challenge fails, and you are teleported back to Earth. Even if he has to walk through traps and thorns, he won't give up. Although dying on Ghost Star doesn't injure your physical body on Earth, and you can log back in, the cost of death isn't small, though it only seems so to the rich. After all, logging into Ghost Star requires a lot of money. The rich have countless chances for trial and error, but a poor guy like him has to get it right the first time. There is absolutely no second chance. He absolutely must make the most of this rare opportunity. Just then, Jiang Kai glared forward. In front of him was a thunderous roar. Jiang Kai immediately hid behind a nearby tree. The voice was so familiar. Could it be a bright red snake suddenly rushing from nowhere? He was panicked and crying, but his hands were still punching straight forward. "Oh my God, help me!" It was Jiang Kai's longtime friend, Yuan Ju. He yelled while waving his arms around. "Don't come near me! I'm terrified of snakes!" Meanwhile, Jiang Kai observed the situation from afar. It really was Yuan Ju. He was surrounded by green travel snakes. These snakes are poisonous. One bite, and both human and beast will die, and there are 3 of them. Jiang Kai couldn't let Yuan Ju fend for himself, so he shouted, "Yuan Ju, don't be afraid. I'm coming." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a bolt with the green snake spear. Facing Jiang Kai's sudden appearance, Yuan Ju wondered, "Kai, why are you here?" He sobbed while urging him, "Kai, don't worry about me. Get out of here. These snakes have high stats and are poisonous. We won't win at level 1. But Jiang Kai didn't waver and threw the green spear straight forward. "Don't be afraid." Yuan Zu stood frozen in place as he saw it fly right past him. With the sure hit skill, Jiang Kai took care of the snake. "What, Kai? You can kill a green travel snake?" He quickly ran forward with a smug face, using Yuan Ju to draw their attention. Circling behind, the snake's attacks were indeed effective. The companions of the green travel snake from before immediately surrounded him, but now it was his turn to be targeted. Yuan Ju still stood there, yelling in worry for him. "It's over, Kai. These snakes are too fast." With his agile physique, Jiang Kai immediately avoided their attacks. Really? From afar, seeing that magical scene, he was utterly astonished. "You dodged that too?" Meanwhile, he secretly felt smug. After advancing his class, his stats doubled, and his level 1 agility could compare to level 2. Sure enough, these level 1 green travel snakes weren't as agile as him. Right after that, Jiang Kai decided to team up with Yuan Ju. He asked him to keep distracting them, and he immediately agreed. All right. Picture-perfect attacks were unleashed, and in an instant, Jiang Kai had cleanly taken care of them all. Yuan Ju still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wait, I was just supposed to be the bait, and Kai killed them all? Even Jiang Kai couldn't quite believe his own power. Clearly, he was an agility-based class, with low-level strength, yet he could kill level 1 monsters instantly. He looked down at the spear and thought to himself, "It seems like the spear I picked up from the beast-faced guy. Even with low-level strength, I managed to kill a level 1 monster instantly." I looked down at the spear and thought to myself, "It seems this lethal spear I picked up from the beast's hand. This is likely good gear to boost strength in the newbie zone. The strength stat on the monster core is equivalent to attack power." Yuan Ju suddenly hugged Jiang Kai tightly. Legend has it that newbies can only be killed by monsters. So how could a newbie possibly kill one? "Kai, how did you do that?" Seeing his curiosity, he didn't hold back. "Look, I was lucky enough to awaken a new class gambler. Don't tell anyone about it." Yuan Ju was a bit surprised. A gambler? He looked quite confident now. Even though he didn't know what it did, his own class wasn't trash either. His status window popped up. Explorer Yuan Ju, level 1 brawler class, strength 8, constitution 8, agility 5, spirit power 5, defense 0, experience points 0.1. After reading it, Jiang Kai realized, a brawler? No wonder you could hold out so long against those 3 snakes. That's one of the top 5 classes in our Holy Radiance Kingdom. A question had been raised long ago. How many classes exist in the demon spirit realm? Nobody knows. But the first thing every explorer does after entering is a class transfer. And what do you transfer into? Usually, it depends on the materials you buy before logging in. And even in this, there's a clear hierarchy. Usually, the wealthy spend tens of millions to buy powerful class transfer materials. Those who arrive in the demon spirit realm like that can directly transfer into powerful jobs. The weak have to settle for less, and the poor can only afford the cheapest materials. These transfer strategies are very weak, drunks, beggars. Sometimes the result of the transfer is completely random. Jiang Kai asked with some doubt. Since just the brawler material cost 50 million. Yuan Ju, you didn't take out a high-interest loan, did you? Yuan Ju just smiled and promised. No way. It's a long story. I'll explain it later. Jiang Kai refused to let it go and urged him. Really? Then let's hurry and collect these snake carcasses. I heard snakeskin can be sold for money. He wanted to make the best use of what he had. In the demon spirit realm, many things you kill can be exchanged for money. He wanted to use this to earn money to support his family. Jiang Kai slowly approached the snakes. Items in the demon spirit realm, like carcasses or gear, turn into cards after dropping so they can be collected and sold. The system window immediately recorded it. Received item: green walking snake carcass, suitable for dissection. While Jiang Kai was lost in thought, Yuanju looked elsewhere. Besides, after that last battle, the gambler class seems even stronger than the brawler. Just then, someone approached them. Hello? Jiang Kai and Yuanju were startled and took a defensive stance. A pink-haired girl stepped out from the forest and spoke. My name is Yuan. It's very hard for me to pass this trial alone. May I join your party? Yuanju felt relieved. Oh, just another explorer. Jiang Kai was afraid they couldn't carry her, so he hesitantly refused. Sorry, we're struggling to keep ourselves alive. If we bring you along, I'm afraid, but Yuan kept trying to persuade him. Don't leave me alone. My class is doctor. I can heal everyone. Her face welled up with tears, looking truly pitiful. If we encounter these poisonous snakes, I can extract their venom to boost everyone's weapon damage. Please, don't leave me behind. Yuanzu was thrilled to hear this. Healing and poisoning? That's so cool. Jiang Kai was considering it. A doctor? That's one of the top 10 high-tier classes. Jiang Kai thought her class was actually useful. Healing is vital in the newbie trial. If he hadn't used that transfer to restore his health, he would have been dead meat. After a moment of calculation, he agreed to cooperate. Fine, I'm Jiang Kai. That guy is Yuanju. Let's reach the goal together. Yuan reached out to shake hands. Thank you. Yuanju teased him. Bro, did you change your mind just because she's pretty? I'm gonna hit you. Meanwhile, at the 18th Demon Spirit Realm entry base, Jiangzhong City, Holy Radiance Kingdom, Earth. In the data research room, Professor Li was monitoring the situation. Modern smartwatches are truly amazing. They can pinpoint an explorer's exact location in the demon spirit realm. Just then, footsteps and a voice were heard. That goes without saying. I heard most watches currently on the market, besides tracking comet data, the more high-end the watch, the more functions it has. That girl was Su Lanin, the newbie trial instructor. Professor Li, how are the newbies doing? And, my sister? After checking the status, he informed her. According to the newbie trial tracker, many recruits have already been eliminated. Your sister, Su Nuan, seems to have formed a party with 2 others. Su Lanin was shocked. What? She felt annoyed that her sister had gone against her advice. Is she so cowardly that she had to find people to party up with? I told her repeatedly not to team up, because in the newbie trial, the more people gathered together. Meanwhile, they were facing a new challenge. A pair of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in the warm sunset sky, the higher the chance of attracting monsters. All 3 had to prepare to fight. 3 minutes later, Professor Li exclaimed in shock. That's right. 2 human-faced beasts just appeared next to Su Nuan. Su Lanin trembled with worry and blurted out. This is bad. A single human-faced beast is enough to slaughter newbies. If she runs into 2 of them, Nuan has almost no chance of survival. In her mind, she kept calculating. Even though death in the demon spirit realm is equivalent to our character dying in a game and causes no physical harm to the body on Earth, Su Lanin pondered. But the trauma of death is so realistic that it causes severe psychological shock. It's like reliving the scene of a patient screaming. She had seen it firsthand, the monster, slowly eating someone alive. Monster, run away. She didn't think twice before heading out. I'm going to bring Yuan out for psychological counseling. He hurriedly called out to her. Wait, Yuan, she doesn't seem to be dead yet. She widened her eyes in astonishment. What? Professor Li muttered in shock. And against 2 human-faced beasts. A second later, his stunned voice echoed through the room. It looks like they killed them. Su Lanin was also stunned. How is that possible? 3 minutes earlier, a pack of human-faced beasts was chasing them crazily. Yuanzu ran while sobbing. Mom, what on earth are those things? Nuan looked back in terror. Those look like human-faced beasts. Run. Jiang Kai, who was running in front, also glanced back. This is bad. Their agility isn't as high as mine. They'll catch up. Thinking this, he immediately stopped. Jiang Kai said, calmly, Yuanzu, you guys go on ahead. He couldn't believe it, calling out his name. Kai. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and roared. Just go. If I stay behind, that's enough. He added, filled with hesitation. If we keep running like this while being hunted, all 3 of us will die. He surged forward with momentum to attack. determined to see if he could take down at least one human-faced beast by staying behind. Jiang Kai struck as fast as lightning, piercing the chest of a human-faced beast. His eyes flashed with excitement. I hit it! But just then, a sinister arm suddenly swung toward his face, furiously knocking Jiang Kai away. Weak but resolute, he thought. No, this beast's vitality seems to be extremely high. I can't take it down in one blow. By now, the pack of beasts had closed in. Jiang Kai cursed in despair. Damn it. Am I really going to die here? My rookie trial is ending just like this. Nuanyuan teared up, covering her mouth, and muttered, Yuanzhu, Kai is in danger. Let's go back and save him. However, at that moment, Yuanzhu's mind went blank. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in the Jiangzhong residential district, an auntie was warmly bringing out some water. You are the benefactor who gave Yuanzhu the materials to change his class to a martial apprentice, right? She didn't know why he valued her son so much. He looks big, but he's actually a coward, she complained, but her voice was laced with worry. If he encounters monsters on the demon planet, he probably won't even dare to fight, the mysterious man slowly confirmed. That's true. Yuanzhu's mother. When your son faces danger, he gets even more scared than the average person. But he then offered an enigmatic smile. However, I've noticed that no matter how scared he gets, as long as he sees someone in need, the mysterious man calmly concluded, he will absolutely never avoid the fight. Back on the other side, despite his fear, Yuanzhu screamed, Get lost! He charged at the human-faced beast. They were knocked back by a burst of wood attribute power. Yuanzhu stood trembling in front of him, questioning, Kai, did you bring me out to protect me because you knew I was a coward? Jiang Kai was stunned, blurting out, Yuanzhu. He gritted his teeth and roared, We are brothers, and brothers stick together. These words struck his mind like a hammer. Yuanzhu crouched low, growling each word. I'll kill you. He let out a roar and unleashed a suicidal attack. Yuanzhu landed a punch, knocking down the human-faced beast. Jiang Kai couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, Yuanzhu was able to knock down a human-faced beast with a single blow? Even though it dealt very low damage, his eyes remained fixed on the figure in the distance. Is this the control power of a martial apprentice? A wave of healing energy washed over him, startling Jiang Kai. It turned out to be Nuanyuan using her healing powers. Kai, hold on, he shouted, trying to stop her. Su Nuanyuan, why did you come back? You aren't a combat class, but she yelled back in refusal. No, I'm not leaving. When a doctor sees a patient in pain, they can't just walk away, no matter how scared they are. Those images flooded into Nuanyuan's mind. Years ago, when my father fought the beast tide, he had no medical support, which led to a bitter battle and his sacrifice. Her choked-up voice rang out again. Now, my teammates need support. Every word was filled with absolute resolve. How could I ever leave everyone behind and run? Very quickly, Jiang Kai felt his wounds healing. He finally sighed, helpless. Jiang Kai curled his lip and scolded. You guys really don't fear death. Nuanyuan nervously watched the battle in the distance, but even with all three of them attacking, the damage still wasn't enough to kill the beast. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, her earlier words echoed in his head. Or, if we encounter a venomous snake, I can extract the venom for you all to increase your weapon's attack power. Jiang Kai immediately questioned her. Nuanyuan, you said before that you could extract snake venom, right? Nuanyuan was a bit startled but quickly replied, Yes. He immediately pulled out the snake. Then can you heal Yuanzhu while coating my weapon with the venom? She hesitated as she activated her ability. I don't know, but I'll try. Jiang Kai gripped his weapon tight, calculating silently. This is the only way. If my guess is right, this method might win. His eyes then locked on to Yuanzhu, who was fighting. Right now, I can't withstand the human-faced beast's attacks, but Yuanzhu can. Jiang Kai quickly weighed his options. Even though my attacks aren't enough to kill it, Nuanyuan is a healer who can buff attack power. A tactical loop began to form. Looking at this, the three of us are clearly a classic game party. Tank, healer, and DPS. Just then, her voice rang out. The venom coating is complete. He surged with momentum, swinging his weapon as he charged. That's right. So what if our stats are low? Jiang Kai shouted his command. Zhu, pin down a beast for me. Yuanzhu was startled but complied. Hey! He clenched his fists, thinking firmly. As long as the three of us are a team, Yuanzhu leaped into the air, landing an uppercut on the beast. With each of them handling their tasks, he rushed in at the same time. Jiang Kai dove down, weapon poised to strike. Even if these human-faced beasts are specialized in killing rookies, in his heart, he was gambling. We can still put up a fight! Jiang Kai roared. Die! A loud blast erupted in the middle of the dense forest, and a mechanical voice echoed in his head. Human-faced beast level 2 eliminated. Experience gained. 51. He stared with wide eyes, mouth agape, stuttering. We did it. Nuan chimed in, choked with emotion. We succeeded. The beast let out a final, angry roar. Jiang Kai stood tall, a wave of realization rising in his heart. Our team synergy is actually effective. Even if another one comes, in a split second, it lunges forward. All three rushed in to engage. With spirits high and ready to fight, we can defeat them perfectly. Susu Lanan, in the data room, was stunned, blurting out, "What?" The watch data confirmed it. They had actually killed 2 human-faced beasts. But just one of those beasts is enough to slaughter an entire group of rookies. How did those 3 do it? Professor Lee contemplated, adding, "Indeed. According to the watch data, Su Nuan doesn't have the ability to kill yet, and her team's level 1 fighter deals very little damage," he remarked thoughtfully, as if considering how to deal with the monsters. The only person in the squad fitting that description is Jiang Kai, but strangely, his class is currently impossible to check. At the same time, the screen also displayed his information: name, Jiang Kai, gender, male, age, 18, residence, Jiangzhong City slums, class, demon spirit gambler, status, unknown. She frowned in disbelief and spoke up. Unable to check his class? How is that possible? Though she didn't say it aloud, she silently added, to be able to kill 2 human-faced beasts and still have an unreadable class. Dozens of questions flooded her mind. Just what kind of person is this newbie? Right then, the system screen displayed. Player Jiang Kai collected the carcasses of the level 2 human-faced beasts ×2. Nuan let out a relieved breath. We did it. We actually did it. Yuanju also laughed excitedly, never expecting Jiang Kai to be able to react so calmly. That was so cool. He suddenly sat up, excitedly saying, "Now that we have the strength to take on the human-faced beasts, we'll definitely be able to reach the trial destination safely." She also brightened up and agreed. "Yeah, we can even head straight to the destination and finish the trial now." Only then did Jiang Kai speak up calmly. There's still plenty of time left to reach the Saint Radiant's finishing point. His next words left both of them confused. "We're not in a hurry," Jiang Kai confidently advised. "Don't worry. Does everyone know that you earn points after passing the challenges? If we can rank in the top 3 on the leaderboard, the military will reward us with equipment." He mused while recounting what he knew. "I heard the military's equipment rewards are top tier, which helps newcomers immensely on the demon spirit planet." Jiang Kai slowly drew his conclusion. "Now that we have the power to kill monsters, and killing monsters earns points if we get enough points, we have a chance to make the leaderboard." But he suddenly turned to ask, "So why don't we go hunt monsters to earn points, then collect the rewards from the military?" This suggestion hit home for both of them. Several hours later, the entire forest was submerged in darkness. Amidst the stillness, the sound of a stick striking a tree trunk suddenly echoed. Yuanju spoke up, with a hint of anxiety. "Kai, can this method of yours really earn us points? It's not that I'm scared, but you're making me attract so many green land snakes." He was so terrified he was on the verge of tears. "What if I end up dying first?" Jiang Kai sat on the tree and lowered his voice to reassure him. "Yuanju, man up. You're a martial artist. Your specialty is tanking and dealing damage." Having said that, he looked over at Nuan on the other side. "Plus, we have Nuan, who can heal us at any time." As Jiang Kai spoke, the snakes swarmed them simultaneously. Death wish. Seizing the moment, he leaped down to deal with the pack. It wasn't that simple. The system's voice chimed in immediately. "You've eliminated 3 level 1 green land snakes. Current experience is 101. Jiang Kai stood amidst the circle of snakes, silently calculating, because the rule on the demon spirit planet is that only the person who lands the killing blow receives the praise experience. Since he was the only one currently capable of killing monsters, everyone agreed to let him farm the experience for himself first. They hissed viciously and charged forward like mad. He immediately rushed in to engage so he could level up first. Jiang Kai cold-bloodedly swung his weapon, wiping out the entire pack. A flash of cold intent ignited in his eyes to strengthen his power and ensure the team's safety. One day later, when the 3 of them had wiped out all the snakes, the system notification popped up immediately. Explorer Jiang Kai, experience reached 100100, leveled up to level 2, and activated the double effect bonus. Received double attribute points. The screen changed in an instant. Explorer Jiang Kai. Class, Gambler, Level 2. Jiang Kai looked at it, feeling intrigued. Awesome. Killing green land snakes for an entire day. I finally hit level 2. Nuanyuan shouted with admiration. Jiang Kai, congrats on finally leveling up. Yuanzhu also asked happily, man, hurry up and tell us, what are your stats like after leveling up? He nodded slightly and quickly answered, I leveled up and gained 20 attribute points. Total stats at level 2 are now 56 points, which is decent enough. But those words hit the two of them like a thunderbolt. The info screen appeared instantly. Explorer, Yuanzhu, class, martial artist, level 1. Yuanzhu's total stats are 26 points. He turned pale and gasped in disbelief. Oh my god. I know that leveling up usually only increases strength, constitution, agility, and mental power. Normal people only get 10 attribute points when they level up, but you got 20. She was also stunned and added, plus, a total of 56 points at level 2 that's comparable to a level 4 player. That's terrifying power. Following that, the system displayed another status line. Explorer Su Nuanwan, class, Doctor, level 1. Su Nuanwan's total stats are 12 points. Right then, Jiang Kai interrupted. It's nothing, just a class trait. My class can double the level up rewards, but the penalties are also doubled. Everyone remember to keep this a secret for me. Su Nuanwan immediately clapped in praise. Even though I don't get it, it sounds really impressive. Meanwhile, Yuanzhu blurted out a curse. Damn, why is it even cooler than my martial artist class? Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in mid-air. Whoever reached this point delivered a notification. Players reaching level 2 will receive a class skill. But because you activated the gambler's double talent, you will receive 2. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Can the skill received at level 2 also be doubled? So, I have 2 class skills now. She was even more astonished. Your skills can also be doubled? She marveled. So strong. She responded nonchalantly. That's right. The first class skill is Ghost Hand playing cards. Right after that came the detailed information for the skill. When thrown, items gain a 20% piercing effect. When throwing card-type items, excluding quest items, the piercing effect increases by 200%, but mental energy consumption increases by 100%. The skill can be upgraded. It didn't stop there, as it continued to introduce the next one. The second class skill is Ghost Man's Focus. The screen displayed another line of information. Vision and tracking ability increase by 50%, but mental energy consumption increases by 100%. The skin can be upgraded. Jiang Kai stood there, slightly stunned by the series of skills. They're both long-range skills? Even though I don't know how to use them yet, the gambler class seems like a pretty good fit for me. He turned and said, all right, now that I'm stronger, we can go farm experience from higher-level monsters. Yuanzhu clicked his tongue in frustration. Tsk, this guy is showing off again. 2 days later, Su Lanin was still observing from the room. Professor Li quickly stepped forward to praise. Officer Su, 2 more days have passed. I didn't expect your sister to still be alive. She paused, feeling suspicious. Is that so? Then Su Lanin suddenly bowed her head, laughed, and mused. A squad of newbies actually survived. It seems that guy Jiang Kai has some real skills. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps echoed, and a security officer anxiously shouted, attention all rookie trainers, there's imminent danger in the trial zone. Please initiate high alert immediately. This announcement instantly captured everyone's attention. Another voice followed, revealing that a foreign nation had once again dispatched intruders to cross into our country's rookie zone, and what's more, it's a rare, large-scale infiltration. The person arriving is the Supreme Commander of the Central Jiangzhong region. Wei Ying must quickly prepare to respond. She asked in a panic, is a large-scale foreign invasion really happening? Wei Ying's face suddenly darkened, and he sighed softly. If it were a lie, I wouldn't be here. Su Lanin's face quickly turned pale. This is bad. The intruders are from the EO Nation, a group that specializes in killing rookies from other countries, thereby preventing the development of special classes in those nations. As scenes from the rookie zone flashed by, hang in there, we'll do our best. She thoughtfully recalled a series of regulations, because the rules of the Spirit Ghost rookie trial state that high-level players cannot enter the rookie trial zone to help newcomers. Therefore, newcomers must rely on themselves to pass the trial. A crack appeared in the protective barrier, but these specialized intruders from the EO Nation are different. Swarms of cross-border intruders poured out from within. They can use their class-specific traits to enter the rookie zones of other countries, leaving the others unable to resist. They are brutal and kill indiscriminately. Furthermore, they use ruthless tactics, hunting down people from other nations, giving them a terrifying death experience. An unfortunate victim who was caught begged in terror, no, no. The research team found the contestant in a panic. Their goal is to make these tortured recruits terrified of logging into Spirit Ghost. thereby significantly curbing the number of new players from other nations. He curled up, muttering repeatedly, "No, no, even if you kill me, I don't want to go to Spirit Ghost." Hearing this, Su Lanan slammed her fist onto the table in anger. Despicable. She gritted her teeth, muttering every word. Sunuanuan's resilience is so low. Once she runs into those animals, he gave orders with a sense of helplessness. Get psychological counseling ready for the newcomers. Their large-scale invasion has already begun, so for this rookie trial, we must prepare for the possibility that no one survives. Back on the other side, as the three were walking quickly through the forest, Jiang Kai suddenly spun around, fully alert. Beside him, Yuanju tilted his head in confusion. "What's wrong?" Jiang Kai raised his weapon and whispered in a low voice, explaining, "There's something over there," which made the others more confused. "Kai, what are you doing?" "We just walked through that area." Sunuanuan frowned as well, clearly seeing nothing there. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes and retorted, "No, it's further away." With that, he activated his ghost eye focus. A second later, Jiang Kai threw his weapon far into the distance. "Something is there." The weapon flew with a whistling sound across the silent forest. It hit something and caused a huge explosion, instantly catching his attention. Jiang Kai immediately ran toward the blast. "That's right. Let's go check it out." Yuanzu was even more skeptical. He clearly couldn't see anything, so what could he have hit? Is Kai possessed by a ghost? Moonlight shone through the canopy as a stream appeared by the forest. As the group encountered a giant wild boar, the screen displayed, "Explorer Jiang Kai killed a Tier 2 wild beast. Current experience points 199,200. He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "My God, Kai, do you have eagle eyes? You could even see that wild boar from so far away." Sunuanuan added in surprise. "And you were able to kill a Tier 2 boar too." Jiang Kai, however, just calmly withdrew his weapon, nothing to be surprised about. "It's all thanks to my new skill." The system suddenly prompted a choice. "Do you want to harvest the Tier 2 boar carcass? You get 19 boar tusks. Tusks can be used as weapons." Jiang Kai made his decision without a second thought. A smug smile slowly appeared on his face. Now, his class skill, Ghost Hand Throwing Cards, has increased the damage dealt by his projectiles. Ghost Hand Throwing Cards, Ghost Eye Focus. A series of parameters flowed through his mind. Ghost Eye Focus acts like a telescope with special slow-motion effects, allowing his attack power to strike further and more accurately. This means he can now snipe from a long distance, assassinating enemies while they are still unaware of him. A moment later, Jiang Kai looked up and said, "All right, I'm just a little bit of experience away from hitting level 3. As they headed toward the site where they previously killed the monster, Sunuanuan happily agreed, while Yuanzu sighed, "I'm still at level 1. At the same time, 2 black shadows appeared underwater. "Captain, our squad's luck isn't bad today." Just as he was about to leave, he stopped. Several columns of water rose up. They hadn't expected to find such a treat as soon as they arrived. "What do we do now?" Tai Dan let out a manic laugh and muttered, "We've got new toys to play with." Jiang Kai stepped forward and shouted, "Who are you?" The man tightened his grip on the blade at his waist. "Don't be afraid, little friends. We aren't bad people." A second later, the whole group rushed ashore. "We just want to rip your chests open, hang you upside down, and drain your blood to dry." They quickly surrounded the three, or perhaps they would use them as bait to feed the beasts so they could die slowly. Just then, another one appeared from the river. In short, there was only one goal this time. Jiang Kai saw it and was shocked. Beneath the mask, an arrogant smile appeared. The person who arrived was the captain of the 2nd Infiltration Squad, determined that the newcomers of your sacred glory would have no way to pass the trial. She pulled back in fear and muttered, "Kai, I know these people. They seem to be the cross-border group that specializes in killing newcomers." Both of them screamed in terror. "What?" Sunuanuan trembled as she opened her virtual screen. "I can check their levels, they're all level 3 or above, and the person with the highest level." Her voice involuntarily rose as she read the Black Demon's stats. "Even level 5, wait, level 9. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth in tension. There are so many of them. And there's even a level 5 explorer? He was truly in a dangerous spot. With his total stats, he could face a level 4, but a level 5, unless the Black Demon growled with bloodlust. "Brothers, shall we begin?" Jiang Kai suddenly turned his back and ran in the opposite direction. "Damn it, this is the only way." He had a plan. "Zhu, Sunuanuan, you two stay as a group. We'll temporarily split up." They were surprised but followed his lead. "What?" "Understood." He sneered sarcastically. Is this what they call sharing the joy and splitting the misfortune? Are all the Holy Radiance people like this? Black Demon ordered coldly. 2 of you, go kill that loner. The other 2, let our army toy with them slowly. Tai Dan and Fei Xiong moved forward cautiously. The 2 of them rushed into the forest, with Jiang Kai still within their line of sight. He chuckled in amusement. That kid was running fast. Sure, the guy was full of himself, but he'd be caught soon enough. As his figure vanished, the empty space left Tai Dan staring in confusion. They stopped in the middle of the woods, the guy starting to feel uneasy. Kid, you want to play hide-and-seek with us? Fei Xiong laughed, clearly enjoying this. How fun. Once we find you, the first thing we're doing is breaking both your legs. Suddenly, a projectile whizzed toward him, but he didn't even blink. Does this brat think he can fight back? I don't even need to worry about attacks from a newbie. But Fei Xiong was sent flying backward, leaving Dan stunned. The shockwave from the blow had snapped a massive number of trees in the forest. He was completely bewildered. Why did you fly away? What's going on? Dan's eyes went wide with pure terror. He couldn't believe it and screamed, "He's dead? How is that possible?" Jiang Kai suddenly appeared from a blind spot. 1 strike, 1 kill. Is this what you call a raid? He slowly approached, mocking them. Not as strong as I thought, are you? Dan frantically used his scanner. You're a Holy Radiance rookie? How could you kill a level 3 like him? The numbers that appeared made him tremble. Level 2, Strength 10, Stamina 10, Agility 20, Spirit 20, Defense 0, Crit rate unknown, Critical hit unknown. Dan was beyond terrified. What? My total stat points at level 3 are only 45. This rookie has 60 points in total stats. How is that possible? Jiang Kai rushed in with incredible speed, taunting, why wouldn't it be? The guy couldn't even react to defend himself. Dan collapsed in pain, and he watched silently as the guy drew his last breath. It worked. His total stats were equivalent to level 4, so of course he could take out a level 3. Jiang Kai's plan had succeeded. He had run away earlier just to split up their forces so it would be easier to strike. He recalled the moment they split up earlier. A strange energy radiated from Dan's body. Now, the gap between him and level 3 was just a tiny bit smaller. Plus, from what he knew back on Earth, whenever you kill an explorer, an option appears. You have successfully eliminated an explorer, you can take the watch of the deceased. Also, before the explorer's body vanishes, do you confirm you want to take the experience points from the dead explorer? She spoke with a cold, mocking warning. 2 level 3 explorers, each worth 100 points. Whatever you take, those guys will lose double that amount. Jiang Kai grew excited. So, he really could steal experience. And the experience from killing explorers was much higher than killing monsters. He made his decision immediately. Then I'll just take 100 points from each of them. As he quickly acted to confirm, Jiang Kai's strength increased. Congratulations. You have reached level 3. Jiang Kai savored the surge of power. He had finally reached level 3. The system screen displayed clearly. Explorer Jiang Kai, Class, Gambler, Level 3, Strength 12, Stamina 16, Agility 24, Spirit 24, Defense 0, Crit rate 0.1%, Crit damage 20, 0%. XP 400. He picked up his projectile and did the math. His total stats were now 76 points, and even at level 5, people only had around 60. Jiang Kai put his watch back on. Every step he took, filled with confidence. Jiang Kai sped back. Now he had enough power to return and save Yuanzhu's team. Yuanzhu was covered in wounds, and Su Nuanuan was slowly running out of steam. Tuannan laughed greedily. A warrior and a nurse? I didn't expect to run into 2 people with top-tier Holy Emblem classes. Aji was also clearly interested in such high-value classes, ordering them to surround the pair. Keep toying with them slowly. She can't hold back her tears anymore. Yuanzhu, did he really not make it back after being chased by 2 assassins? He still held on to his absolute faith. He'll definitely come back. Usually he was a bit of a womanizer, but when the battle started, he was truly running back at full speed, even if he was desperate, if his 2 friends were in danger. Black Demon decided he was done playing. This time, let's skin them alive. He immediately gripped his blade and charged forward. Yuanzhu kept his faith. He knew he would show up. And sure enough, Jiang Kai arrived just in time, and they took his projectiles head-on. Su Nuanyuan was overjoyed to the point of disbelief. In that instant, her eyes lit up with hope. I knew he'd come back, Black Demon shouted in total confusion. Who's there? Did you sneak back here just now? If you've got guts, come out and face me. But there was only the silent night around them. Black Demon's nerves were stretched to the limit. He couldn't see anything. He had no idea where the guy was. Could it be that Holy Radiance has new classes for rookies? If not, then Black Demon decided to retreat. Run! Run! Now! Su Nuanyuan shouted to alert them. The captain is running away! How could Jiang Kai let him go? You tortured my brothers and think you can just run? A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Leave your life here. Jiang Kai threw a high-powered projectile. Down you go. Black Demon took the strike right through the chest. His body quickly collapsed, lifeless. He had taken them all out in an instant. Jiang Kai approached to check on them. The bandits have been dealt with. Su Nuanyuan cried tears of joy. Are you okay? You finally came back. Su Nuanyuan rushed over, sobbing. But Yuanju, he's seriously wounded. Yuanju sat there silently, unresponsive. I can't heal him anymore. He managed a weak smile. Kai, I knew you'd come back. But this time I might not be able to see you guys again. Yuanju fell backward, exhausted. He tremblingly whispered his last words. Kai, Su Nuanyuan, going on adventures with you two was the best memory of my life. You'll have to carry my share from now on. His eyes were closing. He had to try hard to make it through the trial. Su Nuanyuan burst into bitter tears. Yuanju. Jiang Kai lowered his voice and clenched his fists. Yuanju? He suddenly grabbed an item and threw it straight at Yuanju's stomach. He gasped weakly. What is this? He cried out in pain. Oh, crap. Jiang Kai spoke coldly, pointing out a way to live. I made sure to lure 6 of them away, and only wounded them. You two, kill them to gain experience and level up that way. Your health will be fully restored. Su Nuanyuan just remembered. That's right. On Ghost Star, you can level up by gaining experience from killing explorers. Yuanju was equally stunned. There's a trick like this? So I was just acting all dramatic for nothing? He sighed, defeated, as Jiang Kai smiled like an angel. Isn't it true that they tortured you earlier? Well, now it's our turn to torture them back. Using your left hand for an ultimate move is fine. 2. You're directly igniting the demon within them, letting them know the true meaning of the cycle of karma. She walked closer with a sinister smile. Kai, this doesn't feel right, does it? Jiang Kai casually encouraged them. Not right. At St. Glory, we call this returning the favor. It's a fine tradition that we must uphold. He happily prepared to strike. Right. A fine tradition then. I must take upholding it very seriously. The man broke into a cold sweat. Don't you dare come any closer, you monsters. Just then, at the Ruan Youth Migrator Management Bureau's Data Research Lab, a series of red alerts flooded the screens. This is insane. This is terrifying. The members of the Ruan Youth Migrator team woke up in a panic. Just now, a newcomer at St. Glory wiped us all out. He was so ruthless with us. My experience points were stolen, and my level dropped. Wang's eyes widened in shock. What is going on here? How did you lot end up like this? High-ranking leadership. Could it be that a new profession has appeared at St. Glory that can actually counter transmigrators? At the same time, in St. Glory, Professor Lee furrowed his brow in anxiety. This isn't good. The data from Nuanyuan's watch just came in. Her team definitely ran into the transmigrators. Su Lanan's expression shifted immediately. What? Is Nuanyuan okay? Wei Ying took a calm sip of water. There has never been a newcomer who could escape the transmigrators. We should just prepare ourselves for the news of their deaths. But then he offered a faint smile. No, that's not what I meant. Professor Lee pointed out an unbelievable reality. I mean, according to the data, Nuanyuan and her team did encounter the transmigrators, but they weren't killed. Moreover, they leveled up. The 2 of them were stunned. What did you say? He broke into a cold sweat, tense. Huh, how is that possible? They clashed with them, didn't die, and actually leveled up? Could it be that those guys helped her kill monsters? He kept scrolling through the data. If Su Nuanyuan had only leveled up once, I could reluctantly believe she killed the monsters herself. But the data shows she jumped 2 whole levels. Everyone, you don't realize there is only one possibility. Professor Lee pointed out the only logical truth. Nuanyuan's group must have killed the transmigrators. The cup in Wei Ying's hand dropped to the floor. Su Lanan stood frozen, watching him rush past. Chief? Wei Ying ordered excitedly. Show me the data for Nuanyuan's team immediately. He was ready for anything. Understood. Professor Lee quickly navigated the screen. His eyes stayed glued to the numbers as the information for the 3 individuals appeared. Identity, Jiang Kai. Level, unknown. Profession, unknown. Identity, Su Nuanyuan. Level, 3. Profession, Doctor. Identity, Yuanju. Level, 3. Profession, Martial Artist. Wei Ying couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. So they actually hit level 3? If they didn't kill the transmigrators, there is no way they could have jumped 2 levels in such a short time. She analyzed the situation clearly. This is impossible. Nuan is a non-combat class, and a martial artist's damage in the early stages isn't that high. Could it be that all those transmigrators were defeated by Jiang Kai? That's too outrageous. He then laughed with interest. I'm certain it was Jiang Kai, but why is his profession undefined? What is going on? Professor Li reported more information. I found some info on Jiang Kai. The reason it's undefined is that every explorer who comes to Ghost Star must carry a watch to update their information. He analyzed it further. But Jiang Kai is using the oldest, first-generation watch. First-gen watches were the first ones on Ghost Star, but the servers for them stopped being maintained over 10 years ago, making network connection very difficult. That's why we can't see his details. Su Lanan found it hard to believe. What? What era are we in? Someone is still using a first-generation watch? Wei Ying was even more motivated. All right, this is interesting. He immediately ordered, bring me all the files on Jiang Kai. I want to see what kind of person this kid is. Professor Li replied. Understood. Yuanzhu looked at his stats with excitement. This is insane. I didn't think I'd actually level up and fully recover my health. Explorer Yuanzhu, Martial Artist, Level 3. Attributes, Strength 16, Constitution 16, Agility 7, Spirit 7, Defense 0, Crit Rate, 15%, Crit Damage, 200%, Experience 400 over 400. Nuan looked at the system, her eyes shining like stars. I didn't expect me to, Explorer. Su Nuan, Doctor, Level 3. Attributes, Strength 6, Constitution 6, Agility 8, Spirit 12, Defense 0, Crit Rate 5%, Crit Damage 200%, Experience 400 over 400. Yuanzhu excitedly checked his new gains. Plus, I have a class skill, Earth-Shaking Stomp. Now I can blow away nearby enemies. That's so strong. Nuan was overjoyed. I also activated my class skill, Doctor's Heart. My healing abilities are much stronger now. Jiang Kai nodded, extremely satisfied. As expected, the martial artist and doctor class skills are very practical. Yuanzhu leaned in, threateningly. Kai, tell me, now that I'm a level higher than you, I can take on transmigrators like you. He calmly showed off his own stats. What are you thinking? You think being level 3 means you can take on a transmigrator? I'm level 4 now. Look at my stats. Explorer Jiang Kai, Class Level 4. Attributes, Strength, 16, Constitution 20, Agility 30, Spirit 30, Crit Rate 15%, Crit Damage 20, 0%, Experience 199,400. He was stunned. Yuanzhu scratched his head in disbelief. Holy cow, when did you hit level 4? Weren't you level 2 just a moment ago? Nuan exclaimed in admiration. Plus, his total attribute points are 96, which is equivalent to a level 8 explorer. Jiang Kai calmly explained. Just now, while I was running, I killed 1 level 3 transmigrator, and on the way back here, I killed 5 more. So I hit level 4. He was so jealous he almost shed tears. Why are you even more showy than me? I can't take this anymore. She was full of excitement. Kai, what are we doing next? He began to think. Jiang Kai set his sights on a new target. Earlier, I heard that captain say we were the second transmigrator hunting team. So, next he decided decisively, let's go kill the first team. The two of them were frozen in shock. Huh? Half a day later, somewhere in the Novice Forest, a group of people walked along, joking. What a joke. They were all members of the first team, level 5. They were openly contemptuous. The second team getting wiped out by a few newcomers? I wouldn't even dare to dream that up. Exactly, they should just retire. Only the first team captain, at level 5, remained highly vigilant. Don't be careless. Since the higher-ups already brought this up, we should be a little cautious. But the subordinates couldn't care less. What is there to worry about? The biggest newbie zone is only level 5, and our entire squad is level 5. We're gods here. That's right. Yuanzhu, who was walking not far away, was feeling very apprehensive. No way, Kai. Are you sure you want to take on 9 level 5 border crossers? Su Nuan didn't have any confidence either. Maybe we should just go. However, Jiang Kai had no intention of retreating. Don't be afraid. With my current stats, even if I can't kill them all, protecting you guys while you retreat won't be a problem. Besides, if we don't kill them, they'll go after our country's newbies. Saying that, he immediately rushed forward, so instead of playing defense, it was better to strike first. They were startled and taken aback. The captain immediately sensed something was wrong. He kept a sharp eye on Jiang Kai as someone else quickly scanned his stats. They checked and saw it. A level 4 newbie. The captain immediately guessed the reason. A level 4 newbie surviving here is already a miracle. How could they possibly level up? Maybe he's the one who killed the second squad. The captain smirked with interest. Not bad. This is a big discovery. He immediately ordered the troops to move out. The team kept their formation, cautiously giving chase. Catching him meant a merit reward, so the whole squad rushed forward with high spirits. Yes, sir. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure. Not good. The border crossers are actually keeping their formation. He quickly reviewed the plan they had discussed. The plan was to lure the enemy in, wait for Yuan Zhu to find the opening to use earth-shattering stomp to knock them all back, and he would take advantage of the gap when they were launched into the air to finish them off. Jiang Kai quickly assessed the situation, but the enemy's formation was too stretched out. If Yuan Zhu couldn't knock them all back in one go, he realized the risk. They might leave a few survivors, and there was a chance they would get away. They were hot on his heels. Jiang Kai started plotting, but even so, they had a counter-strategy. He suddenly stopped to face them. He just needed to wipe them all out. Jiang Kai began gathering power into his spear and lunged straight at them. I guess I have to put everything on the line to lure them in. They were immediately on high alert. Why did this guy turn back? Seeing Jiang Kai return, the captain got excited. Where do you think you're going, kid? Are you so scared you can't even run anymore? The man shouted like a madman. Get a grip, damn it. Jiang Kai had a fairly deep cut on his shoulder, but he ignored it and kept his distance. Not yet. Not close enough. This surprised the captain, who kept chasing him. Still running? Just as he had calculated, they bunched up, all of them following right behind him. Jiang Kai suddenly turned back to attack. Still not close enough. He moved extremely fast, disrupting their formation. The captain was getting anxious as he watched his men get scrambled. What is he doing? But the more he looked, the less he understood. We're level 5. How can you level 4 kids dodge all our attacks? Someone noticed something unusual in the captain's data. This isn't right. He was so nervous he was breaking out in a cold sweat. At first, it was too quick to check his stats, but I just checked again with a high-level scanner. I discovered that although his total stats can't be fully read, I have now detected his agility. The number is enough to make anyone shudder. It's almost at 30 points. The captain couldn't believe it and shouted, "What? 30 points of agility?" He turned pale and pointed out, "You must have misread it, right? My agility isn't even at 20. If he's that much higher than me, how could I have caught him?" But they all realized one thing. No, the scanner can't be that wrong. The captain realized his true situation. If that kid really has that much agility, then isn't he just pretending to let us chase him? The captain immediately shouted a warning. "No, it's a trap. Spread out." They were all confused and panicked. What? Jiang Kai looked calmly at the group, desperately trying to survive. A bunch of idiots. You finally figured it out. But now, I've lured you all into a tight bunch. A flash of light suddenly shone down from above. By the time they tried to run, it was too late. Yuan Zhu slammed down on them like a meteorite. Even the ground was torn apart by the impact. Using earth-shattering stomp, he grabbed his hidden weapons, ready to finish them. Well done, Yuan Zhu. Next, Jiang Kai moved at a speed the naked eye could barely follow. Leave it to me. The whole group was wiped out in a blink of an eye, and Jiang Kai didn't even break a sweat. Finished in one go. Yuan Zhu couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow." 9 level 5s were wiped out. Kai, you're a monster. The system board appeared with information. Adventurer Jiang Kai killed 5 level 5 poachers, gaining a total of 2,000 experience points. Adventurer Jiang Kai's experience is at the top of the newbie zone. He leveled up to the max level. Level 5. He calmly calculated his bonus points. Finally reached level 5. Adventurer Jiang Kai, profession, gambler, level 5. Strength, 20. Defense, 0. Constitution, 24. Critical hit rate, 0.1%. Agility, 36. Critical damage, 20,000%. Spirit, 36. Experience, 1,600. Killing an adventurer gives an extra level, but the experience stolen is doubled. Can a level 5 adventurer steal 400 experience points? Su Nuanwan couldn't help but admire him. Kai, you're level 5? I heard level 5 is the max in the newbie village. Yuan Zhu rushed over. Holy cow, you're at the top. Jiang Kai wasn't surprised at all. It's nothing. Adventurers just gain more experience by killing other adventurers. That's all. He still knew how to calculate. I also left 4 of them with a sliver of health. You guys should finish them off and take the experience. Susu Nuanwan happily stepped forward. Okay, she curiously asked Jiang Kai. What are we doing next? Jiang Kai decided to lead his previous teammates. To increase our combat power, I'll clear out the monsters first to get upgrade points. Now that I've cleared enough, I'll lead you to kill monsters and get points. Once you've gathered enough points, we'll reach the end. Both of them were extremely excited. All right, finally, it's our turn to kill monsters. Jiang Kai led the team and gave instructions. Everyone, pay attention. There might be a lot of points to be earned near the destination. He warned them in great detail, but the closer they got to the end, the scarier the monsters became. There might even be a boss in the newbie zone. We must be careful. Both of them followed close behind. Understood. Suddenly, a terrifying scream rang out. A furry creature with sharp, pointed teeth was right nearby. Its face had strange, large white eyes. A few monsters were lying scattered along the trail. Su Nuanuan realized they were the corpses of human-hunting beasts. Yuanju had to frown. Their bodies were covered in bite marks. Did something kill them? Jiang Kai discreetly focused his ghost eye talent, and an intricate magic matrix appeared in his vision. Based on that, Jiang Kai made his assessment. He had seen a golden light from afar. Was it a golden monster that killed these two face beasts? Su Nuanuan didn't quite understand. A golden creature? A surge of unknown energy came rushing in. While Yuanju was busy praying, it was already very close. What kind of creature could kill two face beasts? Was it not targeting us? The golden energy veered and accelerated, instantly tearing the equipment on Su Nuanuan's body. What was that? Yuanzu couldn't avoid the attack either. It's gold. A golden creature. This thing is really targeting us. After whizzing past the others, it headed straight for Jiang Kai. Its speed even startled him. While clutching his wound, Yuanju shouted a warning. Kai, be careful. That thing has high attack power. Be careful not to get bitten to death. But Jiang Kai had already caught it with ease. The two of them were stunned. He tightened his grip on the mysterious culprit, but to his surprise, it was just a small mouse the size of a fist. Yuanju raised his eyebrows in shock. What? It was so fast. And yet both Kai and Su Nuanuan stood there with their mouths agape. You caught it with your bare hands? Jiang Kai looked at the little mouse with disdain. You think it's fast? Isn't it just a fat mouse? The mouse instantly flared up and threw a tantrum. You jerk! Who are you calling slow and fat? You only caught me because I slipped up. Jiang Kai laughed with amusement. The mouse was still putting up a fight. Oh, really? Jiang Kai suddenly let go to toy with the little mouse. Let's see you try and escape now. The mouse was instantly provoked and sped up. How dare you look down on me? After a few bursts of speed, the little mouse aimed straight for his head to bite him. Yuanju watched in horror and screamed. Kai, you idiot. Why did you let it go? That thing killed those two face beasts. He caught it again right away. Jiang Kai let go comfortably. It's fine. It's too slow for me. The process repeated a few times. Yuanju's eyes went wide in disbelief. Is Kai that fast? Su Nuanuan couldn't help but exclaim. Amazing! After a few minutes of catching the mouse, it finally waved the white flag. The little mouse submitted. Jiang Kai laughed with amusement. I've broken this mouse's spirit. It won't run away anymore. Yuanju rushed over, eyes wide. Kai, you caught a mouse with just your hand speed? He looked at the unexpected prize with satisfaction. He didn't know if this mouse could be tamed as a combat unit, but scavenging the remains of the two face beasts was already a huge gain. Jiang Kai also gave instructions to the two of them. Su Nuanuan, you two are just a little short of reaching level 4. Each of you go get a monster and keep clearing them out. Try to reach level 5 before the trial ends. Su Nuanuan's eyes shone like stars. The little mouse is so cute. But then, she clearly looked discouraged. Compared to Kai, a martial apprentice like me is nothing. Night had fallen deep, the moon shining down, as someone cautiously took steps through the forest. He laughed with extreme satisfaction. I'm here. Finally, after so long, I've finally reached the end of the novice zone. In front of him was a massive structure, St. Glory City. Huang Weijin walked deep inside. The newcomer guide, Xia Tao, stepped forward to lead the way. Newcomer, congratulations on passing the trial. We are the newcomer guides. Welcome to officially becoming an explorer of Ghost Planet. He patted the other's shoulder in encouragement. But it's a pity. Someone already took first place before you. But rankings aren't important. Just passing the trial as a newcomer is not bad. He firmly shook that hand off. Officer, are you sure I'm not the first one here? Huang Wei produced a ton of loot, but he challenged. What makes you think I'm not in first place? Everyone who saw it was stunned. What? The ranking was based on points, and having so many monster identification tags could be traded for many points. Xia Tao's eyes were also wide with shock. A newcomer like you can kill so many monsters? He laughed while taking off his hood. Enough talk. Huang Wei smugly declared his identity. I am the second young master of the Huang family, a future high-level member of the Xuanwu Guild. Before I arrived at Ghost Planet, I underwent special training. The guide immediately shouted in excitement. What? You're from the Huang family that owns the Xuanwu Guild? The Xuanwu Guild was one of the top 10 guilds. It was no surprise he was from a great family. Xia Tao immediately changed to a fawning attitude. Then, congratulations to you. Judging by your points, not only are you first in this trial, but you might even be in the top 10 of St. Glory. He tilted his head back and laughed loudly. All right, today I, Huang Wei, make this promise. Taking first place in the trial is just the first step for me, Huang Wei declared full of arrogance. Next, just give me a little time, and the entire Ghost Planet will become the era of me, Huang Wei. At the same time, Jiang Kai's group was deep in the novice trial zone, and the further he went, the more confused he felt. That's strange. We've been walking all day, and logically, the closer we get to the destination, the more monsters there should be. Why haven't we met any? Jiang Kai subconsciously glanced behind his hood. Did it get scared off by this mouse? Su Nuanuan's eyes shone as she denied it. How could that be? The little mouse is so cute. Suddenly, a miserable scream echoed out. A creature with sharp claws appeared, and his eyes widened in horror. They had encountered a large pack of shadowless wolves. In the middle of the pack of shadowless wolves, an overwhelming force emerged. It was the boss of the St. Glory Kingdom Novice Zone, the Shadowless Wolf King. Jiang Kai also paled and gave a warning. Oh no, this is the Novice Zone boss, the Shadowless Wolf King. So it's not that there were no monsters, it's that we stormed into the boss's territory. The situation was extremely dire. We're surrounded. Yuan Zhu was so panicked he was almost in tears. Kai, I heard the Wolf King is the strongest creature and has never been killed in the Novice Zone. If we encounter it, we're as good as dead. What do we do now? He trembled, tightening his grip on his weapon. What now? There are too many wolves here. If I were alone, I could run, but Yuan Zhu and the others can't. Jiang Kai made a desperate decision. Then we can only fight to the death, he shouted to boost their spirits. Yuan Zhu, Su Nuan, we can't outrun them. We can only kill the Wolf King to break through the encirclement. Jiang Kai prepared to break through, rushing forward to coordinate and kill the Wolf King. They got ready. All right, Yuan Zhu slammed his power into the ground. Watch this. He lunged into the air and then aimed directly at the middle of the shadowless wolf pack. The ground shook from his impact. He gave instructions quickly and concisely. Good control, Yuan Zhu. Su Nuan added green viper toxin to her weapons and created a purple energy ball. All right, finally, Jiang Kai delivered the finishing move. Now watch me. Ghost Eye, focus, Ghost Hand flying card. Jiang Kai unleashed his attack, aiming straight for the Wolf King. But he couldn't even leave a scratch. Su Nuanuan's face paled when she saw it, and Yuan Zhu broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. How could nothing pierce the Shadow Wolf King's defense? The beast roared frantically, issuing commands. The Shadow Wolves surged forward in unison, and both Su Nuanuan and Yuan Zhu struggled to fend them off. This is bad. The Wolf King is commanding the pack to go all out. Jiang Kai, our attacks aren't doing anything. Is there any other way? But things weren't easy for Jiang Kai either. It's no use, the Wolf King's defense is too strong, and the wolves just keep coming. I can't kill them fast enough. Jiang Kai hastily woke up the little mouse. Get out here. Annoyed at being abruptly roused from its nap, the little mouse opened its eyes and immediately identified the culprit, the nearby Wolf King. As Jiang Kai dealt with the shadow wolves, the little mouse darted out from his hood. Its fur stood on end, fueled by the rage of being woken up from such a deep sleep. It shrieked and charged forward, tearing into the beast. The little mouse had successfully shredded the Wolf King's hide. Jiang Kai was stunned. That mouse, it actually bit through the Wolf King's skin. He immediately activated his Ghost Eye to focus on the target. Jiang Kai realized the perfect opportunity had arrived. That wound the mouse made, that's it. The Wolf King's defense was too high before, which is why our attacks failed. He quickly prepared to land the finishing blow. Now that the skin was torn, he only needed to strike that wound. Jiang Kai threw his hidden weapon, aiming directly at the laceration. The Wolf King's defense is useless now. The Wolf King let out a cry of agony. Having finished its task, the little mouse landed on the ground, looking satisfied. Jiang Kai didn't waste a single second. It was working. I just need to keep using Ghost Eye to target the wound. I can definitely do this. The flame-imbued hidden weapon flared with light. The Wolf King was shocked to death, a critical hit of 200 times. Su Yuan had to cover her eyes. What? Kai took it down in one hit? Yuanju was also completely stunned. Even Jiang Kai's eyes rounded in surprise as he killed the Shadow Wolf King. The system popped up to confirm. Congratulations to Explorer Jiang Kai for defeating the beginner area boss, the Shadow Wolf King. He stared blankly as the Wolf King collapsed. I just wanted to wear it down. Did I really trigger a 200 times critical hit? Jiang Kai nodded, talking to himself. I guess that makes sense. I haven't landed a critical hit this whole time. It's about time one happened. Yuanju loudly pointed out the situation. Kai, look. The wolf pack, it looks like they're trying to run. Jiang Kai stepped forward and asked, Yuanju, Su Nuan, can you two still fight? They both replied instantly, yes. Jiang Kai assessed the situation. Good. Then let's finish the rest of them off. With the Wolf King gone, the pack was nothing but fish on a chopping block. Jiang Kai reminded them. Remember how they treated us before? He commanded in a stern voice. Don't let any of them escape. Kill them. A one-sided massacre unfolded. Su Nuan continuously cast support spells for Yuanju to charge in, while Jiang Kai easily handled things on his own. In no time, the shadow wolves were lying motionless on the ground. We're finally done, she exclaimed with pure joy. I can't believe we actually managed to clear a beginner area boss, she added proudly. We really are too strong. Jiang Kai didn't forget to remind them. Earlier, I left a lot of shadow wolves alive with low health. Go and top up your points. Yuanzu was eager to know. So, what happens now? Jiang Kai made the decision. We've got a ton of points now. The next step, obviously, is to head to the final destination. A few hours later, he looked around as they walked. Is this our Sacred Radiance Kingdom's territory on the Soul Star? Su Nuan couldn't help but exclaim, it's so magnificent. He introduced it happily. Of course, Sacred Radiance City is the main hub for the people of the Sacred Radiance Kingdom on the Soul Star. Suddenly, the little mouse jumped off Jiang Kai's head. That mouse is running away. He decided not to hold it back. It's fine. That's its freedom. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again. They quickly arrived at the center of the final reception hall for beginners. Xia Tao led the way, while introducing herself. Congratulations on passing the trial. I'm Xia Tao, the beginner orientation officer. All the newcomers who passed the trial are gathered here. Jiang Kai asked curiously. Officer, can I see the rankings of the beginners who passed the trial? He readily granted permission. Of course. Huang Wei happened to be there at that exact moment. What a coincidence. He stood there confidently, showing off. I didn't expect some nobodies who work for me to show up for the trials too. How about I show you the rankings? Jiang Kai immediately frowned, becoming alert. I didn't think that guy, Huang Wei, would get here this early. Huang Wei opened the system board, looking incredibly smug. I'm at the top. As for you lot, you managed to secure the first place perfectly only if you're counting from the bottom up. The people around them started whispering. Look at these losers. They have the nerve to ask with results like that? They're not even worth a fraction of the other nobodies. Jiang Kai had a deep grudge against him. His sister had come to the Soul Star to earn money for him and had ended up working for Huang Wei. Furthermore, this scumbag had harassed his sister many times. He clenched his fists, trying to restrain himself. Moreover, Huang Wei frequently used his brother's illness to humiliate him. He had once beaten Jiang Kai half to death. Your brother is a sick dog, and you're just a coward. Yuanzu couldn't help but want to rush at him. Huang Wei, I suggest you wash your mouth out. Jiang Kai didn't want to dirty his hands. It's fine, Yuanju. Jiang Kai calmly declared, my apologies, everyone, but I need to inform you that the rankings are about to be reordered because the top 3 spots have just been taken by us. The whole hall fell silent for a moment before everyone burst into laughter. Are you insane, the 3 of you taking the top 3 spots? Are you talking out of your ass? Officer, I think these people are sick. Right? They should probably go see a psychiatrist. 3 idiots. He gave a calm signal to his 2 companions. Yuanzu, Su Nuan, we don't need to play along anymore. She nodded happily to confirm. Yuanzu was ready to open his system interface. I've been waiting for you to say that. Time to show our cards. Their loot flooded out, and the overwhelming sight left everyone gasping. What? Huang Wei found it the most unacceptable. How can you have that many monster carcasses? Not just the human-faced beasts, but tons of shadow wolves too? No one could have expected this. This is impossible, someone shouted in agitation. I even see a shadow wolf king in there. Huang Wei couldn't accept reality. What is this joke? All of you are losers. How could you possibly kill this many monsters? You even got a Shadow Wolf King? How could this possibly happen? Jiang Kai calmly pointed out. Whether it's real or fake, the ranking board already tells you everything, doesn't it? Huang Wei frantically tapped to open his system. How could this be? Plus, they really did take the top 3 spots, but the names appearing on the screen left him stunned. Jiang Kai dug into his pocket and asked, "Did you really think that was all? Officer, may I ask, if we kill an infiltrator and you drop dozens of watches, does that count towards our bonus points?" Xia Tao recognized them immediately. Those are the infiltrators' watches from the neighboring country. Huang Wei was shocked once again. What? Infiltrators? He thought he had finally caught them. You've been exposed. How could rookies like you possibly kill infiltrators? You're clearly just a bunch of frauds. Huang Wei shouted loudly. Besides, there weren't any infiltrators in this trial. Has anyone here actually encountered an infiltrator? The crowd shouted in agreement. No, we didn't see anyone at all. He acted like a detective exposing a crime. Officer, look, there are so many people here to testify. Other than them, nobody has seen an infiltrator. They are definitely frauds. I suggest we cancel their results and launch a serious investigation. Xia Tao was rendered speechless. The crowd grew agitated, demanding, "Deal with them. Deal with them strictly. Punish these liars at once." Suddenly, someone stepped forward to guarantee. Everyone, please rest assured. The appearance of the infiltrators was real. We just hadn't had a chance to notify everyone yet. These weren't ordinary targets. Jiangzhou Military Region Deputy Commander, Lu Jun, stepped up to confirm. At first, I was very surprised when I heard the news, but my superiors ordered me to personally commend the 3 of them, Jiang Kai, their team, proving this is absolutely true. Everyone immediately realized, what? That's Deputy Commander Lu Jun from Jiangzhou. Since the big shots were all here, it meant they really were the ones who killed those infiltrators. Huang Wei was sweating profusely. Is it really like that? The officer stepped forward to deliver more news. Jiang Kai, because you resolved the infiltrator threat, the military has decided to grant your team an exceptional upgrade to your equipment rewards. Everyone present was stunned. Huh? Lu Jun calmly explained. The original rewards for 2nd and 3rd place were Tier 3, but they would now become Tier A. As for Jiang Kai 1st place reward, he stated firmly, it will be upgraded to Tier S. Yuan Zhu was ecstatic. Really? Su Nuanuan's face flushed with excitement. This is amazing! Jiang Kai bowed politely. Thank you. Everyone looked pale with shock. What? The rewards jumped from Tier A to Tier S? Starting the game with gear like that? Join us for a segment of Jiang Kai's Ghost Crystal class. He explained in detail that Ghost Crystal equipment is currently ranked from Tier S down to Tier E. E is the lowest quality, while S is the absolute best. Generally, Tier B and Tier C equipment is already considered quite good. Tier A and higher are what every adventurer dreams of. Huang Wei clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in anger. Even if Jiang Kai got a Tier S reward, it didn't matter. They pushed me down to 4th place. Huang Wei struggled, kicking and screaming. This is unfair. There must be something wrong with these results. That guy, Jiang Kai, is just a lowlife. How could a lowlife surpass me? Jiang Kai coldly issued an ultimatum. Huang Wei, the military has already confirmed it. Do you still not believe it? And let me warn you, stop bothering my family. Xia Tao, fearing things were going too far, tried to stop him. Huang Wei drew his weapon and lunged. What are you going to do? Did I say anything wrong? Your whole family is nothing but a bunch of low-class trash. Huang Wei had completely lost his mind. Your brother is just a sick dog, and your sister is just a servant. You're nothing but a loser I beat up in a gutter. And today, you dare to step on my head? Jiang Kai remained silent, but the surrounding air turned ice cold. Huang Wei shouted threats as he lunged with his blade. You know your servant sister is still working for my family, right? You dare to provoke me? You think I won't have her dealt with one day? Jiang Kai struck so fast that Huang Wei couldn't even react. A gash opened up across Huang Wei's chest, and everyone stared in disbelief. What? Su Nuanuan and Yuan Zhu were caught off guard. Jiang Kai targeted Huang Wei. He couldn't hold back any longer. Lu Jun remained silent, implicitly giving his permission. He actually attacked? The crowd was pale with fear. Huang Wei was from the Huang family, one of the top 10 guilds in the country. Did this Jiang Kai really dare to attack him? Huang Wei clutched his wound in pain but still talked tough. Jiang Kai, you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you even know what you're facing? Jiang Kai laughed with contempt. You, animal. You spread rumors and tried to mess with my family. What else do I need to know about you? The killing intent radiating from him made Huang Wei jump. Jiang Kai stepped forward. In this apocalypse, my family is the most important thing to me. Anyone who dares to touch them. Everyone watched Jiang Kai every move in silence. He slowly raised his weapon. No matter who you are, I will deal with you. Huang Wei finally realized the danger and begged. Wait, but Jiang Kai had no intention of holding back. I will kill anyone who does. He decisively plunged his blade into Huang Wei's chest. The system appeared immediately. Adventurer Jiang Kai has successfully killed Tier 1 adventurer Huang Wei. You can plunder 6 experience points. Do you wish to plunder? Jiang Kai frowned, dissatisfied. Only 6 experience points to plunder? Is this grand family that poor? The crowd erupted. What? He actually dared to kill the young master of the Huang family. Even though you don't die for real when killed in the Ghost Crystal realm, the Xuanwu Guild of the Huang family is a massive force. This guy really has guts. Lu Jun, on the other hand, was very pleased. Not bad. This kid might be a bit reckless, but he hasn't lost his integrity. He's exactly the person my superiors wanted to meet. He cleared his throat to settle the crowd. Everyone. Huang Wei attacked first. Jiang Kai was only acting in self-defense. Let's put an end to this. Lu Jun signaled to them. Jiang Kai, you 3 come with me. I'll take you to collect your rewards. He replied obediently. Yes, thank you, officer. Yuan Zhu said admiringly. Jiang Kai. That was incredible. Su Nuanuan also praised him endlessly. That was so cool. They were quickly taken to a dome-shaped machine. Lu Jun stood back a little. I've been waiting for a long time. This is the special military equipment rewarded to you all. Open it up and see. Jiang Kai didn't wait any longer. Thank you. Su Nuanuan was the first to open her blind box. She felt the power radiating from it. It's the life gem. This is the gear every junior doctor dreams of. Lu Jun stood to the side and assessed it. The life gem boosts your spirit stat by 15 points and increases the effectiveness of your healing and alchemy. Great. Yuanju quickly put on the armor. Hey, look at this. Mine is the Black Rock Rhino armor. So cool. He clapped his hands in excitement. It offers resistance, increases the Black Rock Rhino armor's energy by 15 points, and reduces damage by 16%. It's a high-quality, all-around defensive gear. He couldn't help but kiss it. This is so useful, she said, waiting impatiently. Kai, you should open yours too. He felt a bit nervous. All right. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in immediate surprise. Inside were 9 pieces of hidden weaponry that couldn't be clearly scanned. He couldn't identify the gear yet. It needs appraisal? Lu Jun also seemed quite surprised that the gear required appraisal to even be viewed. Hearing that, Yuan Zhu was eager. It needs an appraisal card? Then it must be really good, right? He quickly offered one. Exactly. High-quality gear usually requires an appraisal card. It just so happens that I have a few here that can help you appraise them. Lu Jun touched the edge of the box, and the details appeared. 9 lives pursuit. S rank, upgradable weapon. 9 energy points. 9 piercing power points. 9 agility points. Special effect. Each time the pursuit weapon is used, the critical hit rate increases by 10%, stacking up to 90%. After triggering a critical hit, all pursuit bonus effects will reset. He frowned as he analyzed it. Huh? A critical hit weapon? A newbie has low attack power, so even with a critical hit, the damage won't be that high. This S rank doesn't even seem as good as an A rank. He then made a request. Officer, isn't this a bit of a rip-off for my friend? Nuanuan also asked. So, Officer Lu, can Kai's gear be exchanged? Lu Jun was very helpful. It's a hassle, but I can help you try to file an application. Jiang Kai suddenly spoke up, leaving all 3 of them stunned. No need to exchange it. I want this one. Jiang Kai picked up a piece, satisfied. How could this gear be a trap? It was clearly the best top-tier gear for him. Jiang Kai remembered finishing off the Wolf King, and knew that his critical damage wasn't just double, but 200 times that of a normal person. As long as he landed a critical hit, even the shadowless Wolf King couldn't stop him. He knew his own weakness, but unfortunately, his critical hit rate would be very low against strong enemies. He might even die before he could land that critical hit. If that happened, he wouldn't have a chance to shine. For instance, a normal person might land 10 crits in a minute, while Jiang Kai might only land 1 a day. His calculation was extremely simple. Every time he used 9 lives pursuit, the crit rate increased by at least 10%, and by the 9th strike, it reached 90%, making a critical hit nearly guaranteed. Jiang Kai felt like he had found the love of his life. One could even say it was the perfect divine weapon for someone who loved to gamble. Lu Jun didn't ask why and agreed. Oh, all right. If you like it, Jiang Kai, then no need to swap. After passing the trial, you can return to Earth if you want. He patted his shoulder and added quietly, Just a heads up. Jiang Kai, I want to warn you that someone might come looking for you soon. Lu Jun was busy and left quickly. I sincerely advise you to be careful when you get back home. A while later, on Earth, in the Saint Radiance Kingdom, in the Jiangzhong slum district, Jiang Kai was happily biking home. I didn't expect to pass the novice trial so smoothly. I wonder how the big brothers will react when they hear about this. Next, I'll take Big Brother and Z away from here, as far away from the royal family as possible. He couldn't contain his inner joy. As he headed toward the old neighborhood, Jiang Kai thought, from now on, we won't have to live in the slums anymore. Big Brother's body will be well taken care of, and Z won't be harassed anymore. He seemed to see a bright future ahead. Everything is going to be all right. Jiang Kai pushed the door open. Big Brother? Z? He asked happily into the room. I'm home. Everyone, look how I did in the novice trial. But waiting for Jiang Kai was a terrifying scene. The room was empty, held by a bunch of thugs. Huang Da was the first to speak. Waited all day. Finally, someone came home. Heard the brat was pretty impressive in the novice trial today. Huh? Jiang Kai shouted in panic. You're Huang Wei's brother. Huang Da? What do you want? He really hadn't expected this. Oh no, how did the royal family's people get here so fast? Suddenly, someone shoved Jiang Kai inside, and the door slammed shut. Two large men pressed down on his shoulders, forcing him to his knees. The arrogant man stepped closer. Jiang Kai, I wonder if you know that my brother was killed by you on the ghost planet and is now back home undergoing psychological therapy. Huang Da gave a very unreasonable argument. You know, only the royal family is allowed to bully others. No one has ever dared to bully our family before. Huang Da laughed out loud, declaring madly, because you made Huang Wei suffer for a month, you're going to be logged out of life. You dog. He swung his weapon down toward his head. Jiang Kai had no way to dodge. Just then, the door suddenly burst open, hitting the two men holding him. It even caused Huang Da to fall, hitting two more lackeys. He roared in anger. Who is that? Wei Ying strode in aggressively. Jiang Kai, didn't I have people tell you to be careful when you got home? He scolded. Why didn't you take that seriously? Su Lanan solemnly produced an order. Don't move. Military in action. Huang Da immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What? That's Commander Wei Ying from the Jiangzhong military district. Why would a big shot like him come here? Wei Ying took a puff of his cigarette and announced, We're here for Jiang Kai. Today, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. The man looked shocked. Huh? The commander came for Jiang Kai? How is that possible? What is his status? Jiang Kai struggled to stand up straight. He observed the situation cautiously. What? A big shot like the high-ranking commander of Jiangzhong City is here because of me? Huang Da was quickly arrested by police. Behave yourself. Jiang Kai, now safe, cautiously asked, Commander Wei, thank you all for coming to save me today. But I'm curious why you. He stated the reason calmly. Don't be nervous. We came looking for you for a reason. In this novice trial, you, Yuan Zhu, and Su Nuan performed exceptionally well. Wei Ying added more information. Do you know that after you left, Yuan Zhu and Su Nuan were invited to join the military? We're here to invite you too. After all, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Wei Ying stated the key point. You're also a new class, aren't you? Su Lanan said sternly. Jiang Kai, do you know what the appearance of a new class means? She offered a very detailed explanation. Nowadays, there are many jobs for Demon Star explorers. Every explorer goes through a promotion phase, every time they level up 20 times. During each promotion, the explorer's stats and skills will change. Some people get stronger, but others end up weaker. Currently, there are many jobs that become essentially useless by the late game. That's why the military is always researching new jobs to find greater combat power. Su Lanan emphasized his importance. And it seems that the job you currently possess is a very powerful new one. So Jiang Kai, she offered to recruit him. Will you agree to join the military with your new job? Su Lanan expressed herself sincerely. Wei Ying, don't worry, we have no intention of forcing you. We are very sorry, but before coming here, we looked into your family background. Knowing your brother's medical condition, she gave a firm assurance. As long as you agree to join the military, we will not only protect your family, but we will also take full responsibility for your brother's medical expenses. Jiang Kai remained silent, lost in thought for a long time. Wei Ying was confident in his victory. Well, didn't you come to Demon Star because of your brother's medical bills? She thought the same way. If you agree, come to the military base tomorrow to register. Just ask for me when you arrive. Jiang Kai watched the two of them leave, and he suddenly made his choice. I'm sorry, I refuse to join the military. They were immediately stunned. Why? Jiang Kai chose his words carefully. I know joining the military is a good thing, but that's only for those whose jobs are guaranteed to grow strong in the future. For example, Yuan Zhu's martial artist, or Su Nuanwan's doctor. He calmly pointed out typical examples. But I'm not like that. My job is a new one. Remember back then, when they discovered demon radiance was a new job, wasn't it also highly valued by the military? Jiang Kai saw the issue very clearly. At that time, the military poured resources into demon reliance, and it was in its prime. But once the military realized that demon radiance would be useless if they kept developing it, wasn't demon wine eventually discarded by the military? Look at the state of demon wine now. Changing into that job leads to the same fate as in Shin. He realized his own situation. I was too impulsive and lacked defenses this time. I didn't expect the Huang family to ignore their image and attack directly. We must move out of the area controlled by the Huang family immediately. I am truly grateful for everyone's help, but we 3 siblings have lived together for over 10 years. Jiang Kai confidently stated that they were more used to holding their own destiny than relying entirely on the protection of others. Su Sulanan couldn't help but get emotional and raised her voice. But now that humanity is in the apocalypse, your new job might bring great change to all of mankind. Humanity needs you right now. How can you think like that? He confessed frankly without hesitation. I'm sorry, I'm not that great. I just want to protect my family so we can live safely. Su Sulanan intended to argue against his point. Wei Ying wasn't bothered at all. Forget it. I understand this kid's intention. He could empathize with Jiang Kai's mindset. Habits formed over 10 years cannot be changed in a day or two. But kid, you must know that your brother doesn't have much time left. Wei Ying believed that everyone should unite. Besides, in this apocalypse, fighting alone is not efficient. Why don't we make a bet? He decided to give Jiang Kai a chance to prove his ability. In the next month, the military will still protect you from the royal family's harassment. If within 1 month you can earn the money for your brother's surgery and prove that you have the strength to protect your family, I will agree to your refusal to enlist. Wei Ying was still willing to support him, but if you can't earn the money, the military will cover your brother's medical expenses to help him survive. But after that, you will be forced to enlist for evaluation. What do you think? Jiang Kai didn't know what to say to them, but it seemed he had thought it through. Jiang Kai immediately accepted the offer. Fine, I accept. He had to give his all. Now that I'm facing a bet from the military, I must quickly return to Demon Star to earn the money for my brother's surgery. Jiang Kai left a note on the table. Daida, Yingzi, are you guys still working overtime? I've passed the test and will return to Demon Star first. He thought about the difficult future ahead. Furthermore, with the threat from the royal family, the 3 of them could not live in such a place anymore. They had to move to a higher security area to ensure their safety. Jiang Kai could only encourage himself, so this return to Demon Star was a heavy task, but next time, he would definitely return with enough money. The atmosphere was buzzing at the Demon Star Sacred Radiant City, and he already had a plan for the path he had to take. After passing the new recruit trial, his adventure on Demon Star officially began. After changing his outfit in the trade zone, he could finally earn money by fighting monsters on Demon Star. Jiang Kai learned an important piece of information. Newcomers who want to earn money on Demon Star must join a guild. He realized he was about to face unimaginable dangers, because the monsters on Demon Star are so strong that one would essentially die if fighting them alone. Therefore, all new explorers must join a guild to form a group to fight monsters. Jiang Kai was cautious in every thought. After all, a guild is a large team. After joining a guild, newcomers can follow other members to fight monsters and increase their survival rate. He wanted to choose his own path to success. Let me see which guild I can join. Hello, I want to join a guild. The staff member announced shocking news. I'm sorry, you're Jiang Kai, right? Currently, you cannot join any guild, causing Jiang Kai to freeze on the spot. Huh? Why? She explained the reason helplessly. Because you offended the royal family, you have been blacklisted by almost every guild. Jiang Kai was stunned by the situation that was beyond his control. So, if nothing changes, from now on, I can only challenge Demon Star alone. Everyone was gathered in the safe zone outside the Sacred Radiant City selection area. Jiang Kai hadn't even had a chance to show his strength when he hit a roadblock. What? Offended the royal family? No guild dares to accept me. Has my journey ended just as it started? Hu Nian was the only one who noticed him. Sir, you seem worried about which area to go to fight monsters. It turned out she was there to do business. I am a fortune teller. I can calculate the best place for you. It costs just 100 to get a reading from the level 29 fortune teller, Hu Nian. For some reason, Jiang Kai just stared at Hu Nian. Then he turned and walked away without a second thought. Sorry, I'm an atheist. Hu Nian hurriedly tried to pull him back. Wait, she tried to convince Jiang Kai to get a reading. Customer, don't leave. You can haggle. 80? 30. How about I give you a special startup offer? 1 free reading? His attitude flipped in an instant. Free? You've got yourself a deal. I'm actually quite superstitious. Hu Nian's eyes went wide. He really just turned around for free? This guy is so stingy. She was furious, but couldn't do anything about it. Fine, whatever. I'll just consider this skill practice. As Hu Nian's feng shui compass began to spin, she focused on observing Jiang Kai's destiny. Hu Nian left him with a cryptic warning based on what she could reveal. Customer, you are currently in danger. If you don't want to get caught up in trouble, I advise you to leave. The area my compass is pointing to is just ahead. The King's Valley. The King's Valley, Jiang Kai, became more vigilant than ever. Danger was inevitable since the royal family was targeting him, but the safe zone had a no-killing rule, which was the only reason the royal family hadn't touched him yet. He was careful in every situation. The gray dust plains, the destination where all knew. Adventurers trained from level 1 to 10. But there was a high chance the royal family would send people there to kill him. Jiang Kai knew his own limits. And the peaceful mountain pass? That was for adventurers level 15 and above. If he went there now, he'd surely die. He analyzed his options. As for this King's Valley, it was a dangerous zone for level 10 and above. Given his current strength, if he went in, he could just barely manage. The King's Valley. Jiang Kai was dead set on it. The royals probably won't expect me to be here, right? Fine. If the royals won't let me join the guild, I'll just fight the monsters alone to show them what I can do. The King's Valley is my #1 target. He trusted Hu Nian's fortune-telling. Thank you so much for the advice. She couldn't help but worry about Jiang Kai. Wait, why is he going to the King's Valley alone? Damn it, I told him to go with a team. What kind of place is the King's Valley? For a newbie like him, isn't that just seeking death? Hu Nian was afraid of getting dragged into it, so she hurriedly packed her tools. Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. As long as he doesn't withdraw my 5-star rating, it's fine. The majestic mountain scenery of the King's Valley appeared before him. He entered battle-ready mode. So, this is the King's Valley? I wonder what the monsters are like here. Jiang Kai heard a sound behind him. Movement. The roars of monsters shook the earth. One was fighting a whole squad by itself. Min Hui cheered his members on to keep fighting. Hold the line. As expected, the Power Black Ape is no joke. Monster, Power Black Ape, level 11. Strength, 172. Constitution 68. Agility, 142. Spirit, 13. Defense, 3. He trusted his group's abilities. This Black Ape is level 11, and we're already level 10. Push a little harder and we can take it down. Min Hui urged his team to give it everything they had. Attack with everything you've got. Atam screamed as he charged forward. Suddenly, something whistled past, leaving no trace. Jiang Kai hid behind a tree, observing the situation. He recognized it immediately. So this is how an adventurer team fights? It's pretty intense, and these monsters seem really strong. I wonder what I'll run into. A strange scent hit Jiang Kai's nose. 3 Power Black Apes appeared right in front of him. Jiang Kai quickly stepped back to steel himself. Seriously? Speak of the devil. The system screen suddenly popped up, updating the stats and warning the player. Power Black Ape, level 12, 13, 14. Danger level, high. The system congratulated them. The Sky Sword team has successfully killed the level 11 Power Black Ape. Cheering broke out from the Sky Sword group. We finally won. We're amazing. Atam hoped to show off. Captain, we're only level 10, and we killed a level 11 ape without losing anyone. Can we brag about this a little? Min Hui was just about to posture in front of his teammates. Of course, look at who the captain of the Sky Sword Team I. He stopped, bewildered by what was happening. Oh, it wasn't until now that Jiang Kai realized his mistake. Damn it, I think I walked into their territory by mistake. He couldn't hide his surprise. Captain, over there, someone is actually fighting 3 of those black apes at once. Atu easily saw what was happening, and each of them is a higher level than the one we just fought. Yu Ni wanted to help him fight the monster. We have to go help that person. Min Hui, of course, didn't dare risk his life. You idiots, that guy definitely pulled all 3 apes at once. We're struggling to kill just one. If we go over there, we're dead for sure. He turned his back, ready to run. It's best if we get out of here fast. The system notified him of the Power Black Ape's status. Power Black Ape level 12 killed. The 3 claws on Jiang Kai's gloves were incredibly sharp. He knew how to make the most of his high-quality gear. Every strike from Death Chaser increased the critical hit rate until the 5th hit. which would finally deal a super critical strike. Minhui couldn't believe his eyes. What? We had to squeeze every ounce of effort out of ourselves just to kill one level 11 ape. A2 stood there, frozen. That kid was taking them all on solo, and it was even making him break into a cold sweat. He killed a level 12 in just a few seconds? The two remaining power black apes continued to chase Jiang Kai, but he wasn't afraid of the monsters at all. Alright, bring on the next one. A dart with terrifying power was flying toward it. The system immediately chimed. Power black ape level 13 killed. Jiang Kai was more excited than ever. Sweet. That time, just one strike with the 10% critical bonus from Death Chaser was enough to trigger a super critical hit. Min Hui's jaw dropped even lower than the others. What? He killed another one? He didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Nice. Now there's only one left. He realized the danger of the power black ape. That's the level 14 ape, the strongest one here. I don't believe he can kill it. It seemed Jiang Kai didn't have enough strength left to hold out. He only had 3 Death Chaser charges left in his hand, but his divine energy and stamina were nearly exhausted. He was about to run out of steam. He drew 3 razor-sharp hidden weapons. Jiang Kai had no choice but to take a risk. Then I'll just have to bet it all. Better stack up my crit rate before it catches me. Once I've made up my mind, I don't turn back. Let's see who dies first. Me or this beast? The black ape roared in agony after being bombarded by projectiles. Even Jiang Kai was surprised by the result. Nice. Dumping all my weapons at once really landed a critical blow. A system message confirmed the level 14 black ape had been slain, and Min Hui turned pale with awe. He actually managed to kill all 3 of them? It usually takes a group of over a dozen people just to take down 3 of these apes. Who on earth is this guy? Finally, Jiang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief. Turns out this monster wasn't as tough as I thought. I'll change my initial plan. I've got 3 monster body cards in my inventory now, so soloing these things isn't so bad after all. In a flash, Jiang Kai leaped onto the mountain ahead. Min Hui deeply regretted not getting to know him sooner. Damn it, the big shot is gone. I should have tried to friend him when I had the chance. He started blaming his team members. Who told you guys to stop me from helping the big shot in the first place? I'm so annoyed I could die. The 3 Heavenly Sword team members were speechless. Hey, isn't that the captain? A group had already arrived at the wasted plain. Hu Nian said in shock. Am I seeing things? 3 fighters, a soldier, and a healer? Nothing could escape her eyes. Is that the famous Falcon Squad from the Royal Xuanwu Guild? What are they doing in this newbie area of the wasted plain? So strong. The brown-haired guy felt they had wasted too much time. We've scoured the whole plain, yet we still haven't found this Jiang Kai guy? Black Blade forced Hu Nian to answer. I heard you were the last one to see Jiang Kai. Tell us where he is, now. She gritted her teeth, struggling to breathe. What do you want with him? Ling Ling suddenly let out a sinister smirk. Isn't this common knowledge? Meng Fei revealed their true motive. Jiang Kai offended the royal family. We've been sent to hunt him down. Hu Nian pointed them toward Jiang Kai's whereabouts. Oh, really? Jiang Kai headed to King's Valley. Go find him there. Black Blade threw her to the ground with a warning. If you're lying to us, you're a dead woman when we get back. The others didn't dare say a word. The Falcon Squad was the top-tier explorer team among the Royal Level 20s. Running into a squad like that, Jiang Kai was as good as dead. Hu Nian placed her hand on her feng shui compass. Are they really that strong? For those who lack morality, even a fortune-teller can't predict their fate. She didn't seem scared at all. I secretly read their fortune just now. Judging by the calculation, the results when they find Jiang Kai will likely be Hu Nian's divination, was filled with ominous energy. One day later at King's Valley, Jiang Kai finally felt a bit at ease. Great. I've killed 16 black apes, and I've finally reached level 6. The system interface displayed his stats. Explorer Jiang Kai, Class, Gambler, Level, 6. Attributes, Strength 24, Defense 0, Constitution 28, Critical Rate 0.1%, Agility 42, Critical Damage 20,000%, Mental Power 42, Experience Points 853,200. Jiang Kai stared at the system screen. They say the body of a black ape sells for a high price, but dragging these things around is a real pain. He wouldn't give up so easily, but he had to find a way to haul them. That would make the medicine for his older brother much more affordable. Someone called out to Jiang Kai. Hey kid, want to join our hunting party? Ri Zhong approached him with his team. He shared their upcoming plans. The 3 of us are hunting an elite black ape. Ri Zhong boasted to Jiang Kai. If we win, we'll get an elite treasure chest. Why was he being so friendly? Are you in? Jiang Kai didn't think he was a good fit. A hunting party? But I'm not in a team. I'm soloing. Rijong remained strangely calm. No worries, we happen to need one more person. High mountains loomed behind the forest. The hunting team stood at the summit, looking down. He led Jiang Kai to the monster's territory. See that? An elite black ape, level 15. There were 4 elite apes over there, and their lair held the elite treasure chest. Rijong definitely wanted to use him to achieve his goal. Those 4 are very strong, and we only have 3 teams, so we need you to lure them out. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. He tried to convince Jiang Kai to follow the plan. Just lure one away, then our 3 teams will handle the other 3. When you come back, you can have a share of the loot. Jiang Kai craved the items inside. An elite treasure chest? They say these chests contain rare items, worth way more than just the monster corpses. I have to find a way to get it. Jiang Kai always thought carefully before acting, but when facing powerful elite monsters, group combat is usually required. Yet, they were forcing him to lure one alone. He knew Rijong's malicious intent. They clearly never intended for him to return. They just wanted to swallow the chest for themselves. It seemed Jiang Kai had already figured out a counterplan, but since he was already in too deep, he couldn't back out now. Fine, I'll do it. Rijong signaled the 3 teams to move according to the plan. Good, let's do this. Everyone, stay sharp. The members shouted their acknowledgement. The black apes were startled by the sudden attack. Rijong grew impatient as Jiang Kai hesitated. Kid, get a move on. Jiang Kai took off like the wind. All right then. He flew right past the black ape. Jiang Kai looked for a way to lure it before it could catch him. Damn it. Rijong was overjoyed to have succeeded. Not bad. The kid actually did it. He was extremely smug about his initial decision. Now, there's one less team to split the loot with. Now we can comfortably take one each. Everything is in my hands. The roars of the black apes echoed everywhere. Jiang Kai could only keep running. This is way too calculated. He knew exactly what he was up against. The stats of this elite black ape were likely many times higher than a normal one. If it were a regular explorer, they'd be dead for sure. Jiang Kai immediately slammed on the brakes, but he was completely confident in his abilities. He wasn't just some ordinary explorer, after all. The heavy force black ape was being barraged by arrows from all sides. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, but just as the heavy force black ape reached for him, Jiang Kai took it down in a flash. The system sent a notification to Jiang Kai. Elite Heavy Force Black Ape, level 15. Eliminated. He was so overjoyed he was speechless. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Who would have thought a single supercritical hit would be enough to take down this elite black ape? I'm not half bad myself. Alright, time to make sure these guys do the hard work for me so I can grab that treasure chest. Rijong shouted encouragement to his group. Come on, everyone, push a little harder. Once we finish this, the treasure is ours to split. He, however, was struggling to defeat his own heavy force black ape. Taking advantage of the fact that they were busy fighting, Jiang Kai slipped toward the cave entrance. He stepped slowly into the cave. Right in front of him, a golden treasure chest glimmered. He had only intended to try his luck, but he never expected to get in this easily. Plus, the treasure chest was actually here. It looked like it would be worth the trouble, right? Jiang Kai felt his efforts were well rewarded. Sweet. Luring that level 15 elite ape away definitely wasn't a waste of time. Suddenly, the saliva of a heavy force black ape dripped onto his shoulder. It swung down on a vine, staring at Jiang Kai with hungry eyes. He barely managed to dodge before the beast could smash him to pieces. Jiang Kai couldn't believe his luck was this bad. What? Inside the cave? And it's a level 20 elite black ape? Did they not do any reconnaissance before starting this fight? The system flashed a red warning, emphasizing the danger. Elite Heavy Force Black Ape, level 20. Extremely dangerous. He couldn't run away anymore. It was blocking the cave entrance. Jiang Kai had no choice but to take the initiative. It was time to fight. He launched a flurry of darts at the Heavy Force Black Ape. To his surprise, his attacks had no effect. It didn't even leave a scratch. Not even when I aimed for its eyes. The system explained why it was invincible. Earth Element. Elite Heavy Force Black Ape. Defense. 23 points. Current attacks cannot penetrate the outer surface defense. No damage dealt. Jiang Kai had to rethink his strategy. My Yuan Zuth Seeker's penetration stat is only 9, and its defense is 23. Is this thing like the Wolf King? Do I have to break through its defense layer to deal damage? The massive, muscular, heavy force black ape swung its arm, sending Jiang Kai flying. His body ached all over from the impact. Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel anxious. That hurts. The gap in power is just too huge. Am I really going to die here? Jiang Kai thought about the dire consequences. If he died in the spirit realm, he'd be penalized and wouldn't be able to log in for a month. He couldn't give up that easily. If I go down like this, doesn't that mean I'll lose the private deal with Commander Wei? Jiang Kai was deeply worried about his family. If I fail, I'll drag my sister down with me. Will we both be forced into the military? He felt like he was on the verge of giving up, but he was in a desperate situation. Suddenly, his older brother's voice rang out. Hey, wake up! He kept urging Jiang Kai on. Wake up! In his memory, his brother was running frantically. You can't fall asleep. You have to hold on. He held his younger brother tightly in his arms. Big brother will. His brother was determined to save Jiang Kai. I will get you guys out of this battlefield, no matter what. 10 years ago, on the Beast God battlefield, his reason was awakened once again. What? How could I have fallen asleep? Jiang Kai recalled those brutal memories. Even on the Beast God battlefield, his brother had managed to save him and his sister. He manifested sharp throwing darts. How could I ever give up? Jiang Kai became stronger than ever. I can't fall here. He quickly escaped the heavy force Black Ape's grasp. The beast seemed confused by what was happening. The heavy force Black Ape's eyes glowed like headlights, but Jiang Kai sent its head back to the dust. With a heavy thud, the ape collapsed to the ground. The system updated the final result. Earth Attribute Elite Heavy Force Black Ape, Level 20, eliminated. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even though the ape's exterior had high defense, its mouth had no protection. Jiang Kai succeeded by relying on his combat experience. So, as long as I attack inside its mouth, I can bypass the defense, just like when I killed the Wolf King. He had been waiting for this moment. That elite treasure chest. Jiang Kai had worked so hard for it. It was finally in his hands. Half an hour later, Rizhong's team cheered joyfully. We won. The team members were incredibly smug. It's a good thing that kid lured one away. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out. That brat must be dead by now, right? Rizhong grinned deviously. Well, if he's dead, doesn't that mean we get a bigger cut? Rizhong led everyone into the cave. Let's go. The treasure chest is definitely waiting for us inside. We're going to hit the jackpot. He was so shocked his eyes went wide. The cave was empty. There was no treasure chest. Rizhong was furious but helpless. What is this? Where's the treasure? Why isn't the elite treasure chest here? Finally, Manhwa reported. Boss, I just remembered. When we were fighting, I think I saw that kid sneaking into the cave. Rizhong couldn't handle this situation. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? He hadn't been paying any attention at all. I thought it was just an illusion, because I didn't think he could survive. The two men beside them were completely bewildered. What? The blonde-haired man couldn't accept the truth. Captain, doesn't that mean our fight was for nothing? We've spent so many days on this mission. The white-haired man wanted his fair share. You see, even if we didn't get the treasure, you still have to pay us. The black-haired man wouldn't be taken advantage of. You still owe me months of back pay. Rizhong's anger reached its peak. I can't believe we got played by that brat. Damn it all to hell. Somewhere in the King's Valley, Jiang Kai was carefully calculating. This was the only way to escape those people. He opened the system interface to check his loot. Jiang Kai was curious to see what was hidden inside the chest. He had to see what was in there. Jiang Kai's pupils dilated. As he opened the chest, it emitted the sparkling light of diamond-grade treasures. Now, Jiang Kai was blinded by the riches. Holy crap, I didn't expect this much ore. And equipment on top of that. He carefully concealed it. The value of the ore and equipment in this spirit realm was 10,000 times more precious than the corpses of those monsters. I've really struck gold. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. He spotted a rare item hidden among the pile of diamonds. There's still another piece of equipment? Jiang Kai picked it up and equipped it. The tattoos on the gloves shimmered with a brilliant light. He carefully adjusted them. What kind of gear is this gauntlet? Is it for offense or something else? I've got to try it out. Jiang Kai was stunned as his entire body was suddenly engulfed in a golden light. After putting it on, his body felt significantly lighter and more energetic. Could this be gear that boosts strength and agility? He stood before a clearing in the forest, and with a thought, 3 claws appeared in his hand. Let's test this out. Jiang Kai swung with force to check it, and the claws he launched were suddenly flickering with flames. He realized the throwing knives were coated in fire. Is this just some kind of common fire support attachment for weapons? Jiang Kai thought it over carefully. In the ghost realm, there are many types of flames. Special flames can inflict various types of wounds during battle. He assumed that common flames usually have very low damage, useless for actual combat, and only good for cooking. They wouldn't even tickle the monsters. Common fire? Are you trying to scratch my back with this? At that thought, Jiang Kai felt a bit disappointed. Was this thing only good for roasting meat from now on? He was jolted by a monster's roar coming from deep within the forest. What was that sound? The ground shook with every step the black apes took. The system chimed with a notification. Elite Strength Black Ape, Elemental Summoner, Level 18. Extremely dangerous. He watched the 4 monsters in front of him. Wary. 4 Earth Attribute Elite Black Apes? Jiangkai gritted his teeth and backed away. Damn it, isn't this the perfect test subject for these gloves? He thought to himself as he launched his knives at them. Dealing with just one before was a near-death experience, and now there were 4. The monsters opened their mouths wide to catch the blades, and Jiangkai realized he had to focus his attacks on their mouths just like he did before. As one closed its mouth, the knife exploded instantly. The system warned that the defense couldn't be broken, and the damage dealt was 0. He panicked, realizing they were in trouble. Jiangkai watched the 4 black apes charging at him, and realized they knew how to shut their mouths to block the attacks. In his current situation, the best of the 36 strategies was to run. Even if they opened their mouths, the fatal destiny daggers in his hands weren't enough to kill all 4. Jiangkai ran away in fear. Was he going to die here today? Wait, no, his flames hadn't gone out. They were silently burning. It seemed like the fire was multiplying, spreading, and continuing to burn. He glanced back and realized, why hadn't the flames gone out? The flames were continuously draining the black apes' health points. Their pupils dilated as the fire grew and swallowed their bodies. The first black ape quickly lost 2,000 HP. It howled in pain. The remaining 3 black apes retreated in shock as they saw the leader explode from losing 2,000 HP. Even Jiangkai didn't understand what was happening. What was going on with this massive fire? The others were hit by the flaming blades one by one. One was struck in the chest, another caught fire on its hand, and the remaining 3 exploded simultaneously. Minus 2,000 HP. He stopped and stared at the scene. Why did the black apes suddenly? Jiangkai watched in confusion as the black apes fell one by one. They were all dead. The system provided an explanation. Killed 4 elite Earth elemental strength black apes, minus 2,000 HP. He suddenly understood. Right, earlier he saw the fire dealing 10 points of damage. So how did it suddenly become 2,000? The system then notified him of the collection of spoils. Jiangkai was dazed. Wasn't 2,000 damage 200 times his normal damage? He clenched his fists. Jiangkai looked down at his gloves and realized. Could it be that this gauntlet fires normal flames, but they can still trigger his 200-fold critical hit damage? And on top of that, this fire could spread to others as well. He remembered the sight of the black apes surrounded by flames until they exploded, realizing that while the power of the fire itself was small, if a monster didn't have fire resistance, the damage would silently bypass their defense. Jiangkai rambled on at 2,000 health points burned per second. It was basically a fire trap. This equipment was truly a damage-dealing relic made just for him. His lips curled into a smile. Now he didn't have to worry about piercing through defense layers anymore. With that in mind, Jiangkai continued on his path to clear out the black apes in the forest. From then on, for an entire night, the black apes in the King's Valley felt the agony of his flames, witnessing the darkest moments of their monkey lives. Jiangkai confidently believed they had never seen anyone who could roast them so effectively with just common fire. He thought it was a brilliant idea, and not a single one saw any health bar indicators left. Jiangkai strolled through the smoke and fire, unable to stop grinning as he wiped out the entire group of black apes, because the master of grilling monsters wouldn't let any of them escape. Within a 10-mile radius, nothing was left behind. In just one night, Jiangkai had eliminated them all. On the second day in the King's Valley, he excitedly talked to himself. Too good. Jiangkai looked at the system information board with satisfaction. After wiping out over a dozen black apes in one night, he had finally leveled up. The system gave him the details. Adventurer Jiangkai, Class, Gambler, Level 7. Strength, 28. Defense, 0. Physique, 32. Critical hit rate, 0.1%. Agility, 48. Critical damage, 20. 0%. Spirit power, 48 EXP, 856,400. Jiangkai gripped the hilt of his blade tightly and stared at it. Right now, the fire damage from these gloves was invincible against anything up to level 20 due to the splash damage. He looked up at the new rewards from the system and calculated. Plus, I have 10 elite treasure chests, plus a mountain of black ape corpses. I can definitely sell all this for a fortune. Jiangkai leaned back, his eyes looking into the distance, lost in thought. But playing alone in the ghost realm was a bit lonely. Did he really miss the days of fighting alongside Yuanzhu and Nuan? Jiangkai sank into his own thoughts. He didn't know what was happening with them right now, but they had the army backing them up. How could they be doing worse than him? Meanwhile, Somewhere else in the King's Valley, Yuanju was grimacing, shouting in anger. How in the hell is he doing better than me? Meanwhile, somewhere else in the King's Valley, Yuanju winced, screaming in anger. Why is there absolutely nothing here? Who wiped out all the black apes in King's Valley? He collapsed to the ground, trembling with frustration. I've been in King's Valley for a few days now, and I haven't seen a single black ape. How am I supposed to grind like this? Nuanyuan sighed dejectedly, missing the days when Jiang Kai used to take them out to hunt monsters. Both of them jumped and turned around when they heard the player, Li Biao. Behind them stood the level 38 knight, Yuanzu, and Su Nuanyuan. Don't go spouting such gloomy words, he said sternly, without hesitation. The only reason you were able to find monsters at the beginning was because you were in the newbie trial area. But for your current levels, this is a high-level monster zone. If Jiang Kai had brought you to King's Valley, things might have ended in tragedy. That's why I took the time to bring you here for some experience, not to listen to your complaints. Both Nuanyuan and Yuanju replied in unison when Li Biao ordered them. Let's go. Keep looking for those black apes. Understood. On the outside, they acted tough, but inside, they were incredibly worried. But I still miss Jiang Kai Mei, too. 3 days later, a group of people had finished clearing out the black flames. Black Blade laughed excitedly. It's so weird. I've been in King's Valley for days, yet I can only find these ordinary black monkeys. He sneered triumphantly. These common black apes are a piece of cake for us. Along nodded and laughed. Joining in, he added, Young Master Huang Wei sent us to kill Jiang Kai. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Min Hui bit into a purple orb and said, Killing one person is no big deal. That's all it is. Ling Ling, and he started, staring at him. Min Hui chewed and warned. A few days ago, we even saw an expert kill 3 black apes in one go. Asai raised a finger in agreement. That's right. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Blackblade didn't give a damn about that at all. One person killed 3? Is that supposed to be high level or terrifying to you guys? He didn't care about them and just kept chewing. His smartwatch displayed an image of Jiang Kai, along with the question, Leave it be. Let me ask you guys, have you ever seen this person here before? Min Hui glanced over and assessed the image. What a coincidence. That's exactly the expert I was talking about, the one who killed 3 black apes. His eyes lit up with excitement. He's super handsome. Along crossed his arms, frowning. Hey, are you guys blind or what? Look closely. This guy is just a level 5 newbie. He nodded, flashing a grin in agreement. Exactly. Don't go spouting nonsense just because you're jealous of us. He slammed the purple orb onto the ground, and Min Hui jumped down to where they were and warned them. Hey, if you don't believe me, go find that expert yourselves. We just saw him leave King's Valley. Yuni's eyes filled with nothing but love. I still have to go greet that big shot first. Blackblade grinned craftily. What? You mean Jiang Kai is nearby? He pulled his sword out from the pile of black flames. Along followed behind Blackblade and said, Let's go. I've been wandering in this dump for days. It's time to give young Master Huang Wei an explanation. He led the way. Finally, we can kill that brat. AC froze, realizing, it looks like they want to find the expert to settle the score. Yuni continued on and on. The expert's aura is like a master trying to escape the mundane world. The arrogance of these people is usually the type of thing that makes them cannon fodder in manga. Min Hui nodded in agreement. That's right. Just then, a crowd had gathered at the exit of King's Valley, and whispering could be heard. So unlucky. Why couldn't we find even a single black ape during this trip to King's Valley? A gray-haired youth grumbled wearily. I heard there was a forest fire that burned them all to ash, so we have to wait for them to respawn before we can go in. A black-haired youth nodded in agreement. Juanshui, at least everyone has to wait, so we don't have to worry about someone wiping them all out. Just then, the mass exterminator walked by. Jiang Kai stood in a corner, secretly planning. It took me 3 days to wipe out all those black apes to reach level 10, and I even earned 19 elite treasure crystals. First, I should head back to St. Glory City to sell them for some cash. At the same time, he reviewed some information. Explorer Jiang Kai, Gambler class, level 10. Strength, 40. Defense, 0. Constitution, 44. Critical hit rate, 0.1%. Agility, 66. Critical damage, 20. 0%. Mental power, 66. Experience points, 3,321,280. Suddenly, Blackblade's roar echoed through the space. Jiang Kai, stop right there! Jiang Kai started, turning his head to look at him. It wasn't just Blackblade. All 4 of his teammates wore cunning expressions. He growled provocatively. You've been hiding for so many days, making it so hard for us to find you." The bystanders around them whispered, "Damn, isn't that the Falcon Squad from the Royal Xuanwu Guild? What did that kid do to provoke an elite squad like this?" He answered very calmly, "Royal? Xuanwu Guild? Is it? Is it because you're royalty that you've come looking for me?" Black Blade drew his sword and provoked. "Playing dumb now? Have you forgotten who you offended during the newbie trial? How dare a lowlife like you mess with young Master Huang Wei?" Jiang Kai assumed a defensive stance as they drew their swords, ready to attack. "We're here to take your life." He stepped back to dodge. Jiang Kai hunched over, challenging them. During the newbie trial, it was Huang Wei who made the first move. "I was just defending myself. Are you sure you want to mess with me?" He lunged forward with a mocking laugh. "I don't care who's right or wrong between you." Ling Ling scowled angrily. "Do you know how much young Master Huang Wei will pay us if we kill you?" He clenched his fists and growled. "Is that so? If you guys choose profit over right and wrong," Jiang Kai leaped up, unleashing an attack toward them. "Then I don't need to hold back." All 5 of them were struck by his blade. Black Blade didn't care about the flames on his body and provoked him. "How ridiculous. Not even a scratch. Is this tiny spark supposed to be your skill?" Ling Ling joined in with a mocking tone. "Seriously, now I'm really doubting how young Master was killed by a loser like you." The bystanders nearby also started looking at Jiang Kai's flames with contempt. "Turns out it's just a normal fire. It's truly embarrassing to have a move with damage like that. I actually thought it was something powerful. Is this even enough to light someone's cigarette?" He smirked and said, "Ridiculous, you say? The damage my flames cause right now might be a little small. But what if I could make this fire deal a bit more damage?" Blackblade stared in confusion as his stats started dropping. -2,000. The others recoiled in shock as they watched him explode amid screams of agony. Long's eyes went wide with shock. Captain Blackblade screamed in pain. "What is happening? How can a normal fire deal over 2,000 damage?" His companions finally started to notice the flames consuming them. All 5 of them were swallowed by the massive fire. The blue-haired girl shrieked in terror. "Why do I feel like I'm taking 2,000 damage too?" Long's voice followed. "Me too." Very quickly, the noise died down, leaving only the sound of the flames. The system notification chimed again. "Adventurer Jiang Kai has eliminated the Falcon Squad. You may claim the squad's experience points." The bystanders watched in dazed confusion. What was going on? Jiang Kai looked at the fire engulfing the Falcon Squad and said, "All right, since you were all so eager to hand me your heads," he clenched his fists, "then I'll just have to accept this kind gesture of yours." Cries of disbelief erupted from the crowd. What the hell? This kid actually wiped out the entire Falcon Squad? That was an elite level 2 group. Damn. If I hadn't seen him burn an entire team with basic fire with my own eyes, I would have thought this was staged. Someone asked, "Damn it. Who the hell is this guy?" Jiang Kai calmly leaned down to pull out his knife, starting to plunder the experience points. The scarred man looked at the information before him, bewildered. "Oh my god. Why can't my watch evaluate his attributes? Level 12. Attributes exceed allowed range. Evaluation failed. No way? How is that possible?" His pupils dilated as it hit him. "I get it now." The scarred man thought, could he be a top-tier fire mage? Is he using an item to hide his identity from others? A fire mage master? Yes, that must be it. He's a fire god. Meanwhile, the protagonist was calmly checking his own stats. "Nice, I leveled up twice." Adventurer Jiang Kai, profession, gambler, level 12. Strength, 48. Defense, 0. Constitution, 52. Critical hit rate, 0.1%. Agility, 78. Critical damage, 20. 0%. Spirit, 78. Experience, 171,612,800. Jiang Kai asked aloud, "Wait, is someone moaning? Why can't they see my stats?" A voice replied, "Because your unique gambler talent provides so many bonus attributes that there is too much of a gap between you and the providers, making it impossible for outsiders to assess you with their watches." He nodded in understanding. "Is that so?" Jiang Kai walked away, leaving the bystanders in shock. Well, it's better if they can't track me. Less unwanted attention for him. He headed to the Ghost Spirit Holy Radiance City, a trading hub, and stepped into a shop. "Hello, I'd like to sell some things." The clerk, who had been slumped over the counter, replied, "Welcome, dear customer." She sighed deeply to herself. Only one new customer all day? Today's performance is at an all-time low. Jiang Kai got straight to the point. "All right, I have a lot of items. Please calculate how much they're worth." The clerk looked up at him with a disdainful gaze. Someone as broke as you? How much could you possibly sell? Her pupils dilated in shock. The clerk was stunned by the items Jiang Kai dumped on the counter. Look, I have a dozen carcasses of the Black Force apes here. He continued to pull out more items. She started to sweat as she saw Jiang Kai's elite-level cores. I also have 19 elite cores here, he chuckled. Excuse me, can you still see me? I'd like to ask, what's the total value of all this? The clerk's eyes widened as she trembled. Damn, is this guy from a major hunting corporation? Others sell them one by one. How is he selling them by the basket? She quickly regained her composure and shook her head. The clerk smiled regretfully. Please don't worry, sir. As it happens, I'm the top appraiser here. Let me handle the calculations for you today. She was internally screaming with excitement. Holy crap, he's a mega-rich client. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to secure this deal. Jiang Kai nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Clicking sounds echoed as a string of numbers appeared on the calculator. She flipped through some documents and let out a long breath. Sir, your carcasses here can be sold for 10,000 currency, and the elite cores along with the other items can go for 170,000. So, your total comes to 180,000 ghost spirit coins, Jiang Kai asked, incredulous. 180,000? He thought. 10,000 ghost spirit coins equal 1,000 holy radiance coins. Ghost spirit coins are the currency of this realm. One ghost spirit coin can be exchanged for 10 holy radiance coins. That means this is worth 1,800,000. This money is enough for my brother's medical expenses. The bet I made with the commander to take care of my brother is finally fulfilled. I don't need to join the army anymore. This time, I can return to Earth and arrange for my brother's hospitalization. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, wait up, I'm Hu Nian, the fortune teller from last time. Hu Nian panted, leaning on her legs. Didn't I advise you to go to King's Valley? You must have harvested quite a lot, and even taken out a few people who didn't know their place, right? Jiang Kai turned back to answer her. Going to King's Valley really helped me a lot. Thank you very much. Hu Nian asked. Then, could you grant me a small request? He agreed immediately. Sure, you helped me a lot after all. What is it? She hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's just that I, Hu Nian, want to join your party. Could you let me fight by your side starting today? Jiang Kai turned his back abruptly and bluntly refused. Hu Nian felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Why are you leaving? Are you really going to be that direct? Just as expected, same as before. A person the military considered trash, how could anyone? Her words made him pause. Wait, I know you like free stuff, right? Do you want my equipment? I'll give it to you. Besides, this is the last time I'll be logging into the ghost spirit world. Jiang Kai turned back to face her. The last time? Are you broke too? Are you leaving for good? Why don't you want to keep making money here? She sighed sadly and replied, I'd love to, but I have no other choice. After all, what kind of team would ever want a loser who only knows how to tell fortunes in battle? When the military declared that a geomancer is just my class was so powerful that I managed to secure the military's support for geomancers, and after reaching level 20, I successfully changed my class to diviner. However, a diviner's innate talent is just a heightened sense for time, location, and people. After switching, I only gained a single divination skill. Later on, the military abandoned us once they realized diviners lacked combat skills. They just tossed us aside. Because we were so weak and nobody wanted to team up with us, our levels had been stagnant ever since. There was no one to lead us in hunting monsters. Every day, I could only struggle to make ends meet in the Ghost Star. If I had returned to Earth to scavenge or do odd jobs, I would have at least been able to scrape by without starving. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. That sounds rough. My brother's body ended up like this from overexertion. You're just a weak girl, how could you possibly handle that? Hunhan lowered her head. If I don't, what other choice do I have? Then, she suddenly beamed at him. Back on Earth, I still have a younger brother and sister, and I'm the main provider for the family, so even if I can't take it, I have to. A memory flashed through Jiang Kai's mind. It's okay, your big brother can handle it. He jumped, startled by the memory. That was exactly what Jiang Kai had thought while watching his brother wave at him back then. Back then, his brother was just like this. He'd originally intended to develop his strength on the Ghost Star, aiming to defeat a beast god one day. But, after he managed to support himself and his sister, he grew afraid that no one would take care of them. So he gave up his chance on the Ghost Star, which eventually led to his physical decline. Hunhan's voice pulled him back to reality. Alright, do you want my gear? If you do, just wait there. I'll go grab it for you. Besides, this is the last time I'm here, before I return to the real world for good. I'm never coming back. Bye-bye, Jiang Kai suddenly called out, making her freeze. Wait, let's do it next time. He turned to face her. I'm Jiang Kai. I have to live stream now, but it won't take long. Next time you're online, look me up. We'll team up. Her eyes welled up with tears, as if she couldn't believe it. Hunhan's legs trembled with emotion. For real? He turned his back, waving his hand high. For real, if I'm lying to you, may I go broke for the rest of my life. Hunhan wiped the tears running down her cheeks. Someone as stingy as you, who only cares about money. If you're willing to say that, it must be the truth. She rushed forward and hugged Jiang Kai from behind. Thank you. You really are a good person. He quickly pushed her away. How are you going to survive if you keep acting like this? She still kept lunging toward Jiang Kai. Earth, at a slum housing complex. A voice rang out from Jiang Kai's place. Big brother, Xiao Huang, don't go to work anymore starting today. I've earned some money. His brother asked, astonished. Is that really true? And Z rested her chin on her hand and pointed at Jiang Kai. Where did you get that money, big brother? Is it legal? He crossed his arms, getting annoyed. What are you saying, kid? I earned it on the Ghost Star. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for the surgery. You, go back to school. His brother looked up slightly. Jiang Kai, it's been hard on you lately. He shyly scratched his head. It's nothing, brother. Compared to how hard you work to take care of us, this is nothing. Don't worry, big brother. You were always the one working hard, but now I have the ability. I will definitely make sure everyone lives a good life. All three raised their glasses. To our loving family, cheers. Suddenly, his phone pinged, drawing Jiang Kai's attention. He glanced down and saw someone was calling. As soon as he connected, the voice on the other end spoke. Jiang Kai, you won the bet. Do you have time now? I'll send someone to pick you up to see an explosion soon. Make sure to be there. Jiang Kai thought to himself. Commander Wei. This was the Beast God battlefield outside the safe zone of the Saint Radiant's kingdom. As he walked and looked around, he thought, after all these years, has the city I lived in as a child really become like this? Jiang Kai looked up, saw something, and immediately tried to ask, Commander Wei? I don't know why you called me here. A massive roar suddenly shook the ground. Jiang Kai looked toward the sound, startled. A ferocious monster was charging at extreme speed, with several people pursuing it on the wind behind it. Their faces were cold as they zoomed past. He exclaimed in surprise, Are those the Transcendentals from the Beast God battlefield? Right now, level 20 is a turning point for those exploring the Ghost Star. It's divided into 6 stages of strength and rank. Among them, even though adventurers from level 1 to 80 can become stronger after changing classes, their power can only be used on the Ghost Star. The sound of wind whistled again. Jiang Kai observed the 3. But for Transcendentals, it was different. Because when an adventurer enters the stage from level 81 to 120, a qualitative change is required to become a Transcendental. The monster suddenly opened its mouth. At that moment, the power that was originally restricted to the Ghost Star just as it attacked, a shield appeared to block the blow for the 3 of them. A massive wave of energy spread out immediately. He couldn't help but be surprised that this power could actually be brought back to Earth. The appearance of this supernatural power is not only a massive shift in human military history, but also a challenge for humanity in today's war against the beast gods. They all raised their weapons at once. This was the most effective method. All 3 dove down to attack the monster below. Jiang Kai clenched his fists in excitement and shouted, You killed it! That was so powerful. Wei Ying, standing next to him, suddenly spoke. Powerful? Is it? You wouldn't know. This is just a normal beast god. But to take down that guy, he looked calmly at the sky and said, We already lost 2 Transcendentals. He was shocked by the revelation. Wei Ying continued, Jiang Kai, humanity is in a very bad situation these days. Don't get too comfortable in the safe zone and forget about this danger. You won the bet, so I won't force you to join the military. The sky turned black, and beneath the clouds, blinding blue lightning flashed. He closed his eyes and reminded him, As for the royal family, I will step in to warn them not to mess with you. You must be wondering why I value you so much, right? It's because I always trust my intuition. My intuition tells me you can become a powerhouse, and in the future, you might be so strong that all of Saint Radiance will need your help. Raindrops began to patter onto the cold ground. Wei Ying's voice still echoed in the space. But I know, with a face like that, you just want to protect your family. Joining the military means you'll have to go to the front lines, and the battlefield is truly dangerous. But when the nation is in peril, every citizen has a duty. This world needs someone to stand up and fight these monsters, right? And one day, I might die on the battlefield too. but as a citizen of the Saint Radiance Kingdom, if I can die for my country, and for you all, I will do so willingly. Jiang Kai, I won't force you to choose, but in case the Saint Radiance Kingdom faces a crisis in the future, I hope that when you are strong enough, he flicked his cigarette butt straight down to the floor, you will fight for Saint Radiance. After resting on Earth for a few days, Jiang Kai returned to Ghost Star, specifically to Saint Radiance City. He walked while deep in thought. I never expected Commander Wei to think so highly of me. Could it be that I'm someone Saint Radiance needs in the future? Forget it. I should worry about myself first. The black apes in the King's Valley must have respawned by now, right? An info panel popped up. Spectre Banshee. Elite class monster. Characteristics. Extremely high damage. Capable of one-shotting adventurers. Its attack also has a demoralizing effect. Effective against those with weak spectral resistance. The Banshee's song can paralyze adventurers within a 10-meter radius, causing extreme terror. Only attacks from within 10 meters can deal damage to the Banshee. Jiang Kai finished reading and thought, what a powerful monster. You'll be one-shot by the demoralizing effect within 10 meters, but you can't deal any damage from outside that range. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, then stuffed his hands into his pockets and kept walking. This monster seems even more troublesome than the giant ape. I need some teammates. Hunian was sleeping while holding a sign that read, "Don't bother me, I'm waiting for the captain." Captain, oh captain. People around couldn't help but judge. Is she crazy? Jiang Kai suddenly appeared, making her jump. Hunian, it's not like you've been standing here waiting for me ever since I applied, have you? Hunian turned around, beaming. Captain Kai, I knew you'd come back. I've been waiting for you here for days. Jiang Kai smiled. I remember. Hunian covered her mouth and whispered, Captain Kai, are you looking to take me to hunt monsters now? I'll help you find a useful teammate. I calculated that there's someone who can help you fight really well, she asked. So, do you need him? He immediately nodded happily. Help with fighting well? That sounds great. As long as he's not a drunkard. He awkwardly scratched his head. Hello, I'm Ruan Yu, and I'm a drunkard. As soon as Jiang Kai saw him, he turned to run. I don't need him. Hunian was shocked by his attitude. Is Captain Kai really that blunt? She hurriedly shouted. Captain Kai, take Ruan Yu with you. He's used to hardship and is very obedient. Ruan Yu stood there silently, not daring to say another word. Hunian continued. Ruan Yu will cook for you, massage your shoulders, and even. He said that as long as you take him along, he's willing to join without taking any of the loot. Hunian explained calmly. He's willing to join without taking a single share of the loot. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's eyes lit up, and he reached out his hand toward him. He laughed heartily, welcoming him warmly. Hello, Comrade Ruan Yu. I'm Captain Jiang Kai. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a talent. From now on, you're a member of our team. Jiang Kai excitedly waved his hand forward and declared, Today, Captain here will lead everyone to find the Spectre Banshee. From this day forward, we are family. Let's go. He looked at the other man's back and muttered quietly, Is our captain a bit? She helplessly continued, Yeah, it's not a drink thing. It's just that the captain is like that when he's excited. The atmosphere in the Spectre Banshee's territory within the King's Valley became increasingly cold and eerie. Just then, a withered hand radiating a cold aura pushed open the door. Immediately after, the Spectre Banshee, with a ghostly figure, slowly manifested. Everyone above held their breath, silently watching down below. Jiang Kai whispered a reminder. Everyone, this Banshee is many times stronger than the Black Ape. Once exposed, we'll be one shot. We have to speak very quietly. Jiang Kai continued to instruct. Also, pay attention. Only attacks within 10 meters can take it down. So we must be extremely careful and find a chance to get close. Hunian nodded clearly. Ruan Yu spoke up softly. Captain? Jiang Kai immediately put a finger to his lips. Shh. Hunian, keep it down. She stared blankly, not understanding why she was being scolded. He called out again. Captain? Jiang Kai frowned and warned again. Shh. Hunian, be quiet, she said indignantly. Captain, I didn't say anything. Ruan Yu continued. Captain. He turned to look at her suspiciously. If it wasn't you, then who's making that noise? Ruan Yu happily raised something in his hand. Captain, look what I found. Before anyone could react, he shouted loudly, Cheers, Captain, let me toast to you. The shout echoed through the space, immediately grabbing its attention. The Spectre Banshee heard the noise and lunged forward, darting straight toward them. Jiang Kai turned pale. Damn it, Ruan Yu, what are you doing? Hunian, didn't you say he'd be a big help if he joined? She stuttered in response. I was just speaking off the cuff. He grabbed his head in despair. We're done for. It lunged coldly, using its power, demoralizing shriek. The moment it unleashed its skill, Hunian froze, eyes wide. Jiangkai was also stunned, body tense, staring straight ahead without blinking. On the contrary, Ruan Yu was so drunk he had passed out, sleeping soundly in a corner. She was so scared her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Jiangkai muttered in a trembling voice. So scary. This banshee is actually that strong. I'm completely paralyzed. She said in despair, Captain, we can't beat it. We might as well just wait to die. Just then, Ruan Yu dreamily opened his eyes, looked at it and exclaimed, why is there such a beauty here? He looked at the specter banshee with glowing eyes and smiled. Why is there a beauty like this here? May I ask? Are you looking for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Ruan Yu dashed straight toward it with incredible speed. He wore a passionate smile. It must be fate that brought me to meet this beauty. Let me show you some love. With that, Ruan Yu reached out and gently stroked her face. Oh, how is this skin so smooth? Hu Nian suddenly realized she could move again. She stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. What is going on? How did the female demon get restrained by Ruan Yu? Jiangkai immediately calculated in his head. The demon's soul-shattering skill must have a cooldown. We have to seize this chance to attack before she uses her second move. His gaze sharpened as he lunged forward, determined to end this quickly. He rushed toward the ghost succubus on the ground with incredible speed and power. Ruan Yu grinned with infatuation. Oh, let me teach you how to French kiss. He hugged her and solemnly declared, from now on, you are my wife. Just then, a violent explosion rocked the entire area, and thick smoke quickly spread, engulfing the gloomy forest. Ruan Yu looked around, bewildered, and screamed in panic, where is my wife? Jiangkai nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, it's taken care of. Hunian exclaimed in surprise. The captain actually managed to one-shot an elite female demon. Across from them, Ruan Yu suddenly dropped to his knees, as if hit by a heavy blow. Ruan Yu pointed at them, wailing in pain. You monsters! You blew my wife to pieces! He hugged himself, tears streaming down his face. She was the only love of my life. Without her, I'll never be able to love anyone else again. Ruan Yu looked up at the sky and sobbed. Oh, my poor dead wife. Jiangkai twitched his mouth and turned to ask, is Ruan Yu always this crazy when he's drunk? She nodded helplessly. Exactly. Ruan Yu is a total alcoholic. He can't resist a drink. And when he's drunk, he acts like a complete idiot. Hunian suddenly remembered their mission and said, Captain, let me go get the treasure chest and the skill card from that elite demon first. Jiangkai fell into deep thought. Right. Didn't Ruan Yu clearly get hit by the demon's soul-shattering skill earlier? The more he thought, the more confused he was. Why was he completely unaffected? And he was even able to counterattack. Thinking about this, Jiangkai instinctively recalled Ruan Yu's attack. Jiangkai silently analyzed everything. The thing a person addicted to alcohol hates most is losing control of their consciousness while drunk. But who would have thought that this seemingly fatal flaw could accidentally negate the demon's soul-shattering skill? The corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes flashing as if he'd figured something out. Just then, she returned with the treasure chest. His eyes gleamed, and he gave a smile that made others' skin crawl. Isn't Ruan Yu a natural-born counter to the demon's soul-shattering skill? Seeing that smile, Hunian shuddered. Why was he smiling so eerily? Deep in another corner of the forest, thick fog covered another demon's lair. From the shadows, another succubus slowly emerged, growling ferociously. At the same time, rapid footsteps approached from afar. She turned her head instantly, watching the source of the sound with caution. Jiangkai took a deep breath and shoved Ruan Yu forward. The decision is yours. Keep going, Ruan Yu. She also cheered excitedly. Go for it. He immediately perked up, seeing a new beauty. The ghost succubus didn't hesitate to cast her soul-shattering skill. Ruan Yu looked at her with interest and smiled brightly. Beautiful. Why are you drooling when you see me? Are you craving my body, perhaps? He was completely unaffected by her skill. He said excitedly, what a coincidence. I want you too. He couldn't help but think to himself, great, this skill really is broken. Now I can get close and attack. Ruan Yu charged forward, happily shouting, thanks baby, I found you and I'm in love again. Let's light up the little flame of love tonight. At that moment, countless flaming weapons were launched at the demon. The attacks ripped through the air, piercing straight into the ghost succubus's body. Jiangkai successfully finished off the target, triggering a violent explosion. He stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene. Ruan Yu immediately raged. Damn it, you monsters, you blew up my wife again. Oh, I curse you, you bunch of animals. In his agitation, he stumbled, lost his balance, and fell face first onto the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Kai urged. Excellent. While Ruan Yu is still out, go find another female demon. She immediately replied, Yes. Over the next 3 hours, the area was filled with constant explosions accompanied by helpless cries. Don't blow up my 11th wife. Ruan Yu could only sit in a corner and weep while his teammates' eyes glowed with greed for the treasure. My 23rd wife was blown up by these two bastards. This scene repeated over and over again. No, please spare my 35th wife. Finally, a massive super-tier treasure chest dropped in front of them. Jiang Kai grinned as he looked at their haul. Incredible. I never thought that with Ruan Yu, we could capture 35 elite demon treasure chests and wipe out the succubi of King's Valley so quickly. Hu Nian was just as excited. I wouldn't have dared to dream of this efficiency. He glanced at his own stat board. Plus, after killing 35 elite female demons, I leveled up twice to level 14. And the price was just a heartbroken Ruan Yu. Hu Nian, you were right about Ruan Yu being useful. She agreed wholeheartedly. Exactly. And we're just helping Ruan Yu train his psychological resilience after breaking up with his girlfriend. Ruan Yu is just suffering with tears in his eyes, training his resilience. You two are real pieces of work. Looking at the two of them teasing each other, Ruan Yu, you're this, you're that, Jiang Kai had his own calculations, and even more than that, he had also collected 2 skill cards from the demon lair and learned an additional skill. The first skill was rainmaking, used by those with strong mental power to create a wide area downpour. Speaking of which, when the terrain is suitable, high-level experts can even create lakes and rivers out of thin air. This can work miracles in actual combat. He turned to his companion and added, Hu Nian, you're level 29, and your mental power is higher than mine. You should learn this skill. Her eyes lit up as she received the item. A skill card? Really? Hu Nian was even moved to tears. Thank you, Captain Jiang Kai. I finally have a skill other than fortune-telling. I'm no longer just a useless person who only knows how to predict the future in combat. Captain Jiang, from now on, you'll always be my boss. Hu Nian bowed deeply to show her loyalty. Seeing her over-the-top reaction, Jiang Kai quickly stepped in. Hey, don't do that. You've earned your keep. However, Hu Nian ended up with a massive bump on her head from the clumsy bow. She cherished the card she had been given. I'm not a loser anymore. Jiang Kai was busy calculating in his head. He still had a one-time skill point for hidden classes. Just then, the system sent a notification. Using this skill point could trigger a special ability for his hidden class, but the bonus skill could only be used once. It would disappear after use. Reading this, he immediately made his decision. Is that so? Then activate it. Even if it was a one-time thing, if it was a skill only a hidden class could trigger, it was definitely worth a shot. A notification popped up instantly. Congratulations. Professional Hidden Gambler has activated the Casino Pickpocket skill. Once the casino pickpocketing feature was enabled, any adventurer near the gambler would have 1,000th of their total stats stolen and added to the user. After 30 minutes, the skills and bonus stats would be removed. Reading this, Jiang Kai felt a bit disappointed. Is that all the skill does? Hu Nian nodded with a smile. That's right. Jiang Kai clutched his head in frustration. Such a precious one-time skill, and it could only steal 1,000th of someone's stats? Damn it. I only have around 200 stat points in total right now. How is one person supposed to steal? What's the point of this? Meanwhile, Ruan Yu had finally regained consciousness. What happened to me? Did I fall asleep? He touched his chest and muttered, Why do I feel so heartbroken? Just then, Hu Nian kindly reminded him, First-rate emotional wreck. Have you forgotten that you were so heartbroken last night you lost 35 of your wives? That single sentence brought back all the memories of the night before, along with Ruan Yu's embarrassed reaction. He started retching, his face turning beet red as he cried out, I remember now. Last night, I'm sorry, Captain Jiang. I held you back. I'm an alcoholic. I can't be around booze. If you're not happy with me, I can leave the team. However, a piece of equipment was placed right in front of him. Jiang Kai wore a friendly smile as he continued. What are you talking about? Last night, you were the hero of the hour. This gear belongs to you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many times I would have been killed by that female demon. You're the backbone of this mission. His praise made Ruan Yu beam with joy. No, Captain Jiang, I don't need it. I already said, letting me join the team is enough. But Jiang Kai simply explained, take it. I've already said I wouldn't mistreat my teammates. Besides, Hu Nian gets her share too. At that moment, through Hu Nian's eyes, Jiang Kai looked 100 times more handsome. Hu Nian, come and take your gear too. Both Hu Nian and Ruan Yu looked at him with sparkling eyes. Is this for real? They bowed frantically. Captain, from now on, we follow you. We are yours in life and in death. This over-the-top reaction left Jiang Kai feeling confused. Hey, what's with you two? The next day, at the spirit trading post, a greeting rang out. The big spender is back. The shopkeeper smiled brightly, welcoming them with genuine warmth. It was truly surprising. Today, the total value of your monster drops and treasure chests has reached 840,000 spirit coins. Jiang Kai excitedly followed up. That's great. Doesn't that equal 8,400,000 sacred radiance coins? With this, our living expenses are more than covered, right? They moved to the dressing room in the trading area. Not only did they have enough money to live comfortably after selling the loot, but he also had two pieces of gear that fit him perfectly. One was the dusk trousers, which paired with his previous dusk cloak, allowing for stealth without being detected. The item info appeared before him. Dusk trousers, rank E. Effect: increases agility by 11, strength by 6, and defense by 3. Grants invisibility for 3 minutes at night. The second piece was the ghost armor, which could turn ethereal in critical moments and was used to avoid fatal attacks. Ghost armor, rank A. Effect: increases agility by 24, strength by 8, constitution by 9, and spirit by 14. Every 10 minutes, it can activate ethereal form, granting immunity to one physical attack. The gloves' effectiveness had also been tested. The fire from these gloves could indeed stack onto his fatal wounds. Simply put, this was his legendary artifact. Burning gloves. Effect: increases agility. Jiang Kai stepped outside, feeling much more powerful than before. Now, even if he fought veteran explorers of level 20 or higher, he flashed a smug smile. I still have the confidence to win. Greeting Jiang Kai outside was a beaming Ruan Yu. Captain, you're here? I've helped you upgrade your pursuit blades a bit. Jiang Kai looked at him and quickly replied. Ruan Yu? He rushed over while continuing. Let me show you. Then, Ruan Yu threw a blade directly at Jiang Kai. Let me show you how it works first. Jiang Kai jumped in shock and shouted, Ruan Yu, what the hell are you doing? Are you still holding a grudge about me burning your 35 wives? In a split second, the blade was right in front of his eyes. Ruan Yu yelled, and a wooden block in his hand was thrown up as well. With the flick of a wrist, the weapon took advantage of its momentum, easily slicing the block in two before shrinking down to the size of a toy, nestling perfectly in Ruan Yu's hand. He held it out, smiling as he continued. Captain, I noticed you always have to pick up your pursuit blades during fights, which is a real pain. So, I added some magnets to them. Now, when you launch them, you can just use the magnetic pull to bring them right back to you. Hearing this, Jiang Kai responded excitedly. Really? That means I don't have to worry about how many blades I have left anymore, right? Ruan Yu didn't forget to add. Plus, the blades can deal damage to enemies while flying back to you. Jiang Kai put a hand on his shoulder and praised him. I never expected you to be a master genius at modifying gear, Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu took the opportunity to ask, I learned all of it on my own. Am I really that good? Captain Jiang Kai used all his persuasive charm and declared, Absolutely, I swear it on my life. Just as the vow was spoken, a lightning bolt struck from the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Liu Kai broke into a cold sweat involuntarily. Huh? What's going on? Ruan Yu asked, frowning as he stood by. Captain, are you pulling my leg? The answer came quickly. Captain, it's just me. I just learned this basic rain-calling spell. It doesn't do much, though. Only then did Ruan Yu feel a bit more relaxed. So it was Hu Nian? Jiang Kai observed his surroundings and assessed the situation. How could Hu Nian's skill be useless? Look, these people are taking shelter from the rain because of you. If you can make the rain heavier, it will be enough to severely hinder the enemy's movement. Then, they'll become sitting ducks for me, and I can take out anyone I want. Hearing this, Hu Nian beamed with pride. Really? I didn't know I could be that useful. Then I'll definitely work hard to master this rain-calling spell. Jiang Kai smiled and encouraged her. Go for it. He was calculating in his heart, now that Ruan Yu can hold his own in a fight, and Hu Nian has her rain-calling ability, not only himself but the whole team has become much stronger. However, the weather was making many people miserable. Damn it. What the hell is up with this downpour? All our frost-resistant gear is soaked through. What if the royal family blames us for being late? The familiar voice made Jiang Kai turn his head. He called out, hoping to learn more. Hold on, guys. May I ask which royal family you're talking about? Behind him, Ruan Yu kindly handed an umbrella to Hu Nian. Here you go. The group on the side explained graciously. Haven't you been checking the news? The Xuanvu Guild of the royal family is bringing 200,000 people to the frozen island to hunt a king-level boss. If they manage to defeat this boss, it will help the country expand its territory on the demon planet. So, besides the royal family, many skilled adventurers have also come to help drive away the monsters. This is a matter of national survival. How could you not know about such important news? The adventurers quickly moved to escape the rain. Let's go. Don't just stand here like idiots. We might get penalized if we're late. Jiang Kai stood back, secretly calculating. The royal family wants to hunt a boss for the sake of the country? Could it be that Huang Wei is involved in this too? Right now, mythical beasts are wreaking havoc on Earth, and every nation needs to find resources on the demon planet to resist them. But the resources on the demon planet are all occupied by bosses. Only by defeating the boss can the nation take control of the land and gather resources. Furthermore, monsters on the demon planet are classified by rank: common, elite, general, commander, king level, epic, and guardian king. Among them, a king-level boss requires tens of thousands of people to even have a chance at fighting such a terrifying monster. And yet, the royal family can lead the Xuanwu Guild to contribute to the nation like this? A scene played out in his mind. Jiang Kai quickly came to a conclusion. Could it be that Huang Wei has turned over a new leaf and become a commander who actually cares about the common people? But even for the rise or fall of the world, a common man has his responsibility. Someone in this world has to stand up and fight those monsters. If Huang Wei can do it, then should I also head to the Eternal Frozen Island to contribute to the country? Over at the Frozen Island on the Demon Planet, the trio, Ruan Yu, Jiang Kai, and Hu Nian were walking while shivering uncontrollably. Hu Nian was the first to speak. Captain, we're going to the Frozen Island? Just like that? You didn't buy any winter gear? He could only agree. I didn't think it would be this cold here, either. Just then, a voice called out from behind, accompanied by a warning. Are you guys from some rookie team? Don't you know you shouldn't walk on the frozen lake before the battle starts? Jiang Kai replied, trembling. This is our first time here. May I ask why we shouldn't walk on it? The gray-haired guy above raised his voice. Why? Where are you greenhorns from? As we all know, the den of the monsters is right beneath the frozen island. As he spoke, the ground began to tremble. You're walking on the lake like that. As soon as he said this, monsters actually appeared. Who knows if they had alerted the roaming pack of wolves below. The thing snarling at them was a level 22 bipedal merman. Jiang Kai and his team quickly retreated to keep their distance. Is that a merman? Meanwhile, the guys from earlier laughed mockingly. What a bunch of idiots. A level 22 merman requires a full team of level 20s to handle. As we know, mermen are great at close-range attacks. Once you're cornered by a merman, especially a level 22 one, you're done for. They were absolutely certain that Jiang Kai was going to fail and meet a gruesome end. His two teammates felt the same. Captain, at that moment, a skill was activated. Ghost Armor. Etherealization. After blocking the attack, the system notified. Etherealization ended. Jiang Kai assessed the situation. I thought you were something special, but you're just a bottom-tier fish. He followed up with a punch. Get lost. A single blow, but it was enough to cause an explosion. The group of three watching the scene froze in shock, creating quite a stir. What? Not only did he dodge it, but he countered with a melee attack against a merman? Moreover, that thing takes a team of level 20s to take down, and he's only at level 10 something. Everyone stared at Jiang Kai with eyes wide as saucers, baffled that he had instantly killed it. Jiang Kai stood by the monster's carcass with a smile. After loosening up his muscles, he didn't feel cold anymore. Back to it. Right now, my strength is at 76 points. As long as I trigger a critical hit, he secretly calculated that the damage would be at least 15,200 points. Plus, that's without counting the bonus damage from the Destiny Seeker skill. But even based on the lowest critical damage I've calculated, my damage against level 20 enemies, whether they're monsters or adventurers, will definitely finish them off in one hit. At this, Hu Nian eagerly shouted, Captain Jiang Kai, I'll help you pick up the loot card from this monster. He turned around and replied casually, Thanks. Let's hurry to the shore. Oh, and by the way, you three guys, do you happen to know where Huang Wei is? Their attitude toward Jiang Kai flipped instantly. Great master, what are you talking about? How could we dare to be called guys by you? We're your underlings, the bottom of the barrel, sure. But we actually happen to know where Huang Wei is hiding. Let us three show you the way, sir. Their next destination was somewhere on the frozen island. Jiang Kai pondered as they walked. I didn't want Hu Nian and Ruan Yu dragged into my business with Huang Wei, so I kept them away. But didn't those three goons say that's exactly where he is? I wanted to find him alone to settle things, but I couldn't track him down. Just as I was wandering around, a voice called out from ahead. Jiang Kai? Jiang Kai responded with a smile. Huang Wei? Huang Wei appeared like the protagonist of a superhero movie. Jiang Kai stepped closer to him and started, Huang Wei, I was really impressed when I heard you were going to defeat the boss for the sake of the country. I thought we could put our grudge behind us, and I'm even willing to contribute my share here on this frozen island. Unexpectedly, a flash of light suddenly erupted. Without a word, Huang Wei attacked him directly. Jiang Kai dodged the strike and shouted, Huang Wei, what are you doing? I just wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between us. He muttered those words back. Clear it up. Huh. He followed it with a malicious grin. You killed me first, you bastard. Do you have any idea how much time I spent recovering because of you? And now you talk about making peace? Do you even know how many ways I've plotted to get revenge after you killed me last time? But the military wouldn't let my family touch you? How could I just let that slide? Huang Wei roared his insults. That's exactly why I volunteered for the raid against the king-level boss. I just wanted to use that credit to demand the military stop protecting you. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's brows furrowed. You're taking on a king-level boss? You're doing all this just for that? Huang Wei lunged at him with a blade of light. That's right, though I never expected you to show up yourself. I don't care about the war ahead, I'm killing you first. His face twisted into a wicked grin as he planned to hand over the military merits from the boss kill to the higher-ups. Jiang Kai stepped back, murmuring to himself, I guess I was overthinking it. I never expected you to still be such a pathetic lowlife. He had no choice but to prepare for a counterattack. But if you really want to kill me, I suggest you all come at me together, since your Falcon team is going to get wiped out by me anyway. Huang Wei's subordinates couldn't help but laugh from the sidelines. How arrogant. You only wiped out the Falcon team because you had the military behind you. Now that young Master Ye is over level 30 and has S-rank gear, do we really need everyone to kill you? Exactly. Look at this amateur. However, one of them suddenly realized something. Wait, he said, sweating as he signaled his companions. How did this kid reach level 14 as fast as the young master? On the other side, Huang Wei was struggling against Jiang Kai's onslaught. He was engulfed in flames, wailing, What is this? Why is there fire here? Huang Wei's voice grew more and more desperate. Help me, someone, come save me. The subordinates finally grew anxious. What's going on? Isn't the fire on the young master just normal flames? But why is the damage so high? Jiang Kai replied in a cold voice, Your young master is already dead. If you don't want to end up like him, don't get in my way. Even though he was wounded all over, Huang Wei kept struggling. No, I don't want to die. He gritted his teeth, ordering his equipment to lock his health at 1% to prevent immediate death. Damn it, you guys. Kill him for me. An order was given. Torture him to death for me. The subordinates quickly closed in on Jiang Kai. Immediately, Jiang Kai unleashed countless throwing knives with a threat. Perfect. I'll use you all to test my high-power magnetic life seeker. They were momentarily stunned, unable to react, but then grew arrogant because they weren't hit. You threw so many, but not a single one hit? Is that what you call accuracy? He even confidently mocked him. Are you shaking with fear because you realized we're all level 30? Then, one of them charged straight at Jiang Kai with his weapon. I'll go first! He raised his blazing hand, his tone full of danger. You've never heard of this, have you? Jiang Kai's punch landed squarely on the man's chin, taking the brunt of the impact, sending him flying away before being swallowed by ferocious flames. When the smoke cleared, they couldn't hide their shock. How did those throwing knives fly back? Looking at Jiang Kai, they couldn't help but gasp. And how did this level 10-something kid, the captain, who was level 32, had already been incinerated and lay motionless dead instantly? But Jiang Kai didn't plan on letting them go. It's not over yet, Jiang Kai said quietly. With a simple recall, magical energy tore through the man's body, and the flames gradually consumed him. A massive explosion erupted before their eyes, as if to annihilate everything. Witnessing this, one of them couldn't help but scream, What? What kind of skill is that? Why is the damage so high? His companion speculated. Could this kid be an expert pretending to be weak to hunt the strong? At this, Huang Wei roared, You idiots! Don't you see he's good at long-range attacks? He ordered, All of you, go together. Can't you just swarm him from close range? They immediately obeyed and charged with their weapons. Yes, sir. Huang Wei was extremely confident in his tactic. Jiang Kai must be an assassin skilled in ranged attacks, with high damage. But up close, he would surely, but before he could be smug for long, a massive explosion erupted in front of him, followed by the agonizing screams of his men. No, they were defeated in the blink of an eye, leaving Huang Wei infuriated. A bunch of trash. All of you are useless. Jiang Kai stepped forward, his murderous aura undiminished. Is there any difference? Huang Wei could only scream in panic. No way. The level gap is so wide, how are you doing this? Jiang Kai slowly drew his sword and said, I intended to wipe the slate clean, but you've truly disappointed me. Standing before him, Jiang Kai threatened, Huang Wei, to sum it up, you're a stone-cold killer who wants me dead, right? Huang Wei could only ask in a panic, what are you trying to do? Jiang Kai replied coldly while raising his sword high. Nothing much. You wanted to kill me, and I can't help but return the favor. I heard you were so traumatized by my killing you last time. Jiang Kai's eyes filled with malice. Then let's make that nightmare a little bit bigger. Seeing Huang Wei's panic as he was struck by the holy sword, his desperate, shrill screams were all that echoed in the end. A few minutes later, on the snowy mountain, Jiang Kai checked his system panel and mused, so I really killed the most experienced adventurer, huh? I didn't expect to take out 4 level 30 players, plus that pathetic loser Huang Wei, and actually jump all the way to level 17. Suddenly, a warning sounded, telling him he had received the bloodthirsty assassin penalty. Jiang Kai was momentarily stunned, completely confused. Then, information about the bloodthirsty assassin status appeared before him. Jiang Kai questioned it in disbelief. Bloodthirsty assassin? Isn't this the harsh penalty title that everyone on Ghost Star attacks on sight? He then started recalling what he knew. Receiving this penalty is like becoming a walking loot bag that everyone can track. Does that mean wherever I go, I'll just be hunted and killed? As the next system panel appeared, Jiang Kai couldn't help but remark, and with my double talent, the penalty can be multiplied up to 10 times? This feels more like a curse than anything else. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning when he realized that if he died once, he would lose 30 times the experience, possibly even being reset all the way back to level 1. Jiang Kai immediately started running for his life, thinking, this is bad. From now on, I absolutely must avoid crowded areas at all costs. Plus, I have to find a way to get some tears of repentance to remove this status. Cut to the royal garrison on the icy island, where soldiers were keeping watch at their camps. They turned pale with fear as the commander interrogated them. What? Huang Wei was killed by someone else? How the hell were you guarding him? He clenched his fist in rage and shouted, I just announced to the whole country that our 3 Huang brothers would fight for the nation, and now he's dead. Doesn't this make me look like a total fraud to the entire kingdom? Facing this situation, Huang Da asked Huang Tong, what should we do now? He slammed his hand down, shouting, just keep pushing. We're going straight to take down the king-level boss. Once we kill the boss, we can use our military merits to force the army to stop protecting that Jiang Kai kid. As soon as they heard this, everyone wore a sinister look. By then, I'll make that brat Jiang Kai pay the most miserable price imaginable. Half an hour later, somewhere on the icy island, Hunian asked with some confusion, Captain Kai, why do you have an extra title on your profile? Ruan Yu also asked listlessly, is it bloodthirsty assassin? Jiang Kai quickly shushed them. Keep your voices down, or we'll be exposed. He quickly explained, I don't have time to explain what happened right now. Long story short, I've officially become the royal family's enemy. We have to get out of here immediately. Suddenly, she looked curious. But didn't you come here too? As they were moving, something sounded that made them all freeze. What's that noise? Ahead, the fog was suspiciously thick. Ruan Yu voiced her thoughts. Is that the war horn? Why would it be sounding at a time like this? Jiang Kai was also skeptical. Could the royal family have started the war already? Just then, Hunian saw something ahead and called out, Captain Kai, look over there. She pointed into the distance. Look at the frozen lake. The ice, it's actually shattering. The surface of the lake began to crack, and a monster's claw immediately emerged. Monsters crawled out from under the lake with ferocious glares. The 3 of them stared in shock. Immediately after, the creatures leaped from the lake to attack. At the mountain peak, monsters had gathered in massive numbers. The Ice Merman Lord had also appeared. Hunian asked curiously, is that the boss? Jiang Kai exclaimed, the pressure is immense. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu was trembling behind a rock, saying, I'm scared. At that moment, Huang Wei's father shouted, soldiers of the battlefield, the king-level Ice Merman Lord boss has been lured out. Everyone, get ready to fight. He rode his mount, preparing to charge head-on at them. If we win this battle, you won't just receive generous rewards, but you will also help the Holy Glory win territorial resources and protect your families from the cursed ones in the future. He raised his sword high to lead the troops. So, whether for the present or the future, we must do everything in our power to secure victory, even if we face death. After his speech, they charged forward. Warriors, once the arrow leaves the bowstring, there is no turning back. So, for this king-level boss battle, he widened his eyes and ordered, charge. It begins now. Following his command, the soldiers and magical beasts rushed forward, screaming, "Kill! Kill!" Ruan Yu watched the scene, unable to hide her panic. "Captain Kai, why aren't we leaving yet?" Hu Nian also appeared extremely bewildered. An army of 200,000 people, this is a king-level boss fight, but Jiang Kai stopped them immediately. "No, not yet," he added. "Once the war has started, the royal family surely won't have time to pay attention to me. We'll stay and watch this king-level boss battle. It's not every day we get this chance." At the same time, as the soldiers were preparing to charge and kill it, a massive monster appeared from beneath the lake. It was the dual-foot merman monster. Seeing this, one soldier tried to reassure the team. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Isn't it just a stinking fish? We outnumber it. We can easily take it on." But before he could do anything, he was dragged away by a suction force. As he was about to become dinner, he could only scream, "Save me!" It bit down hard, causing him to shriek in agony. "It hurts so much. Someone, help me!" The soldiers below couldn't hide their astonishment. "What? A man-eating mermaid? This is terrifying!" Hu Nian exclaimed in horror. "Turns out, a regular merman is this strong against an adventurer?" Ruan Yu chimed in. "And it feels like there are endless numbers of them." Jiang Kai finally voiced his theory. "I heard that as long as the boss doesn't die in this king-level fight, the merman army will keep spawning endlessly." Right before his eyes, the monsters continued attacking the soldiers. So, the key to this battle isn't the fight between the 200,000 adventurers and the merman army, Jiang Kai concluded. It's the transcendent beings. Ahead was a scene of total chaos as they scrambled to run away. He spoke to Bhaskar, informing him as he fought. "Attention! Our 8-man team has infiltrated the boss area. Everyone, follow the orders immediately." He immediately raised his voice to remind them, "Everyone, do your best to get into peak condition." The whole team rushed forward with all their might. They were giving it their all. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the impact, dealing maximum damage to the boss. Witnessing this, Ruan Yu couldn't help but shout, "That's insane! Is this what a transcendent-level fighter is capable of?" Hu Nian also speculated. "It looks like the boss is about to be defeated," but Liu Kai disagreed. "No, I have a bad feeling about this." Dong Tu-an opened her eyes wide and focused her demon eyes. Liu Kai analyzed the situation ahead. "Their skills look powerful, but through my demon eyes, I can see." He shifted his gaze toward the beast. He speculated. "It seems even the boss's defensive layer hasn't been broken." At the same time, the soldiers were stunned, realizing what was happening. Not even the boss's defense was breached. In the next second, they were all sent flying, crashing far back and causing tremors, while the monster huffed, having just beaten its targets. Seeing the whole team taken down so easily, they couldn't hide their horror. One hit from the boss killed 8 transcendents? Even Liu Kai had to exclaim, "A single blow killed 8 people, and it looked so effortless. Is this the true power of a king-rank boss?" Suddenly, someone grabbed a weapon and charged at the beast recklessly, leaving him disbelieving of what he was seeing. 8 people were just wiped out, and now this guy is charging in alone? Why? Hu Nian instinctively covered her mouth and muttered, "Don't go." But he didn't care, and charged straight at it. Everyone below watched without blinking. "It's over. Another person is going to die." The blade scraped against the frozen ice, pointing upward. A single sharp sword strike managed to resist the monster, causing it to freeze in its tracks, caught off guard. Liu Kai's group widened their eyes in shock. "What?" The other soldiers couldn't believe it either. "What? He actually blocked the boss's attack?" He landed and growled, "Listen, boss. My teammates dying just now was intentional." Murderous intent filled Jiang Fang's eyes. "Do you really think that you can just wipe us out with one move?" Then, he slowly approached the Frost Merman Lord. "Today, I represent all the brothers who died." As the system notification for the skill activation appeared, the Blessing of the Dead triggered. Jiang Fang lunged forward, relentlessly attacking the beast. The system announced that the boss's shield had been broken, and it recoiled as if it had seen something terrifying. Liu Kai's eyes now shone brightly as he watched the duel. "That's amazing. He actually managed to break the boss's defense?" the soldiers loudly exclaimed. "This great master might actually have a chance to kill the boss." Meanwhile, he raised his voice. "Did you really think our Xuanwu association was weak? The transcendents who were killed were all part of our calculated plan to empower Jiang Fang." He radiated dense, murderous intent and magic power. Jiang Fang was already a powerhouse, and after adding the Blessing of the Dead, his strength increased by 200%. Without letting the monster rest, Jiang Fang surged forward again. Now, Jiang Fang alone was equivalent to an army of 20 transcendent fighters, attacking so rapidly that the beast couldn't even react. His eyes were filled with smugness. As long as there were no unexpected developments in the fight, he looked ahead and added, "This battle." Just then, Hunian kept shouting, cheering them on. "Go! We'll definitely win." Right at that moment, Merman appeared behind the three of them. On this side, he suddenly shouted after checking the system panel. "It's bad, Dad. I've detected a huge number of mermen coming from behind the frozen island." He couldn't hide his shock. "Sea mermen? You mean a massive army of mermen from the ocean has been summoned here?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes, I'm afraid there are hundreds of them coming, and they are all elite-level sea mermen above level 30. Hearing this, he froze in surprise. Looking at the monster starting to attack, he became even more panicked. "This is bad. Jiangfeng can focus on fighting the boss because we have stabilized the battlefield." He began to analyze the situation. The battlefield was divided into 5 zones based on the mermen's levels. These zones ranged from common and elite to war general, commander, and boss levels. In his mind, he had mapped out a very clear strategy. In each area, he had deployed a large number of personnel to counter the mermen. As a result, a balance had been established on the battlefield. Right now, the monsters were becoming overwhelming. If the rear was breached and the situation turned chaotic, not only would Jiang Feng fail to kill the boss, he added, noting the highest risk, but on the contrary, our 200,000 people will die here. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his panic. Jiang Feng needs at least 30 minutes to kill the boss. I don't know how long until these mermen reach the battlefield. He frantically checked the system panel. Let me see. Seeing the system warning, he panicked. At most, about 10 minutes. At the same time, spikes wrapped in flames flew toward the sea merman, creating a massive explosion that blew everyone away. Hu Nian couldn't help but ask in fear, "Captain Kai, why are there suddenly so many mermen? Let's leave here quickly." Liu Kai looked ahead with a regretful gaze. "Leave now?" He assessed the situation. The battlefield seemed to be in a very fragile state of equilibrium. If no one stopped these mermen, the entire battle could be lost. Liu Kai's gaze turned contemplative. He knew well that the royal family was his enemy, and seeing them fail would usually make him happy. At the same time, the soldiers became hurried. "It's over. What should we do now?" He was conflicted, but the future of Star Radiance and the 200,000 people called to fight are innocent. Liu Kai closed his eyes, weighing the decision, and remembered words he once heard from an old man. Everyone must take responsibility for the ups and downs of this world. Someone in this world must stand up and fight those monsters. Liu Kai looked at the chaotic scene ahead one last time and made his decision. "Hu Nian, Ruan Yu, let's not leave just yet." Not only that, seeing the two of them looking confused, Jiang Kai explained, "I also need you two to lure all the surrounding mermen to my location." His eyes were filled with determination. He planned to take care of this entire horde of mermen alone, leaving both Hu Nian and Ruan Yu wide-eyed in shock. 10 minutes later, the soldiers had been nearly wiped out by the monsters. One of them held his heavily wounded arm and urged the others, "Captain, stop fighting. Many explorers in the rear have already been caught by these mermen. If those mermen surround us too, it'll be the end for us. So, we should hurry up and run." Given the current situation, they paused for a second, but looking at the beast, they agreed. "That's right. If we die, we can't log in for a month. If I can't earn money for a month, my family will be kicked out. Let's go or we'll all die." Suddenly, a man stepped forward with a sword, saying, "There's no need to run," which made them nervous. "Captain," he raised his voice to rally the team, "haven't you noticed? It's been 10 minutes since we spotted those mermen, and we were told they would arrive within 10 minutes. He then asked, "But now, not a single one has appeared. What does this mean?" They seem to have just realized it. "Huh? Why hasn't even one shown up? Could it be that some superhuman at the rear has taken action?" No. The royal family clearly didn't station any troops there. Still, he considered the risks. This meant there were powerful individuals taking action in the rear, but to be able to block so many mermen just then, another wave of monsters charged forward. It must be a group of very powerful elite explorers working very hard. The monsters hissed with bloodthirst. At this moment, the corner of his mouth curled up in a smug smirk. In the next second, Jiang Kai's legs blurred as he charged toward them. He rushed in without hesitation, laughing with contempt. "Those who open their mouths in front of me will be grass on their graves in the blink of an eye." He quickly made them eat his attacks. Jiang Kai landed, a massive explosion erupting behind him, reaching several meters high. After finishing, although he had killed over 20 of them, they only came 1 or 2 at a time. This was just too slow. Just then, Hu Nian ran while screaming, chased by a pack of monsters. Captain Kai, save me. I've lured the merman here. At the same time, Ruan Yu was also calling for help. Captain Kai, I'm dealing with them over here too. Jiang Kai gathered magic power in his hands. Too crowded. Just leave the rest to me. You two hurry up and hide. This worried her. Captain Kai, there are so many elites. Can you really kill them all? The other joined in. That's right. You were already exhausted after killing just 2 of them earlier. Looking at the monsters, Jiang Kai assessed. It's true that I only fought 1 or 2 at a time earlier, so it was a bit draining. The monsters opened their jaws, waiting to swallow their prey. As he lunged forward, he shouted, but what you don't know is Jiang Kai's eyes were filled with killing intent. Compared to singles, I prefer crowd control. Hu Nian and Ruan Yu watched in utter astonishment. What? Is this Captain Kai's true power? Oh my god. He's only level 10 something. Is it necessary to be that flashy? From far away, the soldiers paused at the sound of the explosion in the rear. Why is there an explosion in the rear? At this moment, Huang Da could not hide his panic. Dad, the mermen in the rear have disappeared from the tracker. Could the army you requested have arrived? But he immediately denied it, realizing something. The army? Impossible. I only just contacted them. How could they get here so fast? He frowned at a thought that crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Never mind. If the army has arrived, inform everyone on the battlefield, so that Jiang Fang can focus on dealing with the boss. Half an hour later, Jiang Fang was still fighting them relentlessly. He frowned as his HP dropped to 65%. Seeing this, they cheered excitedly. Nice. The boss's health is only at 13%. We might actually win. At that moment, it raised its sharp arm and aimed straight at Jiang Fang. Seeing this, he shouted a warning. Watch out. When it drops below 13% health, it enters the second, berserk phase. Up ahead, Jiang Fang quickly blocked the strike. He analyzed the situation. In the boss's berserk phase, the attack speed will be too fast to dodge. So, for now, Jiang Fang can only brace himself and take the hit. And the important thing is that you can't defeat the boss like this. He gritted his teeth, blood spraying out. Just looking at Jiang Fang, you could tell he couldn't hold on much longer. Just then, the system continuously warned of Jiang Fang's HP dropping to 5%. Jiang Kai's group kept watching. The soldiers on this side didn't even dare to blink. A voice finally rang out. Is that great hero about to die? Yet, Jiang Fang growled in defiance. You animal, you think with that little damage, magic power began to envelope him. Jiang Fang used his superpowered talent skill, Battle Will Armor, and roared, You can kill me? Jiang Fang's entire body seemed to transform as he used his new move. No matter how many attacks he takes now, he won't be harmed because the armor grants damage immunity. It even causes the Ice Merman Lord to take reflected damage. Witnessing this, Jiang Kai couldn't help but shout, The ocean armor is so strong. Not only does it grant immunity, but it also reflects damage? Is this a super-powered talent? On this side, the soldiers became excited. There's hope to kill the boss. Let's do our best. He also became filled with confidence. I told you, Jiang Fang is the trump card we carefully selected. His talent can reflect 50% of damage back at the enemy for 90 seconds. Furthermore, the boss is currently in its hyper-fast berserk attack phase. When the boss's HP dropped to 35%, he added, In other words, the faster the boss attacks, the faster its own health will drain. Saying this, he laughed smugly. The boss has lost 30% of its health in just a little while. We just need to keep this up for a bit longer, and, finally, he concluded that the boss would eventually fall into the hands of our royal family. Suddenly, a massive flash of light appeared ahead, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Before his eyes, Jiang Kai was sent flying by the monster, creating a series of explosions upon hitting the ice. When the smoke cleared, he lay on the ground, riddled with severe wounds, his HP reduced to just 1%. Witnessing Jiang Kai's defeat, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What? It just used its tentacle armor-piercing skill. Both Jiang Kai and the man were stunned. The elite has been defeated? It was then that the man muttered, Careless. This boss could its armor-piercing skill be? Huang Da shouted. Dad, he questioned himself. Wasn't he detected? Finally, he said in despair, It's over. It's all over. This battle relied mostly on Jiang Kai. If even he has been taken down, then this battle, though I hate to admit it, must be a total failure. The next second, everything plunged into chaos as the monster attacked relentlessly. Save us. The ace has fallen. We can't beat it. What do we do? Run. Just as it charged, it collided with a shield. Li Biao blocked the strike and said, Yuan Zhu, Nuan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought you two here. He sounded like he was giving his final words. I only brought you here to prove that I was stronger than Jiang Kai, as you all kept saying. Li Biao started to regret his actions. But Jiang Kai didn't lead you to your deaths, yet I brought you here to die. I truly am a failure of a captain. Seeing this, tears streamed down Nuan's face. Captain Li Biao, she started calling out in desperation. Is there anyone? Can someone save our captain? Nuan realized she had no mental energy left to heal him. She understood perfectly how dire the situation had become, now that the boss couldn't be killed, and waves of fishman soldiers kept swarming in. If no one intervened, everyone would surely die here. But the monster didn't stop attacking Li Biao's shield. He panicked as he saw it begin to crack. Is there really no one? It opened its jaws, ready to swallow its prey. Is there no one left who can save us? Just as Li Biao felt it was about to reach them, countless stone fragments, wreathed in flames, surged forward, and incinerated the Ice Fang Fishman Lord. As the smoke cleared, Li Biao couldn't quite process what had just happened. This is Jiang Kai, whispered softly to cast his summoning spell. Nuan's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. That's. She quickly recognized his presence. It's Kai. After giving them instructions, Jiang Kai immediately dashed off. Ju, Nuan, long time no see. I'm going to fight the boss. You two stay safe. Yuan Zhu tried to pull himself up. Kai, what did you say? He wants to fight the boss? Did I hear that right? His eyes were filled with worry. And why can I feel Kai's position so clearly? Nuan chimed in. Me too. Nearby, soldiers were fighting incessantly to fend off the creatures. Suddenly, it was as if an electric current surged through their minds. They all spoke up at once. Wait, why do I feel like someone is nearby? He continued. Me too. The people around them kept shouting. I can feel it in my head too. That's the effect of the bloodthirsty assassin. Bloodthirsty assassin? Hunien could no longer hide her anxiety. Captain Kai, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your current status? With that title despite her warnings, Jiang Kai kept running forward. They will be targeted by 200,000 people. Their eyes suddenly filled with greed. Damn it. I thought we were dead, but I never expected to meet the bloodthirsty assassin here. One of them realized, killing him will earn us a ton of EXP. Then, right after that, they all raised their weapons and rushed toward him. Let's kill him first, the man said. Jiang Kai's pupils dilated as if he saw something. Ahead of him was a massive explosion. Witnessing this, Nuan and Yuan Zhu couldn't stop calling out. What happened? Did the crowd kill Kai? Kai? But he remained incredibly cocky. That was just one of my skills. Jiang Kai launched another strike with lightning speed. How could they not even block that? Having been defeated, the soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. How is that guy's damage so high? Isn't he just a rookie who's barely leveled up a dozen times? What's going on? Seeing this, Yuan Zhu immediately cheered with excitement. Kai is actually fine. Nuan followed up. He dealt with them already? He's so strong. The smoke cleared, and Jiang Kai appeared completely unscathed. Li Biao's eyes went wide in disbelief. Is this really Jiang Kai? He was surrounded by so many level 20 players and is still perfectly fine? This is impossible. Huang Da lost his patience and shouted, Dad, I suddenly felt the sensation of Jiang Kai killing Huang Wei on the battlefield. It looks like he's heading straight for the boss. He couldn't help but be skeptical. Jiang Kai? Why would he do that? Could he actually kill the boss? What we should be focusing on now is how to minimize losses in this battle. Suddenly, he paused for a moment. But why do I have such a bad feeling in my gut? Looking at the scene ahead, he couldn't stop wondering why he vaguely felt that Jiang Kai might actually be able to kill the boss. At the same time, Jiang Kai thought to himself while fighting, I never expected I'd be unable to resist joining this battle. Helping the Huang family fight a boss is something I've never done before. He remembered Wei Ying's words. If the future of Saint Radiance is in danger, I only hope you can fight for it. If I still have the strength, he wondered. But who would agree to let me command the guard squad? Jiang Kai's legs never stopped moving forward. The country is in crisis now, and needs more territory for resources. Besides, I just happen to have a bit of reserve power. His gaze sharpened with confidence. AI, I want to activate the one-time skill I obtained earlier. Chapter 49. The AI announced the activation. Jiang Kai recalled that he had been thinking about this one-time skill earlier. It can only steal 0.1% of the follower's attributes. What was its purpose? I didn't expect it to be useful in a situation like this. While fighting, he spoke up. I have to realize that right now, I'm in the state of a bloodthirsty killer. Almost everyone on the battlefield can sense my presence. They can't stop wondering why a bloodthirsty killer is here. I can feel it too. So can I. Jiang Kai starts calculating again. Although each person only contributes 1,000th of their total stats, even if it's tiny, his appearance makes it hard for everyone to look away. Look, there's the bloodthirsty assassin. I can feel it too. Even so, luck seems to be on Jiang Kai's side. With over 200,000 people here, he can still carry out his plan smoothly. Even if he only steals 0.1% from each of those 200,000 people, once combined, he concludes it will be an absolutely massive number. Glancing at the system panel, Huang Da can't help but shout, "Damn it, Huang Tong, Jiang Kai is running straight toward the boss right now. He could actually steal that boss." The old man is dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Why? He hands it to the old man. "Look, Dad. My watch, Jiang Kai's stats, have suddenly become terrifying. His total stats seem to exceed even our expectations." Seeing this, the old man looks even more stunned. What? At the same time, at Jiang Kai's location, in the general level monster area, a shark merman monster appears. It immediately charges toward Jiang Kai. The old man watches, trying to analyze the situation. Jiang Kai doesn't even bother to dodge when facing a general level merman. Even if I don't know if the stats he has right now are real, the shark-toothed merman's bite is a skill that level 60 adventurers have to be careful of. The old man judges without hesitation. Looks like he's only going to make it this far. But here, Jiang Kai clenches his fist, preparing to strike. He unleashes his move and shouts, "Don't get in my way." Seeing Jiang Kai use only his bare hands, everyone is stunned. What? No weapons? The soldiers are terrified, goosebumps rising on their skin. Did he just kill a general-level merman with his bare fists? Even the old man doesn't dare to look down on him anymore. Are these stats real? He wouldn't. Everyone watches intently, unable to look away. Can he actually kill the boss? At Jiang Kai's location, in the commander-level merman area, a commander-level merman monster appears. It looks incredibly fierce, as if it could blow everything away. It lets out a roar that makes the surroundings tremble. Jiang Kai has to cover his ears against the noise. Seeing this, the old man continues to look down on him. He doesn't know his own limits. When a commander-level merman roars, you need special skills or equipment to stay unaffected. What good is just having stats? The old man adds. That kid really doesn't understand anything. He just wants to steal the boss. As soon as they finish speaking, it lunges at him. A madman talking nonsense, they think, while Yuanzhu and Nuanuan call out in panic. Kai. Just then, Ruan Yu, having finished a full glass of beer, seems to transform into a different person and shouts, "I am Ruan Yu. In this life, I will never be weaker than anyone." Then Ruan Yu flies forward. "Hey beauty, I'm not worse than my captain, am I? Don't just obsess over him." He unleashes a flurry of attacks, shouting, "Can't a man with high qualities like me attract you? Let me give you an interspecies kiss." Unexpectedly, Ruan Yu lunges to hug and kiss it. This time, "No one will explode my wife." He keeps cuddling it, making the merman monster break into a sweat. Its hand clenches with bulging veins in rage. It tosses Ruan Yu to the ground, but he is so drunk he seems entranced. That's a pretty aggressive personality, but I like that personality of yours. This leaves everyone stunned. Whose subordinate is that? No one can believe their eyes, that someone could ignore the roar of a commander-level merman and even withstand its attack. Li Biao wonders, can someone really make a merman leader that hateful? Seeing this, Jiang Kai wonders why Ruan Yu followed him here. Didn't I tell both of you to stop following me? Just then, Hun Han's voice rings out. Captain, did you think we would embarrass you? She quickly gathers a massive amount of magic power in her hands. Watch this. Supreme martial arts. Then she advises him, Captain, hurry and leave. Ruan Yu can't hold out much longer. The gap between him and the commander-level merman is too large. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu is still lost in his true love. Merman wife, I'm coming back. Suddenly, his pupils dilate as he realizes something. Jiang Kai's lips curl into a smile. Fine, I really can't do anything about you two. The next second, lightning strikes from the mountain peak, leaving everyone stunned. That woman is actually using a martial art technique? What is this nonsense? Are all those mermen going to be rained to death? Seeing the potential, he says. Then, I'll leave this place to you two. Hun Han replies confidently. Do these people not even know basic physics? At that moment, the panicked soldiers point to the sky. Wait, look up there. The scene is unbelievable. It's not raining, but huge blocks of ice are falling as they scramble in a panic. It's a massive ice storm. Everyone runs for their lives, causing total chaos. What kind of joke is this? It's not just a martial art, it's an ice blizzard spell. But why is it hitting friend and foe alike? Save us. Meanwhile, Hun Yan is incredibly smug. By taking advantage of the extremely cold weather on this frost island, a rain summoning spell naturally turns into a giant ice storm, right? I didn't have any offensive skills before, but now I can defeat 200,000 people at once. It's wonderful. Then she turns her voice toward him. Captain Kai, you said it yourself, right? As long as my rain summoning skill can hinder the enemy's movement, they become sitting ducks for you. Now my ice blizzard has captured the mermen's attention. They can't roar or attack anymore. You can easily kill the boss now. Jiang Kai is stunned by the scene for a moment. Ahead, the monsters are immobilized by Hun Han's ice rain. Seeing Jiang Kai unresponsive, she says, Captain, remember, we are a team. You don't have to fight alone. Ahead, the pack of monsters is frozen in place by Hun Han's ice rain. Seeing Jiang Kai standing still, she calls out, Captain, remember, we're a team. You don't have to fight this alone. This leaves him even more stunned. As the merman monster falls, the soldiers are absolutely ecstatic, having finally taken down a merman commander. Ruan Yu, however, is in total despair. You guys killed my wife again. Now, Jiang Kai finally realizes, you're right. Why am I doing this alone? Hun Han. Ruan Yu, I underestimated you both. He gathers magic power in his hand and says, thanks to you, I've got these punks. He immediately charges forward, triggering a massive explosion that threatens to engulf everything. I'll take care of these first. The scene leaves them all wide-eyed with shock. What? Jiang Kai killed the entire squad of commander-level mermen? Everyone can't believe their eyes. We've struggled for so long with just a dozen teams. Even though he knew Jiang Kai from before, Li Biao is stunned. Just what kind of monster is this guy? That's it. While fighting, Jiang Kai quietly calculates that his enhanced stats are now terrifyingly strong. If he lands a critical hit, his eyes sharpen like a predator on the hunt. Not even a heavenly king could stop me now. Jiang Kai slowly walks forward, his voice calm but filled with killing intent. I've finally reached you. From afar, you looked pretty tough, but now that I'm close, I realize. Looking up at the ice-sealed merman, Jiang Kai can't help but criticize how ugly it is, though his audacity to walk right up to it shocks everyone. No way the kid actually walked right up to the boss. Su Nuanwan's group watches him with bated breath, filled with anticipation. Is he really going to? Hun Han keeps shouting, cheering him on. Go, Captain. Encouraged by his team, Jiang Kai is overflowing with confidence. All right. He lands a powerful blow, causing the beast to release a burst of magic. Seeing this, Li Biao looks tense. This is bad. The boss is unleashing a berserk attack, the speed and damage. Looking at the situation, he is certain Jiang Kai can't take it. But Jiang Kai leaps, moving with lightning speed to dodge the strike. The boss's speed is fast. It's clearly slow enough to dodge, unlike the royal ace from before. But for a moment, he wonders why it chose to resist so fiercely. Suddenly, the corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curls up as if he's figured something out. The spectacle leaves everyone in awe. Did I see that right? Li Biao opens his eyes wide in disbelief. Not a scratch. The kid actually dodged a direct hit from the boss. Meanwhile, Hun Han jumps for joy. That's our captain. Beside her, he and Huang Da start to wonder, is he actually faster than the boss? Just then, Jiang Kai sees the beast attack again. A blinding white light appears ahead, but he immediately darts behind it and remarks, too slow. Launching a surge of fire magic, Jiang Kai shouts, get out of here. A massive explosion erupts, seemingly swallowing everything. The beast's HP drops to 25%. As they watch, they are left in total disbelief. From 35% to 25%? That bloodthirsty killer just took down 10% of the boss's health in one hit. The two of them quickly compare. Even Jiang Fang would take 10 minutes to do that. Li Biao is completely frozen. What kind of damage is that? Even with such low health, the ice-sealed merman struggles to rise, radiating a murderous aura as if it wants to destroy everything. Jiang Kai keeps his eyes locked on the ice-sealed merman. Standing next to it, he looks like a tiny ant. Yet, everyone else is speechless. What? They can hardly believe what they're seeing. Even Jiang Fang wouldn't dare face the boss like that. The soldiers watch without blinking for even a second. Li Biao's team can barely find the words. This kid but, Su Nuanwan, watches him with eyes full of belief. Meanwhile, Jiang Fang slowly gets back up. You weren't even using your full strength against the boss, were you? Jiang Kai asks softly. Finally figured out how to use those two legs, huh? This makes the beast grind its teeth in rage, roaring as it generates rings of magic. Jiang Kai looks amused, as if he's been waiting for this for a long time. I won't fall for the same trick again. The next second, the ice-sealed merman attacks, creating a massive tremor. Seeing this, the soldiers speculate, that's a powerful attack. That bloodthirsty killer is done for. But Jiang Kai remains full of energy. Dead? You think so? He rushes forward and shatters one of its fangs, causing it to collapse instantly. You used that on the wrong target. The ice-sealed merman growls on the ground, and the white smoke begins to clear, revealing his arrogant silhouette. So, in that form, you don't even have a weapon? Jiang Kai walks forward, radiating killing intent. You don't know how to fight without it? The fact that he is still completely unharmed is a massive shock to them all. What? He really destroyed the boss's weapon? What kind of monster is this guy? Has there ever been a precedent for breaking a boss's weapon on the Demon Star? Soon after, Jiang Kai rushes back into the fray. All right, it's a waste of time fighting you like this. He strikes directly at its weak points. I'll end this quickly for you. Immediately, a fire explosion occurs, as if it wants to submerge everything. The ground shakes, rocks fly everywhere, but to everyone's surprise, the ice-sealed merman manages to get back up, even with only 15% of its health left. Before it can steady itself, Jiang Kai lands another strike. A second later, another huge explosion erupts, forcing the beast to scream in pain as its health drops to 5%. At this point, Jiang Kai can't help but mock it. Your expression, it's like you're saying I'm being disrespectful, right? Why do you keep looking at me with that scornful face? His flat voice continues. I've never liked that arrogant merman king face of yours. Its legs buckle under Jiang Kai's relentless assault. The ice-sealed merman looks like it can no longer stand. Just as he uses his magic to create a massive explosion that swallows the ice-sealed merman, Jiang Kai says softly, "It's time to let go." On the sidelines, the two of them watch, unable to blink. The ice-sealed merman seems to have lost all its strength. Li Biao's group watches intently until it finally slams hard into the ground. Hun Han breaks into a smug smile. Right then, everyone shouts, "It's down!" Jiang Kai stands there, tall and majestic. The essence of the ice-sealed merman spills out, flowing down onto the ground. He squinted his eyes tightly, seeing the boss's HP drop to just 0.1% left him wide-eyed and speechless. What is this? Did he actually take down the boss? He shouted in constant disbelief, still reeling from the fact that he'd done it without taking a single hit. Just then, someone approached. Black God watched the scene unfold and spoke up. Lu Jun, you said, Huang Tong urgently asked our army for help, but why don't we need to lift a finger now that we're here? Lu Jun agreed. Exactly. I never expected the turning point of this battle would be. He looked toward Jiang Kai. He couldn't help but marvel. Relying on the young man Commander Wei holds in such high regard again. Meanwhile, he was focused on something else. The silver ice rain has stopped. The boss should be dealt with. But he immediately countered, no, the boss only has a sliver of health left. Absolutely not. We cannot let Jiang Kai finish it off. He quickly gave the order. All members of the Xuanwu Guild, listen to me. Everyone immediately abandoned their fight with the mermen. Do whatever it takes to kill that bloodthirsty assassin. He gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. Whoever kills the bloodthirsty assassin will be rewarded with 50 million sacred coins. But if you let that assassin steal the boss. Hearing this, everyone grew even more confused. Then don't expect to receive a single cent of your wages after this battle. The soldiers all felt this order was completely unreasonable. What? I don't care about the 50 million, but if I don't get paid, how will my family survive next month? Another added, that's right, my child still needs medical treatment. Just then, one of them suggested, why worry about the mermen? Let's just go kill the bloodthirsty assassin. Otherwise, we're all done for. The group paused for a second before all rushing forward at once. Yeah, let's go. Take out the bloodthirsty assassin. They even started fighting each other to get ahead, everyone full of killing intent, rushing to take him down. Watching the massive wave of soldiers charging, Jiang Kai just smirked, as if watching a play. The royal family couldn't take down the boss, but now that they see I can do it, they use this to incite everyone to kill me? How disgusting. Just then, Jiang Fang slowly started to get up, shocked to find Jiang Kai was actually helping him. Hey, you're the royal family's ace, aren't you? You still alive? Jiang Fang couldn't help but ask. Bloodthirsty assassin, why are you looking for me? You hurt the boss, why not just finish it off? But Jiang Kai just replied calmly. I'm good at draining a monster's health, but who said I had to fight you guys for the boss? Jiang Kai explained. If I stole the boss, the royal family wouldn't lose much, but if they use their power to withhold everyone's pay, 200,000 people will suffer. Then, Jiang Kai helped Jiang Fang toward the boss. So, you're the representative of the royal family, right? He suggested softly. Then, please, deliver the final blow. Hearing this, Jiang Fang shook off his exhaustion. What? You, seeing him still stunned, Jiang Kai urged him, Hurry up. If you don't take the shot, they're going to cut me down. Just do it for me. Hearing this, Jiang Feng understood and stepped forward. All right, I got it. His footsteps were heavy but firm. Then, following those words, Jiang Feng delivered the final strike. Thanks. The boss's pupils widened as it felt the pain rip through its body. Then, it let out a pathetic, final cry. Even the royal army outside could hear the roar. Once the notification announced Jiang Feng was the one who killed the boss, everyone was shocked. What? It wasn't the bloodthirsty assassin? To think Lord Jiang Feng killed the boss. On the other side, the boss's life force was completely drained. The other monsters that were attacking suddenly jumped into the lake, leaving the soldiers confused. The merman army had retreated. They couldn't stop questioning. Wait, our own lord killed the boss? Why didn't the bloodthirsty assassin steal it? Does that mean we get paid? He was wide-eyed with shock. What's going on? We won? The boss was killed by Jiang Feng? He was suspicious too. Could it be that kid, Jiang Kai? Now, everyone understood the truth. He actually yielded the kill? The soldiers erupted in cheers, saying, "We won." It turns out the bloodthirsty assassin isn't so bad. He actually gave up the boss for us. Such a righteous act, for the people. Those around him agreed. Exactly. Now, if anyone dares to touch our benefactor, I'll have their head. Yuanju couldn't help but praise him. Jiang Kai's move was so cool and incredibly noble. Nuo screamed, "He's so handsome!" Li Biao put his hand on his chest proudly. Seeing is believing. Today, I am officially a fan of Jiang Kai. He is the greatest hero of this battle. And Hun Han Thc was over the moon for having such a strong teammate. The bloodthirsty assassin is so kind. He's so generous. Now do you see how impressive my captain is? Don't even look. Who do you think chose this captain? The very next second, the soldiers seemed to wake up. Right. Now that I think about it, the royal family threatening us earlier was disgusting. One added, exactly. They wanted us to throw our lives away. In the end, when their commanders failed, they wanted us to pay for it. Then, they all turned their voices toward him in threat. Get down here, you damn capitalist. You think you're so great just because you have money? If you're so good, come down here and fight us. I want to quit the Xuanwu Guild. Me too, I'm quitting. Before the chaotic scene, his son looked worried. Father, this isn't good. 20,000 people leaving the guild and all this negative publicity will ruin our reputation. He was so angry, the veins were popping out on his face. Damn it. I'll remember this name, Jiang Kai. But since he couldn't do anything, he had to leave. Let's go first. Next time, we must take revenge on Jiang Kai. Brutally. He replied, yes. After killing the boss, Jiang Feng expressed his sincerity. Greetings, I'm Jiang Feng. I owe you a favor, he asked, but I want to know why your stats. Before Jiang Feng could finish, he answered, I'm Jiang Kai. My stats come from a one-time use skill. Jiang Feng was stunned. Really? I didn't expect a one-time skill to be this powerful, Jiang Kai explained. Actually, it's not that strong. Once it's used up, it's gone. This left Jiang Feng even more suspicious. So, just then, a tentacle shot out from a black hole, rushing toward him and Jiang Feng as they spoke. I only did it to take advantage of the bloodthirsty assassin's punishment mechanic. It suddenly coiled tightly around Jiang Kai, making him panic immediately. Jiang Kai, you've been bound by those tentacles. Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. He was frozen, unable to move, and had no idea what was happening. Seeing him under attack, his team rushed over. Captain Kai, Captain, what happened to you? Just then, Jiang Feng knelt down, looking regretful. It was my negligence. Is Jiang Kai your team captain? She confirmed. Yes, that's right. He gritted his teeth, each word a struggle. I'm sorry. Then I have some bad news. It's highly likely that Jiang Kai has been hit by the boss's Revenge of the Fallen skill. Hearing this, Hunian's eyes went wide with shock. Revenge of the Fallen? Jiang Feng quickly explained in detail. The Revenge of the Fallen is a terrifying skill used by some bosses upon death. Once the boss successfully marks an adventurer for revenge, they will be subjected to gruesome torment. Being tortured to death is only the beginning. As he spoke, Jiang Feng's voice grew heavy. The scariest part is that those who die from this on Ghost Planet and return to Earth, some have struggled so much with the trauma that they've begged for death just to be released. They can't handle the memories and choose to end it. The more she heard, the more worried Hunian became. Would Captain Kai end up like that? But she didn't want to hear the rest. No, please, no. Amidst the vast void, he heard his team calling out to him. Captain Kai! That call was exactly what helped Jiang Kai wake up. It hurts. This is agony. Why does it feel like my body is being crushed? He struggled to open his eyes and look around. Where am I? Jiang realized he was being tightly bound by the tentacles of a monster. This creature looked even uglier than the merman. He broke into a cold sweat as a tentacle pierced right through his ear. Jiang gritted his teeth as it kept drilling through his body. He wondered to himself, what is digging into me? This hurts so much. Right then, he saw a system warning regarding his skill and stat conversion. I get it, now I'm being tormented by this monster, and it's probably my current stats that are keeping me alive just to be tortured. As the countdown shrinks, I realize if these stats vanish, I'm definitely going to die. The monster shrieked with a chilling demonic voice. Die! Then it unleashed a wave of dark energy. Die! Jiang screamed as he felt the agonizing sensation of becoming ethereal. His vision blurred, and the system timer kept counting down. Finally, Jiang managed to break free, looking at his own body in disbelief. By turning ethereal, I escaped and my body recovered to its original state. The system countdown hit 6, and the monster lunged again. Die! I want you dead! Jiang gritted his teeth. The situation was dire. This isn't working. My body is too weak to keep escaping. I have to go all out. He forced himself to stay focused to utilize the stats he had stolen. Instantly, Jiang unleashed a barrage of flaming blades, gambling everything on this attack. A blinding light erupted before him. The monster was swallowed by the radiance, while Jiang gritted his teeth, fighting to hold his ground. As the countdown hit 0, a massive explosion rocked the area. After the blast, countless sharp fragments rained down. The smoke cleared, revealing that the monster had been destroyed. Jiang finally let out a sigh of relief. Did I actually clear it? Just then, the system appeared to inform him that he had escaped the revenge of the fallen. Then, it transported Jiang to the merman's underground kingdom. Standing before a strange gate, he wondered, is this where the boss is? The system then announced a 10-minute countdown to escape, leaving him stunned. What? Another countdown? What happens if I don't make it out? To keep him motivated, it warned that if he failed, all the treasures he had collected would vanish. Before he could even process it, he had to move. It's starting already? He didn't waste another second and stepped inside. Whatever, the goal is to grab as much loot as I can and get out, right? Jiang eyes filled with determination. He had no choice but to risk it all. He walked forward and pushed the gate open. Inside was a dazzling, blinding light. Contrary to what he expected, the room was filled with mountains of gold coins and jewels. The system then prompted him to drink a potion to gain 60 stat points. He grabbed the bottles and chugged the liquid down. There was no time left, he just had to drink. Some drops spilled onto his collar as he maxed out his agility. Next, the system brought him to the boss's rare treasure vault. Jiang couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Awesome. There are so many treasures here, and looking at them, they're at least A grade. I've only got about 7 minutes left. If I move fast, I can loot the whole place. The system announced the vault would only exist for 90 seconds, leaving him frustrated. What? The treasure vault has its own separate timer? Jiang used every ounce of his remaining strength to loot. Faster, go faster. 90 seconds later, he collapsed from exhaustion, just as the system moved him to the next location. The tears of repentance? It wasn't a waste of time after all. Give me everything. Jiang rushed in and snatched them all up. Not only did he find tons of treasure at once, but he also cleared the bloodthirsty assassin status. This is huge. Suddenly he froze when he spotted something. Above him was a strange scroll. The system explained it was a class advancement recipe. Jiang tried to read the contents. Once an adventurer reaches level 20, they must change their class before they can level up further. He started to speculate, could this be the item that allows me to complete a special level 20 class advancement? By the second day, the ice mountain remained silent, leading them to believe he was gone for good. The captain has been gone for so long he wouldn't actually end up, like Jiangfang said, would he? Hunian and Ruanyu knelt down, crying like children. They lamented that he wouldn't be able to escape such a tragic fate truly. Heaven envies the talented. Captain, you died so miserably. Just then, someone began climbing up the cliff. Ruanyu sniffled, and Hunian picked up a rock, preparing to attack. Ruanyu, be careful. It looks like some merman trying to climb up to die. The two of them kept throwing rocks down the cliffside. We will never let any merman ruin the captain's funeral. That's right, I'll stay here and guard his grave. Finally, a rock hit Jiang square in the head, causing him to lose his grip and fall backward down the cliff. You crazy idiots. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to crawl out of that cave? As soon as they heard that familiar cursing, both of them froze. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? While he keeps dropping stones, That pathetic worm down there. I'll handle this for the captain. After climbing out of the slums, Jiang Kai went after Hu Nian and Ruan Yu to give them a piece of his mind. It seemed like just a light-hearted chase. It's been so long since I've seen those two. I can't believe it's only been one day. They were both running over with big, affectionate smiles. But actually, he was chasing them while shouting, "You two rebels, are you trying to get your captain killed? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to get up here? And you actually dared to hit me?" Hunhan and Ruan Yu tried to make excuses, but they didn't dare to stop. We didn't mean it. Scene shift to Earth, Jiangzong City, Base 18, at the gate to the Demon Realm. A voice echoed, "How is it? Have you found Jiang Kai's offline location yet?" Black God reported, "Not yet. But we've figured out the reason for Jiang Kai's stat spike. He used a one-time skill item that can't be used again." Hearing this, Wei Ying looked satisfied. That makes more sense. If a level 20 kid could easily generate tens of thousands of stats, then we Ruan Ascendant ones might as well stop training. Lu Jun chimed in. But usually, anyone who runs into a boss's revenge dies and logs off long ago. Is Jiang Kai still being tortured? Wei Ying nodded. Can you really be tortured for that long? I think the kid is definitely finished. But then, he warned. No, don't use common sense to judge Jiang Kai. Wei Ying's eyes lit up. You're missing one possibility. Jiang Kai didn't just survive the boss's revenge. He might have actually found the boss's secret treasure. Black God immediately countered, "No, that's impossible. In the 50 years since the Demon Realm appeared, only a handful have survived a boss's revenge and claimed the secret treasure. And those people were all top-tier Ruan Ascendants." Lu Jun added, "Exactly. Jiang Kai has only been logged into the Demon Realm for about a month. I don't think he has the survival skills to handle a boss's revenge." Wei Ying leaned back, trusting his gut. "Is that so? My intuition tells me he might have done it." Just then, a secretary rushed in, looking frantic. "Commander Wei, that person is listing goods on the exchange market right now." The three of them were stunned. Lu Jun asked, "Who is it?" Black God questioned, "Does opening a private sales space require a report?" The secretary exclaimed, "Jiang Kai. It's Jiang Kai. He didn't just survive. He opened a private stall in the Demon Realm. The total value of the goods he's selling is over 400 million Holy Radiance coins." Upon hearing this, they couldn't believe their ears. "What?" A few minutes later, Hu Han quickly checked the system board. "I see it now. The records show he just sold 1.8 kilograms of green jade ore in seconds, worth 18 million Holy Radiance coins." He added, "And there's a special black-white iron crystal that just sold for 3 kilograms worth." Black God nearly panicked. He sold it for 63 million? The more they read, the more Lu Jun's jaw dropped. There's also hardened steel, profound iron crystal, black profound iron crystal, obsidian fossil, and yellow pearwood ore. He shouted, "The total value of these things is over 100 million. Both of them felt like they'd been struck by lightning. Did this guy really sell 400 million worth of gear? Being able to sell so many high-tier items at once only means— But Wei Ying just laughed, having predicted it all. "I told you Jiang Kai could find the boss's treasure. That guy really never disappoints me." Her eyes turned serious. "But Commander Wei, the royal family is suddenly looking for you. It seems they want to discuss something." He asked, "The royal family?" A few hours later, at the Demon Realm Holy Radiant City Exchange, Jiang Kai's voice could be heard cursing. "Damn it. There's so much stuff. I have to open a private stall to sell it all." Hun Han ran after him, laughing with delight. "Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Who else has loot so massive they have to set up their own stall just to offload it?" Jiang Kai was still feeling salty. They deducted so many fees. "I feel cheated." Ruan Yu couldn't help but tease. "Is this what you call suffering from success?" Jiang Kai spoke up. "All right, I left a lot of good stuff for you two earlier. Let's split the boss's loot." Both of them instantly got excited. "Captain, are you serious?" Then he took out items one by one. "Hun Han, this profound ice jade is for you. This jade has ice-cold properties. Combine it with your rain-calling technique, and you could summon a blizzard." He didn't forget the other one. "Ruan Yu, this shield is for you. It can temporarily freeze opponents on impact. It's a control-type shield." He pulled out a stack of papers. "Besides equipment, I also have some eternal pages that can be used to upgrade skills." Jiang Kai explained carefully. "There are 2 ways to improve skill levels. One is through special skill books for that specific ability. These are usually only obtained through monster treasure chests or special quests." Finally, he took out the most special item. The other is a universal upgrade item I got from the Mermaid Lord's treasure chest. This can improve any skill. These eternal pages are essential treasures. They aren't available on the market. The second they hit the exchange, they sell out. A single page can go for 500,000 Holy Radiance coins. He had clearly researched this treasure thoroughly. Depending on the skill's power, the number of eternal pages needed to upgrade varies. For example, high-level combat skills require even more pages to upgrade them. Both of them stared in shock. Take these eternal pages first. At this moment, in their eyes, Jiang Kai was a wealthy tycoon overflowing with gold and gems. Go ahead and enjoy it, my dear friends. They both ran over and hugged him. Captain Kai. Through their sobbing, they expressed, "You are a true savior to us. We will pray for your blessings every single day. Yes, even if you die, your soul will surely ascend to heaven." In the middle of the street, Jiang Kai kept cursing, while Hun Han and Ruan Yu clung to his legs. "Damn it, let go of me. We're in public. This is embarrassing." Just then, a man stepped up and sneered, "Jiang Kai, you actually know what shame is?" Huang Da looked down at them with disdain. A bunch of lowlifes causing a scene in the street. No wonder you're all just pathetic trash. That's right. Even if you died, your soul would surely head straight to heaven. In the middle of the street, Jiang Kai kept cursing as Hunian and Ruan Yu clung to his legs. "Damn it, you two, let go. We're in the middle of the street. It's so embarrassing." Just then, he stepped forward and mocked him. "Jiang Kai, so you actually know what shame is?" Huang Da looked down at them with disdain. A bunch of lowlifes with no sense of decorum in public. "No wonder you guys are such pathetic losers." Jiang Kai spoke up. "Huang Da," while Hu Nian still looked bewildered. "This guy is the one who approached you and made threats. Jiang Kai, I'm warning you, don't get too cocky. Don't think that just because the military protects you, you can keep defying the royal family. I came here to tell you something." Huang Da's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Next, I will kill you brutally during the guild challenge. I'll show the military that you're just a piece of trash, not worth protecting." Then he arrogantly turned and walked away. "Once the military abandons you, just prepare to die by my hands." At that moment, Jiang Kai wondered, what is this guild challenge? What is this Huang Da guy talking about? Seeing this, she explained, "Captain Kai, you don't know about it? The guild challenge is a competition organized by the military to weed out the strongest guilds." Saying this, her eyes brightened. The guild challenge requires a minimum level of 21 for entry and is divided into tiers every 20 levels, all the way up to the highest tier of level 100. With 4 tiers in total, each guild must send at least one team of 5 to compete. They will compete in pairs against other teams of the same level, and the top 3 teams of that level will be determined. She added that because the military gives generous rewards to the top 3 positions in each tier, there are always many guilds participating, including many powerful ones. "A strong guy like you," Jiang Kai interrupted. "But I'm not participating in the challenge, so why would Huang Da?" But he quickly put it out of his mind. "Forget it. We made a huge profit this time, so I need to log off for a while to visit my family." The two of them happily agreed. At the same time, on Earth, in the Sheng Yao nation's Cheng City, his older brother's voice sounded surprised. "Kai, why did you buy so many supplements? This must have cost a fortune." Jiang Kai replied as if it were obvious. "Brother, didn't you just have surgery? I was worried you wouldn't keep up with your nutrition." His brother said, "But the things you bought." Looking at the pile of items below, the older brother was a bit hesitant. "It's too much, but you still don't realize it." "Too much? It's like a granary." At this moment, his older brother lowered his voice. "Kai, you already put me in the most expensive hospital. How could you keep spending money like this? I will be discharged as soon as possible to help reduce your financial burden." But Jiang Kai wasn't bothered at all. "There's no need, brother. I remember your dream was to become a superhuman and fight against beast gods for humanity, right? So, after you're discharged," his next words made his older brother wake up. "You should become an explorer." The older brother seemed to have lost all faith in himself. "Me? How could I become an explorer in this condition? Besides, traveling to the Ghost Star is too expensive. You can go alone." Right then, Jiang Kai tapped his smartwatch and showed him the money in his account. "Brother, I told you that you don't need to worry about money anymore, and you won't need to work in the future." Seeing the amount, he panicked. "Kai, where did you get so much money?" "This is hundreds of millions," Jiang Kai explained. "Brother, this is all money earned legitimately on the Ghost Star. You've worked hard for me and Yingzi over the years. Now that I have the ability, you can live the life you want." Those memories were etched in his mind. "I still remember that with your mortal body, you were still able to save me and Yingzi on the Beast God battlefield. What would happen if you became a superhuman from now on?" Jiang Kai spoke again. "I think we can definitely save more people." Hearing this, His brother hesitated for a moment, then gripped the corner of his blanket and wondered, could someone like him become a superhuman, just relying on his current body? Before he could finish, Jiang Kai snapped an apple in half. Brother. Then he handed his older brother half. You can definitely do it. He walked down the street, feeling at peace. Finally, his older brother could reclaim his own dream. I'll have to celebrate after picking Yingzi up from school. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes caught something. Lu Jun poked his head out from a distance and hurriedly called to Jiang Kai, "Hurry over here and come with us." He quickly walked over. Older brother Lu Jun, did you come here to find me? I don't have time. I still have to go pick up my sister from school. His voice became serious. Jiang Kai, I came to find you because of your sister. Your sister Yingzi. Hearing this, Jiang Kai couldn't believe his ears. She was in a car accident. After the collision, all that could be seen was the car flipped over in thick smoke. Witnessing that scene, Jiang Kai nearly lost his mind. He screamed, "Yingzi! Yingzi!" Without hesitation, Jiang Kai lunged toward the scene. He frantically called out Yingzi's name. Seeing Jiang Kai like that, Lu Jun's group looked worried. At that very moment, Yingzi's voice suddenly rang out from behind. She was in the crowd. The girl jumped up, waving her arms. "Big brother, I'm here!" As soon as he saw Yingzi, he grabbed her tightly. "Yingzi, are you okay? What happened?" Contrary to Jiang Kai, Yingzi was extremely calm. "It's fine, it's just that my school bus had a malfunction." As soon as she finished speaking, he nearly shouted, "A malfunction?" Then the girl suddenly turned her head to look behind her. "But luckily this person saved me. He even said he knows you." Opposite them, Jiang Feng waved hello to Jiang Kai. As soon as he saw him, Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. "You're Jiang Feng, the royal superhuman. Why are you here?" Lu Jun stepped closer. "Jiang Kai, let me tell you this. An important point I need to tell you is that your sister's accident wasn't actually a random incident, but something done by people the royal family secretly sent. Jiang Kai, you've made the royal family lose face many times now, so their hatred toward you is growing. Now they've used the credit for defeating the boss on Vindong Island to force the military to stop protecting you. The credit for defeating the Vindong Island boss is too great. Commander Wei was also pressured from above, so he had no choice but to give in. But he still left Jiang Kai with a glimmer of hope. During the negotiations, Commander Wei brought up the upcoming guild competition, stating that if the royal family could defeat him in the competition and prove that his new class wasn't strong, then the military would agree to their demands. In that moment, Wei Ying's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. He thought, I hope he can be obedient this time, otherwise I won't have any reason to protect him directly anymore. In a fragmented memory, Wei Ying and the man could be seen grabbing each other's hands with unhappy expressions. Returning to reality, Lu Jun closed his eyes for a brief moment before continuing. This is the absolute limit of what we can do for you in this current situation. And what happened today is the royal family putting pressure on you. If you dare not participate in the competition, right at this moment, a familiar voice echoed in his subconscious. Your family will have to bear the consequences. Immediately, Jiang Kai's expression changed. Seeing this, he lowered his head, his face filled with visible regret. I'm sorry, Jiang Kai. The royal family's power is immense, and combined with their contributions on Eternal East Island, it has made some people in high places waver. So, as long as they don't directly move against you like the threats today, our military can only turn a blind eye. Therefore, you now have two paths to choose from. One is to agree to the royal family's betting conditions. Or two, quickly join the military and officially receive protection from the army. Z let out a gasp of curiosity. Can the military really protect us? Lu Jun frowned slightly and continued. Right now, Jiang Kai, your new job class still has value. As long as you join the military, the commander will have more ways to protect you and your family, at the very least, avoiding many troubles for now. Jiang Kai lowered his head, lost in thought, his gaze constantly shifting. Join the military first, huh? Just then, a series of memories flooded into Jiang Kai's mind. He saw himself restrained, his mouth screaming frantically, Big Brother Z, not on the opposing side. A voice rang out. Jiang Kai, do you think that joining the military means you can rest easy and worry about nothing? You are just a valueless piece of trash, a good-for-nothing. Returning to reality, Jiang Kai clenched his palms into fists. No. If I directly join the military and rely on their protection, once I'm like those drunks or fortune-tellers, abandoned by the military because my class development isn't good enough, then my family will only be oppressed even more miserably by the royal family. Yuanjuth be told, the royal family has vast assets. In terms of resources, wealth, and power, I currently absolutely cannot compare. But the talent of a unique class is doubled. This makes my attribute points effectively nearly double that of those at the same level. So when fighting an opponent of a similar rank, my total attribute points and critical damage can help me gain the upper hand. Even when facing an opponent of a higher rank, if the strategy is executed reasonably to a certain extent, I can even counterkill them. And precisely because this is a new job class, the royal family is completely unaware of my true strength. Aren't all these my unique advantages? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, filled with determination. Fine. If that's the case, instead of passively seeking protection and waiting for death, I might as well risk it all. Take this opportunity to have the military witness it, fully establish the betting conditions with the royal family, and spread it widely, so that everyone in St. Glory knows about the bet. As long as I can defeat the royal family, the military will definitely pay more attention to my new job class and continue to provide me with protection. At the same time, in a situation where everyone knows that if the royal family still wants to touch me, they will have to consider the pressure from public opinion and the military. Seeing Jiang Kai didn't reply, Lu Jun patted his shoulder lightly. All right, if you don't have any other opinions, I will help you prepare the documents to join the military. Jiang Kai suddenly looked up and called his name. Big brother, Lu Jun. The challenge match must be a team of 5, right? But my team currently only has 3 people. Can I borrow Yuanju and Sunuanuan from the military? He widened his eyes immediately, completely not expecting Jiang Kai to make such a request at this moment. Jiang Kai, what? What are you saying? He stood straight, his eyes strangely calm. I've decided. I will participate in the competition. Lu Jun's expression changed instantly, his voice becoming urgent. Jiang Kai, don't be impulsive. You must understand that once you accept the challenge, you will be facing a powerful royal family. Jiang Kai remained firm. Big brother Lu Jun, please rest assured. I am very clear-headed right now. I am very grateful for all you have arranged for me, but everyone has their own path to walk. The path I choose is that I want to hold my own destiny. Saying this, he clenched his fists, a fierce flame of fighting spirit erupting in his eyes. I want to defeat the royal family. Chapter 60. Sensing the determination in Jiang Kai, Lu Jun became even more anxious. Jiang Kai, you are being too emotional right now. I think you are still a sudden round of applause rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Very good, young man. You have some guts? I support you. I'm starting to like you. He started and turned around, looking surprised at Black God. Black God, sir. Black God stepped forward a few paces, his tall figure exuding an overwhelming aura, his sharp eyes looking straight at Jiang Kai. My name is Black God. If you can do it, even the royal family doesn't scare me. Black God, I guarantee I will help you with borrowing these people. Jiang Fang chimed in quickly. Jiang Kai, I also admire your courage, plus I still owe you a favor. From now on, I will continue to protect you from the royal family. If they attack your family again, just let me know. Z, standing nearby, didn't forget to cheer. Brother, I support you too. Lu Jun put his hand to his forehead, looking at the group in front of him helplessly. Hey, you are not children anymore. Why are you randomly following Jiang Kai to cause trouble? Black God smirked. Because the two of us are like this. What about you? Seeing this, he let out a heavy sigh, finally giving up the intention to continue persuading the people in front of him. Fine, since I can't stop you all alone anyway. And the commander also asked me to help Jiang Kai more. So from now on, I will help you look after your family's safety. And you, Jiang Kai, just need to focus on preparing for the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Kai asked happily, Really? Right after that, he clasped his hands in front of his chest with sincerity. Jiang Kai's gaze looked over each person in turn. Lu Jun, Jiang Fang, Black God, 3 big brothers, and even the commander. I, Jiang Kai, thank everyone for your care today. If anyone needs help in the future, I will definitely do my best to assist. The night had fallen in a flash, and Z spoke up. Brother, are you sure you want to go see the house tonight? Jiang Kai nodded firmly. Yeah, the royal family has fully revealed themselves. You and brother can't live in the slums with such poor security anymore. The little girl looked up at the villa in front of them. Brother, did we go to the wrong place? These are villas worth hundreds of millions. We can't afford this. He suddenly pulled out an access card, a soft laugh escaping his lips. How could I have gone to the wrong place? Just as the door slowly opened, Jiang Kai declared clearly, From now on, this place is our new home. Right before the two of them, a luxurious villa appeared under the hazy moonlight. She stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock at the news she had just heard. Is this really our new home? Just a few minutes later, Yingzi was already running around excitedly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Big brother, this pool is so beautiful. The living room is so huge, it's almost bigger than our entire old house. Is this a restaurant? How many dishes could you even fit on a dining table this long? Big brother, look over there, big brother. Since your health is weak, you can train here later." As they moved to another area, Yingzi stood still, stunned. "Big brother, this is." She looked blankly at the spacious room, which felt like a master bedroom, her mouth stammering, unable to form a full sentence. "Is this my room?" Jiang Kai looked at Yingzi's astonished expression and chuckled affectionately. "Of course it is, Yingzi. Do you like this new house?" She replied quickly, her eyes welling up with happy tears. "I love it. Big brother, am I really not dreaming? Is this beautiful place really our new home?" He gently ruffled Yingzi's hair just like he used to. "Yingzi, it's real. This is our new home, but this is only the beginning. From now on, with me here, you and Big Brother won't have to worry about life anymore. The three of us will definitely have a better life from here on out." She nodded vigorously, her face overflowing with happiness. "Yes." The scene shifts to the next morning. At the same time, Yuanzhu's shaky voice echoed from inside the forest. "Su Nuanuan, do you think we performed so poorly that the military abandoned us? Captain Li Biao said a new captain would take care of us temporarily and told us to wait here, but how could that be possible?" Su Nuanuan nodded weakly. "I think that's a possibility." Just as the two were sinking into negative emotions, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Yuanzhu, Su Nuanuan, I'm here to pick you up. Why do you look so gloomy?" Yuanzhu spun around quickly. "Kai, you're our new captain?" He nodded in confirmation, his demeanor extremely calm. "That's right, it's me." He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Kai, what the hell is going on?" Su Nuanuan asked quickly, full of curiosity. "Is it true? Are you ready to join the military?" Jiang Kai shook his head, immediately denying their guess. "No, I'm not joining the military. I'm just temporarily borrowing the two of you from the military to cooperate in the guild challenge for 1 month. The royal family is pressuring the military with the military records of the Ice Island and is always looking for ways to act against me. They even used Yingzi's safety to threaten me. To help me out, Commander Wei made a bet with the royal family through the guild challenge. If I win, they won't be able to bother us anymore." A powerful fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. "So, this time, I must win to shut the royal family up for good. Yuanzhu, Su Nuanuan, are you willing to help me?" Upon hearing that Yingzi was being threatened, Yuanzhu immediately shouted, "Of course! That bastard from the royal family actually dared to touch Yingzi? I've watched Yingzi grow up. How could I?" Su Nuanuan added angrily, cursing. "That is just too despicable." Right after that, she hesitated and asked, "But Kai, are you sure you want to work with us?" Jiang Kai frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Yuanzhu began to explain the situation. The military has a sophisticated evaluation system. After new members join, they go through an initial ranking process and are categorized from weakest to strongest based on their performance in battle, from level E to higher. And then, within 2 months, the military frequently re-evaluates internal personnel. If someone's ranking stays at F for 6 consecutive months, that person will be abandoned by the military. In the initial ranking, Su Nuanuan was a C, and I was too scared when I got on stage, so I got an E, which is the worst. Yuanzhu paused for a moment and looked up at Jiang Kai. "Kai, I'm afraid I'll hold you back." Su Nuanuan nodded slightly beside him. "Me too." Jiang Kai looked at the two in front of him and laughed. "It's okay. We'll be teammates for 1 month. Once the guild challenge is over, you'll go back, and by the time you're re-evaluated, I'll make sure you both get at least a low A grade." Yuanzhu and Su Nuanuan were stunned. He asked anxiously, "Kai, are you sure? We haven't been out of the novice zone for long. Are you sure you can lead both of us?" She hesitated and spoke up. "Captains usually need to be at least level 15 or higher, but Kai, are you level 15 right now?" Just at this moment, Hu Nian appeared and chuckled. "Level 15? What's that?" Captain Kai is already level 20, and he's currently figuring out how to pass the promotion trial. Beside her, Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. That's right. Seeing that the two were still frozen in place, Jiang Kai remembered something important. "Oh right, I haven't introduced you yet. This is our new teammate, Hu Nian, whose class is Life Master." Hu Nian stepped forward with a radiant, energetic smile. "Hello. Nice to meet you both. I'm Hu Nian. I've heard about you two from Captain Kai." He turned to the other person. "This is Ruan Yu, a wine master." He quickly introduced himself. "Hi everyone, I'm Ruan Yu." Hearing this, Yuanzhu and Su Nuan hurriedly returned the greeting. Oh, hello. Then, suddenly, the whole group froze, everyone looking stunned. Yuanzhu and Su Nuan stared at Jiang Kai with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster. Wait, are you kidding me? We're only level 9, Kai? And you're already level 20? Contrary to them, Jiang Kai remained calm. That's nothing. Next, my goal is to help you reach level 20 before the challenge starts. This will make dealing with the royal family's lackeys much easier. He gaped, completely unable to believe what he had just heard. Level 20? For us? Am I hearing this right? Beside him, Su Nuan stared at him with trust in her eyes. Kai, if you can actually pull this off, you really are a leveling god. Hu Nian leaned closer to her, the corners of her mouth curling up. I'm not sure about others, but I believe in Captain Kai. Seeing this, Su Nuan suggested, so, since we've formed a team, should we come up with a name? Jiang Kai agreed. Su Nuan said, that makes sense. Does anyone have any ideas? Ruan Yu immediately suggested, how about we call it Team Fire God? It implies that the 5 of us will go all out with full firepower and show our true potential. He nodded in agreement with satisfaction. All right, let's recharge for today. And the day after tomorrow, our Team Fire God will head straight to the monster territory early in the morning. The remaining 4 shouted in unison, their eyes filled with clear enthusiasm. A moment later, the group turned around in a hurry. Kai, let's meet another time. We're heading out. Hearing this, Jiang Kai nodded slightly. He recalled a few hours earlier, deep within the rookie training grounds, noticing Yuanzhu's anxious expression, he turned to reassure him. In a few hours, we'll reach our final destination, Saint Radiant City, and wait to descend to Ghost Star again. We'll be facing the real trial then. Are you nervous? Yuanzhu hung his head low, murmuring softly. It's not that I'm nervous right now. I'm just thinking that I might never be able to awaken my warrior's heart class talent. Hearing this, Jiang Kai immediately turned to look at him, puzzled. Why? You've been performing very well in battle for the past 2 days, and you've always protected me and Nuan. Yuanzhu lowered his head, his voice filled with unprecedented helplessness. Even though I'm trying my best to fight and protect everyone, deep down, I still have fear. I've only been suppressing it because I'm worried everyone will get hurt. But to truly awaken the warrior's heart, I must not be afraid. I must truly believe from the bottom of my heart that I am an invincible warrior. At this, he lowered his voice, but I can't do it. Jiang Kai stared at Yuanzhu, and lines of analysis flashed instantly in his mind. According to what he knew, Yuanzhu's warrior's heart class talent could provide bonus all stats upon class promotion or leveling up. Additionally, the warrior's heart allowed him to gain extra effects like armor-piercing knockback, shock, and sword energy slashes during balance. It was truly a top-tier talent, but the extra attack effects changed based on the strength of one's courage and self-confidence. Yuanzhu's current level of self-confidence and courage wasn't high, so he could only trigger the knockback effect when he was pinned to the ground. The most important goal of the next leveling grind was for Yuanzhu to continue to ignite his courage and activate his class talent. Back to reality, Jiang Kai stared at the pile of materials before him, thinking to himself that he must take this current opportunity to improve his own strength. He had previously given Hu Nian and Ruan Yu a total of 55 eternal pages. The remaining 50 could be used to upgrade his Ghost Hand flying cards and Ghost Eye concentration. Immediately after, Jiang Kai ordered the AI to upgrade the 2 skills, Ghost Hand flying cards and Ghost Eye concentration. Instantly, a series of data flashed rapidly before his eyes. The scrolling lines of text signaled that the upgrade was in progress. He looked satisfied. This was great. After upgrading Ghost Hand flying cards, when throwing items, the armor-piercing effect increased by 10% compared to before. When using cards, armor penetration increased by 50%. Although the cost also increased by 10%, this boost was still acceptable. Just then, a new notification appeared on the system screen, causing him to be slightly startled. Jiang Kai frowned as he looked at the text that had just appeared, his eyes filled with curiosity. Gambler's time bonus status. Attack speed increased by 100%. Wasn't this equivalent to doubling his attack speed? His gaze was once again locked on the glowing screen. Jiang Kai immediately turned his attention to Ghost Eye concentration, his eyes betraying his anticipation. Ghost Eye concentration had also been upgraded. Sure enough, his visual range and tracking ability had improved, though the mental cost had also increased. AI. Does Ghost Eye concentration also unlock a bonus status? The AI quickly replied, a gambler not only needs nimble hands but also the ability to confuse the opponent so they cannot read the cards in his eyes. Cheating status. The effect of influencing the opponent's judgment through eye contact is determined by the difference in mental power between the two parties. If the opponent's mental power is much higher than the gambler's, the infinite convergence effect becomes 0. But it cannot be a negative value. The duration is 10 seconds. Mental cost increases by 240%, and the cooldown is 60 minutes. No matter how high the opponent's mental power is, you can still affect them. It's just that the higher their mental power, the smaller the impact, sometimes so small it can be ignored. But no matter how large the gap is, there is no risk of a reverse effect. Jiang Kai was even more satisfied after hearing the introduction to the effect. Well, although the effect of this mysterious ability will decrease when fighting higher-level opponents, it's still not bad at all. I really can't wait to try these two newly unlocked abilities. Time passed in a flash. 2 days later, in a desolate mountain range, after nearly a day of traveling through the dangerous wilderness, Jiang Kai stopped. We've arrived. This place is the border, between King's Valley and Peace Mountain Pass. And also, he looked up ahead, the territory of the armored spike-tailed dragons. Yuanzhu's voice trembled, astonishment appearing on his face. Armored spike-tailed dragon territory? Are there many of them here? I remember the armored spike-tailed dragon is a monster over level 25, right? Hu Nian chimed in. Not many. It's very many. She held up a finger and smiled. The armored spike-tailed dragons are pack animals. There are no fewer than 100 of them in this territory. And if I remember correctly, I heard that there's even a general-level armored spike-tailed dragon here that is over level 50. As soon as she finished speaking, he nearly shouted, General level? Nuan also couldn't hide her worry. General-level monsters are rare. Out of 20 monsters, there's a chance for 1 or 2 elite-level monsters to appear, but it takes a certain ratio among 100 monsters for a general level 1 to emerge. We are almost entirely a squad under level 20. Are we supposed to deal with a general-level monster directly? Kai, back at Eternal East Island, you were able to defeat the Merman Lord single-handedly. I believe in your ability, but this time, you're leading us. And under the command of a general-level armored spike-tailed dragon, there are at least level 25 armored spike-tailed dragons, and level 35 elite armored spike-tailed dragons. Isn't this a bit too dangerous? After all, the gap between us and you is too large. Jiang Kai listened and then explained. Aside from leveling up our experience, the most important thing is training our team coordination. For the team, there's no difficulty, and without any challenge, there's no progress. Only danger can unlock our true potential, and real combat is the only way to improve quickly. Besides, professional materials usually appear in areas with monsters above the general rank. After all, the treasure chest of a general rank armored lizard dragon has a chance to drop class 20 class change materials, like the Holy Healer's Essence or the class 29 class change material, the Demon Brain Dream Core. The treasures dropped by the black armored lizardmen might include tier 20 class change materials for warrior class blood warriors. Hearing this, the group's eyes widened. They could hardly believe it. Tier 20 class change materials. Hyunhan also looked at Jiang Kai with curious eyes. Captain Kai, with how confident you seem, do you have some kind of killer move? Jiang Kai just gave a mysterious smile, keeping it a secret for now. He thought to himself, a killer move? I guess you could say that. Hearing this, she excitedly suggested, then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving. A while later, the group, led by Jiang Kai, began entering the forest. Up ahead, he didn't forget to remind them, these look like signs of armored lizardman activity. Everyone be careful. As they continued to move, Yuanzhu suddenly looked at Ruan Yu with curiosity. Brother Ruan Yu, I heard that you aren't even afraid of elite-tier Wraith Banshees. Well, how do you overcome the fear in your heart when facing a Banshee like that? Ruan Yu was slightly taken aback. Overcome fear? There's no such thing. I simply have no fear in my heart. He followed up anxiously. No fear? Big brother Ruan Yu, how do you do it? Can you teach me? He thought for a moment, then pulled some small wine flasks from his bag. As it happens, I know that the medicinal wine we Tukui people brew has special effects. This is a tier 2 wine that I brewed. After I leveled up my Ruan Yug Vinhang profession skills, it has great effects and might be useful for you. But since you're a warrior, you're our party's frontline defense. It's best you don't drink it. Yuanzhu nodded immediately like a chicken pecking at grain. Got it. I'll remember that. Thank you, big brother Ruan Yu. Just then, Jiang Kai's gaze suddenly shifted. Instantly, he leaped into the air and shouted, There's something under the rock, ledge ahead. Everyone scattered, and suddenly, a roar erupted. A lizard man burst up from underground. At the same time, Jiang Kai landed quickly. Hearing the noise, he instinctively looked up, only to see the lizard man charging wildly toward Jiang Kai. Seeing that scene, Su Nuanwan and Hun Yan could only scream, "Kai!" Ruan Yu looked at him in fear. "Captain Kai, be careful!" He rushed back toward Jiang Kai. Sharp claws instantly appeared on his hands. Jiang Kai paused. "Wait, Yuan Zhu, because you're too cowardly, and don't dare to face enemies head-on. You've never been able to activate your latent potential. Isn't this the perfect chance to practice? This is just a regular armored lizard man, currently a level 9 warrior. Even if you can't beat it, you won't be killed by it either." On his side, Yuan Zhu was frozen with fear. While the lizard man was charging, Jiang Kai remained lost in thought. As for me, when necessary, I can also use my ethereal form to dodge the armored lizard man's attacks. If I can do that, I have to help Yuan Zhu realize he isn't actually weak. Sensing the critical situation, Hun Han urged him, "Captain Kai, hurry, take action." Then, a shout rang out, "Kai, Captain Kai, it's dangerous." Right at that moment, Yuan Zhu dashed forward without hesitation. He let out a roar that shook the air. "Kai, I'm coming to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Zhu slammed into the lizard man. Facing such a sudden turn of events, the rest of the group was stunned. Seeing this, Jiang Kai smirked. "Well done, Yuan Zhu." At the same time, the lizard man turned to look at Yuan Zhu with glowing red eyes. It immediately shifted its focus toward him. Yuan Zhu cowered in fear. "What? It already lunged at me. Someone, help!" Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and flames were seen engulfing the lizard man. Jiang Kai explained helplessly, "Yuan Zhu, I already pierced through its stomach, which is its weakest defense point. It hasn't been hit in a vital spot yet. Hurry up and finish it off." At this point, the creature's body was trembling violently. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhu couldn't help but feel terrified. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to grip the sword hilt. In a split second, Yuan Zhu poured his strength into the sword and thrust it downward. A while later, a series of voices echoed right beside him. Yuan Zhu, open your eyes and look. It's all over now." Yuan Zhu heard them and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the lizard man's carcass lying motionless in front of him, he was instantly stunned. The armored lizard man, is it dead? After a few seconds of bewilderment, Yuan Zhu let out a curse. "To hell with it. This thing popped out of a gap and scared the life out of me." "Kai, what were you spacing out for earlier? If I had been a second slower, you would have been bitten." Jiang Kai looked slightly confused. "I don't know why, but my mind went blank for a second. Besides, you said you'd protect me in the future. Were you just going to stand there and watch it eat me?" Yuan Zhu's mouth twitched. "I'm telling you, Kai, I'm a coward, didn't you know?" Just then, Su Nuanyuan approached and clapped her hands. "Yuan Zhu, you were very brave this time. Back when you were in Li Biao's fierce tiger team, you rarely dared to take the initiative to face the enemy." Hun Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Yuan Zhu, I didn't expect your ground-shattering stomp to be that powerful." Yuan Zhu laughed boisterously. "It's nothing. Nothing, just the world's third best." Ruan Yu chimed in with praise. "That's right. You're worthy of being called a warrior." After resting for a few minutes, Jiang Kai gave a signal. "All right, let's continue to the commander-tier armored lizard man's location. Yuan Zhu, hurry up and put away the corpse card." They arrived at a jagged mountain range where many lizardmen appeared. He didn't forget to warn them. "Look over there. At the rock garden in the distance, there are 3 elite-tier armored lizardmen. It's highly likely they are guarding that commander-tier armored lizard man. The rock garden here has too much cover, those 3. Elite-tier armored lizardmen might have others in the vicinity ambushing us. We must be careful." After speaking, Jiang Kai sank into his thoughts. After all, previously, I only had a one-time use skill to deal with multiple elite-tier mermen at Eternal East Island. This time, I must be cautious. After determining the strategy, Jiang Kai immediately turned to Hun Han. "Hun Han, I need you to cast Rain Prayer to mask our scent so that the armored lizardmen don't detect us. We probably need to maintain it for 10 minutes. Can you do it?" She nodded confidently. "Yes, my Rain Prayer skill has been upgraded. Furthermore, I've undergone training on Eternal East Island, so maintaining it for 10 minutes is no problem." Hearing this, he quickly assigned tasks to each person, his gaze sweeping across the team. "Good. Hun Han, prepare the Rain Prayer. Su Nuanuan, prepare poison in case we need it. Ruan Yu, you're responsible for protecting Hun Han and Su Nuanuan. Once the rain starts, Yuan Zhu, you follow me into the rock forest. Remember, you don't need to attack them. Just use your ground-shattering stomp to control and delay them for me. Leave the rest to me." Yuan Zhu replied quickly, "Understood." Immediately after, a lightning bolt struck down. Dark clouds gathered across the sky, and soon enough, the rain poured down in torrents. Seeing his chance, Jiang Kai immediately gave the order. Yuan Zhu, it's time to charge inside the cave. Dozens of red eyes glared from the darkness, and the lizard dragons began to crawl out. As soon as they appeared, he shouted urgently, realizing there were still plenty of armored lizard dragons hiding. Yuan Zhu, cover me. Yuan Zhu hurriedly crouched low and fired a shot, looking disgusted, as a beam of light slammed directly into the lizard dragons. Jiang Kai moved steadily, his status window appearing in his mind. A 100% increase in attack speed for 10 minutes? Let's see how this performs in a real fight. Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed. A thought flashed, and he lunged forward, a streak of light shooting toward the lizard dragons. They were sent flying into the air, and suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the stone forest. A moment later, the lizard dragons were engulfed in a sea of fire, with the towering stone forest standing before them. System panels popped up one after another, and Hu Nian shouted excitedly, feeling as though Jiang Kai was firing infinite darts with his 9 tracking blades. Ruan Yu also clenched her fists and cheered. This is the first time I've seen Yuan Zhu coordinate his skills with Captain Jiang. So powerful. Su Nuan agreed with them, echoing that it was indeed very strong. Back when we were doing our newbie trials, they cooperated just like this. These armored lizard dragons have such heavy armor that unless they reveal their soft underbelly, they are incredibly hard to kill under normal circumstances. Even if team leader Li attacked, he couldn't kill one in a single blow. Yuan Zhu plunged his weapon into the monster, and the system announced the defeat of a level 35 elite armored lizard dragon. Yuan Zhu looked at his stat board, beaming. I leveled up, Jiang. I'm level 10 now. Jiang Kai glanced at him and praised. Yuan Zhu, I knew you could do it. Beside them, Hu Nian also cheered. Captain Jiang, Yuan Zhu, that coordination just now was incredible. I'm getting more and more confident in our Fire God squad. Ruan Yu agreed. Exactly. Su Nuan widened her eyes in surprise and added, it hasn't even been an hour since we left, and Yuan Zhu has already gone from level 9 to level 10. She looked at them with admiration. Although she knew Captain Jiang and Yuan Zhu were a strong team, she hadn't expected the leveling speed to be this fast. Su Nuan secretly resolved, I want to be that strong too. Suddenly, he looked over at her and smiled, saying, Yang Jing must be hidden somewhere in the rocks or the crevices of this area. Su Nuan, come here, let's look for him together, she replied, coming. Then, they stood before the entrance of the stone forest. Jiang Kai was certain that, barring any accidents, the warlord-level armored lizard dragon must be inside this stone forest. Yuan Zhu suggested, Jiang, do you want to rest for a bit? You must have used a lot of energy just now. He nodded in confirmation but added, the drain was significant, but not enough to stop me. Besides, there might be more than one entrance to this stone forest, and the commotion we caused just now wasn't small. Jiang Kai then calmly stepped forward, thinking that if they dragged it out too long, the creature might summon other armored lizard dragons from another entrance to protect itself. The others followed his back, listening closely. Hunting a warlord-level beast, we have to strike while the iron is hot. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Su Nuan looked around the forest and asked, it's so quiet. Jiang, is there really a warlord-level armored lizard dragon here? Jiang Kai used his demon eye, thinking to himself, strange, there are no suspicious traces on the stone surface. He scanned his surroundings with high alert. That's not right, it's not that I'm overthinking, it's that there's something wrong with the ground where we're standing. Did I guess wrong? Suddenly, Yuan Zhu clutched his body. Ruan Yu saw this and asked worriedly, Yuan Zhu, what's wrong? Are you that cold? He explained, I don't know why, but walking back and forth, I suddenly got goosebumps. Hu Nian teased from behind, Yuan Zhu, I think you're just too tense. The group continued to walk quietly past the large stones. Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly caught something. That's not right, it's not that I'm overthinking, it's that there's something wrong with where they're standing. Immediately, he entered a defensive stance and shouted to them, Yuan Zhu, Hu Nian, Ruan Yu, stop! The three of them turned around, confused. The rock formation above them suddenly swung a tail, aiming straight for the three, forcing them to scatter. The group scrambled in a panic. In front of them was a scale-covered warlord-level lizard dragon, level 58. Yuan Zhu panted, that was close. I almost met my ancestors back there. This guy's color is barely different from the rocks. He's way too good at camouflaging. Hu Nian closed his eyes and chimed in. You're right. Jiang Kai's claws glinted as he charged forward, shouting, Su Nuan, give me the data. She instinctively tapped the system on her arm. On it, a warning panel appeared. She read out, Scale-covered warlord-level lizard dragon, level 58, also known as the white lizard dragon. approximately 36 years old, weighing between 2 and 2.4 tons. Hearing this, Yuanzhu panicked. Scale covered? The first warlord level we meet is a variant? They attacked the monster repeatedly, but were met only with its roars and counterattacks. Yuanzhu shouted excitedly, "Great! We finally hit it." Hu Nian was happy too. Even if it's just one critical hit, it must have caused significant damage, let alone two. But Jiang Kai just stood there, silently observing the battle. Variants among warlord-level beasts have much richer loot, and the probability of getting top-tier items in the treasure chest is higher, but they are also much stronger than normal warlord levels. Jiang Kai looked at the dark monster, realizing that the shield covering the scale-covered lizard dragon's back not only possessed over 35 points of defense, but was heavily scaled, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, making it very difficult to pierce. He then looked down at its sturdy scales. Not only that, its chest has also formed a scale-shielding membrane, with about 20 points of defense, also featuring high temperature and corrosion resistance. Hearing this, the other three became even more panicked. That's without its full defense active? Su Nuanwan grew increasingly anxious as she searched the system. According to previous data, the scale-covered warlord-level lizard dragon is similar in form. Their mental power is around 100 to 150, and their agility is between 150 and 170. Her eyes showed a hint of panic. Strength is 380 to 420, physique 440 to 480. A lizard dragon lunged at him. Jiang Kai looked up at it, tense, the stat board flashing red with a warning. The four behind him screamed in worry, "Jiang, Captain Jiang, watch out." It snapped its jaws, but he had already stepped back to dodge. Jiang Kai steadied himself and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." He thought of a counter-strategy. As expected, this guy's whole body is resistant to high temperatures. It has armor, so even if the blazing fire pursuit attacks fiercely, it can't deal any damage. It can only knock the beast back. Then, he looked up, observing quietly. Thank goodness he had the intuition to dodge in time. Its strength is around 400. If that claw had landed, he'd be crushed to pieces. It's lucky that the secret medicine he found in the Mermaid Lord's treasure haul boosted his reflexes significantly. His agility is probably 60 points higher than it's now. He frowned, determined. As long as he stays careful, he can keep its attention and avoid getting killed. If he can use this opportunity to stimulate Yuanzhu to make him activate his class talent and create an armor-piercing effect, then the lizard dragon growled at Jiang Kai. He decided that if this fails, he would continue to lure this general-rank armored lizard dragon away from the others and look for a chance to escape. Then it opened its mouth to snap at him again. He told himself that if he succeeds, he might be able to get Yuanzhu to fully activate his class talent. At this thought, Jiang Kai shouted, "Zhu, save me." Yuanzhu replied, "Kai, I'm coming." Yuanzhu lunged from above with his ground-shattering stomp. He landed right between him and the lizard dragons. Only then did he realize this is bad. Kai's attacks don't seem to have any effect on it. Behind him, Jiang Kai panicked and shouted, "Zhu, run!" The lizard dragon charged madly, and Yuanzhu scrambled away, terrified. But behind him, sharp daggers flew toward the lizard dragon, causing its body to recoil instinctively as it shrieked in pain. Taking advantage of that, Jiang Kai rushed over to pull Yuanzhu away. This general-rank armored lizard dragon is definitely going to target him and Yuanzhu now, so he needs to lead it away. Suddenly, someone rushed past them. "Who was that?" Hu Nian shouted, explaining. "Captain Kai, it's Ruan Yu. He's been drinking." Su Nuanyuan stood by, deeply worried. "Kai, the saliva of a scale Ruan Yu's formed general-rank lizard dragon is corrosive. It melts most equipment and causes flesh wounds." Jiang Kai turned back, panicked. "Oh no, if Ruan Yu really tries to kiss that lizard dragon, he'll be torn to shreds." Over there, Ruan Yu had already charged and thrown his shield into the lizard dragon's face. His body was sent flying back by the impact. But Ruan Yu's face was red from the alcohol as he muttered, "Is that a scale Ruan Yu's formed lizard dragon?" Jiang Kai stared in shock. "What? Why isn't Ruan Yu seeing the lizard dragon as a beautiful woman this time? Isn't he drunk?" Hu Nian looked over, panicked. "I don't know, but it seems he drank the new grade 2 wine today. Who would have thought this new wine could eliminate the negative aesthetic distortions caused by drunkenness?" Ruan Yu was still laughing. "I can be a lizard dragon too. I've been searching for a female lizard dragon that's a match for me all this time." He pointed at the lizard dragon excitedly. "Today, the heavens have not failed me, and have not failed a dragon. I've finally found you among all these lizard dragons." The lizard dragon stared at him, bewildered. Smoke puffed from Ruan Yu's nose as Jiang Kai lunged forward. "Darling, Let's not waste this beautiful moment. Su Nuanyuan watched in astonishment. Brother Ruan Yu, does he think he's a lizard dragon? Then, Jiang Kai quickly threw more daggers. The lizard dragon shrieked in pain, but Ruan Yu still dove in like a moth to a flame. Oh, my love! Jiang Kai kept throwing daggers from behind, while Ruan Yu skipped toward it excitedly. Baby, no one can tear us apart anymore. Don't be shy. Tonight will be our romantic night. Come on. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Jiang Kai slumped, watching with anxiety. Ruan Yu is impossible to control while drunk. If this keeps up, even if there's a chance to kill the lizard dragon, they won't have any strength or stamina left. On the other side, Ruan Yu's eyes were filled with a rosy haze. Wifey, let me warm your broken maiden heart with my strong chest. Jiang Kai fell into deep thought. Ruan Yu has completely lost his mind. He can't keep controlling him and fighting the armored lizard dragon at the same time. He has to hurry. He turned and shouted to the others behind him. Ju, hurry up. Only your class talent armor-piercing ability can get us out of this mess right now. We need you. Yuanju stood to the side, looking over in surprise. So this is what it means to be fearless? Deep down, he felt a sense of awe. Brother Ruan Yu really was like a god. In his mind, he involuntarily recalled what Ruan Yu had said. Overcome fear? Not at all. At that moment, I felt no fear in my heart. Yuanzu was amazed. No fear? Brother Ruan Yu, how did you do it? Can you teach me? Suddenly, Yuanju took a beer mug out of his inventory, tilted his head back, downed it in one gulp, and shouted, Fine, I'm coming. Let's drink. Brother Ruan Yu, thank you for showing me how. I've learned it. Yuanju exhaled, then started to get drunk too. The system notified, you have entered a state of cognitive confusion. In this state, your perception of identity, strength, and the situation will become distorted. A red notification box appeared. Severe confusion. On the battlefield, a massive explosion erupted. The lizard dragon roared, forced to a standstill by Jiang Kai, but Ruan Yu kept charging. All three people behind them shouted in worry. Ruan Yu! Brother Ruan Yu! Beside him, Yuanzu smashed his beer mug, gripped his sword tightly, and charged forward. Yuanju, the strongest war god in the world, finally unleashed a decisive sword strike straight at the lizard dragon's head. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide with shock. Zhu actually triggered an armor-piercing strike after drinking Ruan Yu's wine. He stared at him, deep in thought. It seems that after getting drunk, Yuanju's logic has become completely scrambled. This has pushed his confidence to an unprecedented peak, and this blind confidence has actually activated Huang Tong's extra-class talent, causing his attacks to carry an armor-piercing effect. Just like the Wolf King and the giant black ape of elite rank, the armor-piercing effect doesn't deal direct damage to their bodies, but it does damage their defenses. Yuanju, having completely lost his mind, shouted, I, Yuanju, am the world's #1 war god. Who dares? Suddenly, a tail whipped out, striking him and sending him flying, spitting blood as he lost consciousness. The tail moved to strike Yuanzu's body where he lay on the ground, but Jiang Kai's small daggers flew in. The lizard dragon looked up at the explosion, while Jiang Kai rushed forward to rescue Yuanzu. Jiang Kai smiled and whispered, Yuanzu, thank you. Then, he vaulted toward the lizard dragon. Jiang Kai lunged down, blades in hand. Let me help you settle the score. The lizard dragon bled profusely, letting out a roar of agony. He grinned with satisfaction. Good. Once the armor on this lizard dragon is shattered, it's impossible for it to withstand a critical hit. Yuanju, I'm leaving the final blow to you. On the other side, Yuanju stumbled forward, sword in hand, his face deathly pale. Losing his senses, he shouted, I am Yuanju, the world's #1 god of war. Who dares to be insolent? The group watched as Yuanzu hacked at the lizard dragon, his face flushed with rage. Yuan asked with concern, Is Kai Yuanju okay? He calmly observed and confirmed, Don't worry, Yuanju is just drunk. Besides, the lizard dragon's armor was already shattered, and I wounded it heavily, so it's safe. A moment later, his sword was pulled from the creature. Yuanzu stood valiantly before the falling beast. He slung his sword over his shoulder and checked the system panel to see he'd cleared the kill and leveled up. With bloodshot eyes, he muttered, I told you, Yuanju is the world's #1 god of war. Then, Yuanju collapsed. Hunian smiled. Looks like the master is dead drunk. He nodded in agreement. Indeed. Nuanuan suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait, Hunian, I feel like I've forgotten something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Jiang Kai closed his eyes to think. Now that you mention it, I have that feeling too. Hu Nian's eyes widened. I think I do too. The three looked at each other, the air growing cold. Finally, they all remembered at the same time. Oh no, Ruan Yu. Elsewhere, Ruan Yu looked at the system panel, confirming the death of the lizard dragon, and burst into tears. No, my only beloved wife in this entire world. He squeezed his eyes shut, furious at them. He then charged straight toward them, shouting indignantly, I treated you like family, yet you killed my wife. Suddenly, Ruan Yu stopped and sniffed the air. Ugh, what is that smell? So gross. Then, he collapsed to the ground. Hu Nian and Jiang Kai looked at her, holding a bottle of sleeping potion with caution. Nuanyuan blushed, explaining shyly, Why are you looking at me like that? Master Ruan Yu thinks he's a lizard dragon. Who knows what he might have done to us? I just took the opportunity to use the potion I brewed earlier to let him sleep for a while. Both of their eyes lit up, and they gave her a simultaneous thumbs up. No, we meant you did a great job, Hu Nian suggested. Nuanyuan, give me some of that potion to make Ruan Yu tipsy. It's too useful. Jiang Kai added. I want some too, she replied excitedly. No problem. Night fell, and the group rested on a mountain. Yuanju and Ruan Yu were fast asleep. They were curled up together in blankets. Hu Nian tossed and turned, while Nuanyuan walked over to Jiang Kai with a water skin. Kai, want some water? He turned and looked at her, puzzled. Thanks. Not asleep yet? As he took the water, Nuanyuan explained. Today was so intense, I still can't believe it. Good thing at the critical moment, Yuanju managed to break the armor of that mutated general rank armored lizard dragon. He opened the water skin and smiled. I never expected that the Tier 2 alcohol Ruan Yu brewed would accidentally trigger Yuanju's innate talent. Nuanyuan blushed slightly and asked Jiang Kai, Kai, do you think the master will trigger more of his innate talent effects in the coming days? He turned his head to look at the group and smiled. On the other side, Ruan Yu was hugging Yuanju in his dreams, calling out, Wife, oh wife, kiss me. Jiang Kai explained, This kid has never been weak. What he lacks is confidence. His confidence today was fueled by the alcohol, his perception was clouded, which is why he unleashed that bold armor-breaking effect. Suddenly, Yuanju clenched his fist and mumbled in his sleep, How dare you? I, Yuanju, am the world's #1 god of war. He watched him, feeling helpless. Maybe he needs more training. Regardless, I hope he can build true confidence soon, Nuanyuan added excitedly. I believe he can do it. The next morning, Yuanju shouted excitedly, What? I heard from you guys that I was so heroic yesterday. On the other side, Ruan Yu sat there reflecting on his love. Hu Nian looked at him and forced a smile. Ruan Yu, I have to say, after your perception was clouded when you were courting that scaled armored lizard dragon, that was really something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she gave a thumbs up. So brave. Ruan Yu felt even more nauseous and interrupted. Ugh, stop it. Then, they looked down at the treasure chest, the four of them gathering around. Jiang Kai spoke first. All right, now that everyone's here, let's open the treasure chest. Hu Nian patted his shoulder and suggested, Captain Kai, this is a rare treasure chest. I just cast a fortune. Your luck isn't great today. Let Nuanyuan open it. She looks radiant today. She's definitely luckier than you. Nuanyuan pointed at herself, confused. Me? Jiang Kai smiled and agreed. That's right. Hu Nian is a master of divination. Nuanyuan, go ahead and open it. Hu Nian put an arm around her and winked. Nuanyuan, don't worry, just go for it. Besides, we already made a profit just by encountering that scaled lizard dragon. She touched the chest tentatively. Okay. The lid opened, and a golden light flashed from within. All five of them peered inside in astonishment. Nuanyuan checked the system panel. She explained to them, This is special phosphorus essence stone. It can be equipped to weapons to strengthen the scaled membrane and improve defense. It weighs 10.4 kilograms, with an estimated value of 500,000 Saint Wine coins. Then she moved to Yuanju's stone. 17 kilograms of earth core, an important energy source that can be used for city construction. Estimated value is 100,000 Saint Wine coins. Next was Hu Nian's crystal, 48 grams of blood essence crystal, essential for crafting, improving, and upgrading weapons. Estimated value, 300,000 Saint Wine coins. Finally, the item for Jiang Kai, 3 heavenly bone fragments. Key materials for upgrading talent levels. Estimated value, 210,000 Saint Wine coins. Suddenly, Nuanyuan stopped, her eyes wide. Huh? She looked at the red, angular crystal and explained, There's a blood essence crystal. 0.6 grams of mutation essence is one of the materials used to craft attribute potions, estimated to be worth 6 million holy wine coins. Jiang Kai pointed at the crystal, his voice filled with shock as he asked, "A single gram of this costs 1 million holy wine coins? And that's just one of the materials?" She confirmed. "That's right." Jiang Kai's face darkened as a realization hit him. "Wait a second. The merfolk tribe potion I drank before, didn't I just gulp down hundreds of millions of holy wine coins in one go?" Jiang Kai then recalled that expensive medicine, a potion that boosts base attributes and contains extremely rare ingredients. The entire Holy Radiance domain could only craft less than 20 bottles a year, and a single bottle could upgrade 10 base stats, selling for about 150 million Holy Radiance coins. Jiang Kai sank into deep, bottomless regret. Yuanzhu was excited, thinking, as expected of a mutated general rank beast. Jiang Kai's mind was in turmoil. He had literally devoured an entire mansion in Mirror Lake, just like that. If he'd known, he would have at least tried to savor the taste. Nearby, Hu Nian and Su Nuanuan cheered over a bottle. This is purification water. Purification water is a key ingredient for the level 20 class advancement for doctors. They say a single advancement requires 5 milliliters, and this bottle had 15 milliliters. Ruan Yu then spoke up. 5 milliliters of this can sell for 1 million holy wine coins, so this bottle could fetch 3 million, right? Yuanzhu gripped his hands and replied, "We actually found Dr. Class Up materials. Su Nuanuan, your luck is incredible. Even in a mutated general rank treasure chest, the odds of getting 3 super rare Class Up materials in an instant are virtually non-existent." Hu Nian's eyes lit up as she calculated. The total profit from a regular general rank treasure chest is usually about 8 million holy wine coins, which means the value of this chest is over 10 million holy radiance coins. Ruan Yu smiled awkwardly and teased, "Hu Nian, you look like a total money grubber right now." She suddenly turned her head, her gaze a bit mischievous. "Are you sure? Do you want to see what Captain Kai looks like right now?" Jiang Kai's face was already dripping with greed, and he chuckled to himself. The elite treasure chest from before, plus the mutated general rank scaled dragon we just killed, the loot value must have already exceeded 15 million holy radiance coins. Ruan Yu and Hu Nian were left speechless. After that day, the Fire God squad was able to clear out 1 scale dragon lair every day, sometimes even managing to take down 2 general rank lairs in a single day. The 5 of them grew serious about clearing stages, and as their combat frequency increased, the armor-piercing strikes of Yuanzhu, combined with Jiang Kai's lethal critical hits, made killing the armored scaled dragons smoother and smoother. Their teamwork reached new heights. The only downside was that it was quite a drain on their wine supplies. Yuanzhu held up a wine glass and shouted, "Who says that? I, Yuanzhu, am the world's #1 general." 10 days later, the Fire God squad had wiped out almost every reachable general rank lair. Everyone leveled up quickly. Yuanzhu and Ruan Yu reached level 20. And Su Nuanuan went from level 9 to 12. A cloud of white smoke rose from the forest. The group was excitedly gathering food and firewood together. Hu Nian turned to Jiang Kai and asked, "Captain Kai, where are we heading next? We've cleared this place out. I don't think there will be any more general ranks appearing here for a while." Su Nuanuan suddenly received a system notification, and she let go of the fruit she was holding, dropping it. Jiang Kai looked over with concern. "Su Nuanuan, what's wrong?" Hu Nian also asked, "That's right. Su Nuanuan, why do you look so pale?" Her expression was full of anxiety. "I just got news that over in the Flame Peak area, a small but capable guild suddenly encountered a mutated commander rank fallen corpse king, and they were completely caught off guard." She emphasized the last few words, making the other 4 panic. The whole team was wiped out. They were talking about that hideous green fallen corpse king. Yuan Jue to its name. The fallen corpse king is a terrifying, elusive monster from the underworld. A standard commander rank fallen corpse king is over level 60, much higher than a mutated general rank armored scaled dragon. The power of a mutated commander rank fallen corpse king is unimaginable. Su Nuanuan walked over to the group and explained, "But that mutated fallen corpse king was also injured, and it went into hiding to heal. For that guild to be able to injure a mutated commander rank fallen corpse king, they must have been quite strong." Hu Nian nodded and affirmed that if they could defeat the mutated fallen corpse king, they would indeed get incredibly rich. It's a pity they ended up with a full team wipe. The price they paid was too high. Yuanzhu sighed. "Yeah, that's really a shame." Ruan Yu agreed, but they did their best. Jiang Kai then spoke up. "Su Nuanuan, this news just arrived, right? Does anyone else know?" She replied, "It just came in, so it shouldn't be widely known yet, but some major guilds have probably already caught wind of it. The big shots will definitely head there." Suddenly, Su Nuanuan seemed to remember something. Kai, don't tell me you want to? Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes and smiled with excitement. He remembered that, while the Holy Radiance domain doesn't allow stealing bosses, that rule applies to king rank and above, not including the commander rank. Without a doubt, he wondered how many people were itching to challenge this injured commander rank mutated fallen corpse king. He looked at his team and pointed at himself, declaring, "So, how about we give it a try?" Su Nuanuan excitedly agreed. "Since we've been training with the armored scaled dragons here, we're in decent shape. Even if we can't snag the fallen corpse king, we can just treat it as a new challenge." Ruan Yu smiled. "If it weren't for Captain Kai, I wouldn't have dared to imagine we could defeat those scaled dragons. I'm in." Su Nuanuan was also determined. "Kai, I'm going too." Yuan Zhu struck a heroic pose and shouted, "Hey, hey! How can our Fire God squad be missing the world's #1 general, Yuan Zhu? Of course I'm going." Seeing them all so enthusiastic, he praised them. "Good." The whole team looked at Jiang Kai as he announced, "Then the Fire God squad's next target is the mutated fallen corpse king. Let's move out." The next day, the group arrived at a dry, barren land. Ruan Yu's face turned red as she complained, "It's so hot." Yuan Zhu wiped the sweat from his brow and scanned the surroundings. "These trees look really strange." Su Nuanuan looked at her parameter board in fear and explained, "These are heaven fire trees. Their lifespan is about 20 years. Once they live over 30 years, they can become sentient. After killing them, there's a chance they drop a fire tree heart, a material that enhances the special effects of fire-based abilities." Jiang Kai also stared at the trees. Suddenly, Yuan Zhu pointed in the opposite direction. "Look over there. It's a team from the Azure Dragon Guild. I've met them before." As they got closer to their destination, they encountered more and more squads. The 5 of them slowly moved forward. The whole group turned around to look at the voice behind them. It was Ruan Yu. He noted there was another team over there. Sure enough, everyone who received the news had arrived. "We need to pick up the pace," Hunian agreed. "Even though we got here faster than the people coming from the main city, no matter how fast we are, we can't compare to teams that were already training in this area." Jiang Kai stood silently observing the situation, thinking to himself that Hunian was right. Right now, there was no telling how many teams were constantly marching toward the fallen corpse king's lair, and the teams already in the vicinity were surely waiting for reinforcements. He turned to look at Nuanuan, who had fallen behind. She was holding her head, trembling as she forced herself to walk forward, thinking, "I'm so tired my stamina really can't keep up with everyone else. The competition for the boss is so fierce, and everyone is still pushing through. I absolutely cannot be a burden to them," she thought. But her vision began to blur. Footsteps approached from the front. Jiang Kai held out a water bottle and suggested with concern, "Nuanuan, take a drink and rest for a bit." She looked up at him, exhausted. He thought to himself, "Yuan Zhu is one of our main damage dealers. We need to prioritize his leveling. Ruan Yu's base level is already quite high, so getting him to level 20 should be fast. Hunian's level has long since hit 29. Only Nuanuan is at level 12. Yet she never complains and keeps trying her best not to fall behind." Seeing his concern, she lowered her head, feeling down. Finally, Nuanuan gave a forced smile and shook her head, explaining, "I'm not tired." Jiang Kai watched her calmly. As the lowest level member and a healer with no combat abilities, the fact that she had made it this far showed that Nuanuan was not as fragile as she looked. He nodded with a smile and said, "If you're not tired, well, I am. Everyone, consider this a short break on my account." The 3 in front agreed. "That's right. I see a lot of high-level squads around here anyway. We might as well rest and conserve our strength before we fight." Seeing this, Nuanuan still felt a bit uneasy, but he added, "The area where the fallen corpse king is located spans a perimeter of 5.6 kilometers. Jiang Kai's eyes were filled with determination. Furthermore, most monsters in this area don't have a clear sense of territory and often wander around. Plus, there are so many teams out searching right now. In terms of speed and stamina, it will be hard for us to gain an advantage." Nuanuan nodded in agreement. "Captain Kai, what do you think we should do?" Hearing this, he spoke seriously. "I was thinking, should we stop and brainstorm before we search for the fallen corpse king? Compared to the other teams, do we have any special advantages?" Ruan Yu rubbed his chin in thought. "Captain Kai makes a lot of sense. The search party is filled with experts. What basis do we, the Fire God Squad, have to be the first ones to find the fallen corpse king?" Hunian and Yuan Zhu nodded in agreement, while Nuanuan broke into a nervous sweat behind them. "I can't think of anything on the spot. Are we really just going to rely on luck?" Hearing this, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Luck? Yuanzu excitedly suggested. How about this, Hu Nian? Why don't you cast a fortune and see if we can find the fallen corpse king? She replied awkwardly. How could I possibly predict something like that? Jiang Kai interrupted them. Luck. Exactly luck. He then said excitedly, Hu Nian, our team's advantage is having you. Hu Nian was startled and asked, Captain Kai, do you really want me to divine the future? Or maybe pray for rain? He happily explained, Hu Nian, have you forgotten? Before you changed your class to fortune teller, you were a feng shui master. The fallen corpse king was severely injured and hiding to recover. So, where would this hell-type monster choose to rest? Hu Nian's eyes lit up as she replied, a place with the heaviest yin energy. Jiang Kai looked into the distance and explained seriously, not necessarily the heaviest. It's injured, so it might not have the strength to find the most ideal spot. We can check the areas near Fire Ridge that have heavy yin energy, then narrow it down. She clapped her hands, finally understanding. Next, Hu Nian turned back and winked at the group confidently. Feng shui techniques are my specialty. You guys rest up. I'll calculate the possible hiding spots of the fallen corpse king. Everyone looked at her with hope. Got it. Then, Jiang Kai stood silently, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Yuanju scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Wow, you were actually scared by me? What were you thinking about that was so serious? You didn't even notice me walk up behind you. He calmed down and explained, It's nothing. I just suddenly thought about the fact that Su Nuanuan has unlocked her level 20 class transfer materials. Even though I already know my own recipe for the transfer materials, I still have no idea where to find them. He asked excitedly, Kai, so you already know the formula? What kind of materials are they? Are they rare? Jiang Kai fell into deep thought. They aren't exactly rare, but I absolutely cannot figure out what they are. Jiang Kai recalled the formula book from before and added, At that time, I found the special class transfer formula in a secret dungeon under Eternal East Island, where the merman boss was. After deciphering those mysterious texts, I learned what was written on it. The recipe noted, the source of the flowing water is unknown. Fire burns spontaneously from the void. A gentle breeze remains still. Mud and earth drift without a fixed point, and metal transforms in ways that are unpredictable. Beside him, Yuan Zhu was confused after hearing this. Wait, what do you mean by the source of flowing water is unknown, and fire burns from the void? Kai, are you sure this is a formula and not a riddle? He turned to look at him, affirming, There is only one copy of this formula. It can't be wrong. It's just that it's truly impossible to understand. I also wondered if the source of flowing water is unknown might refer to rain, but what about the rest? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked himself, Source unknown, well, that sounds plausible. But what about fire burns from the void? Do you think it refers to Fire Ridge? Jiang Kai asked back, confused. Fire Ridge? He explained honestly. That's right, Fire Ridge. They say there's no fire there, but it's extremely hot, almost like a natural furnace. Don't you think that's miraculous? Hearing this, he rubbed his chin in consideration. That actually makes some sense. Suddenly, a voice from behind made them both turn their heads. Isn't this that lucky dog from Eternal East Island? The smug and arrogant Jiang Kai? Xu Feixiang and his squad appeared. The man stood with his hands on his hips, mocking, Ha, talk about a small world. Yuanju whispered in his ear, confused. Why did he say it's a small world? Kai, do you have some kind of grudge against these guys who look like trouble? He looked at them and replied, I've never met them. But looking at their faces, they seem like they're looking for a fight. They must be from the royal family. Hearing this, he suddenly became angry. The royal family? Then I definitely have to teach them a lesson. The group of men continued to stare at them arrogantly. Jiang Kai reminded them, Don't act yet. These guys look like they have high levels. And our goal right now is the variant Fallen Corpse King. We shouldn't start a fight. Then he stepped forward and asked, I'm Jiang Kai. Is there a problem? The man stepped forward and warned. A problem? You killed a member of my Eagle Squad 5. And then, while we were hunting the Merman Lord, you secretly attacked and killed young Master Huang Wei. Xu Feixiang's face stared at him, shouting angrily, Jiang Kai, oh Jiang Kai, you are truly bold. Do you have a death wish? Standing behind Yuan Zhu, they didn't hesitate to mock him openly. Jiang Kai didn't launch a surprise attack on Huang Wei. On the contrary, it was Huang Wei who brought 4 henchmen along, only to be completely wiped out by Jiang Kai in the end. Hearing this, Qing Yi glared in anger. She brandished her whip and snapped, Our captain is talking to Jiang Kai. You're just a dog, how dare you bark like that? He reacted quickly, then moved to block the stone. She glared at him and shouted, You! Jiang Kai looked at her with hostility and gave a warning. He didn't want to be blunt, so he just said there were some annoying flies buzzing around, which was really irritating. Xu Feixiang pulled the sword from his shoulder and said angrily, "How dare you call our Xuanwu guild flies? I was originally going to let you two die an easy death." He gripped his sword, and all 5 of them stared at them with murderous intent. "Now, I'm going to make sure you two wish you were dead." He pulled his hand back, staring at them intently, thinking to himself that these people were clearly determined to attack today, and it seemed this fight was unavoidable. Just then, Nuanwan ran over, looking worried. "Xu Feixiang, what are you doing? Are you actually planning to attack us right here?" Jiang Kai followed her silhouette with his gaze, confused. "Do they know Nuanwan?" He saw her and was surprised. "Su Nuanwan, aren't you in the military? Why are you with Jiang Kai?" Her expression was determined as she insisted, "I'm a member of the Vulcan team now, and Jiang Kai is my captain. If you intend to lay a finger on him, I absolutely will not stand by and watch." Beside her, Ruan Yu chimed in, "That's right." Behind him, Wu Shuang whispered to him, "Captain, this woman's sister works under the Eagle Guards. Finding the fallen Corpse King is the priority right now, so we shouldn't cause any more trouble." Feixiang nodded reluctantly, then sheathed the sword on his back and muttered, "Consider yourselves lucky today. I won't touch you. I never expected it." "Jiang Kai, you actually like hiding behind women, using them as your human shields." He frowned and looked at him cautiously. Then, he led his group away, not forgetting to taunt him. "Oh, by the way, you really like using flying daggers, don't you? That's fitting. Someone like you only deserves to use such underhanded weapons. But remember this. Next time we meet, before I kill you, I won't just destroy your flying daggers, I will." Suddenly, he turned back, his cold eyes sneering as he added, "Cut off both of your arms." Seeing his expression, Jiang Kai frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. The group left but didn't stop chatting, looking at how angry they were. That's to be expected. "I don't understand how the No.5 kite team lost to someone like that." Yuanzhu was furious and wanted to charge at them. "That's too much." Jiang Kai raised his hand to stop him. "Now is not the time to fight. Let them go." Then he turned to him and asked seriously, Nuan, that guy Xu Feixiang, do you know anything about him?" She replied with a serious expression, "I know a little. He used to live in the military district. I heard he transitioned from a martial disciple to a gladiator over half a year ago." Recalling the madness in his eyes, Nuan added, "His current combat ability is likely already in the ranks of the inheritors." The other 3 were shocked. Inheritors? She recalled the 4 professions and explained further. Martial disciples are highly valued by the military. They are the first of the 4 professional tiers before becoming superhuman and have long had a great reputation. Among them, levels 1 to 20 are called martial disciples, levels 21 to 40 are gladiators, 41 to 60 are inheritors, and levels 61 to 80 are ancient martial artists. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit uneasy. He hadn't expected Xu Feixiang's strength to rival that of an inheritor. Beside him, Nuan agreed. "He has a very good relationship with the royal brothers, and I heard his agility is very high, too. You have to be careful." Suddenly, he remembered Feixiang's face, and thought to himself, for some reason, he had a strong gut feeling that he would run into this guy again during the Guild Challenge tournament. In the distance, Hu Nian ran over, holding a scroll excitedly. "Captain Kai, I've finished calculating. There are a total of 3 locations that fit the criteria." She opened the map and explained. "The first location is the Twilight Mausoleum to the northwest of Flame Ridge. The distance to the fallen Corpse King's territory is quite close. The second is Spring Yin Lake, located due south of Flame Ridge. This lake is in Yin location and is also the closest to the main city area." She then added, "There is one more location, a low-lying valley directly west of Flame Ridge, but it doesn't have a reputation, it doesn't even have a name. You have to cross a small hill to get there." Jiang Kai fell into deep thought after hearing this. Beside him, Yuanzhu wondered. The fallen Corpse King is severely injured. It will definitely be in a hurry to return to its nest. Maybe we should try our luck at the Twilight Mausoleum. But he made a different decision. "No, we're going to the valley." The other 4 were shocked. Jiang Kai explained calmly. "Even though the Twilight Mausoleum is near its territory, there are probably a lot of teams thinking the same thing we are. By the time we get there, it will surely have been searched thoroughly by others. Even if it really is there, we would most likely come back empty-handed. As for Spring Yin Lake, its yin concentration isn't as high as the Twilight Mausoleums, and it isn't as quiet as the valley. Furthermore, it's close to the main city area, so there will definitely be quite a few people starting from there." He looked at the map again with determination. But as for the valley, even though there's a mountain range in the way, making it seem like the hardest place for the injured fallen corpse king to escape to. If you think about it from the opposite perspective, this might be the very reason most explorers overlook it. So, in conclusion, we might as well take a gamble and head to the valley first. 2 hours later, at the nameless valley, he led his group into the middle of it. Is this the place? Yuan Zhu looked around, trembling with fear. In this godforsaken place, I don't need to look at the feng shui, I can already feel the yin energy radiating. Ruan Yu also looked around, confused. But this place is so vast. If the fallen corpse king is injured and hiding here, it would be really difficult to find. Right now, we not only have to find it but also finish it off before others discover this place. The difficulty is truly not small. Jiang Kai walked ahead and explained, because the fallen corpse king is afraid of being discovered and wants to avoid people while it heals its wounds, it will definitely choose the most secluded places, such as a cave or a tomb. Behind them, Nuanyuan excitedly brought out several colorful bottles and told the group, "These are potions I concocted when I fought alongside the military before. They help reduce the damage caused by the toxins of hell-type monsters. The effectiveness of the potion can last for days, or maybe it might be a little effective in this situation." He looked at her and smiled. "All right, everyone take Su Nuanyuan's medicine first, then we'll check the surroundings together to see if there's a wild grave or something." The whole team looked at each other in agreement. Yeah. Night fell quickly, and the forest became even gloomier. Yuanzu, who was at the back of the line, asked tentatively, "Kai, I can't walk anymore. How about we take a break before going deeper?" He looked at him and reminded, "Zhu, don't fall behind." And Su Nuanyuan echoed the sentiment, "Hurry and keep up." "That's right, Yuanzu. What if the fallen zombie king suddenly charges out? You need to hurry up and get over here." Hearing that, his face turned pale as he muttered, "Suddenly charges out? Are you serious? Didn't it get injured a few times and run away?" Hu Nian, standing next to him, teased him. I said, "What if? Who knows? Maybe the mutated fallen zombie king is hungry while it's healing, and it just happens to smell humans and decides to..." Hearing this, Yuanzu involuntarily imagined the scene and grew terrified. Then, he squeezed his eyes shut and dashed forward. I'm coming right now." In a flash, he took the lead. "Wait for me." Behind him, he watched helplessly. "Hu Nian, Yuanzu is a coward. Stop scaring him." Hu Nian, beside him, was still laughing happily. Clearly, Yuanju was very skilled, but he was held back by his cowardice, which was why he needed more training. Suddenly, Yuanju tripped over a rock. He fell face first onto the ground and cried out in pain. The group behind him shouted in concern, "Yuanju! Yuanju! Are you okay?" Yuanzu stared at the thing in front of him in horror. He backed away with a pale face, stammering, "Wait everyone, look at that, what is that?" In front of them stood a tombstone that had been broken in half. Hu Nian recognized it and shouted, "It's a wild grave! It's so well hidden, even if we walked right past it, we might not have even noticed." Ruan Yu also observed it and added, "But this grave is tiny. Could a commander-level fallen zombie king actually live in there?" Suddenly, the tombstone began to crack, and the atmosphere turned ominous. The group watched in silence as if they realized something. Jiang Kai turned his head and shouted, "It's bad! It's here! Hu Nian, Ruan Yu, Su Nuanuan, back away!" The whole group shouted in unison. "All right, turn around and run." Only Yuan Zhu stood frozen there. He leaped into the air. Then Jiang Kai scanned the surroundings and gave the order. "Zhu, I'll hold it head on. You stay in the shadows and prepare to strike." He quickly clarified the plan. The ground in front of the grave began to bulge. Jiang Kai looked nervous and shouted, "If you can't take it, run. You don't have to hold on. I'll use Destiny Strike to pin it down at any moment." He confirmed. Immediately after, a zombie hand erupted from the ground. Yuanju stared in shock and announced, "The pressure is terrifying." The body of the zombie king fully emerged from the ground. The system displayed the stat board at the same time. The zombie king was absorbing the dark aura around it. It raised its head and roared in fury. All 5 people shouted in unison, "It's here!" The zombie king looked down at Yuanju, whose face turned pale, but he still gripped his sword and tried to shout. You don't come over here." He was already panicking inside. "Oh, Mom, this monstrous thing looks so scary," the zombie king roared, causing his body to be thrown backward, forcing him to curse. "Damn it, its body is still growing larger." Immediately after, he took a beer out of his inventory, muttered awkwardly, "Oh, Mom, this isn't good. I'm not going to last long." Yuanzu then downed the beer without hesitation, slammed the glass on the ground, and rested his sword on his shoulder. I don't care what kind of demon or ghost you are. Yuanzhu's combat power seemed to explode. He charged forward with a flaming sword. Yuanzhu, you really are the world's #1 war god. He then slashed at the zombie king without hesitation, but the sword, stained with blood, got stuck in its fur. Yuanzhu stared at the zombie king, and it glared back at him. Suddenly, he let out a burp, and it winced in anger. The others, who were hiding behind the trees, shouted loudly, "Oh no! Yuanzhu's sword is stuck." Jiang Kai stomped on the tree trunk, leaped to the ground, and dashed forward, shouting, "The situation is bad. Yuanzhu, run!" The zombie king stood up abruptly, causing him to fall backward. Yuanzhu was thrown directly into a large tree. Then, the zombie king swung both arms, preparing to strike him down. Behind him, he leaped up. "What are you rushing for?" Jiang Kai's claws slashed out as he kept reminding the zombie king, "Your opponent is me." The zombie king's body exploded repeatedly, and it shrieked in pain. On the other side, Hu Nian and Ruan Yu caught the unconscious Yuanzhu and shouted, "Run away quickly." They quickly hid behind the trees. "Sunuanyuan, I'm back." Hu Nian looked at his wounds and muttered, "What a huge bargain." This fallen zombie king was already severely injured. This time, with Captain Kai's intervention, "Won't it be crushed into dust?" Ruan Yu countered, "But I saw that just now. Yuanzhu's sword strike couldn't even cut it. It surely isn't that simple." Suddenly, Hu Nian turned around, confused, and asked Su Nuanuan, "What's wrong?" Her expression was full of shock, and Hu Nian's eyes were somewhat panicked as she muttered, What is this? Can this fallen zombie king not be killed?" On the other side, the zombie king was still healing itself continuously, with the undead resurrection skill. Its heart was slowly recovering inside its chest. She shouted, "Not just that. The largest wound on its chest also shows signs of slowly healing." The zombie king punched down, and Jiang Kai leaped backward to dodge. He looked up at it, feeling a bit panicked, thinking, "This fallen zombie king is in a state of broken armor and heavy injury, and even after I struck it repeatedly, it still hasn't fallen. It really is incredibly strong." Behind them, Su Nuanuan shouted a reminder, "Captain Kai, pierce through the heart of this mutated fallen zombie king. Otherwise, no matter how badly damaged its body is, it can still recover." He looked at her and finally understood. "So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't kill it all this time. So I have to completely pierce through its heart." The zombie king heard her and turned to look at Su Nuanuan, roaring in fury at her. She was hit by its sonic wave and stumbled backward. Then, it swung its arm and lunged at her. Only then did Jiang Kai realize it and dashed after it. Su Nuanuan. Suddenly, the zombie king stopped and plunged its hand into the ground. A shockwave traveled through the ground toward him, making him look down in surprise. "What is this?" Immediately after, a hand erupted to attack him. It quickly squeezed his body so hard that his eyes rolled back in pain. The whole space became eerily silent, leaving only the sound of the wind. He gritted his teeth to stop the blood from flowing out of the corner of his mouth. "My bones must be broken. This guy even knows how to deceive its opponent." A feint to attack elsewhere. It leaned down and stared at him, full of anger. Jiang Kai struggled, but no, he couldn't escape at all. Jiang Kai stood motionless in the corpse king's grip. Hun Han screamed in panic, "Captain Kai!" Yuanzhu rushed toward Jiang Kai. "You bold monster! How dare you hurt my comrade? You war god wannabe!" The corpse king spewed purple gas toward Tianqi. Su Nuanuan, already injured, tried to warn them. "It's purple-black poisonous mist. Yuanzhu, watch out." At that moment, Yuanzhu's armor began corroding into his skin. Su Nuanuan watched him, thinking to herself that poisonous attacks were one of the fallen corpse king's specialties. The darker the color, the more lethal the toxin. Usually, the poisonous mist of a commander-level fallen corpse king is dark green and highly toxic, capable of completely corroding an explorer's skin within a minute. Then, she looked around. The poisonous mist of a king-level boss is pitch black. Most ordinary explorers would die the moment they touched it. The smoke quickly spread throughout the forest. This mutated commander-level fallen corpse king was injured, yet it could still unleash a purple-black mist right between those two types. Even if it didn't kill on contact, the toxicity was definitely terrifying. "The medicine I prepared for everyone is barely a drop in the ocean." Her face showed clear fear. No wonder it could wipe out an entire elite group even while heavily injured. Sounds of fighting erupted ahead, making Su Nuanuan even more anxious. It seemed Yuanzhu was facing the fallen corpse king, but the power gap was too huge. He wouldn't last long. Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. If anyone touches Captain Kai, I'll be the first to object. Su Nuanwan woke up from her trance. Wait, that voice? Ruan Yu appeared, shield in hand. I am Ruan Yu, and I will never be inferior to anyone in this life. Suddenly, Su Nuanuan called out, Brother Ruan. Before she could finish, a hand pulled her back. Su Nuanuan, Hunhan appeared just in time. Don't be reckless, stay here. This purple poisonous mist is incredibly dangerous. You are a doctor. You might be our last hope. Hearing this, Su Nuanuan replied, Okay. But Hunhan just gave a small smile, adding, So, you must protect yourself well from now on. Hearing that, Su Nuanuan's face froze. Protect herself? As if realizing something, she panicked. Hunhan, wait. What are you doing? Hunhan turned back and whispered, Don't get close. It's too dangerous. The range of the poison is too large. I have to get closer to summon wind and rain to wash it away. Su Nuanuan stood stunned for a few seconds. Everyone, her hands trembled as she thought. Everyone is fighting for their lives. She bit her lip, suppressing her emotions. But why? Why? Su Nuanuan's eyes were full of self-reproach. As a doctor, I'm useless. She recalled her sister, Tu Uya. Ever since I was little, my sister protected me from almost every danger. I got used to relying on her, growing up in her safe embrace. But all that peace was shattered by monsters. One day, the ghost crystal descended, and beast gods began appearing all over the world. Only humans who pass the trials of the ghost crystal and become superhumans have the ability to fight the beast gods invading our homeland in reality. She remembered the horrific memory of that day when her father sacrificed himself on the beast god battlefield due to a lack of medical resources during the disaster. I felt like I grew up overnight. From then on, I was determined to join the military and become the strongest support for my comrades on the battlefield. She thought of all the times she fought side by side with Jiang Kai's group, and in those early days entering the Ghost Crystal, when I felt alone, I met Yuanju and Kai. We coordinated perfectly. Yuanju and I, under Kai's leadership, were selected by the military for our outstanding performance as rookies. Finally, I had followed in my sister's footsteps and achieved my dream of joining the military. I thought I had finally taken a firm step toward my dream. Over time, Su Nuanwan realized the problem. But after joining the army, I truly realized the gap between me and the others. I tried so hard, but my rank was only a C. I comforted Yuanju, who also had mediocre results, telling him not to be sad, but I was actually even more disappointed than him. Can I really become an excellent doctor? Her whole body stiffened. Am I really qualified to protect everyone? Fighting sounds continued nearby. The fallen Corpse King has such an outstanding look. How could I, Ruan the Corpse King, miss this? Come here, baby. Let's act quickly. Don't let anyone block this perfect plan. Yuanju's voice rang out. I, Yuanju, am the world's #1 war god. Get lost, you monster. Her body went rigid. It's just like back then, watching my best friends fight with their lives, while I can only do what I did in the past, hide behind my sister, hide behind them. Tears welled up. Do I even deserve to be a doctor? On the other side, the Corpse King continuously spewed poison. Yuanju and Ruan Yu struggled to defend against the attacks. Jiang Kai, locked in the Corpse King's grip, coughed. Yuanzu Ruan Yu. Hearing his voice, Su Nuanyuan snapped out of it and instinctively stepped forward. It was Kai's voice. A second later, Yuanzu and Ruan Yu were blown away. Su Nuanyuan screamed in shock. Yuanzu, Brother Ruan. She knelt down, horrified. They had been exposed to the poisonous mist for less than a minute, yet they were already seriously corroded. She started using her ability. Stay calm, Su Nuanyuan. Save them. Saving them is the most urgent thing now. Yuanju gritted his teeth as she treated him, while Ruan Yu sat with his eyes closed, resigning himself to his fate. The Corpse King's poisonous smoke kept advancing, but suddenly, Su Nuanyuan's spirits lifted. A few drops of rain fell to the ground. She looked at the Corpse King, her voice filled with joy. It was Hunhan. Under Hunyan's storm, the poisonous mist gradually faded. Nearby, Hunyan sat in a corner, tirelessly summoning the storm. Seeing this, the Corpse King reacted violently. Jiang Kai was squeezed so hard he winced. It hurt so much. I can barely breathe. He began to think and blame himself. Was I really too arrogant? Jiang Kai remembered what had happened. Originally, on Eternal East Island, without the support of the Overlord's iron skill, he wouldn't have been able to hurt the Merman boss. He recalled the Corpse King spewing the poison. This commander-level fallen Corpse King was never part of the plan. I led everyone here. He felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart, but he couldn't protect everyone. Suddenly, Hunan let out a loud cry. Forget it! Su Nuanuan hurriedly ran over. No, Hunan, Jiang Kai observed from below. Was I truly overestimating my strength? Was I completely wrong? After that, he couldn't stop reflecting on the path he had taken. The royal family, can I really make them pay for everything they've done? Jiang Kai's gaze dropped, and he closed his eyes as if he were ready to give up. Suddenly, Yuanzhu rushed out from somewhere, shouting loudly, Yuanzhu is the strongest god of war in the world. Who dares to be insolent? Ruan Yu held up his shield below. Beauty, I'm coming to help. The two of them quickly attacked the corpse king. They took turns knocking it back. Jiang Kai's body suddenly reacted. He opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and thought, no, how can I just admit defeat like this? Then he thought of Yingzi. His big brother and Yingzi were still waiting for him to live out those beautiful days again. He looked toward the dying Hunyan. Everyone is Ruan Yu gritted his teeth, bracing against the corpse king's attack. They are clearly still fighting for our fire god team. On this side, Yuanzhu was pouring in all his strength, while Su Nuanuan was constantly healing their teammates. Fighting until the very last moment, Jiang Kai slowly stood up. He felt his body trembling with sharp pain. His whole body ached, and he couldn't stand. Su Nuanuan saw him and rushed over. Kai, what should we do? Yuanzhu, Hunhan, brother Ruan Yu, they Jiang Kai immediately reassured her. Su Nuanuan, calm down. Hunhan is already down, and this storm won't last long. Right now, it feels like every bone in my body is broken, but we have to take that thing down quickly. Is there any way for me to recover as fast as possible? He looked at her, pleading. Upon hearing this, Su Nuanuan's eyes welled up. A second later, she regained her focus. Okay, I understand. The dark sky continued to pour down rain, dragging out the battle. After she finished healing Jiang Kai, Yuanzhu and Ruan Yu were defeated. Su Nuanuan screamed, Yuanzhu, brother Ruan Yu. At this moment, Jiang Kai turned back with a warm voice. Su Nuanuan, I'll leave them to you. After that, he fought the corpse king alone. Just a moment ago, Su Nuanuan had given him something. Kai, with my current healing abilities, I can't help you recover immediately. This is the tear of a fledgling immortal bird. I accidentally found it when I was training with the army before. Drinking it can help any explorer under level 20, regardless of any wounds, temporarily recover to their best state in just 1 minute. She explained the potion's effect, but added, the side effect is that after 1 minute, no matter the situation, the person who drinks it will fall into a coma immediately. Kai, are you sure you want to drink it? Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to take it, his gaze full of determination. 1 minute is enough. The corpse king raised its hand, trying to block Jiang Kai's attack. On this side, Jiang Kai kept provoking it. Come on, you idiot. If you're so tough, come and catch me. The corpse king was enraged and kept chasing him. Jiang Kai observed the situation. Good, the storm is almost over. He headed straight for the forest ahead, maintaining a safe distance, then stopped. A second later, the ground exploded in a long line. Jiang Kai shouted, Giant fist of destruction, etherealize. He laughed. Did you think I'd fall for the same trick twice? The corpse king missed and growled. Suddenly, several arrows appeared from within the toxic smoke. The corpse king was stunned by the sight, but it reacted in time and leaned back. The next second, a massive explosion occurred, and the corpse king abruptly changed its direction. From within its toxic smoke, 3 lights appeared, and it swerved to dodge. Now, the corpse king was truly in a blind rage. It stood up, staring into the void in front of it. Suddenly, Jiang Kai appeared behind it and shouted. He fired 3 arrows directly at the corpse king. I'm over here. Your reactions are way too slow. The weapon raced forward like lightning. Just as the arrows were about to touch the corpse king's body, it suddenly roared, and the next second, it locked Jiang Kai's body in its hand. It gripped him tightly, then looked at him as if he were a trophy. Su Nuanuan screamed in extreme worry. Kai! On this side, the corpse king prepared to swallow Jiang Kai, but suddenly, its eyes changed. Jiang Kai had regained consciousness and used his ability to counterattack. You rotten piece of filth! Did you really think you could catch me a second time? The corpse king's body shook, accompanied by Jiang Kai's voice. I only pretended to be caught to lure you into the trap. His hands glowed continuously with golden light. The corpse king's miserable screams echoed across the region. Jiang Kai let himself fall freely. It seems my gamble paid off. He looked at the corpse king, clutching its chest in pain, and thought, the effect of the potion really is short. The next second, it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Su Nuanuan hurriedly ran over, calling his name, Jiang Kai. Kai. He opened his eyes slightly and spoke. Su Nuanuan, it's up to you now. Su Nuanwen tried her best to heal him while calling out to him. Kai. She couldn't stop thinking to herself. Those 3 arrows stuck in the tree at first. I thought Kai had missed. Turns out, it was a trap set up to prepare for that final blow. Back then, Jiang Kai had summoned his weapon. As she remembered that moment, was everything within his plan? Suddenly, the Corpse King's weak growl made her jump. Su Nuanwan stepped forward recklessly. It wasn't dead yet. Instinctively, she remembered what Jiang Kai had said earlier. Su Nuanwan, it's up to you now. Su Nuanwan's eyes were full of killing intent as she approached with a knife. Su Nuanwan, stay strong. Your teammates need you right now. The next second, she raised the knife high. Suddenly, the Corpse King opened its eyes wide, roared, and reached out. Su Nuanwan was frightened and recoiled as a few drops of blood fell to the ground. Su Nuanwan's expression changed, and she said, "Do you think you can still escape?" The Corpse King lay on the ground, wailing continuously. Su Nuanwan walked toward it, cold and detached. "How dare you hurt my friends?" The next second, she poured all her resentment into the attack, bracing herself for the end. The Corpse King's heart stopped beating, its cry echoing through the entire forest. The scene shifted to the next day. Yuanju's group was sitting and recovering before the break of dawn. On this side, Su Nuanwan was carefully bandaging Jiang Kai's wounds. "Don't move around too much. Get plenty of rest, and combined with my medicine, you'll be recovered in just 3 days." He smiled at her, and Su Nuanwan looked surprised. "What's wrong? Is there something weird on my face?" Jiang Kai replied, "No, I just feel like Su Nuanwan is growing up very fast, becoming more and more like an excellent explorer." Hearing that, Su Nuanwan asked back, "Excellent? Me?" He replied firmly, "Of course." Suddenly, Su Nuanwan turned her head away. "But when you guys were dealing with the corrupted Corpse King, I was just a doctor. I had to rely on you all to charge into battle. I feel like I'm just dragging everyone's combat power down." Hearing this, Jiang Kai quickly spoke up. "I think it seems like Su Nuanwan, you're selling yourself way too short." He recalled what had happened. Over the past few days, he had been busy helping Yuanju and Ruan Yu level up, and she hadn't complained once. Instead, she had endured the exhaustion with strength, striving to keep up with the team without falling behind. Facing the provocation from the eagle hunting team, she knew well that she was no match for them, yet she still bravely stepped forward. Jiang Kai continued, "And after I was severely injured by the fallen Guardian King, you were the one who decisively stepped in to finish it off, helping me level up successfully, while simultaneously healing those of us who were heavily wounded." He focused on the necklace around her neck. "Su Nuanwan, you're a doctor with almost zero combat ability, but I know you've never once thought about backing down. You've done so much things you've brushed off, but the truth is, we've seen all of it. On this journey, you've done a great job. Su Nuanwan, we all really like you." His tone was solemn as he continued, "And we really need you." Hearing the sincere words from him, Su Nuanwan felt a bit shy. Just then, Yuanju interrupted. "That's right, Su Nuanwan. If it weren't for you healing us, with your benevolent doctor's touch, how could we be jumping around as energetically as we are now?" Jiang Kai helplessly spoke up. "Hey, when did you guys get here?" Ruan Yu hugged his wound and laughed. "What else?" This time, thanks to having Su Nuanwan here, everyone was able to rush forward without any worries. Hu Nian stepped closer, her voice full of warmth. "That's right, Su Nuanwan. If not for you, I'd probably be a goner by now." At that moment, a tear rolled down Su Nuanwan's cheek. She sobbed with joy. "Actually, I really like you all too. I really need you guys as well." 2 hours passed. Jiang Kai closed his eyes and said, "Ready?" The other 4 shouted in unison, "Ready." A large chest was brought out. Jiang Kai pointed at it and said, "All right, I'm opening it." He watched as the lid slowly creaked open, thinking, "I heard that the fallen Corpse King's treasure chest is mainly filled with equipment, and it's especially easy to get top-tier gear. Since this one is a variant grade, it really makes one look forward to it." A second later, a blinding golden light erupted. Su Nuanwan analyzed the weapon in Jiang Kai's hand. The blazing flame blade, a level 80 executioner weapon. In the entire Saint Glory, there are only 2 of these blades. This is the third one. It's estimated to be worth 350,000 ghost spirit coins. Yuanju shouted in amazement. 350,000 ghost spirit coins? That's 3 million Saint Glory units. Hu Nian chimed in, lowering her voice. "What's so rare about that? This is top-tier level 80 gear after all." Ruan Yu, caught between the two, remarked, "It's just a pity that there isn't an executioner in our group." "That's true, but it's lucky we can still trade it for money." Suddenly, Jiang Kai pulled out a suit of armor. Su Nuanuan. What is this? Su Nuanuan quickly analyzed it. This is strange. There's no record of it. Ruan Yu spoke up. No record? Does that mean this piece of gear has never appeared before? Su Nuan Yuan took something out. Luckily, I can appraise it. Back when Yuan Zhu and I were in the military, we sometimes encountered equipment that couldn't be appraised by the watch. So, she had bought a few appraisal cards for emergencies, and she immediately applied it to the armor. It was as if the armor came back to life, emitting a radiant glow. Seeing the notification on the screen, Yuan Zhu couldn't help but shout, "What? This armor boosts stats incredibly well, especially spirit. I can't believe it can reach 71 points." Jiang Kai was extremely excited. Not just that, its special effect is truly surprising. The first effect, Death Amnesty, shows that this armor is suited for level 60 adventurers. Even level 20s like us can use it. He began to break down its effects. And the second special effect, Undead State, is the real highlight of the undead armor. Even though the immunity duration against nerve system attacks isn't long, once we encounter something like a mermaid's sonic attack or a specific neurotoxin, it's equivalent to having a chance to rest and counterattack. Jiang Kai picked up the armor and continued. As for the third special effect, Death Torture, even though it only takes effect after the opponent is heavily injured, it's not very useful in real combat, but it's a good trick to strike fear into enemies when necessary. 25 minutes passed. Su Nuanuan spoke up. Up until now, most of the things we've opened are weapons and armor. Even though their levels are very high, they don't quite fit us. It looks like we'll just have to sell them for profession-specific materials. Something caught Yuan Zhu's attention. He leaned in close. What is this glowing thing? He pulled it out. To everyone's amazement, it was an accessory. Yuan Zhu said, "This ring looks like a very high-tier item. Su Nuanuan, try using your watch to see if you can appraise it." Su Nuanuan complied. Okay. Everything drew Jiang Kai's attention. He picked up a scroll. A notification window appeared. A second later, an icon appeared that left him shocked. The system of death sent a notification. After hearing it, Jiang Kai's face changed. Unique? Does that mean there's only one of these in all of the ghost spirit realm? Moreover, this death card is the personal weapon of the gambler, and it doesn't even have a level limit. So, isn't this practically designed specifically for me? He continued. Speaking of which, my profession skill, Ghost Hand Flying card, usually boosts the accuracy of thrown items by 40% and penetration effect by 30%. But using items like cards increases accuracy by 120% and penetration by 250%. He immediately began to deduce. That means when I use this death card, the accuracy and penetration effect could increase several times more than with a regular weapon. Jiang Kai looked at the card, hesitating slightly. However, what is a weird one? Ruan Ascendant refers to Masters level 80 and above. It seemed Weird One was a title corresponding to Ruan Ascendant. Whatever, I'll look it up when I get back. The system sent another notification. Hearing it, he was stunned. The death card's stats increase by a percentage. That means the higher my own stats are, the higher the stats granted by the death card will be. He stared at the card with a smug look, eager to see what special effects it held. What had the system set up for him? As Jiang Kai read the instructions, he grew even more shocked. 50 consecutive attacks, and the target still won't die? I've only ever heard I want you dead, and you have to die. The special effect of this remaining card is, I won't let you die, so you can't. Reading that, his whole body trembled. If you can't escape this, the incoming attack power would just keep stacking up. Combined with the time not yet ripe effect, this thing is called the death card. His eyes lit up when he saw the potential. This effect is great, no damage, and it's even mentally controlled. Now, even if I run into underhanded cunning opponents like the royal family, they'll find it nearly impossible to figure out my trump card. Jiang Kai held the card up, his heart brimming with joy. He hadn't expected that even though he couldn't find the level 20 class change material he'd been craving, he'd managed to find a weapon suited for a gambler. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. What exactly is the main god card? And why is his death card considered one of them, with 8 others out there? Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. His eyes narrowed, turning incredibly alert as the sound grew closer. Jiang Kai realized it instantly. This is bad. A high-level team is closing in. Everyone's condition is rough right now. If it's discovered that we killed that mutated, corrupted corpse king, these spoils of war will definitely be snatched away. He turned to the group and said, People are coming. No time to waste, we need to leave. Now. They all nodded in unison. The scene shifts to a certain building. Wei Ying stands looking out the window when, suddenly, there's a knock at the door. He turns around immediately. Su Lanan walks in and says, "Commander, another country has discovered a linked teleportation gate." Wei Ying ponders. "Another one? Again?" He looks into the distance. On the screen displaying the map, because the exploration level of the ghost star isn't high, the explored areas of different countries aren't connected. Except for individual classes that can enter the novice trial areas of other countries through special methods, the territories of each nation don't overlap. Until a year ago, when Jiang Kai discovered something on this side, someone else realized it too. Elsewhere, the man brushing his hair also noticed something unusual. A massive gate appeared. Countries were discovering teleportation gates to the land of Maitreya, one after another. Thick, pitch-black smoke poured in constantly. These gates are distributed across the ghost star, but they all lead to a public area called the Land of Maitreya. This Land of Maitreya is quite eerie. The entire forest is shrouded in darkness. For one, the Land of Maitreya is incredibly vast, and its location shifts every 6 months. A gate appeared on this side. Secondly, inside the Land of Maitreya, there are many mysterious, unidentified areas known as the Lost Ruins. Beside a gate filled with dried corpses, treasures, and powerful class change materials for new classes lie hidden. Just then, a notification screen appears. Third, only adventurers under level 60 can enter the Land of Maitreya. Someone appeared, keeping to the shadows. What's even more shocking is that once a human enters the Land of Maitreya, a central AI transmits the competition details. She stands high above, making continuous announcements. Cutting back to the present, Su Lanan is stunned. So far, 49 countries worldwide have discovered the Land of Maitreya's teleportation gates. Once 80 countries reach this threshold, the Land of Maitreya competition begins. "We, Saint Bright, still haven't found a gate," she said, watching the other's expression. "Only by placing in the competition can you earn the right to explore the lost ruins, and the treasures within those ruins could very well change the fate of an entire nation." She paused for a few seconds. "Commander Wei, are you listening?" Wei Ying didn't reply. He turned around, crushed his cigarette into the ashtray, and then walked away decisively. "Summon the representatives of all guilds across the country. Call a meeting," he ordered. Su Lanan replied, "Understood." Scene shifts to 3 days later. Jiang Kai is walking down, looking relaxed. Yuanju asks, "Kai, did you sell all the items?" Jiang Kai pulls out 3 vials and replies, "Just now, the private trading space sold out everything. I also bought the class change materials everyone was missing. These are ready to use. Just drink them and you'll complete your class change." Hunian's eyes lit up. The spoils we got this time were all rare resources. They weren't cheap, yet they sold out in the blink of an eye. Ruan Yu added, "Looks like there are more and more wealthy big shots out there." Su Nuanuan glances at Jiang Kai. She heard that the military held a global guild representative meeting a few days ago, and right after, procurement departments started bulk buying rare resources. She figures it must be related to that. Suddenly, Jiang Kai notices a few figures behind him. 2 men are talking as they walk. "Hey, the guild challenge competition is starting soon. Looks like quite a few strong new teams are preparing to join." The man in red laughs. "Well, that'll be interesting. I heard the Xuanwu Guild is putting a lot of focus on this competition. They're even claiming first place is definitely theirs." Yuan Ju looks a bit annoyed. "Xuanwu is so arrogant." "Kai, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll vent our frustrations for you." Ruan Yu chimes in. "Exactly." Jiang Kai speaks up. "All right, but before that, let's head to the guild district." Yuan Ju replies. "Yuan Jue, since we're entering the guild challenge, we need to find a guild to join first." Su Nuan asks him, "Kai, have you found one already? You said you offended the royal family, and no guild would be willing to take you in. I thought we were going to have a hard time." Hunian adds, "Yeah, Captain Kai, which guild did you find?" Jiang Kai replies, "It's a secret." Scene shifts to the guild district. Jiang Kai looks up and says, "We're here." Yuan Ju asks, "Kai, is this the guild you found for us to join?" His face is full of confusion. "But why does it look so empty? It's in a remote spot. There's not a soul at the gate, and there isn't even a name for the guild." Suddenly, Su Nuanuan notices something. Just as Jiang Kai prepares to ring the bell, she speaks up. "Wait, Kai, you didn't start your own guild, did you?" Before she can finish, Jiang Kai brings something close. A second later, he replies coldly, "That's right." The massive doors swing open, and all 4 of them widen their eyes. Seeing the grandeur behind the gates, they shout, "This place is beautiful." Jiang Kai gestures for everyone to follow. "Welcome to the team." As he speaks, he leads them deep into the main God Guild headquarters. Yuanzu taps him on the shoulder. "Hey, Kai, when did you start this guild? You didn't say a word, and here I thought you were hiding a secret weapon. Hu Nian gazes at the building. Exactly, Captain Kai, you didn't tell us. I never would have thought a cheapskate like you would be willing to buy such a gorgeous place. Ruan Yu also teases him, calling him a cheapskate. It's true. How much must this place have cost? Hu Nian looked up at the house. You're right, Captain Kai. Don't hide it from us. I honestly didn't think a stingy guy like you would be willing to buy such a beautiful place. Ruan Yu chimed in, calling him a cheapskate too. Seriously though, how much did this place cost? At least 100 million gold coins, right? Jiang Kai felt helpless. It seemed his reputation for being cheap was impossible to shake in their eyes. He opened his interface and told everyone, actually, I'd planned this for a long time. So, today when I bought the class transfer materials for you all, I also registered a guild. He recalled the past. Remember when I first arrived at Ghost Star? Every guild turned me away at the door because they were scared of the royal family's influence. His gaze turned incredibly confident. Fine, if you want to rely on heaven or fate, that's not relying on yourself. So, I'll just establish my own guild. Looking at the small screen, Jiang Kai said, even though the main god guild has just begun, he narrowed his eyes and smiled at them the next second. At least we have a home in Ghost Star now. Everyone was overjoyed. That's amazing! The next day, Yuan Zhu stepped out and shouted, I successfully completed my class transfer. He held up his screen, beaming with excitement. Kai, I've transferred into a fighter, he began to brag. I've got a second talent now, and my stats are super strong. Jiang Kai asked, what's the talent? Yuan Zhu blushed and lowered his voice. The talent is called All-Round Fighter. It helps me increase my stats by 10% more than other second transfer classes. Plus, every time I level up, I get 7 additional attribute points. Jiang Kai praised him. That's awesome. Hu Nian's eyes sparkled as she spoke up. The path for this martial artist class relies on increasing stats. That's way too strong. No wonder it's one of the strongest holy classes. I'm so jealous. Hu Nian's comment made Yuan Zhu even happier. It's not just that, he continued, detailing the skills. During battle, I can freely distribute all my attributes, allowing me to enter a state of high sensitivity, or a state of high attack, and after the fight ends, it reverts to the original stats. Also, when I learn combat skills, this talent gives me a chance to instantly comprehend new moves. Jiang Kai looked at him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Hu Nian explained, you can freely distribute your base stats? If you use this ability well, you'll literally crush any opponent at the same level. Plus, the ability to comprehend new moves is almost like getting free skills. Jiang Kai patted Yuan Zhu on the shoulder. Yuan Zhu, there's a high chance you'll become the most all-round martial artist. He scratched his head shyly. Kai, I told you, I'll have your back from now on. Hu Nian sighed. I'm so tired of saying how jealous I am. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Ruan Yu stepped in. Yuan Zhu looked at him and asked, Hey, Ruan Yu, why do you look so down? Did you fail your class transfer? Jiang Kai asked. Ruan Yu looked miserable. The transfer succeeded, but I became a drunken master. The talent skill is drunken merriment. My strength and agility increased by 2 points, but the growth rate for my physique dropped from 3 points to 2. He wasn't sad though. Instead, he laughed and said, normal classes after reaching level 20 only get 20 attribute points per level up. Except for special classes like martial artists or soldiers who get extra points, rarely does anyone else get them. Getting 3 extra attribute points is actually quite rare. Really? Hu Nian stood by, lowering her voice. I also think it's quite rare. But, Ruan Yu, I'm a bit curious about drunken merriment. What kind of merriment is that? Hearing this, Ruan Yu replied cautiously. The state of drunken merriment triggers my subconscious, helping me enter a mysterious state between being drunk and sober. In short, I feel like I'll be pretty. The 3 of them were curious. Pretty what? Ruan Yu scratched his head. Pretty unrestrained. After hearing that, the 3 of them were stunned, speechless. Even more unrestrained? Half an hour later, everyone was gathering outside the room. Yuan Zhu stared anxiously at the tightly closed door. It's already been half an hour. Why hasn't Su Nuanwan come out? Is she having some kind of trouble? Hu Nian remained calmer and reassured him. Let's wait a bit longer. Ruan Yu's faring is a difficult process, but I believe Su Nuanwan will definitely make it. At that moment, the door finally opened. Su Nuanwan stumbled out, trembling. Seeing her like that, the group rushed over to comfort her. Yuan Zhu, the loudest of them, said, Su Nuanwan, did the transfer not go well? It's fine. We can just try again next time. Hu Nian didn't stop encouraging her either. That's right. Honestly, the first time I transferred, it wasn't very smooth either. Ruan Yu joined in to console her. Su Nuanwan, don't be discouraged. We'll be right here with you. Only Jiang Kai remained calm. Everyone, don't panic. I think Su Nuanuan has something to say. As he guessed, after a few seconds of collecting herself, she excitedly announced some shocking news. You won't believe it. After I transferred to a physician, I received a top-tier talent, toxin analysis. The probability of getting this is less than 1 in 1,000. The group was stunned, eyes wide with delight. What? Su Nuanuan finally calmed down enough to explain her talent. With this toxin analysis talent, I can increase the effectiveness of medicine by 10%, speed up the effect of poisons by 50%, and simultaneously increase my ability to detect toxins in materials by 30%. Ruan Yu was genuinely impressed. That's incredible. Su Nuanuan, are you planning to walk the path of toxins? She was very confident in this talent and analyzed it simply for everyone. I'm not sure yet, but every medicine has its toxic side. When formulating medicine, I can use this talent to eliminate toxins, ultimately achieving the goal of enhancing the medicine's effectiveness. At this moment, Ruan Yu, Yuan Zhu, and Hu Nian all realized what was going on. So that's how it was. Ruan Yu Jiangkai was very satisfied with how the team had handled their class advancements. Based on that, he quickly outlined the next plan. Good. Everyone's class advancement results were excellent, but we have some very strong teams among our opponents. These teams are deliberately having their levels capped by major guilds, specifically to compete for rankings in the inter-team tournament, so we can't let our guard down now. In the coming days, before the official guild challenge tournament begins, everyone keep pushing to level up. The whole group shouted in agreement. Agreed. 7 days later, in a dense forest, system notifications announcing mission completion popped up one after another. Yuan Zhu was incredibly excited about the training achievements he had just reached. After 7 days of real combat, I feel like I've improved quite a bit. Hu Nian, nearby, also laughed triumphantly. My rain summoning skill is becoming much more intuitive now. Jiang Kai was nearby too. His wrist-worn watch signaled an incoming notification. The bracket results for the Guild Challenge Tournament are out. The screen expanded in front of everyone, and just by looking at the classifications, Su Nuanuan couldn't believe her eyes. Huang Da? How is this such a coincidence? Our first round opponent is the Huyenvo Guild, and it's even Huang Da who has a grudge against Jiang Kai. Even Hu Nian noticed something unusual about the match rules. Moreover, previous Guild Challenge tournaments ended at a certain point, but this time the standard is to kill the opponent to decide the winner. In my opinion, the royal family pulled strings to seek revenge. Yuanju couldn't contain his anger, growling as if he wanted to charge forward. I'm going to ask the military if the royal family is pulling any tricks. Ruan Yu, standing right next to him, hurriedly pulled him back. Yuanzu, calm down. Jiang Kai, however, remained calm, speaking up to steady everyone. Don't bother. Whether it's fate or a deliberate act of revenge, it just so happens that I wanted to face Huang Da in a match anyway. Both girls, Su Nuanuan and Hu Nian, looked at him with worry. Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai. Deep down, Jiang Kai had silently made a firm resolve. Huang Da, very well. Whatever the Huang Wei family owes me, I will take this opportunity to collect it with interest. The next day, at the arena, spectators had arrived early and filled almost every seat in the stands. Even in front of the live streaming screens outside, the number of people gathered was massive. The MC in the arena had begun introducing today's match. The showdown between the level 21 to 40 teams will begin in 15 minutes. Please do not wander around. The teams participating in today's match are the Thuan Sat squad from the Huyenvo Guild and the Hoa Than squad from the Chuthan Guild. If you have arrived, you may take the stage. As soon as the giant screen displayed the team members, the crowd roared with non-stop cheering. Thuan Sat is coming out. No one can stop them. Thuan Sat is coming out. No one can stop them. Amidst the cheers, Huang Da led the Thuan Sat team onto the stage with a swagger. This time, Thuan Sat will definitely make history. Huyen Vo is the champion. Black Blade led the Hong Shuang group as they arrived in the stands. He happily guided them and reminded the girls about today's match. You girls are really lucky. You arrived just in time for the annual Guild Challenge tournament. Since you're here, I'll take you to watch. Even though your group had quite a good performance in this newbie trial ranking, don't be too arrogant. Learn how these skilled squads fight. Hong Shuang didn't see it that way. She disdainfully commented, "What's so interesting about a small fry qualifying round? The finals later will be more exciting." Hearing this, Black Blade quickly corrected her attitude. Hong Shuang, don't be arrogant. Even though you topped this newbie trial, there is one person among the participants in this match who broke the 30-year-old Thandio newbie trial record. As soon as he mentioned him, Huang Shuang's eyes immediately lit up, and even the others in her team couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You mean Jiang Kai? Below the arena, Huang Da was sneering. Where is Jiang Kai? Hasn't he arrived yet? Don't tell me he's too scared to show up, because he knows he has to fight me. Su Jing, behind him, quickly smirked, adding fuel to the fire. Sucking up to Huang Da? Is this normal? After all, who doesn't know your reputation? That guy Jiang Kai dared to mess with your younger brother. Does he really think he can mess with you? Huang Da, cheered on by his lackeys, shouted an arrogant challenge. Jiang Kai, aren't you not convinced? Don't act like a coward. The crowd behind him followed suit, laughing triumphantly. That's right. What kind of Hoathan squad is that? Yuan Zhuli, a cowardly team. Just then, a cold voice filled with mockery interrupted Huang Da's one-man show. Hey Big Yellow. Jiang Kai's team walked onto the stage calmly. The person who spoke was none other than Yuan Zhu. He added contemptuously. Who are you yapping about? Jiang Kai led the team to face Huang Da. Hunian confidently challenged him. Who are you calling a coward? We'll see after the fight. Yuan Zhu immediately followed up. That's right. Inside the monitoring room, the giant screen clearly showed the images of Su Nuanuan and Yuan Zhu. It was Professor Li's team. He held a laptop in his hand and happily reported to the group. The test run is complete. During the match, we can evaluate the performance of Tu Su Nuanuan and Yuan Zhu at any time. Lu Jun, sitting to the side, carefully suggested. Good, but Professor Li, I might have to trouble you with one more person. He replied to Lu Jun with a dissatisfied huff. Isn't it enough to just evaluate the performance of Yuan Zhu and Tu Su Nuanuan? Su Lannan, sitting on the other side, softened her tone to explain. The commander-in-chief also wants to see the evaluation results of one other person. Professor Li's attitude did a 180-degree turn, and he softly asked, I see. One more person is no problem. Who is it? Lu Jun looked at the monitor, a faint smile on his lips. The captain of the Hoathan squad, Jiang Kai. On the computer screen was information about Su Nuanuan and Yuan Zhu, scanned by the system. But that data made even Professor Li gasp. It was hard to believe. It's truly unbelievable. In such a short time, they didn't just reach level 20 and complete their class advancement. They even leveled up several times more. Su Lannan heard this and was also shocked. What? More than 20 days ago, when they left the military, they clearly hadn't even reached level 10. Why does anyone who follows Jiang Kai progress at such lightning speed? Lu Jun didn't seem as surprised as she was. Actually, it wasn't that rare. Jiang Kai is, by nature, a very interesting person. At that same moment, as the MC's announcement declared the tournament rules, the magical barrier began to activate. Contestants, pay attention. Once the match begins, both teams are strictly forbidden from leaving the arena. Conceding, surrendering, or eliminating every member of the opposing team are the only ways to secure victory. Is that clear? All members of both teams shouted in unison. The MC saw they were ready and immediately waved his hand to signal. Then, let the match officially begin. As the words left his mouth, Jiang Kai quickly shouted orders to his team. Everyone, listen up, take them out. Following his command, the entire Swift Kill team rushed forward with weapons drawn. Facing their sharp onslaught, Jiang Kai quickly commanded the team. I'll cover the vanguard with Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu. You two, protect Hu Nian and Nuan Yuan. Nuan Yuan, keep an eye on the battle at all times. Heal us immediately when necessary. Everyone on the team followed his orders, quickly moving into position while shouting back clearly. Su Jing was the first to charge in, laughing arrogantly. I've been dying to tear you guys to shreds. Yuan Zhu was slightly intimidated by his aura and stepped back, whispering uneasily to Jiang Kai. Kai, they're coming. Seeing Yuan Zhu's anxiety, he lowered his voice to reassure him. Yuan Zhu, don't be afraid. Just listen to my commands. High above in the stands, Li Biao watched the match below in silence, while others beside him kept encouraging Yuan Zhu. Yuan Zhu, don't be a coward. Your potential is no less than anyone else's. Yuan Zhu, if you don't show some progress this time, even the captain won't be able to keep you on the team. You have to get fired up. Li Biao had been observing the fight, knowing full well that Yuan Zhu's greatest weakness was his cowardice. Could he overcome it this time? Just then, the young man beside Li Biao widened his eyes in shock. Yuan Zhu, what is Yuan Zhu doing? Below in the arena, Yuan Zhu had just popped open the cap of the water bottle he was carrying, then tilted his head back to chug all the alcohol inside. As soon as he finished drinking, his face turned beet red, and even his stance began to sway. The bottle dropped from his hand and shattered on the ground. Amidst the brief criticism from the nearby crowd, what is he doing? Is he drinking alcohol? Drinking in the middle of a fight? Is that guy a drunkard? You've got to be kidding me. Down on the floor, Yuanzhu now stood staggeringly in front of Jiang Kai. I, Yuanzhu, am the world's #1 war god. You trash. Picking fights with Kai again and again, Jiang Kai stared at his exaggerated posture, stunned. He's drunk already? Su Jing and the others were in the middle of their charge, but suddenly wore expressions of pure shock. In the next moment, they were forced to scramble to avoid a slash from Yuanzhu's blade. Quick, let's finish this fast. Su Jing was thrown off balance by Yuanzhu's attack. Didn't they say this kid was a coward, only a rank E in the military? What is going on now? Lu Han also looked incredibly stunned. I don't know, he's clearly just a drunken lunatic. Meanwhile, Yuanzhu, fully stimulated by the alcohol, his eyes flashing with a golden glint, charged forward aggressively. Come on! Yuan is here. Who wants to challenge me? Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel helpless watching the situation, seeing that there was no stopping Yuanzhu now. Luckily, Ruan Yu, but before the thought could finish, a dark figure blurred past Jiang Kai. This was followed by cries of alarm from Nuan Yuan and Hu Nian. Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu had no idea when he downed his own drink. His face was flushed red, and he charged forward ferociously. I, Ruan Yu, am not weaker than anyone. Showing off in front of our fire god team? I'm the first one who won't stand for it. Bai Zhuo felt annoyed and immediately changed tactics, aiming straight for Ruan Yu. Another drunkard. I'll take care of you first. Ruan Yu, rushing in, saw his eyes suddenly light up. He leaped high into the air, rambling incoherently, so beautiful and wonderful. My little treasure, I'm here to love you. Bai Zhuo watched him dive down with that bizarre grip, and heard that strange remark, shouting in a panic, What the hell is this? Ruan Yu's attack triggered a powerful explosion in the arena. As the dust settled, everyone saw Bai Zhuo pinned to the ground by Ruan Yu, desperately fending off the mouth trying to kiss his face. Bai Zhuo finally couldn't take it anymore. He gathered all his strength and kicked Ruan Yu away. Get lost. Jiang Kai was speechless as he watched Ruan Yu land with a thud like a beanbag right in front of him. But immediately, he sat right back up and, without resting, excitedly charged back at Bai Zhuo. I love a fiery beauty like you. The audience outside was stunned into silence. Is this whole fire god team a bunch of lunatics? Even Hong Shuang was practically turning to stone, asking a bewildered Xia Tao next to him. Big brother Xia, this fire god team, they're such freaks. On the arena floor, Hu Nian broke into a cold sweat, worried for his team's reputation. The audience is definitely going to think our fire god team is a gathering place for perverts, aren't they? While Nuan tried to find a reason to reassure herself and the others. After all, Yuanzhu and big brother Ruan Yu only activate their powers when they're drunk. They're doing this to protect us. Only Jiang Kai remained perfectly calm, silently calculating amidst the chaotic scene. Yuanzhu and Ruan Yu aren't in their right minds. I have to focus and give it my all. Meanwhile, Yuanzhu launched himself into the air once more, putting everything into his Dark Land Stamp move. He swung his blade down, unleashing immense power. It forced both Lu Han and Leng Jue back, while Su Jing was also compelled to retreat to avoid the blow. Su Jing paled upon seeing the force of that attack. That was too close. Lucky I'm fast. But the next moment, his silhouette vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind Yuanzhu to strike. Go to hell, you crazy bastard. Jiang Kai quickly spotted the sneak attack, shouting a warning to Yuanzhu. Yuanzhu, watch out. He quickly threw several blades, but Su Jing didn't stop his assault, waving his hand to cast a spell. A shield instantly appeared before him, blocking all the knives Jiang Kai had thrown. For a brief moment, the situation between the three fell into a tense silence. Su Jing gripped the shield tightly, feeling incredibly smug. This shield was specially prepared for you. As long as you can't break its defense, even a critical hit can't kill me. On the other side, Lu Han turned his attack toward Hu Nian and Nuan Yuan. A healer and a fortune teller? Neither of you has combat ability. I'll take care of you first. Hun Han immediately blocked the path in front of Su Nuanuan. Su Nuanuan hid behind her sister, leaving her to deal with him. Silver Ice Art. A frost-infused aura manifested above Hun Han's compass. Suddenly, a hailstorm poured down from the sky, leaving the spectators in shock. Dongthan shouted, Look, it's hailing. On the arena floor, Hun Han used those hailstones as projectiles, raining them down on Lu Han, forcing him to scramble in defense. I never expected this fortune teller to be able to control ice like that. Hun Han was very pleased with her skill. I've been practicing with the mysterious ice jade that Captain Kai gave me to create this hailstorm for days, and it's perfect for disrupting enemy attacks. It's working! At that moment, Su Jing lunged forward, swinging her sword to shatter Hunhan's hailstorm. She was knocked back by a single blow, crashing into Su Nuanuan behind her. Hunhan. Lang Jue stepped forward, sneering coldly at Lu Han. I can't believe you let a fortune teller catch you off guard. Don't you dare call yourself our teammate when you're outside. Provoked by the insult, Lu Han charged aggressively at Hunhan. Quit the chatter. That fortune teller is mine. I'm going to personally slice that annoying woman to pieces. Just then, Yuan Zhu charged forward aggressively once more. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is the world's #1 war god right here. Before they could even react, Yuan Zhu unleashed a devastating stomp, his signature move. The sheer force of that attack sent Su Jing and his group flying again. He glared at Yuan Zhu in frustration. This lunatic is as persistent as a fly, Lu Han grumbled, calling out to Leng Jue behind him. Perfect timing. Let's carve this guy up together. He didn't hesitate, and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhu gripped his sword tightly with both hands, his body surging with power. At the same time, Ruan Yu stood with his shield raised, completely lost in his pursuit of Bai Juo. My lovely wife, let me leave a taste of love on those soft, cherry-red lips of yours. Bai Zuo was driven mad by his antics and roared in fury. You want to die? Who's your wife? Take a good look at who you're dealing with. All the while, he had been silently calculating. The shield in that pervert's hand had incredible defensive capabilities. He had to strike at the moment the shield was exposed. With that in mind, just as Ruan Yu was excitedly shouting, "Don't be shy, my wife," Bai Zuo seized the opening when Ruan Yu lunged forward, using the face of his shield to leap high and land behind him. Before Ruan Yu could realize what was happening, Bai Zuo threw 3 blades at his back. Go to hell, you eyesore. 3 other daggers flew in simultaneously, striking Bai Zuo's blades with pinpoint accuracy. Jiang Kai shouted a warning. Ruan Yu, look out. Bai Zuo felt a twinge of panic, thinking, it's Jiang Kai. Just then, his own teammates were shouting at him to fall back. Bai Zuo suddenly turned and yelled to Huang Da. Captain, he's already used 8 throwing daggers. Huang Da let out a cold, smug laugh. Excellent. Dark purple streams of energy erupted from his hands. The source of this power was a crystal that Huang Da held firmly in his grasp. The hypermagnetic crystal. The crystal's power radiated outward, drawing in every weapon nearby. Hunian panicked, desperately clinging to the compass that was being pulled away. What is this? Why is my compass refusing to obey me? Behind her, Su Nuanuan was struggling to hold on to her own weapon. My dagger, it's about to be pulled away. Even the sword in Yuan Zhu's hand was being dragged toward it. Even Jiang Kai's magical gauntlet began to lose stability. He realized with a start that he couldn't summon his Jue Ming projectiles. The energy surging from Huang Da's hands grew even more intense as he walked slowly toward Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, don't tell me you thought we came unprepared. This hypermagnetic crystal was cut from the core of a high-grade magnet stone, specifically designed to suppress your daggers. You only have 1 dagger left now. Do you really think you have any chance of winning? A faint smirk touched the corner of Jiang Kai's lips. Instantly, a new Zuiming projectile appeared in his hand. He laughed dismissively. Huang Da, I'm afraid you're celebrating a bit too soon. Huang Da was shocked the moment he saw the projectile. It wasn't affected by the hypermagnetic crystal? No matter, he's a dead man anyway. Thinking this, he transformed the crystal in his hand into a solid shield. Jiang Kai, see this shield? Today, I'll show you what true despair feels like. In the surveillance room, Lu Jun was stunned by the form of Huang Da's shield. Jiang Kai is about to lose. That shield is the Titan's Great Guard. Even though the competition rules reduced its rank, its defense is still at a terrifying 72 points. On Ghost Star, the higher the rank of a weapon, the higher the requirement for the user. But by level capping high-rank weapons, they can allow low-level adventurers to use them. Though this damages the weapon and lowers its stats, the damage output still far exceeds ordinary gear. Su Lanan was also completely taken aback. He hadn't expected the Black Tortoise team to level cap equipment for superhuman users. Lu Jun added, that's not all. The hypermagnetic crystal and that shield the warrior used are all top-tier gear that's been level capped. They went to great lengths just to deal with Jiang Kai. Su Lanan muttered in a daze. Then is Su Nuanuan destined to be killed? On the field, Huang Da sneered. Pure kill squad. Listen up. Prepare to annihilate every member of the Fire God squad. And take your time. I want them to taste the consequences of messing with people they shouldn't have. Lu Han, Su Jing, and Leng Jue roared in triumph at his command, charging toward Yuan Zhu. Take advantage of the magnetic field disrupting this warrior's weapons. Take those 3 out first. Su Nuanuan and Hu Nian screamed in alarm. Oh no! At the same time, Bai Zhuo, fueled by his pent-up resentment, roared at Ruan Yu. You damn pervert. Die. In the stands, Li Biao shook his head in disappointment. The gap in equipment is too large. It looks like there's truly no hope left. Zi Yan sighed regretfully. Even though Yuan Zhu found a way to suppress his own timidity, it seems he won't get a chance to show it, Xia Tao mused. Jiang Kai is about to lose for real. Hong Shuang showed nothing but contempt upon hearing that. What? Turns out Jiang Kai isn't that strong after all. On the field, Huang Da continued to boast. My pure kill squad is equipped with black tea armor. Our gear won't be affected by the magnetic force. No matter how hard you struggle, it's just the death throes of a dying animal. With a wave of his hand, the energy from the crystal ripped Su Nuan's dagger away. Even Hu Nian's compass was snatched away. Huang Da stood in the center of the magnetic vortex, laughing maniacally. Jiang Kai, I want you dead. Everything you've done to the royal family, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. I want you to see your own pathetic state. I want you to kneel and beg for mercy. A blood-red blade hovered in midair. Jiang Kai's eyes were locked straight ahead, his voice firm and unwavering, refusing to accept his fate. The red blade floated into his hand, and Jiang Kai seemed to brim with an invisible power. Huang Da laughed arrogantly. Jiang Kai, stop struggling. Do you really think that dagger can handle me? Stop dreaming. The very next second, the blood-red blade suddenly transformed into a playing card bearing the image of the Grim Reaper. Huang Da screamed in shock. What? Xia Tao, sitting in the stands, was so startled she jumped to her feet. Wait, what was that? In the observation room, Su Lanan could hardly believe his eyes. What's going on? Why did Jiang Kai's fate-chasing pestle suddenly turn into a playing card? Lu Jun noticed the anomaly instantly. That killing intent is intense. Is that a weapon with its own aura? Snakefoot? Jiang Kai chuckled coldly. Of course. After all, this isn't just a simple pestle. It is a gambler's one and only trump card. The God card. He remembered the time when Jiang Kai explained weapon ranks to him. He had been ecstatic upon learning the weapon's level. What? A star-tier weapon? Additionally, it had a feature called the deck effect. It means for every additional God card, all other cards gain a 10% increase in base stats and 50% armor penetration. And the second special effect is Devouring Ruan Use Mutation. The card consumes other weapons and inherits their properties, while the card's own attributes remain unaffected. This time, it was Jiang Kai, who wore a smirk of triumph. Before the match, the death card had already activated the Devouring Ruan Use Mutation effect. It had disguised itself as the pestle. Since it wasn't magnetic, it wasn't affected by the supermagnetic crystal. Jiang Kai continued, Huang Da, you need to kneel and beg me to kill you. Because your plea won't be for me to spare you, it will be a request for me to end your life. Seeing Jiang Kai's dark demeanor, Huang Da felt a wave of panic. Wait, what is this brat trying to do? Jiang Kai threw the God card straight at Huang Da and shouted, Wrath of the Gods. Huang Da watched the card spiral toward his shield like a bullet, causing cracks to form. Terror gripped him. What? My titanium shield is a star-tier weapon for mortal-level fighters. It's just a single card. How could it pierce through? The next second, the card shattered his titanium shield completely, the force sending Huang Da flying backward. He slid a long distance before slamming hard against a barrier. The magnetic crystal dropped from his hand. Su Nuan's blades and Hun Han's compass were finally free from control, and even Yuan Zhu's sword was no longer affected. Seeing his chance, Hun Han yelled, The supermagnetic crystal's control is broken. Now's our chance. Yuan Zhu swung his blade, blocking the entire Thrash squad. Su Jing couldn't believe it. What? Elsewhere, Baktrak's attack was blocked by Ruan Yu's shield. He teased her with a grin. Honey, why are you attacking family? That's so naughty. Baktrak's face turned pale. Outside, the audience erupted as they watched the big screen. What kind of joke is this? A thin card had pierced through a shield that looked invincible. What's up with Jiang Kai's attack? How can his power be that terrifying? On the arena floor, Huang Da struggled in disbelief. How is this possible? No way. How could I lose to that loser? He couldn't even stand up. Seeing his state, Su Jing and Lu Han panicked, screaming, Boss, we're in trouble. Hurry up and help. But before they could move, Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu jumped in to cut them off. Yuan Zhu sneered. You're fighting me, remember? Ruan Yu laughed mischievously. Where do you think you're going? The more you run, the more excited I get. Huang Da watched in horror as Jiang Kai approached him, the God card pulled from the shield's debris. Jiang Kai held the card, his voice chilling as he delivered the verdict. Huang Da. The fun is just starting. The time hasn't come yet. Huang Da's eyes widened in fear as a sharp streak of light slashed his chest. In the observation room, Su Lanin couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast! The naked eye can barely keep up." On the arena, countless sharp flashes of light kept cutting into Huang Da, driving him to the brink of insanity. "Stop! Stop! I want to kill you! I want to kill you!" Jiang Kai looked at him with chilling eyes, his voice low and dark. "You refuse to repent even now, but if you think that's all, you're dead wrong." Before Jiang Kai appeared the status window for the time has not come special effect. It could strike the target 50 times, dealing 50% increased damage, but the target would not die. Huang Da's body was covered in blood, shredded by the strikes. The countless wounds across his body caused him to scream in agony. That miserable sound echoed throughout the stadium, scaring the other members of the Thrash Squad until they were deathly pale. On the arena, Jiang Kai spoke in a calm but utterly cold voice, passing judgment. "Huang Da, murder is like a daily meal for you, isn't it? Since you don't care about others' lives, then right now, I will make you feel the terror that comes before death." Huang Da was paralyzed by pure dread, his lips trembling as he could only mutter, "No, no, please." Immediately, the third special effect, Death's Torment, was applied to him. Huang Da's spirit would be tortured until it was completely drained, leading to his end. Jiang Kai coldly articulated the words, "Death." Huang Da's pupils were consumed by darkness. He struggled desperately. "No." Jiang Kai's voice didn't waver. "Torment." His eyes glowed with a ghostly blue light. Suddenly, Huang Da felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Huang Da shrieked internally. "It hurts. It feels like my soul is being shredded. Why are these cuts endless?" Huang Da screamed frantically. "I can't take it anymore." Hearing this, Jiang Kai just coldly scoffed. "You can't even take that? The pain you're feeling right now doesn't even come close to a 10,000th of the pain suffered by the innocent people you murdered." Huang Da seemed not to hear him, continuing to shriek. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Kai felt quite satisfied. As expected, the death card's cooldown, combined with the necrotic armor's deathly torment, paired with the intense physical agony and mental destruction, made for a perfect result. In the observation room, Su Lanin looked at Huang Da's condition, unable to understand why he hadn't died yet. This level of damage had reached lethal levels long ago. Luo Jun's eyes never left the screen, his voice remaining calm as he replied, "I'm not sure, but I'm afraid Huang Da is about to be completely ruined." However, inside, he's still constantly wondering what exactly Jiang Kai's secret weapon is. Even he couldn't see through it. Back on the arena floor, Huang Da was now covered in blood, crawling toward Jiang Kai, begging in constant agony. Jiang Kai, I swear, I will never lay a hand on your family again. I was wrong. I beg you. I'm begging you." But Jiang Kai's expression remained ice cold, his heart firm. Such a perfect opportunity, how could I just let Huang Da die so easily? He gave a faint, cold scoff and turned his gaze toward another direction. High up on the railing, someone was silently watching the battle. Jiang Kai's target was him. That guy is about to lose his composure, right? Just as he expected. Veins were already bulging on the man's face, his heart filled with seething resentment. He never imagined that despite such extensive preparations, they still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. "He didn't kill Xiao Da just to force me out." Finally, the man had to speak up. Jiang Kai looked up from the arena floor, his eyes filled with defiance. "So it's the guild leader of the Xuanwu Guild. Something you need?" The man roared back in anger. "Jiang Kai, I know what you want. If you kill Huang Da right now, I promise the boy will never touch your family again." But Jiang Kai just calmly retorted, "Why should I trust you? Besides, he didn't touch my family. What about your other people?" The man was still arrogant. Dismissing his words, he snapped, "Don't push your luck." Jiang Kai sneered, "Suit yourself." Behind him, Huang Da was still screaming like a madman, clutching his head. Huang Da's father gnashed his teeth in fury. "This won't do. Ziwei has already undergone psychological treatment once. If this keeps up, Xiao Da will be crippled." Thinking this, he immediately turned on the massive screen in front of everyone, loudly declaring, "Jiang Kai, right here in front of everyone, I swear on the honor of the Xuanwu Guild to guarantee the safety of your family. If you still don't believe me, after this duel ends, we will finalize the agreement in front of the military authorities." Only then did Jiang Kai nod. "Fine, you said it yourself. From this day forward, if you people dare to touch my family again, I don't care if it's the royal family or the Xuanwu Guild, I will wipe you out to the very last one." Jiang Kai emphasized, his voice dark and chilling. "Understand?" Huang Da's father was so incensed he couldn't even speak. A soldier behind him, seeing him trembling, approached anxiously and whispered, "Guild leader." He spun around, shouting in a rage, "You idiot! What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and get online to call the best psychiatrist to check on Huang Da." The man panicked and replied, "Yes, sir." Once the man ran off, his cold gaze snapped back toward Jiang Kai, filled with malice. "Jiang Kai, you just wait." In the arena, Jiang Kai still stood tall, responding with a cold laugh. But a second later, a jolt racked his entire body. He stumbled, as if he were about to collapse, secretly exhaling in his heart that was too close. He almost couldn't stand a moment ago, constantly using devouring Ruan Yu's formation, Wrath of the Gods, the time isn't right, and Torment of Death. His mental energy was nearly drained. But an instant later, his eyes turned resolute again. Although Huang Da was dead, the enemy still had 4 level 40 fighters. He absolutely could not fall now. Jiang Kai forcefully braced himself, standing straight again, already calculating in his mind, as long as I'm still standing, they'll be wary of me. While fighting against Yuanzhu, they will definitely be distracted. On that side, Yuanzhu was still attacking with fiery intensity. "You bunch of cowards, shaking in your boots. Do you dare to trade blows with yours truly?" He put his full strength into a strike, slamming his sword hard against Suo Jing's shield. Yuanzhu pushed his sword with all his might against the shield, then with a single powerful swing, sent Suo Jing stumbling far back. Clutching his cracked shield, he trembled and asked himself, "What? How did this guy's strength suddenly increase by several times?" Both Hunyan and Su Nuanuan understood the reason. Thinking with excitement, it's Yuanzhu's talent. All-round fighter. He must have shifted all his stats into strength during the attack. That's the only way a level 40 fighter would feel this kind of pressure. During the next assault, Suo Jing and Lan Tuyet combined to attack from both sides. A warning alarm sounded in the arena. "Yuanzhu, watch out, both sides." The moment the two swords swung down, Yuanzhu flashed like lightning, reappearing behind the both of them. Lu Kan, Bang Huangwei, and Suo Jing were all stunned, blurting out, "Such speed." Yuanzhu swung his sword aggressively, sweeping toward them. "I already told you, you're all trash." Li Bu, up in the stands, was so shocked he jumped to his feet. "Is that really Yuanzhu?" Tunhan was also caught off guard, never expecting him to be this strong. And so agile, too. The natural type next to her cheered excitedly. "That's right, he truly is an impenetrable gatekeeper." In the arena, Ruan Yu was chasing after Baktrack with a love-struck look, shouting, "Honey, let's get closer." The audience didn't know whether to laugh or cry, seeing a completely wasted drunkard chasing a level 40 fighter around the arena while I'm still alive. I've truly seen it all. Baktrack screamed in a mix of panic and anger, "You disgusting pervert, get lost." Yet, deep down, he felt helpless. That pervert's shield had extremely high defense, making it very difficult to deal damage. His gaze suddenly darted toward Jiang Kai. If Jiang Kai were attacking someone else, he could focus on the enemy in front of him, but the guy just wouldn't make a move. Wait, he hasn't moved at all? On the other side, Yuanzhu was still relentlessly slashing away at Suo Jing's shield. "Is that all you useless bunch has? You're a disgrace to the fighter class." Both Lu Kan and Lan Tuet noticed something strange by now. This isn't right. Jiang Kai clearly has the power to kill us, so why hasn't he attacked yet? Dragging out the duel offered no benefit to him at all. Wait, it's like we missed something. Jiang Kai's level isn't high, and he used several powerful skills earlier. Could it be that he's run out of energy to continue? Inside the monitoring room, Instructor Lai stared at Yuanzhu's data, constantly marveling as the numbers skyrocketed. This kid Yuanzhu is truly formidable. Even Su Lanin was stunned, constantly wondering, what exactly does the Fire God squad have? Not only did Jiang Kai, a level 20, crush the level 40 fighter Huang Da, but even Yuanzhu, who was always a coward, is performing so brilliantly. But regardless, if the Fire God squad can win this time and Su Nuanuan can stay safe, I'll be relieved. Lu Jun disagreed, retorting, "Not necessarily. Huang Da is dead. The remaining 4 members of the Xunsha team have lost their morale. But this is still a life-and-death battle. They won't just sit there and wait to be slaughtered. They're mainly just wary of Jiang Kai." While Jiang Kai had just been standing there ever since he finished off Huang Da. Although it could be a bluff, didn't she see the possibility that he might be out of energy to continue? The most troublesome part now was that the 4 members of the Pure Kill Squad seemed to have realized this, and were starting to actively launch an attack. On the arena floor, Lu Han and Leng Jue led the charge, pouring all their strength into the assault. If Jiang Kai just stood there watching his good brother fight alone, then it would be exactly as we predicted. Right, instead of waiting to be slaughtered, he might as well go all out and gamble. Even Bai Zhuo turned back, throwing 3 throwing knives toward Ruan Yu, roaring aggressively. Fine. Then, let's make a bet. 2 minutes later, the sword was driven deep into the ground. Yuanju was trembling all over, having to rely on the sword in his hand to stand upright, his voice irritable. Damn it, Su Jing cautiously said to Lu Han. Have you noticed that this guy's strength seems to fluctuate? Hearing this, he nodded in confirmation. That's right, and not only that, every time his sword strikes increase in power, his speed drops. Did Su Jing immediately realize the problem? I get it now. Maybe this guy has a talent for attribute conversion. It looks powerful, but if he's the least bit careless, it will become his fatal weakness. Leng Jue quickly understood, excitedly concluding, so we just need to time it perfectly so he can't switch attributes, and he'll be dead for sure. As for that guy Jiang Kai, he still hasn't made a move. Looks like his mental energy is truly exhausted. No sooner said than done. Lu Han and Su Jing attacked Yuanju from the front. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Come on, didn't you want to fight us 300 rounds? If you're so good, keep going. Yuanju's strength returned once more. He swung his sword and shouted back, You losers talking so big, hurry up and die. But just as Yuanju raised his sword, Leng Jue suddenly lunged from the side for a sneak attack. Great. Once I finish you off, the next one is Jiang Kai. Die! Li Biao jumped up in the stands, terrified, and even Xinyan screamed in panic. This isn't good. They've changed their strategy. I'm afraid Yuanju is about to lose. But their only response was a cold voice. Big talk, indeed. Jiang Kai, who had been standing still, suddenly leaped high into the air, firing 3 lethal needles toward them. You really think you can beat our fire god team with just the likes of you? Su Jing and Lu Han looked back in shock. What? All 3 lethal needles exploded at once, striking all 3 of them. Su Jing and Lu Han were both struck down, unable to get back up, lying on the ground and grinding their teeth in question. Jiang Kai, how could you? Jiang Kai smiled faintly. Curious about the timeline? The night before the guild challenge competition, when Nuanuan found him sitting deep in thought by the fountain, she walked up, worried. Kai, I saw you at dinner. You seem to have something on your mind. What are you thinking about? He hesitated and replied, Tomorrow is the guild challenge. Huang Da hates me to the bone and will definitely find every way to deal with us. Although I don't know what strategy he'll use, he knows I rely most on my pursuit skill, so he'll likely target my weapon. Nuanyuan felt worried upon hearing this. Kai, do you have a plan yet? Jiang Kai didn't hide it, calmly explaining his plan to her. Remember that mysterious card I got from the Fallen Corpse King's treasure chest that I told everyone about? Relying on it, I'm more than 90% sure I can deal with Huang Da alone. It's just that we aren't only facing Huang Da, and using that card has certain side effects. Without a proper strategy, the chance of killing all members of the Pure Kill Squad might be less than 60%. Nuanuan immediately opened her system inventory, explaining as she worked, the immortal bird tears are all gone. Actually, for this competition, I've been trying to research a substitute item. It's just a shame it wasn't very successful. This is the only demon god capsule left, based on your current stats. After taking it for 1 minute, your state can temporarily recover 50% of your peak performance. But the price is that during that 1 minute of digestion, you will fall into a state of total paralysis. Not only that, this demon god capsule has a very harsh condition. The user must have exhausted all their mental energy beforehand. Otherwise, it won't take effect. Total paralysis for 1 minute was already dangerous enough. In a life or death battle, deliberately exhausting your mental energy was no different than suicide. You should think of another way. But at that moment, Jiang Kai excitedly grabbed her. Nuanyuan, you're a genius. Nuanyuan was completely startled by his attitude. What? Jiang Kai said excitedly, confidently asserting to her. This time, I'm 100% sure I can kill the entire Pure Kill Squad. Just wait and see. Back in the arena. A minute ago, Jiang Kai stood watching the 2 chaotic battles in front of him. Yuan Zhu was still excitedly shouting, the world's #1 battle, God is here, prepare to die. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ruan Yu was obsessively chasing Bai Zhuo. Wife, kiss me, get lost. Jiang Kai had seized the perfect moment. Great, finished off Huang Da, just in time for my mental energy to be completely drained. Now, I'll just put that capsule in my mouth and swallow it. Immediately, veins bulged on Jiang Kai's face, starting the 1 minute countdown. Now, his strength had recovered, and he could calmly control the lethal blades. It's just a pity you all won't have the chance to know that. Over here, Ruan Yu kept throwing taunts at Bak Trak while raising his shield to block the throwing knives being hurled at him. Wifey, are you playing hide-and-seek with me? He startled, freezing in his tracks. Oh no. I messed up, he thought. A split second later, Yuanzhu appeared right behind him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, slashing across Bai Zhuo's back. Bai Zhuo muttered in disbelief. How? As he fell, Yuanzhu stood tall, leaning on his sword with a look of arrogance. Remember this, dying by the sword of the world's #1 war god is your honor. Ruan Yu rushed over in a panic, cradling Bai Zhuo and screaming in anguish. She then turned to glare at Yuanzhu, demanding angrily, Why did you kill my precious treasure? Yuanzhu replied haughtily. Why did I kill him? He scoffed. Do you even have to ask? I am the world's #1 war god. After all. Ruan Yu's attitude shifted instantly as she lunged toward Yuanzhu with excitement. My treasure is gone. So you take his place. Come here and give me a kiss. Suddenly, a scent wafted right toward her face, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. This smell again. Jiang Kai held the spray bottle in his hand, watching Ruan Yu get taken down by the scent, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I asked Nuan to prep a few bottles of wolf-repellent air freshener for us, he thought, adding, but it looks like we need to stock up on more. When Ruan Yu is drunk, she's even crazier than before. He turned back to check on the two girls. Hunian, Nuan, are you two okay? Hunian replied happily. Don't worry, Captain Kai. We're totally fine. At the same time, the bodies of the members of the Xunsha team began to fade away. The MC spoke up again. I hereby declare this match. Before he could finish, Yuanzhu interrupted him aggressively. Who's there? Are you here to challenge me? Yuan? The MC looked confused, while Nuan, Hunian, and Jiang Kai all panicked, thinking, oh no. Immediately, Jiang Kai and Hunian both lunged forward to stop him. We know you're the #1 war god, okay? Zhu, calm down. That's right, don't hit this guy. The MC realized what was happening and quickly announced, the Fire God team wins this match. See you all tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for the second round. The MC then turned and ran away. Meanwhile, Yuanzhu was still shouting aggressively. Remember, Kai, I've got your back. I'll protect you. Jiang Kai replied helplessly. Yeah, I got it. Then came a chaotic mess of voices. Nuan, Hunian, let's get out of here. These two are so embarrassing. Jiang Kai struggled to drag Yuanzhu away, who was still shouting wildly. Coming through, the great war god is moving out. Who dares to start trouble? Nuan and Hunian just stood on either side, helpless and offering awkward smiles. As Ruan Yu was carried off by the medical team, the audience in the stands finally seemed to snap out of it, and an uproar broke out immediately. Wait a minute, I just realized the Fire God team actually won. A team barely anyone knew, and they completely wiped out the famous, high-achieving Xunsha team. The fighter, Yuanzhu, is one thing, but isn't the Drunken Fist class supposed to be one of the most useless jobs? How is he this strong? And he even hunted down a level 40 fighter. And Jiang Kai, what exactly is his class? What kind of overpowered weapon is that black card of his? Hong Shuang had to admit to Xia Tao, Brother Xia. Now I understand why you specifically brought us to watch the Fire God team's match. Inside the control room, Su Lanin said to Lu Jun with relief. Jiang Kai and the others actually won. He nodded in satisfaction. As expected of Jiang Kai, every move the Fire God team he leads makes is completely beyond everyone's expectations. I think Commander Wei must be very eager to see the results of this rank evaluation. Just then, Professor Li's announcement drew their attention back. The rank evaluation results are in. The screen displayed the ranks for Yuanzhu and Nuan. Yuanzhu's rank had reached level S, but because Su Nuan hadn't demonstrated her other abilities yet, her rank remained at the initial level X. Su Lanin looked at the results, completely astonished. Level S. It's been a long time since Zhangjiang City had an S ranker under level 40. Lu Jun didn't hide his excitement. If he can already reach level S, it's no surprise. Once he reaches a class over level 60, he could potentially enter the reserve team of the St. Brilliant's War God Temple directly. To cope with the spread of beast gods, countries had established national-level War God Temples and local-level War God Temples, while also setting up reserve teams to select and train talent who had the potential to become war gods. There are two ways to get into the reserve team. First, use outstanding actual combat ability as a foundation to show talent during local selection and evaluation rounds. This is the path most people try. Second, to be selected by the military. After meeting the required rank for a class, if the military evaluates and recommends you, you get selected directly. Very few people can take this route. Even Su Lanin found it hard to believe. Getting straight into the reserve team of the Saint Brilliance War God Temple. In the entire Saint Brilliance nation, not even one person does it in a year. To think Yuan Zhu has this potential. Lu Jun suddenly asked, "Right, Professor Li, what about Jiang Kai's rank?" Professor Li's voice turned serious. It couldn't be evaluated. Both of them were shocked. What? Professor Li then slowly explained to them, because the data on Jiang Kai shows serious inconsistencies. First, his attributes at level 20 are just too ridiculous, but considering we don't know his specific class, we'll set that aside for now. Second, his attributes still lag behind top-tier, high-level experts, yet his attacks show an unbelievable level of destructive power. In fact, during one check, his attack coefficient reached 24,000. It's honestly impossible to believe. As for his card weapon, not only could we not find any data in the weapons database for an assessment, it even caused glitches in our calculation systems. The only thing we can be sure of is that in this fight, even though Jiang Kai won unexpectedly, he exhausted his own state way too early. As a captain, he left his teammates to act too freely. If we must assign a rank, let's leave it at level D for now. Both Su Lanin and Lu Jun were surprised. Level D? But in the end, they agreed with Professor Li. Understood, Professor Li. I will report the final results to Commander Wei. Thank you for your hard work. But Su Lanin still wasn't convinced. Jiang Kai's rank can't just be level D. This time, Lu Jun agreed with her. Of course, he can't possibly be level D. Hearing that, Su Lanin couldn't help but ask, "Then why didn't you object earlier?" He explained calmly. Professor Li's evaluation wasn't the problem. The problem lies with the entire system. This evaluation system, while based on massive amounts of data collected from countless predecessors, still leaves me wondering. To Lan Nam, have you ever considered that if someone goes down a path that no one has ever walked before, then using this system to measure them will surely lead to discrepancies? Jiang Kai, just like Commander Wei, I am very much looking forward to your next performance. The next day, in front of a pharmacy, Hu Nian suggested they should stop by since they were there, saying they might as well stock up on some medicinal ingredients to make bone-eroding powder. As soon as they stepped inside, the two shopkeepers greeted them warmly. "Welcome, valued customers. What kind of herbs can we get for you?" Hu Nian spoke up for the group. "Boss, do you have lily roots, dream mist mushrooms, and crow-eye berries?" The shopkeeper came out from the back and nodded quickly. Yes, we have everything you need. Please, follow me." Jiang Kai suddenly noticed something. "Where's Su Nuanuan?" Turning around, he saw her standing in front of a nearby medicine shelf. Jiang Kai quickly realized what had caught Su Nuanuan's attention. As it turned out, this place also sold medicinal recipes, but Su Nuanuan picked up a recipe and said to Jiang Kai, "It's a formula for brewing poison, but it's a bit strange. I don't think I've ever seen green water ghost at the trading office." As soon as she finished speaking, the shopkeeper explained, "This green water ghost is extremely rare. It's an item that only dropped recently as a treasure from a mutated water ghost general at the Tai Bin Mountain Water Ghost Lake." Jiang Kai asked in surprise, "The Water Ghost Lake? Are there really people willing to go there?" The shopkeeper chuckled and nodded. "Of course. Take ascetic cultivators, for instance. That class has always been mysterious, and they love visiting desolate, uninhabited places. It's filled with danger, but they got lucky that time. Yuan Jue, Lu Han happened upon prey that was already on its last breath. But miss, the toxicity of the green water ghost is too potent, and the conditions for it to take effect are extremely harsh. During the mixing process, not only is it easy to poison yourself, but even if you manage to brew it, using it isn't very convenient. So even though it's rare, it hasn't sold for a long time. I advise you to consider something else." Those words from the shopkeeper only piqued Su Nuanuan's curiosity. "Boss, what kind of poison is the green water ghost exactly?" He patiently explained to her, "The green water ghost is a deadly, fast-acting poison. Once thrown at an enemy, it penetrates their armor and clings to the surface of their body. But at the same time, it requires the condition that the enemy must be submerged in water for the full effect of the green water ghost to manifest." Both of them excitedly exclaimed in unison, "Water?" The shopkeeper nodded. "That's right. Which means you risk brewing the green water ghost, manage to hit the enemy with it. And that's still not enough, you have to knock your opponent into the water. Not to mention, who knows if there are ponds or lakes where you're fighting." Even if there were, Jiang Kai's sharp gaze met Su Nuanuan's calculating eyes, and they both excitedly shouted in unison, "That's perfect. We'll take it." The shopkeeper watched their reaction, looking completely bewildered, when suddenly, a loud sound echoed from inside the pharmacy. Meanwhile, in the real world, in Jiangkai Yuanzhong City, at the Xuanvu Private Hospital, inside an empty patient room, Huang Da sat lifelessly in a chair, while his father's deep, cold gaze watched him silently. He recalled the specialist's report. President, the eldest son's condition is worse than the second son's. His mental state has suffered a catastrophic blow, showing early symptoms of a mental breakdown. He must undergo treatment immediately. For the time being, the conference suggests, the eldest son should not log into Ghost Star anymore. We will provide psychological therapy for him for at least 3 months. Huang Da looked like a hollow shell, staring blankly ahead, drool constantly trickling from the corner of his mouth. His father slammed his fist hard against the wall, a surge of resentment rising within him. Huang Wei isn't healed, and now even Xiao Huang Da has ended up like this. The boy was the most outstanding descendant of our royal family. All of this is Jiang Kai's fault. Jiang Kai, I promised not to touch your family in front of everyone, but don't forget, I never said I couldn't touch you. After all, the Guild Challenge tournament isn't over yet. Just then, someone walked slowly down the hallway. President? I heard you wanted to see me regarding the Guild Challenge tournament? Back in the virtual world, the tournament continued over the next few days. Some teams, having witnessed Jiang Kai's method of killing Huang Da, ultimately decided to forfeit before their matches even began. Others engaged in fierce battles, only to be defeated by the Fire God Squad. In the end, Jiang Kai led the Fire God Squad smoothly into the top 16. That night, at the inn, Hu Nian excitedly announced, Captain Jiang Kai, we have the information for tomorrow's match. The information screen expanded before them, announcing that their next opponents would be the Falcon team, led by Tu Fi Tuang. Yuan Zhu looked at the name and muttered suspiciously, the Xuanvu Guild's Falcon team. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before, right? Ruan Yu shared his sentiment. I think so too. Jiang Kai lowered his voice to warn them. Tu Fi Tuang and the Falcon team are the squad we ran into on the way to find the fallen. It seems the royal family can't help themselves. Yuan Zhu shouted with an angry expression. I remember now. They're those arrogant jerks, Hu Nian added with a serious face. From what I know, the Falcon team is the elite among the elites in Xuanvu. While they are very strong, in terms of practical combat ability, they are basically no match for you guys. Su Nuanuan spoke up firmly. Hu Nian is right. Almost everyone in their team is a descendant of senior executives at Xuanvu. They have abundant resources and superior equipment. As for Tu Fi Tuang's team, they are experts who have gone through many real-world battles, giving them incredibly strong combat and reaction skills, especially Tu Fi Tuang. I've told you before, he is extremely agile. Jiang Kai, you have to be careful with him. Su Nuanwan warned him anxiously. The next day, the entire stadium was buzzing. The Xuanvu Falcon team versus the Fire God of the Main God. This is going to be interesting. The crowd murmured. The feud between Jiang Kai and Xuanvu must be known to everyone by now. This match will definitely be intense. Another group gossiped. I even heard Tu Fi Tuang made some harsh comments, saying he's Jiang Kai's nemesis. Tu Fi Tuang wore an arrogant grin. Jiang Kai, we finally meet again. Remember what I said? I'm going to personally rip your arm off. Seeing that, Yuan Zhu erupted in rage. You! Hey Shu! Don't speak so soon. Just look at Huang Da. He was just as arrogant back then. But now, the grass on his grave is already several feet tall. However, Jiang Kai coldly retorted, Fei Qiang, enough with the talk. Let's just settle this with our skills. Above, the MC excitedly began explaining the match rules. Attention contestants. The 36th Guild War, round of 16, is now entering the countdown. 10. The arena erupted in cheers. Look, it's starting. 8. Su Lanan was full of anxiety. Su Nuanwan, she thought. Jiang Kai, facing the Liang team this time, can you still pull off a miracle? Xinhan shouted with a smile. Yuanzu, go for it. The captain and I are cheering for you. The MC's countdown echoed again. 3. The signal is given. 2, 1, start. Instantly, Fei Tishang's team surged forward, his face twisted into a cruel, murderous grin. On their side, Jiang Kai warned, everyone, stay sharp. The group replied in unison, understood. Jiang Kai charged forward with a cool, collected expression, while Hun Han braced himself, fists clenched tight. With so many doom seekers coming, Jiang Kai thought, let's see how we surprise you guys. At that moment, Fei Qiang rushed in from afar. He wore a dangerous smile as he spoke to his teammates. I got it. Wu Shuang and Li Jun responded simultaneously. Leave it to us. Fei Qiang grinned, his eyes gleaming like a beast's. Jiang Kai, now I'll show you what real team coordination looks like. With that, Wu Shuang and Li Jun moved to intercept the attack. Jiang Kai's face darkened. while Ruan Yu stood by, stunned. What? Xinhan gasped in worry. Their reaction speed is incredible. Yue Ling was equally shocked. That's right. When the entire Fire God squad launched an all-out attack, they were still able to form a defensive line in an instant, completely blocking Jiang Kai's simultaneous dart attack. As he watched them deflect the blow, he remarked, even after the critical hit was triggered, they didn't panic and instead retreated smoothly with the impact. Fan Wei stepped up, confident. Let me test him, Wu Shuang said calmly. Sure. Yue Ling stared in disbelief. Not only that, when the frontline members were pushed back by the critical hit, the backline members were able to move in at top speed. Just then, Fan Wei lunged forward, full of fighting spirit. Fire God Squad, taste the power of my blazing flame. Yue Ling couldn't help but exclaim. They shifted from a defensive formation straight into an offensive one. Jiang Kai immediately ordered, fall back. Su Lanin let out a breath. I've heard of the Liang Four before, but this is my first time seeing them fight this close up. No wonder they're famous for their team combat. Lu Jun nodded, impressed. Exactly. Even if the individual skills of the Liang Four aren't the most outstanding in Xuanwu, within such a massive guild filled with talent, the entire squad is truly exceptional. Yingxi doesn't stand out much within the Black Tortoise Guild, but in such a large guild filled with so many talented people, their entire squad is quite impressive. Jiang Kai quickly retreated and decided, back off. Let's assess. Such synergy could only be forged through countless real life or death battles. A single exchange showed that this opponent was far more terrifying than the shield killers. Fei Tiang tossed out a super magnetite. Trying to recall your doom seekers? A blonde guy shouted. Look, it's super magnetite. Looks like the Fire God Squad's weapons are being controlled again. Another spectator noted. It seems from the start of this match, Jiang Kai has been forced to use that mysterious card of his. Suddenly, someone else shouted in surprise. Wait, look, the super magnetite is being neutralized. What's going on? Fei Tiang laughed. Did you guys modify your weapons too? Jiang Kai, with a sharp, calm gaze, replied. Surprised? Since we took a hit during the duel, did you really think we wouldn't prepare? Before the match, Ruan Yu had proudly shown off his work. Captain Kai, good thing you kept those ores from the maze. I discovered that this specific anti-kill stone creates a repelling force against super magnetite, so I upgraded everyone's weapons. That way, even if they encountered magnetite, they wouldn't have to worry. Jiang Kai smiled and praised him. Nice work, Ruan Yu. He used his momentum to leap high over Fei Tiang. Now, let me show you, no matter how perfect the team coordination, even at top speed, there's always a flaw. He then activated the Gambler's Time technique. Jiang Kai calculated silently. Good. As long as I use Gambler's Time to attack continuously, 6 Doom Seekers will be enough to catch them off guard. On the other side, Su Lanin was completely taken aback. In just a few short days, Jiang Kai's group already found a way to counter super magnetite? That really scared me for a second. Lu Jun smiled. Maybe that's the fun part of watching Jiang Kai's team grow. Jiang Kai continued to command. Yuan Zhu, Ruan Yu. Listen up, he thought to himself. Gambler's Time won't last long. Now is the best chance for a counterattack. A voice scoffed. Humph. Even Small Fry dare to act tough. Yuan Zhu surged forward, full of energy. Then let me show you the true power of the world's #1 war god. He stomped with his earth-shattering kick. The group below broke formation and scattered. Yuan Zhu stood there, bewildered. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, an attack came flying at him. Jiang Kai shouted, Yuan Zhu, watch out. Fei Qiang had lunged out to strike from behind. Jiang Kai clashed with Fei Qiang. You dare get distracted while fighting me? I told you. If I saw you again, I would kill you. Yuan Zhu bellowed. You dare challenge the world's #1 war god? How bold, Fan Wei said with a stern face. Leave this one to you. Li Jun watched him, on high alert. This crazy guy's reactions are actually good. I underestimated him. Yuan Zhu's eyes glowed. Fine, if you're that eager, I'll take your challenge. He leaped up again. Earth-shattering kick. Just then, Wu Shuang screamed aggressively. Kill them, Ruan Yu retorted. Ruan Yu here. In this life, I'm not weaker than anyone. He blocked Wu Shuang's attack. Hey beauty, I'm here for you. Wu Shuang glared with disgust. You're asking for death. Deng Ngayet laughed. That perverted drunkard, you'd better handle him. We think he's gross. Fan Wei lunged at Deng Ngayet. That's right. Leave those 2 useless girls to us. Su Nuanuan warned. Hun Han, be careful. Hun Han channeled his energy. Watch this. Enhanced hailstorm technique. Su Nuanuan declared with determination. Right, I'll back you up. The attack focused on those two girls, while Fei Tu rushed forward to engage Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai quickly dodged, looking at him in astonishment. Then, with a look of pure excitement, he shouted, "You like using throwing knives, huh? Let me tell you, I've never lost a battle of speed." He moved with blinding speed, leaving afterimages behind. He mocked, "Too slow." Jiang Kai was stunned. What? Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, this guy is seriously strong. Hu Nian, the entire audience erupted in a buzz. It seemed like no one had ever been able to dodge Jiang Kai's throwing knives at such close range before. The guy with the frizzy hair held the camera, excited. He didn't even look back to see who it was. That's Fei Tu, famous for his agility. Even when I replayed the slow-motion footage, I still couldn't see how he dodged Jiang Kai's knife. Fei Tu dodged with incredible agility, Su Lanin remarked, clearly in disbelief. As Fei Tu spun to dodge Jiang Kai's knife, he used the momentum to close the distance. Lu Jun said with a stern face, "I've researched Fei Tu's stats. His base agility exceeds 300. If you include his gear, he's reaching at least 350. Longshen calculated internally. Jiang Kai's advantage was speed, but Fei Tu's agility was likely more than 100 points higher. In terms of stats, he was a hard counter to Jiang Kai. Fei Tu kept pressing him. Jiang Kai, fighting me will be the biggest regret of your entire life." He leaped into the air and struck down. Cyclone slash. As he dodged and retreated, Jiang Kai thought, wait a minute. Then, he used his ghost eye to focus and observe. It looked like Fei Tu only unleashed one sword strike, but his other hand was clearly channeling power. It seemed this cyclone slash wasn't just a simple attack. Jiang Kai felt tense as he calculated. With his current agility, if he only focused on dodging, he wouldn't be fast enough to avoid 2 consecutive strikes. The two clashed violently. Fei Tu grinned, seeing his trap succeed. Hook, line, and sinker. The two attacks collided, and Fei Tu was enveloped in a purple aura as he blocked. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. What? Destiny Chaser was blocked? Fei Tu laughed triumphantly. Jiang Kai, did you think you were the only one who knew how to modify weapons? My silver twin swords have been modified too. Even though I can't control weapons from a distance like your star crystals, in close quarters combat, it's enough to handle your Destiny Chaser. Jiang Kai said with a grim face. So you were prepared from the start? That's why you baited me into using Destiny Chaser more often. He laughed, his words taunting. So what if I was? Jiang Kai, I'm actually starting to admire you. At a time like this, you still have the mood to ask me pointless questions. He looked at him with great interest. Look at what I see. Yuan Zuli, interesting. Let me guess, this is your last throwing knife, right? Or perhaps your trump card, disguised as a throwing knife? His expression shifted. Fei Tu looked down at him from above. Exactly as I thought. Jiang Kai asked calmly, what do you mean? Fei Tu replied with a dark expression. The reason my Falcon team stands at the top, besides our seamless coordination, is one strength. We never underestimate any enemy. That's why, before the match, I repeatedly watched and analyzed your fight against the Xunsha team. He recalled that day. That was how he defeated Huang Da by surprise, relying on that trump card disguised as a throwing knife. But after defeating him, he didn't immediately go to support his teammates. Instead, he stood frozen in place. Why? Was it because he trusted his 4 teammates so much, believing they could defeat their opponents? Fei Tu calculated and commanded, turn it back, launch it again. He explained in detail, but looking at his expression, that didn't seem to be the case. Fei Tu was full of confidence. Because of that, I have a bold theory. Your trump card can kill in one hit, but using it consumes a massive amount of stamina or mental energy, leaving you unable to strike a second time in a short period. After many calculations, a specific number quickly came to mind. 1 minute. Jiang Kai couldn't help but be stunned that his secret was revealed. Fei Tu's expression remained unreadable, which means, if you use your trump card to deal with me here, I will definitely die just like Huang Da. But at the same time, within 1 minute of me being disqualified, that's enough time for my team to finish off the rest of the Fire God squad. Over on the other side, the 2 girls were holding out. Hunien said, Su Nuan Yuan, stay behind me with everything you've got. Okay, Su Nuan Yuan replied to her. Okay, I will amplify my healing for you. At this moment, his voice became vicious. And then, we'll join forces to kill you. Yuan Zhu the Mighty swung his sword and charged. The world's #1 war god is here. Why haven't you knelt down to beg for mercy yet? He struck with immense power. The opponent quickly used teleportation, and Yuan Zhu immediately unleashed his power to pursue. Running away, Li Jun shouted angrily and lunged to counterattack. You think you're the world's #1 war god? You useless piece of trash, go to hell. Yuan Zhu used his full strength to block the blow directly, swung his sword hard, and knocked his opponent back. How dare you? You dare to doubt the strength of the #1 war god? Take this. The black-haired man watched without blinking. This member of the Falcon team had finally escaped head-on combat with Yuan Zhu. When the enemy advanced, he retreated. When the enemy retreated, he advanced, as if he were just toying with Yuan Zhu. Li Biao analyzed the situation in a low voice. He knew very well that Yuan Zhu had the talent for attribute shifting. If it were a battle of brute force, there was no guarantee of winning. That's why he was constantly testing Yuan Zhu's patience, while simultaneously draining his stamina. Searching for a weakness, Xin Han was extremely unhappy with these tactics. Isn't the Falcon team supposed to be strong? Using tactics like this is a bit damaging to their reputation. He stated gravely, "This is combat strategy. The members of the Falcon team aren't pampered heirs who care about vanity. They know that in a life-or-death battle, using every means to win is what matters most." Li Biao could only silently pray for his side. "Yuan Zhu, you must hold on." At that moment, Ruan Yu was playfully teasing, "Hey, beautiful. That waist, those breasts, those long legs, I like it a lot." Vo Song humiliated him with contempt. "Shut your mouth. A drunkard is always just a drunkard. That's the most useless profession." He accelerated and dashed right in front of Ruan Yu. Vo Song looked at him with contempt and insulted him. "Shut your mouth. A drunkard will always be a drunkard. It's the most useless class." He accelerated and charged straight at Ruan Yu. Wu Shuang landed a clean, direct strike on his opponent. "You and your class are the same, forever useless and good for nothing." Ruan Yu was so severely wounded that he spat out a mouthful of blood, soaking his clothes. Yuan Zhu and the 3 remaining members screamed in panic. Nuan rushed toward him. "Hunian, hold on. I'll find a way to heal Ruan Yu." Just then, Thon Wai lunged forward to intervene, trying to save them right in front of me. "Don't even think about it." Hu Nian was determined to take her on. "Su Nuan, cover me. Go." A burst of green light suddenly flared up. Deng Juyet jumped in to help her teammate. "Let's see if you've got the guts for that." She landed a direct strike on Hu Nian. Su Nuan screamed in panic. "Hu Nian," Thon Wei declared with a gloating tone. "A fraud and a doctor with 0 combat ability? How are 2 pieces of trash like you worthy of fighting against us, Li Peng?" Deng Yuet burst into laughter. "Don't dream that your captain can save you. He's struggling to save himself right now." Luckily, the flame pillar had arrived just in time. "How dare you? The war god is here. Who are you to be so insolent?" Su Nuan cried out his name in fear. Yuan Zhu Tu Li Tuan chased after the flame pillar, fuming. "That little brat runs fast. Don't forget, I'm your opponent." He swung his sword down in a fit of rage. "Do you dare to face me head-on?" Lai Tuan smirked sinisterly. "You're a fool. Since you have the talent to shift attributes, why on earth would I use my weaknesses to compete with your strengths on the battlefield? Win and you live, lose and you die." Inside, he was feeling quite satisfied with this. "So, have you finally started to lose your patience?" The flame pillar assumed a stance, unleashing his ultimate technique with everything he had. Die. As if he had predicted it, Lai Tuan dodged every single move. A perfect opportunity. You could see his eyes widen. Then, a flash of a blade swept down. It seemed the flame pillar had been critically injured. The entire Li Tu team screamed in horror. "Yuan Zhu Tu." Li Tuan had achieved his goal. "What's wrong? Can't shift your attributes in time, can you?" The flame pillar collapsed onto the arena floor, motionless. He held his head high, smugly insulting his opponent, the world's #1 loser. Now, Fai Tuang was even more arrogant. Jiang Kai, your teammates have been beaten until they're lying flat on the ground. It seems the outcome of this match is clear, and the first unfortunate casualty has appeared. If you can't bear to watch them die right in front of you, then there's still one choice left. Use the trump card in your hand to save one person, but you only have one trump card. He looked at Su Nuan and Hu Nian with amusement. Li Tuan was brandishing his sword, ready to finish off the flame pillar. Fai Tuang provoked him with a sneer. "Of course, no matter who you use your trump card on, your fire god team is destined to Jiang Kai," remained completely silent. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Only then did he whisper, "Is that so?" But Jiang Kai smiled and activated his ghost eyes to focus. "I don't think so." Thon Wai flew into a rage and charged in to attack immediately. "Such a trashy skill, like calling rain, and you're actually using it to make a joke? Ha, talk about overestimating yourself." Deng Noyet charged forward aggressively to assist. "I'll send you all to hell now." Su Nuan quickly threw 2 potion bottles. "Who said rainwater can't kill you?" They activated a cloud of green smoke on the spot. Dung Ninjayat caught the blow and grumbled angrily. What is this? Thon Wai decisively swatted it away. I don't care what it is. Kill these two first, then we'll talk. She launched a direct attack at the two girls. Die. The audience in the stands was completely stunned. What is that fortune teller doing with the rain? Plus, the healer just threw some kind of toy projectile. These two are just lambs, waiting to be slaughtered by the fighters. Su Lanan watched, unable to sit still. Su Nuanuan. Suddenly, Lu Jun realized something. Su Lanan, look quickly. Dung Yinet's sword fell straight onto the arena floor. She was stunned to see her own hand beginning to corrode. What is this stuff? Thani's condition was far more miserable. She glared at her opponent in disbelief. You used poison? Su Nuanuan and Hu Nian stared her down in silence. Thon Wai became even more furious. Even now, you want to kill us? Keep dreaming. With a move, she unleashed Hail, quickly taking down two members of the enemy team. Thon Wai and Dung Yet completely lost their ability to fight. After that, both of them collapsed onto the arena floor. Su Lanan was completely amazed by this turn of events. What kind of poison is that? Such terrifying toxicity that it can completely disable a fighter. A look of fascination appeared on Lu Jun's face. The rare water demon poison. Because it requires the opponent to be completely soaked for it to take effect, the conditions are too harsh, so no one has ever used it. Who would have thought it could be combined with a rain-calling spell? This time, the one at a disadvantage was Fi Tuang. How is this possible? Jiang Kai smirked, satisfied, and began to speak. In battle, a profession that looks useless, a skill that seems to have no effect, or a poison that seems harmless, as long as you coordinate them properly, they can still have astonishing results. But if you think that's all our Fire God team has, then you're very mistaken. Suddenly, the audience gasped in shock. Look everyone, that drunkard is standing up again. Indeed, Ruan Yu had stood back up immediately after. One of his hands was still clutching the wound on his abdomen. Vo Song watched and laughed mockingly. Still trying to struggle? You're just a drunkard. Do you really think you can beat a fighter? Wipe out the entire Fire God team, starting with this guy first. His eyes burning red, he gritted his teeth and declared, I, Ruan Yu, have lived my life no different from anyone else. No matter who you are, I'm not afraid. The man was astonished and thought, wait, that guy's eyes are suddenly looking strange. It's completely different from the pathetic look he had before. Could it be he has some scheme, just like that doctor from earlier? Ruan Yu pointed angrily at him. I'll make it clear right now. You have to answer to me. You don't have any other choice. Hearing this, Vosong snapped. Damn it! You dare to mess with me? At this moment, the blond man couldn't help but say with contempt, what is this? I thought that drunkard had some amazing secret move, but it turns out he's just as perverted as before, only good for making people sick. Another man widened his eyes in horror. That's not right. Look closely. His state right now is very strange. You'd say he's sober, but he's rambling nonsense. His voice paused for a moment before adding, but to say he's drunk, his speed is incredibly fast in an instant. Ruan Yu staggered forward, dodging the man's blow. Phi Tuang couldn't help but widen his eyes in panic. Wait, what just happened? How come the speed of that pervert seems to have doubled after being injured compared to before? Jiang Kai observed the match and said calmly, how amazing. Do you know the difference between instinct and human reaction? Phi Tuang shot him a murderous look. What the hell kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Jiang Kai continued his analysis. When fighting, people usually rely on past experience, personal emotions, and other external factors to make their corresponding reactions. In battle, people usually rely on past experience, personal emotions, and external factors to react. Wu Shuang was stunned, filled with resentment. Humph, that was definitely just luck. Let's see if I can split his head open now. He spoke calmly. But instinct, that is the most primitive form of power. Ruan Yu laughed loudly, provoking him. Oh ho, beauty. Your speed still isn't fast enough. Hearing that, he lost his cool and shouted, shut your mouth and die. Jiang Kai's voice rang out, steady and calm. But no matter how much combat experience or mental fortitude one has, when faced with the most primitive instinct, human reactions are half a beat too slow. Ruan Yu gracefully dodged the attack, leaving him striking at thin air. The guy was completely tense and bewildered. Clearly, this guy had been wounded, so why was he dodging with such precision every single time? He was even more agile than before, and his movements were completely unpredictable. Hunien finally realized, stunned. I get it. So this is the new talent of Ruan Yu's, drunken joy, releasing his most primitive potential, the instinct of the body. She remembered her previous conversation with him. The drunken joy state stimulates my subconscious. It pulls me from a drunken state, fully entering that marvelous middle ground between sober and drunk. In any case, I think it might be pretty free-spirited. Suddenly, she understood and secretly decided, why not give it a try? Hunien grabbed the sword and threw it to him. She shouted, Ruan Yu, catch! He quickly snatched the sword and said in a provocative tone, Beauty, are you tired? I'm still waiting for your burning lips to kiss me until I'm dizzy. Wu Shuang, filled with rage, lunged forward. You're dead. Today I'm going to chop you into 8 pieces. Wait, correcting sequence based on input flow. Wu Shuang, filled with rage, lunged forward. You're dead. Today I'm going to chop you into 8 pieces to satisfy my anger. He used his skills to attack Ruan Yu, but the guy dodged them all. The audience watched with their mouths agape. Look at that. Even though that drunkard walks unsteadily, he can avoid every attack. Seeing this, the guy couldn't believe his eyes and screamed in panic. Impossible. Drunkard is the lowest tier class. How can I lose to a drunkard? He poured all his strength into another attack at Ruan Yu. Die. Both of them clashed violently. Ruan Yu knocked him down, making him tremble, the tip of the sword stopping right at his forehead. At this moment, he had a wretched, shameless expression. Strip down yourself. Go on. Wu Shuang trembled so much that he started stuttering. You! His eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry he spat blood, let out a painful cry, and then collapsed as the crowd cheered excitedly. Oh my God! In the eyes of everyone at St. Radiance, that drunkard class was considered trash. Yet he managed to defeat a fighter while being lower leveled? Now, the 4th Eagle Hunt squad has lost 3 members. Could the Fire God squad actually pull off a comeback? Fai was furious, ready to charge out. Those useless idiots! Jiang Kai quickly blocked him, making him freeze. He asked with a cold expression, What's wrong? Can't take it already? Tu Fi Tuang, weren't you here to deal with me? He looked at him with a sharp gaze. Jiang Kai, so you really do have that mysterious trump card. He suddenly laughed, huffed coldly, and backed off, though his gaze remained arrogant. But don't get cocky too soon. Don't forget, my people haven't completely lost yet. At that moment, a potion bottle shattered. Nuanuan said in panic, It's not good. Suddenly, the white-haired man lunged in. This eyesore of a doctor dares to use poison to scheme against me? Fine. If you want to die, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill that cowardly fighter. Nuanuan's eyes widened in panic, struggling to hold off his attack. She looked at him with guarded, tense eyes. Yuanzhu suddenly appeared to take the hit for her. Nuanuan cried out in fear. Zhu! This call made Yuanzhu knit his brows tightly. Li Tuan said with a look of disdain. Useless trash trying to play the hero to save the beauty? Is this your end? He laughed arrogantly. Now I'll grant your wish and let you be a pair of dead lovebirds. Suddenly, he looked confused. What's going on? Why can't I pull it out? His eyes widened in panic. Yuanzhu looked at him with a stern expression, enunciating each word. Who said this war god was dead? He was terrified, wearing an expression of disbelief. What? His eyes burned brightly, his voice booming like thunder. Anyway, I had already transferred my stats into Constitution beforehand. The entire arena was stunned, mouths agape. In real combat, attack and strength are related. Reaction, speed, and agility are related to one another. Strength and agility practically control the direction of the battle, but Yuanzhu used his body as bait, shifting stats into Constitution, while he himself moved like lightning. He backed away in fear as he watched him charge. No, he grabbed his hand tightly. The explosive power terrified him. No, his eyes burned with killing intent. This time, let me see how you run. His eyes turned blood red. A direct blow made him cry out in agony several times. Fai Tuang was completely surprised by this scene. How can this be? Jiang Kai smiled, his gaze full of confidence. What did I say? Eagle Hunt, you want to kill my teammates? It's not that simple. His face turned pale as a sheet, beads of sweat dripping down. He thought, why did those useless guys from Fire God suddenly become so strong? According to the analysis results from before, they clearly had no chance of winning. Jiang Kai, full of strength, said, So now, it's a duel between us. Tu Fi Tuang, I will make you lose and accept it wholeheartedly. This sentence successfully provoked his anger. His eyes turned red as he roared, Jiang Kai, don't get cocky too soon. Today, my people couldn't handle the trash by your side. But I, Tu Fi Tuang, will definitely take your head. Jiang Kai was silent, calculating. In battle, to seize the chance to win, the most decisive way is always an all-out attack, a preemptive strike. Tu Fi Tuang lunged like a madman, purple light erupting from his eyes. Go to hell. Violent slash. He used his ghost eye skill, focusing on analyzing his power. The explosive power is too strong. Even if Tu Fi Tuang's full-force strike doesn't land directly, the energy will still affect me. Jiang Kai dodged from within, secretly deconstructing his technique, but that also meant that after this blow, he wouldn't have much strength left. Quickly initiating his second strike, he suddenly said, "Ethereal." His figure vanished in a flash. Tu Fi Tuang's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he gasped. "What?" Jiang Kai emerged from the white smoke. "Tu Fi Tuang, you've lost." He then pulled out a fire element card, channeled his energy, and hurled it forcefully at him. Enraged, he poured all his strength into a counter. "Who says I lost? Jiang Kai, you dare toy with me? I'll kill you." His eyes turned sharp as a hawk's. The more he let his emotions control him, the easier it was to lose his way. The 8 death-dealing blades were previously suppressed and couldn't trigger critical hits. But after the death card devoured the 9th blade, it inherited a 90% critical hit probability along with the card's stat boosts. The strike hit Fei Tuang squarely, his face twisted in panic, his pupils shrinking in pure disbelief. How is this possible? Traknich had insisted that Fei Tuang would surely die. His shouts echoed through the entire space. A thunderous explosion erupted at the scene, signaling the end of the fight. Jiang Kai walked calmly past his opponent's fallen arm, coldly collecting the loot that now belonged to him. Before leaving, Jiang Kai said indifferently, "I told you, you lost." The audience in the stands sat with their mouths agape, unable to believe the outcome. Meanwhile, others cheered excitedly. "Oh my god, the Fire God squad won again." Some couldn't even believe it, and shouted aloud. "They've beaten the Xuanwu elite squad twice in a row." Gao Vu laughed as he saw the familiar results, truly a miracle in the making. Immediately, Su Lanan rushed in and asked, "Is it over?" Even Lu Jun had to admit these results. It's over. And what a spectacular match it was. Jiang Kai's performance was as stellar as ever, and Yuan Zhu didn't let me down either. Plus, Su Nuanuan's display was truly eye-catching. He even gave her special praise, noting that while healer poisoners usually aren't frontline combatants, she was able to set up a complex 6-water ghost formation and utilize it in the heat of battle, proving her poison mastery is top tier. At this point, he felt a slight pang of regret. It's a shame Professor Li's committee has already finished their evaluations otherwise. I'm certain Su Nuanuan would have earned an A rank. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu hugged her friend and wailed, "My beautiful girl. My treasure." "Why?" Hu Nian walked over and sprayed a sleeping potion directly onto him, instantly silencing Ruan Yu. After doing so, she calmly remarked, "When it comes to critical moments, you still have to rely on me." Seeing this, the MC backed away in confusion and asked, Wait, what are you doing now?" Meanwhile, Yuan Zhu was fired up and looking for a fight. "Come on, you dare challenge this god of war? You've already prepared yourself for a crushing defeat, right?" Su Nuanuan hurried forward to intervene. Yuan Zhu, calm down a little. Just as she stopped him, Jiang Kai couldn't help but sigh. The Heian squad is getting harder to lead every day. Right then, the MC prepared to announce the results. "I now declare," but before she could finish, the entire audience began chanting in unison, "Fire God squad wins. Fire God. Fire God." Facing the cheers echoing throughout the venue, Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It wasn't a bad feeling at all. They all walked inside together, but the cheering outside didn't stop. "Long live the Fire God! Long live the Fire God!" In a secluded corner, a mysterious figure had watched the entire match from start to finish. That person smiled meaningfully to themselves and whispered, "The Fire God squad. Interesting." A few days later, at the main God Guild, Hu Nian rushed into the room and shouted, "Captain Jiang Kai! Captain Jiang Kai!" Seeing her hurried appearance, Jiang Kai asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why so excited?" Running into the room, she gasped for air before starting her story. "Ruan Yu and I went out for a bit, and we accidentally heard that the promotion materials for Drunkard and Feng Shui Master aren't just rising in price, they've completely sold out." Ruan Yu followed up. "Ever since Drunkard and Feng Shui Master were abandoned by the military, those promotion materials have been gathering dust for a long time." At this, Hu Nian asked everyone excitedly, "Does this prove that our classes aren't useless after all?" Hearing this, Jiang Kai acknowledged their abilities. "I suppose it does. In the battle against the Hunting Eagle sub-squad, the two of you performed excellently, especially you, Ruan Yu. The moment you took down that cavalryman, the whole stadium was stunned. But I think that even with the same class, everyone's talent and destiny are different. Your success is hard to replicate." The two of them were overjoyed, unable to hide their pride. Yuan Zhu stepped in to chime in. "Well, Obviously. After all, our Fire God squad isn't made up of ordinary people. Just then, Hu Nian received new information. She immediately announced, "Breaking news! The Hunting Leopard squad clashed with the Woglong squad. The Wolong squad was killed until only one person remained. But at the final turning point, the Wolong captain turned the tables and wiped out every member of the Hunting Leopard squad." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Jiang Kai immediately realized something. I remember the Hunting Leopard squad is under the Xuanwu Guild. Their skills aren't mediocre. For the Wolong captain to single-handedly destroy the entire Hunting Leopard team, what kind of beast are they? Thinking this, he turned to give instructions. Su Nuanuan. The Wolong captain can't be taken lightly. If you have time, investigate them. If we happen to run into them, at least we won't be caught unprepared. She replied immediately. Understood. Seeing this, Ruan Yu shared his own news. Speaking of which, I have an announcement too. The combat situation is becoming increasingly intense, and squads are losing members. Our next opponent is short on people, and knowing they have no chance of beating us, they've decided to forfeit. Hearing this, Jiang Kai excitedly concluded, "So we're going straight to the finals." Everyone was thrilled. "So we're entering the finals with our full roster intact?" Yuan Zhu shouted. "We're the only squad with 0 casualties." Su Nuanuan and Ruan Yu agreed. "It's all thanks to Captain Jiang Kai's great leadership. We're lucky to have him." However, Jiang Kai didn't take all the credit, praising everyone instead. This competition was a success because of everyone's synergy, which allowed me to move forward without worrying about my back. Otherwise, no matter how skilled I am, I couldn't have turned the tide and reached the finals. This glory belongs to all of you. Afterwards, Jiang Kai happily told the team, "All right, everyone's worked hard during this period. The finals are still a while away, so take a day off, relax, and reset." After speaking, he thought to himself, "While I have some time, I should go back and visit home." Later, in Jiangkaiyuanjung City, Yingzi walked anxiously beside her older brother. "Big brother, let me help you home. You just got out of the hospital. Don't overexert yourself." Hearing this, he shook his head. "Yingzi, I'm not that weak. I still want to train more so I can help Jiang Kai sooner." Suddenly, the brother stopped and began coughing violently. She rushed over, asking, "Big brother, are you okay?" At that moment, Jiang Kai appeared and draped his jacket over the brother's shoulders from behind. Having just returned, he teased with a smile, "If you catch a cold, how are you going to help me?" Seeing Jiang Kai, Yingzi was surprised and happy. "Brother, why are you back?" Walking into the house, Jiang Kai felt something was off. "Wait, something's not right here." He looked at the table in front of him, overwhelmed. This is quite a feast. Yingzi was preparing food. Seeing Jiang Kai hadn't picked up his chopsticks, she wondered, "Brother, why aren't you two eating?" Suddenly, Yingzi seemed to realize something and quickly said, "Is it not to your taste? Let me go cook something else." Seeing this, Jiang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Suddenly, Ziru noticed something and hurried to say, "Is it not to your liking? Let me go cook something else." Seeing this, Jiang Kai quickly stopped her. "Z, that's enough. Really, we aren't pigs, you know." The eldest brother laughed and chimed in, "Kai, Z just thinks you've gotten too thin lately. That's why she's worried." As soon as he sat at the table, Z asked, "Brother, can you stay for a while longer this time?" The eldest brother also spoke his mind. "That's right, Kai, you've sacrificed too much for this family. My health is much better now. You don't need to risk your life at the ghost planet like before." But Jiang Kai had unfinished business and had to explain, "Big brother, Z, I still have some things to take care of so I can't stay long. But don't you worry. I'm living well. The only reason I came back was to see how the two of you were doing." Suddenly remembering something important, he asked, "By the way, are the royal people still bothering you?" Hearing this, Z happily replied, "No, the security at the villa is great. Mr. Liu also sends people to look after us often, and that feeling of being constantly watched has disappeared lately." Hearing that, Jiang Kai finally felt at ease. Mr. Liu really kept his word. He definitely had to thank him when he had the chance. He then turned to ask, "That's good. Z, you're living a peaceful life at school now. You must have made a lot of friends, right?" Z immediately answered happily, "Of course." Hearing that, the eldest brother smiled and praised her. After all, our Z is smart and kind. Everyone likes her. Knowing that, Jiang Kai felt even more relieved. That's great then. However, during the meal, Z seemed to be hiding something. On the surface, she was still smiling as usual, making Jiang Kai suspicious. Did I see that wrong? It seems like Z has something on her mind. A few days later, in the deep forest, An elite fanged boar was charging ferociously. Suddenly, a sword light cut through the wind straight at the monster. Yuanzu immediately rushed forward and added a strike, finishing the fanged boar off. After finishing, he said triumphantly, "Dealing with elite monsters like a fanged boar is a piece of cake for this battle god." Hearing that, Huya immediately interrupted, "Ju, you aren't the only one improving." Ruan Yu wasn't about to be outdone and showed off his feats. "Exactly. I killed at least 3 of them myself." Watching this scene, Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel proud. Their teamwork had reached a new level. It seemed the intensive training before the match was a good idea. Just then, Huya turned to announce that information about the finals was out. As the system panel appeared, Yuanju was stunned. The Wulong squad, to think the captain of the Wulong squad, fought all on his own, straight into the finals. Even Huya had to admit this guy was terrifying. Noan turned to him anxiously. "Kai, the investigation on the Wulong captain you asked for is done." Looking at the man's profile, Noan began to introduce him. This person is named Ditang, a level 40 fighter. His weapon is a silver longsword. He joined the Blue Dragon Guild just this year. Right after joining, Ditang started forming the Wulong squad. Under his leadership, the Wulong squad grew rapidly. In less than half a year, they became a formidable opponent within the guild. She added, "Because Ditang is a newcomer, the Wulong squad isn't as arrogant as the Hunter squad. That's why there isn't much information on him, but fortunately, I found a few important clues. I managed to find some videos of his previous matches. I discovered that the Ghost Shadow Strike technique he uses has incredible speed. He can almost end an opponent with a single blow." Hearing that, Hu Ya felt it sounded familiar. Ghost Shadow Strike sounds a lot like that Fei Tuang guy, that fast-hitting jerk. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement, but offered his own take. Hu Ya is right. Someone who can show such talent in a major guild in just 6 months and fight his way to the finals alone, his strength is definitely superior to Fei Tuang's. While deep in thought, Jiang Kai suddenly froze, feeling something behind him. A shadow was quietly approaching his position, but as soon as the opponent got close, Jiang Kai caught the timing perfectly, grabbed the person's arm, and used their momentum to flip them over. The masked figure evaluated him with interest. "Your reaction speed is faster than I predicted." Jiang Kai remained on high alert. The masked figure jumped back, and he sheathed his sword, remarking in a low voice, living up to the name of the one who led his squad to the finals, "Fire God Captain, Jiang Kai." Yuan Ju and the others rushed in to support their friend. Where did this masked coward come from? Ruan Yu and Hu Ya also shouted angrily, "That's right, if you're so good, let's have a fair fight." Suddenly, Noan realized something. Wait, this height and this build, Jiang Kai stepped in to stop her. "Kai, what do you need me to do? This guy just tried to kill you." He smiled, having seen through the other's intentions. "No, he was just probing me, not trying to kill me. Besides, the penalty for killing an opponent before the finals is not light," Jiang Kai continued, naming him directly. "Right, Mr. Ditang?" He removed his mask and sighed with interest. "So I was found out." Only then did Yuanju realize who it was. It really is him. He didn't care about anyone else, focusing only on Jiang Kai. Looking at him now, he's still just a kid, isn't he? Yuanju stepped up aggressively to defend his friend. "Hey, you're the captain of the Wulong squad, right? Don't think that just because you made it to the finals, I'm afraid of you. Keep talking nonsense and I'll teach you a lesson right now." Tang laughed easily and raised his hands. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here for a fight. Jiang Kai, I've actually come to negotiate with you." This absurd proposal left him deeply suspicious. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang stated his terms flatly. "That's right. I've watched all your matches. You've performed brilliantly, especially you, Jiang Kai. Your trump card is incredibly impressive." He continued, expressing his view. "To be honest, if I had to face your squad, I'm not even sure I could win." Jiang Kai's voice hardened as he cut straight to the point. "What exactly are you trying to say?" A cunning smile tugged at the corner of Tang's mouth as he firmly issued his challenge. "I want you to duel me one-on-one, and let the outcome between the two of us decide the winner of the competition." At the same time, Tang emphasized a specific condition. "During the duel, you cannot use your trump card," he declared, confident he had closed the deal. "Of course, for a fair trade, I also will not use any weapons designed to counter your throwing daggers, including shields or defensive armor." Naturally, Yuan Ju was absolutely against it. Hey, have you gone insane? What kind of ridiculous condition is that? We aren't stupid. Why should we agree to this?" He grabbed Jiang Kai by the arm, trying to pull him away. Jiang Kai, let's go. Forget this madman. He couldn't care less about Dich Tang anymore. Sorry, I have no interest in making deals with you. Suddenly, he lowered his voice to point something out. Jiang Kai, regarding your new class with your ability, the fact that you still haven't advanced makes me think you don't even know what materials you need for the promotion. Dich Tang used that as leverage to entice him. What if I told you that our guild has the coordinates to a secret realm and could help you solve this problem? Still not interested? Jiang Kai stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked quite intrigued. A secret realm? Dich Tang nodded firmly. That's right. To persuade him, he didn't hold back. Simply put, a secret realm is a mysterious, unverified area containing resources essential for adventurers to level up. Every country's secret realms are managed by the military, especially the large-scale ones. Of course, the military does authorize smaller exploration quotas to be distributed to major guilds as incentives for their members. These realms usually have a guardian who sets up trials. If you pass, the guardian will reward you with rare resources or answer specific high-level questions for the adventurer. This information card has the coordinates to a secret realm our guild discovered. Yuan Zhu's eyes went wide, still skeptical. Is that for real? Only Su Nuanyuan knew a little about secret realms. It might be true. I once heard my sister mention that the Thon Long Guild discovered a secret realm in a government-allocated exploration zone. Dich Tang expertly persuaded Jiang Kai. I hear the royal family is constantly causing trouble for you. Surely you want to continue your class advancement and become stronger, right? If you win, the secret realm information is yours. Dich Tang sneered, relentlessly luring him in. Jiang Kai, what do you think? Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, doesn't it? Unexpectedly, Jiang Kai flatly refused. Your conditions are indeed very tempting, but no matter how good the offer is, I cannot agree to it. Faced with that stubbornness, Dich Tang was genuinely stunned. Even Yuan Zhu was shocked. Why not agree? Jiang Kai, haven't you always wanted to advance your class? Hu Nian, standing nearby, chimed in sympathetically. That's right, Captain Jiang Kai. If you can complete your advancement, you'll be able to keep leveling up easily. Dich Tang stepped forward, waving his hand. Jiang Kai, are you sure? He thought of his friends and firmly reaffirmed his stance. They had worked so hard for so long, and it was tough to make it to the finals. I am the captain. If I abandon the glory of the Fire God Squad just for my own personal gain, Jiang Kai responded with a challenge. What kind of captain would I be? What kind of friend? Let alone trusting each other. The sincerity of his words left everyone in the squad deeply moved. A second later, Jiang Kai turned, intending to leave. If there's nothing else, we're off. We have more training to do. Unexpectedly, Yuan Zhu swung his fist right into his face. Jiang Kai clutched his swollen cheek and shouted, Yuan Zhu, what was that for? He darkened his expression, his voice dropping a few octaves. Jiang Kai, when you say things like that, are you doubting yourself? Or are you doubting us? Yuan Zhu didn't want him to miss his chance. You wouldn't give up the team's glory for your own gain. Why would we let you sacrifice yourself just for our own selfish interests? Jiang Kai was momentarily left speechless by these words. Hu Nian stepped up with enthusiastic support. Honestly, I'm dying to see Captain Jiang Kai beat this jerk to a pulp. Mian Nungu joined in, cheering happily. Exactly, Captain Jiang Kai. I'm waiting for you to complete your class advancement so you can lead us all to keep leveling up. Su Nuanyuan stepped forward with words of encouragement. Jiang Kai, don't hesitate anymore. From the very beginning, you've always trusted us and thought of us. The whole team wants to trust you and support you unconditionally. She beamed a sunny smile. That's what being a team is all about, isn't it? With those simple words, Jiang Kai was shaken, as if he'd just realized something. A moment later, he bowed his head, smiled in self-reproach, and confidence shone in his eyes. Don't blame me if you lose. His decision sent the team's morale skyrocketing. Jiang Kai turned around and spoke up. Dich Tang, I accept your terms, but you'll regret making this bet with me. Because a smirk played on his lips, I'm going to personally beat you into the ground. Dich Tang smirked, replying confidently, I look forward to it. A few days later, in an arena packed to the brim, the MC shouted excitedly, stirring up the crowd. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. The finals of the Level 21 to 24 Challenge Tournament officially begin today. Additionally, both teams and the organizing committee have agreed. This match will shift from a team battle to an individual duel. On the screen, the latest matchup was displayed. Jiang Kai, from the Fire God team, faces off against Di Tang from the Ngoa Long squad. Spectators in the stands are buzzing with excitement. What's going on? A one-on-one duel? Didn't the entire Fire God team just level up? Are they crazy to give up such an advantage for a solo match? Jiang Kai is getting a bit arrogant. Someone nearby looks pumped. This is exactly what makes it worth watching. Dai Tang's abilities are no joke. Facing a powerhouse like Jiang Kai, who do you think will win? In the corner, Yuan Ju stands with his arms crossed, sweating and muttering. What is going on? I'm suddenly so nervous, more nervous than when I was competing myself. That guy looks really sinister. Will Kai be at a disadvantage? Ruan Yu grips her hands, beaming confidently. Captain Kai will definitely pull it off. Sunuanuan nods in agreement. She's right. If it's him, it won't be a problem. Yet, Hu Nian sighs heavily. It's the first time he isn't fighting side by side with Captain Kai, so just sitting on the sidelines feels a bit strange. The MC has started to announce the match. We now invite the competitors to the arena. They shout in unison, excited. It's time. On the arena floor, Ditang and Jiang Kai stand face to face. Ditang smirks with a look full of determination. Across from him, Jiang Kai is just as focused, with his tactical visor locked on. In that tense atmosphere, the MC clears his throat to reiterate, I must clarify the rules once more. The only way to win this match is for one contestant to take the other down. She raises her voice at the end. Is that clear to both teams? He and Ditang respond in unison that it is. At that moment, Yuan Ju swallows hard. Okay, the MC's voice continues, making the others anxious. I now declare Hu Nian watches the arena with a worried expression. Amidst the tension, the MC loudly announces that the match has officially begun. Ditang immediately rushes forward with a taunt. Jiang Kai, is your throwing dagger sharper or is my sword stronger? One round will tell. Jiang Kai calmly waves his hand, calculating internally. This guy is incredibly fast, but my agility is no slouch either. Plus, with the speed boost from my gear, I won't lose. His eyes light up as he focuses his ghost eye skill. Just need to time it right, hit him once, and it's done. Jiang Kai stays in position, tracking Ditang's movements. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Once in range, he makes his move. Good, now. Ditang lunges, swinging his sword with a move called Ghost Shadow Untraceable Slash, creating an explosion upon impact. Dust and debris fill the air, blocking all vision. Jiang Kai leaps out of the smoke, while Yuan Ju breaks into a cold sweat, anxiously saying, Thank goodness Kai reacted fast enough. Not only did he dodge at point-blank range, but the explosive force of that slash also surged. Su Nuanuan adds in a panic. Exactly. That's why Ghost Shadow Untraceable Slash is his signature move. It combines offense and defense in a split second. Hu Nian and Ruan Yu gasp in fear as Ditang's eyes glow brightly. Immediately after, Jiang Kai rains down hundreds of throwing daggers from above. Ditang smirks as if he's caught him in a trap. He puts power into his sword and lunges, moving with such incredible speed that even Jiang Kai is stunned for a second. The next moment, Ditang's blade is right in front of his face. Jiang Kai thinks in shock. Too fast, even faster than before. Ditang laughs arrogantly. Jiang Kai, it looks like our match is decided. Unexpectedly, Jiang Kai refuses to give in. Ethereal form. In a flash, Jiang Kai vanishes before Ditang's eyes. Captain Kai managed to dodge Ditang's ultimate move. He has already suffered a wound during this time. I've watched all of Ditang's previous match videos, and compared to the terrifying speed he's showing now, it's clear he was holding back his power before. Ditang notices him teleport behind him and exclaims, Oh, the ghost shell technique? You managed to avoid it again. From the guild's perspective, I really want to win. But meeting an interesting opponent like you, a thrill-seeking smile spreads across his face. Really gets me excited. Su Nuanuan, watching from the stands, worriedly admits, the opponent is terrifying. He almost finished off Kai in just a few moves. Kai must be under immense pressure right now. Yuan Ju frowns. That guy is really annoying, but you can't deny his skill. He's just so detestable. Ruan Yu and Hu Nian can only whisper their captain's name. On the arena floor, the two stand still, probing each other. Jiang Kai smiles and says, I have to return the sentiment you've managed to stir up my competitive spirit, too. Ditang continues, sounding excited. That's brave, kid. I'm almost sorry I have to finish you. How about this? I promise that even if you lose this match, I'll guarantee you a spot in the Blue Dragon Guild. How about it? Unexpectedly, he quickly jumps back. Jiang Kai rushes toward Ditang and calls out, Stop talking nonsense. The match isn't over yet. Ditang laughs manically, clenching his fist to taunt him. That's the answer I expected. But are you underestimating me? Or have you just gone stupid? If you want to kill me, you'll at least need to throw a few more daggers. He lowers his body into a combat stance. Jiang Kai's eyes flash as he begins to launch his next move. Time seems to freeze. D-Tang slides to the side, sneering. Trying to take me out at close range? Ghost Shadow, untraceable slash. How naive. The match reaches its climax. D-Tang's counterattack shatters the ground. Jiang Kai can't block it in time, taking a direct sword hit that sends him flying. His body slams hard against the barrier wall behind him. His team in the stands screams in panic. Kai! Captain Kai! The crowd gasps, as expected of Dai Tang's killing move. Just the shockwave from that attack caused this much damage. If he had landed it clean, he would have been killed, right? Jiang Kai tries to steady his feet on the ground, questioning himself internally. He bows his head, his shoulders trembling. Why? The first time he used that move, I was holding back some of my strength, but at least I could stay out of harm's way. Jiang Kai's ribs are bleeding, but even though he went all out to dodge the current attack, the shockwave from the blade still caught him. His eyes fill with self-frustration. Was I too close to react? Or has his ghost shadow, untraceable slash actually gotten faster than before? D-Tang smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. Back on your feet already? You look like a total mess, though. Jiang Kai was lost in his own thoughts, a nagging feeling that he'd missed something crucial. Meanwhile, D-Tang just kept rambling on. I remember Xu Feixiang saying during the match that he's never lost when it comes to speed, right? He emphasized every word with deliberate care. Well, let me tell you something. No matter how fast an opponent is, they'll always lose when they go up against me. D-Tang had a competitive streak deep in his bones, because the stronger the opponent, the stronger I become. Jiang Kai hung his head, silent and deep in thought. A moment later, he clenched his fists, steeling himself. Who says so? Jiang Kai's declaration rang out, firm and unshakable. I haven't lost yet. D-Tang's eyes lit up with excitement. That's the spirit, kid. I like you, but don't think that means I'll go easy on you. D-Tang had dominated him in seconds. Is that all the new tricks you've got? Boring. Jiang Kai took every hit without missing a beat. D-Tang kept jabbering away while he attacked. At your current speed, you couldn't even touch the hem of my shirt. Just give up. My next attack won't give you a moment to breathe. He hit Jiang Kai with a barrage of strikes, sending him spitting blood in agony. The people from the Pillar Guild gasped in shock. Su Nuanuan covered her mouth, her face etched with worry. This was bad. Jiang Kai was in real trouble. Hang Jiang, watching from the stands, clicked his tongue in sympathy. Just looking at it hurt. It was a one-sided beatdown. Down on the arena floor, Jiang Kai was struggling to stay upright. D-Tang kept taunting him. Jiang Kai, you've really shot yourself in the foot. You gave up the group match just to insist on a solo duel. What exactly is his plan? The crowd whispered incessantly. What plan could he have? He's just trying to show off. He probably just got lucky to sneak into the finals. This loser doesn't know his place. Exactly. I say it's justice if Jiang Kai gets wiped out. Yuan Zhu, nearby, glared at them. In a flash, he lunged over and grabbed them by their collars. Furious, Yuan Zhu roared. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Hu Nian rushed over to stop him. Yuan Zhu, don't be impulsive. Don't waste your energy on these dogs. Why bother with trash that just knows how to bark? Ruan Yu added anxiously. Exactly. The white-haired man just smirked, provocatively. The entire stadium erupted into a chaotic, bitter uproar. I said Jiang Kai deserves to get wiped out. Damn it, what are you barking about? That's right. Everyone, come over and watch. We've got a good dog here, protecting his master. Back in the stands, Yuanju gritted his teeth until he tasted blood. You guys. Suddenly, Su Lannan appeared, her voice booming. What's with all the noise? This is the spectator area. Get these troublemakers out of here. A soldier barked a response. Duan Nuan saw her arrive and called out to her sister, worried. She stepped forward, looking concerned. Jiang Kai is fighting D-Tang solo this time. I was worried you'd get too worked up if you watched the match, so I came to check on you. Those two must be from the Xuanwu Guild, trying to stir up trouble because they're bitter. Your Fire God team is just way more outstanding than theirs. Not only did Xuanwu fail to make the finals, they've lost all face. They're just hoping Jiang Kai gets crushed. He spat on the ground in disgust, cursing. It was just a bunch of loudmouths. She broke into a cold sweat, turning to call out to Jiang Kai. On the stage, Jiang Kai had been beaten to a pulp, but he still struggled to rise and fight back. D-Tang waved his hand, his tone patronizing. Jiang Kai, why bother? You've already lost. Stop struggling, it's useless. Just agree to join our Azure Dragon Guild, and you might still have a chance to enter the secret realm. Jiang Kai's face darkened, but he muttered defiantly. My determination is overflowing. I haven't lost yet. Facing this stubborn fighter, D-Tang's jaw dropped in surprise. He thought to himself, the kid is clearly backed into a corner, Yet there isn't a hint of fear or panic in his eyes, only a calmness and a resolve that bordered on pure stubbornness. A moment later, Tang gripped his sword tighter. Fine, since you refuse to admit defeat, I'll just have to crush your confidence completely. He decided to unleash his ultimate move, Ghost Shadow, Unfettered Slash. Seeing him stand motionless, Hunien shrieked in a panic. What's going on? Why isn't Captain Kai dodging? Su Nuanwan hid her face, trembling. The tip of the sword seemed to touch Jiang Kai, but he opened his eyes wide, fierce and determined. In a heartbeat, Jiang Kai gathered all his strength, leaped up, and countered with a fire-shattering strike. Tang staggered, his heart filled with doubt. What is this? Suddenly, he felt a wave of numbness. His vision blurred as Jiang Kai's image flickered. Why can't I keep up with his speed? I can't even track his movements anymore. And just like that, his sword was knocked aside. Tang broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this is bad, I've fallen into a trap. Jiang Kai lunged forward immediately, shouting, now's the time. Hundreds of sword strikes pierced his body, forcing him to let out a cry of pain. The blade pierced right through the sturdy armor. A massive explosion followed, light flared, and talismans swirled everywhere. Tang slammed his foot onto the ground, a deep, gaping wound now visible on his abdomen. Without stopping, the sword tip appeared before Tang again. Jiang Kai stood tall and declared, you've lost. Watching the stunning scene unfold, the crowd in the stands was left speechless. Someone stuttered in disbelief. What? Am I seeing things? Jiang Kai had pulled off a counterkill from the jaws of defeat. The crowd erupted into chaos. What on earth is happening? How did Jiang Kai do that? This is unbelievable. Su Nuanwan and her group cheered with excitement. Yuan Zhu had tears of joy in his eyes. I knew it. Kai wouldn't be taken down that easily. Tang, struggling, smirked as he spoke. You actually found my weak spot. When did you? He frowned, asking seriously. I have your own words to thank for that reminder. Tang's eyes widened. What do you mean? Memories flashed through his mind. 10 minutes ago, feeling weak, he had asked himself, that's not right, I keep feeling like I'm missing something important. What could it be? Tang had smirked then, boasting, I remember Shu Feixiang saying during the speed trial that he had never lost to anyone, right? Well, let me tell you, no matter how fast the opponent, you'll always lose against me. Hearing that, Jiang Kai had finally realized it. Wait, strong meets strong, that's it, exactly. Strong meets strong. I think I'm starting to understand a little bit. Another memory flashed through his mind. Before the match, I watched one of yours. You always manage to appear like a ghost and finish off your opponent at the most critical moment. Just how fast can you actually be? Back then, I focused entirely on your peak attack speed and completely missed that you were constantly shifting your tempo. But I forgot something. If I tell the Beetle Guild, I can give you the coordinates to a hidden realm to help you solve your problem. Do you need it? You are the type of person who would intentionally use information about a hidden realm to bargain with me just to win a match. As for winning, once you've set your mind to it, you'll make it happen. Someone who desperately wants to win. If your first attack wasn't at full strength, it was probably just to probe your opponent. But once you saw a chance to win, you would surely use your fastest speed to clear any obstacle. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. But he didn't do that. Just like in a previous match against a high-speed opponent, the terrifying attack speed you showed then was enough to land a finishing blow. But instead, you acted like a seasoned predator. Once you successfully caught your prey, you leisurely played a game of cat and mouse. Soon, I quickly grasped another key point and had a bold hypothesis. Your sword technique was like a shadow of mine from back then, and I even had a strange feeling that you could predict my movements. A hallucination? Jiang Kai clenched his hand, revealing some iron claws. Perhaps it wasn't a hallucination after all. Because of that, the Jiang Kai from back then stubbornly declared, "Who says that? I haven't lost yet." He kept calculating in his mind rather than sitting still and waiting for his fate. It was better to take the initiative and verify it himself. To test my theory, I used my combat distance and the speed of my strikes to manipulate the energy, battling you while conducting a comparison. Sure enough, the result was the same every time. Your Ghost Shadow Vanishing Strike couldn't hit me directly, but at the same time, I couldn't avoid taking damage from the shockwaves. Back in the present, Jiang Kai continued to voice his deductions. You want to win so badly that you wouldn't have the patience to play cat and mouse with me. So, I guessed you have a psychic ability that allows you to predict an opponent's moves, and that is your true finishing skill. Tang's pupils constricted, unable to hide his shock. With a determined gaze, Jiang Kai continued. Furthermore, I suspect your psychic ability can sense the body's normal muscle contractions or air currents on the skin to predict the opponent's attack trajectory and launch a counterattack instantly. Once I saw through your secret, I just had to use a skill to numb your thoughts and disrupt your judgment. Even for just a split second, that would be enough to create an opening for me. Every movement of his flashed through his mind, and Ditang gripped his hand in disbelief. Is that so? But that was just a guess of yours, wasn't it? Weren't you afraid you were wrong? Or that even if you were right, you still wouldn't beat me? In the end, he still tried to provoke Jiang Kai. Aren't you being too confident? To his surprise, Jiang Kai's retort left him startled. The one who is too confident is you. You used the name Ghost Shadow, Vanishing Strike, to hide the nature of your psychic skill, hoping to deceive your opponent. To increase your winning percentage in future battles, you mostly invested your attribute points into things other than spirit. That's why your psychic power isn't actually that high, and that gave me the chance to break the deadlock. Ditang exclaimed in utter shock and disbelief. You were gambling! He kept his sword pointed at Ditang and confirmed it honestly. That's right, but the truth proved I won the bet. You've lost. Lost because of the finishing skill you're most proud of. Or to be more precise, you lost due to your never-losing arrogance. Hearing this, he sneered and sighed. So that was it, an unexpected ending. Ditang had been completely defeated at Jiang Kai's feet. He sheathed his weapon and declared, "It's over." Seeing this, the MC shouted to rile up the crowd. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? In a situation with no advantage whatsoever, Jiang Kai found his opponent's weakness and delivered a final, lethal blow. That's a textbook counterkill. A classic among classics. The crowd in the stands cheered in admiration. Jiang Kai is the best. This fight was so cool. No one can argue with me. Jiang Kai is my only god now. Jiang Kai's teammates, Yuanju and the others, rushed over and cheered happily. Top tier, Kai. Your performance was so cool it left me stunned. Nuanuan agreed. That's right, Kai. I was so nervous I couldn't even breathe. He smiled and replied, You guys had me worried. Hu Nian clasped his hands and asked, Captain Kai, are you the brightest star in the arena today? Ruan Yu laughed happily and reminded them, Don't forget I'm your #1 fan. Me too, me too. Captain Kai, you're just too awesome. The next second, Yuanzhu raised his fist to the sky and declared, All right, I've decided. Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. After Nuanyuan finishes taking care of Kai, we'll go celebrate his victory. Jiang Kai hurried over to stop them. Wait, isn't there something else? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. His friend pushed Jiang Kai away and shouted, Let's go, it's on me. Hu Nian agreed. Today we have to go all out. He hurried after them, happily saying, Exactly. The MC stood there, helplessly waving his hands and shouting, Hey, 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 I haven't announced the results of the match yet. Hey, don't leave. I now solemnly announce the champion of the competition is Jiang Kai from the Fire God squad. A second later, the whole stadium shouted his name in unison. Jiang Kai stood amidst the admiration and cheers. Jiang Kai, Jiang Kai. His team stood right by his side. Tu Sulanan watched them, smiling in satisfaction as she muttered, Jiang Kai has created a miracle, or perhaps he himself is the miracle. The next day, at a high-rise building, someone's voice rang out, Everyone, come here. The military just sent someone to deliver the reward. A small box rested in someone's hand. Ruan Yu frowned in frustration. A box this small? What could it possibly hold? The military is so stingy. Yuan Zhu opened the box and said, Just open it and you'll see. The next second, glowing cards appeared. One card zoomed toward Jiang Kai, while another moved toward him. Seeing the card appear, Hu Nian asked in surprise, So the rewards are given out as cards? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he realized something, and Jiang Kai reached out to grab the card. A flash of light filled the room, and he looked on with a curious smile. The next second, high-level swords appeared, leaving Jiang Kai in awe. This is the upgraded life-chasing blade. He gasped in delight, thinking to himself that he'd heard this rare S-rank weapon could take on different upgraded forms. S-rank, SI rank, S rank. I never expected the Life Reaper to have a second stage form. This is quite a surprise. Plus, with critical hit rate increased by 15%, that means out of every 7 Life Reaper strikes, 1 is guaranteed to be a critical hit. This is way more overpowered than before. Combined with the armor shredding effect, my odds of winning against high defense monsters have gone up significantly. Suddenly, another card flew toward him. What is this? Ruan Yu, acting like she knew all about it, pointed at the card and confirmed. Captain Jiang Kai. I know this one, it's good stuff. This is called a mother-son stone, made from a pair of matching stones. There's an absolute attraction between the two. If you factor in your gauntlets and the Life Reaper, then she held the card in her hand and cheered happily. This is amazing. I never expected my job advancement materials to be for a spirit medium, and within the 41 to 60 range, too. She also excitedly shouted, and this is a fairy gourd for storing liquor. It increases the effectiveness of all alcohol by 30% and cuts the sobering up time by half. Jiang Kai looked at the cards in his hand and muttered in awe. These rewards feel like they were custom-made just for us. Wait a minute, Yuanju, Su Nuanuan. What about your rewards? Yuanju blushed, looking embarrassed, and reassured him, Jiang Kai, don't worry. Su Nuanuan and I are still part of the military, after all. Our rewards were already sent to Captain Li Bu earlier. Besides, you guessed right just a moment ago. These rewards were gifted based on each of our fighting styles and specific needs. Chi is certainly being very generous. Su Nuanuan stepped forward, smiling as she spoke. That's right. Actually, the person who delivered the rewards was one of Brother Lu's men. He also had a message to pass on. These gifts were requested personally by Commander Wei. He looked confused and stammered. Commander Wei requested them personally? Hu Nian and Ruan Yu heard this and couldn't stop praising him. It must be because of you, Captain Jiang Kai. Captain Jiang Kai, you've really made a name for yourself. That's right. Who do you think our Captain Jiang Kai is? As expected, Commander Wei has a sharp eye for talent. Jiang Kai smiled, feeling relieved, and thought to himself, Commander Wei and Brother Lu have helped me a lot. I should thank them in person next time we meet. Su Nuanuan then spoke up, curious. By the way, Jiang Kai, since you won the championship, the Blue Dragon Guild should be handing over that information card about the scene as per the bet, right? He turned to answer. Don't worry. They'll send someone to deliver it in 3 days. Hu Nian saw this and immediately rushed over to pinch her cheek, complaining. Listen, Su Nuanuan, Captain Jiang Kai worked really hard to win that match. Don't go worrying your head over little things all the time. Seeing her looking so gloomy and burdened, Su Nuanuan stubbornly denied it. I'm not. Jiang Kai watched them and smiled happily. On a bright morning at a magnificent school, someone walked leisurely down the hallway. Jiang Kai had his hands in his pockets, deep in thought. He remembered the look on Yingzi's face and thought to himself, I still don't feel right about the look Yingzi had. She seemed to be troubled. I'll surprise her today, pick her up from school, and see what's going on. As dusk fell, 2 students were excitedly chatting. Hey, where are we going after school today? Still thinking about playing? Didn't you hear the Terminator teacher say there's a test tomorrow? You're so laid back, aren't you? Very quickly, the scene shifted to a classroom. Jiang Kai knocked on the door and asked directly, Is Jiang Kai on here? Yen Yen walked over and quickly replied, Jiang Kai isn't here. She was called away by someone. I think I've met you before. You're her older brother, right? He nodded and asked anxiously. That's right. But you said she was called away? Did a teacher call Yingzi to the office? She touched her chin in thought and shook her head. Not exactly. Actually, a group of upperclassmen has been targeting Jiang Kai on lately. Jiang Kai panicked, grabbed Yen Yen by the shoulders, and asked, Targeting her? What does that mean? She glanced around, nervous, and explained, The leader of the group is named Trio Loi. He's a troublemaker who recently transferred here. I heard his father works under the Huangwei family. Relying on that power, he runs wild in the school, has a bunch of lackeys, and even the teachers can't manage him. Jiang Kai An had been called away by 2 female students, who often hung out with Trio Loi. Suddenly, a student sprinted down the hallway, shouting, Hurry! Hurry! We're late! The next second, a foot kicked him, sending him crashing to the floor. Trio Loi, with a scowl, scolded him. Damn it, you've got some nerve, huh? I told you to get your ass to me within 3 minutes after the bell rang. Do you think my words are just wind blowing by your ears? Yen Yen pointed at him and whispered, That's Trio Loi. The student who had been grabbed by his shirt shouted in a panic, No, Brother Trio, let me explain. But Trio Loi threw a punch and sneered, You're just begging for a one-way ticket to heaven. Suddenly, the student's eyes went wide, and he froze. Jiang Kai stepped in and blocked Trio Loi's punch, asking, You're Trio Loi? Do you know Huang Wei? The guy screamed in frustration. Damn it. What blind idiot is this? You know who I am and you're still acting arrogant? Tired of living, huh? He frowned, his expression turning cold. Listen clearly. I am Jiang Kai An's brother. Jiang Kai? Where the hell are you from? Trio Loi sneered. So you're that nobody Jiang Kai who doesn't know his place and offended the Huang Wei family? Why should I answer your questions? Of course, if you kneel down and bark like a dog, maybe I'll show mercy and tell you. Jiang Kai replied calmly. I'm just worried you won't be able to handle the answer. Triu Loi gritted his teeth in anger. A second later, he lunged forward, yelling, Still acting tough? I'll make you regret this today. His lackeys also boasted, Brother Triu, let us handle him for you. The students nearby started whispering, Look, they're fighting. Who's the unlucky guy who angered the young master Triu Loi this time? But Jiang Kai just stood there, watching Triu Loi's group. He frowned, thinking to himself, too slow. The next second, Jiang Kai slipped aside, dodging every strike with ease. The two lackeys froze, startled, and shouted, What? Then, Jiang Kai landed firmly on the ground. He lunged forward and took them down one by one. A moment later, they were all lying flat on the ground, groaning in pain. It hurts! Triu Loi cracked his knuckles and declared arrogantly, Damn it, if you two don't know how to behave, I'll show you who makes the rules in this school. The school was silent under the sunset. A ball flew by like a flash. It hit Yingzi square in the head. Wudong stood there with a tennis racket, looking at Yingzi with a mocking smile. Little sister, we only asked you to pick up the ball. Why did you use your face to catch it? The big sister also chimed in provocatively. That's right. You're so careless. If people think we're bullying you, it'll be a lot of trouble for us. After the conversation, Yingzi sat down on the floor, her face slightly scratched, voice soft. I'm sorry. Wudong flipped through her backpack while mocking her. Knowing you're in the wrong is a start. Look at this filthy backpack. Are the books inside already ruined? She said in a harsh, bitter tone. What is this? Seeing the family photo, Yingzi rushed over and cried out, Give it back. In her heart, she thought, this was the photo from last year's birthday celebration. The first time they made a cake for me. Wudong held the photo, hands on her hips, and sneered mockingly. Why are you screaming so loud? You're being so aggressive. Look at how tense you are. Looks like we found something interesting. Yingzi was held tight by the sister, only able to shout helplessly, Give it back. Wudong revealed a cruel, threatening look. If you keep whining, I can't guarantee I won't lose my grip and rip it to shreds. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rang. Wudong answered. I'm busy. What is it? Someone named Jiang Kai came to the classroom to find Jiang Kai on and ran into trouble. They started fighting? Is there really some idiot who doesn't know their own strength? The young girl's eyes widened in shock as she thought, It's him. A split second later, Z bit down hard on the queen bee's arm, causing her to lash out with a barrage of curses. You little rat. You're dead. How dare you bite me? Have you lost your mind? A moment later, Z scrambled up the stairs as fast as he could. The girl froze in terror, whispering to herself, Hurry, I have to hurry. There are too many of them. He's going to get hurt. The next second, Z appeared behind Jiang Kai and shouted. Who would have thought he'd still be calm enough to turn his head and call out to Z? The girl was panting, frantically asking, Are you okay? Jiang Kai was stunned by the wounds covering Z's body. He clenched his fists in fury and whispered, Z. Suddenly, Zhao Lei lunged from behind him, trying to sneak an attack. It was too late for any defense now. Z gasped in fear. Brother, watch out. In an instant, Jiang Kai lifted his leg and delivered a lethal, full-force kick straight into the guy. Zhao Lei's eyes bulged in agony as he coughed up blood, while the students who were carrying desks and chairs started gossiping. For the third trip, the teachers in the faculty office are just sitting in the AC, making us do the heavy lifting. I hope lightning strikes them. These long desks are smashed to pieces. Stop dreaming, keep moving. Once we're done, we can go home early. Wu Tong and her group rushed over, shoving people aside. Get out of the way. The queen bee gritted her teeth in a frenzy. Where's Jiang An? That stray dog actually dared to bite me and draw blood. Just wait. I'm going to pull out every single one of his teeth. She suddenly froze for a few beats. Wait, what is that? It turned out that Zhao Lei had been kicked flying right into the queen bee. He landed on top of her, and she was out cold. The lackeys cried out, Brother Zhao! Queen bee! Two guys holding broken bricks stared at each other in confusion. It's actually smashed to bits. I guess we don't have to move it anymore. Should I go buy a lottery ticket? Z stood there, stunned as he looked at his older brother. The girl whispered a call to him. Zhao Lei clutched his stomach, his whole body trembling as he thought to himself, Damn it, this hurts so much. I've been training in the ghost realm. My physical stats have clearly improved. How could I not withstand a single hit from that kid? He's nothing like the weakling the young master of the Huang Guild described. Suddenly, a pair of footsteps appeared in his line of sight. Zhao Lei looked up and was terrified by the sight before him. Jiang Kai's eyes were glowing red with rage as he shouted, You have no right to bully my sister. Zhao Lei broke into a cold sweat, his mouth hanging open, thinking, this guy's aura is so strong it's terrifying. The students watching the drama couldn't stop whispering, does Jiang An really have such a badass older brother? Look at the way Zhao Lei is shaking in fear. Why does his brother look so familiar? Oh, I remember now. He's that explorer from the Ghost Realm. Jiang Kai. He's been super famous lately. He's my brother's idol. The next second, Jiang Kai leaned down, grabbed his chin, and asked, you just said you were the rules of this school, didn't you? Zhao Lei stammered in response. What do you want? He immediately landed a punch on the guy's face and said, if you guys like to treat power and violence as the rules. Zhao Lei was in so much pain he couldn't even think. Who am I? Another punch followed, accompanied by Jiang Kai's voice. Then today, I'll use your own body to help you remember it well. Only those who can stand tall have the right to talk about rules. Zhao Lei was half-conscious, thinking, where am I? He declared firmly, only those who can stand tall have the right to talk about rules. Zhao Lei kept screaming in his heart, where am I? Oh my god, someone save me. Jiang Kai swung his hand again, threatening, how dare you bully someone from the Jiang family. Z rushed over, grabbing his arm, and said, brother, stop hitting him. The girl begged desperately, please, can we stop fighting? Hearing this, Jiang Kai's intense aura dimmed as he froze. A second later, he returned to his gentle expression and turned around. Fine. Z, go wait for me by the stairs. I'll be there in a bit. The girl obediently replied, okay. Then, Jiang Kai stood still for a moment, then said slowly, you two, come here. I have something to tell you. Wu Tong and the Queen Bee started trembling as they begged for mercy. Brother Jiang, no. Master Jiang, let's talk about this calmly. Not long after, moonlight filled the night sky. Inside, Jiang Kai was tending to the girl's wounds. Z winced in pain, and he let out a wry, heartbroken smile. Z, did I hurt you? The girl smiled and shook her head, denying it. No, it doesn't hurt at all, really. Oh, by the way, aren't you busy in the Ghost Realm? Why did you come to school to pick me up? Jiang Kai answered in a heavy voice. If I hadn't come to find you today, when were you planning to tell me you were being bullied? Ever since you were little, you've been just like our big brother, keeping everything to yourself. Z turned his face away, looking hurt. But what about you in the Ghost Realm? It's so dangerous, and you never tell us anything either. Jiang Kai was stunned into silence. A moment later, the girl looked at him sincerely and confessed. Brother, even though you always come home with a bright, cheerful smile, even the commander can't act recklessly against the royal family's power. With the money you've been bringing home, I'm sure you must have been taking huge risks in the Ghost Realm, right? I just hate that I don't have the power to go to the Ghost Realm and help you. So, all I can do is try my best not to let you or our big brother worry. Besides, at first, they weren't that bad. It just started with rumors, and lately, they've been getting more and more daring. And I knew you were busy with an important competition. I didn't want to be a burden. The girl noticed Jiang Kai had been silent for a long time. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mad? I'm sorry. Jiang Kai put a bandage on the girl's forehead and sighed. This kid has grown up so fast. Z, you don't need to apologize. You're not the one at fault. It's those bullies. Don't worry, those bastards in the Ghost Realm aren't enough to kill me. From now on, I'll video call you every day after work to let you know I'm safe, so you don't have to worry anymore, okay? But if you dare to endure being bullied all by yourself again, then our big brother and I will level this entire school to the ground. After all, a brother protecting his sister is only natural. Z's eyes welled up with tears at those words. He pulled out a family photo and told her to keep it safe. The girl's eyes widened as she took it, realizing just how happy she truly was. Yes, I understand. Thank you, brother. Their clear voices echoed in the space. All right, let's head home. Our big brother will definitely be happy to see us back together. Okay. A few days later, in a small house in the forest, Ruan Yu walked along, asking skeptically, Captain Kai, is this the secret realm location the enemy gave us? Are we sure the Azure Dragon Guild isn't playing a trick on us? This is just a normal wooden house. Honya looked around and nodded in agreement. That's right, there's no organization at all. Jiang Kai pointed at the tabletop, firmly asserting it didn't look fake. Look at this, everyone. Even though the exterior of this wooden house is old, the inside is neat, tidy, and spotless. It's obvious it has been searched thoroughly. Besides, I noticed the dirt in the yard is uneven, like it was dug up and then filled back in. That must be the trace they left behind while looking for the entrance to the secret realm. Furthermore, a person as arrogant and conceited as Dich Tang wouldn't stoop to tricks, even if he lost. She asked, sweating in confusion. If that's the case, a large organization like the Blue Dragon Guild has practically turned this place upside down and still hasn't found the entrance. So, how are the three of us supposed to find it? He frowned, speaking gloomily. That's true. Chapter 110. After that, Ruanyu scratched his head, sighing. If only Su Nuanuan were here. Her intelligence-gathering skills are top-notch. She definitely could have figured something out. Hu Nian shrugged helplessly and said, Nothing we can do. Who told those two to get summoned back by the military? Jiang Kai smiled calmly and replied, After all, we only borrowed Yuanju and Su Nuanuan because of the guild challenge competition. Now that it's over, it's time for them to go back and train. Let's camp here tonight and observe some more. Moonlight poured down, illuminating the space. Ruanyu hugged a stone and slept soundly, muttering, You've gotten so thin lately. Not as soft to hold anymore. But you're still the wife I love most. Jiang Kai stood by, observing the small house, frowning. He was filled with doubt. He had been watching until now and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Could he have been wrong? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Jiang Kai didn't guard against it, smiling as he advised, Hu Nian, I'm not tired yet. No need to change shifts. Just keep sleeping. A strange movement made the nearby grass rustle. He jumped, eyes widening, thinking, something's wrong. The next second, Jiang Kai turned to look around. Hu Nian was still sleeping, muttering, Jiang Kai, to Ruanyu, Jiang Kai, let me handle this one. You demon, taste the power of Lady Fox. Suddenly, a figure appeared above. He looked up and locked eyes with a female spirit. Jiang Kai jumped back to keep his distance, thinking, a ghost maiden. The next second, he lunged forward, shouting, Fate Seeker, but Jiang Kai's attack passed right through her. He widened his eyes in shock, asking, What? Can't Fate Seeker hit her? Unexpectedly, the spirit girl rushed away immediately. She quickly turned toward the wooden house. Jiang Kai, startled, chased after her, thinking, she's so fast, and she's heading for the wooden house. Thinking of that, he spurred himself on to chase, his eyes focused. Jiang Kai lunged straight toward the wooden house. Without overthinking it, he smashed through the window and crashed inside. Jiang Kai's feet stopped in front of the strange wooden floor. The scene before him made Jiang Kai widen his eyes in shock. The spirit girl was sitting and looking at herself in a mirror, smiling and brushing her hair. He leaped up to approach the spirit girl. Then Jiang Kai started his attack. Thrust of fire, but she still wasn't hurt. He frowned and continued his assault. Total thrust of fire. The spirit girl just kept sitting in front of the mirror, calmly brushing her hair. Jiang Kai broke into a sweat, thinking, I aimed for her vital spots, yet I can't inflict any damage. Sunlight began to stream through the window frame. He held a card in his hand, telling himself to try again. The next second, Jiang Kai attacked the spirit girl once more. Her brushing motion suddenly stopped as the light became increasingly intense. His card pierced the corner of the table. Jiang Kai's eyes were wide with astonishment. In an instant, the spirit girl vanished, leaving him confused. Vanished? Hu Nian asked in shock. Captain, what are you saying? A shadow appeared and passed by this area? Ruanyu stammered in fear. A ghost? Jiang Kai said calmly. I couldn't help my curiosity. It happened so suddenly that I couldn't wake you up in time. The spirit girl is very strange. She didn't harm me. Instead, she ran straight to the wooden house and sat in front of the mirror to brush her hair. She rubbed her chin, contemplating, and voiced her theory. Could it be related to the secret of the zone? Jiang Kai vaguely recalled what had just happened. I think so too. Chasing her to the zone, no matter how I attacked, I couldn't kill her. By dawn, she just vanished, and I lost the trail. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Vanished? Hu Nian frowned in confusion, clicking her tongue. How strange. A laugh echoed, followed by a suggestive voice. I didn't expect you to find it so quickly. Jiang Kai turned around, guardedly asking, Who are you? Gao Vu led his team inside, smiling as he introduced himself. I am Ngao Vu, captain of the Blue Dragon Guild, and a pioneer exploring this world. Hu Nian crossed her arms, grumbling aggressively. So it's the Blue Dragon Guild. You knew about that ghost but didn't say anything. Do you have bad intentions? Provoked, Davu frowned and shouted, Hey, what are you saying? But Ngao Vu waved his hand to stop him. It's fine, she's right. Our motives aren't exactly pure, but we want to witness your strength firsthand. There's nothing wrong with that. He reached out with an offer. Jiang Kai, you're one of the few people I recognize. We could work together, you know. Jiang Kai flatly refused. Thank you for the high praise, but I don't need to cooperate. I never work with people I don't trust. Afterward, he turned to call the other two. Ho Yen, Ranjuvu, let's go. Seeing this, The members of Ngao team grumbled angrily. What's with that brat's high and mighty attitude? Does he think he's special? Right. We've spent 2 months and haven't discovered the secret. He thinks he's smart, while those two slept like logs last night and didn't even know someone came. On the contrary, he found it interesting and felt a sense of anticipation. I really admire Jiang Kai's recklessness. Let's see how he performs. The forest under the crescent moon was deathly quiet. Spotting the target, Jiang Kai quickly shouted, "It's appeared! Lead the way and get the team ready according to the plan." Meanwhile, Nao Wu's team was observing from a rock formation. Da Wu narrowed his eyes at the wooden house, asking curiously, "Captain, shouldn't we go in and check?" Nao Wu gave a cunning smile and replied slowly, "No rush. If Jiang Kai wants to fight, let's give him this chance." Ruan Yu ran over, pouting, "It's been so long, I really missed you." Seeing her teammate get knocked back, Hyun Han screamed, "Are you okay?" The female ghost let out a malicious, smug laugh. Hyun Han was left helpless after her teammate passed out. Even Ruan Yuvu's attacks were ineffective. Just as he said, those attacks were completely useless against this ghost. Jiang Kai stared intently at the female ghost, muttering to himself, "This is really tough." His mind was in turmoil. What was the core issue here? Suddenly, her gaze shifted, but Jiang Kai caught it immediately. Seeing something flash by, he urged Hyun Han, "Quick, drink this antidote." She hurriedly complied, then turned back and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" Jiang Kai voiced his thoughts. "There's something wrong with the eyes of the ghost in the mirror. Do you see it?" Hyun Han blinked blankly and shook her head, turning to ask Ruan Yu, "No, I don't see anything. What about you?" He replied vaguely. "Same here," she asked, confused. "Are your eyes playing tricks on you?" Captain Jiang Kai didn't answer, but thought to himself, "No, my demon eyes are focused. There's no way I'm wrong." He suddenly noticed the ghost's eyes shifting. She was afraid. Jiang Kai braced himself. This wasn't over yet. Every character in the ghost's eyes changed, corresponding to the terror array. The right eye displayed a character, and the left eye was no exception. Hyun Han stepped closer, full of confusion, asking, "What are you mumbling about?" He kept repeating the words of the terror array under his breath. Suddenly, the female ghost twisted her head back and let out a horrifying laugh. A wave of black energy erupted from her, engulfing Jiang Kai. He had triggered the conditions for the terror array. He was terrified and couldn't react in time. In a flash, Jiang Kai vanished into thin air. Hyun Han and Ruan Yu screamed in horror, "Captain!" She rushed forward shouting, "Damn it! Give Captain Kai back!" A figure lunged from the void, pinning Hunyan down before vanishing. Lao Vu sensed the movement and spoke up. "It sounds like something happened." Dawu quickly opened the door and yelled, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" They saw the two of them punching the mirror wildly. "This stupid mirror! Where did you take Captain Kai?" Seeing this, Nao Wu ordered them to be stopped, and his team quickly complied. Yes, they took turns holding down Hyun Han and Ruan Yu. Hyun Han struggled violently and shouted, "Let me go! Let me go!" Nao Wu's men gritted their teeth, explaining, "Don't be reckless. This mirror might be the key to solving the mystery of this forbidden area. How can you just go around destroying it?" He demanded sternly. "Tell me exactly what just happened. Where is your captain?" The situation became bizarre, leaving Nao Wu confused. "Strange, it's not dawn yet. Why did that female ghost disappear?" Hyun Han pointed at the mirror in a panic. "The mirror! The mirror!" Captain Kai was sucked into the mirror. Nao Wu was shocked, his face filled with terror. Sucked in? Suddenly, the space around them warped. The mirror's surface rippled, and eerie characters appeared. Personal terror array, domain initiated. Whether the explorer clears this domain or not, it will disappear forever afterward. His expression changed, and he gasped in horror. What? The text changed again, updating the status of the space inside. The Mirror of Revelation displayed the explorer's combat progress within the terror array. Progress. 0, 1. Time elapsed. 0 seconds. After being sucked in, Jiang Kai regained consciousness. He looked around warily, confused. What is going on? Jiang Kai tried to recall what had happened. Was I sucked into the mirror? A system window suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Congratulations on entering the Personal Terror Array domain. Difficulty level. Tier 3. Human fear stems from the unknown. Eliminate all creatures in the terror array within 30 minutes. Good luck with the challenge. After reading, his mind was flooded with questions. Is this a domain challenge? What is the Mirror of Revelation? What are these terror creatures? Where are they? The ground shook violently. Has the challenge started already? Jiang Kai swung his hand to summon his weapon, Flame Strike. Seeing the environment hadn't changed, he wondered, Why is it still pitch black? The system window prompted. In this domain, the effect of your flame weapon remains, but its light-emitting ability will be stripped away. Reading this, he was deeply unsettled. I have to complete the mission without even seeing the monsters? The sound of monsters swarming in the darkness drew Jiang Kai's attention. He strained his eyes to see what they were. Recognizing the target, Jiang Kai took a defensive stance. They're here. Without thinking twice, he decided to just kill them first and figure things out later. Every time a target was killed, a notification sounded. Congratulations on eliminating a creature in the domain. Gained 1 experience point. Jiang Kai didn't stop. He kept slashing through them. Very quickly, he had wiped out the entire swarm. Jiang Kai was surprised by the number of enemies. Is this considered completing the challenge? A few dozen monsters didn't seem too hard, but he immediately felt a jolt of horror. Wait, this isn't right. A massive wave of monsters flooded toward him. Jiang Kai immediately unleashed his time gambler skill, then switched to fire. Flame strike. A powerful firestorm swept through, lighting up the space. Seeing the monsters unfazed, Jiang Kai grew angry. Just how many of these are there? Faster, I have to be faster. Text appeared outside the mirror's space. 771 million. Time elapsed. 44 seconds. Reading this, Na Wu was deeply skeptical. Does these numbers mean Jiang Kai killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds? Da Wu was equally confused. The strength of the monsters in that domain definitely isn't weak. 77 kills in 44 seconds? This guy is crazy. The other 2 team members stammered in fear. Does the number after that mean there are 1 million monsters in there? The terror array. No wonder it's called that. It's not a place for humans. Hyun Han was terrified upon hearing the number 1 million. 1 million monsters? She remembered the previous battle. Before, when we fought the Fishman Lord at Eternal East Island, at least a few 100,000 players worked together. But now, Captain Kai is all alone. How can he possibly kill them all? Worried, Hyun Han rushed forward and shouted, "Don't let me go. I have to get in there. I have to save Captain Kai." But Ye Yu held her back just in time. "You can't get in." Her face paled with panic as she asked, "What do you mean?" Ye Yu looked grim and explained, "Because this is a personal instance dungeon. It's different from a regular one. It only allows 1 adventurer to enter at a time. The rewards here are always much better, but the adventurer has to face unknown challenges alone, and the difficulty is much higher." He closed his eyes, looking resigned. As much as I hate to say it, I don't think Jiang Kai can hold out much longer. Hearing this, Hunian was terrified to the point of tears. Wave after wave of monsters kept coming. Despite fighting with everything he had, Jiang Kai was slowly being overwhelmed. "Damn it, my body." He gritted his teeth in agony, frustrated. The gap is just too huge. Is this really it? I can't win? Looking at his body being gnawed away, Jiang Kai felt furious. I refuse to be defeated by these low-level creatures. I won't accept this. Just as I was on the brink of death, my salvation card triggered, sensing that I was about to kick the bucket, and it refreshed immediately. The gambler's exclusive weapon, Death Card, with its hidden special effect. The Wheel of Fate has been activated. Jiang Kai heard a faint voice searching around. What was that sound just now? Suddenly, he was blinded by a flash of light. Light? Jiang Kai struggled to activate his skill. His ghost eye focused, and in the mirror dimension, he saw a card flying toward him. Congratulations. You have activated the hidden special effect, the Wheel of Fate, triggered while you were on the verge of checking out. The Wheel of Fate is spinning. The Wheel of Fate will select a random outcome for you. Realizing what card it was, he looked puzzled. The Wheel of Fate? The death card has a hidden effect? Who is making this choice? Every outcome carries a double-edged effect of both reward and penalty. Once the user spins the Wheel of Fate, they implicitly agree to bear both effects. The effect of the Wheel of Fate is multiplied by the gambler talent. This effect can only be used once a month, and refusing to spin the wheel is still counted as a usage. Caught between the 2 choices, Jiang Kai hesitated. Multiplied double-edged effects of reward and penalty? A chance at survival or eternal ruin? The system board posed the question again. Will you spin the Wheel of Fate now? A thrill sparked in his smile. Do I even need to think about it? The next second, Jiang Kai looked up and shouted, "Spin it for me." The card glowed, the space trembled, and his body began to change. Jiang Kai looked on in disbelief as his wounds gradually began to heal, and the excruciating pain suddenly vanished. Is this my mental dimension? But immediately, he was drawn to a golden light. Before Jiang Kai stood a massive, towering clock. This was the Wheel of Fate. The 2 hands on the clock began to move, and he stared intently, watching every movement with anxiety. It had begun. The wheel of fate spun at an astonishing speed, then suddenly came to a dead stop, signaling completion. The wheel of fate finished its turn. Jiang Kai didn't look away, carefully reading the warning. It clearly stated, beneficial state, rapid recovery combat damage will be restored quickly. Duration, 60 minutes. Talent multiplier activated. Rapid recovery upgraded to extreme recovery. Every bit of fatigue can be recovered at maximum speed. The body reaches its peak state. Negative state. Vulnerability exposed. Vulnerability exposed. Any injury received will be more likely to be fatal. Duration, 60 minutes. Talent multiplier activated. Vulnerability exposed. Upgraded to fragile constitution. Any injury will cause more severe consequences, and you will suffer double the pain. He looked on in confusion as the golden light enveloped him, his body washed over by a warm, rushing tide. Jiang Kai felt his wounds healing at super speed, as if his whole body were soaking in a hot spring. Power radiated from his body, blowing away the horde of death monsters. Jiang Kai jumped to his feet, regaining his composure as the card flew back to him. With the trump card in hand, Jiang Kai felt confident. Since the board is set, let's see how my recovered strength holds up. He was ready. This battle was a gamble for his life. A fireball launched, slicing through and obliterating the monsters. Overwhelmed by the number of enemies, Jiang Kai was calculating. The gambler state only lasts 10 seconds, and after that, it goes into a long cooldown. It's completely impossible to handle a prolonged fight like this. But then he remembered something. Wait a second. Recalling the feeling of using his power, Jiang Kai realized that after the death card swallowed the upgraded version of his lethal pursuit, his attack efficiency seemed to have soared. He drew the card and commanded it to move. Everywhere the card traveled, monsters were incinerated. 3, 2. It instantly burned everything in sight. He flashed a triumphant smile, counting down the last second. 1. And just like that, all the monsters were charred to a crisp by the massive explosion. This result confirmed his decision. As expected, simply letting the death card carry the flames incinerated a much larger area. A cruel, triumphant glint appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. This will blow even more monsters to Kingdom Come. He knew what his move would lead to. After that, he just had to wait for the critical hits during the blaze and rely on the chain reaction. After discovering this secret, Jiang Kai went on a killing spree. The death card was controlled by his thoughts, so its attack range far exceeded his previous lethal strikes. He could completely exploit this to burn the entire battlefield. The energy he radiated left the minions with no chance of survival. A moment later, everything had been scorched, leaving only smoke and corpses. The monsters dissipated, leaving the rest lying flat like fallen leaves. Jiang Kai had almost completely gained control of the situation. What's going on? These guys are moving way too slowly. Even if they are monsters in a secret realm, can you not be this weak? Instead of waiting for the monsters to rush him, Jiang Kai decided to leave. Let me come find you guys. Outside, the screen displayed the monster count, 4,161. Time, 209 seconds. Outside, Hu Nian was shaking the mirror in anxiety. Ruan Yu, is this mirror broken? Why has the number of defeated enemies suddenly stopped changing? Gao Vu also followed the results tensely. Even though it had only paused for a few dozen seconds, this was a secret realm where millions of wild beasts besieged one person. It wasn't a matter of life or death, just a few seconds could decide who survives. Davu nodded slightly, offering his advice. That's right. With the difficulty of this secret realm, it's completely normal for Jiang Kai to encounter trouble. Instead of worrying, why don't you wait for him to come out and schedule a therapy session so he doesn't have a mental breakdown? Hu Nian was scared out of her wits and scolded him. Shut up. You're the one having a breakdown. The result isn't out yet, so stop talking nonsense. I believe in Captain Kai, but Davu snapped back. Hey, isn't the current situation enough to prove the problem? Besides, we've struggled for months, and Jiang Kai accidentally stumbled into this secret realm. If he manages to clear it, I'll have nothing to say. Then, he lowered his voice to share his thoughts. But at the very least, looking at the current situation, this opportunity has already been wasted. 1,000,000 wild beasts. I bet Jiang Kai is definitely going to kick the bucket. Ruan Yu finally got annoyed and challenged him. Bet what? Davu's face darkened. He glared, but remained silent. Ruan Yu snapped back. I asked you, what are you betting? Seeing his stubbornness, Davu shouted in frustration. You guys really don't know when to give up. Fine, if that's how it is, I'll say it straight. If Jiang Kai comes out alive, I'll kneel right here and call him Daddy. He spoke firmly and straightforwardly. Otherwise, you have to kneel down and call me Dad. His face hardened as Ye Wu grit his teeth and asked back, "Do you dare?" Jiang Kai mustered all his confidence and belief to respond. "Bet is a bet." Suddenly, Hu Nian Shathan shouted, "Oh my god, what is happening?" Everyone simultaneously looked at the displayed number, 6,201,000,000. The scene was currently submerged in a horrific explosion. Monsters from the area below swarmed out, screaming incessantly. Jiang Kai heard the commotion and lunged down to engage them. "So you were all here, huh?" As he attacked, he mocked them. "Hey, you guys are supposed to be secret realm monsters, aren't you?" However, they turned and ran, which only provoked Jiang Kai further. "What's this? Keep fighting, don't you dare stop." Immediately after, a series of rapid attacks caused each area to explode and shatter one after another. The secret realm monsters were beaten so badly that each one of them spewed out their own toxic resin. The final blow was even more terrifying, creating an explosion many times larger than the previous ones. After waiting for a long time, the dust finally began to clear. By then, he had successfully completed the mission and received their cards, having wiped out all the secret realm creatures. The time was 447 seconds. Holding the card in his hand, Jiang Kai still didn't feel satisfied. "Is it over already? I still have a super fast recovery status for another 30-something minutes here. What a waste." Right at this moment, a mysterious light suddenly appeared behind him. Driven by instinct, he looked back in astonishment. Klee stepped out from the mysterious mirror and said, "Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the challenge of the horror den. Now, I will summarize your rewards." Seeing the person who had just appeared, Jiang Kai stunned and stepped back, thinking, "Is this the secret realm guardian that Di Zheng mentioned before?" Soon after, she began to announce the rewards. "You may now ask the Oracle Mirror 5 questions, provided they do not exceed the scope of authority." Hearing this, Jiang Kai was extremely excited and quickly started calculating. With such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a huge pity if he only asked about the material formula for the gambler class transfer? Perhaps he could use this to learn a bit of the truth about the Devil Star to better deal with the dangers ahead. He just wasn't sure what the specific scope of authority was. However, Clay did not forget to set a time limit. "Please ask quickly." The Oracle Mirror's power would drain in 5 minutes, which made him feel surprised. "There's a time limit too?" Immediately after, Jiang Kai came up with his first question. "What is the relationship between the spirit beasts of the Devil Star and the Blue Star?" Hearing the question, Clay didn't answer, causing the atmosphere to fall into silence. Seeing this, he thought suspiciously, no reaction. Could it be that the difficulty of the question exceeded the authority limits? A moment later, she spoke up. "As you predicted, your first question exceeded the authority limit. You now have 4 questions left." Understanding the issue, he immediately switched to another question. Sure enough then, regarding the gambler class transfer documents, spontaneous flames, unstable shifting, drifting soil, and motionless breeze. What do these refer to? This time, the answer appeared on the mirror. Seeing that sight, Jiang Kai was instantly overjoyed. Suddenly, Clay and the mysterious mirror emitted an even more brilliant radiance, as if about to show something. As soon as he saw the image, he exclaimed in awe, "Wait, this is..." A species of tree quickly appeared before his eyes, causing Jiang Kai to immediately recognize it as the Skyfire tree. Unexpectedly, the Skyfire tree suddenly burst into intense flames, with the fire wrapping around the trunk as if converging into some strange source of power. He suddenly remembered what Su Nuanuan had said. These were Skyfire trees about 20 years old. Those over 30 years old could become Skyfire tree spirits. After killing the monster, there was a chance to get a fire tree heart, a type of material that helped increase the special effects of fire. From that, Jiang Kai immediately understood the problem, and excitedly said, "That's right. It doesn't need to burn matter. It can generate fire directly. Isn't the heart of the Skyfire tree based on spontaneous combustion?" He should have thought of it back in the La Yan mountain range. Immediately after, the image in the mirror continued to change. It forced him to analyze a bit further. "Silver iron, I remember it's one of the metals of the Devil Star. It's a liquid at room temperature, not rare. So it's actually an unpredictable shifting metal?" Suddenly, Jiang Kai seemed to realize something. Another scene appeared that made him stop and speculate. This was a wasteland, but very quickly he felt something was off. Wait, that's not right. At this moment, he began to observe the wasteland very carefully. Jiang Kai zoomed in on the image and discovered there seemed to be something hazy existing. Moving closer, he saw clearly that it was dust. This made Jiang Kai understand immediately. Dust falls to the ground and changes the earth, so when it flies, isn't it drifting soil in the air? At this moment, a different sky scene appeared, as if to continue testing him. Looking at the picture before him, Jiang Kai still didn't understand its meaning. This time it's the sky, but there seems to be nothing in it. How is this related to a motionless breeze? The entire sky was crystal clear, with only white clouds intertwined. But when observing more closely, he seemed to have discovered something and said, "Wait, it's not that there's nothing, there's also the air. Your 5 questions for the Oracle Mirror have been answered." Looking closely again, Jiang Kai finally realized, skyfire, tree heart, silver iron, dust, air. So it turned out the 4 materials for the level 20 gambler class transfer were all very familiar things. It seems the key is how to break out of conventional thinking. Seeing things that others don't see then, according to this logic. I wonder if the living water at the source is he most likely understood the hidden meaning in that picture. In the endless cycle of heaven and earth, the most common thing is rainwater. Before reaching his final conclusion, Jiang Kai still silently weighed it. The answer is clear now. Gambler, what kind of surprises can this new profession bring me after the transfer? Just then, Clay appeared to give a reward. Now, I will bring you the second reward. Hearing this, Jiang Kai was completely stunned, to the point he couldn't believe it. A holy brilliance crystal of an unknown level appeared right before his eyes. Congratulations! You have received an SS-grade weapon. Holy brilliance crystal. Holding the rare gem in his hand, Jiang Kai still dared not believe it. Holy brilliance crystal. Furthermore, the system quickly provided an introduction to this rare gem. Holy brilliance crystal, an SS-grade weapon, has the ability to manipulate intent. After activation, it will form a holy brilliance halo within half a meter around the target. Activating the halo can trigger the effect. The spirit purifier provides a one-time cleanse of a certain magnitude. It purifies the current target of mental status ailments, while randomly granting immunity to one type of mental attack. Upon hearing this, he was amazed to discover that the stone could be used on others as well, not just for himself. It's very easy to use, just like the death card. You just need to control it with your will. Jiang Kai held the stone, realizing its most important feature was its purifying effect. However, he also grasped its true value. Because, until now, humanity's defense against mental attacks has always been quite weak. The female spirit, relying solely on her terrifying screech, had already sent countless adventurers fleeing in fear. Thinking of this, Jiang Kai said confidently, "Now, combined with the undead exoskeleton I obtained earlier, I have 2 weapons capable of granting immunity to mental attacks." Unexpectedly, the system revealed a few more specific requirements for this level of stone. In combat, the halo can bind targets, restricting their movements. This process doesn't consume the user's energy, and killing a target can replenish the Holy Emblem Crystal's energy. The Holy Emblem Crystal's purification state can last for 10 minutes, while the binding state can last from 3 to 180 seconds, depending on the power gap between the opponent and the user. This caught Jiang Kai by surprise. It has a crowd control skill too? Though the Holy Emblem Crystal was surprising, for now, it seems to only have specific purification and combat support functions. Looking at the system notification, the Holy Emblem Crystal is the only ghost tier weapon that can be upgraded using the tears of the gods obtained from others' secret realms. After upgrading, it can unlock a double activation state. He couldn't help but be amazed. Why is the tier classification so high? The only ghost tier? Jiang Kai quickly formed his own judgment. My death card is a unique tier weapon belonging exclusively to a gambler. While this Holy Emblem Crystal isn't class restricted, there's only one in existence, which means that at a critical moment, it might become my trump card. At the same time, their team received a system notification. Progress at 1 million out of 1 million, taking 1,755 seconds. After seeing the content, Hunian immediately said with excitement, "My goodness, Ruan Yu, help me look how many zeros are there in front. Am I seeing things?" Ruan Yu, standing behind, replied with equal enthusiasm, "You're right, it's 1 million. Our Team Kai must have successfully cleared the challenge." Even Ao Yu couldn't believe his eyes. What? 1 million monsters in the secret realm were killed by Jiang Kai? Ye Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow! I think the mirror might be broken, right?" Just then, a massive beam of light suddenly appeared, making everyone squint in its direction. No one knew what was coming out, but Ruan Yu broke into a smile as a figure began to emerge. At that moment, Jiang Kai was stepping firmly out of the light. As soon as they saw him, everyone shouted in unison, "Captain Kai!" As Jiang Kai fully emerged, the light behind him began to shatter into fragments and fade away. The team returned to the familiar atmosphere of the deep catacombs. He immediately stepped forward to ask, "Captain Kai, were there really 1 million monsters in this terrifying secret realm lair? How did you kill them all?" Even she couldn't hide her curiosity and followed up, That's right. Were there other traps or mechanisms in the secret realm? Did the guardian of the secret realm make things difficult for you? Hearing this, he laughed and told everyone, Hu Nian, Ruan Yu. You're both talking at once. I can't answer everything. Right then, Ao Yu took the initiative to offer his congratulations, Jiang Kai, to be honest, although I don't know how you did it. And I feel a bit unwilling to admit it. Congratulations on clearing this solo secret realm. He then sincerely apologized. Additionally, I apologize for my previous arrogance. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden the truth about the female spirit to test you, and I certainly shouldn't have looked down on you. Ao Yu looked him straight in the eye and admitted, Jiang Kai, I have to admit, you are the most outstanding young adventurer I have ever met. Hearing this, Jiang Kai reaffirmed himself. What kind of person am I? I have never needed anyone else to define that. His blunt words left Ao Yu standing still for a moment, but Jiang Kai looked at him and continued. But thank you for the sincere praise. I accept your apology. Besides, he added, giving Ao Yu a compliment of his own. Actually, you're not bad yourself. He chuckled, exhaling a sigh of relief with a relaxed smile. The two of them resolved their issues just like that, reached out to shake hands, and spoke in unison. Seeing this scene, the others couldn't help but smile as well. Ao Yu's team was just as happy. Just as the atmosphere was perfectly harmonious, Hu Nian suddenly spoke up. Wait, I seem to remember someone making a bet, saying if Captain Kai survived and came out, they wanted to do something. What was it again? Hearing this, all eyes immediately turned toward Ye Yu, who clearly felt guilty. Seeing everyone's strange reaction, Jiang Kai asked in confusion, Hu Nian, what are you talking about? What bet? A few days passed. In a certain building, Hu Nian paced back and forth in front of a door, anxiously wondering, why is Captain Kai taking so long to change classes? It's taking even longer than when Nuanuan changed hers. Ruan Yu stood there, waving her hand to reassure her. Captain Kai has a new profession, after all. It probably just takes some time. Let's keep waiting. Inside, Jiang Kai was enveloped by a vast source of spiritual energy. A formation with a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Gusts of wind surged and swirled around Jiang Kai. The next second, he smiled excitedly, thinking to himself, it worked. The system displayed a notification about his new profession. Congratulations. You have completed the level 20 advancement for the gambler profession. Your new profession is Gambling Master, Jiang Kai asked, looking surprised and skeptical. Gambling Master? Sounds like a profession that's even better at gambling tricks. A voice appeared, smiling as it reminded him, after the class change, your multiplier talent will have its base attributes increased by 100%, and all current talents will also be enhanced. On the screen, a notification appeared for the impending talent activation. Super Multiplier Talent. The initial multiplier talent activation probability has already reached 100% and cannot be increased. The super multiplier probability increases from 1% to 3%. The super critical strike talent, at a 1% chance for a 200-fold critical hit, is upgraded to a 2% chance for a 200-fold critical hit. Jiang Kai looked on, smiling, filled with joy. The success rate for my super multiplier and super critical hit has increased. Even if it's just a little bit, in this desperate situation, that small difference is my only hope to turn the tables. A second later, he asked curiously, AI, does my new Trickster Masterclass come with any new talents? The AI smiled gently and confirmed, yes, you will receive the Trickster Master's talent, Deceiving the Heavens and Crossing the Sea. As a Trickster Master, you have a natural aptitude for deceit. You will be even better at using deceptive language and body movements to confuse your opponents and manipulate their judgment. Jiang Kai looked excited, thinking to himself, it must be an upgraded version of my deception state. If I use it well, it might lead to some unexpected surprises. She continued to remind him. Additionally, under the effect of your multiplier talent, you will also receive a second random talent, Agility Enhancement. Activating the multiplier talent, Agility Enhancement will permanently increase your agility stat by 40%. His eyes widened in shock. He quickly calculated, 40%? That's even higher than my previous equipment buffs. A moment later, Jiang Kai rubbed his hands together and smiled. A Trickster Master, huh? I really can't wait to see what I can do. Back at the Data Research Lab, Professor Lee watched him on the screen. To think he started off with such a low grade, and now Jiang Kai has actually won the Guild Challenge competition. Su Lannan walked in, startling him. I remember when that kid first refused to join the military, saying, I have to rely on myself to defeat the royal family. I even laughed at him for being so arrogant. But after seeing these matches, I realize I was the one who was narrow-minded. He actually did it. The royal family doesn't dare to pressure the military anymore. Perhaps it's time for our evaluation system to be updated. Professor Lee nodded in agreement. Perhaps? She handed him a document and announced, "By the way, this is the latest data on the Dila seat portals that have been discovered. Could you please analyze them and see if there are any common characteristics?" Professor Lee adjusted his glasses as he began to read the report. 55 countries have discovered them now? It's been so long, and we still haven't found anything. Time is running out. Su Lanin wasn't worried, however. He exclaimed excitedly, "But for some reason, I have a gut feeling that we're going to find it soon." Elsewhere, Jiankai's group was walking through the forest at night. Hunian leaned against a tree, gasping for air as she complained, "The Ascension mystery is gone? No way. We've been circling this place for so long. How come we haven't even seen a single howling moon wolf demon?" Ruan Yu asked with a confused expression. "Captain Kai, do you think someone reached this place before us and wiped out all the wolves here?" He replied thoughtfully, "That's impossible. Howling moon wolf demons are different from normal wolf demons. They can stand and walk upright. This means they don't just have sharp claws and super strength, but their combat style is very flexible and extremely difficult to deal with. Normal small guilds wouldn't dare provoke these monsters. As for big guilds, if they had been here, we definitely would have heard rumors about it." Suddenly, Hunian looked at the compass in her hand and cried out in panic, "A blood moon? No, please, don't tell me our luck is that bad." Jiang Kai turned to her anxiously. "Hunian, what's wrong?" She delivered the grim news. "Captain Kai, I was bored earlier and did a reading, and I just realized tonight is the blood moon. The blood moon can awaken the ancient bloodline of the wolf clan, allowing them to take human form. And when that happens, not only will their combat power skyrocket, but their intelligence will also increase drastically." He stood there, breaking into a sweat. "I heard that before the blood moon appears, the wolf demons hide and wait. No wonder we haven't seen any today." Jiang Kai frowned, his eyes darkening. "There are at least 100 howling moon wolf demons gathered here. Once they transform, I'm afraid their base combat strength will be no weaker than the general-grade armored spiky dragon we faced before. That means there are at least 100 monsters here with strength equal to a general-grade armored spiky dragon." Ruan Yu began to sweat, stuttering. "So, Captain Kai, should we retreat?" His eyes were resolute. "It's too late." He looked up at the sky. The night had changed. The blood moon had arrived. The moonlight turned a deep, blood red, and a fierce wind blew, snatching the compass right out of Hunian's hand. She chased after it in a panic. "Oh no, my compass!" Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes lit up from the bushes, but Hunian didn't notice and kept running toward them. A second later, the red-eyed beast lunged out with incredible speed. Her eyes went wide in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It lunged straight at the frozen Hunian. Jiang Kai swung his hand, conjuring a ball of fire, and screamed in a panic, "Hunian, get out of there!" Suddenly, Hunian opened her eyes wide as she grabbed something. She was drenched in sweat, her voice trembling. "Oh no." In her hand, she held a tiny, shocked-looking fox demon. "My compass!" Jiang Kai cried out, completely stunned. "What is that?" The fox demon stared back at Hunian innocently. She turned pale at the sight. A second later, Hunian laughed foolishly and tried to negotiate. "Let's make a deal. Can you spit out everything in your mouth and give it back to me?" The fox began to tremble, trying to vomit it out, but then it just gave her an innocent, helpless smile. She looked absolutely defeated. A second later, Hunian screamed, and the other two had to hold her back. "You little monster, give it back!" Jiang Kai used all his strength to stop her. "Hunian, calm down." Suddenly, a cold draft enveloped the group. Jiang Kai startled, breaking into a cold sweat as he looked around. Wait, this feeling. He turned his head. Pairs of glowing eyes emerged from the forest. The moon-howling wolves, with their bulging muscles, gradually revealed themselves mutated grade monsters. Jiang Kai frowned and shouted a warning. "Mutated wolves! We're surrounded! Get ready to fight!" "Ruan Yu, protect Hunian." A water trap suddenly fell to the ground and shattered. Ruan Yu, as if delirious, cried out in excitement. "So many beauties? I am Prince Lang. Line up, and this prince will cherish you one by one." Seeing this, Jiang Kai was shocked and realized, this is bad. Ruan Yu rushed in before even entering his deadly loyalty state. Han Shuangthap's shield alone can't handle a swarm of mutated wolves like this. "Hu Nian, follow me, we need to stick with Ruan Yu." She nodded, startled. As the wolves lunged toward him, he attacked while shouting, sparks flying. Jiang Kai thought to himself, I remember these guys have high attack power, but their defense is weak. Keep your distance, and keep attacking from afar. Moments later, the moon-howling wolves were sent flying one by one. His flames successfully scorched the pack. He wiped out 5 level 45 mutated moon-howl wolves. Ruan Yu stood there, wailing miserably. My beauty, how annoying. Someone's ruining my fun again. Jiang Kai observed everything in deep thought, filled with strange suspicion. With so many of these wolves, why wouldn't they all attack at once? He suddenly considered an unpredictable possibility. Wait, are they testing our strength? At that moment, Jiang Kai noticed pairs of glowing eyes still lurking deep within the forest. They kept closing in on them. He stood his ground, not rushing to strike, but internally forming a conclusion. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Kai unleashed a barrage of fire arrows. His flames once again incinerated the wolf pack. A moment later, the dust and smoke began to clear, along with the dying embers. The wolves growled and lunged toward Jiang Kai again. Hu Nian couldn't hide her panic and cried out, Captain Jiang Kai, this command has already triggered 4 critical hits, but out of 17 mutated wolves, we've only killed 4. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that these things were clever. They were too scattered to be hit by area of effect attacks. Suddenly, she startled and turned to look at Nhan, saw a moonhowl wolf charging at Jiang Kai's back and warned him to be careful. Just then, a wolf lunged at him from behind. He reacted instantly, spinning around. Jiang Kai stood silent, secretly launching a strike that caught it off guard, deceiving the heavens. He vaulted into the air, excitedly shouting, the reality you see is only what I allow you to see. Now, enjoy the pain of your demise. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate to fire off a few scorching rounds. Die. The moonhowl wolf was incinerated by Jiang Kai's attack, marking the elimination of a level 55 mutated moonhowl wolf. Meanwhile, the others were rushing toward Ruan Yu, who was busy showing off. A beauty? Big Brother Wolf King is coming for you. Fireballs streaked past him. The wolves were knocked back, followed by a system notification. 3 level 55 mutated moonhowl wolves eliminated. Ruan Yu sat there crying piteously. Hu Nian walked over and remarked, that was too close. If Captain Jiang Kai hadn't acted in time, Ruan Yu would have lost his life. Don't think just because you look cute I won't do anything to you. Hand over my compass, or I'll throw you to the wolves right now. Suddenly, Jiang Kai glanced elsewhere, startled. The wolves were charging again. He shouted a warning. Hu Nian, 4 o'clock. Her eyes widened in panic. A wolf lunged, and Hu Nian trembled, thinking, it's too late. The next second, it clawed her, leaving 3 deep gashes across her shoulder. She clutched the spirit fox and fell to the ground. The wolves growled, eyes filled with caution. Jiang Kai looked at them, deeply suspicious. It seemed like these wolves were afraid, as if they felt some terrifying presence. Wait, the direction they were looking, he saw she was injured and shouted in alarm, Hu Nian. The next second, Jiang Kai unleashed fireballs, and his 3 swords suddenly froze. The spirit fox used its spiritual energy to lift Hu Nian into the air. Jiang Kai was stunned and shouted, what? Unexpectedly, within a few short seconds, a massive surge of power radiated from it. Jiang Kai became agitated, concerned for Hu Nian. However, he seemed powerless against that strange energy. The light blinded him. Moments later, the red sky and dust slowly faded. Jiang Kai's gaze landed on the barrier sphere, and he stood frozen, stuttering. Inside the sphere of light, Hu Nian slowly opened her eyes. She asked in a daze, who are you? The spirit fox looked at her with glowing eyes, then reached out to caress her face and said, you lasted longer than I thought. Clearly as weak as a rabbit, yet so good at acting tough. The spirit fox was busy healing the wound on Hu Nian's shoulder. It maintained a calm expression while scolding. How annoying. The next second, the spirit fox waved its hand behind it, using its own energy to lift her up. It stuck out its tongue in a bizarre way. The spirit fox leaned in, licking her wound repeatedly. It calmed her, saying, bear with it, little rabbit. Unexpectedly, during the process, a vortex appeared. This anomaly caught the spirit fox's attention. It saw Jiang Kai throwing punches relentlessly and remarked, to maintain your composure under my suppression? You truly are an interesting one. The next second, the spirit fox created a fireball in its palm and said, if that's the case, I'll play with you. The fireball quickly struck his forehead. Jiang Kai stood stunned, filled with confusion. What? Why so sudden? Everything passed like a dream, and then he startled awake. Jiang Kai looked around, wondering, what just happened? He widened his eyes at what he saw. Wait, this place, the giant sun and the ruined, charred buildings, this is Earth. Jiang Kai looked up at the red sky and thought, why is it daytime? I was just in the spirit forest a moment ago. He called out loudly. Hu Nian. Ruan Yu. What happened to those wolves? And where did that fox go? Ruan Yu. Hu Nian. Save me. Then Jiang Kai collapsed to the ground, mouth agape, thinking, this tremor, it's a giant creature weighing over 50 tons. People ran by, screaming, someone, anyone, save us. The beast appeared, growling endlessly. His eyes widened, thinking, a divine beast. It lunged after the fleeing crowd. Jiang Kai's eyes bulged in panic, wondering, heavenly strike? What on earth is going on? He lunged forward, shouting, command! The next second, Jiang Kai realized in horror that he really couldn't use his skills. Could the system have randomly teleported him back to Earth? Who could remember the moment before landing here? No, this isn't an illusion. It's the strange ability of that fox. Regardless, in a real fight against a divine beast, the survival rate for ordinary people is very low. Jiang Kai immediately turned and leaped forward, noticing a distinct difference. Up until now, no superhumans had appeared. Suddenly, a desperate voice caught his attention. Please, someone, save my child. A woman held by the beast was screaming. Jiang Kai kept running, reminding himself, stay calm. This is no time to play the hero. Even if it's an illusion, the consequences of dying here are unknown. Still, the child's wailing echoed throughout the space, haunting him. Images of his own scarred childhood flashed through Jiang Kai's mind. In the end, he couldn't help but slam on the brakes. Jiang Kai looked at the beast standing over a child and thought, damn it. Even though it wasn't real, the monsters were looming over a small bundle, and the child's cries grew louder. A reckless decision sparked in Jiang Kai's mind. Whatever, this is it. He turned, grabbed the child, and carried them away. He couldn't just look away. The beast shrieked violently, chasing Jiang Kai. He held the baby close, thinking, I'm running out of steam. Even though he'd gone through intense training on the ghost planet and was stronger, once he couldn't use his skills, he was just an ordinary human after all. The next second, the ground around him shattered, and his foot was crushed under a boulder. He gasped, not good. Jiang Kai quickly tossed the baby aside before he fell. Just then, a sharp iron stake was already waiting on the ground, but luckily, the baby was left suspended in midair. Jiang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, caught it. But unexpectedly, the beast appeared and opened its massive jaws right in front of him. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in terror. The next second, he was swallowed into its belly. With a hazy gaze and a heart full of doubt, Jiang Kai thought, the flesh is already rotting away. Strange, is this pain of being digested really just an illusion? A voice echoed in his mind. Look, this is the price you pay for trying to play the hero. Who do you think you are? Just because you got lucky and killed a few weaklings, you think you're an unstoppable savior? In reality, you can't do anything. You're just a pathetic maggot who can't protect anyone. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's eyes welled up with tears as he admitted, I can't protect anyone. That voice provoked him. Exactly. Admit it. You can barely take care of yourself, so why bother worrying about others? Humans are inherently selfish, aren't they? It's heartbreaking. You've done enough. Another part of Jiang Kai tried to soothe him, urging him to give up, so don't force yourself anymore. His eyes gradually lost their light and closed halfway. Just rest. Finally, Jiang Kai felt himself sinking, drifting away from the light in front of him. Suddenly, his parents appeared with smiles, softly calling out, Jiang Kai? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry, sit down and eat while it's hot. This boy is so tired. He's been pushing himself way too hard lately. Jiang Kai looked at them in stunned disbelief. Jiang's mother smiled, her tone filled with reproach. Isn't that right? Since he fell, he was obviously in so much pain that he was tearing up, but he insisted he wasn't hurt. Jiang's father, reading his newspaper, agreed. Yuanjue, no matter what, our Jiang Kai has always been a brave man. But no matter how strong he acts, he's still just a child. Hearing this, he trembled weakly and whispered, Mom, Dad. His father looked up at Jiang Kai and called out gently, Jiang Kai, if you're tired, it's time to come home. Little Jiang Kai sat at the table, sobbing uncontrollably. Dad! Mom! Watching his small hands reach out, he couldn't help but cry out loud, coming home. Just then, little Jiang Kai reached out a trembling hand toward the rice bowl. A second later, he clenched his fist and whispered, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. But his parents' faces darkened, watching in silence. Suddenly, he slammed his fist onto the table. A firm, resolute smile curled on Jiang Kai's lips. This is my choice. The two of them smiled mysteriously. A moment later, they began to fade away, sighing. What can we do? Looks like we really can't do anything with this boy. That's right, he's grown up now, and has his own opinions. Well then, don't forget your original promise. Keep moving forward bravely. My son, we will always be proud of you. Jiang Kai clenched his fist and replied softly, yes, I understand. Just then, a bolt of lightning erupted from where he stood. Jiang Kai threw a punch into the void. The surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror, and the monster's screams rang out violently. Suddenly, another version of Jiang Kai appeared in the distance. He gasped in a cold sweat. What? The other Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. He cursed angrily. Everything here is nothing but a circus show you put on. Jiang Kai remained silent, his expression dark. A moment later, the other Jiang Kai crossed his arms and smiled. It's surprising, really. You didn't get lost in the illusion. Isn't it beautiful here? Jiang Kai clenched his fist, his eyes glowing brightly. He stated firmly, no matter how pretty you paint it, I know damn well it's just a beautiful, hollow bubble. Instead of hiding in this place, I'd rather shatter it with my own hands. The other Jiang Kai sneered. Oh? A beautiful, hollow bubble? Is that how you break the sphere of obsession? That's a clever way to put it. I like it. Now, why don't you guess? Within the falsehood he spoke of, the other Jiang Kai lunged with sharp claws like a declaration of war. Can I kill you? He leaped up, successfully dodging the attack. Jiang Kai raised his hand, forming an orb of light, and declared, then I bet that with your clumsy tactics, you won't last a single hit. The next second, his eyes blazed with light. Moonlight radiance activated, with the special effect of purging souls. Then, Jiang Kai lunged and punched the spot where the other had been standing. The bright moonlight illuminated the dark forest. Jiang Kai stood there, grinding his teeth. I'm back. Not good. Did they take Hu Nian away? A second later, Hu Nian appeared in his arms. Jiang Kai saw her wounds were healed and realized, the wounds are completely healed? Did that fox demon heal Hu Nian's injuries? Hu Nian looked dazed, muttering, is it hateful? He asks himself with a frustrated look, but what exactly is she dreaming about? Why is her face so red? Suddenly, a voice echoes from the air, an explorer from the Holy Radiance Empire. Huh? More interesting than I thought. Jiang Kai thinks to himself, who is that voice? The next second, the surrounding space falls strangely silent. Startled, Jiang Kai looks around defensively and demands, who are you? If you've got guts, stop hiding. The voice chuckles excitedly in response. Humans are always so easily agitated. It's a pity that as you are now, you aren't even qualified to know my name. He gets annoyed and snaps, hey, you. The next second, the being shines a beam of light onto his forehead and says, but since you're so cute, I'll give you a little gift. Remember this well. I'm only telling you once. There. Jiang Kai shouts in surprise. What? A glowing piece of fabric appears, leaving him confused. Wait, what is this? The voice of the spirit fox echoes in Jiang Kai's mind. It seems the boring days are finally over. What kind of surprises will happen next? It really makes one impatient. He ran toward the source of the voice. Wait. She happily called humanity interesting, saying next time she must let me have even more fun. Jiang Kai yelled in anger, hey, wait up. The night fell into a deep, silent contemplation. There was no more sound. He stood there alone, bewildered and lost, as she had vanished. Time passed, and as the day began to break, a familiar voice sounded. Huh, Captain Kai, you said I almost died yesterday? So that fox spirit saved me? Jiang Kai didn't answer, but opened the investigation immediately. Hu Nian, why did that fox spirit save you? Did she say anything strange? Do you still remember? Huh? Hu Nian replied blankly. Can she even talk? Did she hurt her head? I seem to have fallen asleep and don't remember anything. Suddenly, her cheeks turned pink. Aside from that, Hu Nian's whole face was beet red, as if she had just remembered something. That dream. Back then, the fox spirit had been right there, taking care of her. The way it spoke to Hu Nian was incredibly strange. This is a thank you gift sweeter than blood-dissolving liquid. So, cute little bunny, don't get hurt so carelessly next time, she thought to herself. What a strange dream. Jiang Kai spoke up, startling her awake. Hu Nian? He asked with concern. What's wrong with you? Hu Nian turned her head quickly and replied vaguely. Nothing. That dream was just so embarrassing it could kill someone. Ruan Yu, sitting to the side, roasting meat, urged them. Captain Kai, Hu Nian, hurry over here, or the meat will burn to a crisp. Jiang Kai patted her shoulder and said softly, eat first. I have something to tell you too later. Hu Nian quickly agreed. The meat is delicious. I'm coming. Ruan Yu was startled and shrieked. Hu Nian, do you want to eat people? Even Jiang Kai was helpless against this childishness. As soon as there was food, all troubles were forgotten. These two were truly funny. The next day, the three of them were present in front of the ravine. They had arrived. He looked up to assess the surroundings. According to the map from that fox spirit, the coordinates were in this ravine. Hu Nian insisted on asking, "Captain Kai, are you not planning to take us in with you?" Ruan Yu wanted to steer clear of this place. "That's right, Captain Kai. You said that fox spirit was very cunning. What if it's a trap? Maybe we should go find Lu's group to ask." Jiang Kai smiled and skillfully declined his suggestion. "Lu's side has a pile of military duties. We can't keep bothering him." "Hu Nian, you just recovered from your injuries. You need more rest." "Ruan Yu, after you get drunk, you tend to throw punches around, and the thick fog in there is very dangerous. You two stay outside and wait for me to return." She intended to stop him, but Jiang Kai stepped in and cut her off immediately. "Don't worry, I'm just going in to take a look. If I notice anything unusual, I'll come right back out." After the recent confrontation, Jiang Kai thought to himself that her abilities were likely far beyond any monster they had encountered. It was highly probable she was a map-level boss who didn't need to play games if she wanted him dead. Compared to her eerie abilities, that feeling of being unpredictable was actually what caught his attention more. What on earth did she want to do? The important thing was that, for some reason, he always had an inexplicable premonition. He had walked to the end of the ravine alone. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up as if he had just discovered something. In front of him was a vast, clear lake. Just a lake. It didn't seem to have anything special. Beneath Jiang Kai's feet was a stone. He casually picked it up and threw it into the lake. The stone fell into the water, and the ripples suddenly became intense. His pupils constricted, and he immediately realized the problem. This lake has issues. Jiang Kai's tone was laced with undisguised suspicion. "What is that?" He stared at the surface of the lake and assessed it silently. From the deep bottom, a surge of overwhelming malice radiated, making one shudder. This eerie aura was many times more terrifying than that of the fox spirit. From underneath, a waterspout was emerging. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, his mood becoming agitated. "Damn it, could it be that it really is a trap?" he told himself. "Run. I have to run immediately." Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, accompanied by a strange, bewildered look in his eyes. "Why am I so afraid? Afraid to the point where it seems like only the emotion of fear remains. Even back when he first set foot on the Spirit Star, facing monsters for the first time, feeling the breath of despair, death approaching, fear, anger, regret, unwillingness. His face became even more contorted, but he had never been this scared before, as if something were deliberately magnifying his fear. If this thing was so terrifyingly powerful, why was it hiding under the lake like a rat? If it was intentionally waiting for him to get close, why hadn't it attacked yet? Sweat was pouring down his body. Suddenly, Jiang Kai braked to a halt. The only explanation was, everything was to avoid being discovered by others, and it was intentionally trying to appear mysterious. He manifested 3 throwing stars as a precaution for anything, while the water level rose higher than before. Then let's see what on earth is messing around. Jiang Kai's pupils locked onto the target. Wait, what was that? In front of him now was a teleportation gate to a new land. Congratulations on discovering the Land of Maitreya teleportation array. At the same time, the latest news about the Saint Radiant's kingdom came in. Among the top 10 countries mining spirit stars worldwide, Saint Radiant's kingdom would be the only nation with no connection to the global hegemony competition. The White Hat's tone was filled with contempt. Doesn't Saint Radiance brag that they are very powerful? If they are willing to kneel and lick my boots clean, perhaps we would agree to tell them a few clues. The Black Hat followed his lead. That's right. Kneel down, and we will consider finding the teleportation array for you. His hand showed visible veins, expressing anger. Wei Ying questioned himself doubtfully. Is it possible that we truly have no hope left? Hyo Bin suddenly stormed into his office. Commander Wei. Wei Ying looked at him and asked calmly, Little Lu, why are you in such a rush today? Hyo Bin slammed his hand on the desk, hesitating. Commander Wei. We. He announced the official information to him. We found the teleportation array. Wei Ying stood up abruptly and asked again to be sure. What did you say? The military side quickly blocked the entrance to the ravine, retreating and setting up warning signs. This place was not a tourist attraction, but Ruan Yu also came to see what was going on. So many people came to watch. Anyone who didn't know would think a king-level boss appeared. Who knows? Hu Nian stood with her hands on her hips and spoke calmly. Finding and connecting to a teleportation array is a top priority task for Saint Radiance. When the military mobilizes in force, it's hard to avoid attracting attention. Captain Kai, you've made a great contribution this time. I heard that discovering the teleportation array not only earns you 2,000 guild accumulation points and rewards, but even the person in charge of our Jiangzong city will get a piece of the pie. Jiang Kai hesitated, wanting to say something, when a giggling sound suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of all three. Wei Ying coming all this way just to praise him, it really is a teleportation gate after all. Jiang Kai, you're impressive. You've brought me one surprise after another. The soldiers recognize him. Look over there. Look, Commander Wei's people are here. Jiang Kai greets him politely. Commander Wei Hu Nian's admiration for Wei Ying is impossible to hide. You are really him, Wei Ying, the guardian god of Jiangzhong City. A soldier immediately scolds her loudly. How rude. How can you address the commander so directly? He speaks up to smooth things over quickly. It's not exactly a formal occasion anyway. It's fine. Besides, if you're a friend of Jiang Kai's, you're a friend of mine. Tian Chen finally speaks up, having waited until now. I've heard Commander Wei mention Jiang Kai so often, and today, I finally get to meet you. Looking at the unfamiliar face, Jiang Kai is blank, wondering who he is. This person is not letting him wait long. Tian Chen introduces himself immediately. Things were too rushed earlier, so let me formally introduce myself. Hello, Jiang Kai. I am the chief instructor of the reserve team under the God of War Hall of the Holy Radiance Empire, Hua Tian Chen. I've heard of you for a long time. Jiang Kai politely returns the greeting. Hello, Instructor Hua. Hu Nian is left wide-eyed with shock. The chief instructor of the God of War Hall's reserve team knows about Captain Kai's team? Captain Kai's team has such a huge reputation. Ruan Yu agrees repeatedly. Yeah. Wei Ying explains the reason for his appearance here with him. Tian Chen is also the chief commander in charge of the national competition. When he heard you found the teleportation gate, he was eager to follow me here. Tian Chen praises Jiang Kai. No wonder you're someone Commander Wei values. You've finally done something big. Wei Ying officially declares. That's right. Jiang Kai, you've resolved our urgent crisis. Beyond the glory you deserve, I have decided, in my own name, to give you my personal reward. The people happiest at this moment are Hunian and Ruan Yu. That's a huge bonus. Yet, Jiang Kai flatly rejects the offer. I don't want any extra reward. Wei Ying and Tian Chen are completely stunned. What did you say? Hunian and Ruan Yu's expressions are no different. Captain Kai, Jiang Kai calmly explains the reason to them all. Commander, I'm just an ordinary person. I have no family background, no power. Since I entered the Ghost Star, the royal family has suppressed me. The major guilds have boycotted me every step of the way. It was you and Brother Lu's guild who resisted the pressure. You've protected me and my family. This respect and kindness, I will engrave it in my heart forever. Wei Ying listens, appearing to have a moment of enlightenment. He says in a serious tone, Jiang Kai, don't act based on emotion. I know your family situation. You're young, but if you rely solely on your own life-risking efforts on the Ghost Star, once the money runs out, before he can finish, Jiang Kai cuts him off. I'm not acting on emotion. Do you remember what you said when you led me to the stash in the safe zone, standing near the clash between the superhumans and the spirit beasts? Hearing this, Wei Ying gasps in mild surprise. Jiang Kai speaks his heart pensively. If I was still clueless during the battle at Eternal East Island, then the me of now has walked this path with everyone, and I seem to have understood a little bit more. The tone of Hunian and Ruan Yu becomes touched as well. Captain Kai Jiang Kai corrects them clearly once more. Commander, without you, I wouldn't be standing here right now. The reward should have been yours. Compared to the selfless and powerful superhumans, although my strength is still weak and my enlightenment isn't high, I still try my best to fight alongside everyone in my own way. Wei Ying silently ponders the words he just said. Tian Chen looks at Jiang Kai with a puzzled expression. This kid, the commander, is using his personal reputation to give a reward. There are so many people who would beg for that, yet he refuses it time and time again, in front of everyone. He says nothing, just standing there face to face with Wei Ying. The commander angrily throws a powerful punch. You've got some nerve, don't you? Ruan Yu and Hu Nian scream in panic. Captain Kai! Wei Ying suddenly stops at the very last second, his voice dropping as he says, If you're this stubborn, 10 cows couldn't pull you back. The two of them tensely wait for the next moments. Jiang Kai's gaze is cold and sharp as he looks at Wei Ying. Even he acknowledges my true ability, but it's precisely because of this courage and fearlessness that you possess. Wei Ying places a hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder, showing his sincerity, that you are worth my respect. Now, the person surprised is Jiang Kai himself. The crowd watching is also incredibly astonished. No way? That's the first time I've heard Commander Wei praise someone. That punch just now was terrifying. If it were me, I would have wet my pants a long time ago, yet that kid didn't even blink. Tianquan's eyes assess him. This Jiang Kai kid, it seems I underestimated him. Hu Nian is instantly happy. Commander, you're not angry? Only Jiang Kai is still dazed. Commander, Ai Wei Ying speaks firmly again. Don't say another word. This isn't the first time you've refused me. I respect your choice. As for the reward you all deserve, the military will process it through the proper channels. The three of them nod in compliance. Yes, sir. He leads Jiang Kai to a ravine. All right, come with me. Anything you can't find, even after passing through this place countless times. Who would have thought the teleportation gate was hidden deep at the bottom of the lake? A small light suddenly appears in the palm of Wei Ying's hand. He presses hard against the foot of the mountain with great force. Wei Ying's power is so immense that it causes the mountain to explode instantly. With a divine strike, the mountain wall tears open into a large hole. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The mountainside had been pulverized like that? It turned out Wei Ying was teaching Jiang Kai a new skill. This is a primordial strike. Only the martial artists of our Qingyao can awaken the talent and skills related to primordial energy, which is how we master this power. His words left him stunned, lost in thought for a moment. Legend had it that primordial energy was the mysterious, primal energy that erupted when the blue planet was first formed. I remember Yuanzu's talent, Martial Heart, can trigger secondary effects. One of those effects is Sword Chi Slash, which uses primordial energy. But this is the first time I've seen it firsthand. It's incredibly powerful. Only now did Wei Ying decide to reveal this to Jiang Kai. On the international stage, the martial artist profession has dropped to 6th place in the career rankings. But I have never believed in those so-called rankings. The millennial legacy of the Qingyao Martial Academy isn't something that can be measured by mere numbers when primordial energy is involved. Those top 5 professions would have to stay 3 steps away, let alone these new professions with infinite potential like yours. I believe the day will come when no one dares to look down on Qingyao again. He smiled slightly upon hearing that. Jiang Kai completely agreed with his point of view. Yeah, I believe that too. A few days later, reporters were constantly breaking new news. Globally, the number of countries that have now obtained a teleportation formation in the ruins area has increased to 65. Only 15 more spots remain to reach the 80-country limit. Breaking news. The Sea Kingdom has also discovered a new teleportation formation, becoming the 66th country globally to do so. Following Qingyao's hot news, Kingdom E and Kingdom E are suspected of having border conflicts due to disputes in the ruins area. The Celestial Organization held a major conference, and he began to lay out the necessary issues. Based on known intelligence and experiments from multiple teams over the past few days, we have summarized the following crucial information about the ruins area. First, explorers entering the ruins must not be above level 60. Second, each person can only enter the ruins area once, via the teleportation formation. Once you die or leave, you cannot enter a second time. Third, the teleportation formation uses a squad-based system. You can register a maximum of 3 groups at a time, with at least 3 minutes between groups. Fourth, there are only 4 entry points inside the ruins. No matter which teleportation formation countries use, in the end, they will only log into the ruins area through these 4 points. Fifth, and this is the hardest issue to resolve, the powerful nations have already begun cooperating to blockade the entry points to the ruins. Everyone erupted in an uproar, standing up in confusion. What? The Celestial continued to provide more information. The rules only state that 80 countries are allowed to enter the ruins area for the global hegemony competition to begin. It doesn't say all 80 must participate. Every time they lose an opponent, they gain an extra chance at victory. Therefore, they are exploiting their numerical advantage to station troops and blockade the entry points, preventing other countries from entering. But what's even more troublesome is that all 21 of Qingyao's teams have already been wiped out and have retreated. A dazzling light burst from the dense forest. Jiang Kai had handled the pack of beasts all by himself, taking down 10 level 45 moon-howling demon wolves, 5 level 55 moon-howling demon wolves, and 15 level 35 moon-howling demon wolves. After many battles, he finally achieved his goal. Congratulations, your level has increased. You have finally reached level 21. Just then, a system card appeared. A notification that Jiang Kai had received a new profession skill. Your level has increased to 21. You have activated a new profession skill, Deception Clone. The AI showed him the benefits of possessing it. A level 1 Deception Clone can create up to 3 clones. When a clone is activated, the main body automatically enters a stealth state. Jiang Kai smiled with excitement. Oh, so it's a clone skill. However, it had a major drawback. The deception clone can perfectly simulate the main body's actions, status, equipment, and skills, but the attacks only carry visual effects and cannot deal actual damage. He furrowed his brows, feeling a bit skeptical about life. It can't deal actual damage? Doesn't that mean once I'm attacked, I can only take the hits without being able to counterattack? The system explained the usage to Jiang Kai. When the deception clone takes damage, it synchronously absorbs the stamina and mental energy that the opponent spends, while not disappearing automatically. After being summoned back, all the absorbed energy is completely returned to the main body. After reading that, he started to get the hang of it. So, that's how it is. This really isn't just a punching bag skill, but an energy conversion kit. On the outside, it looks like it's taking hits, but on the inside, it silently drains the opponent's energy. The system continued to provide more information. Deception clones last for a maximum of 10 minutes and cannot move more than 30 meters away from the main body. The stamina and mental energy the clone absorbs cannot exceed the main body's maximum attribute limits. 3 deception clones can be used simultaneously or one by one. Every time you recover 500 points of mental energy, you replenish 1 reserved deception clone. When your level reaches 30, you can upgrade this skill. Reading this, Jiang Kai thought to himself, 500 points of mental energy, even though it consumes quite a bit. With my current abilities, I can recover in about 3 or 4 days. I wonder what other skill I'll get with the support of my Heavenly Double talent. The AI appeared again to provide the main parameters of the function. Heavenly Double talent activated. You will receive an additional random profession skill. Jiang Kai pondered this skill. The more the opponent consumes, the more frantic their attacks will be. He further mused, I've heard that some explorers' professions get stronger in certain stats the worse they are injured. I wonder, when they run into my fishing in troubled waters skill, who will end up winning? The signal watch on Jiang Kai's wrist was suddenly Yuanju. Yuanju's tone was somewhat urgent. Jiang Kai, what are you doing? He answered calmly. I'm leveling up. Zhu, isn't your team busy with training? Do you still have time to look for me right now? He hesitated, unable to find the words. Jiang Kai realized something was wrong. What's wrong? Yuanju's tone was extremely strange. Nothing. I just missed you. I don't know why. Today I really wanted to hear your voice, making Jiang Kai feel a bit confused. Hey, why are you being so sentimental all of a sudden? He answered vaguely, not wanting him to be too suspicious. Sentimental? I guess I am a bit. Must be that the training has been exhausting lately. Whenever I'm free, my mind wanders. No more beating around the bush. Jiang Kai got straight to the point. Hey, Yuanzu, why are you acting so strange today? Is there something else you want to tell me? Yuanju hurriedly answered and hung up the phone in a rush. No, really. All right, big boss, you go back to grinding those monsters. I'll head out first. You still wanted to get to the bottom of this. Hello, Yuanju. Shift the scene to his side. Sunuanuan turned her head slightly to look. Huh? She softly called out, Yuanju, didn't you say you missed Kai? Why not talk a bit longer? Yuanju replied to Sunuanuan, calm and collected. Kai understands me too well. If I say too much, he'll definitely figure something out. His eyes shimmered with sadness. I don't want him to worry. She had barely finished those words when Yuanju dashed off. But as he walked, he asked a question. Sunuanuan, in your opinion, what do people feel after they've been driven mad, killed, and fried? Sunuanuan didn't seem to hear him clearly. What was that? Yuanzu suddenly turned his head abruptly, offering a strained smile. Never mind, it's nothing important. Forget I said anything. Thinking about it like that, I don't feel scared anymore. Just by looking at his expression, she knew immediately. Because of this mission, Yuanju was forcing himself to hold on. The time shifts back to 3 days ago, when 3 squads had fully assembled in the main hall. Li Biao, Chen Huang, and Hao Ming spoke in unison. Commander Hua, Tian Shen, loudly announced to everyone, time is of the essence. Let's keep this brief. A foot stomped forcefully onto someone's face. His tone was arrogant and filled with contempt. Ha! Do you really think a bunch of losers like you are worthy of competing with us? Listen up. Either show us your skills and take us down, or he proposed demands so vile, no one could possibly match them. Crawl between my legs, he taunted, while a group of reporters hyped him up to the heavens. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Give us a smile. Let those fools see this clearly. Tian Shen was replaying the video for them to see. Rage flared in the eyes of Hao Ming and Li Biao. I have to deal with those guys. Tian Shen revealed some crucial recent intel. A tech company had developed a device capable of transmitting footage back from the Dila territory. Although there is a certain amount of lag, the scenes before us are extremely intense. In the past half-month, we have sent over 50 teams into the Dila territory. Over 200 elite soldiers have been slaughtered and fried just like this. The group below gasped in horror. Tian Shen provided them with the necessary maps. However, their sacrifices were not in vain, as they have provided us with valuable intel. This is the map of the Dila territory which we have drafted based on intelligence. You have all gathered here, so you must have guessed what I am about to say next. After 27 qualifying rounds during this period, to select the elite squads, I want you all to accept this heavy mission. 3 days from now, we prepare to break through the encirclement once more. They spoke in unison, showing clear determination. Before they began, he gave them detailed instructions. We now know there are 4 entry points to the Dila territory, labeled A, B, C, and D. Within 1 day, teams that teleport through the same gate will appear at the same entry point. Remember these coordinates. Once you're there, fight while retreating and find a way to head in this direction. Try your best to plant the Shengyao flag here. This is the key to the mission. Upon hearing this, Li Biao was somewhat skeptical. Commander Hua, breaking through layer upon layer of barriers, just to get to these coordinates and plant a flag? Chen Huang speculated for himself. I think they will definitely pursue us relentlessly to kill us. Only when pushed to the limit did Tian Shen reveal everything. Our direction isn't just about fighting. It's about breaking the siege. Because this is the secret plan that the high-level managers have been calculating recently. The group was caught off guard. A secret plan. He thoughtfully explained it further so they could all understand. That's right. As of now, 73 countries have discovered the teleportation circle, but 42 of them have used their advantage to enter the Dila territory first to blockade the entry points. In this situation, any country relying on its own 3 squads to break the blockade will find it as difficult as reaching the heavens. However, this also means there are 30 countries being excluded just like us. Because of that, we have contacted several countries. At 6 in the morning, 3 days from now, each nation will send its 3 strongest squads to form a temporary coalition for the Dila territory. The code name for this mission is Dawn. Li Biao's pupils constricted as he muttered the word to himself. Dawn. Tian Shen assigned each team a clear task. First, the team that successfully breaks through the siege and plants the flag here will act as a signal to lure the enemy in. Once successful, the remaining squads will immediately launch an all-out attack on the 4 entry points to seize residency status in the shortest time possible. Hao Ming stroked his beard, finding it logical. If the enemy's elite forces are all lured to the flag's position, then the defense at the 4 entry points will be relatively thin. It truly is the best time to attack from the outside in, but Li Biao had spotted the weakness in this strategy. However, this also means that once we take on this mission, the Shengyao squad will face the most intense attack from the enemy. He stuck to the original strategy, refusing to change. Currently, all countries engaged in the reclamation are facing varying degrees of stalemate. To break this stalemate, the Dila territory is our best opportunity right now. Therefore, this operation carries the fate of our nation and the survival of our people on your shoulders. I repeat once again, even if only 1 person remains, you must carry the honor of Shengyao and fight to the very end. Is that clear? The group placed their hands over their hearts, showing their resolve to fight to the end without retreating. The scene shifted to the mountain pass, where the group led by Li Biao stood before the entry gate. They didn't rush in but observed carefully. Susu Nuan gently grabbed Yuanzhu's wrist, smiling to encourage him. Yuanzhu, I believe we will definitely succeed. He smiled back and gave a single nod to put Su Nuan at ease. Suddenly, the watches on their wrists signaled, and a message was transmitted. The first team of the Tian Hang squad has successfully broken through the siege. Li Biao's eyebrows knit tightly. He announced in a stern voice, "Listen up, everyone. In this battle, no retreating, no surrendering, no regrets. Even if we are torn to shreds, we must complete the mission. Now, follow me and charge." Switching scene to the Godmane Guild, Yuan Zhu's words kept repeating in Jiang Kai's mind. It was nothing special, just remembering him and wondering why. Today, I really want to hear his voice. Is it a bit sentimental? Seems like it's a bit sentimental, huh? Probably just tired from training. Whenever I'm free, my mind wanders. He began to doubt himself and posed the question, Yuan Zhu, is he really just tired from training? For the past 2 days, he hadn't been able to contact him or Su Nuan, and he had an inexplicable sense of unease. Jiang Kai hesitated before pressing the button. Maybe I should go look for them. Suddenly, the voices of Hunian and Ruan Yu rang out behind him. Captain Kai, something's happened. Captain Kai. Jiang Kai looked at them with a curious gaze. Hunhan, Ruan Yu, what's the rush? She panted as she reported the situation to him. We just saw a trending video on the forum. Yuan Zhu and Su Nuanuan are in trouble. Jiang Kai's pupils tightened in disbelief. What did you say? Hunhan opened the video so he could get a better look. After this video hit the trending search, it was quickly discovered and forcibly deleted by the Saint Dieu government. But I saved it quickly. Hunhan let out a savage laugh. I bet there are plenty of people from Saint Dieu watching this, right? If you've got the guts, come here and save them. A group of people lay collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds. Su Nuanuan, who had been tortured, looked no better. Well, you guys are all very reasonable people, aren't you? If you send a commander out here to beg for mercy, we might just let them go. Of course, if you admit that you're all just a bunch of useless cowards who are afraid to do anything. You guys, hang these two up. Let's just sit and watch their blood drip away until they dry out. The villain's malicious grin burned into Jiang Kai's mind. Faced with this sight, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Kai lowered his voice, struggling to maintain his composure. What's going on? Rewind to 2 days ago in the land of Maitreya, where Li Biao's team had pushed deep into the forest. You have entered the land of Maitreya. We will provide you with synchronous interpretation. Everything you hear will be translated into the language of the Holy Brilliance. Yuanju looked around, looking a bit bewildered. Is this place completely undefended? Based on the current situation predicted by Yue Ling, the Tianheng and Niet Hui squads, both famous for their fierce combat prowess, had likely coordinated with other teams in the alliance to lure all the guards away beforehand. Tun Han didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Captain, our current spawn point is Point A. Should we head to the southeast immediately? A signal went off on their hands. Li Biao has immediately realized its commander Hoa. Tianthan hurriedly warned the group, Team members, watch out. Our movements have been exposed. The Tianhang and Niet Hai squads had been ambushed by guards the moment they reached the spawn point. As the words faded, the enemy's silhouettes emerged from behind the mist. They stepped out from the dense foliage in unison. Hawkman flashed a cruel smile, his tone mocking. You idiots! You really came to throw your lives away as soon as you got the signal. Now, let me, Clementine Hawkman, start the massacre. One person had already fallen, making Hawkman despise them even more. It won't be long before you all end up just like your teammates. Yue Ling couldn't take it anymore and charged forward, sword in hand. Damn you, you bastard, Li Biao shouted, trying to warn him. Yue Ling, don't be reckless, get back here. But Yue Ling didn't listen. He kept attacking him with his blades. The two small knives couldn't penetrate the armor at all. Yue Ling's jaw dropped, his eyes filled with terror. How could that not pierce him? The man's tone was mocking as he asked, Are you scratching an itch for me? Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you. Unless you have the ability to kill me in one strike, the wounds you inflict will only make me stronger. Hearing this, Yue Ling was even more shocked. What? Hawkman grabbed his head, brutally declaring, Now, it's time for your head to explode. Yue Ling's head tightened as his eyes turned bloodshot, looking incredibly painful. A moment later, the sound of bones cracking came from the enemy's side. Li Biao and Tun Han gasped in horror. Yue Ling. The expressions of Yuan Zhu and Su Nuanuan were no different. Kehon's voice rang out right after, full of reproach. Hawkman, you're always so crude. What if you scare my adorable prey to death? I'd be so heartbroken. At the same time, Jatina appeared and reminded them, You two are so boring. Stop talking nonsense and finish this quickly. Hawkman spoke up to correct them. Kehon, why did you come out? Didn't you say this prey belonged to me? Kehon laughed, calmly replying, Well, that won't do. Hawkman, you're being too greedy. Meanwhile, Yuanju's face darkened, showing clear anxiety. These three are terrifying. No, I have to hold them off. Before they started, Li Biao had assigned tasks to everyone. Yuanju and I will break through the encirclement. Tun Han, protect Sunuanwan. Understood? The next second, they all moved to carry out their mission. Yuanju lunged forward, full of fighting spirit. The gladiator of holy brilliance is here. I am Yuan Zhu, the world's greatest war god. You bunch of losers, come at me together. He leaped off the ground, his whole body glowing with blinding light. Yuan Zhu landed a powerful blow, sending several enemies flying. Kehon happily suggested, Oh, the world's greatest war god? Then let me spar with you and see. Hawkman tried to compete with him. Don't fight me for this. His fighting spirit and skills are quite interesting. I want to crush his head with my own hands. Li Biao stepped in to attack him from behind. Your opponent is me, Kehon declared bluntly. Kehon will be the one to slice you down with the Beam-In blade. Yuan Zhu, fueled by adrenaline, retorted lazily. What are you joking about? I am the world's greatest war god. How could I let someone like you be so arrogant? When he blocked his strike, he finally realized the situation. Such immense power. Kehon spoke, whispering softly, illusionary afterimage. In the next second, he vanished without a trace. He suddenly appeared behind Yuanzhu, taunting him. Dummy, I'm right here. A blade swiped past lightly. Luckily, he managed to sense it and dodge the blow, but Yuanzhu's neck still suffered a small cut. He's too strong. My eyes can't even track his moves. Kehon's tone became unusually serious. Trash, no matter how much you brag, is still trash. Now, you can go ahead and die. He immediately focused more than before. His blade was aimed straight at Yuanzhu. A sharp, metallic sound rang out through the forest. Even Kehon was stunned for a few seconds. It turned out Li Biao had stepped in to shield him with his own body. His eyes seemed to challenge the enemy who wanted to kill him. Did you ask me first? Yuanzhu shouted. Captain Li Biao, covered in injuries, still persisted in his instructions. Yuanzhu, stay sharp. Lead Sunuanwan and the others to escape. I'll hold him off. Hurry. As soon as he finished, he was hit hard in the head by Hawkman. Didn't you say your opponent was me, treasure? Why are you running over here? Fresh blood splattered right in front of Yuanzhu. The tears he had been holding back finally poured out. Hawkman, you're so useless. You let that old man disturb me. I was just distracted for a moment. Li Biao's words kept echoing in Yuanzhu's mind. Yuanzhu, honestly, I've always admired Jiangkai. Clearly, you all were my team members. But it seems only he could truly ignite your potential. But I have one thing where I will absolutely not lose to him, and that is that I will definitely protect my team members until the very last moment. He looked down in agony at his fallen comrades. Toon Han was completely overwhelmed by Jatina. Not knowing her own strength, the blonde girl jumped up to attempt a sneak attack and died. Sunuanuan didn't even know what was happening. Hoa, Hawkman, and Kuei Hon all charged forward to attack Yuanzhu. Holy brilliance, gladiators really are all trash. Come on, let's see whose hands this prey will die in first. I will absolutely not yield to you, Yuanzhu muttered softly, then shouted. You bastards! He delivered a strike filled with resentment. You bastards! Even Kuei Hon and Hawkman were surprised by this. What? Sunuan Yuan wept, mourning Toon Han's fate. Hoati, Yuanzhu walked over and grabbed her arm. He pulled Sunuan Yuan's hand, intending to leave. She's no longer breathing. We have to go. Kehon summoned a purple card, and the next second, he lunged toward the two of them. Huh, so that's origin energy? The thing your martial artists are always so proud of. Holy brilliance has finally sent someone worthy of killing. Huoman also summoned his power from deep within. Damn it, you want to run? None of you are leaving here alive today. Not a single one will escape. They attacked Yuanzhu from both sides. Watch out, Yuanzhu. He decisively pushed Nuanyuan away to take the brunt of the attack himself. Yuanzhu raised his sword to block the impact, but his opponent's power seemed to overwhelm him. Your primordial energy is too weak. That last strike was just pure luck. Now, taste the power of my soul devourer technique. Yuanzhu gritted his teeth and fought with everything he had. The very next second, his blade was snapped in two. Yuanzhu then took a massive punch delivered by Huoman. Get lost, you idiot. He couldn't hold his ground and was sent flying several meters back. Nuanyuan cried out in agony, unable to bear the sight of what was happening. No, Jatina's icy gaze swept over Yuanzhu. Enough. We've been fighting for so long, and it's still not over. He was completely restrained by her thorny vines. Yuanzhu struggled, trying to break free, but it was useless. Let me go, Jatina sneered, her tone dripping with contempt. Still not giving up? Honestly, to hold out this long, under the siege of so many elites, you guys are truly strong. But your plan has already been exposed. We prepared countermeasures for you a long time ago. Even if you keep struggling, what's the point? He stared at her as if he wanted to devour her alive right there. Jatina didn't care and calmly countered, Don't look at me like that. You allied with many countries to break through the encirclement. Yes, it increases your chances of winning. But the risk of information leaks is also higher, isn't it? For example, there's a country that used your plan as a bargaining chip for entry. Yuanzhu's pupils constricted as he realized something. Huoman suddenly walked over and stepped on him. Hey Jatina, what are you and this guy whispering about? Don't tell me you've fallen for him, have you? Huh, what's this? Are you saying I, Huokai man, am inferior to a piece of trash like him? Yuanzhu seized the moment to mock him. Playing around with a lady like that, I'm afraid that's not the behavior of a gentleman. Jatina turned her head slightly and told him, just finish them off and be done with it. However, Huoman disagreed, saying, "They are opponents worthy of respect. What's the rush? Keep that healer alive to patch us up. As for that stubborn guy," he broke into a savage, calculating smile, "keep him alive for Saint Radiance to toy with." At the edge of the forest, 2 guards were patrolling. A mysterious figure appeared right behind them. One was struck in the neck, while the other fell down, foaming at the mouth before passing out. Jiang Kai stood there, clenching his fists with firm resolve. "Yuan Zhu, Nuan, I will definitely bring you back safely." The teleportation gate appeared right before him. Su Lanuan sat there, gloomily recalling the rumors of the past few days. "Hey, have you seen the video? It's been 2 days, and the military still hasn't organized a breakthrough team. Organizing takes time. Going in now is just throwing your life away. The military isn't stupid. Saint Radiance has been humiliated like this. Now, the whole world is laughing at us." She clenched her fists, suppressing the anger inside. "Is there really no one who can handle those animals from Huoman's side? I hate that I can't just rush in there and go down with them. Nuan, I'm sorry. I don't have the strength to protect you." Hearing Professor Lee assign the mission, Su Lanuan paid close attention and quickly compiled the data after returning. "Understood." Her eyes were filled with a hint of anxious probing. "Professor Lee, is the data sampling finished for today?" He looked at the report and nodded slightly. "It's finished. The ghost crystal was always a massive mystery, and the land of lost teleportation makes me even more certain. The secrets behind the ghost crystal go far beyond our speculations. By the way, Su Lanuan, are you all right? Regarding your sister," the higher-up Su Lanuan forced a smile, hiding her pain. "I understand, Professor. The military has its strategic considerations. Having the authorization to enter is already enough." Professor Lee was pleased to hear that. "Although Nuanuan is young, her courage is commendable. You should be very proud of your sister. Since Nuanuan is a member of the military, you should understand what the big picture means." She didn't argue and turned to say, "Professor, let's head back." A soldier's figure caught Su Lanuan's eye. "Wait, that person, Jiang Kai," adjusted his cap, and she recognized him immediately. It was Jiang Kai. A guard suddenly shouted a warning. "Stop them! Everyone! Freeze and turn around!" His eyes lit up, seemingly having discovered something important just in time. Jiang Kai didn't say a word and sprinted away. He headed straight for the open teleportation gate. "Officer Su, catch him!" Jiang Kai and Su Lanuan were only a few steps apart. He looked at her and gave a silent signal. A smoke bomb was suddenly triggered, venting gas. The next second, the place was filled with thick smoke, obscuring everything. This left the soldiers in a state of confusion. "It's a smoke bomb. What's going on?" Jiang Kai stopped in front of the teleportation gate. Lanuan stepped out to block the soldiers for him. The ring on her finger glowed brilliantly. Lanuan used her lip movements to relay a message to Jiang Kai. "I'm leaving Nuanuan in your hands." He stepped into the teleportation gate, silently agreeing. She placed all her faith and hope on Jiang Kai to bring Nuanuan back safely. Scene shift to the land of lost teleportation. They stood in front of the teleportation gate, waiting. "Look, someone is coming through the gate. Which country is it from? It seems they didn't get abused enough 2 days ago. Fine. If 100 come, we kill 100. If 200 come, we kill 200. Feet slowly stepped out of the gate. Seeing only Jiang Kai walk out, the people there were contemptuous. "What? Just one person from Saint Radiance? 2 of them didn't even show him any respect, and kept insulting him. I thought some stray dog had wandered out. Turns out, it's just a homeless dog from Saint Radiance. You only sent a soft-skinned piece of trash like you to negotiate? Your Saint Radiance is wiped out. Or were you scared into peeing your pants?" Jiang Kai's body erupted with flames, preparing for a new battle. "I think you've misunderstood. I didn't come to negotiate." He continued to provoke him. "Huh? Didn't come to negotiate? Then what did you come for?" Jiang Kai replied coldly. "I came to send you to the afterlife." No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched the first strike. The 2 guys from before didn't even have time to escape. They were all incinerated by Jiang Kai in a sea of flames. The meeting was held at the military command center, chaired by Heavenly Angel. He asked in a stern voice, "Has the traitorous country been identified?" A senior officer presented all the information he knew. "They've been identified. It's the E country. During Operation Dawn, they made excuses to cancel the plan. Yesterday, it was discovered that 3 of their squads had entered and set up camp in the land of lost teleportation." The commander slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Damn it! A traitorous spy is occupying a spot in the national championship competition, while our people are trapped in the land of Maitreya, and we don't know if they're even alive." When the commander heard this, he was skeptical. Are we really just going to sit here and wait for them to die? The door suddenly burst open, and a soldier reported in a panic. Report. Commander Hua has charged into the land of Maitreya all by himself. He's asking for— Wait, what's he doing? Report clearly. The soldier pulled up the system screen to explain the details. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai from the Fire God Squad disguised himself as a patrol guard. Before he could finish, the commander cut him off. Reckless. This is sheer recklessness. Who does this Jiang Kai think he is? A one-man hero? Does he think this is a game? He's just throwing his life away. The soldier continued to report. Surprisingly, within 15 minutes of Jiang Kai entering, all 15 guards at entry point A were wiped out. Both Heavenly Commander Wei Ying and the others gasped in shock. What? He immediately issued new orders, broadcasting to the leaders of every nation. Our man has broken through the entry gate. We can launch Plan B in 30 minutes. Old Song chimed in. Commander Hua, Plan B is critical. Shouldn't we screen the area further? We can't afford another disaster like the last one. But his suggestion was dismissed by Wei Ying. There's no time. 74 nations have already discovered the teleporter in the land of Maitreya. Jiang Kai has opened the door for us. We have to seize this opportunity. Everyone agreed. Exactly right. Heavenly Commander made the final call. Initiate Plan B. Deploy the military forces and prepare to capture the land of Maitreya. The scene shifted to Jiangzhong City, at the military district's psychological treatment center. Jiang Kai's face on the screen grabbed everyone's attention. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like he's from our military, does he? Li Biao barely recognized him. Jiang Kai gave him a curious, piercing look. Who was Jiang Kai? Meanwhile, in class 253, the students were frantically scrolling through the news on their phones, amazed. Holy crap, this is breaking news. Who is that? He's so cool. I can't believe he attacked the land of Maitreya all by himself. And Z heard the commotion and looked over. As soon as she saw Jiang Kai's portrait, she recognized him immediately. News of his solo mission was spreading across the entire city. The scene shifted to Nuanyuan and Yuanzhu. She called out softly, her voice trembling. Yuanzhu? Yuanzhu, are you asleep? His eyes were glazed over, devoid of any life. Nuanyuan, my body hurts so much. Are we going to die here? I'm scared. Even though she was terrified, Nuanyuan tried to reassure him. Yuanzhu, keep it together. You're the world's #1 war god. So many people are watching us right now. We can't embarrass the Ren Qingyao squad. Yuanzhu kept reliving the horrific memories. But I saw Sister Hua get brutally murdered, and the captain and Brother Chen, their heads were crushed. They're monsters, especially that big guy. He's a nightmare. Nuanyuan, I'm so scared. I don't think I can hold on much longer. She was streaming tears but trying to keep her sanity. Suddenly, a guy with spiked hair splashed water in Yuanzhu's face. Don't you dare fall asleep. Wake up, you trash. Dying won't be fun at all. Hey, you Shengyao bastards. Why haven't your cowardly teammates come to save you yet? The group laughed mockingly. So much for the mighty Shengyao. It's been 2 days, and they haven't even dared to fight back. The guy with spiked hair wore a twisted grin and prepared to strike. Come on, wake up and cry. Let everyone see just how tough the spines of the Shengyao people really are. Nuanyuan screamed in fear as a powerful beam of light surged toward them. It exploded right where the spiked hair guy was standing. Nuanyuan snapped out of it, some of her fear replaced by hope. Yuanzhu looked up to see what the commotion was. The spiked hair guy had been sent to meet his ancestors. Jiang Kai had actually come to rescue them. The spines of the Shengyao people are definitely tougher than your bones, pal. Yuanzhu. Nuanyuan, sorry I'm late. The group of enemies charged at him together, shouting to the Hoi Hok man. Someone's here to save the hostages. Kill him. Jiang Kai launched a flurry of throwing knives, proving to be a deadly assistant. Sorry, Nuanyuan. I might have to leave you two hanging for a little longer. Lai was the first to attack. Hypnosis spell. Jiang Kai activated his mechanism and walked straight toward her. She panicked, seeing that he wasn't reacting at all. What? How is he not being hypnotized? Lai's body was pinned down by 3 of his blades. He spoke calmly. Is that it? Not very strong, are you? You couldn't even break my armor. Lai's pupils constricted as her entire body erupted in blazing flames. How is this possible? The bulging eye clone lunged at Jiang Kai. Go to hell. Phantom quadruple kill. The leader joined the attack as well. You low-level Shengyao grunt, get a taste of my earth-splitting slash. Behind them, a mage provided support with a dark curse. Your soul will be shackled to the lowest depths of hell. Jiang Kai crouched slightly, bracing himself. He darted through the 3 of them at lightning speed. Not only that, but he managed to lodge throwing knives into all of them. Damn it. Why is my spell useless against him? This guy's feints are endless. He moves so fast. Their fate was the same as Lai's, nothing changed. A pair of eyes watched from the edge of the forest. A blonde archer, bow drawn high, held a poisoned arrow and grinned cruelly. Once you're hit by my poison arrow, you're a dead man. Nuanuan saw it and immediately shouted, Kai, watch out behind you. Jiang Kai quickly glanced back. He tilted to the side in a panic to dodge, but the poisoned arrow still grazed his leg. Even as he fell, he threw a knife at the guy. Go find your own death. The tree line burst into flames. Nuanuan cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Kai, go. There are too many of them. Just leave us. Yuanju called out. Kai. Jiang Kai collapsed onto the grass, his body stiffening, making it hard to move. The enemy gang cheered. He's poisoned. Rush him. Don't finish him off yet. Let him suffer the fear of the heavens. Keep jumping. Keep being arrogant. Wait until you're chopped into mincemeat. This is the price you pay for playing hero. They rained blows down on Jiang Kai. Nuanuan screamed in agony. Kai. Yuanju also felt heartbroken for him. Back in the classroom, Jiang Ying saw this and collapsed. The students around her scrambled. Jiang Ying. Quick, press her acupoints. At the military hospital, everyone was outraged. Those crazy bastards deserve to be shredded. In the meeting room, a powerful fist slammed into the table, leaving a hole. Wei Ying gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. Heavenly Commander, he asked in a low voice. Plan B, how many minutes left? B turned around, not daring to delay. 10 minutes and 23 seconds. He raised his voice to make a new decision. This plan must succeed. If I want to hit the mark, there has to be a price. To Yuanzu, this came as a huge shock. Knock it off. You bastards. If you've got guts, come fight me one-on-one. If I don't mince you all into pieces, then I'm not your Grandpa Yuan. The familiar voice rang out once again. Yuanzu, I didn't expect you to have this side to you when you weren't drinking. I'm actually a bit moved. Yuanzu panicked upon hearing that voice. Jiang Kai miraculously came back to life, just as he was at death's door. All right, stop yelling. My destiny is tough as nails. Nuanuan looked at him, overcome with joy. Kai, you're not dead? Yuanzu couldn't hide his emotions either. I'm not seeing a ghost, am I? Jiang Kai untied the ropes binding Nuanuan and Yuanzu. His eyes narrowed, his tone slightly annoyed. Yuanzu, Nuanuan, if you two keep staring, you're going to stare right through my face. The two of them kept staring, unwilling to let it go. Nuanuan frowned, deeply confused. What on earth is going on? I clearly saw you get hit by the poisoned arrow. But how are there two of you now? Jiang Kai smiled and pointed forward to explain it to her. That arrow only hit the hem of my pants. As for the one they're attacking right now, that's me too. But it's just a double summoned by my new job skill. Yuanju's eyes lit up with excitement. A new job? Did you change classes? But Nuanuan was still bewildered. That was a double just now? He confirmed that was the case. Half a minute earlier, Jiang Kai had muttered a command in his head. Deception double. They rushed forward in a swarm, unaware it was just his double. He's been poisoned. Attack. Don't kill him yet. He has to suffer a painful death. Keep dancing. Keep acting cocky. Just wait until I peel you into a pile of mush. This is the price for trying to play the hero. Back to reality. Jiang Kai showed them the phantom clone. What you all just saw was one of my decoys. It serves as a target to give me a chance to escape, and I used that moment to hide in the bushes. Their eyes lit up with fascination. This is too magical, not ordinary at all. Yuanju offered his own opinion. Kai, let's hurry up and run before they realize it's a decoy. If those three psychos catch up to us, we're definitely goners. Nuanuan agreed. Kai, you've used up so much stamina, you can't take them all on. Elsewhere, the group was still relentlessly beating Jiang Kai's double. Coward, you were so cocky just a moment ago. Why are you so quiet now? Where's that splendor gone? Why are you lying there like a dead dog? Take this, you maniac. And this. John suddenly turned away, sensing a problem. Something feels off. The two people they had hung in the tree were nowhere to be found. He looked left and right, searching. John quickly spotted a faint silhouette behind the trees and gestured to his accomplice. Damn it! Stop hitting it! We've been tricked! He's over there! Jiang Kai knew he had been discovered, so he gave orders. No time left. Yuanju, take Nuanuan and run. Leave the rest to me. Yuanzu asked, panicked. Wait, Kai, you want to deal with them by yourself? He didn't answer. Just pushed them on the shoulders. Run, don't worry. I'll catch up with you guys. Jiang Kai commanded loudly. Deception double, retreat. His double on the grass vanished instantly. Stop them, don't let a single one get away. Nuan tried to urge Jiang Kai, but Yuanju pulled her away. Kai, you idiot, you better come back alive. His whole body surged with energy for the coming fight. Just trust me. You trash. Jiang Kai crouched and threw throwing stars at them with great force. You can't kill me. They were all scorched mid-air. Thick black smoke billowed out. A furious voice suddenly rang out. A bunch of useless trash. You let a weakling like him do this to you? Hawkman delivered a kick aimed straight at Jiang Kai. He had to brace hard to stop it in time. Hawkman looked at Jiang Kai with open contempt. What? Still just a hairless little brat? Why haven't you dragged him back yet? The group fearfully obeyed. Guhun appeared at the same time, joining in to poke fun at the two cute kittens. Taking this long to practice while we're trying to move fast? Such a hassle. Hawkman turned his head to complain. You should have listened to me earlier. Wouldn't it have been better to just break their legs? Some people's elegance is really just a hindrance. Jatina frowned, clearly annoyed. Then what use is your way of handling things, other than getting my boots dirty? The three of them gathered there to drag Jiang Kai back. He laughed loudly and spoke slowly. What a shame. Just a bit more, and I could have summoned them. Jiang Kai's throwing star shot straight toward Hawkman's hand. The villain's pupils constricted in horror. Hawkman froze for a few seconds as if he had realized something. What? Guhun frowned, watching Jatina's expression, which was no different from his own. Hawkman's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Damn it, was that just now? A bunch of useless trash. You let a weakling like him do this to you? Jiang Kai kept his eyes locked on him, not daring to let his guard down. His throwing star had pierced the back of Hawkman's hand. Jiang Kai smiled as if to provoke him. Almost had you turned into mush. But the wound on Hawkman's hand healed rapidly. You little brat. You're still wet behind the ears, but you sure are cocky. How about I teach you how to appreciate the wonderful sound of bones breaking? Guhun also rushed into the fight. Hawkman, being that wild makes you lose your composure. How about I teach him how to appreciate the wonderful sound of bones breaking? Jiang Kai quickly retreated, dodging Hawkman. He stood with his feet wide apart to maintain his balance. A spark suddenly flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. Luckily, he dodged Guhun's blade just in time. Jiang Kai threw 3 throwing stars at him. Guhun dodged them all easily and even praised him. Not bad speed. It's so fun watching prey struggle before they die, but obedient prey is even more interesting. At the same time, Hawkman charged in to attack. Brat, I'm going to turn you into a pancake with this hammer. Meanwhile, Jatina used magic from the sidelines to support them. You two idiots. What kind of hunting game are you playing? Why don't you finish this quickly? Jiang Kai had to fight all 3 of them alone. He lifted his heels off the ground, getting into position. Jiang Kai used lightning-fast speed to dash past them. Guhun was stunned to see this. Hawkman's expression wasn't much different. Before he could even rest, they all attacked at once. One small slip-up caused him to get caught in Jatina's vines. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. You think my martial arts are no match for those two's attacks? You're underestimating me way too much. Jiang Kai didn't want to waste words and silently unleashed his throwing stars. Jatina kept provoking him. Don't think that just because you broke those vines, you can escape. You're being so naive. However, massive explosions rocked the ground, and her eyes widened as if she'd just realized it. Wait a second. His target wasn't Jiang Kai, but those thorny vines. Beneath the ground, they were being incinerated one by one in a sea of flames. Jatina was stunned. She hadn't anticipated this. How could this be? The battle was being broadcast live. The deities partially understood Jiang Kai's tactics. Is Jiang Kai actually choosing a frontal assault to break the witch's magic? So, from the very beginning, he wasn't trying to dodge the vines, he was trying to lure them out and create an opening to isolate Jatina. Even the commander offered him praise. Feigning a retreat but actually attacking, this kid really knows how to play tricks, doesn't he? Wei Ying seemed to place all his trust in Jiang Kai. That's how the kid's captain operates. When everyone thinks he's lost his mind, that's exactly when they fall into his trap. To him, this was likely just the beginning of turning the tide of battle. He leaped off the ground, launching throwing stars toward them. With the fire, Homan and Kihan jumped to dodge the attack. Jiang Kai's voice dropped, formally declaring, Jatina, you are the only one who respects the Sacred Sun warriors, so I will grant you a quick end. A blinding light erupted from Jatina's staff. Ridiculous. It's not even certain who's heading to the afterlife yet. Stop being so smug. Your fire is worthy of comparing to mine? Let me show you what real power from nature is. He didn't dodge but faced her head on. Then, let's see whose is stronger. 3 throwing stars flew straight toward the fireball. They embedded themselves into the sphere's membrane, and the next second, they pierced through it without the slightest effort. Jatina's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way, just how powerful is his attack? As the throwing star sped toward Jatina, she raised a shield from her staff to protect herself. In the name of the Dark Knight, wall of black witchcraft. Jatina used every ounce of her strength to resist it, yet the star was slowly piercing through the shield. The blinding light emitting from her position suggested she couldn't hold it back much longer. Jatina's brows knitted tightly as she stared at the star in disbelief. He actually broke through my dark witchcraft? Her entire body was scorched, and she let out a painful scream. Seconds later, the thick smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Jatina lay on the ground, covered in wounds. Even Jiang Kai acknowledged her, but it was too late. You were not a bad opponent, just a pity you stood on the wrong side. After the farewell, he turned his back and walked away. Miraculously, she seemed to be reborn once more. Jiang Kai sensed something unusual, turned his head back, and saw a stream of purple light flying straight toward him. A system notification appeared before his eyes. You have received the status, Curse of Retribution. Curse of Retribution. When a witch dies, they cast a curse on the culprit. If the culprit uses the same method to deal with the witch again, it will cause similar damage to themselves. He stared in disbelief. What? Jiang Kai recalled the mages he had fought before and thought, witches are a new profession in the Empire that appeared only 3 months ago. This clan is both mysterious and strange, often appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Even international files have few records on them. I didn't expect them to have a death retribution skill similar to the merfolk. But what exactly does the same method mean by this curse? When I killed Jatina earlier, I used Soul Chaser. Did that trigger the curse? Homon spoke up, unable to hide his delight. I bet you've already received the gift Jatina left you, right? Are you super regretful for killing her now? What a shame. What a shame. It's too late to realize it now. Kihon chimed in excitedly. What a pity indeed. It seems the goddess of fate is extremely stingy today. Once a beast loses its sharp claws, how long can it struggle in the hunter's field? I wonder. Homon, let's make a deal. Leave this guy to me to finish off. Whoever appears after him will be yours. The man readily agreed without a second thought. Fine, but you have to keep his head intact. I want to personally turn it into fireworks. His eyes gleamed with competitiveness. No problem. It's time for this blade to taste blood. Jiang Kai's pupils dilated as he prepared to execute a phantom maneuver. He vanished just as Kihon's blade was about to touch him. This left the man completely bewildered. Disappeared? Suddenly, Jiang Kai appeared right behind Kihon. He smirked, showing no signs of worry. You think doing that will be enough to overpower me? Kuei-han used a technique to break free from his encirclement. He read Jiang Kai like a book. Your killer throwing star move can no longer be used, and you can't use your escape skill a second time in such a short window, can you? Being able to force me to use the soul-eating blade against a level 60 expert shows your talent. But sorry, it's time for you to go to the afterlife. Kuei-han used all his strength to strike at him. Penetrating, slash. The sword was flying straight toward Jiang Kai. He tried to dodge, but the sword still grazed his body. You damn brat. Jiang Kai decided to throw a card at Kuei-han. It's your turn. He quickly tilted his head to dodge, but it still grazed his cheek. The throwing star and the card returned to attack Kihon again. He wasn't afraid and kept on bragging. In front of my soul-eating blade. Your weapons aren't even worth mentioning. Let me slice your last glimmer of hope to pieces. The card was so hard that the thing being chipped away was the blade of Kuei-han's sword. He widened his eyes in utter shock. What? It pierced through the sword and then through Kihon's body. Now, his legs couldn't even stand steadily on the ground. Only then did Jiang Kai speak up to retort to the contemptuous words. I heard your soul-eating blade is a unique grade weapon, but it doesn't seem like much. Kihon's mouth hung open, hesitating and unable to finish a sentence. You just what kind of weapon is that? As soon as the words left his mouth, he was sent off to his ancestors. Tell me. The next second, Kihon fell to the ground with no life left. Jiang Kai looked at him and answered. You just need to know that it's stronger than your soul-eating blade. Clapping suddenly rang out. Homon approached to offer praise. Interesting. Yuan Julie, very interesting. In the blink of an eye, you helped me deal with 2 strong enemies. When the global competition takes place, I'll be saved from a ton of trouble. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to provoke him back. Actually, you could have even less work. For instance, if you don't even have the chance to participate in the competition. Homon's eyes turned blood red, revealing his eagerness. Really? I've seen right through your tricks. A clone skill that seems to restore your status. Plus, your greatest strength is using hidden weapons for long-range attacks. Come to think of it, that poor guy didn't even realize he was taken out by your dart until he was down. Yet you managed to kill him with a dart while in the vengeful curse state. while you remained perfectly unharmed. If I'm not mistaken, the dart that took him out wasn't just a regular one, but disguised as another weapon, right? Jiang Kai just remained silent. Seeing he wouldn't speak up, the man continued. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I can also guess that your attacks are all gambles on critical hits. You must have a talent that boosts critical damage several times over, which happens to provide a stable critical hit rate for your darts, making your attacks look quite terrifying. But in reality, you aren't skilled at fighting, especially in close quarters. Jiang Kai's eyes immediately became more guarded than usual. Homan pointed out even more, you're already injured, your stamina is gradually dropping, and now that I've seen through your tricks, you no longer have a chance to use your black darts on me. I am the ultimate counter to an opportunist like you. A red orb fully formed. Jiang Kai frowned, trying to look closer. The people in the classroom jumped to their feet. Wei Ying vaguely guessed the theory of the Berserker commander, his mouth agape in terror. What? He's revealing even more to everyone. The Berserker's blood essence. The exclusive treasure of the barbarians. For a barbarian like Homan, the more severely he's injured, the stronger his combat power becomes. The Berserker's blood essence can help him instantly enter a state of berserk injury, tripling his combat ability on the spot. Hearing this, everyone in the room became worried. What? The angel seemed concerned about Jiang Kai's stamina. Jiang Kai, can he really hold out until the B plan succeeds? Wei Ying stared at the screen, unable to look away. Kid. As for Homan, he was absorbing that orb. Do you know what this is? This Berserker's blood essence is far more powerful than a unique grade weapon like the soul-eating blade. Now, I'm going to crush every bone in your body, piece by piece, so that everyone in the world can see that no matter how strong the people of Holy Brilliance are, in front of me, you're still just a piece of trash. Homan reached out, trying to grab Jiang Kai. Seeing him stand still without escaping, he assumed, since he knew he couldn't run, and had accepted his fate as a stray dog, he was just waiting to be finished off, right? Then enjoy this. Homan threw a powerful punch at his right cheek, then struck upward from his chin. He felt like switching to the left cheek. Jiang Kai's face was scratched and battered. Not a single part remained intact. Homan wore a wicked smile and declared, "The final blow will shatter your skull." Suddenly, Jiang Kai laughed in a way that made no sense. Homan was startled and turned his head, having discovered something. Wait a minute, could it be that this has just been a clone? Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was running in the other direction. People in the military medical ward were also tensely observing the situation. Ruan Yu Huangwei seemed excited about this battle. I knew it. The one who got caught was Jiang Kai's clone. That must be it. Hao Min also agreed with him. Exactly. If the real body had been caught, then the Heaven Ascension technique must be a clone, which is why he's so relaxed. Lai Bu frowned and added, Indeed, Jiang Kai's experience is still a bit lacking. It's easy for experienced veterans to see through him. Though his acting is a bit poor, at least he managed to escape Homan's restraint. Next time we see Jiang Kai, we have to advise him. The clone needs to act a bit more panicked so the opponent believes it's real. They both nodded in agreement. On Homan's side, he tossed the clone aside and shouted, Trying to run, huh? Homan lunged toward Jiang Kai. Don't mess with me, you're still too green. Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly glowed as he unleashed a skill, the deception state. Homan's entire body suddenly stopped. Jiang Kai's reflection was etched in Homan's eyes. He trembled, trying to move but couldn't. The Heaven Ascension cut. My perception is paralyzed. Damn it. I can't even see his movements clearly. His body was gradually recovering its physical strength. So, barbarians don't die easily, right? Jiang Kai's feet lifted off the ground, and he lunged at Homan in a fit of rage. Let's see how long you can hold out. The cuts caused by Jiang Kai were deep and long. He looked at him and thought to himself, Barbarians have always focused on physical training. Their mental power isn't strong. Under the control of the deception state, using both blades to continue attacking might be the solution. Flashback to the entrance of Point A. Jiang Kai gripped his sword, and at the same time the system notified him. Attack speed plus 20%, critical damage plus 15%. Special effect. Combo attack, armor-piercing effect activated. Back to the present, Jiang Kai unleashed a powerful slash at Homan. Seeing nothing happen yet, he was suspicious. What? Still hasn't triggered a critical hit? Homan laughed loudly, not caring about Jiang Kai. 2 broken blades and you want to pierce my armor? Dream on. Jiang Kai smirked sharply and replied, Really? But it's more than enough to dismantle your turtle shell. Jiang Kai gripped the sword tighter than before. He jumped up and delivered another strike on Homan, falling into the pit, throwing stones. This attack targets the opponent. Each time the target loses 1% of their stamina, the user's 4 basic attributes increase by 1%. Critical hit chance increases by 1%. Critical hits count increases by 1%. Homan couldn't move, so he could only stand there and take the hits. Yet Homan kept taunting him. Pathetic. Is that all the power your berserker's blood essence has? Jiang Kai's anger erupted. He would definitely not spare him. Barbarians are just mad beasts. You look down on the holy brilliance people, you harmed my friends, and you boast about being my counter? Jiang Kai delivered the final blow. Homan screamed in pain. He was knocked, flying several meters, slamming into the ground with a loud thud. Jiang Kai's eyes glared as he lunged toward him. Then today, I will be the one to kill a counter like you. His strength was so great that the ground cracked open. Jiang Kai's blade pierced through Homan's armor. He smiled, feeling extreme joy. Armor pierced. Homan gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, angrily shoving Jiang Kai off him. No, I can't lose. I'm going to send you to heaven. The sword seemed to pierce even deeper. Homan's pupils suddenly tightened. His entire body trembled, unable to believe his eyes. What? The commander gasped in shock. This Homan guy not only has terrifying defense but is also buffed by the berserker's blood, but ended up getting his armor shattered by Jiang Kai, who hit his weak spot. The heavenly god added another piece of news. As far as I know, high-quality swords increase attack power and speed, but they don't directly boost critical hit rate or damage. His words were full of one-sided suspicion. Could it be that his greatest strength isn't ranged attacks, but melee combat? But is this level of power something a player over level 20 can reach? Wei Ying just listened to them talk without saying a word. No, Jiang Kai's specialty has always been ranged attacks, but today, while using a melee weapon, he unleashed even more terrifying critical hits, and he seemed to get stronger the longer he fought. He took down a giant, a massive brute, all by himself. Don't you love crushing people's heads? Actually, I have a hobby too, and it just so happens I can share it with you. Hawkman's eyes widened in sheer terror. Jiang Kai threw the card at him with a warning. Remember this, don't mess with our people from St. Dio. As the card kept physically striking Hawkman, the reminder sank in. Damn it, what is this? Kill me. If you're so tough, just kill me. Jiang Kai looked at him with a terrifying, sinister smile. What's the rush? I told you, the time isn't right yet. I'm afraid you'll have to enjoy this for a while longer. The scene shifts to the Y Country headquarters, where everyone has gathered in the meeting room. The purple-haired woman bowed and pleaded, Commander Mac, please, send people into the Dilac territory immediately. Hawkman is still being tortured. Don't let this slide just kill me. She could see everything clearly. Jatina's pupils dilated in horror. What? That brat from St. Dio pushed a monster like Hawkman to this extent? Even begging to meet him had become a luxury. The image of Jiang Kai appeared in her mind again. Jatina, you are the only one who respects the St. Dio warriors. I'll let you meet your maker quickly. Jatina shuddered even more as she remembered. She thought he was just pretending to be a good person back then, but now it seems that letting her meet her end quickly and decisively was being merciful, extremely merciful. That kid is truly terrifying, Max said in a deep, reproachful voice. Jatina, didn't I order you to reflect on your actions? Who gave you permission to barge in here? How dare you disturb the meeting between me and the honorable commanders of other nations? That's completely disrespectful. Jatina hurriedly spoke up to defend herself. Commander Mac, the kid who broke into the Dilac territory today is not simple. What if St. Dio and their allies are working together to take this opportunity? He didn't want to hear anything else and bluntly cut her off. Shut up. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? You are the subordinates we trust the most, yet all of you were beaten and fried by a brat of unknown origin from St. Dio. Do you think the people at other login points are as useless as you? Dealing with that kind of small fry doesn't need to be blown out of proportion. The reinforcements have already set off. In 10 minutes, they will crush him into pieces. Now get out of here. She sadly swallowed her pride, not daring to disobey. Yes, back on Hawkman's side, he was screaming until his throat felt torn. Hawkman struggled desperately, begging, I beg you, let me die. I won't do it again. I, Hawkman, will never dare to mess with the people of St. Dio ever again. I beg you, kill me quickly. Jiang Kai's voice was filled with contempt. I thought you had some backbone, but you're just a piece of trash, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, mocking others as weaklings when you aren't even as good as a weakling yourself. If you ever meet anyone from St. Dio again, remember to kneel and take a detour. A powerful blue beam of light surged toward Hawkman, successfully sending him to meet his ancestors. After completing the task, Jiang Kai retracted the card, his eyes widening as if he had discovered something. Jiang Kai seemed to have sustained physical injuries, and his whole body was trembling as he realized the problem. As soon as this guy kicked the bucket, the effect of Lakteen Hot Thach, falling emotion, striking stone, also vanished, and the pain in his body suddenly became more severe. A voice from afar rang out, quickly waking him up. So, the result is that he killed Hawkman's group. Jiang Kai looked up to see who the snitch was. A group of soldiers in full armor was advancing toward him. Jiang Kai was stunned for a few seconds. Is this the defensive troop deployed from another login point? They look like they have serious strength, especially the leader. He didn't know any better, and dared to threaten him. Kid, do you think that by relying on your own strength, you can defeat the elites of many nations? Since you've come, don't even think about going back, he sneered, his voice dropping to a hellish tone. Is that so? At this moment, I absolutely cannot back down. Jiang Kai's whole body brimmed with fighting spirit. You came at just the right time. Today, I, Jiang Kai, will see this through to the end. His tone was full of disdain. You're at death's door and you're still running your mouth? Kill him. The soldiers received the order and charged forward together. Jiang Kai unleashed his claws, his whole body wreathed in fire, Thoi Hawa, rotting fire. A familiar tone rang out, causing him to be stunned again. Captain Kai, going to combat without taking us along? That's not very loyal. Dark clouds gathered heavily in the sky. This voice, despite the beautiful sky, it suddenly poured with rain. That person was none other than Hun Han, with her super powerful, world-class rain summoning skill. The aggressive soldiers from a moment ago had to slow down a few beats. The mages hadn't anticipated this situation at all. What? The light chains lashed around, causing them to panic. Damn it. The chains are out of control. Her technique surprised Jiang Kai a little. Hun Han, hold on. Since when did your rain summoning skill become so powerful? Hun Han winked playfully. Captain Kai, it's not just you. I also have a new natural talent. Suddenly, Yuanju launched himself from behind him. The #1 war god in the world, Yuanju, has arrived. You small fry, get ready to meet your maker. He easily took down several men all by himself. Not only that, but Ruan Yu also enthusiastically ran over. Hey beautiful, the king is here. Hand over your weapons and your maiden hearts. Jiang Kai snapped his head to look behind him. Ruan Yu, and a legion led by Dai, had come to support him. Lu Dai Suyen, the captain of Operation Lamin, charged forward and ordered, protect Jiang Kai and secure the camp. They all shouted the slogan in unison, protect the hero of St. Diu. There were so many of them, the two sides clashed, and Sunuanuan landed safely. Kai, we didn't arrive too late, did we? This made Jiang Kai quite bewildered. Sunuanuan, what on earth is going on? Why did everyone come here, and why did you bring so many reinforcements? She recalled what happened earlier, and recounted it. Actually, back then you told me and Yuanju to go first. We didn't want to leave you behind, but we were afraid of being a burden, so we planned to retreat and hide, waiting to recover our fighting strength before coming to help you. Before leaving, Yuanju had warned him, hold on a little longer, they're getting closer, hurry. But they hadn't managed to hide before the enemy pursued them. With no other choice, they were forced to keep running. While running, Su Nuanuan suddenly stopped and froze for a few seconds. She was lucky enough to run into Da Shu Yen right there. Unexpectedly, just as the enemy was about to catch up, Brother Lu and his squad appeared. Su Nuanuan and Yuanju were treated for their wounds one after another. Leave the rest to us. Your injuries are quite serious. You need to undergo a coagulation technique for healing immediately. Right there, Sunuanuan also met Hun Han and Ruan Yu, who had also brought Hun Han and brother Ruan Yu along. Sunuanuan, Yuanju, are you okay? We're here to save you. And it wasn't just them. The countries allied with Saint Dieu that had previously been pushed back were also on their way to attack. Jiang Kai felt somewhat relieved seeing the current situation. Being able to rally the allied nations to launch a second offensive this quickly surely wasn't a last-minute plan. It seemed the military had a contingency plan in place. Seeing Jiang Kai was wounded, Su Nuanuan wanted to help him. Kai, if it weren't for you holding back the garrison forces at Point A, no one would have had the chance to break the encirclement. Don't say anything more. Go. Let me heal you first. Jiang Kai's eyes showed concern. There were many high-level experts here, especially the person called Ket, who had remarkable strength. I'm worried. She grabbed his wrist to comfort him. Don't worry. Da Shuyen rushed into the battlefield without a hint of fear, as Su Nuanuan tried her best to convince Jiang Kai. Brother Lu is the core of Plan B in our Operation Dawn. Dealing with that Ket fellow is no problem. Besides, look at everyone. Hun Yan is also very eager for this battle. Super duper icy silver, get ready to die miserably. The soldiers were hit by her rain of ice. Ruan Yu's melee attacks didn't spare a single soul. Sweetheart, don't run. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Yuan Zhu slammed his power into the ground. The world's greatest war god is here, who dares to be insolent? With a stomp of his foot, everyone there was sent flying. Mai gritted his teeth, watching his troops fall one by one. He ordered his soldiers to retreat to the base. Retreat. A soldier suddenly shouted the announcement. Point B captured. Heading toward the stronghold. Jiang Kai and Su Nuan were overjoyed. Success. This news hit Mai like a bucket of cold water. What? Da Shuyan managed to take the position? All troops, listen up. Today, show these cripples what Saint Dieu's true power is. The soldiers, led by Da Shuyan, charged forward, fighting for the glory of Saint Dieu. They fought one after another, leaving no one alive. Su Nuan couldn't hide her excitement. Kai, this is great. We won. Saint Dieu had won. Jiang Kai's eyes grew hazy with abnormal signs. That's right, great, but he could only say that much before losing consciousness. She hurriedly caught him. Kai! Fortunately, Jiang Kai was just exhausted and had fallen asleep. Su Nuan realized it and accepted it for him. You've worked hard. Rest easy and sleep. News channels began reporting on the day's events in an emergency broadcast. Today, the multinational Allied forces launched a second raid, successfully breaking through 4 major garrisons in the Dailac land. After the garrison troops fell, they attempted many counterattacks, but were all crushed by the defensive fortifications built by the Allied forces. The latest battlefield intelligence shows the garrison forces have suffered heavy losses, with a casualty rate reaching 31%. At 6 in the morning, Jiangzhong time, the second reinforcement contingent of the Allied forces arrived at Dailac as planned. The Allied forces' overall strategy has increased by 40%. According to the latest news, the third main force of the Allied forces has successfully arrived. The military spokesperson stated that this campaign has successfully liberated the Dailac land. In country Y, they started pointing fingers. Your people are useless. 2 Allied squads and you couldn't even stop them. The one who deserted first has the nerve to talk? If it weren't for you guys running away when the battle started, our counterattack wouldn't have failed. Shifting the blame now, are we? Who was it that pounded their chest and guaranteed the front line had no flaws? All mistakes are blamed on the subordinates. In the end, it's country Y's fault for not sending more people from the start. Everyone agreed with that sentiment. That's right. Things ended up like this because of you. Country Y, you should bear the greatest guilt. His pupils were filled with veins, revealing his rage. You, all of you! Luhan held the flag, and everyone rejoiced. The multinational Allied forces, led by Saint Dieu, announced that starting today, they would open access to the Dailac land. This action was more inclusive than the previous blockade policy of the garrison. It received widespread international support. A faint light appeared in the distance, and a guard immediately noticed it. He shouted a warning to the whole team. Squads, pay attention. Intruder detected. I repeat, intruder detected. Da Shuyan also opened his tent to see who it was. He looked at the shadow with immense curiosity. Rushing into Dailac all alone? Is it another person like young brother Jiang? Young brother Jiang hasn't woken up yet. If that's the case, we've got big trouble. The person raised both hands in the air, ready to surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am Hai. I am here representing my country to negotiate. He and the 2 soldiers stood there, mouths agape, completely bewildered. Suddenly, another figure appeared beside him. May I ask, who is the captain among you? I am Kim Tan from the nation of E. I represent my nation, hoping to negotiate peace with you all. The 2 soldiers were startled as they recognized one of the 2. I remember that guy named K. Honorable. He's a swordsman from the nation of E. He's killed so many of our people. The nation of E, aren't they the ones who betrayed us? And yet, you still have the nerve to show your face here. Let's both try to prove our innocence. I came here with good intentions. Our E-Kingdom is ready to use our resources to buy a spot in the competition. Boss, I was just forced by the situation. We know we were wrong. E-Kingdom is willing to pay double to buy a spot in the competition. He refused to give up, his jealousy evident. You guys in the Ik-Kingdom sure are rich, aren't you? You bought a spot once, and now you want to buy another? He wasn't one to be bullied, and retorted immediately. What right do you have to talk to us, you people from the E-Kingdom, the strongest swordmasters, you say? Weren't you killed instantly by the great expert of Saint Radiance? If you weren't all so useless, we wouldn't have lost the battle. Tari and Taedong were arguing loudly in front of the barracks. What did you say? I said you people from the E-Kingdom are useless. Say that again. Da Shuyan was annoyed, and had to step in. Both of you, stop it. Shut your mouths, both of you. They were startled and stood frozen for a few seconds. He sneered and ordered the soldiers, Peace negotiations, you say? Sorry, we haven't received any notification. Arrest them first. Both of them were quickly seized. Understood. Over on Jiang Kai's side, his eyes slowly flickered open. Hun Han and Ruan Yu were already there waiting. Captain Kai, you're finally awake. Jiang Kai startled and backed away, keeping his distance. Whoa, what are you two doing? Don't tell me you've been standing here staring at me sleeping this whole time. Hun Han happily explained. We were just worried about you. Back when we successfully broke through the defenses at Point A, you were so exhausted you just passed out. Ruan Yu added, and you slept for 3 straight days. Oh right, 2 days ago, Yuan Ju told Captain Kai. Your sister saw the video of you charging into the land of Maitreya alone and fainted at school. Jiang Kai reacted strongly to this. What? Yingzi fainted? Hunyan had to nudge her. Ruan Yu, can you stop stuttering when you talk? She shyly spilled it all out at once. Don't rush, don't rush. Su Nuan Yuan said she's awake now. She doesn't just know you're safe. She also knows that in this victory for Saint Radiance, you had the biggest contribution. She feels very proud of her big brother. He sighed, feeling somewhat relieved. Then why did she beat around the bush instead of just saying it? To celebrate our great victory, let me tell you two a secret. Do you want to hear it? Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu were both curious. What is it? When telling the story, Hun Han seemed more excited than usual. That day, Captain Kai, didn't you ask why my rainmaking spell suddenly became more powerful? Do you remember? Jiang Kai remembered it well. That's right, Hun Han. At the time, you said it was a new talent. Did you level up? Ruan Yu yawned, unable to hold it in anymore. Hun Han, stop keeping us in suspense. Hearing that, she recounted everything without hesitation, hiding nothing from the two of them. Actually, ever since I left the forest where the Howling Moon Wolf demon lived, I suddenly felt my whole body become much more fluid. It was extremely strange. Until a few evenings ago, the system sent a notification to Hun Han. A glowing purple circle suddenly appeared in her hand. Hun Han was completely captivated by it, unable to look away. Back in the present, she demonstrated it for the two of them. From wind to lightning. Look at this, everyone. My talent can control natural elements like wind, lightning, and then water again. Everything feels so familiar. Jiang Kai was happy for her as well. That's amazing, Hun Han. Now you can truly control the direction of the water flow. No sooner had he finished speaking than a stream of water splashed right onto Ruan Yu. Hun Han laughed sheepishly and apologized. Sorry. Actually, I can only control it at a basic level for now. The storm attack like that day still requires the compass to complete. He didn't blame her, but offered a compliment instead. This is miraculous. You didn't level up, yet your attributes increased, and you gained a new talent. Hun Han's tone was skeptical. I didn't expect it either. Do you two think the system might have glitched and gave me a bonus? Jiang Kai was silent for a few seconds, thinking to himself, no, it definitely wasn't a random glitch. My intuition tells me it has something to do with that wolf demon. It seemed to treat Hun Han very specially. Suddenly, his stomach growled. He coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Hun Han realized immediately. We just got carried away talking. Captain Kai hasn't eaten for 3 days. Of course you'd be hungry. Captain Kai, wait a moment. I'll go find some food right away. Ruan Yu ran out after her. I know exactly what Captain Kai likes to eat. Jiang Kai smiled slightly, enjoying this moment of peace. Da Shu Yen lifted the tent flap to check on him. Young brother Jiang, I heard you're awake? Jiang Kai greeted him politely. Big brother Lu. He expressed his sincerity. Young brother Jiang, I've wanted to get to know you properly for a long time, but these past few days we've had to organize defenses, and I knew you both needed rest, so I didn't come to bother you. He shook Da Shu Yen's hand and thanked him politely. Big brother Lu, thank you for arriving just in time to save Yuan Ju, Su Nuanuan, and me. He held Jiang Kai in high regard. Without you, our Operation Dawn would not have succeeded. You are the #1 hero, and you deserve it completely. Besides, young brother Jiang, I actually have 2 things I want to discuss with you. First, several enemy armies we chased away have started asking for peace one after another. Furthermore, they want to buy a spot in the competition. At first, the higher-ups wanted to refuse them all, but what they offered was truly too much. You might not know, but on the Beast God battlefield, our resources are very scarce. His tone was a bit hesitant, but Jiang Kai replied, but the military can decide that, right? My opinion is important? Da Shu Yen placed a hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder and explained the same thing I said before. Without you, Operation Dawn could not have succeeded. You chewed the hardest bone. If we just said, negotiate, then, Wouldn't that be disappointing for a hero like you? He decided to leave it to him and not interfere. You guys can just decide this yourselves. These benefits involve the nation's higher-ups. I trust the military will balance the pros and cons well. Da Shuyan nodded firmly. Understood. Jiang Kai quickly changed the subject. Right. What is the second thing? He told him everything. The second thing is actually the commander's idea. Even though you've just recovered when the global tournament begins, he hopes you can lead Yuanzhu to Sunuanuan and your entire Fire God team as one of the competing squads. Representing Saint Radiance, Jiang Kai said, surprised. Me? Da Shuyan explained why he chose Jiang Kai. That's right. You and Sunuanuan performed very bravely in the competition. You were already candidates, and you're the one leading them in battle. With your vast experience and proven strength, you're the only one who can lead this team. Also, Commander Hoa is on board with this idea. Plus, he promised that if we win any rankings or prizes, they'll be split 6,000 and 60% for you. 40% for the military. He listened to this and stayed silent for a few seconds to think it over. Da Shuyan kept pushing to convince him until the end. You might think the cut is a bit small, but this level of competition is restricted to the military. After all, the military bears the burden of protection, so we have to prioritize resources. If just anyone could join, the whole country would fall into chaos. Young brother Jiang Kai, don't you agree? Jiang Kai skillfully dodged his invitation. Mr. Liu, don't get me wrong. Honestly, representing St. Glory in this tournament is quite a challenge for me. I'm very willing to participate, but this is a life or death matter, so I can't just decide for everyone else. I need to ask for their opinions first. These words seemed to clear Da Shuyan's head. He realized that made sense. His two teammates weren't military personnel, so they had no such obligation. Before ending the conversation, Jiang Kai still had a favor to ask. Oh, by the way, Mr. Liu, if my Fire God team decides to join as a group, could I ask you for a favor in advance? He didn't refuse, just asked. What is it? 15 minutes later, Hun Han and Ruan Yu brought food in for him. Captain Kai, we're back. Did Mr. Liu leave already? A while later, Jiang Kai had finished all the food. He broke some important news to the two of them. That's how it is. The Global Supremacy Tournament will be more dangerous than any match we've ever faced. So, I hope you both think it over very carefully before deciding whether to join. They were so happy they shouted out loud. This is awesome, she enthusiastically volunteered. Captain Kai, I want to go, I want to go. This Global Supremacy Tournament, you absolutely cannot leave me behind. He was just as eager. Me too. I also want to join and follow Captain Kai and the rest of the team. I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Kai couldn't help but sigh at their childish excitement. You two really aren't afraid of anything under the sun. A month later, Long Long emerged from underwater, panting with exhaustion. Long Long's pupils contracted as if he'd discovered something. In front of him stood a massive, sealed gate. The watch on the masked man's wrist suddenly lit up. Even the agents on secret missions received the signal, and the soldiers on patrol were no different. Anyone with a similar watch received this notification. The soldiers checked the content on their system boards. The system revealed the rules and broadcast method. This tournament would be broadcast live in HD. Each country can send a maximum of 3 teams, with 5 members per team. If they exceed that number, those members will meet an unexpected end, a permanent offline death. Jiang Kai's group was feeling nervous about this tournament. The final teleportation point has been found. The Global Supremacy Tournament is about to begin. The commentator's voice sounded a bit confused. Man, these rules are pretty vague, aren't they? It only told us that having too many people leads to death. It didn't mention how to actually win. This made Ruan Yu suspicious as well. Could it really be that simple? Hun Han shared her own perspective. In my opinion, they definitely want to start the game before telling you which way to aim your gun. Jiang Kai suddenly gave a strange smile. Hun Han is right, but that's a good thing. At least this time, those people who like to play dirty won't be able to pull any tricks beforehand. Everyone rested to regain their strength. 12 hours later, they prepared for battle, shouting in unison to show their clear determination. Time passed from sunset until the dawn light appeared. The system announced, Global Supremacy Tournament, Stage 1 is about to begin. A pillar of light appeared at every location on Earth. After the tournament begins, everyone will be teleported to random locations within the land of Maitreya. There is also a 3-minute preparation period. During this time, they are immune to all damage, but one person in each group will be imprisoned. Once the preparation time ends, one person in every team will be randomly imprisoned. The imprisoned person cannot act on their own, but they can be moved by others, rescued by others, and also killed by others. Within the same team, Every 2 hours, a new member will be imprisoned. Once an imprisoned member is killed, it will randomly imprison another member of the team. This continues until all members have been eliminated. Gold cards can unlock each member's imprisonment. When you take down an opponent, you can receive a rescue card. 5 rescue cards can unlock the imprisoned state of a team member. There are all sorts of monsters in this battle. Once the tournament begins, a series of boss-level monsters and higher will appear on the outskirts of the land of Maitreya, and the operation area will shrink from the outside in as the tournament time progresses. When only 3 teams remain, the tournament ends. Rankings will be determined by the number of free team members and the number of rescue cards remaining in their possession. The tournament started assigning players to each zone. Shadows appeared one by one following the countdown. 3, he landed safely. 2, 1. Jiang Kai was fired up for this tournament. Now the tournament began. In front of Jiang Kai, 3 blue shadows suddenly appeared, unfamiliar faces he didn't recognize. As expected, the pillar members weren't here. They were scattered, and one person was randomly imprisoned. If the person imprisoned happened to be surrounded by enemies, it would be a desperate situation. These rules seem to test individual strength, but in reality, they are testing the overall strength and the team's cohesion. If any member is left behind and becomes a target for others to tear apart, it will be fatal for the entire squad. The system board displayed a notification. Jiang Kai immediately accelerated and dashed off. There were only 30 seconds left. He wondered if he was the one being imprisoned. Since I'm still in the invincibility state, I need to find a place where there's no one to hide first, then think about how to regroup. I have to hurry and resolve the team's imprisonment crisis. Every corner was clearly visible in the viewing room. Seeing no one, the commander grew anxious. What is going on? Why did they all go into hiding so suddenly? Are they playing hide and seek? The immortal watched and tried to guess their movements. What they're doing must be related to the tournament rules. After all, only those in the land of Maitreya participating in the tournament know them. Commander Wei, what do you think about the specific rules? Vi-ung calmly answered the question. It looks like the calm before the storm, a sign that the hunting mode is about to start. But the 3 teams that St. Glory sent, all of them, are elite troops, honed by the fires of war. Regardless, the only thing we can do right now is to trust our soldiers 100%. All trust is placed on the 3 of them. The scene shifts to a forest in the land of Maitreya. Hunhan and Nuan move together, observing their surroundings carefully. A golden light suddenly appears above their heads. They jump back and shout, "Where did you come from, enemy? How dare you ambush Lady Hu?" A voice booms through the thick clouds of dust. Nuan, Hunhan, I finally found you 2. Hearing that familiar voice, Nuan recognizes him immediately. Yuanzhu rubs his head, asking shyly, I didn't scare you 2, did I? Hunhan curiously asks, Yuanzhu, when did you get here? Yuanzhu answers her blankly. Me? I've been here the whole time. Actually, I'm pretty lucky. The moment I opened my eyes, I realized my random spawn point was in the forest near our base. I intended to contact everyone to regroup, but then I realized the competition had already started and the communication lines were cut. But I guess it's highly likely everyone will head to the rendezvous point, so I'll hide in the trees and wait. Sure enough, I found the 2 of you. Wait, why are you 2 traveling together? Nuan shared her plans, and since Hunian and I met on the way, we figured everyone would head to the rally point, so we came here together. From that clue, Hunian started to piece things together. That's right, if we could figure this out, I'm sure Captain Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu would have reached the same conclusion. As long as they can move freely, they'll definitely come here. Nuan looked at her, worried. I wonder who will show up next. Time is flying by so fast. A minute later, Yuanzhu reacted quickly to a noise in the distance. Someone's coming. Their heavy footsteps sound like they're exhausted. Ruan Yu panted after the long run. Ruan Yu, Hunian, you 2 really came back here. The system officially announced to the players that there are 0 minutes of preparation time left. Nuan froze for a few seconds, hesitant. Then who is the one being imprisoned? Yuanzhu turned pale and shouted Jiang Kai's name. Jiang Kai. He had indeed stopped on a tree branch, and his whole body was stiff, unable to move. No, I can't move seriously? Is my luck that bad? At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Uh-oh, is it that spot? Jiang Kai glanced down at a hidden hollow in the tree. There's still someone else. Jiang Kai locked eyes with a shaggy-haired person, feeling a bit apprehensive. That guy is staring right at me. How long has he been hiding there? He didn't make a single sound just a moment ago. Could he have been lying in ambush this whole time? He must have seen me jump into the tree earlier. The whole space suddenly fell into a heavy silence. His eyes were locked onto the guy, unable to look away. Don't tell me he's also trapped? Wait, is there still someone in the bushes? I never expected 3 people to be hiding in such a small area, and all of them were unlucky enough to be trapped. However, this also means that if any of our teammates show up, they can easily deal with the other 2. Receiving 2 rescue cards, Jiang Kai closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, his eyes glowing with a flicker of hope. Yuan Zhu. Where on earth are you guys right now? Elsewhere, Yuan Zhu was frantically worried about Jiang Kai's safety. Hu Nian, can you use your divination to see where Jiang Kai is? Nuan Yuan and Ruan Yu also urged her on. He can't move right now. He's in danger every second. We have to find him fast. That's right, Hu Nian. Please, try to divine it. Seeing how anxious they were, Hu Nian had to agree. I don't know if the reading will be accurate, but I'll try. No sooner had she finished speaking than a group of people appeared behind them. What a small world. Jiang Kai has already been taken by the Holy Knight Squad. Is Jiang Kai your captain? Looks like he's the one being held captive this time. They immediately shifted into combat stances. Are you from country Y? Tom replied to Nuan Nuan with a sneer. Pretty sharp. That brat, Jiang Kai, was left all by himself. And all of you have fallen right into my hands. I guess the goddess of luck isn't smiling on you today, is she? Yuan Zhu felt no pressure from his words. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just someone from Jatina's country. Still haven't learned your lesson from the last time you paid damages? Back to throw your life away? Too stubborn to give up, are we? If it wasn't for that brat Jiang Kai's cunning schemes, why would Country Y's defensive line have collapsed? And why would I have had to pay so much in damages that we're low on resources just because Lot joined this competition? Jessica added fuel to the fire, saying today they would start by taking care of them, then go find Jiang Kai to settle the debt with interest. Lobo dropped Jiang Kai, not forgetting to taunt him. Tom, don't be impatient. Once we kill these 4, we'll have 5 rescue cards. Surely we'll be able to lift your imprisonment state soon. Yuan Zhu's group stood frozen for a few seconds, then laughed, thinking they had victory in the bag. Without Jiang Kai, you lot are just a bunch of lambs waiting for the slaughter. Today, I'll show you what true, despairing power gap is. Take care of the healer first. Nuan Yuan's eyes widened in panic, and Yuan Zhu leaped high into the air, unleashing a heavy stomp. He delivered a powerful blow that knocked them back. Tom, still arrogant, spat out. Pretty strong, huh? Hey Boit, Lobo, handle those 2. Jessica and I will finish off this tank and the healer. Boit and Jessica lunged forward together. The audacity. They dared to look down on Ruan Yu's strength. A chubby guy and a fortune teller. We'll be done with you in 3 seconds. He raised his shield and told Hu Nian, get back, leave this to me. She gasped, suddenly remembering something important. Oh no, Ruan Yu hasn't had his alcohol yet. Boit brandished his sword, aiming straight at Ruan Yu. Still want to play the hero, you fat pig? He tried his best to block the guy's attack. Ruan Yu gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. 3 gold cards appeared in front of Jiang Kai. He fixed his eyes on them and whispered a command. Death card, go. A blue light instantly enveloped the 3 cards. The blue card flew straight into Jiang Kai's body. 3 cards down, but I need 5 to free myself. Still missing 2. Found 1. 5 minutes later, a figure appeared in the distance. Henry was excited when he saw the 3 cards there. Damn, such insane luck. Can you just pick up rescue cards this easily? He paused for a few seconds, filled with doubt. Wait, this isn't right. Why are there suddenly 3 rescue cards here? There was clearly a fight here just moments ago. The blood isn't even dry. Could both sides have been injured and died together? Or did a survivor hear my footsteps and get so scared they couldn't even hide the cards, just running away wounded? No, something feels off. Suddenly, a card flew up from behind Henry. He couldn't dodge in time, and it struck him deeply. At this point, Henry couldn't react in time to escape. It was a trap. The moment he vanished, a gold card appeared. Jiang Kai happily collected it. Now I have 4 rescue cards, just 1 more to go, and I'll be free. I just wonder how Yuan Zhu and the others are doing. On Yuan Zhu's side, they were fighting crazily. Tom retreated with a look of disbelief. Boit, Jessica, and Lobo were sneak attacking Yuan Zhu from behind to support their captain. Nuan Yuan shouted to warn him. Yuan Zhu, watch out behind you. He only had time to glance back. Yuan Zhu couldn't dodge in time and took a hit to his side. He clutched his wound, angrily cursing them. Damn, 4 against 1? Have you no shame? Ruan Yu was furious too. Yuan Zhu, try my new brew. Yuan Zhu calmly caught the bottle he tossed. Boit and Jessica spoke with pure contempt. Trying to use alcohol to numb yourself and lessen the pain? Besides, once you drink that, even the biggest coward will get a little extra courage. Tom even tried to provoke him further. As I see it, That's just the last drink before your execution. Daring to conspire to ambush me? You're just asking for death. Lu Bu says nothing and charges in to fight alongside them. Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu radiate intense light, their bodies burning with fighting spirit. I am the world's greatest god of war. I slay gods if they block me, and demons if they stand in my way. In this life, I, Ruan Yu, will not lose to anyone. Where are the beauties? Jessica and Lu Bu gasp in shock. What? Tom and Boy's expressions are no different. Yuan Zhu dashes away at the speed of light. The Tom gang is sent flying, none of them able to stand their ground. The expression on his face shows clear terror. Yuan Zhu swings his sword high, pouring all his strength into it. The greatest god of war is here, all of you. Get down and prepare to die. This solo performance terrifies the leader, Camui. Before he can even process what happened, he is struck by a sword wave attack. Camui's body is sent flying, leveling a corner of the forest. By now, only the one called Hai Lai remains standing. I've met countless swordsmen, but your swordsmanship as a drunkard is even more wondrous and bizarre than theirs. By now, Ruan Yu has chugged his drunken turtle elixir, making him better at fighting than the beggar sect. Quit the chatter. As he strips off his coat, the guy's eyes widen in tension. Why is he like this? Watching his fluid movements, he thinks to himself, this guy acts like a completely different person after drinking. His sword style is fast, yet slow, fluid, and vivid, without a single flaw. It's as if he has merged perfectly with his body. Even the head of the Lai tribe is haunted by Ruan Yu's drunken laughter. The story goes back a few days to a military tent where a meeting was taking place. Captain Jiang Kai, this is Jiang Kai, takes out a book and holds it forward. Ruan Yu, even though you aren't a swordsman, your drunken turtle talent is very compatible with swordsmanship skills. The global competition is coming up. This is a skill book I got for you from Brother Lu. Turning to Da Shuyen, he adds, the army has plenty of resources. I want to ask you to find a swordsman's skill book for Ruan Yu to help him improve. The old man laughs heartily. Small matter. To bring glory to our nation. Don't talk about finding a skill book, even if you told me to risk my life. I'd do it. Ruan Yu accepts it, treasuring it in his heart. This is a legendary skill book that adventurer swordsmen dream of. Unconsciously, as he receives it, the system interface appears right before his eyes. After the adventurer enters a state of absolute focus, the techniques will no longer be limited by form. The blade extends like a part of the body. The moves flow naturally based on the combat situation, fluid and vivid, making it very hard to predict. Returning to the present, he is applying this ultimate technique. Such thick fur? I like it. Hearing that, the Hai Lai leader turns pale. What are you trying to do? This is a global competition, and you, Ruan Yu, doesn't hesitate to clash swords with him. Are you missing something under those clothes? I get it now. You did this on purpose, right? My little good boy. The more he says these things, the more flustered the guy becomes. Missing something? I'm wearing full outer armor, inner armor, and padding. I'm not missing anything. As soon as the words leave his mouth, his outer coat vanishes. Ruan Yu flashes a mocking, lewd smile. Stripping isn't enough. Take it all off. By now, the Hai Lai leader is hugging his body in distress. No. At the same time, in another part of the sky, lightning is striking repeatedly. The guy holding the chain sickle follows the seer's angle. Assassins like us are best at fighting in adversity. Do you really think you can stop us with just these little tricks? She hears this and orders in a low voice, kill them. Quick strikes, quick results. Nuan Yuan fires several energy orbs in retaliation. Hun Han answers the call. No matter what kind of assassin you are, in this reign, I am a god. The two guys who were so cool earlier are now looking completely clueless. Nuan Yuan's viscous orbs burst. The sticky, scalding substance clings to those two. What the hell is this? My face. My face. Taking the opportunity, it's Hun Han's turn to unleash his power. Take this, the most powerful hail in the universe. Several beams of light fire out, directly finishing off the two assassins. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu are sitting against a tree resting. Nuan Yuan, having finished the battle, finds them. Yuan Zhu, Ruan Yu, you two are awake? Seeing her, Yuan Zhu shows his concern. Where is that arrogant squad from earlier? Who won? Did we get the rescue cards? Did we manage to grab them? Beside him, Ruan Yu joins in, curious. That's right, that's right. Nuan Yuan happily pulls out a few cards. Rest assured, all 5 rescue cards are here, not a single one missing. Hun Han has gone to divine Jiang Kai's location. Once there's a result, we can go save him. Just then, Hun Han finds a lead. I know where Captain Jiang Kai is. This good news makes the three of them calmer than ever. At the same time, Jiang Kai is hiding in a large tree canopy. He carefully observes his opponents. Half an hour has passed, no new adventurers have arrived, and Yuanju's group hasn't found him yet. Suddenly, the ground shakes incessantly. Jiang Kai tries to sit steady, feeling uneasy in his heart. This isn't good. This vibration means the area is beginning to shrink. A pair of stone feet stomp down onto the ground. Jiang Kai doesn't need to think to know what's coming. They're here. The gigantic creatures easily flatten the trees to clear a path. Stone giant monsters, level 65 commander grade, and leading them is a stone giant monster, level 88 king grade. Jiang Kai immediately breaks out in a cold sweat. Even with a death card, facing 4 level 65 commander grade monsters would be a life or death battle, let alone with a king grade 1 present. This is dangerous. The stone giant uses a tree to smash an obstacle, and suddenly, he realizes one important point. Wait. Jiang Kai observed their bodies closely. These guys looked like they were made of stone and vines, with the vines holding the stone blocks together as a unified whole. He concluded that apart from a pair of ruby-like eyes, they seemingly lacked mouths, ears, or noses. Jiang Kai calmed himself down. These earthwood attribute monsters likely have no sense of smell or hearing. If I hide well enough, they might not detect me. A stone giant passed by the tree he was hiding in. Suddenly, it swung its arm, attempting to attack. Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Had he guessed wrong? The stone giant gripped the trunk, gently pulling it out, roots and all. The stone giant lifted the massive tree with ease. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, trying to stay steady. It carried both the tree and him on its shoulder, and continued to lead the group forward. Jiang Kai was still safe on the tree for the moment. Was he being treated like a new weapon? Sure enough, this guy has no sense of smell. He let out a sigh of relief. A moment ago, he had almost activated the Wheel of Destiny to take a gamble. Jiang Kai calmly calculated his next moves. Due to the restriction rules, it's not easy to fall off the tree. However, while I'm temporarily safe for now, if they spot me, I'm as good as dead. I need to find a way out. But how? Should I use a death card to snap this branch and move to another tree? Suddenly, Jiang Kai felt a violent tremor. The stone giants accelerated, charging forward, and stood towering over the cliff, looking down. A fierce battle was erupting below. They were clashing violently. He couldn't help but frown as he watched two teams fighting it out. Jiang Kai couldn't understand how these guys, blocked by the mountain, could know there were people there without any hearing or sense of smell. How did they even know? The two teams below realized the danger and scrambled to save themselves. It's the stone giants! Run! The stone giant gathered a ball of energy in its hand. It threw a punch that split the ground, cutting off one team's retreat. The other team was in the same boat. Once they were blocked, the giants charged in unison. The stone giant took long strides toward its targets, swinging the tree with ease and landing a hit. Jiang Kai realized the key to it all. This attack pattern proves these things really do use ground vibrations to track their prey. He remained firmly seated in the tree. No wonder they hadn't noticed him before. Besides being hidden by the foliage, it's because I've been staying in the trees without touching the ground. Jiang Kai frowned, holding his position. It seems I can't let the stone giant throw this tree away. If I touch the ground, they'll definitely spot me. Everyone, our path is blocked by the stone giant. Tuan Duong shouted to urge his teammates. Charge! Run as far as you can. Try to stay off the ground. Jump up and attack. It raised the massive tree, preparing to swing again. He leaped into the air and roared, I'll risk it all against you. Jiang Kai assessed the situation. Combat classes around level 60 cannot deal damage to a king-level boss in such a short time. Tuan Duong suddenly changed his sword stance, and Jiang Kai realized the guy's true intent. Wait a second. His real goal is to shatter the tree trunk and use the chance to escape. Jiang Kai immediately thought to take advantage of this. What a perfect opportunity. He waited, hoping to seize the perfect moment to see if he could escape. Everything depended on this move. Suddenly, Tuan Duong looked up and was horrified to see Jiang Kai. What? There's someone up there. Jiang Kai flicked a card, and it struck Tuan Duong right in the chest. He collapsed in pain. Someone's using the boss to cheat. Just then, the stone giant stomped hard on Tuan Duong. He vanished into quadrangular blocks, and a golden ball of light flew toward Jiang Kai. He checked his items in delight. 5 cards. The system screen popped up. You have collected 5 rescue cards. Your confinement status will end immediately. Do you choose to end it? He didn't hesitate for a second. Yes. A blinding light erupted from Jiang Kai's chest, and the system announced that the rescue card had been successfully used. You have lifted your confinement status. He tested his joints with satisfaction. He could finally move. Suddenly, Jiang Kai felt a violent sway. The stone giant was targeting someone else below. He couldn't wait any longer. That guy is focused on the fight. Now is the best chance to escape. But then, Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. He felt strange circles appearing in the sky. The system sent a notification to everyone. The first stage of the global tournament has ended. Starting stage 2. Rescue zones have opened on the map. You can use rescue cards to exchange for functional items. Each death squad will have one member confined again. The confined person cannot act on their own, but can be moved by others, rescued by others, or killed by others. The tree trunk shook violently as it joined the stone giant in the fight. Unfortunately, he was still stuck in its grasp. Not far away, deep in the woods, the Yuanju group was rushing to find people. Hurry and gather with team leader Kai. The system issued a warning. Round 2 random confinement is about to begin. He had to stop his plan. There was no time. He had to find a hiding spot. Su Nuanwan spotted a hollow in a tree, and they hurriedly huddled inside. The countdown began. Hurry! 3, 2, 1. Everyone held their breath, but nothing unusual happened to the 4 of them. They shouted out loud, "It's not me!" Ruan Yu broke into a cold sweat and said, "Then, who is the one confined this time?" Jiang Kai could only accept his fate. "I knew it." The system reported concisely, "You have been selected as the confined person for round 2. He stiffened on the tree trunk. "My luck is just terrible." The people below had been wiped out. Jiang Kai couldn't help but sigh. They are elite-tier monsters and king-level bosses for a reason. They killed off that entire elite squad in less than a minute. He tried to recall the details. The rules seemed to mention functional items earlier. It sounded like some sort of special prop. On the map, the rescue zone has been opened. Rescue cards can be used to exchange for functional items. Although the specific effects are unclear, since they emphasized it, it must be extremely important. Jiang Kai had to repeat the process from before. In short, whether to end his confinement or to receive those functional items, he had to collect rescue cards quickly. The stone giant moved again. Off we go. He stuck to his old plan of hiding in the tree, relying on this guy to kill off his competition. It slammed the tree against its shoulder, and suddenly, a cracking sound echoed in his ears. This tremor, could it be that the ground beneath Jiang Kai's feet was becoming unstable? This is bad. It's cracking. He was in a life-or-death situation. Was it because they were getting ready to clash with others of their own kind earlier? Jiang Kai anticipated the intensity about to unfold. Damn it, if I fall now, I'm walking right into the trap. All his previous efforts would be in vain. He could only pray, "Hold on, please don't fall right now." The stone giant moved forward slowly. The tree branches swayed backward. With every step, the sheer pressure from its body was immense. The spot where Jiang Kai was standing began to crack open. He was terrified and covered in cold sweat. At the same time, Ruan Yu was wondering, is Kai the one confined in this stage? But wasn't he already confined before? Hu Nian guessed the general situation. I suspect team leader Kai was rescued by the 2 remaining teams after his confinement ended, and he's been active since. No wonder I couldn't get an accurate reading when I tried to divine his location. Yuan Zhu nodded in agreement. The Alliance Guild's strength is immense. That seems to be the only possibility. He frowned, thinking team leader Kai's luck was bizarre. He had barely managed to end his confinement, only to be locked up again immediately. The 4 of them fell into deep thought, while Sunuanuan tried to urge them on. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Even though we've had some bad luck, it also means there's a high chance that Jiang Kai is still safe. Our top priority now is to clarify the situation, then regroup with Jiang Kai's team, Hu Nian said sternly. Su Nuanuan added, "Right. The first stage of the competition has ended, but we don't even know which countries were eliminated or which ones advanced. Plus, the new rules mentioned something about functional items earlier." Suddenly, she noticed something unusual and looked toward a stream of purple energy. "Look over there, guys. What is that?" Yuan Zhu turned pale with shock. "I remember there was definitely no mist there a moment ago." Ruan Yu broke into a cold sweat. "I didn't see it either. Don't tell me some kind of monster is emitting that?" She furrowed her brow and assessed the situation. "It doesn't seem like it. If it were a monster, it wouldn't be this quiet around here. I have a feeling there might be something important to discover there." Hu Nian excitedly took the lead. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go see for ourselves." They ventured deeper into the forest, and after walking for a while, everyone's eyes widened. These were ancient stone steles surrounding the mountain where the mist was being emitted. The system immediately sent a notification. "Congratulations on discovering a rescue zone. After interacting with the stone stele, you can use rescue cards to exchange for corresponding functional items." Yuan Zhu was extremely excited. "No way! We found a rescue zone. Hunian eagerly pulled Su Nuanyuan toward the stele. Hurry, let's see what we can exchange for. The names and functions of the items were listed on it. Map location card. Once used, it can pinpoint the location of all surviving members of your squad, as well as the positions of monsters and rescue zones on the map. Both of them were very pleased. This is great. With this, we can avoid monsters and find Captain Jiang Kai's group. Not only will our efficiency increase, but after regrouping, we can also search for other rescue zones. However, the price made them hesitate. The cost was 8 rescue cards. She grimaced and turned away. 8 cards? That's highway robbery. Su Nuanyuan also regretfully decided, we can't afford it. Let's look at something else. They split up to check everything. The following stelas had their respective uses. Single-person teleport card. Allows for 1 precise teleportation on the map, costing 7 rescue cards. Target tracking card. Allows you to search for a specific target, showing their location within a 10-meter radius, while maintaining this tracking for 2 hours. Costs 6 rescue cards. Abnormal status removal card. Can remove abnormal status effects from a designated target, usable up to 4 times. Cost 6 rescue cards. The 4 of them approached the last one. Global information card. Every 20 minutes, receive global intelligence on squads participating and monsters in the competition area. You can designate up to 3 squads that are not on your side or 3 monsters to receive their specific status. Cost 5 rescue cards. Ruan Yu scratched his head, calculating. 5 rescue cards is already the cheapest price. Should we exchange it? Once we use them all, we'll have no cards left, Hunian firmly stated. But stumbling upon a rescue zone this time was already a stroke of luck. We might not get another chance like this. It would be a waste to miss it. Su Nuanyuan agreed with her. That's true. Instead of blindly searching for Captain Jiang Kai's group, we might as well get some important intel first. After all, in a life-or-death battle, information asymmetry is always the key to victory. Yuan Zhu, what do you think? Yuan Zhu immediately agreed. I'm in. Plus, we can use the global information card to track Lu's team and Ruan Yu's group. That way, we can both regroup with Jiang Kai and gather our forces quickly. The 3 standing behind waited. Su Nuanyuan, go ahead. She pulled out 5 golden cards. All right, let's give it a try. No one touched the stone stele lightly, and all 5 cards were sucked inside. It emitted a powerful burst of energy. The system notified them. Exchange successful. Global information card acquired. Remaining rescue cards, 0. Everyone cheered joyfully. It worked. The world map immediately appeared, showing detailed data. Current number of survivors in the competition, 906 people. Number of squads, 200. Monster invasion progress, 327 commander-level monsters, 43 king-level monsters. Operating range, 17 kilometers from the edge of the competition area. Yuanzhu broke out in a cold sweat. Almost 300 people have already been eliminated. Hunian also became highly vigilant. The first stage was just small-scale skirmishes, but with the appearance of the rescue zones, the monsters' range is expanding. The real slaughter is only just beginning. Ruan Yu couldn't help but worry. Captain Jiang Kai is so famous, surely it's not just the people from the Y Nation looking to settle scores with him. Now that there's a target tracking card, I don't even want to imagine how much danger he's in, but luckily, he's not alone right now. A prompt appeared on the screen in front of Su Nuanyuan. Do you confirm adding the Sun Ha squad and the Hong Sak squad to the target list of the global information card? Yes or no? She cautiously made her choice. I don't know how long Lu and Ruan Yu's groups can hold out. Let's just check their status first. The corresponding colored dots appeared. Sun Ha squad current survivors, 3 people. Hong Sak squad current survivors, 2 people. Everyone screamed in shock. What? This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Captain Jiang Kai and Su Nuanyuan were pale with fear. Jiang Kai wasn't with his team. At the same time, everyone was closely monitoring the progress on the team observation screen. That's great. The Fire God team seems to have discovered some important prop card. Currently, although the Sun Ha team and the Hong Sak team have found their captured teammates, their casualty rate is not very optimistic. He furrowed his brows in doubt. Come to think of it, where on earth is Jiang Kai hiding? Even now, the cameras haven't caught him once. Wei Ung keenly offered a theory. Based on the situation of the others, perhaps Jiang Kai has been imprisoned twice. This also proves that he relied on himself to break the first imprisonment. After all, we didn't see anyone helping him. Tianthan expressed great interest. Yuan Jue, although I can't for the life of me figure out how that kid did it, he really does keep surprising people. Suddenly, he looked up excitedly. Wait, that is Wei Ung quickly gave an order. A 3. Isolate and zoom in on that screen. He quickly manipulated the console. Yes, the data is being retrieved quickly. The entire Iron Hunter team is between level 50 and level 60. He immediately ordered surveillance to investigate information on the Iron Hunter team and all combat situations that could be gathered after the competition began. He reported the situation in detail. Currently, teams from every country have suffered casualties, but the Iron Hunter team from the R country is very special. Up until now, they have maintained a record of 0 casualties. The captain of the Vissus hunting squad is the top swordmaster of the E country. According to intel, after Vissus broke through to level 60 a year ago, he actually chose to reset his level down to 40, then used shocking speed to grind back up to level 60. That's why we suspect his talent is likely something similar to Reincarnation. Tinthan couldn't help but feel agitated upon hearing this. Reincarnation? He could barely believe a talent like that even existed. Isn't that just cheating? In other words, this guy looks like a level 60, but his true strength far exceeds that, Viung noted coldly. It's not just that. I've heard rumors about this reincarnation talent. The terrifying part is that after each rebirth, one's base stats receive a massive boost: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Plus, the more times they reincarnate, the more insane the stat growth becomes. Meanwhile, the Sun Ha squad was down to only 3 members, and all were heavily injured. Tu Jiangkai worriedly reported, "Boss, your wound is bleeding again, and she's still carrying the restrained teammate. The Kong and D countries are truly shameless. They even colluded to ambush us. If it weren't for them, Fuangvi wouldn't have been captured, and you wouldn't be injured, boss." The more Tu Jiangkai thought about it, the angrier she got. Triu Min and Ruan Yu Qian would not have sacrificed themselves for nothing. Dai Shuyen decisively kept walking. Now is not the time to worry about wounds. We've already wasted too much time trying to escape. Speed it up. If we run into those monsters, things will get even worse, she acknowledged. But suddenly, an ambush targeted them. He managed to detect it in time, and Dai Shuyen successfully blocked the entire attack. Who's there? E Country, Thuk Nat Guild's hunting squad. Vissus slowly approached them. He didn't expect that while out to kill Jiang Kai, he could casually slaughter some members of Saint Miracle as well. He gave a sinister smile. Adventurer, Vissus, level 60 Swordmaster class. My name is Vissus, remember it well, for it will become the nightmare that haunts you for the rest of your lives. He stood before that overwhelming power. The pressure was immense. Tu Jiangkai set Fuangvi down to the side and resolutely charged forward. "Boss, let me hold them off." Dai Shuyen couldn't stop her in time. "Tu Jiangkai, it's dangerous," Vissus chuckled, confidently asserting. "Trying to run? Once I've targeted my prey, there's no way for you to escape." He approached Tu Jiangkai at an incredible speed. "Let me play with you players myself." She turned and swung, but Vissus easily dodged. He landed lightly on the ground. Vissus dashed past her, heading straight for the real target. He aimed for the restrained Fuangvi behind her. Vissus finished him off with a single blow. Tu Jiangkai couldn't do a thing. Seeing Fuangvi fall, she lost her cool and charged in. "You madman, I'll risk my life to stop you." He unleashed a powerful ice storm slash. She was surrounded by sharp ice thorns. The master arrived just in time to assist. "Careful!" He pulled Tu Fuang out of the danger zone. She called out in panic. Captain Dai Shuyen didn't hesitate to strike at Vissus's overlord blade. Vissus didn't even move, and he looked delighted. "Gotcha." But Dai Shuyen immediately realized something was wrong. What he hit was just a piece of wood. Dai Shuyen gasped when he saw the object before him. It was a decoy. When did Vissus fly into the air? He wore a triumphant smile. Flash Shadow Invincible Slash. Neither Dai Shuyen nor Tu Fuang could defend against it. Both of them were hit by Vissus's all-out attack. He landed softly after the execution. Vissus didn't even break a sweat. She had been downed. Only he was left struggling to hold on. He was extremely arrogant, allowing his victim to speak their last words. "I told you. My prey cannot escape whether it's you or Jiang Kai." "Any last words?" Dai Shuyen stubbornly declared. "Jiang Kai, he will definitely conquer this tournament for Saint Miracle." Vissus gave a cold laugh and delivered the finishing blow. "I'm afraid your dying wish will be shattered." The blade suddenly sprouted sharp, blood-sucking thorns, which immediately multiplied the pain he had to endure. Dai Shuyen was completely incapacitated. A golden card appeared, and he moved to collect it. His followers immediately started fawning over him. "In my opinion, this trash isn't even worth the boss's time. It just dirties your hands. Boss, with these 3, we've collected enough rescue cards." Vissus headed straight for the rescue zone, using the card to designate the area. Jiangkai, I am so looking forward to meeting you. At the same time, Wei Ung gloomily gave his assessment. I remember Lu Dai Shuyan's individual strength was outstanding, recently rated as S-class, yet he was killed by this guy so easily. Tian Than then posed a hypothesis. If they meet, will Jiang Kai even have a chance of winning? He waited anxiously for the next development. Jiang Kai was still hiding in a tree, waiting for an opportunity, his vigilance always at its peak. 20 minutes ago, Jiang Kai was in a life-or-death situation. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of hope. The stone spirit giant suddenly froze, and signs of decay appeared on its body. The stone giant shattered into large boulders, and even the tree where Jiang Kai was hiding fell down. The system explained the phenomenon. The stone giant had entered a dormant state. Time remaining, 19 minutes and 59 seconds. He warily calculated. 15 minutes had already passed. And in 5 more minutes, those monsters would wake up. There was a rustling sound approaching. Jiang Kai startled and looked over. Someone from the E-Country's flying bird squad was walking by, grumbling with frustration. I really don't know how the Hawkman Guild lost. With so many people, how could they not kill one guy named Jiang Kai? If Saint Miracle hadn't led the charge in the second round, Jiang Kai wouldn't have escaped. They couldn't help but feel resentful. They were all searching for him. Anyway, let's take out the Saint Miracle guys to vent our anger. Then we'll rely on our own strength to fight for the top 3. Jiang Kai is nearby. Our team is using a tracking card to monitor him. This time, there's nowhere for him to run. He directed his attention to one side. Everyone, look over there. The Visas crowd is also searching for Jiang Kai. That's strange. The target should be right around here. They were instantly scared into a cold sweat. Isn't that the hunting squad that refused to ally with us earlier, claiming they wanted to take down Jiang Kai alone? They've suffered significant losses across the teams, yet they've been fighting this whole time without taking a single scratch. Su Jing angrily kicked a rock. Just lucky, that's all. Today, I'm definitely going to take Jiang Kai's head. Dozens of people were surrounding and searching for him. Did you find Jiang Kai? We've searched all around here. There's nothing. The tracking card says he's right here. They were going crazy with frustration. Damn it, did that brat notice something was wrong and run away? Su Jing involuntarily looked up and finally caught sight of his long-awaited target. There was someone in the tree. Su Jing's eyes widened as he realized who it was, and he shouted excitedly, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai secretly flashed a calculating smile. How unfortunate. The prey you all are risking your lives to hunt is actually the hunter. The crowd surged forward. What? Jiang Kai? Where is he? Someone spotted him. Su Jing pointed at the tree, yelling, Look, Jiang Kai is hiding up there. Noticing something odd, the others asked, Why isn't Jiang Kai moving? Is he trapped? The imprisonment status is hard to figure out. Trapped? That can't be right. His position was clearly moving before. Su Jing roared in frustration. Last time you faked being a clone, now you're faking being trapped? Jiang Kai, besides playing dirty tricks, what else can you do? The area scan card shows you can act freely, so stop the charade. The others were convinced. That's right, he pretended to be a clone before and killed Hawkman. Look at his expression. It's definitely a trap. Jiang Kai carefully calculated his words. There were about 60 or 70 people. The situation was against him, so he couldn't afford to show any weakness. He needed to keep them calm for now. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one individual. Jiang Kai felt it clearly. The killing intent was intense. Visas stepped forward to provoke him. There was a guy named Lu Dachuan. Was that one of your sacred brilliance people? His entire squad was wiped out by me. The old man walked forward without a hint of caution. Pitiful. A bunch of losers who couldn't even fight back. I used this blade to behead them, one by one. Visas confidently challenged him. My name is Visas. Jiang Kai, don't you want to avenge your comrades? Jiang Kai was indeed provoked. This guy killed Brother Lu's group? The old man swung his blade toward Jiang Kai. Come and get me, Visas charged, aiming directly for his throat. Let's see if your little tricks can kill me. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, seizing the moment. This is it. It would take Visas a few seconds to reach him, but that was all he needed. The ground began to shake. What's happening? Massive boulders collided exactly where the old man was standing. The system countdown hit 0. Hibernation state ended. Jiang Kai smiled in satisfaction. The timing was perfect. The old man was suddenly pinned by the stones, forcing Visas to retreat. Everyone else gasped. Look at those rocks! A crystal giant roared, sending the crowd into a panicked frenzy. Oh no, it's a crystal giant legion. Damn it, no wonder the global info card showed monsters nearby, but we couldn't find them. Run! If we don't run now, we're all dead. Jiang Kai wasn't about to let this treasure slip away. Trying to run? I, the hunter, haven't given you permission yet. With the death card activated, their escape route was cut off. Trapped in front and facing death behind, the crystal giants slaughtered dozens of adventurers in the blink of an eye. They moved with ruthless efficiency. Almost no one could escape. Even Visas's team was struggling. He couldn't believe it. I never expected Jiang Kai to be with these monsters. Damn it, how did he tame them? Suddenly, a massive stone appeared before Visas. He wasn't careful and was attacked by a crystal giant. Visas screamed in panic, trying to flee. Woodbone clone. He vanished from the danger zone instantly. Dozens of loot cards flew toward Jiang Kai automatically. The giants were still hunting for him. Many people fell into ravines created by the crystal giants. Jiang Kai quickly dispelled the imprisonment, successfully using his rescue card. Status: imprisonment dispelled successfully. He immediately jumped down from the tree. Jiang Kai looked around, feeling extremely satisfied. It worked. He landed on a large branch. He watched the crystal giants, musing. As expected, using a king-level boss to do the harvesting made dealing with this lot faster than planned. He then remembered Visas and gritted his teeth. What a shame I couldn't avenge Brother Lu's group and let that bastard get away. But his mood lifted when he looked at his spoils. Getting this many rescue cards all at once, this is huge. At the military command center, Wei Ying commanded, "Rewind the feed, slow it down to 10%. Enhance the after-image analysis at 9.2 seconds. Officer Tong complied. Yes, sir. When the image of Jiang Kai was zoomed in, the commander gasped in realization. It's that kid, Jiang Kai. He was hiding in the tree. No wonder we couldn't find him. Wei Ying seemed to grasp his intent. So that's it. Was this your plan, Jiang Kai? The commander asked, confused. Commander Wei, what is going on? Wei Ying explained. That monster is called a crystal giant. Despite its immense power, it has a fatal weakness. It has no sense of smell or hearing, relying entirely on ground vibrations to track prey. As long as you don't touch the ground before it marks you, it won't detect you. He recounted the plan as if he had seen it unfold. From the moment Jiang Kai was imprisoned, he must have been hiding in the tree. That's why the crystal giant didn't notice him. Then, that tree became a weapon for the king-level giant. He had no choice but to follow along. Tian Chen added, exactly. While in the imprisonment state, he couldn't act, but as you all saw, he has a secret weapon. I suspect he can control it with his mind. He stared at the screen, noting, he used the powerful crystal giant via his secret weapon to kill players, collect rescue cards, and complete the self-rescue mission twice. At this point, the commander had to admit, for Jiang Kai to survive under these circumstances, I am truly impressed. Wei Ying continued. Dispelling the imprisonment was only the beginning. What he and Huo Chen face next will be the real test. Half an hour later, Jiang Kai jumped down to the ground. Suddenly, his body felt something. This sensation, it's starting again. Lights appeared in the sky, followed by an announcement. The second stage of the global tournament has ended. Starting stage 3. New map mechanics. Monster infiltration speed increased by 200%. Movement speed increased by 200%. And conditions have been updated. Every team will have one additional member imprisoned. Imprisoned members cannot act, but can be moved, rescued, or killed by others. The time limit is set. If the imprisoned person is not rescued within 30 minutes, they will self-destruct. Rewards are classified. The rescue zone will have an additional type of functional prop. Jiang Kai frowned and remarked, the competition is getting even harsher. Self-destruction. If I hadn't escaped successfully, I would likely have exploded into fragments 30 minutes later. When the announcement came through, the third round, random imprisonment, was about to begin. Jiang Kai quickly jumped into a tree to observe the situation. Is it me again this time? I'll just hide first. At the 3-second countdown, he felt a bit anxious. 2, 1. What? After it started this time, he quickly regained his composure. It wasn't him. Suddenly, a light appeared in the distance. A purple light covered an area of space. Jiang Kai followed the trail to find it. Congratulations, you have discovered a rescue zone. The notification appeared after he touched the stone tablet. He could use rescue cards to exchange for corresponding functional items on the stone tablet. He excitedly realized it was a rescue zone. He walked around to check the positioning map card, a single-person teleport card, and an area targeting card. Jiang Kai examined each item, including a status clearing card and a global information card. The effects of these cards seemed pretty good. His footsteps stopped in front of a card that looked special. According to the information carved into it, this is an arena card. It selects one target from the enemy and one teammate, including the user, to enter a duel mode. Both sides will fight in an independent competition space until one side is defeated, at which point the status can be removed. During the duel, they will be immune to all external damage. The cost is 30 rescue cards. He looked at the price and thought, 30 cards? That would use up more than half of my rescue cards just like that. It's not cheap at all. However, he still considered many aspects. This price also proved that the system valued its combat potential much higher than the other cards. His palm glowed, forcibly targeting an enemy to the arena. It seems to be the only card with offensive utility. Finally, Jiang Kai made a decision. I like to take the initiative, so I'll bet on the most expensive card. A blue light emitted. 3 minutes later, Jiang Kai was making further selections. He had 5 rescue cards left, an Arena C card, a positioning map card, and a single-person teleport card. He decided to exchange for 2 more cards. He analyzed the current situation. He had resolved the imprisonment trouble and exchanged for 3 more prop cards. The most important thing now was to regroup with the Pillar team. Jiang Kai's eyes were full of worry. He didn't know who among them had been imprisoned this time. Somewhere, a tremor occurred. Someone was trembling in fear, hiding in the bushes. Pillar doubtfully called out to Ruan Yu, but Ruan Yu didn't answer. Pillar immediately realized, it seems the one captured this time is brother Ruan Yu. Hun Han was very anxious as the current situation moved into the 3rd stage too quickly. We just successfully broke out of the ambush. We got 4 rescue cards, but it's not enough to save Ruan Yu. Su Nuanyuan also offered an analysis. We've been in continuous, fierce battles, and everyone has exhausted a lot of energy. With this intensity, trying to find Jiang Kai while also figuring out how to get more rescue cards is too difficult. Suddenly, a notification arrived. You have received the latest global news, updating the general situation. Currently, only 305 people remain alive in the competition. The number of teams is 75. Monster infiltration progress includes 542 leader-level monsters and 61 king-level monsters. The operating range is 38 kilometers from the edge of the competition area. Hun Han stared at the numbers, gasping in surprise. The 2nd stage already eliminated over 600 people. Now that the beasts have accelerated their infiltration, the final decisive battle is likely not far off. Suddenly, there was a sound nearby. All 3 reacted immediately. Hey! A voice spoke up. We've been watching you guys for a long time. The 4-man team is all injured, Jiak continued. Furthermore, 1 is captured and 1 is the doctor, which means there are only 2 wounded left who can fight. 4 rescue cards delivered right to our door. We're not going to miss such a good thing. Hun Han was ready to fight. If you want to kill Fire God, come and try it if you have the guts. Jiak showed contempt. Humph, you can't even hold your sword steady. Who are you trying to scare? Billy, hurry up and hack them to death. Grab their rescue cards. V rushed forward and replied, sure, I want to cut your heads off to relieve my boredom. Suddenly, fire shuriken flew over, and the 2 men were immediately knocked flying. Su Nuanuan happily recognized these familiar shuriken. Hun Han had the same thought. This familiar sneak attack technique. Pillar also noticed the familiar way they were sent flying. Jiang Kai appeared like a hero. Sorry, I just happened to take care of 3 ambush groups, so I'm late. The 3 of them happily called out to Jiang Kai in unison. Pillar pinched his own cheek to verify. Wait, ow, that hurts. I'm not dreaming. But Jiang Kai, weren't you captured? Hun Han also wondered. That's right. We haven't been able to find you. How did you find us? Based on the current situation, Jiang Kai replied. It's a long story. In the 3rd stage, the beast tide speed increased by 200%. Time is pressing. Let's save Ruan Yu first. We'll talk about my situation later, Pillar whispered. But we are still missing 1 rescue card. We only have Jiang Kai displayed a card that shocked all 3 of them. A light enveloped Ruan Yu, who shouted in excitement, I'm free again. Rescue card, successfully used, you've cleared the imprisonment status. The other 4 watched in bewilderment. When they heard the news, they were even more stunned. What? You mean you've been acting alongside the stone giant all this time? Hunian exclaimed that only Captain Kai would have the guts to use a king-level boss like that. Only Ruan Yu was trembling at the mention of a king-level boss. On the blood-stained ground, 2 injured people were supporting each other as they left. Suddenly, someone appeared from the red squad, startling the 2 men. As soon as Jiang Kai's group saw them, they called out, Brother Ruan Yu, Brother Ha. Brother Ruan Yu asked in surprise, Little Jiang, how did you guys find us? Wait, did you guys exchange for a global info card? Jiang Kai happily confirmed it. That was right. At that moment, Brother Ha sighed, saying that when they passed through the rescue zone earlier, they had wanted to trade for one too, but unfortunately, Their rescue cards were all used up to clear the imprisonment status. You youngsters really are the rising stars replacing the old generation. Brother Ruan Yu suddenly stammered while mentioning something. Right. The Sunha squad Jiang Kai hung his head and delivered the news. All of Brother Lu's team have been wiped out. Hearing the news, Brother Ruan Yu and Brother Ha bowed their heads in grief. Jiang Kai then offered, Brother Ruan Yu, Brother Ha, I have a plan to speed our way straight to the finals. It's just a bit risky. Would you guys consider joining us? The two brothers looked at each other and nodded. They then stabbed their swords into the ground. There was no need to consider anything else. The fierce battle had taken 3 of their brothers. Now, every breath they took was a hard-won effort. Brother Ruan Yu declared firmly, for the sake of St. Dieu and their fallen brothers, even if it meant facing mountains of blades and seas of fire, he would level everything in their path. This fired up Jiang Kai's entire team. Suddenly, Brother Ruan Yu doubled over in a coughing fit, and the whole team rushed over in concern. Brother Ruan Yu insisted, I'm sorry to make you kids see me like this. Brother Ruan Yu's body trembled. This broken body of mine is afraid it will only slow you kids down. Jiang Kai quickly called for Su Nuan, who immediately cast a healing spell. Brother Ruan Yu, Brother Ha, don't worry. Just leave your wounds to me. Half an hour later, deep in the forest, everyone had climbed a large tree and was waiting. Brother Ruan Yu asked curiously, Little Jiang, is there something special about this tree? Brother Ha, having the same thought, added, That's right. After you healed us, you led us here but haven't told us the plan yet. Jiang Kai quickly explained, I encountered a team of monsters earlier, those stone giants, including a king level one. I used a target locking card to mark its location and confirmed it's about to lead the pack here. He wore a triumphant, confident smile. As long as we follow them all the way, we can avoid combat and survive to the end. Hearing this, Brother Ruan Yu was startled. What? Follow a king-level monster? Are you sure it's following them and not just going to our deaths? But then, he seemed to realize something, and finally accepted that, given our current condition, if we want all our members to make it to the end, it seems like applying a risky strategy is the only way. Brother Ha agreed. That's right. It's come to this. We have to take a gamble. Little Jiang, we trust you. Yuanzhu immediately chimed in. You two brothers can rest easy. Following others might be a suicide mission, but following our Kai, it won't be a problem at all. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. Jiang Kai excitedly announced, They're here! Everyone immediately fell silent, focusing all their energy. The herd of stone giants was rushing by, and Jiang Kai began his move. He didn't forget to instruct them to hug the tree trunks tightly. As long as we don't touch the ground, they won't discover us. They all moved according to his signal. Clear to see, someone was sitting by a stream, a man sitting in silence, covered in wounds. It was Visus, thinking about what had just happened. That was dangerous. I almost couldn't dodge it. But how could that brat Jiang Kai control a king-level stone giant? Suddenly, the old man's eyes were filled with vigilance. He swung his sword and shouted, Come out! With one strike, he shattered the foliage. Someone stepped forward with a strange, sarcastic tone, while simultaneously possessing 2 god-level talents, complete reincarnation and bloodthirsty phantom of the great swordsman. Quit appeared and exclaimed, Visus, your strength has always been underestimated. The person who had just arrived was a member of the fish-herding squad. Visus fell into deep thought. Phantom? I haven't even used that publicly more than 3 times. He looked at Quit with suspicion. How did this guy know? Finally, Visus had to demand, Who exactly are you? Quit took an injection kit from his teammate and introduced himself. My name is Quit. Don't be so tense. I'm not interested in fighting right now. He held out what he had received and explained. This is a Y-grade rapid recovery potion. It can replace the blood in your body within 3 minutes. An alchemist friend gave it to me. I don't really need it, so I'll give it to you. Seeing that Visus remained silent, he added, You're wondering why I want to help you, aren't you? Or do you think this is poison? Oh my, you're breaking my heart. Even so, the old man still looked at Quit with suspicion. Quit tried to reassure him. Rest assured, I don't bother attacking the wounded. You surely know that Jiang Kai is in this competition, right? Having said that, he mentioned Jiang Kai. I heard he's not even level 40 yet, but he turned the tide in the qualifying rounds. It's just a pity I had a mission and had to leave back then. So I didn't get a chance to duel him. It's truly a great regret. He deliberately mentioned the old man's name to lure Visus in. Someone as interesting as him. I think you'd be interested in him too, right? The old man immediately retorted. So what? Quit noticed his wounds and speculated. Your wound looks like it was dealt by a king-level monster. This toxin will eat away your heart in another 3 minutes. Saying that, he played with his target's mind. Once other squads take advantage of your vulnerable state, you're definitely going to die. Are you really content with that? As he spoke, he stepped closer to Visus. In this struggle for supremacy, the only ones worthy of my attention are you and Jiang Kai. He paused for a moment. I'm very curious, who out of you two is actually stronger? Quit smiled mysteriously and declared, after all, only the stronger one is worthy of becoming my opponent. Visus's eyes were momentarily shocked as he saw Quit dash past him at high speed. Jin remarked, I think our smart Mr. Visus won't disappoint us. Visus silently looked at the potion in his hand. Jim, who was observing, asked, is it really okay to give supplies to our opponent like that? What about our ranking? Quit just stretched and shrugged off the attitude. What's the point of ranking? Meanwhile, Jiang Kai's group was still carrying out their plan. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Kai skillfully passed through the barrier, with the others following closely behind. Ruan Yu looked at the situation and had to exclaim, as expected, the monsters couldn't get in. Jiang Kai quickly added an explanation. Once the barrier disappears, the monsters will instantly surge in. After saying that, he began to initiate the next step. While this stage hasn't ended yet, we must quickly move forward, keeping their distance from those monsters. Everyone followed behind him. Roger. Just 10 minutes later, when Jiang Kai's group arrived, the trees were already there. They were in an attacking stance. Fortunately, Jiang Kai noticed them in time. Everyone in the group sensed it as well. Jiang Kai quietly prepared a dart to attack, and as he launched the move, he called out to Hunian. Hunian received the signal and immediately triggered her technique. Come on, let the silver ice art make them tremble. Fools, they were quickly dropped to the ground as a massive hammer slammed into the earth. The leader of the Leopard Tribe squadron stepped forward. Caught you. You St. Glory guys aren't so alert, are you? The woman leading the squadron locked eyes with Jiang Kai, smirking. Pretty quick reflexes though, and quite the looker too. Jiang Kai flashed a confident smile. You really think we'd come in here without any preparation? Let's rewind 3 minutes. The system announced. Global update. There are currently 25 survivors remaining in the tournament. 11 teams left. Monster infiltration. 1,400 Lord-tier monsters. 100 King-tier monsters. Operating range. 298 kilometers from the edge of the competition zone. Yuanzhu was stunned by the numbers. Only 11 teams left? Su Nuan speculated. Well, with the monsters closing in, all the squads are being pushed toward the center. The odds of bumping into each other are higher, and the killing is getting intense. Looks like this tournament is going to end fast. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation seriously. Aside from the other two St. Glory squads, there's a high probability that some of the other 9 teams are from our own country. Since we're familiar with each other's skills, we can fight together. The group listened in silence, though they couldn't rule out the possibility that the remaining teams might have formed alliances again. Ambushing our St. Glory team, huh? He scanned the forest and stated, this forest is a natural hideout. It's highly likely the enemy is lurking in there. Stay alert if anything moves. We go into combat mode immediately. Another squad member chimed in. Hey Alice, now is not the time to be chasing boys. Let's deal with these St. Glory pests first. Our 3 countries still need to settle our score. Brother Chen roughly grasped the situation. As expected, just as Jiang Kai predicted, these people had formed an alliance. Jiang Kai called out loudly, are you all here? Actually, I sensed something different. No, wait, I can clearly feel a familiar presence now. A brute charged forward. Kid, I'm enough to chop you into mincemeat. But someone was faster to claim him. Jiang Kai is my prey. The brute was instantly wounded, and his squad rushed to help. Boss, they're being attacked too? The Saint Knight captain grew excited. Lucky us, that's one less group of rivals. Then, more people appeared. Jiang Kai, didn't see that coming, did you? It was Vi, her eyes glowing red. In the end, you're just like the rest of the St. Glory trash, none of you can escape my grasp. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, confirming his suspicion. So you aren't dead after all. The Kiji team stepped out next. Their appearance shocked Jiang Kai. These two didn't look like they were from country Y, especially the blonde one, who was strangely eye-catching. Hu Nian confirmed the situation and declared, did you kill Brother Lu's team? Today, I'm avenging him. The others chimed in. That's right. Vi didn't want to waste any more time. It's a pity. You don't even have the right to kneel before me and beg for mercy. Jiang Kai wouldn't let him off. Don't be so arrogant. I'm going to take your life for Brother Lu. Billy swung his sword in a wide arc. The St. Glory guy is Dong Ri. Take this chance to wipe out their squad first. Alice didn't even care. Do I need you to tell me that? Pious repentance. Yuanju's group was trapped by her spell. His teammates realized they had fallen into a trap. Jiang Kai kept a close eye on their situation. Billy led the others to attack them. He couldn't help but worry for his friends. This is bad. Yuanju's team is hit with a mind control curse. At this rate, they're dead for sure. Jiang Kai rushed back to help. Save them first. Visus blocked his path. Kid, didn't I tell you, you're my prey? He unleashed his signature move. Flash, step, unrivaled slash. But Jiang Kai wasn't to be trifled with. Using etherealization, he vanished right in front of Visus. 3 people watched the fight closely. One was terrified. That was close. Jiang Kai almost got sliced. Yuanju's group was trembling like leaves, trapped and helpless. Alice kept disrupting their minds. God, please forgive me. I have sinned. Wei Ying recognized it immediately. Pious repentance. A mind control curse that drags people into an abyss of infinite guilt. The more you resist, the heavier the guilt becomes. Until you have no strength left to fight back, you fall into a trance. Now Jiang Kai was barely holding his own. Damn it, is Saint Glory really going to be wiped out? Suddenly, someone smashed a wine bottle. Repentance? The hell with that. I did nothing wrong. The action stunned the 3 officials. Ruan Yu smiled as if nothing had happened. Hey beauty, your big brother is here. Alice couldn't believe her spell had dissipated. What? She panicked at Ruan Yu's drunken state. Fatty, get lost. The trapping spell broke. Brother Chen was confused. It feels like we were under a spell just now. But Hunien knew better than anyone. Ruan Yu had a natural resistance to mental attacks whenever he was drunk, just like when he faced the terrifying screech of the ghost siren. As the shattered bottle hit the ground, Yuanju channeled all his strength into a finishing blow. First War God, Demon God Slayer, kill all 10,000 enemies, die. The destructive power was terrifying. He was ready to fight for his team. You want to touch my people? Ask my sword first. Billy couldn't believe his eyes. This is primordial energy. Hu Nian and Su Nuanyuan praised them endlessly. Ruan Yu cheered. Yuanzu, well done. Brother Xia is seeing this for the first time too. It's like he turns into a different person when he drinks. Quillet was interested in placing a bet. Jin. Guess which of those 2 is stronger? Of course, Jin couldn't tell. Neither of them seemed to be using their full power, and he smiled excitedly. Bin, even you noticed? Quillet tightened his fist. He wasn't planning on waiting another second. So, it's time to wake those 2 lazy cats up. A beam of energy shot straight into the sky. The system sent a notification to all players. The 4th stage of the global tournament begins. Removing the monster containment wall. The massive sound shook the entire forest. Quillet looked satisfied with the situation. Looks like I don't need to do it myself. Countless monsters turned their gaze toward Jiang Kai. He knew exactly what he was up against. Oh no, it's those monsters. We can't fend off such a massive, powerful horde. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate for a second. Death card, go. We must kill the opponent quickly. Ending the competition, who would have thought the 3 cards would just stab into a piece of wood? He suddenly realized that virus had been prepared in advance. Damn it, it's a clone. The old man started spewing threats. Jiang Kai, do you know how I make my blade even sharper? Jiang Kai shouted a warning. Hu Nian, watch out. Virus lashed out at Hu Nian, thirsty for his prey's blood. He rushed over, intending to save her. The ground beneath them suddenly cracked. The system provided information to Jiang Kai. A level 70 commander-class Poison Fang centipede. Even he hadn't expected this. Already? Those beasts have attacked this quickly. Virus widened his eyes in shock. Hu Nian was completely unharmed after the attack. She even grabbed Virus's hand tightly. Trying to run, it seemed Hu Nian was truly angry. It was time for the hunter and the prey to switch places. The old man couldn't believe what was happening. I never expected this girl was just a distraction for Virot. Nuan, strike now. Nuanyuan launched a counterattack immediately. I've been waiting far too long for this. Virot scoffed at the idea of fighting women. Ultimately, when it comes to combat classes, they are still too weak. He used Shadow Clone and Blood Boat Escape, but they landed without effect. When Hu Nian turned around, Virot was already gone. That old man wounded people and just ran off. Consider yourselves lucky. If time wasn't so tight, I wouldn't let you 2 die so easily. Before Nuanyuan could react, Virot attacked from behind her. Little sister, you should worry about yourself first. Instant Shadow, Invincible Slash. As the attack was about to strike Nuanyuan, Jiang Kai, who was fighting monsters nearby, activated the arena card. You could tell by his face he was furious. The arena card was working, and the system gave him the power to choose. Detected that you are forcing a target into a duel. Do you confirm entry into the arena mode with them? Jiang Kai thought he could handle this. This guy is too dangerous. I have to take care of him myself. Virot was reluctantly pulled in as a player. Jiang Kai was ready to fight with all his might, while Nuan Nuan comforted her friend from the sidelines. Hu Nian, don't move. Let me heal you. Hu Nian warned her to be careful. Nuan Nuan, conserve your energy. Your healer's heart might be our last trump card. Nuan Nuan was so worried she was on the verge of tears. No, she trembled but held it back. Don't cry. We basically forced that bastard to use his survival skill, didn't we? Hu Nian pinned all her hopes on Jiang Kai. Remember, help team leader Kai. We have to win. Nuan Nuan sobbed because she couldn't provide healing. Hu Nian saw other team members trying to take her out. That healer is the weakest. Kill her. Of course, Yuanju would never let that happen. Friends of this war god, he's sending those two off. You trash, don't get to lay a finger on them. Billy rushed from behind toward Yuanju. Kid, turning your back on the enemy is the stupidest decision you've ever made. He activated the system to swap skills and increase his agility. Now, only Jiang Kai and Virot were left, preparing for the final showdown. The screeches of the venomous centipede echoed outside. Inside the shield, Jiang Kai and Virot were about to clash. He drew on experience from countless fights. This guy's movement technique was incredibly bizarre. He couldn't give him any room to dodge. Virot suddenly broke into a wicked grin. Jiang Kai had planned his tactics from the start. He had to strike first. Time was short. Ghost hand flying cards. Virot quickly unleashed a variety of moves. Bloodthirsty snow slash. His cards were knocked away. Everything was going very differently than Jiang Kai had imagined. Once a critical strike hits, the accompanying force is hundreds of times stronger than the initial blow. But this guy was actually countering critical strikes? He truly was a formidable opponent. Too slow. Virot couldn't help but jeer. Jiang Kai, you're too slow. Our power levels are about equal. Jim and Quillet watched them battle from above. He couldn't help his curiosity. One, cunning and unpredictable. The other, lightning fast. How interesting. Which of these two monsters would actually win? This match was definitely worth coming to see. The monster continuously hammered at the shield. Even though the flying carpet managed to block the massive energy source, GM used his power to mask his presence, shadowy stealth. The venomous centipede couldn't pierce through it. It spun left and then right. He had nothing but praise for the guy. This stealth skill of yours is so convenient. Now I can just sit back and enjoy the show. Jiang Kai and Virot were still locked in a stalemate. Ghost eye focus. He analyzed the situation once more. That's not right. It's not that he can counter criticals. The moment the guy swung his blade, he aimed for the side of the strike, using minimal force to redirect its path. Jiang Kai found the answer himself, finally using the arena's indestructible defensive barrier to completely neutralize the critical strike's force. He wasn't giving up so easily. Suddenly, Virot transformed into a ghostly purple mist. Jiang Kai's skill passed right through it. He was frustrated, unable to do a thing the guy had escaped again. Just how many survival tactics did this man have? Even in such a confined space, the death card couldn't reach him. Jiang Kai didn't want to waste any more time. Holy Radiance. He used Holy Radiance to pin him down, forcing him to materialize. For some reason, his eyes widened in shock. Virot attacked while Jiang Kai was distracted, and even mocked him. A true swordsman is like a phantom. Virot must be overjoyed to be drawing blood. He wanted to make his opponent suffer. Jiang Kai grabbed his wrist tightly. He wouldn't let Virot make a joke out of him. Virot didn't care about his resistance at all. You're just a dying weakling, struggling in vain. You're not even worth mentioning in my eyes. A surge of demonic energy enveloped Jiang Kai, scaring him into a cold sweat. What? Virot asked with a sneer. Did you think this blade's special effect was only for drawing blood? Thinking you could trade lives with me? How pitifully naive. No one knew what he was planning to do to Jiang Kai. Blood sacrifice. He screamed in pain as if something were swallowing him whole. Yuanju's group fell into a panic. Kai Nuan Yuan saw Jiang Kai floating in the air. At that moment, a monster lunged to grab her. Luckily, Ruan Yu arrived just in time to save her. Watch out! Yuanju darted past another player. Damned bastard, unforgivable. Billy pulled his comrades along to fight back. Perfect opportunity. Alice struck directly at Ruan Yu. Even a coward wants to save someone. Huh? She was smug, watching the chaos. Those who don't know their place will lose their lives. Virot pulled his sword out of Jiang Kai. His blade was full of power. Jiang Kai was seriously wounded, lying motionless on the ground. Nuan Nuan couldn't break through inside. Kai! She was frantic about his condition. Kai is heavily injured. Is he still alive? Nuan Nuan reminded herself to stay calm and immediately began healing. Unfortunately, the system failed. Target currently in a state where healing cannot be applied. She didn't believe her healing arts couldn't pierce through. What? GM seemed to notice something unusual. That light barrier seemed to cut him off from the outside world. Quit focused on observing the situation. He's dying, yet he can't be healed. It looks like Varad is stronger after all. Jiang Kai had warned him before, if he ever met someone with holy radiance, he should kneel and take a detour. He wasn't afraid at all. This guy is interesting. Quit wasn't as happy as when he was betting. But GM, I don't know why, but I feel a bit disappointed. 3 high-ranking officials were watching from the military classroom. Wei Ying did not blame him at all. After all, Jiang Kai was not even level 30 yet, and facing a top-tier combat expert whose strength far exceeded level 60, he had truly given it his all. The angel agreed with that sentiment. Indeed, he emphasized the danger Visas posed. Furthermore, all you Viz, remember this name well. One day in the future, he will surely become a grave threat to Saint Diu. Visas's blade strikes landed relentlessly against Jiang Kai. Visas thought to himself, this guy isn't even resisting. Could it be that he's accepted his fate? He assumed Jiang Kai could no longer get back up. I suppose this is enough, isn't it? At that moment, Visas had no idea that Jiang Kai still had 1 card left in his hand, an opportunity for Jiang Kai to turn the tide. He remained focused. Finally, the system rebooted. You are in a near-death state. The hidden effect of the Death's Wheel of Fortune card has been activated. The Wheel of Fortune has started. Do you wish to spin? Jiang Kai never hesitated. Spin it. The clock hand spun rapidly, its speed looking quite unusual. The clock hand neared the number 1. The system reported back, the Wheel of Fortune has finished spinning. A notification appeared on the blue screen. Reward received. Elemental attack talent. Duration, 60 seconds. Activated talent, double power, double elemental strength. Duration, 60 seconds. Penalty. Select 1 talent. This talent will be rendered ineffective for 10 minutes. Activated talent, double power. Select 2 talents. This talent will be ineffective for 10 minutes. Super multiplier, super critical strike, agility enhancement. Ma Tian Guo Hai. Please select the ineffective talent. Jiang Kai roared with all his might. Super multiplier talent, agility enhancement talent. He had already calculated things in his mind. The super multiplier talent wasn't very effective in real combat, and even if his agility was enhanced, he still wouldn't be faster than this guy. Better to find an opening and focus on critical strike power. With that, Jiang Kai's body began to change. The super multiplier and agility enhancement talents were nullified. Congratulations! You have obtained the elemental attack talent. You can use it to protect yourself, and you can also imbue your attacks with elemental damage. Jiang Kai's body glowed brighter with every passing second. Even so, something unexpected happened. His consciousness was being pulled back to reality. Damn it, my life force is still fading away. Even though the Wheel of Fortune gave him a new talent, it still couldn't save his dying body. Suddenly, plus signs appeared around him, and his eyes glowed a fiery red. Back in reality, Jiang Kai was still unconscious. Visas observed and realized the corpse hadn't disappeared. Could it be that this guy isn't fully dead yet? He wore a mysterious smile, then lunged toward Jiang Kai with a technique. Invincible Shadow Slash. This strike will finish you off for good. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes blazed red. He regained consciousness and snapped up. Jiang Kai quickly activated his displacement skill, Fate Dodging Shift, and followed up with a counterattack against Visas. Visas looked at the wound in shock. What? Both of them then created distance between each other, and Jiang Kai's body began to glow. He said, I told you, when you meet someone from St. Dio, remember to kneel and take a detour. The commander was also shocked as he witnessed this. Jiang Kai, he's not dead? Am I just old and seeing things? The angel couldn't help but exclaim. Not only that, I can even feel a surging fighting spirit radiating from him. What on earth is going on here? The others wore the same expression. How is this possible? Things have suddenly started to get interesting. Visas coughed and asked, do you possess a healing talent? Jiang Kai remained silent for a moment, his memories drifting back to an hour ago. Kai, look at this. He pointed to the glowing card in front of him. This is the arena card. I spent 30 rescue cards to exchange for. It can trap 1 enemy and 1 teammate of ours in an independent space. Immune to outside damage. To duel until one of them dies. Hunian immediately provided an analysis. An independent space, if it's immune to outside damage, doesn't that also mean it can't receive outside supplies? Then, once someone is critically injured, aren't they just leaving it to fate? Ruan Yu was equally worried, and agreed. Indeed. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and suggested, perhaps we can try this. Su Nuan brought out 2 glowing items and explained, the latest experimental product from Professor Li. Symbiotic humans. The symbiotic humans between two parties wearing the blue flower petals can generate resonance within a 3-meter range. It bypasses the spatial shield to transmit energy. Current energy transmission efficiency, 10%. Jiang Kai took them and examined them for a while. Even though they could pass through the spatial shield, he showed great concern for her. But a 10% energy loss is not low. Su Nuan, don't force it unless absolutely necessary. Save your strength and protect yourself. She smiled brightly and nodded. Back to reality. Jiang Kai instinctively called out, Su Nuan. On her end, her body was becoming exhausted and trembling. Even so, she was full of belief. Kai, you have to win. After she spoke, her body emitted light. Su Nuan's final will count my strength in too. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and realized what was happening. Su Nuan. She's using the symbiotic human connection to transfer all her remaining energy to me. Thesis wore a smug smile. Jiang Kai, you went to such lengths to forcibly drag me into this barrier. Could it be that you were afraid I'd go on a killing spree? However, you can't stop me. Once I kill you, I'll hunt down and exterminate the rest of the Saint Dio group. The more he spoke, the more annoyed Jiang Kai became. He truly erupted and attacked. Death card, corrosive fire. Thesis had managed to create a shield around himself just in time. After the attack pierced through, Jiang Kai seized the opportunity and shouted, "Now is the time." Using a technique to pierce the barrier, he rushed at his target at high speed, then the card rebounded. The angel watched, his jaw dropping in shock. Could that be an elemental attack? He's not even a warrior class. How is that possible? Thesis took the momentum to jump back. He lunged toward Jiang Kai smugly. Trash should have a trashy death. This time, I'm going to peel your bones bit by bit until you go to hell. As he was about to get close, he used bloodthirsty storm slash. Jiang Kai's eyes were full of killing intent as he remarked, "Your speed is too slow." Visis's footsteps faltered and his complexion changed instantly. Impossible. How can this be? Are you kidding me? Jiang Kai let out a mocking laugh. Now do you know who the real trash is? The card returned and touched Visis. His final conscious thought was a puzzled question. Have I lost? He looked at Jiang Kai's towering figure before him. Then, Visis's body was sliced in two. Red stains splattered everywhere, and the surrounding shield slowly vanished, retracting into Visis's body. As Jiang Kai felt satisfied with the outcome, he finally sensed something emerging. A massive monster had appeared. Elsewhere, Chen was being attacked by two soldiers. Even though he was heavily wounded, he remained fierce. You want to wipe out my sacred glory? His body began to glow. Step over my dead body first. He poured his remaining strength into the fight. Mutual destruction? Bring it on. In this moment, I am invincible. With that, their bodies began to fade. Before leaving, they didn't forget to pass on the torch. The rest is up to you guys. The pillar stayed behind, fighting with intense spirit. Billy was struck by the pillar's blade. He smiled triumphantly and said, "Look closely. This is what happens when you provoke the world's greatest war god." Those words made Billy grit his teeth in rage. He then punched the pillar in the gut. He gritted out every word. Damn, you don't think you're going to survive this. Elsewhere, a new monster was attacking, and a cloud of smoke covered the area. Alice was covered in injuries, yet one leg remained standing firm. Even in this situation, Ruan Yu was still excited. Feisty girl, isn't she? How stimulating. I like it. Hordes of monsters were rushing in. Alice watched them in terror and screamed, "Damn it, it's a stampede." Quit observed the situation leisurely, as if his adorable little pets were starving. Below, Jiang Kai lay motionless. The pillar and Billy were still locked in a struggle. Ruan Yu was trying to endure the pain from his wounds, while Alice trembled as she struggled to hold her ground. Only Quit remained relaxed, saying, "It seems that before these people can decide a true winner, the hungry stampede has arrived. My cute little pets will start their slaughter before that." Billy tried his best to punch the pillar's stomach. The pillar was shocked to discover that Billy was acting like he had lost his mind, declaring, "The stampede is here. Go to hell with me, you bastard." Just then, a raging flame soared forward, striking Billy's position hard. It was Jiang Kai, who had finished his move. At the same time, the stampede closed in, but suddenly they stopped, acting timid, and then turned around to leave. The stampede, they're retreating? A beam of light appeared from the sky, followed by an announcement. The top 3 teams of this global championship have been determined. All survivors will have their stamina fully restored. After that, we will calculate the results. Jiang Kai's body began to recover, and the others received healing as well. Ruan Yu was still obsessed with the stampede creatures. What a beauty this touch, this elasticity. Alice felt confused as she recovered. Jiang Kai could clearly feel the power, everything was back. Having survived, Ruan Yu finally came to his senses and shouted across the forest. Are there monsters? Jiang Kai asked with concern. Ruan Yu, are you okay? A notification panel appeared. We will now count the surviving members of each team and the number of rescue cards, then rank the 3 surviving teams. Ali excitedly received the results. The quartet team from Country On has 1 member left, with 38 rescue cards, ranking 3rd. They have received 1 key to the Lost Realm. Above, Quit also received his results. The Angler team from Country Re has 2 members left. They have 98 rescue cards, ranking 2nd, and have received 2 keys to the Lost Realm. He felt a bit disappointed, but his smugness remained high. We only got 2nd place? His attitude was so insufferable that Dim could only listen in silence. Dim, I worked so hard and still lost. This is so painful. Finally, it was Jiang Kai's group's turn. The Sacred Glory Fire God team has 3 members left, with 108 rescue cards, and have received 3 keys to the Lost Realm. The pillar was surprised. Jiang Kai took the keys and urged them. What are you just standing there for? He smiled and declared, Sacred Glory has won. The pillar and Ruan Yu immediately understood. We 3 hugged each other in celebration. We won. I knew it. Watching Jiang Kai's triumphant smile on the screen, the leadership couldn't believe their eyes. Am I dreaming? It's our Sacred Glory. Sacred Glory has won the global championship. The office erupted into a lively celebration. We won. Our Sacred Glory took 1st place. Wei Ying laughed loudly, praising them. Fire God, well done. The heavenly god spoke up again. Everyone, listen to me. He clenched his fist and declared, today's victory for Sacred Glory is tied to every hero who risked their lives on the battlefield. This is the military spirit of Sacred Glory. The heavenly god's face could not hide his pride. From today on, the reputation of Sacred Glory will echo across the globe. Everyone looked in one direction in unison. Yes, look at the screen notification. The Global Championship Arena will close temporarily in 10 minutes. The winning teams are to bring their keys and enter the arena again at 1 p.m. on the 15th to explore the lost ruins and open the mysterious treasure. Light soared from the forest into the sky. We will now reclaim all rescue cards and function cards in your possession. Then, the gates will appear. Quickly leave the arena through the teleportation array. Alice was the first to leave. I can finally go take a shower. I feel so sticky and gross. The pillar also excitedly called out, Let's go, Kai. We need to hurry back and report this good news to the Sunuanuan Guild. This is glory that everyone risked their lives for. Jiang Kai smiled and looked into the distance, telling himself that everyone's sacrifice had finally been rewarded, but his expression immediately changed. He noticed Quit's group behind him, but those 2 still made one cautious. Jiang Kai silently observed that they had earned 98 rescue cards. Their strength was truly formidable. Furthermore, they were able to form an alliance and travel with a reckless and arrogant person like Visus. He recalled his memories of the battle. I remember back then, they seemed to use some kind of hidden skill to avoid aggro, so they weren't attacked by those monsters at all. His eyes were full of caution. I have a feeling that guy is definitely Onso. When he saw Quit's smile, Jiang Kai was even more certain that he was more dangerous than he appeared. At that moment, Quit caught his gaze. Jiang Kai quickly regained his composure. He was watching him too. Quit's footsteps drew closer as he walked up to greet him naturally. Hello, Jiang Kai. My name is Quit. I've heard a lot about you. Jiang Kai was immediately on guard. You know my name? He waved his hand, trying to reassure him. Don't be so tense, my friend. Your potential exceeds my imagination. Your performance today was spectacular, though I am also very curious about your class. Jiang Kai turned and left without hesitation, not forgetting to retort. If I remember correctly, you and Visus are on the same side. I don't think we are friends. Pillar, Ruan Yu, let's go. It's better not to get too tangled up with this kind of dangerous person. Unexpectedly, Quit flashed and blocked his path. Pillar immediately reacted. That loser is really shameless, trying to attack like that. Suddenly, an orb appeared in Quit's hand, and Jiang Kai immediately intervened. Pillar, don't get close. That orb easily dodged the attack. His 3 darts missed their mark and embedded into the ground, while the orb reached right in front of Jiang Kai. Ruan Yu and Pillar anxiously called out, Captain Kai? Are you okay? Jiang Kai's eyes widened in amazement. So fast. But then, the orb began to glow again. A letter finally dropped down. He took it with a look of suspicion, a letter. Meanwhile, Quit's group had already departed, though he didn't forget to leave a parting message. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Jiang Kai frowned as he heard the invitation. I look forward to our reunion. Quit's group stepped into the rift. Dee couldn't help but ask, "What exactly did you give Jiang Kai just now? What if the military asks?" Suddenly, an arrow flew toward him, and the surrounding air seemed to thicken with dread. Quit frowned and warned, "Stop interfering in my business. I shouldn't have to repeat myself." Then, his attitude shifted. "I'm starting to get a bit hungry. What should I treat myself to?" DM Hokan still hadn't calmed down, nearly having retreated to the main god guild. Pillar keenly noticed and asked, "Kai, are you still thinking about that letter?" Jiang Kai focused and tried to open the letter, but was only met with disappointment. He stared at the letter thoughtfully, wondering what was inside. Ever since he received it, he hadn't been able to open it. Ruan Yu spoke up with a suggestion. "Captain Kai, I just remembered. I heard there's a profession called an alchemist. They craft items with special magical properties. Maybe this letter has some kind of seal on it?" Jiang Kai couldn't help but ponder. An alchemist and a seal, huh? Pillar irritably judged. "That guy quit. You can tell just by looking at him that he's no good. He's not a good person. Who knows what kind of trick he might have pulled with this seal? Kai, maybe we should find someone in the military to check it." But Jiang Kai had a different thought. "No, that guy is a hidden master. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. His strength is clearly superior to mine, yet he willingly gave up on competing for first place in this tournament." Looking at the letter, he still hadn't found the answer. What exactly was he plotting? Half a month later, I'll definitely have to find him and get to the bottom of this. Suddenly, someone appeared. "I guessed you guys would be here." Jiang Kai was surprised to see Lu Tuan. "Brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Tuan smiled and replied, "Why am I here? Do you have any idea how many people are crowded at the canyon entrance waiting for the heroes to return? You guys are something else, sneaking back and hiding." Jiang Kai cheerfully replied, "Brother Lu, you know I don't really like being watched by big crowds." Lu Tuan winked, feigning a question. "You might have missed the others, but did you really not meet with the commander?" This made Jiang Kai jump in surprise. "The commander came too?" Lu Tuan informed him. "Not just the commander, but also the senior management in charge of this operation, including General Hoa Thien Than. They all specifically came to the canyon entrance." Jiang Kai was truly shocked. "So many people?" Pillar was excited. "We really brought glory to ourselves this time. Kai, since I joined the military, I've never seen such a grand spectacle." Lu Tuan, being observant, replied, "All right, I know you're being modest. When I saw you guys earlier, I already sent word for everyone to disperse." Hearing this, Jiang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked, "By the way, Brother Lu, let me ask you something. How are Hu Nian, Su Nuanuan, and Brother Lu's guild doing?" Ruan Yu chimed in. "Can we go visit them?" Pillar added, "Yeah. Is everyone still okay?" Lu Tuan assured them, visiting might not be convenient right now, but rest assured, all members involved in this operation have immediately received the highest level psychological counseling from the military. They'll likely be fully recovered in no more than 7 days. All three seem to regain their spirits, Lu Tuan continued. "Additionally, the Fire God Squad has contributed greatly this time. The commander specifically requested a special policy for you guys, giving you the right to use the Green Lane access just like the military." Jiang Kai asked in surprise, "The Green Lane?" Lu Tuan nodded, explaining, "That's right. To ensure mission success, all military personnel, after applying, have the right to skip the login queue, allowing for quick login to the Ghost Planet. No waiting, priority access." He explained further that if the application is approved, the Fire God Guild will have 100 uses of the Green Lane per year. This means that within those 100 times, even if you are killed, you can get priority back to the Ghost Planet. The trio couldn't help but be excited about the number 100. Ruan Yu was so happy he shouted, "So this time, Hu Nian and Su Nuanuan can return immediately too." Pillar put his arm around Jiang Kai's shoulder, reassuring him, "Kai, soon our Fire God Squad will be reunited." But then Lu Tuan's expression changed as he remembered, "Oh, Jiang Kai, there's one more thing. I think I should tell you first." His expression turned serious. "It's about the Xuan Wu Guild." Jiang Kai reacted intensely. "What? Have those royal bastards been harassing my eldest brother and brother too lately?" Lu Tuan tried to reassure him. "Jiang Kai, Tuan Kai, don't worry. Ever since you humiliated the royals in the guild challenge competition, they've pulled back quite a bit." He updated them on the situation. "I heard that after Huang Wei was killed by you last time, he's been completely insane and broken ever since." Images of Huang Da clutching a blanket in terror. Huang Da was still trapped in the obsession of being tortured and killed by him. Whenever he heard his name, he would break down. "No, don't come here. I don't want to go online." Huang Weithong's face was pale. Today, upon hearing that he had won the championship, Huang Weithong fainted in his office. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot and collapsed, shocking his subordinates. The guild leader said Lu Tuan provided more information. To avoid affecting the guild's operations, the Xuanwu Guild has appointed new personnel. Huang Weithong's position as guild leader has been taken over by someone else. Lu Tuan introduced the new leader. Her name is Ha Ti Ti. She's a power woman, quite young, decisive in her actions, and has ruthless methods. Behind her are 4 capable generals, all of whom are top-tier experts, known as the 4 Season Flowers. Ordinary people dare not cross them. He didn't forget to warn him, "You must be careful with this Ha Ti Ti." Jiang Kai realized immediately. Is Brother Lu warning me? Lu Tuan placed a hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder. After all, Ha Ti Ti is a distant relative of the royal family. She might have some bias against you, but I hope my concerns are unnecessary. Pillar affirmed enthusiastically. Regardless of whether she's a Huang or a Ha, if anyone wants to bully Jiang Kai, they'll have to take down Yuan Zhu first. Ruan Yu chimed in, "Count me in too." Lu Jun felt helpless against the two of them. "Both of you," Jiang Kai smiled and replied, "I'm the captain of Fire God, after all. The ones dreaming of nightmares are those troublemakers." Elsewhere, 7 days later, monsters were swimming about. Elite-level blood-sucking water buffaloes, level 45, and general-level blood-sucking water buffaloes, level 65. They charged straight onto the shore. Ruan Yu ran over excitedly, shouting, "Hey babies, your skin is so soft. Let your big brother Ruan Yu join you for a swim in this pool of love." A blast of light struck the monsters one by one. Jiang Kai was pleased with the results. Notification panels kept popping up. You have successfully killed elite blood-sucking water buffalo times 5. You have successfully killed elite blood-sucking water buffalo times 15. You have successfully killed elite blood-sucking water buffalo times 20. Even so, the monsters kept swarming toward him as if they were endless, seemingly empowered, their eyes filled with hunger for their prey. Jiang Kai smiled and whispered, "Time to wrap this up." With that, he leaped into the air. Jiang Kai set his attack stance, utilizing the death card and transformation skills. The light followed his path, striking each monster with precision. You have successfully killed General Blood-Sucking Water Buffalo times 1. You have successfully killed Elite Blood-Sucking Water Buffalo times 25. You have successfully killed General Blood-Sucking Water Buffalo times 3. You have successfully killed Elite Blood-Sucking Water Buffalo times 35. Jiang Kai landed heavily on the ground with a series of impacts. You have successfully killed Elite Blood-Sucking Water Buffalo times 40. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 31. He looked at his hands and mused. Level 31 already, and it hasn't even been a week? But he didn't feel anything special. Suddenly, he noticed who had appeared along with the notification. You have successfully reached level 31, activating the Super Multiplier talent. Here are your current base attributes. Your stats have increased. Strength 280, Constitution 284, Agility 552, Spirit 442. Activating Agility Enhancement Talent. Your agility has increased by 40%. Jiang Kai looked at the results, overjoyed. I finally activated the Super Multiplier? He quickly calculated, feeling extremely satisfied. Last time, after leveling up the talent, the probability of the Super Multiplier increased from 1% to 3%. With a weak constitution, any damage would lead to serious consequences, and taking double the pain doesn't seem to have changed much. But it went from triggering once every 100 times to once every 33 times. That's a significant increase. Jiang Kai then compared his strength stat of 280, even my weakest attribute, strength, is now nearly 300 points, far higher than a typical level 40 fighter. Jiang Kai's eyes brightened when he saw the number. And my agility is at 772 over 700 points. A typical level 40 elite class professional with equipment would struggle to even reach 450. A sense of satisfaction filled his body. With this stat alone, he had reached a level equal to the sum of all 4 attributes of others at his level. He then thought of Quillet, his eyes full of determination as he declared, "If I meet that guy again, I definitely won't lose in terms of speed." The hangover cure potion was finished. 10 minutes later, Ruan Yu excitedly said, "Captain Jiang Kai, I've reached level 34. 6 more levels and I can prepare for my next class advancement." Explorer, Ruan Yu. Profession, Berserker, level 34. Jiang Kai patted his shoulder in praise. "Well done. These past few days have been tough, but you've made rapid progress." Ruan Yu scratched his head, looking regretful. It's just a shame Yuanzhu went back to the military. If he had Captain Jiang Kai's guidance, he definitely would have improved even more than me. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. Yuanzhu is in the military, after all, and the military has different arrangements for him. He looked into the distance and predicted, judging by the time, Hu Nian must be back by now. Let's head back to the guild. Ruan Yu replied, sure. A group of people was moving through the forest. Ruan Yu marveled at the sight. So many troops, where are they going? In that direction? Jiang Kai explained. I remember that being the quarantine zone held by the military. While guarding against monster ambushes, a voice suddenly called out, Jiang Kai. Su Lenin appeared and asked, why are you guys here? Jiang Kai explained, I was finishing up training with Ruan Yu and heading back, so we just happened to pass by here. He then asked out of curiosity, is the military mobilizing so many people to the quarantine zone because something important happened? Su Lenin revealed a bit of information. In 2 months, the military plans to join forces with the major guilds to hunt a regional boss in the Yuan Zuk Lok Ridge area. Both of them were surprised. Hunt a regional boss? Images of fearsome monsters flashed through their minds. A regional boss doesn't just crush king-level bosses in terms of rank. They bring swarms of beasts with them. The most terrifying part is that every time they launch an attack, it triggers a beast tide, attracting countless monsters to violently assault the quarantine zone. A thought popped into Jiang Kai's mind. Countless monsters? The merman boss on Vindong Island was only king level, but it almost wiped out an army of 200,000. Su Lenin nodded in confirmation. Exactly. And the stronger the boss, the larger the scale of the beast tide. She opened the statistics results. According to government data, the scale of the recent beast tides has reached the millions. Both men spoke in unison. Doesn't that make it extremely dangerous? Su Lenin explained seriously. To open up new territory and win survival resources, the quarantine zone cannot fall. Therefore, we plan to mobilize at least 5 million troops to fight off this beast tide. Even if it's dangerous, we have to fight. Jiang Kai went silent for a moment before returning to the guild. Hu Nian ran out excitedly to meet them. You two are finally back. She hugged them both, overjoyed. I thought I was going to die missing you guys. Jiang Kai asked kindly. Was the psychological treatment center that stifling? Hu Nian expressed her frustration. You bet. Actually, Su Nuanuan and I were healthy a long time ago, but the military said we had to stay under observation for a few more days. If we hadn't watched the global tournament videos over and over to pass the time, we would have died of boredom. She regained her spirit and remembered something. Speaking of that, Captain Jiang Kai, you were so cool when you dealt with that Viz guy. You basically got some revenge for me. Jiang Kai replied humbly, I could only win because of you and Su Nuanuan. It's good that you're both safe and sound now. Suddenly, a notification arrived. Jiang Kai checked it quickly and said it was an email requesting to join the guild. Seeing the number of emails received, Ruan Yu couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect so many people to want to join our guild. Jiang Kai scanned the applications carefully before answering. Yuan Juth be told, ever since they won the guild challenge, people had been constantly lining up to join, but unfortunately, none of them were quite the right fit. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto one profile. The adventurer's class was listed as a level 32 ascetic. He immediately recalled someone he knew with that class. I remember the owner of the potion shop mentioning the green water demon formula, he thought. The one who discovered it was an ascetic. Ruan Yu added some insight, explaining that ascetics have to venture deep into the wilderness, practicing their craft under brutal conditions. That's how they discover hidden realms and trigger quest opportunities. They have the highest potential among all the classes. Seeing this, Hunhan chimed in with a suggestion. Captain Kai, who knows, this guy might provide us with a ton of dungeon intel later on. Should we take him in? But Jiang Kai didn't answer right away. Let's meet him first. Someone's sitting under that waterfall practicing, aren't they? The next day, in the Red Moon Forest, they found a muscular man. Their call made him freeze. Shen Yi looked up to see Jiang Kai's group approaching as the waterfall roared in the background. He stepped forward to greet them. Guild leader Jiang, you all got here faster than I expected. Jiang Kai cut straight to the point. I'm not a fan of beating around the bush, so I'll be direct. If you want to join the Fire God Guild, that's fine. But you need to prove your sincerity and your value first. For example, by providing some intel on a dungeon. Shen Yi fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. But he didn't forget to set his own terms. That's no problem. But I have a request too. Help me reach level 40 first. Hunhan frowned, clearly annoyed. I've never seen anyone demand terms while trying to join our guild. Shen Yi didn't back down, countering, it's a two-way street. I want to join you, but I could also choose not to, right? Is that too much to ask? Jiang Kai flashed a confident smile and asked, only level 40? Shen Yi laughed, unimpressed. That's a bold claim, isn't it? Reaching level 40 usually takes at least a year. Jiang Kai was unfazed. A year? At most, it'll take 5 days, maybe even less. 3 days later, in the forest, as monsters were being struck down, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 40. Shen Yi was overjoyed and in disbelief. Level 40, I actually hit level 40. Jiang Kai congratulated him. Nice work. Once you find the promotion materials, you can undergo your second-class advancement. Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaim, my god, I can't believe it. Just 3 days and I've jumped 8 levels. The experience I gained in these 3 days is more than I managed to grind out in a whole year. Hun Han strutted over, looking smug. See? Now you know how good we are, don't you? Let's see if you dare look down on Captain Kai again. Ruan Yu chimed in. That's right. I'm not just bragging, our Captain Kai is the real deal. Finally, Shen Yi upheld his end of the bargain. Guild leader, I'm truly impressed. I agree to hand over the intel I've gathered to the guild. But Jiang Kai frowned as he looked at him. Shen Yi suddenly gestured toward the waterfall. Do you remember when you found me training under the waterfall? Actually, there's a cave behind that waterfall. Every 6 days, a mysterious orb of light appears there. The information took Jiang Kai by surprise. A mysterious orb of light? The other two looked on, dumbfounded. Shen Yi continued. Yeah, but the thing moves incredibly fast. It only stays for about 10 seconds before vanishing. I tried to grab it before, but it just kicked me away. Jiang Kai probed further. When was the last time it appeared? Shen Yi started calculating. 5 days ago, which means it should show up again tomorrow. Hun Han looked worried and cautioned. Captain Kai, that doesn't sound like anything we're familiar with. But Jiang Kai thought otherwise. I have a feeling this could be a clue to some kind of hidden opportunity. He made his decision. If they had stumbled upon it, they had to go see for themselves. Hearing this, the others got excited. Once they reached the waterfall, Shen Yi led Jiang Kai's group into the cave and explained, I've been living in this cave. I haven't touched anything, so I don't think anyone else has been here. Hun Han looked around, impressed. This cave is way bigger than I imagined. How did you even find this place in the first place? Shen Yi sheepishly recounted. I just came up here to see if it was a good spot for training. And then I stumbled upon that orb. The debris it sent flying almost knocked me unconscious. After I woke up, I just stayed in the waterfall to train and heal. While he was telling his story, Jiang Kai was busy inspecting the surroundings. After that, I didn't dare mess with it anymore. Thankfully, it didn't seem interested in me. So, I've been safe. Jiang Kai touched the marks on the walls, deep in thought. These stone walls are incredibly tough, but to be dented like this by that orb, you can tell just how dangerous that thing is. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's intuition flared. A streak of light appeared. It was here. Jiang Kai lunged forward, shouting, Catch it! The orb easily dodged his attack. The sight left Jiang Kai stunned. It was too fast. Even his Fei Takusur couldn't touch its tail. The orb then darted toward Hunan. Watch out, she yelled, activating her silver ice barrier skill. Unexpectedly, the orb swerved around Hunan. What? It shot straight upward, shattering the cave ceiling. Jiang Kai immediately moved to cover Hunan. Hunan crouched down as instructed. Jiang Kai then lunged at the orb, cutting off its path. Ruan Yu and Shen Yi were already in position, but the orb still managed to dodge. It even retaliated against Ruan Yu. Shen Yi watched, forming a theory. Its damage output wasn't that high at first. It feels like it knows there are a lot of us here. Its attacks were several times stronger than before. Jiang Kai kept pressing the attack. Time is running out. Focus. Ghost Blade. To everyone's shock, the orb was finally hit, but the projectile seemed to be getting sucked in deeper. Jiang Kai was horrified. My Fetekasur. It just ate it. In that moment, the orb shattered the cave walls right above him. Massive boulders came crashing down, but luckily, they had shields up, and the spear shattered the rocks just in time, while the others were frozen in place. All 3 of them rushed forward, shouting, We'll hold it off for you. The orb came flying in at high speed. Jiang Kai quickly unleashed a new skill. Death card. The time has come. Let's see if you can swallow this. And just as expected, the card vanished into it. This situation made Jiang Kai extremely cautious. What? Did it even eat the death card? Suddenly, the orb started to pull away. Oh no! It's trying to escape! He didn't think twice and gave chase. Death card, get back here! The others panicked. Captain Kai, guild leader! Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, wondering, damn it, what the hell is this? A trail of liquid suddenly appeared in front of me. Liu Kai approached in time. I can feel the existence of the death card through my consciousness. A corner of the card is still sticking out. It's still here. He rushed forward, seizing the moment. As his fingers brushed against the orb of light, a blinding flash erupted. The system announced that the divine realm had been accidentally blocked, upgraded to a hidden secret realm level, and detected that it had been intercepted by the master trickster. The exclusive profession divine artifact reward has been set as the gambler's exclusive divine artifact, located in a place called the Radiant Divine Realm. Liu Kai groggily opened his eyes. He sat up, looked around, and wondered, where is this? What is the divine realm? The hidden secret realm that the voice just mentioned seems completely different from the secret realms we've encountered before. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait a minute. The card lying in front of me is the death card, and there are images of my 3 teammates. Everyone is here. A system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have entered the hidden secret realm, Radiant Divine Realm. In 3 minutes, the demon army will launch an attack on the Radiant Divine Realm. You and your teammates must protect the Radiant Divine Decree for 300 seconds. Upon completing the mission, the squad will receive a secret realm treasure and also an additional weapon reward based on each member's contribution. In this secret realm, it is impossible to use S-rank items that exceed your current profession level. Liu Kai stood frozen for a moment. Ruan Yu and the other 2 approached, exclaiming, "What the hell? This orb is actually a secret realm?" Liu Kai quickly tested it. He couldn't retrieve the death card. Indeed, one cannot use divine-grade weapons within this secret realm. Suddenly, Hunian saw something. What is that? It was a glowing gold card. This must be the Radiant Divine Decree. Liu Kai suddenly remembered another piece of information. The voice mentioned the gambler's exclusive weapon earlier. That being the case, this is highly likely to be it. He flashed an excited grin. The second god-tier card, the Radiant Divine Decree. Just then, Hunian shouted in excitement, "Captain Liu, the ground is starting to shake." Liu Kai activated his ocular technique. The demonic eye focused. A horde of monsters appeared before him. Looking closer, it was a demon army. Thamna suggested, "Leader, should we go and stop them?" Liu Kai immediately objected. "No. If they reach the foot of the mountain, our defensive line will be spread too thin. The 4 of us can't hold a perimeter that wide." Finally, he decided on a strategy. "We stay here for now. Block the entrance and hold it until the mission ends." Clearly, the system screen confirmed it. Demon attack countdown, 10 seconds. The wine bottle was drained. 10, 9. Ruan Yu entered battle mode. 8. Liu Kai focused intensely. 7, 6. Hunian and Tham Nge were also ready. 5, 4, 3. The numbers ticked down. 2, 1. The barrier began to crack as it hit 0. The demon army rushed in like a storm. Liu Kai stepped forward, shouting his command. "Everyone, pay attention! Begin the battle!" "Fireball!" he yelled, and a barrage of techniques struck the 3-headed monster. The first result was quite satisfying to Liu Kai. It was a critical hit, but surprisingly, it didn't even flinch. It took no damage. Liu Kai immediately changed tactics. "Damn it, these beasts aren't afraid of fire. Go, use Fatebreaker for a direct attack." The monster was pushed back, sent flying into the enemy ranks. The impact successfully wiped out several more demons. "Keep attacking the next ones." They targeted Liu Kai. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu excitedly ran over. "Sweetheart, I'm coming. 1 hit, and I'll slice these monsters in 2. Lightning flashed in the sky. It was Hunian unleashing his move, the universe's most powerful rain summoning technique. A torrent of water swept the demon army away. Ruan Yu suddenly wiped his face and shouted, "Hey beauty, don't run away." Liu Kai, seeing this, quickly yelled, "Tham Nge, pull him back." A hand immediately grabbed him. Tham Nge struggled to hold him back. "Mr. Ruan Yu, calm down." Ruan Yu kept struggling and shouting, "Damn it, let go of me. Don't stop me from having fun with these beauties." Suddenly, strange creatures surged from below. Hunian asked in a panic, "Captain Liu, what is that?" "I don't think I can hold them back." He looked on in horror. "What?" The monsters kept climbing up from below. They were mud monsters. Their bodies were sticking together, as if 2 were merging. Then, a larger one appeared, letting out a deafening roar. Below the ground, even more monsters were charging. Liu Kai took the vanguard, rushing forward to open a path. With 180 seconds left, he had to break their formation first. He repeatedly struck the mud monster. The pile of mud was knocked away, only to regenerate. Liu Kai panted, thinking, "This won't work. Their reinforcement speed is too fast." "It's not going to be fast enough," he thought. He decided to use a skill, Trickster's Substitute. entering stealth mode. As he charged, he ordered, "Tham Inge, release Ruan Yu." He nodded clearly. As soon as Ruan Yu was released, he lunged toward the monsters. "Come here, my darling. Let this king give you a passionate kiss." On Liu Kai's side, he was still fighting the mud monster. Its body began to split into two. His clone jumped up and unleashed a strike from above. Liu Kai shouted down, "Hu Nian, take this opportunity to charge through the gap." She received the order and immediately complied. Universe's most powerful rain summoning technique, Tremble. A beam of blue light flew straight at the mud monster. The monsters below took the chance to swarm Hu Nian. Suddenly, attacks from above rained down on them. He glanced down and muttered, "This one blow will send you all to hell." Water suddenly rose up around the four of them, forming a wall. 2 minutes later, the smoke slowly dissipated. Liu Kai leaned on his knees, reflecting, almost exhausted. 33 seconds left. Ruan Yu, next to him, was also gasping for breath. A group of hot chicks, this king likes it. A monster suddenly lunged at him from behind. Seeing this, he immediately used his power. Sacred Radiant Halo, a golden light engulfed its body. Fireball. The monster vanished into thin air. The system notifications appeared. Countdown 10 seconds. 10. Liu Kai leaned forward, glancing upward. 9. Ruan Yu collapsed onto the ground. 8. Hu Nian held her weapon in her hands, defending. 7. The horde of monsters kept lunging toward them. 6. 5. He saw the scene and gritted his teeth. Damn it. Just a little bit more. Tham Inge suddenly lunged forward. He jumped up, raising his weapon high. Indestructible diamond. A powerful blow rained down. Tham Ne stood in the middle of the monster horde, resisting. Liu Kai, worried for him, shouted, "Tham Ne." Hu Nian also cried out, "It's the ascetic's indestructible diamond talent. After activation, it can strengthen the body for defense, granting immunity to all physical and mental damage. But since the body cannot move, the immunity effect only lasts for 3 seconds. Seeing him struggling, the others couldn't help but feel anxious. This is bad. Shen Yi can't hold on any longer. Jiang Kai saw his chance and launched an attack. This is it. Fate severing. Kill them for me. The attack snaked through each enemy and struck them down. Just as the system notification appeared, a golden light flashed. No, he stared at it in joy. It was a blinding light erupting from the top of the mountain. The divine order of light. Even the monsters are being dissolved by it. Captain Kai, look. The demon army is disappearing. Jiang Kai raised his hands excitedly. Could this be the healing effect of the divine order of light? So everyone as Hu Nian also looked down in shock. This is insane. My wounds are healing so fast. I can feel strength surging through my entire body. Ruan Yu sat up and rubbed his head. Shen Yi looked at his arm, dazed. I'm not dead? A system notification screen appeared. Congratulations to the challengers for completing the trial. Based on the total damage dealt by the 4 of you to the demon army, rewards are distributed as follows. The group cheered when they read the message. Another notification popped up. Challenger Shen Yi receives the ascetic's A-rank weapon, the Asura Mirror. The Asura Mirror. The higher the difficulty of the training ground, the greater the benefits for the ascetic. The Asura Mirror can raise the difficulty of a training ground by 1 level and boost enlightenment to a certain degree. In the enlightened state, training efficiency is greatly increased. He reached out to accept the item. This is amazing. Another item appeared. Challenger Ruan Yu receives the Drunken Demon's S-rank weapon, the Godly Wine Pouch. The Godly Wine Pouch can increase a Drunken Demon explorer's alcohol tolerance by 50% and boost the chance of entering the high-level drunken state by 30%. He grinned from ear to ear, clutching it. This is awesome. My previous gear only increased tolerance by 20 or 30% at most. This one adds a whole 50%, and it adds 30% chance to enter the high-level drunken state. This is too good. She placed a hand on Ruan Yu's shoulder and praised him. Not bad at all. With this Godly Wine Pouch, your chance of entering the drunken expert state will be even higher. Once again, the system's voice echoed. Challenger Hu Nian receives the diviner's unique rank weapon, the Wind Thunder Staff. Now it was her turn to be dazed. What? Wind Thunder Staff? Mental power increased by 72 points. Strength by 44 points. Agility increased by 11 points. Effect 1. Increases the owner's mental power recovery by 50%. Effect 2. Thunder Calamity Summoning. Level 1. Use the Wind Thunder Staff to trigger a bolt of heavenly thunder, dealing 1/10,000th of the heavenly thunder's attack damage to a designated target. Can store up to 9 charges. Effect 3. Wind Cloud Control. Level 1. Can manipulate wind power. After activating this effect, maintaining it will consume mental power. Materials required for upgrade Thunderstruck Wood. Phoenix Feather Hu Neon clutched it in pure joy. A Wind Thunderstaff? Hu Neon? I finally have a unique rank weapon too. Ruan Yu looked at the weapon in shock. Holy crap, a unique rank weapon that can be upgraded? Hu Neon, you're going to skyrocket in power now. Shen Yi walked over to take a look. A sudden boost of over 70 points in mental power. It's so strong. The effects are incredible. It really lives up to the unique rank status. Jiang Kai watched them all and smiled. It seemed everyone had a great haul. He looked up at the sky. Then, will the exclusive weapon for the Gambler class be the Divine Order of Light? A beam of light suddenly erupted, and the mechanical voice boomed once more. Challenger Jiang Kai receives the Gambler's exclusive weapon, the main God's card, Divine Order of Light. Ruan Yu, Shen Yi, and Hu Nian dropped their jaws in shock. Jiang Kai just smirked, having already anticipated the result. Sure enough, the card darted down from above. He reached out and caught it gently. A stream of information about the card appeared. Divine Order of Light, main God's card. A unique, exclusive weapon for the free Gambler. Increases all 4 basic attributes of the owner by 20%. Armor penetration by 50 points. Permanently increases critical hit chance by 15%, and increases critical damage by 150%. Jiang Kai read and analyzed it intently. These basic attributes are similar to the Death card. The Death card is powerful, but it has a fatal flaw. The consumption is too high. I wonder what the special effects of the Divine Order of Light are. More of the card's details appeared. Effect 1. Chain Shot. After hitting an enemy that cannot be defeated, the Divine Order of Light will automatically bounce continuously between obstacles. The damage dealt inherits the attacker's attack stats, without consuming additional stamina or mental power. He read this and smiled with delight. Every counterattack comes with the full power of an attack equivalent to a powerful strike, and the key is that it costs no extra stamina or mental power. It's like using one attack to get several free hits in. As long as I control it well, with the help of critical hits, dealing massive damage won't be a problem. Jiang Kai gripped the item tightly, feeling satisfied. Other info panels appeared one after another. Effect 2. Divine Descent. Consumes the user's own strength, using oneself as the center, to radiate a halo, creating an area of effect attack. This attack inherits all of the user's offensive damage. When the kill count of Divine Descent reaches 100 or more, it will refresh the state of the user and up to 4 surviving allies whose total attributes are lower than the users within range. The cooldown for this effect is 30 days. Effect 3. Divine Weapon Binding. The Divine Order of Light cannot be damaged. Once obtained, it can be controlled, summoned, thrown, and recalled via thought. Jiang Kai pondered after reading. This effect can help 5 people on the battlefield, including myself, recover their state. Although the trigger conditions and the refresh time are very strict, he suddenly recalled the recovery effect from earlier. For example, the state we were just refreshed to. Jiang Kai suddenly remembered some information about it. This effect can help 5 people on the battlefield, including myself, recover their state. Even though the activation conditions and the refresh time are quite harsh, regardless, this means I now possess another trump card with immense power. Hu Nian suddenly shouted, "Everyone, look over there!" Right where she was pointing, there was a large treasure chest. Hu Nian immediately suggested, "Captain Kai, hurry up and see what it is." Shen Yi, standing nearby, agreed repeatedly. That's right, that's right." Jiang Kai walked to the chest and reached out to open the lid. The items were arranged neatly inside. He saw something and suddenly froze. He picked up a stone and said excitedly, "Opaque quartz. It can greatly increase the hardness of defensive weapons. This is the material that master blacksmiths desperately crave. Feathers from a dream-weaving bird, a king-class monster. This texture is perfect for crafting the nightmare clock weapon for a hypnotic mage. This is the core material for crafting a high-grade camouflage mask. And this supreme alchemical solvent, they say it can perfectly dissolve and recombine any alchemical material. The value of this vial is enough to buy the most prosperous commercial street in St. D. The harvest from this secret realm, I didn't even dare to imagine it before. Am I dreaming?" Ruan Yu walked over and pinched Shen Yi's cheek hard. "It's real." Hu Nian stood on the side with her arms crossed, watching them. Even though these are all high-quality, rare materials, it seems none of them are useful to us. Wait. There's one thing here that could strengthen my Wind Thunder Staff. Jiang Kai, standing nearby, added, "Our 4 pieces of equipment are already good enough. We can use these materials to trade for class transfer items for everyone. That would be a big help." She turned around and clapped her hands. That's true. Besides, just selling these for cash would yield a very promising amount. If our Godlord Guild wants to fight the Xuanwu Guild to the end, we need to accumulate more capital. A system board suddenly appeared. Treasure hunt complete. Everyone, please leave the Light Divine Realm within 1 minute. Jiang Kai stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, it's time to head out." Everyone behind him responded in unison. Just then, a monster was wreaking havoc somewhere else. It roared aggressively. Footsteps echoed in the space. A girl appeared from out of nowhere, grabbed her sword, and leaped high into the air. A loud cry accompanied a slash that cut the beast into 2 halves. The girl landed safely, while the monster was sliced in half. Outside, those people were observing and praising. So talented. No wonder she's the guildmaster. When running, she broke the highest speed record maintained previously. The cutting force is equivalent to a head-on collision with a train moving at 250 kilometers per hour. The sound of heels clicked, followed by a call. Guildmaster TT was startled when called. She took off her glasses and asked, "How is everything being handled?" Tu Nuye approached to report. As planned, over the last few days, Zhang Feng has likely been sent down to the remote city where divine beasts are frequently active, but our proposal was rejected. TT furrowed her brows and asked, "Was it Wei Ying?" She replied immediately, "Exactly. After all, Jiang Feng has his own fixed squad at the God of War Temple in Jiangzong City. Wei Ying didn't agree, so we can't touch him for now." She smirked, crossing her arms. "That was within my calculations. Jiang Feng is a member of the Xuanwu Guild. He wouldn't dare protect Jiang Kai's family without someone backing him up behind the scenes." Tu Niet stammered, "Guildmaster, so should we continue?" Thi lowered her head, looking sinister. "No rush to deal with Jiang Kai. There is a better opportunity now." 2 days later, at a luxurious house, Hu Nian walked while stretching and complaining, "I'm exhausted these past few days. I miss my bed so much." Ruan Yu, walking beside her, felt the same. "I'm so hungry right now I could eat a whole cow." Jiang Kai, walking behind, spoke up. "I know you're both very tired. 2 days from now, we'll head back to the land of Miluo to search for treasures. For now, just get some good rest." She heard this and happily replied, "That's awesome. Captain Kai, long live." Suddenly, the gem on his hand vibrated. Hu Nian turned to look at the notification board. Could it be that someone else wants to join our guild? "Captain Kai, you're a very busy person now. Emergency combat notification. The map boss battle is about to take place. The pressure on the southeast defense line is rising rapidly. Because your Godlord Guild's active combatant count hasn't reached the minimum standard of 100 people, you are temporarily assigned to the Radiant Guild to cooperate in defense. Within 1 hour, please confirm acceptance of the detailed deployment instructions." Jiang Kai read it and said, "We're assigned to the Radiant Guild to participate in the battle?" Hu Nian also furrowed her brows slightly. "But where did the Radiant Guild come from? If the scale isn't small, we should have heard of them, right?" Ruan Yu agreed with her. "That's right. During the guild challenge competition. How come I have no impression of them?" Shen Yi suddenly spoke up. "When I was investigating information about guilds before, I noticed the Radiant Guild. This is a new guild established half a month ago, and it's trending very strongly. The guild leader is named Ruan Yu Xuanxin, a 2-star god of war at the God of War Temple in Jiangzong City." Hu Nian immediately recognized this. "I heard the God of War Temple evaluates gods of war from low to high, based on strength and merit, such as 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star gods of war. I didn't expect the leader of the Radiant Guild to be a 2-star expert in the God of War Temple." She covered her mouth and smiled faintly. "No wonder his rallying ability is so strong. The number of people joining the new guild can reach over 100. He continued. "In addition, Ruan Yu Xuanxin has another identity. He is the former branch leader of the Xuanwu Guild." The whole group was surprised. "What?" Jiang Kai put his hand to his chin. "You said the Radiant Guild was established half a month ago? This is a fascinating turn of events. A new president has just taken over at Xuanwu, and just in time, Chen Xuansheng has left to establish the Guangming Guild. What's even more of a coincidence is that he's been assigned to command our Lord Guild this time," Hu Nian said, as if she understood what he was thinking. "Captain Jiang Kai, what do you mean by that?" He scoffed and turned around. "People always say the new president of Xuanwu is quite cunning. How could he let a 2-star war god leave so easily? It seems she is really eager to deal with me." The door was suddenly kicked open, and he led a group of people inside. "Are the Lord God's people here?" "Bright Guild." "Liu Xuan." Jiang Kai turned his head to look and asked, "Who is that?" Hu Nian immediately started cursing. Where did this stray dog come from to bark? Daring to barge into the Lord God's guild without permission. Shen Yi told Liu Xuan off, telling him to get lost. He crossed his arms and arched an eyebrow at the four of them. A guild? You honestly think a bunch of nobodies like you deserve to be called a guild in front of my Radiant Guild? Don't make me laugh, he retorted, showing no fear despite them barging into a private area with such arrogance. Is this the standard procedure for the Radiant Guild when collaborating with others? Liu Xuan sneered. Wait, isn't this Jiang Kai, who's been making waves lately? Watch your mouth, kid. Listen up. I'm the leader of the third squad for this boss raid, representing the Radiant Guild. You're all going to take orders from me. He reached out and pressed a button on his sleeve. This is your mission for the upcoming defensive battle. If you fail to complete it, the God-tier guild will shoulder the resulting losses. The God-tier squad must have at least 4 participants and form a suicide mission team. The suicide team's mission is to lure the king-level boss away from the defensive line. She was shocked to hear this. Are you kidding me? Our average level is below 40. What kind of guild sends a team under level 40 to lure a king-level boss? Ruan Yu chimed in from the side. A standard level 40 squad can't even handle a commander-level monster, and you want us to take on a king-level one? Are you crazy? Lu Xuan then explained to the group of 4. Standard teams can't do it, but the God-tier guild is different. We're the champions of the global competition, after all. And what does that prove? It proves you're the strongest level 40 squad out there. Very talented. Jiang Kai suddenly stepped up in front of him. Lu Xuan stared him down and continued. With a team this strong, naturally, you should be the ones handling the king-level boss, don't you think? Guild leader Jiang Kai thought to himself. This guy is saying this on purpose because he wants us to go and die. He smirked and spread his arms. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. You see how kind our Radiant Guild is? Giving such a heavy responsibility to you guys, we really think highly of you. After saying that, Liu Xuan led his group away. All right, the message has been delivered. We're off. We look forward to seeing your spectacular performance. Let's see how arrogant they can be now. Exactly. Hunian cursed under her breath after seeing that. Damn it. Jiang Kai suddenly called out to her. Hunian, it's pretty hot today, don't you think? Hunian seemed to catch his drift and replied excitedly. Understood. A storm cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above Liu Xuan, and a torrential downpour slammed straight onto his group. What the hell? What kind of weather is this? It just started pouring out of nowhere. Damn it, my clothes are soaked. Liu Xuan turned around and shouted. Stop complaining. Hurry up and get back to the guild. The whole group scrambled to run away. Hu Nian stood in the distance, grinning as she called out, Hey, big shots from the Radiant Guild. Run carefully. The road is slippery. Look at them scrambling away. Captain Kai. So much for acting like a big shot guild. Now they look like a bunch of drowned rats. Ruan Yu laughed and said to her, Let's see if they dare to come here and stir up trouble again. Shen Yi turned to look at the 3 of them. Leader, when the boss battle starts, are we really going to be bait for a king-level boss? I'm worried. Jiang Kai raised a hand to his chin, cutting him off. Our task is just to lure the boss, not to kill it. It's not certain that there's no way to break this stalemate. Hu Nian, Ruan Yu, take the next 2 days to rest well. The day after tomorrow, follow me to the land of Maitreya. Both of them saluted and replied in unison. Understood. He continued to delegate tasks. Shen Yi, while we're away, the guild is in your hands. He replied loudly and confidently. No problem, leader. Jiang Kai tilted his head at everyone. The map boss battles are still a while away. After we find the treasures, I'll lead everyone through the new class advancement cycle. Everyone trusted him completely and cheered. Understood. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. The next day, at the teleportation gate to the land of Maitreya, Yuanju awkwardly asked, Kai, I just heard from Lu that the God-tier guild is also participating in the boss battle, and that they've been assigned to the Radiant Guild. Is that true? Su Nuan, standing nearby, added anxiously. I heard that the Radiant Guild's leader, Ruan Yu Xuan Xin, came from the Xuanwu Guild. Won't you guys be in danger? Jiang Kai offered a confident, reassuring smile. It's true, but don't worry too much. I have a plan. Lu Jun nodded and explained further. These past few days, Commander Wei has been busy dealing with other matters. By the time he heard the news, it was too late to intervene. Jiang Kai turned to him and answered firmly. I understand, Brother Lu. There are some hurdles I have to face myself. I already have my own plans in mind. If this is unavoidable, then I might as well take this opportunity to test the strength of a king-level boss, and it's a perfect time to try out the new Radiant Divine Order I received. Lu Jun smiled, looking very pleased, and patted his shoulder in praise. As expected of the Jiang Kai, that Wei and I know. You've got guts. Having said that, Jiang Kai hesitated before making a request. Oh, right, Brother Lu. There's one more thing I might need to bother you with. Lu Jun understood immediately. He promised, "You mean your older brother and younger sister, right? Rest assured, I've already sent people to protect them." Hearing this, Jiang Kai felt completely at ease and prepared to leave. "Thank you, Brother Lu." Looking at the gate, it was getting late, so he led the group of 5 forward. "Let's move out." On the other side of the space was the place called the Land of Maitreya. Upon reaching the central area, they stepped into the world one by one. But upon arrival, Jiang Kai was surprised. At the same time, Elite's group appeared, and Quillet was there, too, with a smug smile. Ruan Yu immediately asked with some confusion, "The exploration of the Land of Maitreya requires the entire team to act. Why did only 2 people come from the Dyungu squad?" Hunian frowned as she observed them and remarked, "When we clashed during the finals, I thought their teammates had been wiped out. Looking at it now, this team only has 2 members. To dare to compete with just 2 people, they must be incredibly confident in their own strength." Meanwhile, Quit's group walked over. Yuan Ju grew alert. "That guy is coming over, Kai." Jiang Kai's eyes silently sized up his opponent. Quillet smiled and greeted them. "Hello, Jiang Kai. We meet again." He showed his attitude and asked, "What exactly was written in the letter you gave me last time?" He just laughed loudly and explained, "I didn't give you that letter. My predecessor was the messenger. I'm just responsible for delivering the mail." Jiang Kai was surprised and wanted to confirm. If it wasn't his letter, then whose was it? But he didn't explain, and changed the subject. "You don't need to know the identity of the sender. To be precise, he might not even be human, but I must still congratulate you on defeating Visas and winning this slot." As he kept talking, Jiang Kai was starting to lose his patience. "How do I open the letter? And the sender isn't human? What do you mean?" Koi rubbed his chin and replied mysteriously, "I don't know about that. I can only tell you that if you haven't been able to open it, it proves you are not yet qualified to read this letter." Yuan Ju, standing beside them, flared up and shouted, "Hey, you don't know anything when we ask, what's with the mysterious act?" I think it's highly likely he's just talking nonsense, but he just shrugged, as if to say it's up to us what we choose to believe. Jiang Kai began to think carefully, but his intuition told him that he wasn't lying. "It's just a pity that I'm afraid I won't get any valuable information from Quit." Suddenly, a screen appeared, broadcasting, "Welcome back to the competition zone of the tournament. This competition zone contains a total of 500 lost relics, and you can use a key to enter one to explore. Each relic contains 100 treasure chests, and each chest holds only 1 item. The ranks of the purple treasure chests range from low to high, copper, silver, gold, and hidden. There is a chance for glowing treasure chests to appear. There are no wild beasts living inside the relics, but there is a chance of encountering deadly traps. Once a member dies, it applies immediately. Once the ruins open, they enter a lockdown state. This lasts until the team finishes exploring. Each team has 1 hour to explore. When time is up, all members are forcibly teleported back. This exploration won't be live-streamed, but the list of rewards each team receives will be fully announced." The group listened in silence. Alice held the key with a smug look. "Everyone only has 1 hour to explore. Looks like even if you guys win first place, that's all you'll get." With that, she left with her teammates. "Let's go." Kwiat prepared to leave as well. Still, he didn't forget to throw in a jab. "What kind of surprise will it be? It's so exciting." "Then good luck to you, my dearest friend." Noan spoke up to offer her input. "Kai, since we've already won first place, we have to find a way to maximize our gains." Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. Yuan Jue, "I think so too." He then started organizing. "There are no wild beasts in the lost ruins, so it's relatively safe. We'll split into 3 teams and explore simultaneously. Bien true, you and Noan are a team." As he assigned the teams, he handed them the keys. "Ho Nhan, Nguyen Ngu. You 2 are a team." Jiang Kai didn't forget to remind them. "Everyone, watch out for traps. Even if you get the treasure chest, don't let your guard down." Meanwhile, Ho Nhan provided more information. "Captain Kai, I did a quick reading. We might make a surprise discovery to the northeast." Saying that, the group split into 3 directions and left. This matter couldn't be delayed. They began their mission in a place with towering ancient trees, the lost ruins, specifically the exiled forest. As soon as Jiang Kai stepped inside, a notification appeared. "You have entered the exiled forest ruins. Exploration time officially counting down." Jiang Kai looked around and thought to himself, "The exiled forest, the name doesn't sound like a nice place at all. I wonder if Honhan's divination is accurate." His eyes suddenly locked onto something. Right in front of him was a chest. It was a bronze treasure chest. He immediately became alert and rushed to attack it. Too easy. Is this a death trap? The space around the chest seemed to explode, leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke. Then, the chest opened right on cue with a notification. 15 kilograms of top-grade star crystal ore. Can refine star jade, can directly upgrade the rank of A-grade equipment. Jiang Kai was stunned and rushed over. He didn't expect it to be an enhancement material that could directly upgrade the rank of A-grade gear. He looked at the item in front of him with great satisfaction. The reason most people's high-level equipment couldn't be upgraded was the lack of corresponding enhancement materials, so the rarity of these materials was much higher than the equipment itself. With that, the chest gradually vanished. Looking at the loot in his hands, he became even more excited. Just the lowest-tier bronze treasure chest already had top-grade star crystal ore. Very good. Let's keep exploring. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Jiang Kai was momentarily dazed, but still managed to speculate. What kind of monster is causing this tremor? No, that's not right. The rules clearly stated there are no monsters in the Lost Ruins. Suddenly, he froze, realizing, wait, the ground was cracking open, and lava was spewing out, bubbling fiercely. That was when he discovered the rule. Could it be that opening the treasure chests causes the whole forest to collapse into the lava below? Damn it. Why is it called the Exiled Forest? The Escaping Forest? In the end, Jiang Kai could only run for his life. Ho Nyan, you've ruined me. Meanwhile, in a different place, like a desert, in the Lost Ruins, the Desert of Origins, Ho Nyan couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose, wondering, that's weird. Why did I just sneeze? Nguyen Ngu, who was in front, called out loudly, Hoan Han, look over there. There really is a treasure chest here, and it's a silver one. She immediately ran over, delighted. So lucky. This is already the 8th silver treasure chest we've found. Nguyen Ngu, hurry up and open it. Hearing that, Nguyen Ngu nodded. All right. As the tip of her sword touched the lid, it opened to reveal a crystal and a notification. Heart of the Red Flame Lord. Contains pure fire, can be forged into a weapon for permanent, powerful fire elemental strength. Nguyen Ngu excitedly analyzed it. It's a crystal with fire attribute power. According to the description, this can enchant weapons. Hon Han's eyes sparkled too. It doesn't live up to the name of a silver treasure chest. The items in here have never disappointed. Then Hon Han noticed the surroundings. But I thought the Desert of Origins was supposed to be scary. Turns out it's just some moving quicksand and a few old, dilapidated buildings meant to scare people. She was still optimistic about their smooth progress. At this rate, we'll finish exploring the surrounding areas in no time. With that, both of them continued to move. All right, let's keep the momentum going. Explore it thoroughly. Let's go. Elsewhere, in the Lost Ruins, the Maze Garden, the watch on Noan's wrist signaled, found it. Her group opened another chest. Congratulations, you have discovered the level 120 martial artist job advancement material formula. Vien Tru excitedly looked at the item. He couldn't believe they had struck gold by accident. Found the level 120 advancement formula. How lucky. Suddenly, vines attacked. Luckily, Vien Tru noticed it in time and swung his sword to cut them all down, trying to court death. But unfortunately, Vien Tru's leg had already been wrapped by a vine. Even so, he didn't forget to ask worriedly, Noan, are you okay? Noan quickly replied, I'm fine, thanks to your quick reflexes. Vien Tru looked at the vines under his feet, annoyed. Every time we open a treasure chest, these damn things pop out. Yuan Julie, impossible to guard against. Even though they aren't poisonous, being wrapped up is itchy and tingly. If only we could burn them all, that would be great. Noan observed them, then reached a conclusion. Maybe we don't need to use fire to make them disappear. A moment later, Vien Tru looked at the bottle in front of him with suspicion. This is Noan explained while demonstrating, this is a bone corrosion spray that removes the smell of the same species. In theory, as long as we spray this, the plants will mistake us for their own kind that has already decayed, and since it's dangerous, they won't dare to approach. Unexpectedly, after spraying it, the vines actually dropped off on their own. Both of them excitedly watched the vines crawl away. It worked, Vien Tru happily continued. Keeping this speed, exploring the area within the allotted time should be a piece of cake. Looking at the statistics board in front of them, 40 minutes had passed. And, 40 minutes out of 1 hour, the actual battle performance of the Fire God squad. Information on the status board. Still exploring. Gold treasure chest. Vien Tru and Nuat Nam. Ho Nyan and Wit Ngu Ba. Total Tam. Silver treasure chest. Chu Tu and Nuat Chin. Ho Nyan and Wing Ngu Mui. Total. Mui Chin. Bronze treasure chest. Jiang Kai Khai Hai. Chu Tử and Noãn Noãn 18. Hồ Nhan and Nguy Ngữ 20. Total 41. A commander asked worriedly, "What is Jiang Kai Kai doing? 40 minutes have passed, and he's only opened 2 bronze treasure chests?" Someone else agreed. Exactly. Isn't Jiang Kai Kai's strength supposed to be top tier? Suddenly, an urgent report came in. A purple treasure chest had appeared in the harvest lists of both the Diao Yu and Guijie teams. Everyone in the room was stunned. Could that purple treasure chest contain the class-up materials for a level 120 class that has never been seen before? Is a level 120 class actually about to appear? Wouldn't that make our country and the others the focal point of the entire Blue Star? The Divine Observer speculated that time was running out, and it had already turned our country and the others into the winners. Something's off with Jiang Kai's performance. Is he trapped by some kind of snare? Wei Ying asked, and others agreed. That's a possibility. The ruins are incredibly diverse. Some have very low danger ratings, while others hold lethal threats. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was still struggling against the boiling magma. 15 minutes later, in the Daowang forest, he was running as fast as he could. He had finally found a chance to open a silver chest. The forest's collapse rate had definitely accelerated. Suddenly, a massive pile of trees crashed down. He leaped high, narrowly dodging them. At the same time, Jiang Kai noticed something unusual. A blinding light emerged, and even though it was risky, he decided to dash toward it. It was a gold-grade treasure chest. I'll take the risk. As his hand touched the chest, the items inside instantly appeared. But the boiling magma grew even more violent. Jiang Kai realized something was wrong. The entire area was about to collapse completely, so he tried to speed up. Suddenly, Jiang Kai stumbled and unfortunately touched the molten lava. His foot was instantly scorched, but he pushed forward to save his life. Just a little more. Come on, faster. He gritted his teeth, analyzing the situation. Damn it, the collapse is too fast. I can't shake it off. At this rate, I'll be swallowed up sooner or later. While Jiang Kai was still running, a colorful light appeared again. He quickly spotted that glow. It was a legendary treasure chest hidden under a thick layer of rock. The legendary glowing treasure chest mentioned on the military briefing board. Exploration time, 58 minutes and 30 seconds out of 1 hour. According to the incoming data, the Fire God team's results, 1 purple treasure chest. The leadership was ecstatic. Yuan Zhu and Su Nuanan had discovered a purple treasure chest. That's great. Sheng Yao finally opened a purple treasure chest. Results summary. Actual performance of the national teams. Fire God team, 1 purple, 14 gold, 33 silver, 67 bronze. Diao Yu team, 2 purple, 16 gold, 30 silver, 60 bronze. Guijie team, 1 purple, 12 gold, 25 silver, 55 bronze. The leaders were in an uproar again. What? The Diao Yu team already opened 2 purple treasure chests? The real value of the purple chests is the highest. Although the Fire God team had the most chests overall, they were lagging behind in the number of purple ones. Then they expressed their disappointment. What a pity. I thought the Fire God team leader would bring us a surprise, but his performance is at the bottom. 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze exactly. Wei Ying's face darkened with suspicion. Jiang Kai, what kind of trouble are you in? Elsewhere, at the Xuanwu Guild, Shi was watching intently, and Dong Shui exclaimed in surprise. Only 4 chests? Didn't people brag that Jiang Kai was the strongest player under level 60 inches the world? Turns out his results aren't even a fraction of his teammates. Xia Hua immediately mocked him. The military's judgment is getting interesting. This kind of trash isn't even worth cleaning my shoes, yet they treat him like a treasure. Imagining Jiang Kai being defeated, she thought of how shameful it would be if the Huangda Guild lost to this loser. He's truly the biggest stain on Xuanwu, Thulan declared with frustration. If I meet him in the arena, I'll make sure he can't even stand back up. Only Xiao Yue remained silent. Shishi looked at the numbers and scoffed. The winner of the global championship? That's just his glory from the past. Exploration time. 59 minutes and 30 seconds out of 1 hour. 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. Look at him now. He's failing even in the ruins. It's not just embarrassing. She smiled contemptuously. Jiang Kai, it seems your value is only worth this much. Dong Shui sighed in disappointment. How boring. We went through all the trouble of organizing the Guangming Guild to deal with Jiang Kai, but he's so weak. Xia Hua smiled and replied, Isn't that good, or do you want to dirty your hands with him? Suddenly, Xiao Yue, who was silently checking her phone, widened her eyes. What? Everyone turned to look at her. What's wrong? Shishi's expression changed instantly. She couldn't believe it when the screen updated the information. How is that possible? Exploration time. 59 minutes and 57 seconds out of 1 hour. One legendary glowing treasure chest. Back to Jiang Kai. Half a minute earlier, in the Daowang forest, he couldn't believe what was in front of him. A legendary grade glowing treasure chest in the middle of the mountains. He risked everything and lunged toward the chest. He told himself that since there was no way back, Jiang Kai would choose the chest over his life. He decided to bet it all. He took a leap toward the light, aiming straight for the chest. Jiang Kai was quite satisfied. Great. I managed to grab the chest just in time. He got it. When he opened it, the light became even brighter. Jiang Kai was surprised to see it, but at that moment, the boiling magma had almost swallowed the area. Jiang Kai prepared to jump away, with the boiling magma right beneath him. He nearly gave up. Damn it, I've reached my limit. At that moment, Jiang Kai remembered Hu Nian. This was a good spot you picked. Just when he thought everything was over, and he was seconds away from the magma, the notification arrived like a savior. Exploration time finished, and Jiang Kai disappeared immediately. Just as the magma erupted, someone slammed their hand down. The heavenly god praised him excitedly. Nice. This kid Jiang Kai is a god. He doesn't act often, but when he does, he leaves everyone speechless. Looking at the scoreboard, the leadership was shocked. He managed to open a glowing treasure chest in the final seconds. How did Jiang Kai do that? A glowing treasure chest? Doesn't that mean he'll get materials for a level 140 class? Even if it wasn't for level 140, it had to be the highest grade material available. Wei Ying breathed a sigh of relief. He almost fooled us. His haul from the ruins is, I'm afraid the international status of the Holy Radiance is about to change. Just then, an object fell at high speed. Jiang Kai lay sprawled on the ground. He opened his eyes, startled, and confirmed he was still alive. His teammates rushed over. Captain Kai, what are you doing? Your entrance was way too cool. He struggled to get up and looked at them. Everyone's here? Even so, the terror from the lava still lingered in Jiang Kai's mind. The molten lava had vanished, and since this was the land of Maitreya, he immediately considered a possibility. The expedition time is up. That's right, it must be that. Seeing Jiang Kai silent, Ruan Yu became even more worried. What's wrong with Captain Kai? He looks so strange. Hu Nian speculated, observing the captain's sluggish state. Could it be that the loot from the ruins wasn't good, and he's been affected by it? Yuanzhu waved his hand worriedly and called out, Kai, are you okay? Kai, don't scare me. No matter how many treasures we opened, just do what you can. Don't go to the ruins and come back stupid. That would be a huge loss for us. Jiang Kai just clenched his fist, then opened it to reveal a treasure chest. This is Hu Nian realized and stammered. My God, the treasure chest is glowing with such brilliant light. Could this be the legendary one? Jiang Kai flashed a triumphant smile and confirmed, the glowing treasure chest, we got it. The whole group stared in awe, and they all rushed toward him, overjoyed. This kid, you're not just exploring, you're clearly creating a miracle. Kai, you're so cool. Suddenly, someone's voice asked, is that really a glowing treasure chest? Alice's group returned, covered in wounds. You guys actually opened the glowing treasure chest? How is that even possible? Yuanzhu stood up to retort. What's so impossible about it? Stop looking down on others. Don't forget, back on the arena floor, you guys were the losers against us. Hu Nian also chimed in. That's right. Now you know, even with the same 1 hour of exploration time, do you see the gap between first and third place? That remark made Alice grind her teeth in anger. One of Alice's group members got provoked and lunged forward. What did you say? Alice angrily scolded. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Get back here. With that, they swallowed their pride and left in anger. Let's go. Yuanzhu laughed and exclaimed, Kai, look at how furious they are. So satisfying. Jiang Kai never thought there would come a day when he would say that strength is the most effective way to dispel all doubts. Watching Jiang Kai's group from afar, Jim asked, not going to say hello to old friends? Qiu Yi smiled confidently. No need. I think we'll see each other again soon. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai's group was joyfully chatting, but just 3 minutes later, all 5 of them were teleported elsewhere. Tan Yu, chairman of the military commission, was already waiting to welcome them warmly. Members of the Fire God Squad, congratulations on your outstanding achievements in this ruins expedition. Jiang Kai asked, bewildered. Tan Yu raised his hand to introduce himself. Jiang Kai, nice to meet you. I'm Tan Yu, in charge of the military commission. I wanted to meet the legendary Fire God Squad last time, but unfortunately, you had already left. This time, I finally made it in time. Jiang Kai shook his hand and replied, nice to meet you, Commander Tan. Hu Nian whispered to the person next to her. Su Nuan 1. What's a commission? Is it for managing affairs? Su Nuan explained simply. You can think of it as a unified organization, managing military affairs nationwide. Even the command guards have to follow their regulations. Jiang Kai then probed seriously. Commander Tan is here regarding the distribution of spoils, right? Regarding that, I already had a rough agreement on the ratios with Mr. Liu. But unexpectedly, Tan Yu replied that there was no rush. Based on the declared spoils from the competition zone this time, we have achieved the greatest harvest. You've worked hard today. Let's discuss the detailed military distribution tomorrow. How does that sound? Hunian frowned slightly, joking, I didn't expect Commander Tan to be so friendly. Jiang Kai spoke up at this moment. All right. A team member suddenly stepped forward and called out to Commander Tan. Tan Yu turned back, a bit suspicious. What is it? She bowed slightly and reported in a low voice. It's about the transfer of Xiangfeng to the city, but he suddenly shouted, cutting her off. What? Are you saying you're about to be transferred to Eo City? Yuan Zhu dropped his jaw, stammering. Isn't Eo City a dangerous area where spirit beasts are highly active? He nodded as if confirming. That's right. Why? Do you guys know Xiangfeng? Jiang Kai asked seriously. Xiangfeng is my friend. Commander Tan, what exactly is this transfer about? Tan Yu pondered for a moment and explained. Xiangfeng is under the management of the Xuanwu Guild. But for some reason, recently, Xuanwu suddenly wanted to transfer him away. However, he is also part of the Jiangzong God of War Hall, and the command guards won't release him. This has been a stalemate for a long time. She heard this and angrily snorted. Those villains from the Xuanwu Guild again. They clearly saw that Xiangfeng helped Captain Kai and are intentionally making things difficult for him. She also clenched her fists in frustration. Exactly. This is clearly using public office for personal revenge. Ruan Yu also chimed in. That's so outrageous. Su Nuan suddenly turned and called out softly. Kai. He didn't reply, only clenching his fists until they trembled. Night fell. Jiang Kai leaned against a tree, his gaze deep in thought, when a voice came from behind. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, but running out here to pretend to be deep. Huh. He looked at the person approaching in surprise. Yuan Zhu excitedly held up 2 beers and offered, drink one with me. Jiang Kai smiled, took the beer, and asked, You all right, Yuan Zhu? Don't go rambling about being the world's #1 war god and disturbing the peace later. He laughed heartily and explained, Someone said they saw a moon-gazing stone standing over here from afar. I guessed it was you. Thinking about Xiangfeng's situation and the loot distribution, his mood sank, and he nodded in confirmation. Seeing this, Yuan Zhu expressed his opinion seriously. I can't help with Xiangfeng's situation, but the distribution of the spoils was already agreed upon by everyone. It's all handed to you to handle. Tomorrow, just discuss it with the military, however you see fit. We have no objections. Jiang Kai looked over with guilt. These are rewards you all risked your lives for. It concerns everyone's future. But as soon as he heard that, he scolded, You idiot. In my opinion, Kai, you're good at everything. But you just think too much and trap yourself in a vicious cycle, don't you? What are we to each other? We're brothers, a team. Everyone followed you into danger. Do you think we care about a bit of material wealth? He was stunned for a moment, mumbling. But Yuan Zhu frowned and kept questioning. No matter how good the loot is it more important than the bond between us and the future of our guild? The Fire God squad managed to go from being seen as a bunch of losers by everyone to winning the national championship. Do you think we relied on these materials? He asked with pride. We relied on trust, on our willingness to watch each other's backs. Even with our last breath, we fight to carve out a path to survival from the depths of despair. It's that kind of trust where, even if we're broken, we hold the final line for our brothers. Yuan Zhu poked his chest seriously, as if probing his resolve. These things are more precious than any material. Don't get things twisted. His words were like a spark igniting a flame within Jiang Kai's heart. He didn't stop trying to persuade him. So don't let unnecessary worries become a burden. You're our captain, the pillar of the Fire God squad. We support every decision you make unconditionally. A spark flickered in his eyes. Jiang Kai smiled faintly and muttered, Yuan Zhu, you're right. He gripped his hand tightly. Jiang Kai beamed with confidence and vowed, I was thinking the wrong way. With you guys here, I'll definitely have the peace of mind to act boldly. The next day, at the tower, the guard nodded seriously and said, Please, come in. His group walked in with an imposing aura. A group of people was already sitting inside. Jiang Kai calmly spoke up. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Qin Yu immediately stood up to respond. We just arrived as well. Please, have a seat. As he stepped into place, he lowered his voice to signal Su Nuan. She immediately raised her hand to summon the items, and in an instant, countless treasure chests appeared on the table. His eyes lit up the moment he saw them. Were these all the spoils from the ruins? Brother Jiangkai, what exactly is inside the purple and glowing treasure chests? Have you guys finished negotiating how to split them? Jiangkai smiled lightly and introduced them briefly. Inside, the purple chests are the key class advancement materials for a level 120 swordsman, 10 sets in total. As he spoke, he pointed to the card, then moved on to the glowing treasure chest. Jiangkai confidently made his proposal. We'll only keep this one. Everything else belongs to you. Qin Yu's jaw dropped in disbelief. You're keeping the rewards from the glowing treasure chest? Jiangkai confirmed calmly. That's right. Previously, Lu Jiao and I agreed to split the spoils 60-40 between us and the military. But these rewards are hard to measure in money, let alone divide perfectly. He furrowed his brow and quickly replied, You're right. To be honest, you're actually taking quite a small share. It's just that the glowing treasure chest is what the military values most. Perhaps it could change a lot of things. Yuanju laughed and interrupted. Commander Qin, you can be confident enough to drop the word, perhaps. Qin Yu frowned, interrupted, and questioned. What do you mean? He gave a confident smile and explained. Because inside this one, there are 3 complete sets of level 140 martial artist class advancement materials. Those words shattered all of his previous assumptions. The group behind him cheered with joy upon hearing that. 3 sets? There are 3 complete sets of level 140 martial artist materials? This means Sacred Radiance doesn't just have a chance to produce one level 140 martial artist, but 3 at once. Now, whether we're clearing out ghost crystals or facing divine beasts, we'll be much more confident. Qin Yu, however, fell into deep contemplation. After this kid proposed the split, he didn't rush to leave, which meant he was leaving room for negotiation. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly spoke. Brother Jiangkai, let's be direct. If the military wants this card, what do we have to trade for it? Jiangkai smiled faintly and quickly agreed. Sure. Commander Qin stated his 4 conditions straightforwardly. First, I want 1 complete set of level 140 advancement materials for martial artists, doctors, feng shui masters, death spirits, ascetics, and 2 sets of destiny class materials. Qin Yu frowned in confusion. Destiny? You mean the defective materials? Jiangkai nodded immediately in confirmation. That's right. After understanding, he laughed in support. Those requests aren't difficult. I'll have someone send them to your warehouse later. So, what are your remaining conditions? He crossed his arms and continued thoughtfully. Second, I verified it. Jiang VNG has wanted to leave the Xuanwu Guild for a long time, but the guild refuses to let him go, claiming they've spent a fortune on his training. At this point, Jiang Kai's eyes grew serious. I hope the military will help him pay off his debt and take him in. Qin Yu remarked with great interest. As expected, the bond between you is very deep, willing to trade a trump card for his well-being. Fine. I agree to this condition as well. He didn't stop and continued to the 3rd condition. Within 5 years, do not transfer Commander Wei Ying away from Jiangzhong City. He paused upon hearing this. Brother Jiangkai, what is the reason for this request? Su Nuanwan, on the side, vaguely understood. Was Kai worried the Xuanwu Guild would target Commander Wei? After all, the Anlu Guild was protected by Commander Wei. But Commander Wei always fought alone at the front, without anyone watching his back. She thought happily, for someone like Commander Wei, who always secretly protected others, Kai was using his own way to repay that protection. Jiang Kai didn't explain much, and only asked, Commander Qin, the reasons are complicated. You just need to consider whether you can meet my condition. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and accepted. Although I still don't fully understand your intentions, I agree to this condition. So, what is your final condition? He smiled faintly and said with confidence, I want. The next second, Jiang Kai's voice echoed throughout the room. The Xuanwu Guild is to be disbanded from this moment on. Qin Yu's pupils constricted in shock. What? He slammed the table in anger and shouted, Jiang Kai, what kind of joke is this? The Xuanwu Guild is one of the major guilds of Sacred Radiance. They are a core strength for pioneering the front lines. Without them, our progress will slow down significantly. She frowned and added, behind the Xuanwu Guild is the Xuanwu military industry. Both online and in the real world, they are vital to the overall strength of Sacred Radiance. Requesting the disbandment of Xuanwu is likely overestimating our ability to intervene. Seeing this, he stood up and spoke indifferently. If that's the case, then consider it as if I never mentioned it. I'll be taking my leave. He hurriedly jumped up and demanded, Jiang Kai, what use do you have for level 140 team martial artist materials? You're not even a martial artist. In the end, you'll just sell them for money. How much do you want? Name your price, we can buy them. Jiang Kai gave him a cold glance and retorted, an item that can change the status of a nation, how much money do you think is reasonable? But it's a real shame, because no matter how much money you offer, I won't sell. He quickly realized the situation had turned sour. It seemed this kid was dead set on taking down the Xuanwu Guild. Qin Yu was in a real bind. The Xuanwu Guild was undoubtedly important, but even if they disbanded, the members and their resources would just be absorbed and merged by other guilds under the Holy Glory banner. From a national security standpoint, the overall combat power wouldn't drop at all. Meanwhile, his group had already reached the door. Let's go, he shouted in a panic. Wait, you guys, at the very last moment, he made a decision. Jiang Kai, brother, please stop for a moment. Jiang Kai stopped immediately. Qin Yu stepped forward slowly to speak. Honestly, Hu Sheng, I don't know what kind of grudge you have with Xuanwu to take things this far, but frankly speaking, dissolving Xuanwu is truly too difficult. His next words immediately satisfied him. However, I have a proposal for an adjustment that you might want to consider. Jiang Kai turned slightly and said, I'm listening, Commander. He made his suggestion seriously, knowing that dissolving a large branch of the Xuanwu Guild was the biggest concession they could possibly make. Thi screamed in a panic. What? They want to dissolve the Xuanwu Guild's branch in S City? How does Jiang Kai dare to make such a demand? Xiao Yue was wide-eyed upon hearing this. Dissolving a branch. On the other side of the meeting room door, she was reporting seriously. Guildmaster, the committee is actually holding a meeting, and issuing a formal notice is just a matter of time. She couldn't believe it, and kept questioning, what? Is the value of Xuanwu not even worth the class transfer materials? Out of all the dozens of class transfer materials in Holy Glory, how much have we contributed? And this is how we're treated? She frowned slightly and calmly reassured her, Guildmaster Ha, don't get agitated. The crux of the problem is that Jiang Kai has level 140 martial artist class transfer materials in his hands. This is enough to change Holy Glory's international ranking, Thi asked aggressively. Didn't we already send people to scout a new map? Maybe we'll be able to gather those materials quickly. The voice on the other end responded immediately. That's just a maybe. She narrowed her eyes coldly. You know how much pressure the god beasts are putting on us right now. We don't have time to wait for your maybes. Besides, you're only losing one branch. She was a bit flustered and hadn't even said anything yet when the other person snapped, showing no mercy. Guildmaster Ha, you shouldn't provoke Jiang Kai. Hearing that, Thi was so stunned she couldn't speak. The phone slipped from her hand, and she collapsed, drained of all energy. She frowned and analyzed it. The reason Xuanwu could maintain its top 10 guild status was largely thanks to the contributions of the S City branch. Xia Hua chimed in. At least half of our main force's members were recruited there. If it's dissolved, our combat power will drop by at least 40%. Thi laughed bitterly, furious. She had spent so much time setting everything up, only to be outplayed by him. Damn it. If it weren't for him getting that glowing treasure chest, he'd be a dead man soon enough. How dare he ride on my head? Just then, her phone rang. A report came from the other end. The decision has been made. Guildmaster Ha? Dissolve the S City branch by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Without a word, she swept her arm and sent the phone flying. Both of them were startled and shouted, Guild, Master. Ti didn't hear a word, only muttering to herself, Jiang Kai, I must kill you. The next day, at the Xuanwu Guild's S City branch, a sign clearly read, Garrison Area. A crowd was buzzing with discussion. What's going on? Why dissolve it? Is there some mistake? Exactly. Xuanwu is one of Holy Glory's biggest guilds. How can a branch just be dissolved like that? We need an explanation. Security guards blocked the door and spoke up quickly. Everyone, please calm down. This is a decision from headquarters. The crowd was incensed and yelled, Where are Sam Shi and Ha Thi? By what right did she dissolve our branch right after taking office? That's right. Tell Ha Thi to come here and explain herself. We want answers. The chaotic scene outside was being broadcast on the system screen. Hu Nian said with great interest. The military's efficiency is top-notch. They handled what they promised us in just one day. So satisfying. Yuanju laughed out loud. Now, whenever I imagine Ha Thi's twisted, angry face, I can't help but laugh. Just then, Jiang Kai walked in the door and greeted them. Everyone here? Ruan Yu heard his voice and turned around happily. Captain Kai is here. She walked over quickly, threw an arm around his shoulder, and complained. Kai, why are you only back now? You have to see the show. You'll regret it if you miss it. She joined in immediately. That's right, that's right. The Xuanwu branch was in total chaos. He glanced at everyone and replied, Mr. Liu already told me. The Xuanwu branch in S City has been ordered to finish shutting down by 3 this afternoon, Jiang Kai added slowly. Besides, this has caused quite a stir within Xuanwu. For this boss raid, Xuanwu is pulling out, and the Demon Slaying Guild will step in to ensure the raid's firepower isn't affected, Hu Nian asked anxiously. Then what about the Light Guild? Before she could finish, he understood. The Light Guild was supported by Xuanwu, but they were independent. Not only were they unaffected, they were even recruiting Xuanwu's old talent to boost their own strength. Hu Nian snorted but nodded, muttering. So, that means we still have to take orders from that annoying Lu Xuan. Jiang Kai smirked at the mention of Lu Xuan's face. I'd like to see what kind of tricks they can pull. At the same time, in a certain building, Big Brother was panting heavily with sweat running down his face. Yingzi ran over excitedly to praise him. That's great. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, an improvement of 5 seconds over last time. The little girl chirped. Big Brother, wipe your sweat, or you'll catch a cold from the draft. He smiled and replied, let me do it. I'm not as weak as I used to be anymore. As he wiped his sweat, he estimated that at this rate, he wouldn't be weak for much longer and would soon be able to help Kai. Yingzi turned serious upon hearing this. You still have to be careful. Don't be like Big Brother. Don't push yourself too hard all the time. Just then, Jiang Kai walked in carrying 2 bags. Why have I been sneezing so much lately? So that's why. Someone was talking bad about me. He heard the voice and turned around excitedly. Kai! The little girl called out happily. Big Brother. The eldest brother set the plate of fruit down and began. Kai, I've seen your performance in the tournament. I never expected you to have become this strong. Younger sister, Yingzi, added excitedly. That's right, Big Brother. You were so cool. She suddenly slumped and added reproachfully. But honestly, Big Brother, you really should have told us about something this important beforehand. I was so scared I nearly fainted back then. Thankfully, the military finally sent word that you were safe. Jiang Kai gently patted Yingzi's head and explained. The situation was critical back then, and I was just as anxious as you were. I'm sorry, Yingzi. I worried both you and our eldest brother. She huffed, acting a bit spoiled as she muttered. You better know it. Don't you ever scare us like that again. Suddenly, he pulled out 2 vials of potion. Eldest brother, Yingzi, let's set my business aside for now. Besides coming by today to tell you both that I'm safe, I also brought 2 portions of materials for your class advancement. The 2 of them were stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. Jiang Kai's calm voice continued. These are 2 portions of destiny materials. My own class advancement was based on these. Yingzi asked naively, are they really that amazing? Hearing this, he handed over a vial and advised, Yingzi, you're still young. I hope you can focus on your studies first before deciding on your own path. I'll keep your portions safe for you until then. The girl's face turned bright red with excitement, and she quickly agreed. Okay. With that, Jiang Kai handed the remaining vial to their eldest brother. Eldest brother, you could go to the demon realm at any time, but the road ahead is much tougher than you can imagine. You need to think this through carefully. Without a moment's hesitation, he took it and said, I've thought it over. The eldest brother said with a hint of melancholy. Back when I was lying in that hospital bed, I was desperate to recover, just so I could go to the demon realm and risk it all. It's just a pity this body of mine is so frail. Yingzi looked at her eldest brother with worry, her heart growing heavy. He had exhausted himself just to keep them fed. Now, he was blaming himself again. But then, he smiled and vowed, but I've heard that most adventurers in the demon realm have gone through long-term training. Since I lack experience and my physical foundation is weak, I'm worried I won't pass the novice trials. But I will train until I'm risking my life if I have to. Jiang Kai smiled and patted his brother's shoulder reassuringly. Eldest brother, don't put too much pressure on yourself regarding the novice trials. I have a way. As for your future path, I believe you can definitely do it. He calculated the future seriously. Once his brother reached the Ruan Uscendant level, he could even extract attributes. By then, on Earth, he could slay the beast gods just like Black God and Brother Jiang, and take revenge for their family. Seeing the two talking, the younger sister excitedly chimed in. Eldest brother has been doing all the cooking these past few days, and I feel so useless. Eldest brother, why don't you keep talking with Kai for a while? I'll call you too when dinner is ready. He laughed at her words, but then his expression turned worried as he asked, Kai, you mentioned before that your guild is responsible for luring the king-level boss during this map-clearing battle, right? Fearing Yingzi would worry, he hadn't told her yet. Tell me the truth, Kai. Are you certain you can retreat safely? Jiang Kai replied firmly. Don't worry, eldest brother. I'll be careful. His brother was still hesitant. That's a king-level boss, Kai. I'm worried. He quickly interrupted his brother. This map boss battle isn't just about expanding our territory in the demon realm. It's a chess game between humanity and the beast gods. Jiankai's voice was filled with resolve. This is the situation that generations before us sacrificed everything to achieve. It's incredibly important. His eyes glinted with determination. With the great battle imminent, no matter how dangerous it is to lure a king-level boss, someone has to do it. I cannot back down. Jiankai then noticed his brother's gloomy expression. Eldest brother, are you angry with me? But his brother just laughed softly and scolded him. You silly boy. I'm actually very proud of you. Seeing you grow into a man who stands tall and fearless. I couldn't be happier. How could I ever get in your way? He shook his head, disagreeing with his brother's concerns. But the eldest brother suddenly said, There is one thing though, you must protect yourself. If you're tired, just come home. He paused for a moment before continuing. And remember, Yingzi and I are always behind you, supporting you unconditionally. Jiang Kai squeezed his brother's hand tightly and replied, I will, eldest brother. A few days later, a magical light flickered by the window. Hu Nian rushed over, bursting with excitement. Captain Kai, I've become a spirit medium. A message box appeared below. Adventurer Hu Nian, spirit medium, level 41. Ruan Yu also chimed in enthusiastically. I've advanced to a wine berserker as well. Another status screen appeared. Adventurer Ruan Yu, wine berserker, level 41. Jiang Kai asked happily, How are your innate talents? She recalled the moment she summoned her mana. My talent is ghostly wail. I can not only connect with wandering spirits through the spirit realm, but I can also command them to attack my targets. Jiang Kai turned to her, intrigued. Is the damage from the spirits high? Hu Nian laughed and explained. It's not incredibly high right now. It's mostly for disrupting the target, and it has a decent chance of inflicting a fear effect. After listening, Jiang Kai gave his advice. The minor weaknesses in attack power aren't a big deal for now. Your control abilities are already very strong. With Wind Thunder Boots combined with Ghostly Wail, with these two things, it won't be easy for anyone to take you down. She beamed at the praise. I think so too. Just then, the boy interrupted. Captain Kai. As a wine berserker, my new innate talent is Berserker's Anthem. Jiang Kai asked with a hint of doubt. Berserker's Anthem? That sounds even stronger than your previous drunken combat. Hu Nian also urged him excitedly. Ruan Yu, tell us, what kind of madness is Berserker's Anthem? Ruan Yu boasted proudly. This talent can activate my body's instincts and my true nature, and it also has a certain chance to trigger a Yuan Jue self-state. Both of them repeated the term in amazement. A Yuan Jue self-state? Ruan Yu immediately began to swing his sword around to show off. That's right. Even though I'm not entirely sure myself, this talent is very special. Different. Yuan Jue self-states can trigger different effects based on the situation and my emotions. Hu Nian furrowed his brows and muttered, That sounds pretty intense, though I've never heard of it before. Jiang Kai, standing to the side, also mused. Going from a drunken ghost to a wine berserker is extremely rare. He added with interest. Combined with individual innate talents, there are infinite possibilities. It's completely normal that we haven't heard of it before. I, for one, think that the rarer it is, the more it means there's limitless potential. The boy held his head high, full of pride. A second later, Jiang Kai turned on his communication device. I think the rarer it is, the more infinite the possibilities. He heard that and tilted his head back, full of arrogance. A second later, Jiang Kai suddenly turned on his communication device. Yuanzhu excitedly said through the device that he and Su Nuanwan had successfully changed classes. Standing beside him, she also happily exclaimed, That's amazing! Now that we'll be fighting together, we'll be even stronger. Jiang Kai, fired up and calculating, added that with Shen Yi having successfully changed classes 2 days ago, now you all have new class abilities, increasing your base stats by 100%, and I've also reached level 40, so I just need to find the materials for my class advancement to continue leveling up. Song Hu Nian suddenly spoke up, asking, Captain Kai, are we going to keep hunting monsters and grinding levels today? His gaze instantly sharpened. Jiang Kai pondered for a moment before giving the order. The boss battle is the day after tomorrow. Call Shen Yi. We're heading to the quarantine zone immediately to prepare for battle. The fighting spirit within the two flared up instantly. Understood. The next day, at Luling Ridge, rows of military vehicles and tents had been set up. Just then, a man from the military commission warned them, You four, did you hear that clearly? He pointed toward the forest and gave the order. The main God Guild's mission is to lure the boss bandit king in that direction. Don't mess this up. He gave a slight smile and assured them. Don't worry, we won't mess it up. The man heard that and gave an enigmatic smile. Just remember it. Do a good job, and don't go dying at the hands of that boss. Yuan Yu, standing behind, angrily blurted out. Damn it. Look at his face. It's obvious he's itching for us to go die. Hu Nian angrily agreed. Exactly. Jiang Kai wasn't scared at all and just smiled, saying, when the time comes, listen to my command, and we'll take it as it comes. At this moment, the whole group was discussing strategy, while on the other side, he was coldly delegating. When the time comes, you must ensure Jiang Kai's guild obediently goes over there. And another thing, have you chosen the people for the ambush? Do not use members of our own guild. The military forbids internal fighting during the Beast Tide. The person who just spoke was the leader of the Guangming Guild, Ruan Yu Xuanxin. Lu Xuan immediately gave a warm smile and replied, yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, guild leader. I've spent a large sum of money to hire secret experts. Completing the mission will be a breeze, and we won't be exposed. Having said that, his expression suddenly turned sinister. I will also personally ambush them nearby to ensure there are no slip-ups. Xuanxin heard that and also looked over with a cruel gaze. Jiang Kai's eyes were locked onto his face like a venomous snake. Xuanwu used to be glorious, but it failed at your hands time after time. Time and time again this time. I must make sure you die with no place to be buried. Very quickly, night fell over Luling Ridge. On the other side of the mountain range, a light suddenly flashed. The ground shook violently, and a swarm of map bosses charged in like a flood. A soldier screamed to signal fire, and a barrage of bullets rained down, followed by constant roars. For the sacred grace, keep holding. Hold on until the 5 major guilds kill the boss. 7th platoon, to the left. Connect quickly. Just then, the ground beneath them suddenly split open, and a swarm of gold-horned crocodile dragons jumped out. A team of soldiers couldn't help but scream. 3rd platoon. Surround the gold-horned crocodile dragons. Absolutely do not let them break through the defensive line. 4th platoon. Provide fire support. Hurry. The bullets hit its horns. The gold-horned crocodile dragon angrily knocked the whole group away. Captain Bang Huangwei yelled, requesting backup. The strength of these crocodiles is too much for us to handle. But at that moment, it was already closing in on him. In the blink of an eye, the gold-horned crocodile dragon swallowed the captain whole. At this moment, Jiang Kai stood on high ground, looking down at the cracked earth. Hu Nian clenched her fists, angrily cursing, damn it! Is these beasts' armor made of diamond? Shen Yi gritted her teeth and muttered, a commander-level gold-horned crocodile dragon is already hard to deal with. I can't imagine how terrifying a king-level monster will be. Ruan Yu said nothing, but her face was extremely tense. Jiang Kai thoughtfully reminded them, this is not the time to panic. No matter what happens, we must be ready to fight at any moment. In front of them were waves of monsters, and everyone turned pale with fear. This is bad. It's a king level. A king level monster is here. Before they could even prepare, a monster charged forward. The level 120 king level sharp-toothed tiger. With just one strike, it completely wiped out the whole group. Under the claws of the sharp-toothed tiger was an innocent soldier, and its sharp teeth still held a severed arm. In a flash, only the sharp-toothed tiger remained in the yard. This scene immediately made the whole group turn pale. Liu Xuan, on the other side, suddenly roared, listen up, you main god people. 3 minutes. You have to stall that king-level sharp-toothed tiger for 3 minutes behind the woods. Wait for reinforcements, he added viciously. If you don't complete the mission, just wait to be disbanded and finished. Ruan Yu couldn't believe her ears. Stall it for 3 minutes? Are you kidding me? You didn't mention any time requirements before. Hu Nian also angrily questioned. Exactly. And who the hell do you think you are? By what right do you get to say, disband, whenever you want? Lu Xuan clicked his tongue with disdain. What time do you think it is? The beast tide is right in front of us. Do you know what the big picture means? Once this beast tears through the defensive line, can you losers even handle the consequences? Having said that, he left them with an impatient comment. Go, go, go. Instead of wasting time arguing with me, you'd better figure out what to do. She was left speechless by that attitude. At this moment, Shen Yi turned and asked, Guild leader, what do we do? Do we really have to do what he said? This is clearly a trap. He also furrowed his brows and vowed firmly, Captain Kai, we follow you. Tragic screams echoed constantly. My arm, I can't stop it. Retreat, retreat. We can't handle this. The tragic scene made his expression darken immediately. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to jump up, and he angrily waved his hand to order. Fire God squad, engage. 5 stones instantly shot forcefully into its body. The sharp-toothed tiger roared in pain. It madly chased after the group. Very quickly, the sharp-toothed tiger closed the distance, and it angrily bore down on Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai shouted in worry, "This is bad, Ruan Yu." Just then, a stone suddenly shot out. The stone hit it right in the eye. Taking advantage of the sharp-toothed tiger's pain, he grabbed her. "Get out of the way." But it suddenly swung its paw at them. Jiang Kai exclaimed in alarm, "It's too fast." Right at that moment, Hu Nian swung her staff up. "Heroine to the rescue. Look at me, invincible storm shield." A stream of light suddenly appeared, separating them. It was immediately blocked by the surge of energy. He shouted while running, "Keep running! Run toward the forest ahead." The sharp-toothed tiger roared furiously behind them. It turned out the boss had activated its death roar skill. As soon as the whirlwind hit, Shen Yi shouted a warning. "Everyone, be careful." She cursed in amazement. "The wind is so strong, damn it. Is this its skill?" He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself from the assault on Jiang Kai. Sensing the danger, his pupils instantly constricted. Jiang Kai quickly leaned to the side and activated his skill, Decoy Substitute. The saber-toothed tiger lunged like a bolt of lightning, locking its gaze firmly on Jiang Kai. The saber-toothed tiger pinned him down in an instant, but just then, Jiang Kai's figure flickered, and he suddenly reappeared in the middle of the group, Decoy Substitute. He turned around as Hun Han reported with a serious expression, "Captain Kai, there's a forest ahead." Its predatory gaze locked onto the whole group again. Then, a terrifying roar echoed through the forest. A massive shadow darted through the trees. The saber-toothed tiger stood in the heart of the forest, furious. Perched high in a tree, Jiang Kai watched it silently, his eyes deep in thought, as if calculating something. Flashback to the night before the boss fight. Jiang Kai had summarized the plan. The great battle was near. Our opponent this time is a king-tier monster. I'll emphasize this again. When completing the mission, do your best to avoid a direct confrontation. He looked over at Ruan Yu and warned him, "Ruan Yu, while your wine can boost our combat power, it also causes you to lose control. Once you face an opponent with overwhelming ability, losing control is no different from death." Finally, Jiang Kai concluded, "So, tomorrow, you are not allowed to drink a single drop of alcohol." He didn't hesitate and replied, "Understood." Then, Jiang Kai turned to the others. "Hun Han, your talent and skills are far too outmatched to face a king-tier monster head-on, but you provide the most flexible support for the team. If one of us is targeted by the monster, you must provide cover." Finally, Jiang Kai gave a serious assessment of him. "Tham Inge, your defense is our most reliable bulwark. When necessary, you and I will work together to stabilize our formation." Hun Han confidently assured him, "Leave the small stuff to Heroine Hu." Tham Inge also calmly confirmed, "Understood, Captain." Seeing that, he sternly outlined the plan. The ideal situation is that we can avoid direct combat with the king-tier monster, lure it into the forest, and complete the mission. However, since the mission is perilous, I cannot help but consider the worst-case scenario. At this point, Jiang Kai's expression darkened. "If, in the end, we cannot avoid it, we will have to risk everything against that beast. Everyone, get ready," he continued calmly. "If I hadn't joined the Fire God squad and gone through that fierce battle at the Kwangmin Divine Realm, I might still be a lone wolf who only knows how to take reckless risks." Memories flooded his mind, the synergy and joy of trusting his back to his teammates. Heart-to-heart synchronization and fighting side by side were things I had never experienced before. Finally, Tham Ye smiled brightly and declared, "Captain, facing a powerful enemy alongside you is exactly what I've wanted, Tham Ye." The two Hun Han also chimed in, "Us too." Hearing that, Jiang Kai was deeply moved and reached out his hand. They all touched fists, filled with confidence. "For the victory of this battle, Fire God Squad, unite and fight to the end. Unite and fight to the end." Back in the present, he stood on high ground, gloomily evaluating the forest as a natural shield, hoping it would buy them some time. But Jiang Kai suddenly froze in terror. Oh no! The saber-toothed tiger's form began to change. As its bloodthirsty gaze flickered toward them, the system sounded, "Warning, king-tier monster saber-toothed tiger has activated the skill, Bloodthirsty Pursuit. Targets locked." His pupils instantly constricted. They had been discovered. A sphere appeared in its gaping, crimson maw, and immediately after, a surge of power blasted toward Jiang Kai. She and Ruan Yu couldn't help but scream when they saw this. "Captain Kai!" Tham Ye also gasped, "Captain!" But fortunately, he had quickly activated the fire-extinguishing death card. and by the time it attacked, the whole group had teleported away. Wounds appeared on the tiger's body, but the group had safely landed elsewhere. Hunyan asked suspiciously, "Did we break its armor?" Without time to think, Jiangkai ordered, "Take this chance, run." As he ran, he shouted, "Backup should be arriving soon." Hearing that, he turned back to look, only to see the saber-toothed tiger healing itself. Its recovery speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the saber-toothed tiger had regained its strength, and a wave of force crushed them toward the ground. Hun Han couldn't hold steady, and was sucked back in. "The suction is too strong. I can't control my body." Ruan Yu wasn't spared either. He was about to be pulled in. He gritted his teeth in anger, struggling to hold on. "Damn it, the power gap is too big. Are we really going to stop here? These 3 minutes are way too long." Just then, Tham Nge roared, "Diamond indestructible." Finished with his shout, he charged straight at the beast. The three of them watched in horror. "Tham Nge. I never thought Tham Nge could hold it back." Jiang Kai also paused because of this. Meanwhile, Tham Nge was gradually running out of energy. His voice suddenly rang out, "Tham Nge, you block the fatal pursuit." A series of beams immediately struck the saber-toothed tiger, but the sight that followed left Jiang Kai horrified. "What?" Tham Nge thought anxiously. "It's no good. At this rate, once everyone is exhausted, we're all going to die." His whole body shook. After that, Tham Nge made a decision. "Captain Hun Han, Ruan Yu, the main god's mission is in your hands now." Those final words shocked all three of them. "Oh no, don't tell me Tham Nge wants to." His regretful voice echoed softly. "It's a pity I won't be able to fight to the end with you all." Jiang Kai roared in anxiety. Before being swallowed, Tham Nge still managed to scream, "Run!" Under the pressure, the three of them hit the ground. He steadied himself, but his face was filled with grim resolve. A second later, Jiang Kai growled, "Death card!" A beam of light was immediately fired. Death card. Wrath of the gods. The death card quickly pierced the beast's chest. Hun Han stood up and pulled his arm. "Captain Kai, run. Don't let Tham Nge's sacrifice go to waste." By now, the saber-toothed tiger was lunging forward rapidly. At that very moment, Ruan Yu lunged out. "Look out!" But all three were still sent, flying by the impact. The saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth to gather power. Jiang Kai's face turned pale. Just then, a beam of light struck the beast's flank hard. The saber-toothed tiger was instantly knocked back. The three of them stared in astonishment. A figure zipped past. "Ruan Yu Xuan, you sent these kids to lure a king-tier boss? Are you crazy?" The group that had just arrived immediately dove into the battle. "Sorry for being late. The location data was wrong. You guys hurry and find a safe place to hide. Leave the rest to us." The monster roared madly amidst a barrage of attacks. She gasped, coughing violently. "The reinforcements, it's the elite superhuman squad," Ruan Yu shouted, his excitement surging. "Captain Jiang Kai, Hunyan, look over there." By now, countless people had swarmed the silver-toothed tiger. Jiang Kai stood still, analyzing the scene with a frown. Judging by their formation and coordination, they must be an elite unit from the top 10 guilds. With such heavy hitters and these top-tier superhumans, there's no way that beast is escaping today, even if it grew wings. After speaking, he slowly stood up and gave the order, "Our mission is done. Let's find a place to patch up these wounds." Both of them nodded in agreement immediately. A while later, the moon was high in the sky. Beneath the hollowed-out tree, sighs of regret echoed. Thankfully, Su Nuan was thoughtful enough to prepare the specific medicine. "My wounds are healing fast. I feel much better now. It's just a shame about Tham Nge." Hunian was fuming. She gave a cold huff. "At the end of the day, the Kwangmin Guild is just disgusting. They only told us at the very last second that we had to hold off a king-level monster for 3 minutes." She cursed in agony. "I don't know why the military agreed to this plan." Just then, Jiang Kai spoke up. "I'm afraid those 3 minutes had nothing to do with the mission. The military probably didn't even know." These words instantly snapped the two of them to attention. "Captain Jiang Kai, what do you mean?" He turned around coldly. "This was a death trap set for us by the Kwangmin Guild." With that, Jiang Kai picked up a twig and calmly drew out the details. In battle, a classic lure the enemy tactic requires setting up an ambush point in advance to ensure there are no slip-ups. It requires precise coordination. He then posed a question. "But what about this arrangement? They knew the target was a king-level monster, yet they specifically ordered us to hold it for 3 minutes after we arrived." Every word was dripping with chill. Were those 3 minutes meant for the ambush squad who were already in position to rush over here from the battlefield? Both of them stared at him, deep in thought. Then, Jiang Kai slowly pointed out, The military had been planning this operation for months. The supplies, the energy barriers, the reinforcements, they all appeared from deep within the forest. This proves they were already lying in wait there. Hunian cried out in disbelief. Then why? He stood up coldly and continued. This is the final point I wanted to make. Do you remember the excuse given when the superhumans showed up? He said, sorry we're late. The ambush coordinates were miscalculated. You guys better find a place to hide. She remembered instantly. I remember now. They said the ambush coordinates were miscalculated. Jiang Kai questioned them with deep contempt. Miscalculated coordinates? In a boss fight where the military has a massive presence and is determined to win, how could such a fatal error happen? As he said this, killing intent rose in his eyes. Unless this was all planned from the start. Jiang Kai angrily thought of Liu Xuan. I'm afraid some cowards in the shadows reported false intel, intentionally delaying the reinforcements. Both of them were stunned, unable to hide their horror. She frowned and cursed angrily. Damn it. We're all out here trying to expand the Sacred Glory's territory, and yet they're plotting against us behind our backs. Thom Nge can't die in vain, and we can't suffer for nothing. I'm going to make the Kwangmin Guild give us an explanation. Ruan Yu couldn't hold back either and agreed. That's right. Just then, a laugh rang out. So, you're hiding out here? You want an explanation? Fine then. All three of them jumped and looked over. He spoke coldly with a provocation. If you guys can survive and make it out of here today, Jiang Kai recognized him instantly. Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan made no effort to hide it anymore. You've got a sharp eye, kid. Honestly, I didn't want to show my face myself. He continued with a sinister tone. But I've been thinking after you guys die, I just need to collect your watches, alter the logs, and write a perfect report. A wave of murderous intent rose in Liu Xuan's eyes. Once it's done, even if you wanted to frame me, the military would just see you as a bunch of dogs that died for nothing. He didn't get angry, just gave a light, sarcastic smile. Your vileness exceeds my expectations. He huffed coldly and said bluntly, Jiang Kai, to be honest, you've been an eyesore for a long time. But the moment he heard that, he roared in anger. Liu, you've got some nerve. In the middle of a boss fight, when everyone is fighting with their lives on the line, you dare to defy military orders and start an internal conflict? He acted as if he'd heard something ridiculous. Internal conflict? What conflict? We aren't fighting internally. Don't throw your baseless accusations at me. It's obvious that you four were just unlucky enough to be critically wounded by the king-level boss. The words coiled around them like a venomous snake. Death, by lack of medical care. Hu Nian shouted in fury. Enough with the nonsense. Today, this heroine will act on behalf of heaven and take your pathetic life. Liu Xuan didn't hold back either, roaring shamelessly. What are you standing around for? Kill them. Make it quick. The group of soldiers rushed forward. Jiang Kai jumped into the fray. You think you can take us on with just them? A flurry of attacks held the soldiers back, but they quickly surged forward again. You brat, might have a little skill, but facing us, you're only heading for your grave. Corrosive potion, dark knight swordsman, bone-crushing strike. He didn't hesitate to declare his stance. In this life I, Ruan Yu, won't lose to anyone. Finally, I get to have a real, satisfying fight. Ruan Yu dashed forward, tossing the group aside. He laughed heartily while striking. Great hit, Ruan Yu. Darts filled with immense pressure whistled through the air, taking down several men. Liu Xuan panicked, continuously ordering his shield guards to step forward and block the brat's darts. Right at that moment, she also appeared and unleashed her demon's cry, wolf's howl technique. A mystical light suddenly shimmered across the sky, and the whole group froze in terror. What the hell is that? From the ground, countless ghosts rose up in unison. A soldier suddenly jumped out and screamed, backing away, only to see the purple light pass right through him. The demon's cry appeared right in front of the soldier in a flash. His shield dropped from his hands and hit the ground. He was shaking so hard he couldn't stop. What? Amidst the screams, the wolf demon is coming. No. Another monster silently appeared behind him and delivered the finishing blow. No. Terrifying images flooded his mind. The soldier couldn't help but shriek. No, no, get away. Liu Xuan recognized the fear-inducing attack instantly. Damn it, get away from those shadows. But it was too late. The whole group was surrounded by the ghostly cries. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward to finish them off. This illusion will be your graveyard. Jiang Kai zipped by, leaving a chain of explosions in his wake. Ruan Yu stepped forward happily. What kind of day is it that we have so many heavenly beings descending to fight? Hey sweethearts, come over and have some fun. The other two immediately cursed in disgust. Damn it, kill this shameless fatty. A blue light flashed in her eyes. and with a wave of Ruan Yu's hand, she sent them flying. A natural beauty with a seductive figure. Just then, 2 beams of sword energy suddenly flew toward them. Both of them were blown apart before they could even react. She was still mumbling in her drunken state. Who's next? Who else wants to play with this king? Jiang Kai was intrigued and silently observed. That was sword energy just now. I remember Ruan Yu saying that after entering the true self state, one gains different abilities. It seems sword energy is one of them. The others had also noticed that surge of power. What was that? Hu Nian, standing in the center, suddenly shouted. Thunder rolled, summoning a lightning tribulation. He yelled in disbelief. What? She can summon heavenly thunder? The other person was also terrified, eyes wide. At this level, could she be a hidden superhuman? He stood there, shocked to the point of disbelief. It was impossible. Yet she was bubbling with excitement, ready for a challenge. If I can't defeat a king-level monster, surely I can't handle a bunch of nobodies like you? Hand over your lives now. Even so, Liu Xuan roared stubbornly. Kill them for me. Catch them. Increase the bounty by 50%. Before the words even landed, the whole group rushed to flee. Run quickly. This woman is not normal. She has heavenly thunder, ghost souls, one sword technique to control the area, powerful attacks, and there's that perverted drunkard. Fight, if you want, but I'm not fighting this time. They're crazy. This fire god team is just a bunch of lunatics. He saw this and roared in defiance. Damn it. All of you, get back here. Just then, a soldier bumped into a shield, and Liu Xuan's face instantly went pale. Oh no. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck him hard. Although he was beaten up, Liu Xuan was still alive. He couldn't believe it and checked himself. Only his clothes were a bit charred, and he felt a little numb. But now only Liu Xuan remained. Hu Nian saw this and laughed mockingly. I told you your guts are way too small, right? My lady's lightning tribulation is just a small parlor trick. Can even that scare you this much? He was so furious he couldn't help but curse. Second tribulation? Daring to play me like a fool. Liu Xuan gritted his teeth and charged forward. Now I'm gonna hack you to death. Seeing a figure flash by, she cheered happily. Captain Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai waved his hand, firing a series of throwing knives. You are my prey. He dodged the attack and yelled. Just based on you? Today, none of you 3 are escaping. He was a bit stunned by the scene. In an instant, Liu Xuan had lunged forward. Before the spear could pierce down, Jiang Kai nimbly dodged it. Hu Nian watched the battle and snorted coldly, criticizing, this Liu guy is really full of hot air, so thick-skinned and clingy, not giving Captain Jiang Kai any room to breathe. Ruan Yu stood by and joined in. That's right. Meanwhile, he was silently calculating. Normally, an agility-based profession under level 60, even considering all kinds of buffs, struggles to break through 1000 in agility. With ghost eyes focused, this guy just passed level 60. His agility could be solidly over 1000. Jiang Kai couldn't help but wonder, is this the suppression of a job advancement? Just then, the man's roar echoed. No one under level 60 has ever walked away from my spear. Die, meteor strike. Liu Xuan gritted his teeth and activated his skill. Deception, he commented with disdain, but it's still too slow. Seeing that he hadn't struck him, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. What? At this moment, he had already appeared right behind Liu Xuan. Strike fast, win fast. She clenched her fists in excitement and shouted, Look, Captain Jiang Kai is about to unleash his ultimate technique. Just then, Liu Xuan suddenly roared, Jiang Kai. He wore a smug, provocative smile. This is to let you open your eyes. What is a true war king? At this moment, Liu Xuan activated military orders like mountains. Jiang Kai immediately frowned in surprise. He nimbly raised his hand to block the attack. It felt as if Jiang Kai were being crushed by a giant sword. This pressure made it impossible to even focus on using the death card. Both of them couldn't help but shout, Captain Jiang Kai! He heard their voices and roared to stop them. Don't come over! Get back! The 2 were about to charge, but faltered. He saw this and laughed mockingly. Jiang Kai, I suppose you're clever. Under military orders like mountains, both body and spirit are under heavy pressure. If those 2 useless teammates of yours want to attack, never mind saving you, they can barely protect themselves. Liu Xuan's voice was filled with regret. It's just that your luck ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his spear to attack. Now, go to hell. The 2 of them screamed in terror. Captain Jiang Kai. But Jiang Kai had already managed to raise his hand to block the attack. Holy halo. Liu Xuan immediately looked at his locked arm. Just like that, his arm suddenly tilted to one side. Liu Xuan couldn't believe it and cursed, Damn it, What the hell is this? And then, his whole body seemed unable to move anymore. Hu Nian shouted excitedly. It looks like his hand can't move, Ruan Yu happily added. That's Captain Kai's Holy Radiance aura. Suddenly, Lu Xuan raised his hand to summon his ability. Jiang Kai, don't think you're the only one with a divine artifact. He shouted loudly while raising his hand. Divine protection gem, protect me. They watched as the Holy Radiance aura was quickly shattered, and her expression changed instantly. This is bad. Captain's Holy Radiance aura. Captain Jiang Kai hasn't been tempered by the tears of the gods yet. His level isn't high enough to withstand that surge of power. She panicked and called out his name. Captain Jiang Kai. At the same moment, the bindings around Lu Xuan shattered, and he suddenly burst into a menacing laugh. See that? This is the absolute power of a level 6 soldier king. You're definitely going to die by my hand. With that, Liu Xuan lunged at Jiang Kai. At this point, neither of them could wait a second longer. Captain Jiang Kai. Then, Hu Nian suddenly froze. Wait, she exclaimed in shock. It's a decoy. He sneered with utter disdain. Is this the power of a level 60 soldier king? It's nothing special. Jiang Kai didn't stop, waving his hand to launch his death card. Wrath of the God of Thunder. The card struck his back with force, but something seemed to block it. He stared in horror as it connected. Jiang Kai quickly landed. The armor was protecting its master automatically. Lu Xuan only just noticed what was behind him. Damn it, my premium armor. But then, he turned back, laughing mockingly. I remember this card of yours. You used it to kill that fool Visas in the qualifiers, didn't you? But he remained silent. That attitude infuriated Lu Xuan. I knew it. Even your final trump card has been locked down by me. Jiang Kai, you've reached the end of the road. Kneel and wait for death. Only then did Jiang Kai react. Just you? You think you have the right to decide my fate? Furious, he activated his shield, the divine defense gem protecting his body. At that instant, his entire body felt crushed. Orders are like stone, Lu Xuan shouted, lunging forward with contempt. You think a few pathetic darts can change the outcome? This move will make sure you have nowhere to be buried. The two companions rushed over in a panic. Captain Jiang Kai, be careful. A sudden gleam of light flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. Just then, a death card emerged from behind the darts. Taking advantage of the moment Liu Xuan wasn't paying attention, the card flew in at point-blank range. As the blade touched his shoulder, the card plunged deep into Liu Xuan's back. The death card returned to Jiang Kai after finishing the job. Liu Xuan couldn't believe it, shouting, Impossible! How could you? You were still hiding a second death card. He heard this and let out a mocking laugh. The game ends here. Liu Xuan screamed, still unwilling to accept defeat. A moment later, Liu Xuan vanished, leaving behind a watch. Jiang Kai quickly snatched it up. Seeing him kneeling there, the two companions rushed toward him. Captain Jiang Kai. An hour later, Jiang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Seeing he was awake, Ruan Yu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Captain Jiang Kai is awake. Hu Nian leaned in to tell him, Captain Jiang Kai, that was so dangerous. That guy's spear nearly pierced your heart. Luckily, we had the medicine from Nuan. I've already given you emergency treatment. He slowly sat up and whispered, Thanks. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Kai remembered something. Wait, did you two see? She immediately pulled out the watch. Looking for this, right? Don't worry, Ruan Yu and I knew it was important, so we kept it safe for you. He quickly asked, Have you checked what's inside? She promptly replied, It contains notes recording how Lu Xuan and Ruan Yu Xuan Xin secretly hired assassins, planning 3 separate ambushes against us. Our mission was successful, but the ambush we faced was just one of those plans. Jiang Kai looked over with suspicion. So, what are the other 2 plans? Hu Nian snorted with disgust. Talking about this just makes me angry. She grumpily recounted what she had heard. If we didn't complete the mission, they would stage a scene making it look like our failure caused heavy casualties, then blame everything on us. And if we did complete the mission but Captain Jiang Kai was killed, they would express doubt about your capabilities to the military, pressuring the army to stop protecting you. He laughed coldly and sarcastically. It seems they won't stop until I'm dead. However, now that the evidence is in my hands, we'll see who gets the last laugh. Ruan Yu calculated triumphantly. As long as we hand this evidence to the military, we can definitely wipe out this light organization from the roots. She quickly agreed. That's right. But Jiang Kai refused. Not so fast. The two stopped and looked at him. He didn't say much, just urged them to head back to base. Let's check the combat situation first, they replied in unison. Understood. At the same time, the camp was being bombarded by artillery, with screams echoing everywhere. 4th Division, call for 4th Division. New wounded have arrived. Hurry over to provide support. Hurry. One injured soldier cried out in pain. My leg as the medical staff tried to comfort them. Hold on. Seeing this, Hunian panicked. They sent extra defensive personnel for this beasthide, but the casualties are still so severe. She sighed slowly. Everyone says pioneer work is getting harder and harder. I didn't feel it before, but now I've finally experienced it. Hearing this, Jiang Kai stood up straight. That's right, he calmly explained. For decades, St. Glory has reclaimed 98,000 square kilometers of land, and every inch is soaked in the blood of our predecessors. Jiang Kai whispered, mining soul crystals is a matter of life and death for Blue Star, and now that mining is becoming difficult and the threat from god beasts is growing, we don't have much time left. After speaking, he hung his head, looking melancholy. The next day, the camp had returned to peace. Jiang Kai was busy changing his bandages. Right then, she burst in, shouting, We won! St. Glory won! The news just came in. The army and the top 10 guilds joined forces and successfully killed the boss. He looked delighted the moment he heard. That's great. By the way, how are Nuan and Yuanzhu? Hu Nian winked mischievously. I knew you'd ask. I've already checked. Their teams aren't just safe. Thanks to their outstanding performance, they're about to be commended by the military. Captain Jiang Kai, don't you think we should prepare a celebration party? His eyes suddenly lit up with interest. Well done. With Thom Nga finding the green path, I think he'll be able to return to the team soon too. But Ruan Yu scratched her head hesitantly. However, because there were so many casualties this time, to prevent other monsters from attacking, the quarantine zone is still under lockdown. Jiang Kai put his shirt back on and agreed. That's true. We can't go back to the main god guild yet. I understand. Considering the military's safety protocols, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Captain Jiang Kai. The boss fight is over, so when are we turning in Lu Xuan's loot? Or do you have other plans? Just then, a voice called out from outside the camp. Jiang Kai, feeling a bit suspicious, lifted the curtain. Ruan Yu quickly pulled back. He explained that Chen Xuansheng had brought quite a few people with him. Hu Nian clenched her fists in anger. Chen Xuansheng? Does he still have the nerve to show his face here? Let me settle this score with him. At that moment, he remained calm and reassured them. Don't get agitated. Jiang Kai smiled with a calculating look. Actually, it's perfect. I want to meet him personally. A short while later, they met at the edge of the forest. He didn't hesitate and asked directly, Is there something important, President of the Chen Army, that you've brought so many men with you? Xuansheng angrily ordered, Cut the nonsense and hand over the item. Jiang Kai pretended not to understand. What item? Xuansheng was driven mad by that attitude. Don't play games with me. It was about Captain Lu Xuan's watch. Jiang Kai's expression turned sharp as he questioned him aggressively. Captain Lu's watch? If you're looking for it, why are you asking me instead of him? It seemed President Chen had known all along that they were ambushed in the woods. His face darkened as he threatened through gritted teeth. Jiang Kai, quit the games. You didn't hand over the watch immediately after returning to camp. You were clearly waiting to negotiate a deal, weren't you? But he wasn't going to be intimidated easily. After Xuansheng finished speaking, he still angrily uttered threats. I advise you to be smart and hand over that watch. You might have someone backing you. But what about your subordinates? Are their backers as solid as yours? However, the only response was Jiang Kai's challenging gaze. Just try touching my people and see what happens. He sneered sarcastically. And if I do, hand over the watch, and I might just pretend this never happened. Hearing this, he let out a contemptuous laugh, which immediately infuriated Xuansheng. Jiang Kai. What are you laughing at? Jiang Kai let out a cold laugh, his words dripping with sarcasm. You ambushed me while I was fighting the beasthide, and now you're acting like you're doing me a favor by telling me to keep quiet? Chen Xuansheng. I've met shameless people, but never anyone as shameless as you. Every word you say is soaked in sarcasm and threats. Just wait until I turn the watch over to the military. Let's see if you can keep your God of War title then. The guy was so angry he couldn't even get a word out. Inside, Xuansheng kept cursing. Damn it, this brat Jiang Kai is much tougher to deal with than I thought. If we keep dragging this out, both sides will lose. Seeing the guy's furious expression, he smiled triumphantly. Luckily, he had previously learned that although this Chen Xuansheng was cunning and ruthless, he had a fatal weakness. To him, losing the glory of being the god of war was worse than death. After a moment of hesitation, Xuansheng finally spoke. Do you want me to help you deal with the Xuanwu Guild? Jiang Kai remarked with interest. President Chen is truly a smart man. On the surface, it seems one way, but in your heart, you already realize that the one I want to deal with is Xuan Wu. The Guangming Guild only follows orders. Even if I used the watch to punish them, without solid evidence, I still couldn't touch the Ha family or Xuan Wu. Jiang Kai thought for a moment before mocking him. However, I wonder if the condition President Chen is offering is worthy of the God of War position. Although angry, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine. I will resign as president, take all my subordinates with me, and hand over the Guangming Guild to someone unaffiliated with Xuan Wu. In addition, I'll give you another chance to deal with Xuan Wu, he asked with a hint of suspicion. What kind of chance? Xuansheng slowly summarized. Since you wiped out their branch in City A, Xuan Wu has lost its reputation, and its strength has dwindled. Now, many elites are leaving one by one, no longer trusting in them, to stabilize their troops and prove their governing ability once more. As he spoke, he recounted seriously, the high-level executives of Xuan Wu have ordered that they must win the championship in the top 10 guilds betting competition. Jiang Kai frowned slightly and repeated, the top 10 guilds betting competition? Xuansheng admitted immediately. That's right. It's a guild point accumulation bet held between the top 10 guilds and the other guilds. He continued to explain that the guilds in the top 10 would each send 100 elites into the arena. Each guild team starts with 100 points. Xuansheng calmly explained the rules. In the betting arena, if the challenger isn't knocked out of the ring within the specified time, they win the points for that round. As for the top 10 guilds that are participating, they must take a corresponding amount of points from their own guild to cover the bet. He summarized thoughtfully. In short, the points in this round will belong to the participating top 10 guilds. Finally, Xuansheng concluded. After the competition ends, the top 10 guilds must take the remaining points in their possession, subtract the bet points they already contributed, and then re-rank based on the final total. The guild in last place will have 10,000 guild points deducted. Jiang Kai frowned, summarizing everything. To put it simply, the top 10 guilds act as the house, accepting challenges from other parties, and then fighting for ranking. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. You could understand it that way. He smiled faintly and slowly asked, so, as long as I'm not knocked out of the ring within the time limit, I can win those points? Then, what happens if I defeat a member of the top 10 guilds? Xuansheng laughed as if he'd heard something hilarious. Huh, defeat them? Just you? Those people are at least level 70 or higher. Of course, confidence is good. If you can actually do it, you'll receive 3 times the guild points. Jiang Kai quickly calculated in his head. He could defeat Xuan Wu and gain guild points rapidly at the same time. It was a great opportunity, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking this, he asked, a competition of this level probably has entry requirements, right? How can I participate? He immediately summoned an invitation card. Of course, this is the invitation for the competition. With this, your Lord Guild will be able to send people to participate. Xuanzin immediately pulled his hand back and demanded, Jiang Kai, where's the watch? Don't you try any funny business with me. Seeing this, Jiang Kai just chuckled to reassure him. Take it easy. I promise not to hand the watch over to the military, but if you want it back, you'll still have to agree to one condition. The man asked with a hint of suspicion. What are the conditions? Jiang Kai calmly stated his request. I want to know more intel on the Xuan Wu Guild. As soon as Xuansheng heard this, he stared in shock. What? You want me to be a spy for you? Jiang Kai shrugged, responding with a playful smirk. Why make it sound so harsh? We're partners. His face darkened immediately. Why should I trust you? Jiang Kai remained unflinching and calmly explained, because you have no other choice. Sun Sheng was horrified and stopped in his tracks, his hand holding the invitation card trembling. In the end, he had to bow his head in defeat. You'd better be able to back up your words. Jiang Kai let out a knowing chuckle. Happy doing business with you. After settling things, Jiang Kai returned to the camp. Hu Nian, Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu immediately stepped forward to greet him. Captain, you're finally here. Hu Nian also smiled and added, if you hadn't come back yet, Ruan Yu and I were about to go find Master Lu for backup. He quickly reassured both of them. Don't worry, I'm fine. Look at what I got. Both of them leaned in curiously. Jiang Kai pulled out an invitation card and started to explain. This is an invitation to the betting tournament held by the 10 major guilds. Simply put, it's an event where guild points are used as stakes, with the major guilds acting as bookies, accepting challenges from elites of other guilds. He explained unhurriedly that this was to save the guild's reputation and win back the talent that had been lost. The leadership of the Xuan Wu Guild was determined to win the championship for this tournament. She immediately guessed Jiang Kai's intention. "Captain, do you want to participate?" He confirmed it without a second thought. "That's right." Thinking back on the past few days, whether it was nearly dying in the jaws of the king-level boss, or almost falling for Lu Xuan's traps, we've been way too passive. Jiang Kai stated his plan seriously. "If the Xuanwu Guild refuses to let me go, then on the arena, we will settle who is superior with real strength." Hu Nian, filled with fighting spirit, couldn't help but praise him. "That's great! I couldn't wait any longer. It's time to show the Ha family what they're missing, and let them see just how powerful our Captain Kai is." Ruan Yu also asked excitedly. "Captain Kai, when does this tournament start?" He replied slowly. "In about a month." Soon, night fell, and the flickering firelight illuminated the camp. Jiang Kai stood there, lost in thought. To win within a month, the safest way was to complete his class advancement quickly. "It's just that my class is quite special, so I must find the destiny material to advance to level 40 first." Just then, a cry for help echoed from deep within the forest. "Help! Is anyone there? Save me!" The words he had heard earlier flashed through his mind, but because the number of casualties was high this time, the isolation perimeter was still in lockdown to prevent other monsters from attacking. He wondered to himself, a cry for help? Jiang Kai didn't hesitate and dashed off. Could a monster have used the cover of darkness to sneak in and launch an attack? He moved through the trees like a gust of wind, but suddenly, Jiang Kai froze and looked to the side. By reflex, he threw a dart forward, and an apple, missing a small piece, fell unexpectedly. Jiang Kai couldn't believe it, and whispered, "What is this?" Under the hazy moonlight, a figure slowly stepped out. "I just wanted to give an old friend a nice gift. Isn't it a bit excessive to set up such a big scene for me?" he asked suspiciously. "I don't recall us being friends." With just one look, Jiang Kai recognized the visitor as the fox demon from the Red Moon Forest. Even so, he didn't let his guard down. When exactly did this creature arrive, and how did it manage to silently break through the military's defensive lines in the surrounding area? The fox demon laughed teasingly. "The fact that you say that proves you haven't forgotten me yet, right?" Jiang Kai said nothing, just watching it coldly. The fox demon wasn't angry. Instead, it tutted in disappointment. "Those little brats were wiped out by you guys. They really were useless." However, it showed a sinister look and began to probe. "Tell me, if I were to come out and play for a bit, wouldn't tonight become much more interesting?" His eyes filled with caution. He asked, "What do you want to do?" It didn't explain, but just waved its hand to attack something to look forward to indeed. Jiang Kai quickly summoned his protective items. The death card, plus the light order, could he block her? "Damn it, I'll take the risk." The beam of light was deflected in a different direction. They shot straight into the sky in a flash. He looked up at the sky in confusion. "What is that?" The beams of light converged into a single mass. The next second, they shot away at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, a picture appeared in the sky. The previous battle was thought to be just a boring win or loss for humans. Unexpectedly, you're quite worth watching. Consider this a reward for successfully sparking even greater curiosity in me. Take what you need. It's inside. Don't waste my expectations. The beams of light kept converging to form a card. "Remember my name. Dong Li." The fox demon smiled gently and slowly vanished. "See you next time." As it finished, Jiang Kai immediately reached out to grab the card. A flicker of anger flashed deep in his eyes, but he only cursed inwardly. That creature outside was a dark and silent night, while inside, Hu Nian was still deep in her dreams. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the space. She woke up in a panic. Even the bold fox demon was startled. Finding nothing, Hu Nian went back to sleep, muttering to herself, "Messing with someone like me is asking for trouble. Now you know to be afraid, right?" Seeing her like that while asleep, the demon was speechless. The fox demon quickly moved above Hu Nian's head. At this moment, its eyes suddenly turned bright red. Her sleepy image was being recorded. Every move was being captured by the real fox demon on the other side. As expected, you can't even sit still while sleeping. Hu Nian's expression suddenly darkened. Seeing this, the fox demon chuckled with delight. "Humph, a nightmare? Poor little rabbit? You look quite uncomfortable." It couldn't help but laugh. How ridiculous. Clearly a weak and fragile human body that couldn't take a single hit. Yet why am I so curious? Is this restless dream a weakness you're hiding? The fox demon suddenly activated its ability, whispering, "Oh well, I'll make an exception tonight." The next second, it lightly touched Hu Nian's silhouette, and the space around her was enveloped in a strange aura. Hu Nian's expression gradually softened. It whispered, "Have a sweet dream, little rabbit." 3 days later at Black Abyss Mountain, Ruan Yu asked curiously. Captain Kai, can you really find your class advancement materials in Black Abyss Mountain? It seems a bit too ordinary here. Jiang Kai recalled the woman's words, filled with suspicion. Whether it was her leading him to the teleportation portal, or the bizarre pranks she pulled that night. That person named Dong Li enjoyed toying with others, but she had never shown any real malice, and so, he made his decision. Was this what she meant when she said it would be the promotion material for the heavenly mandate? Perhaps it was worth the gamble. Jiang Kai turned his gaze toward the deep forest and began to explain. This is a hidden map, not a typical secret realm. When entering a normal secret realm, you can feel fluctuations, but a hidden map is different, he continued, pointing out the unique traits. A hidden map is like a stable space superimposed over another. It looks completely ordinary, and only when special activation conditions are met does the entrance officially appear. Hearing this, Hun Han asked seriously, Captain Kai, what should we do now? Jiang Kai opened his information panel, performed the operation, and activated the sensor. Sure enough, this was the key. The next second, he waved his hand, sending the item downward. A path immediately appeared in mid-air. The hidden map had opened, with the entrance hidden inside the mountain. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai hurried. This path might have a limited duration. Let's go. Understood. The three of them followed the path forward. A while later, they arrived. Jiang Kai suddenly shouted an order. Jump now. The three of them immediately fell into the black hole below. They successfully passed through to another space, and the gate on the other side opened to welcome them. As they landed, the group caused a minor tremor. Mayu asked, dazed, Captain Kai, are we still alive? The scene before them left Hun Han stunned. Wait, this scene could this place be? Jiang Kai nodded, excited. Found it. A hidden map. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have discovered a hidden map. As they entered the forest, the three moved deeper into the woods. What kind of monsters would be hiding in this dense forest? Just as he finished speaking, Hu Han Han cried out in alarm, Look, something is moving over there. The other two immediately raised their guard. From within the bushes, a ferocious beast lunged out. Jiang Kai reacted quickly, rushing forward to block. Captain Kai, soul-chasing fire. His attack made the opponent stumble, but its surrounding shield blocked Jiang Kai's strike. He hadn't expected this. What? The other two couldn't believe their eyes. No way, right? Did it just use elemental power? Impossible. That's too heaven-defying. Jiang Kai was deeply unsettled. What kind of monster was this that could awaken elemental power? The screen in his hand suddenly flashed, and the beast charged at them once again. Jiang Kai leaped high, preparing to counterattack. He unleashed his power, attacking from above, but it dealt no damage to the opponent. Jiang Kai hurriedly retreated to gain distance, but the beast continued to charge. He called out to Hun Han for help. Hun Han immediately waved his staff to support his teammate. Watch this. Ghostly howling wolf. From beneath the ground, countless ghosts emerged, attacking the beast from behind. Seeing the technique work, Hun Yan cheered joyfully. Captain Kai, these Black Panthers can't withstand the spiritual attack. They've been hit. Jiang Kai also realized the opponent's weakness at that moment. Good, this thing has an elemental shield protecting its body. Soul chasing can't pierce it. However, if I focus, since a scattered attack couldn't break the defense, he immediately activated his next skill, Ghost Eye Focus. Alright, concentrate on one point, and attack with everything I've got. Jiang Kai gathered his energy and fired at that single point. Fate-breaking strike. The Black Panther took the full force of the terrifying attack. The other two saw this and cheered. The armor is broken. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Kai unleashed a finishing blow. Final strike, finish you off. With all his remaining energy, he struck down hard, causing the beast to howl in pain. At this moment, the system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 65 Shadow Black Panther. Obtained 1 carcass of a common Shadow Black Panther. Received 1 basic Panther Spirit Essence. Warning, your experience points are full. You cannot receive more. Please promote your profession as soon as possible. Jiang Kai reached out to claim the Spirit Beast. His teammates quickly came over to check the loot. They had seen many carcass cards, but this panther monster also dropped a crystal, which was truly rare. Check it out, it's even glowing. Jiang Kai was also filled with excitement. A level 65 Shadow Black Panther? Hidden maps are truly bizarre. Monsters can even drop essences. He suddenly turned to ask Hun Han, did you bring the appraisal card? She quickly handed it to him. Suddenly, a beam of blue light appeared in mid-air. This was the system displaying detailed information about the item. Basic Panther Spirit Essence. When used directly, it increases experience by 5,000 points. If you fuse 2 basic ones, you will receive a new one with a higher purity and more experience. Because this item cannot exist independently for long, nor can it be fused into the body, and it has the characteristic that lower purity leads to faster energy evaporation, you need to use it immediately. Hunhan and Meiyu were confused after reading this. Panther Spirit Essence. After using it, not only can we raise experience, but after fusing, we can continue to upgrade? That's right. This is the first time I've heard of something so magical. However, one thing made her ponder. But if the basic essence cannot be fused, does that mean the high-level one can? But what is the point of body fusion? Meiyu was helpless and didn't know either. Hearing this, Jiang Kai could only look forward to it. Even though he didn't have a clue about the Heavenly Mandate promotion material for now, this Panther Spirit Essence might yield other gains. But then he had to make a quick decision. This thing has a time limit. Let's eat it first. As for the answers to our questions, won't we know once we go and verify it ourselves? Saying this, the 3 of them went deep into the forest together to find if there was a group of panthers. Killing a pack would increase efficiency. Just then, countless black panthers were lurking and waiting for them. But Jiang Kai quickly noticed, and they immediately raised their guard. They're shadow black panthers. There are 5 of them. He spoke up to point out their weakness to the other 2. The defensive core of the shadow black panther is its elemental shield. Although their elemental level isn't strong, it still requires concentrated focus on a single point to successfully break the armor. After that, Jiang Kai continued to assign tasks. Hunhan, use Ghostly Howl to slow them down and create an opening for me to break their armor. Ruan Yuan, quickly moved to guard Hunhan. The 2 of them didn't hesitate. Understood. Seeing this, Jiang Kai braced himself. All right, let the battle begin. Hunhan immediately summoned her ghosts. Come forth, my ghostly howl. The spirits lunged at the shadow leopards, surrounding them. Seeing it was under control, Hunhan cheered. Yes, I've got them pinned down, but it didn't last long. The shadow leopards broke free, causing her to scream in terror. Oh no, the fear effect wore off. Jiang Kai stepped in just in time, his technique temporarily suppressing them. He shouted out new orders to his team. Hunhan, focus and increase your attack power. Ruan Yu, protect Hunhan. One of the beasts escaped his strike, and Ruan Yu lunged forward to intercept it. To think there'd be such a wild and sexy beauty here. Why don't you come here and dance with me, pretty lady? Luckily, his shield was sturdy enough to block those razor-sharp teeth. Hunhan quickly regained her composure. All right, enough with the appetizers. Now, start trembling ghostly howl. The ghosts emerged once again, relentlessly pummeling the shadow leopards. Seeing his chance, Jiang Kai activated his Ghost Eye focus. Combining it with his Time Gambler ability, he declared, "The hunt begins now." In a flash, the beasts were wiped out. The system pinged repeatedly. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Shadow Leopard levels 65, 68, and 75. His teammates quickly regrouped around him. Captain Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai looked at the loot in his hands, excited. The appraisal showed these essences could be fused to level up, but they didn't have a proper fusion device on hand. Ruan Yu suddenly had an idea. Maybe we can try this? He quickly pulled out a large jar. I picked up a fusion device when I went to buy brewing equipment. Should we try fusing 2 first? Jiang Kai pondered the calculation. Since the energy and origin were compatible, the system didn't place a limit on the quantity. He finally made a decision. Fine, let's go all out and fuse them all. Jiang Kai tossed all the materials into the jar. A moment later, the entire space was bathed in a fiery red glow. After the absorption finished, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the jar. A thunderous boom echoed all around. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in excitement. It worked! Jiang Kai stepped forward to claim his prize, but something caught him off guard. Oh? The item's details immediately appeared for him. High-level leopard spirit essence. Contains energy from the shadow leopards, obtained via artificial fusion. Using it directly grants 24,000 experience points. Can be fused with the body to increase fire intensity by 10 points. Fire intensity improves flame temperature and damage, enhancing destruction and penetration against physical energy shields. Ruan Yu and Hunhan hurried over to take a look. The experience gain from the leopard spirit essence was several times higher than usual. Not only that, but fusing it with the body also added 10 points of fire intensity to his attacks. She suddenly remembered something. Wait, Captain Jiang Kai, doesn't your pyromancer's gauntlets also deal fire damage? Jiang Kai nodded, explaining the weapon's potential. Although my gauntlets do deal fire damage, the base damage isn't that high. Killing opponents usually relies on critical hits. Saying that, he glanced at the essence in his hand. 10 points of fire intensity. Huh? The next second, Jiang Kai swallowed it. Worth a try. His body began to transform. A massive surge of energy flowed through him. His heart started racing this power. It felt like a warm current washing over his entire body, ready to overflow. He felt more alive than ever. This is exactly the feeling. Jiang Kai summoned a small blade and launched it instantly. Death Chaser. The blade, engulfed in raging flames, flew straight toward a tree. In the blink of an eye, the massive tree was blown to pieces. The raw power stunned everyone. Before them lay a sea of flames. So strong, the temperature and destructive power of these flames are way beyond what they were before. After the test, Jiang Kai was satisfied. The effect is great. Hun Han chimed in excitedly. Captain Jiang Kai, this is only one high-level leopard spirit essence, and it's already this powerful. If we find more, your abilities will definitely reach a new level. He silently agreed. Hun Han was right. The power of the leopard spirit essence was truly extraordinary. Opportunities to enter hidden maps were rare. Once finished, they prepared to move on. All right, let's keep going. The hunt has only just begun. 30 minutes passed as they continued. In the deathly silence, Jiang Kai became extremely alert. It's too quiet, so quiet it's unsettling. I have a chilling feeling, like something is watching us. Hun Han noticed his teammate lagging and threatened him. Hey Ruan Yu, keep up. If you fall behind and get lost here, we're leaving you behind. Ruan Yu ran, begging. I'm coming. Wait for me. But a second later, he tripped over a skull. Reflexively, Ruan Yu kicked it forward. It landed right near a bush, the noise accidentally provoking the creatures hiding inside. As they met those glowing red eyes, everyone was shocked. What? In an instant, countless monsters swarmed out toward them. Jiang Kai reacted quickly, launching an attack. Watch out, it's a pride of lions. The lions saw the attack and immediately erected a defensive barrier, but Jiang Kai's flames easily shattered it, successfully killing 4 level 70 golden-maned lion beasts. Hun Han and Ruan Yu cheered. Death Chaser increased its fire intensity and broke the lion beast's energy shields. Great job, as expected of Captain Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai was pleased with his performance. Good, keep up the attack. But the lions had found a way to counter him. Blood Mist Obscuration. Seeing the tables turn, Jiang Kai was surprised. Death Chaser can't deal damage? Hun Han stepped in, swinging her spear. Captain Jiang Kai, let me give you a hand. Watch this. Ghostly howl. The ghosts surged toward the opponents, but the beasts gathered energy and let out a deafening roar. With a single blast, the ghosts were wiped out. She couldn't believe her eyes. What? My spirits were eaten? Jiang Kai felt that something was very wrong. The blood mist radiating from these monsters doesn't just strengthen their shields, it's corrosive. He watched the monsters before him intently, a sense of suspicion rising in his heart, feeling as if he had missed something. The very next second, Jiang Kai activated his gambler's eye, and finally, he discovered a clue. Wait, that one is pulling the strings. Over there in the distance is the monster general. Jiang Kai became instantly alert. It was standing behind, spewing endless waves of blood mist. Just then, a monster lunged aggressively toward Hunyan. She was startled and stepped back, barely dodging those sharp claws. Seeing this, he immediately attacked to provide support. However, the monster easily evaded the blow. Suddenly, another figure dashed toward it like a flash. Ruan Yu used his shield to suppress the opponent. Hey there, beauty. Your fur is so thick. I love it. The other monsters moved in, surrounding Jiang Kai. Being swarmed like this made him a bit nervous. Damn it, there are too many of them. Jiang Kai couldn't help but worry about the situation. If they kept dragging this out, once their stamina ran dry, they would all be dead. He quickly found a way to cope and shouted out instructions. Hu Nian, can you hold them off? I'll pin down the one in the back. You need to boost your attack power and provide support. Hu Nian coordinated immediately. Understood. As soon as she finished, he leaped high into the air. Jiang Kai activated his skill, Gambler's Time. To catch the bandits, one must first catch the king. After saying that, he launched his blade straight at the leader. The flames burned fiercely, causing serious damage to the monster. Seeing progress, Jiang Kai joyfully exclaimed, "It's working!" Not stopping there, Hunyan continued her assault. Hunyan gathered her magic energy, preparing her finishing move. "Turn into dust for me!" Thunder roared, and ghosts wailed. The next second, bolts of lightning struck down from above onto the lions below. Enduring such a relentless attack, they grew exhausted. But Jiang Kai still felt uneasy. The fear effect was working, but the stronger the opponent, the weaker the control level. If he wanted to kill them in one hit, relying only on the power of the life-chasing blade was too inefficient. Saying that, He prepared his final move. With the light god's command, Jiangkai fired a card engulfed in terrifying magic energy forward. The aura shot out like lightning, piercing through the monster. Looking at the scene before her, Hunyan gasped in surprise. So strong. The monster is being hit by consecutive critical strikes. The monsters could only scream in pain. The next second, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire, and the system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 72 gold-maned monster. Seeing that things had settled down, Hu Nian breathed a sigh of relief. It was a success. The light god's command had directly shattered the lion's energy shields. But the next second, her expression darkened. Hu Nian shouted loudly, "Captain Kai, run! It's dangerous!" Jiang Kai reacted quickly, preparing to defend. It wanted to take him down with it. At that critical life-or-death moment, another figure appeared. Ruan Yu cheered excitedly. "Oh, nice! Tough one!" He raised his sword, preparing to deliver the killing blow. Energetic enough, the king likes it. But just as he struck down, the monster managed to activate a shield, and luckily, Ruan Yu's sword remained unharmed. Hu Nian finally realized their teammates' intention. A perfect opportunity, the sword aura combined with the fire had drained the lion monster's energy shield. Jiang Kai was equally surprised and quickly rushed forward to assist Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai gathered his energy, declaring confidently, "You idiot, your performance ends here." He unleashed his trump card. The Holy Light Command attacked a second time, and a terrifying energy surged down from above. The next second, the monsters were completely defeated. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 85 gold-maned monster. You received a level 14 monster corpse card and level 14 lion essence. Hu Nian still couldn't believe what she had just seen. He wiped them out. Ruan Yu rushed to the monster with regret. "No, my beauty!" 30 minutes later, Ruan Yu began to vomit uncontrollably. It turned out that after waking up, someone remembered he had kissed the lion passionately. Hu Nian said helplessly, "Who told you to be so affectionate? Neither Captain Kai nor I could stop you." Suddenly, a loud noise drew their attention. Seeing the glowing crystal in front of them, Jiang Kai announced that the refining was complete. He couldn't help but be curious about the function of this item. Is this the fusion of the lion essence from the warrior monster and the elite monster? I wonder how powerful it is? The other two quickly joined Jiang Kai. Seeing them, the captain asked, "Everyone has recovered their status, right? You arrived just in time. Hu Nian, help me check this fused lion essence card." Hu Nian agreed immediately. "No problem." The item's information quickly appeared. Lion essence contains the energy of the gold-maned monster, obtained through artificial fusion. When used directly, it increases experience by 135,000 points and can merge with the body to increase energy intensity by 10 points. After reading, she was slightly surprised. "Huh? A martial disciple's energy?" Seeing this, Ruan Yu explained to her, "Energy is a martial disciple's signature skill. It could be said that for a martial disciple to reach the top 10 global professions, it all depends on their energy attacks." He added with regret, "It's a pity Yuan Zhu isn't here. Otherwise, this premium essence would be best for him." Then, the two of them urged Jiang Kai to consume it, as they didn't know how long the essence would last. "Captain Kai, eat it quickly. Your profession always follows an unconventional path. Who knows what kind of surprises it might bring." He pondered the item in his hand. He had previously unleashed his energy based on the control of the Wheel of Destiny, but that was just a coincidence. In short, with his current job skills, he couldn't fundamentally launch an energy attack. Upon saying this, Jiang Kai realized something. Seeing Jiang Kai's strange expression, Hu Nian asked curiously, "Captain Kai, why aren't you eating it? These are premium items. It would be a huge waste." Ruan Yu also spoke up. "That's right, Captain Kai. What's wrong with you?" After a long while, he expressed that this premium-level essence could not be wasted. "But I am not the most suitable person." These words made Hu Nian even more curious. "If not you, then who?" Jiang Kai looked toward the back, proudly saying, "It's Ruan Yu." Mentioned by name, Ruan Yu said in surprise, "Me?" Seeing that, he began to explain the reason. "I had noticed earlier. The sword energy Ruan Yu released, besides helping the light god's command flames weaken the monster's elemental shield, seemed to subtly create a slight energy resonance with that shield as well." Both of them gasped at these words. Although sword energy isn't constantly refined like elemental energy, usually, only matching power sources can generate energy resonance, Jiang Kai continued, drawing his conclusion. "So, I suspect that, on some level, sword energy can also be a form of primal force. Everyone's face filled with astonishment at this. Hunian excitedly turned to tease, Ruan Yu, if it's really like what Captain Jiang Kai said, your sword energy's power must have undergone a qualitative change. This drunkard class might just be a total powerhouse. Hearing this, Ruan Yu couldn't believe it. Really? Without wasting any time, Jiang Kai placed the item into his hand. Try it, and you'll find out. Won't you? Ruan Yu looked at the item in his hands with excitement, but suddenly, a strange light caught the attention of the other two. Captain Jiang Kai. There's a light over there. Jiang Kai ordered them to go and investigate. Before them stood a brilliant, shining chest. Everyone was thrilled at the sight. It was a treasure chest guarded by a pride of lions. They quickly pried it open, and a gleaming item emerged. Indomitable Holy Crest, which provides a layer of energy defense. It has high effectiveness against physical attacks, resistance, and immunity to critical hits and piercing damage. The shield has durability. Once depleted, the shield vanishes, but the durability increases as the user levels up. After reading the information on the Holy Crest, Jiang Kai said happily, my talent skills lean towards agility and spirit. This indomitable Holy Crest perfectly compensates for my lack of physical defense. Ruan Yu chimed in to congratulate him. That's great. Suddenly, another voice caught their attention. What's going on here? Hunian intently read the information on the scroll in front of her. Unknown scroll. Collecting all 9 incomplete scrolls allows you to form a complete skill, she exclaimed in surprise. It's a skill that requires assembly before it can be used. Hearing this, Ruan Yu spoke up. This seems like a unique skill type I'm seeing for the first time. We've only found the first scroll. If we want the full skill, it looks like we have to find the remaining 8. Jiang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed the scroll, his expression darkening. The monsters in the Fairy Valley all have primal force shields, such a dominant ability and a skill that needs 9 incomplete parts to form. Jiang Kai held the item cautiously. The power must be extraordinary. A moment later, he said to his teammates with enthusiasm, the monsters here are just treasure sources provided for us. If we don't take them, then we should wipe them all out before we leave. The other two agreed. They continued deeper into the forest. Suddenly, fierce bears charged toward them. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to rush forward to shield his teammates. Captain Jiang Kai, we'll leave it to you. The emblem from earlier suddenly glowed, and as the bears neared, a shield was erected. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Kai launched a counterattack. Blazing flames instantly scorched them. In just a moment, he had resolved the situation. Too weak. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 83 mountain armored bear. Time drifted into late evening, and countless fierce creatures kept attacking Jiang Kai's squad. Hunian summoned her demons. They darted like wind, piercing through each monster and clearing them out. Once finished, she reported back, territory control complete. Release Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu let out a smirk, and he quickly unleashed his power, ready to charge. Ruan Yu rushed forward excitedly. You beautiful targets. Tonight, all of you belong to me. He swung his blade powerfully, releasing the beasts within. In a blink of an eye, elegant sword slashes finished them off. Witnessing this, Hunian said excitedly, it looks like the potential of the drunkard class is about to be fully unlocked by Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai was also hard at work destroying his opponents. With a single blow, he created a massive explosion. Over the next half-month, the Fire God squad consisting of a gambler, a drunkard, and a fortune-teller set out to sweep the Fairy Valley. Ghostly spirits, wild sword energy, and red flames. Replacing the previous food chain where the big fish eat the small, the elites in Fairy Valley, the monster leaders and chiefs learned what true despair was. The Fire God squad had effectively become the new law of this land. Half a month later, Jiang Kai continued to harvest items. The system explained, Spirit Tiger Essence, a high-quality item, contains the energy of the forest white tiger. If fused, it can instantly grant 200,000 experience points, and can fuse with the body to increase wind strength intensity by 15 points. After reading it, Hunian exclaimed happily, it's a Spirit Tiger Essence that can increase wind strength. He didn't hesitate to hand it to her. Hunian, this belongs to you. Receiving the item, Hunian cherished it deeply. That's great, it's finally my turn to level up. Jiang Kai looked at the blades in his hands, silently calculating. The types of beasts here varied, and the experience values and spirit essence attributes they dropped were all different. Now, his fire damage intensity had reached 40 points. He also pondered his teammates' abilities. Ruan Yu's sword energy intensity had reached 30 points, and Hu Nian's wind strength had also reached 30 points. 8 out of the 9 unknown incomplete scrolls had been collected. Once they found the 9th, they could successfully form the mysterious skill. After checking everything, Jiang looked forward to the journey ahead. Besides, our experience points are full. We're just waiting to collect the materials for our next class advancement. He suddenly turned his head. Something made Jiang startle. In the distance, a mysterious shadow appeared, but in a flash, it was gone. Seeing this, Jiang became highly alert. Was it a hallucination? A few days later, he stayed up late to keep watch for his teammates. The other two were fast asleep. Hunian suddenly woke up. Captain Jiang, have I been sleeping too much? You should rest now. Let me take the night watch. Hearing this, Jiang smiled and refused. It's fine. You go back to sleep. I'm not sleepy right now. When I can't take it anymore, I'll wake you up. Hearing that, she obediently went back to sleep. Then you must wake me up. He nodded with a smile. However, that shadow appeared once again. Jiang startled and shouted, "It's that thing again!" Jiang rushed to wake the other two. Hunian, wake up! The shadow is back! Quickly, wake ruin you up! Hunian said sleepily. Ah, the shadow. As she spoke, she instantly jumped up. Wait, it's the shadow under the moonlight that Captain Jiang mentioned. Without hesitation, he immediately chased after it. I'll go follow and check on them. Stay alert. Hunhan warned loudly. Captain Kai, be careful. Seeing this, the shadow instantly bolted away. Jiang quickly accelerated to catch up, thinking, this time, I absolutely won't let you get away again. 15 minutes later, at the mountain peak, he activated his focused vision to search step by step, wanting to see what on earth was causing all this trouble. But after a while, Jiang had completely lost the trail. It was nowhere to be found. Damn it, did I really let it escape? But something caught his attention. In front of Jiang stood a dazzling sword. He quickly approached to see why such a weapon had suddenly appeared inside Fairy Trail Valley. Jiang used all his strength, shouting, "Come out!" He pulled it up with one hand. But unfortunately, the sword wasn't intact. It was broken. Looking at the blade in his hand, Jiang couldn't help but be curious. What exactly was the history of this sword? Just then, its information appeared. The Arbiter was a piece of equipment that had fought alongside its master for many years. Although it is now destroyed, it still retains fragments of memories and deep hatred toward monsters. Thanks to this lingering resentment, passive, when facing enemies of boss rank or higher, the equipment will automatically awaken its past memories and launch an attack independently, with damage intensity depending entirely on the master's current strength. As he read this, Jiang couldn't help but be shocked. What? A unique rank divine artifact that can automatically launch attacks, and the minimum trigger condition is a boss rank enemy? His face turned serious. Ranks higher than boss rank are like area bosses or guardian masters. This left Jiang wondering, just how strong was your previous master? Suddenly, the sword in his hand shook violently. It wanted to break free from Jiang grasp and lunge forward. The sword slammed straight back into the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying aura radiated from it. In a flash, that black shadow appeared again. Jiang realized in a start. So it was, you all along. The Arbiter is actually the manifestation of this shadow. The shadow pointed its blade directly at him. Jiang asked sternly, "What do you mean by this?" He told himself inwardly, "Stay alert, don't act rashly." The sword glowed again, and the shadow suddenly reached out its hand. Jiang finally understood the opponent's intent. "You want to spar with me?" The figure nodded slightly. This invitation made him deeply suspicious. This guy led him on such a long chase just to spar? A spar isn't hard to do, but the opponent's strength is unknown. If he loses, it will trigger a death penalty, and the consequences are unimaginable. Before he could even finish thinking, the shadow attacked first. This startled Jiang. Not good, it's about to strike. He didn't hesitate to leap high. If he couldn't dodge, he had to take the initiative. Fortunately, Jiang managed to dodge the blow just in time. He quickly countered, "Ghost Eye Focus, go!" With those words, a surge of terrifying energy rushed straight at the shadow. At the moment of life and death, it nimbly dodged. In a flash, the shadow appeared above Jiang. The speed was too much for him to track. Uh-oh, the opponent's blade struck down, but luckily, Jiang was fast enough to retreat and dodge. He panted heavily, but in the next second, terror filled Jiang face. What? The tip of the shadow's sword was now pointed directly at his head. Jiang finally had to admit defeat. I lost, that was fast. I couldn't even react. The shadow suddenly looked up, and the next second, it vanished into thin air. Jiang didn't expect this. Vanished? Wait, that glowing piece of paper is catching my attention. Hold on. It's the unknown scroll piece number 9. Congratulations on collecting scroll pieces 1 through 9. You can now combine them into a complete skill. Jiang Kai finally understood everything. It was the 9 pieces of the unknown scroll. Could it be that the guy just now was just testing my strength? He exclaimed with excitement. I never expected the final piece of the unknown scroll to come from the Arbiter. Unless the combined skill and this sword are related. Without further ado, Jiang Kai took out the remaining scroll pieces. Let's find out. Show me your complete legacy. The pieces fused together, emitting a blinding light. Witnessing such terrifying magical power, he could only marvel at its sheer strength. In an instant, information about the new skill appeared. Moonlight Fairy Sword, rank 9. Requirements. Level 1. 1500 agility. After a 3-second activation, the skill ignores elemental defense, increases speed by 100, adds 100% critical hit rate and critical damage, and stuns the target. The effect lasts up to 3 seconds, increases crowd control damage to monsters by 10%. Cooldown of 10 hours. The stats before him left, Jiang Kai incredibly stunned. Speed plus 100, crit rate 100, crit damage 100. If he faced a martial artist class opponent with this, even if it wasn't a critical hit, it would still swing the battle. As for the bonus damage effect, it could create opportunities for follow-up combos. He truly valued the potential this brought. Although the skill effect only lasts 3 seconds, in a life-and-death battle where every second is precious, even a difference of 0.1 seconds is enough to decide who lives and who dies. However, Jiang Kai was agonizing over who should be the master. If we're talking about sword skills among us, Ruan Yu is the most suitable, but the 1500 agility requirement is steep, and there's the 3-second preparation drawback. He sighed. That's too hard for him. Finally, Jiang Kai made his decision. If that's the case, then this lethal sword. He used all his strength to lift the sword one more time. The next second, Jiang Kai tossed the scroll piece up. He quickly pierced through the piece. Let me wield you. You have learned the skill. Moonlight Fairy Sword. By the next morning, Jiang Kai had finally returned to his teammates. It's Captain Kai, the other two exclaimed with relief. Captain Kai, you're finally back. Everything okay? Why did you take so long? Exactly. We were just about to head in the direction you went to go look for you. Jiang Kai smiled faintly and gave them an order. Hunian, Ruan Yu, pack up. Get ready to head out. Hunian looked surprised when he heard that. Huh? Did you discover some new elite monster, or what? A monster war general's nest? He confidently declared to them, this time, we're going to take down a king-level boss. Everyone looked blank. What was going on? In a dark sea, eerie skulls floated on the surface. Jiang Kai and his team had arrived. Ruan Yu and Hunian stared at the scene in horror. So many monster bones. What kind of giant creature could snack on these like they were nothing? Just then, Jiang Kai sensed something. He quickly shoved the other two back. The water suddenly swirled violently, glowing with a strange light. A pair of eyes emerged from the depths as a giant bone python rose up, roaring in anger. Seeing its massive size, they instinctively stepped back. What is that thing? Someone gasped in terror. Those eyes are disgusting, and those scales look like an impenetrable suit of armor. Even standing in its shadow, Hunian and Ruan Yu were pale. I feel like I can't even breathe properly. Captain, do we really have to fight this thing? As they spoke, the python bared its sharp fangs and lunged at them. Seeing this, Jiang Kai shouted loudly, Ruan Yu, protect Hunian. The beast's movement shattered the ground, causing the other two to lose their balance and fall. Jiang Kai tried to stay calm and plan their counterattack. He felt dizzy from the impact, but the pressure was unmistakable. This was a king-tier beast. I can't let it control the pace. I need to take the initiative and find a weak spot in its defense. The next second, he charged while shouting orders. You two fall back and keep watch. Stay alive. Leave this to me. Jiang Kai focused his energy into his fist and summoned a glowing sword to greet the monster. The other two watched in shock. What? The captain is charging in? The python wasn't holding back, either, preparing its next attack. Once it gathered enough energy, it struck downward, but Jiang Kai was quick enough to dodge. He glanced at the attack, analyzing it. This cold bone ice is an area of effect attack. It's not just an attack. It's trying to turn the entire battlefield into a frozen wasteland. That tactic completely blocked my movement. Clever move, no wonder it's a king-tier monster. Seeing that he was unharmed, the python opened its jaws and lunged again. The others screamed, Captain, look out! But the next moment, Hunian was baffled. What? In that life-or-death moment, Jiang Kai had successfully dodged the blow. His speed left his teammates in awe. Am I seeing things? The captain's speed seems to have doubled compared to the last fight. Jiang Kai kept calculating how to deal with the monster. Can I land a hit that ignores its defense? The very next second, he unleashed his skill. Moonlight Fairy Trail, attack. The python quickly erected a barrier. When they collided, the entire space shook. The others were almost blown away. Such incredible power. After all that effort, the blade finally pierced the barrier. It drove straight into the giant snake's eye. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. A direct hit. He flicked his wrist to control the blade, and it quickly withdrew. The sword flew back into his hand. Jiang Kai couldn't help but praise it. Well done. Hu Nian and Ruan Yu were beside themselves with excitement. What? Is this the captain's new trump card? A broken sword that can actually pierce a king-tier boss's energy shield? Oh my god, I get it now. No wonder the captain dared to bring us here to challenge a king-tier beast. He has this divine weapon. Before they could celebrate, the python rose again. It angrily unleashed a chain of counterattacks. Countless ice shards rained down on them. Captain, watch out! Jiang Kai scanned the area and quickly found a gap. There's an opening at 3 o'clock. He used his sword to parry the attack. Seizing the chance, Jiang Kai found his escape route and flew away from the danger. The scene left everyone stunned. Captain, did you dodge that? Is that even human reaction speed? What just happened? That gap looked impossible to pass through. Within seconds, Jiang Kai had escaped. The python didn't let up, closing in again. He quickly activated his skill, crossing the sea, and didn't stop there. Jiang Kai launched a series of attacks. Soul-chasing fire leopards, aim for that spot. He attacked with full force. Being pressured like this, the python struggled to evade. However, the hit didn't cause much damage. Ruan Yu was frustrated. What? 3 soul-chasing shots exploded for critical damage, and it only broke 1 scale on this monster? Hu Nian worried for his comrade. Jiang Kai, however, seemed to have anticipated this. As expected, even continuous critical hits can't do any significant damage to this thing. He suddenly remembered a skill from his past life. It could trigger memories from his previous life and unleash an automatic attack. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai executed it. Rushing into the monster's blind spot to find an opening, he activated his Eye of Focus to coordinate. 7 o'clock. The wound has no scale protection. After analyzing the opponent, Jiang Kai struck. Now. He stabbed hard into the wound. The critical hit made the python scream in pain, but Jiang Kai didn't let up. Not enough. Still not enough. He continued to drive the sword deep into the monster's flesh. Unable to bear it, the python thrashed and slammed Jiang Kai into the ground. The other two screamed, "Captain!" The python, refusing to let go, lunged and coiled tightly around Jiang Kai. Hu Nian couldn't help but rush in to help. "You beast! Let the captain go! Tigers roar!" Ruan Yu also jumped in to assist. Ruan Yu's king style, "Take this." The two desperately tried to close in, but the python immediately erected an ice shield. The attack was useless, and both of them were knocked back. Jiang Kai gasped, "Don't come over here. This isn't something you can handle." Even wounded, they were still worried about him. "Captain!" The python squeezed tighter. It watched its prey with sadistic pleasure. Hu Nian couldn't stand it and charged in. "You piece of trash. I'm going to end you." At that moment, Jiang Kai suddenly radiated a strange aura. Can you feel it? The ultimate hatred from your own memories. The sword stuck in the python's back began to radiate dark energy. Can you feel it? The overwhelming hatred in your memories. The sword stuck in the giant python's back emitted a surge of magical power. The energy flow is growing stronger by the moment. Jiang Kai sees this and tries even harder to connect with it. There's a reaction. Come on, awaken your power. The next second, he unleashes his full power and shouts, "Unending hatred." As he speaks, the sword releases a terrifying burst of force. Brilliant red lightning strikes down, forcing the giant python to roar. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Kai breaks free. However, the ordeal has left him significantly injured. Hu Nian rushes over to check on him. "Captain, are you okay?" Jiang Kai just shifts his gaze forward. As soon as she sees what's happening, she is momentarily stunned. It's Jiang Kai's sword, currently dealing with the giant python all on its own. The blade is hunting the monster by itself, striking deep with ruthless, sharp precision. Every single blow is delivered with such force that the beast howls in agony. Hu Nian watches in utter amazement. It's actually toying with that giant snake. Is this really just a weapon, or is there some ancient monster hidden within the blade? Jiang Kai, meanwhile, is incredibly satisfied with his decision. This is exactly right. He silently observes the weapon's movements. The sword has detected the aura of a king-rank monster. After activating its effect, called Unending Hatred, the power unleashed is truly overwhelming. The one fighting right now isn't just him. It's the Holy Arbiter. This is the very same weapon the predecessor used to judge evil, seal monsters, and destroy countless powerful enemies. Faced with another king-rank monster, the sword's hatred surges like a tide. Hu Nian can't stop marveling at how the sword mirrors that intense hatred, while Jiang Kai wonders with deep curiosity. If the lingering intent alone is this powerful, just what level of existence was that predecessor? The sword finally stops. Jiang Kai quickly refocuses. It's finally over. The giant python has been completely thrashed. The blade suddenly lunges forward, piercing right through its body. The giant python can only shriek in pain. The sword stands firm, watching the beast suffer, and in just a few moments, the giant python collapses completely. Player has successfully defeated the king-rank monster, the bone-eating python. Experience points are being calculated. Hu Nian celebrates joyfully. "We did it, Captain. You actually defeated a king-rank monster. I can't believe it." Jiang Kai smiles, very satisfied with the victory. "That's right. Great work. The trip was well worth it." He looks up at the sword. "Thanks." At that moment, a sudden wave of pain hits him, and the next second, Jiang Kai passes out. "Captain!" A few hours later, Jiang Kai finally wakes up. The two of them let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, he's up. He's up. Captain, how are you feeling?" he asks blankly. "Did I pass out?" Feeling his empty hand, Jiang Kai asks anxiously, "Wait, where is my sword?" He panics and tries to sit up to look for it. "Hu Nian, Ruan Yu, did you see it?" But because of his injuries, Jiang Kai falls back down. His wounds haven't fully healed yet. "Don't rush," Hu Nian says, handing the sword back to him. "You mean this? I already picked it up for you." Seeing it, Jiang Kai feels somewhat at ease. "It's the Holy Arbiter," she says, clearly fascinated as she talks to him. "This is truly a god-tier weapon." "Captain, since when did you have such a divine artifact?" "That was a king-rank monster, yet it was taken down in the blink of an eye." Jiang Kai then recounts the story. "Last night, while chasing a dark figure, I accidentally found it. It's a long story, but it really is a divine artifact." Hu Nian exclaims, "You climbed a mountain and found a divine artifact?" The captain's luck is truly unmatched. However, one thing still lingers on Jiang Kai's mind, but it has only chosen me temporarily. To awaken its true power, both sides must acknowledge each other. The other two are stunned and exclaim, "What? Captain, you mean this divine artifact hasn't even recognized you as its master yet, and it's already this ferocious without a master? If you two were to truly bond, wouldn't our team be able to roam the spirit world freely?" He says nothing, just gently observing the weapon in his hand. "Senior, although we've never met," Jiang Kai thinks with deep longing, "the places you've walked and the sights you've seen, I want to witness them all." After thinking for a moment, he declares with confidence, "One day, I will definitely catch up to your footsteps and become the true master of this judge." A while later, they open their treasure chest. Everyone is stunned by what's inside. It's so bright. This light is blinding. Is this ore? Looking at the color, the purity is incredibly high. Could this be a resource we can use directly? Suddenly, something catches Jiang Kai's attention. His eyes are glued to the pile of sparkling treasure. "Oh, that's it." Jiang Kai walks over, picks up a glass vial, and gives an order. "Hu Nian, use appraisal." His heart is pounding with anticipation. Magic elixir of the gods. Just by holding it, he can feel the immense energy contained within. Once identified, the item information appears. Tears of the Gods. 20 vials can significantly increase the level of growth-type weapons. Jiang Kai is overjoyed to receive such a precious item. This is Tears of the Gods. It can directly increase the level of my Holy Radiance. I originally planned to focus on upgrading the Holy Radiance after finding a hidden realm, but I never expected such an unexpected benefit here in the Immortal Valley. Ruan Yu and Hu Nian can hardly believe it. "What? This is Tears of the Gods? We've searched everywhere on the spirit world before and found nothing." "Man, no wonder it was a king-rank boss. 20 drops of the Tears of the Gods all at once? Is this a wholesale shop?" Shortly after, she finds an item suited for herself, a talent crystal. Equipping it increases physical strength by 400 points, and it can also replenish stamina consumed during battle. Ruan Yu also finds a rare item, the White Tiger Soul. This is a legendary grade item. The two of them keep finding countless treasures, 100 fragments of unknown origin that can increase the skill level. We've hit the jackpot this time. Ruan Yu is still utterly bewildered. Is this a mystic origin core? A high-level material for strengthening shield defense? Are there really this many? Am I dreaming? Pinch me, quick. Hearing this, Hu Nian walks over and pinches him. "How was that? Is it a dream?" The pain is real. About 10 minutes later, their equipment arrives. The promotion materials are here. Jiang looks at the pile in front of him, silently recalling his goal. I've been in the Immortal Valley for almost a month now. Although I've encountered many surprises, my ultimate goal is still collecting materials to upgrade his trickster job class. Liu Yu couldn't help but get a head start. A complete level 60 Demon Ghost class transfer material. Seeing his opponent's results, Hunian cheered with joy. This is the complete set of level 60 Demon Ghost class transfer materials. Something like this hasn't even appeared anywhere in the Holy Brilliance yet. Liu Yu, you're about to make history this time. Hearing that, Jiang also turned to congratulate his teammate. That's great, Liu Yu. Congratulations. This trip to Fairy Valley was worth it just to get the demon materials for Liu Yu. Liu Yu smiled and encouraged his two friends. Our team always has good luck. Who knows? Maybe later we'll even get the Heavenly Fate materials for both the team leader and Hu Nian. Hu Nian agreed. That's right. After using the other vials, the results surprised them. Level 80, Doctor Class Transfer Material Number 6. Level 80, Soldier Class Transfer Material Number 1. Level 60, Beggar Class Transfer Material Number 3. And Level 60, Smuggler Class Transfer Material Number 1. Are they all high grade? A moment later, Jiang reached out to take the remaining vial. This is the last part. He looked thoughtfully at the item in his hand. Memories from that time suddenly flooded back into Jiang mind. Then he loudly activated the final vial. Time to reveal the hand. A gambler must accept all the consequences. The level 40 Destiny promotion materials were complete. Upon hearing the announcement, the other two cheered with joy. It was the advancement material for their captain. Jiang was also eagerly looking forward to this. Finally, after 2 hours, a massive explosion rocked the sky. Ruan Yu completed the process and returned to show off. I successfully transferred. My new class is Sword Pouch User. Explorer Ruan Yu. Level 60, Sword Pouch User. Hunian was also happy for her friend. Sword Pouch User? So, after the Wine Pouch class advances, it actually gains potential equivalent to a combat class? Ruan Yu nodded and replied, My talent is also very unique. He continued, sharing what he had just received. My sword controlling techniques have leveled up even further. Once I enter the Sword Pouch User state, my evasion ability increases significantly. Even if the spirit sword is severely deformed, its power remains unchanged, and I can trigger attack effects, especially by changing based on the combat situation. Hu Nian couldn't help but marvel at this news. Deforming the sword can actually trigger special effects? This talent is just too insane. Being praised like that, he became even more excited. Not only that, now I am also immune to most high-level mental control skills. She heard this and sincerely congratulated him. That's impressive. Ruan Yu, normal mental attacks already had no effect on you, but now your mental defense is practically invincible. However, one thing weighed on Hunian's mind. I wonder how the captain is doing right now. Seeing this, Ruan Yu softly reassured her. The captain's class is special, and the promotion time will be longer than ours. We just need to stay here and wait for him, so let's be patient. 2 hours later, another terrifying explosion echoed out. Hearing it, Hunian excitedly exclaimed, He succeeded! The two of them quickly went to Jiang Captain, congratulations on your successful class transfer, but you look calmer than ever. Seeing this, Ruan Yu asked anxiously, Captain, this expression could it be? Did something go wrong with the transfer? Jiang explained. The transfer went smoothly enough. I understood when the gambler turned into a master of fraud at the start, but now, this new class, no matter how I look at it, he looked up at the notification board. Explorer, Jiang class. Fate Weaver, Manipulator of Destiny, level 40, Fate Weaver. Both of them were filled with confusion at this. Fate Weaver? What kind of class is that? Sounds very mysterious. Captain, what is your talent? The system suddenly appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 40. Double talent activated. Talent 1. Fate of all living things. Fate of all living things. A Fate Weaver holds control and keen observation over destiny. Upon taking fatal damage, one can activate a feigned death state. The physical body will dissolve like magic. A girl's figure suddenly shimmered, and she dashed forward. 1%. Stamina. Agility and strength increased by 100%. After watching that display, everyone was terrified. 1%? Wouldn't that turn you into tofu? A single touch and you're dead, right? Jiang saw this and slowly explained. Even so, the revenge state can only last for a maximum of 10 seconds. After the time is up, the strength and agility buffs will end, but stamina will remain at 1 as before. Furthermore, this talent can only be activated once every 10 days. Even so, Hunyun couldn't stay calm and shouted, "This is a trap, isn't it? This damn system actually dared to give the captain a talent that can go head-to-head with a beast?" These words made Jiang Kai's face darken. He suddenly recalled the other skills he had received. But fortunately, there is a random talent. Although compared to other heaven-defying talents, it's about average. For a low-strength class like mine, it's not bad. Jiang Kai glanced at his stats. Strength 2,000, 452, Constitution 2,020, Agility 4,000, 160, Mental Power 2,000, 924. He calculated silently. Wait, correcting reading of numbers, 2,452, 2,020, 4,160, 2,924. The transfer helped increase base attributes by 200, plus the 2 god cards that increase all attributes by 60, along with the talent enhancement and additional gear. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Kai was extremely satisfied with what he had gained. Now, even when facing top-tier combat class opponents, with these stats, I can crush them head-on. A few days later, the beasts here were defeated once again. Ruan Yu looked happily as his stats increased. Too awesome. I leveled up again. Explorer Ruan Yu, level 64 sword pouch user. Jiang Kai also made progress. Explorer Jiang Kai, level 46 Fate Weaver. Since breaking through level 41, I've unlocked 2 new skills. Now I've jumped up to level 46. Following that, other skills were also leveled up. Class Skill 1, Long Range Shot, increases attack range by 300%. At the same time, in Revenge state, critical hit rate increases by 15%. Accurate attacks from extreme range combined with critical hits, in Revenge mode, can turn the tide of battle at crucial moments. Class Skill 2, Life Aura, has the ability to perceive life, to identify skills like clones, substitutes, or stealth. Life perception can help deal with subtle hiding tricks. Seeing everything was ready, Jiang Kai smirked. Now that everything is done, it's time to head back. Meanwhile, Hu Nian complained with dissatisfaction. You two are doing great. My experience points are overflowing, but I still don't have enough promotion materials, so I'm stuck and can't level up. It's driving me crazy." Hearing that, Jiang Kai spoke up to encourage her. "Hu Nian, don't be discouraged. You and Ruan Yu should stay in Fairy Valley for a while longer, both to find promotion materials and to grind levels. After all, this place is rich in resources, and the leveling rate is high. It wasn't easy to get here." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "Captain, does that mean you want to leave?" Ruan Yu realized it too. "Is it because of the betting tournament?" Jiang Kai nodded in response. "That's right. Having prepared for so long, it's time to meet them." He announced to them with full confidence, "This time, I will make the Black Tortoise shed another layer of skin." After 2 days at the betting tournament, the atmosphere was extremely boisterous. This is my first time watching a betting tournament, so I'm a bit excited. Besides the military personnel, the powerhouses in the country over level 60 will all be here. Naturally, for a bet this large, all the major guilds will definitely send their strongest members to participate. Jiang Kai found a quiet corner to sit and observe, when suddenly a voice caught his attention. "I've never seen this badge before." Ouyang Yi smiled and complimented the other. "Your guild designed this? This badge is quite interesting." He suddenly leaned over and asked Jiang Kai, "Kid, who do you think out of the 10 major guilds will be able to take first place?" He pondered for a moment before making a guess. "Who can take first place? I don't know. But the Xuanwu Guild will definitely rank last." These words stunned Ouyang Yi, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This kid is interesting. I like him." Ouyang Yi took out a bottle of wine, smiled, and introduced himself. "As for me, Ouyang Yi, I don't usually have many hobbies, except for wine. Hey kid, my wine is both fragrant and strong, but do you dare to take a sip? Let's be friends." Hearing that, he agreed without hesitation. What's there not to dare? While the other drank, Ouyang Yi kept asking, "Oh, by the way kid, I still haven't asked for your name. What's your name?" Jiang Kai slowly introduced himself. Upon hearing it, Ouyang Yi felt a bit familiar. "Oh, Jiang Kai, that name sounds a bit familiar. I think I heard it somewhere recently." At that moment, the MC suddenly announced that the exciting moment had finally arrived. "Dear audience, the long-awaited betting tournament has officially begun. In this tournament, the 10 top guilds will take turns defending the arena in the order they were drawn." She continued by announcing the first opponent. The first match is an arena defense battle, and the defending side is the Azure Dragon Guild. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the contestants from the Azure Dragon Guild to the stage. As soon as they stepped out, the whole stadium kept cheering, "Azure Dragon Guild, Azure Dragon Guild." The MC continued to explain the rules of the competition. The matches will be one-on-one with a 10-minute time limit. The top 10 guilds will be the defending teams. The initial defense score is 100 points, and the bid increases by 10 for each subsequent match. With a maximum defense score of 1,000 points, the challenger uses points to bid, and the highest bidder will enter the arena to challenge. There is no limit to the challenger's bid within the specified time. The challenger who holds the arena until the last second will win and receive triple the points from the defending team. Being defeated or knocked out of the arena counts as a loss, and points will be deducted. Once a defending player is defeated, they cannot continue to defend the arena. If the defending guild does not have enough points, they must take points from their own guild to make up for it. Finally, based on the remaining scores of the 10 major guilds, the ranking will be determined after adding in the points from the top 13 guilds. The last placed guild will have another 10 points deducted. After speaking, the competition officially began. The Azure Dragon Guild started defending the arena with 100 points. Now the bidding countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, start. The crowd kept cheering and betting. 35, 70. Liu Chang, a fierce fighter, loudly placed a big bet. Liu Chang, the leader of the Grade B White Whale Guild from District 12, bet 100 points. Zhao Qing heard this and said with disdain, "I am from District 7 of the Azure Dragon Guild, my friend. Unfortunately, you met me. I'll take this 100 points first." Even so, he still responded brashly, maybe you're considered a master in your area, but compared to me, you're not even worth looking at." Within just 3 minutes, blood had stained the floor red. Liu Chang was backed into a corner. Zhao Qing pointed his sword at his opponent and said sternly, "You lost." The crowd couldn't help but be horrified. That guy is Zhao Qing. Those moves he just used were all his doing. What? The Azure Dragon Guild actually had Zhao Qing fight the first match? Ouyang Yi seemed to have some information about this person. Zhao Qing's initial profession was a martial artist, and it is said that his talent is extremely monstrous. He hasn't even reached the transcendent level yet, but he can already unleash energy attacks. Hearing that, Jiang Kai finally spoke up to give his perspective. But Zhao Qing is definitely not among the top 100 strongest members of the Azure Dragon Guild. In short, the further it goes, the bigger the bets will be. The Azure Dragon Guild will definitely send their strongest members to defend the final gates. Ouyang Yi couldn't help but find these words interesting. "Oh, so where do you think the weakest point lies?" he replied firmly. "In the middle." Jiang Kai continued to analyze for him. Even among the top powerhouses of the 10 major guilds, there is a division of strength. Although Zhao Qing is not the strongest, he is definitely not weak either. Basically, it can be affirmed that the Azure Dragon Guild's defense strategy is to have their two strongest members attack from both sides, while the middle is only used to wear down the opponent. Hearing this, Ouyang Yi agreed with this opinion, and said, "That's right. Major guilds all have hidden talents, plus the rules favor the challenger. Even if the 10 major guilds are strong, they can't win everything. Being able to win 6 out of 10 is not bad at all." He continued to recount his experience. "I have followed 6 betting tournaments. The strategies of the top 10 guilds are ever-changing, but there is one thing that remains constant. The strongest guild will definitely stay for the last 10 rounds. Jiang Kai was a bit thoughtful about this. The last 10 rounds? Time passed by, and it was getting dark. Ouyang Yi, very sleepy, exclaimed, "Finally, it's the Beastmaster Guild's turn. I'm so sleepy, little brother Jiang. Wake me up when it's the Heavenly Sword Guild's turn." Hearing that, Jiang Kai asked curiously, "Okay, big brother Ouyang, are you planning to challenge the Heavenly Sword Guild?" He nodded in response and asked back, dismissively saying it was just a minor dispute, but they're currently ranked 3rd. "At this rate, we probably won't even get a turn by tomorrow noon. Young brother Jiang, you don't look very old. Did you come here with your guild to watch the battle? Which member of your guild is challenging them?" Before Jiang Kai could even answer, a shout interrupted him. "Look, the Xuanwu Guild is here." The crowd erupted in cheers. The 4 Seasons Flowers, Xuanwu, the 8 Heroes, the 7 Ma Brothers, and the 2 top hunter elites. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. All the top-tier powerhouses had arrived. The crowd kept whispering in anticipation. It's no wonder Xuanwu dared to declare they'd take first place before the match even started. Looking at this lineup, they've certainly got the confidence for it. Who could disagree? The crowd kept debating. They had already heard about the new guild leader of Xuanwu, Shi. She was as beautiful as a movie star, and the women she led in the 4 Seasons Flowers were just as stunning. Seeing them in person, it was true they were incredibly powerful and drop-dead gorgeous. I'd give anything for a romantic encounter with them. In your dreams, with your skill level, you'd be knocked to your knees before you even knew what hit you. Yang Mi smirked slightly and asked the person next to him, "You're only showing up now? The Xuanwu Guild people sure are something. But what's that saying again? The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Don't you think so, Brother Jiang?" But Jiang Kai's face was clearly filled with indignation. "Hashishi, we finally met, and the sun is already starting to rise." He reached out to help Yang Mi up. Brother Ouyang, impatient, Jiang Kai attacked his opponent. "Brother Ouyang, wake up!" The man startled and blurted out, "Boss, the boss is here." He spoke to Yang Mi with a serious expression. "Brother Ouyang, it's your turn to enter the ring. The Heaven Sword Guild has already reached the top 30 matches." Only then did he realize the situation. "What did you say?" "Below." The crowd was busy placing bets. 150, 200, 300. Yang Mi jumped down and announced loudly, "Ouyang Yi, Wu Wai Guild, Rank A Guild, betting 400 points. The host began the countdown. 400 points, going once. 400 points, going twice. 400 points, going 3 times. "Mr. Ouyang, please take the stage." Everyone's attention was fixed on him. Look, Ouyang Yi is about to make his move. Ouyang Yi. This silver-haired uncle was actually Ouyang Yi, known as the strongest hand of divine punishment. Hearing this, Jiang Kai felt a bit curious. Hand of divine punishment. Suddenly, he remembered the information about it. The Hand of Divine Punishment, an advanced class for a butcher. In combat, they excel at psychological tactics, using subtle glances and expressions to break their opponent's rhythm. Yang Mi didn't waste any time and immediately charged forward. He quickly drew his sharp blade. They were barely a hand's breadth away from each other. Jiang Kai watched their every move intensely. This was the moment the split second an opponent exerts full power is also their most vulnerable opening. The two blurred as they passed each other, the sound of swords ringing throughout the arena. Yang Mi smiled with triumphant confidence. In the blink of an eye, his opponent collapsed to the floor. Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. It was precise and effective. Brother Ouyang appeared laid back, but on the battlefield, he could strike an opponent's fatal weakness with such hidden depth. Deep down, he made a plan. With strength and temperament like this, if he could recruit him into the Godlord Guild, he would have an ace up his sleeve no matter what situation he faced. Once finished, Yang Mi returned to the spectator stand with ease. 5 days later, he woke up feeling exhausted. "The sun is up already? Brother Jiang, how's the competition going?" Jiang Kai replied calmly, "Xuanwu Guild, match 99. Hearing this, Yang Mi exclaimed, "Already 99 matches? And Xuanwu still has so many people defending the ring? That means their chance of victory is at least 75%, right?" He suddenly overheard a conversation between 2 people above them. Someone said Xuanwu had paid a huge sum of money to bring in a group of top-tier experts. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. After all, they lost a branch earlier, and their reputation took a hit, so they definitely want to save face. Yang Mi turned to tell his companion about the Xuanwu branch being destroyed. "I've heard about that. They say some kid took them down." Honestly, Brother Jiang, I'm really curious to know who this legendary figure is. But by then, Jiang Kai had already vanished. At the preparation area, the Xuanwu Guild branch area, Shishi observed the situation below, thinking triumphantly. This betting tournament is crucial for restoring Xuanwu's reputation. We absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. A 75% win rate is great. We just need to stay consistent, and victory is ours. The MC announced again. The current defense points for the Xuanwu Guild are 1,000. The auction begins. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The crowd below quickly placed their bets. 1,000, 100, 1,000, 500, 1,800. Dong Shui suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think that guy Jiang Kai will show up here?" Hua sneered, looking down on him. "Just based on him? Don't even talk about entering the competition. His pathetic little guild wouldn't even be able to pass through the main gate of the arena," Thulan added boastfully. If he dares to show up, I'll personally beat him into such a pulp that even his own brother won't recognize him." As she finished, a figure jumped down from above 5,000. The man walked toward them with ease. As soon as they saw who it was, everyone's faces showed pure shock. Jiang Kai announced confidently, "C-Rank Guild, Godlord Guild, Jiang Kai, betting 5,000 points." Shishi jumped up in surprise. "Jiang Kai?" Yang Mi couldn't believe what he was hearing either. "Brother Jiang? Since when was he up there? 5,000. Oh my god, did he bet by mistake? That amount is equivalent to the entire assets of a B-rank guild." Recovering from the shock, Thulan shouted. Jiang Kai, you've got a lot of nerve. I haven't even figured out how to get my revenge yet, and you've brought yourself right to my doorstep. This time, both your points and your life are mine. Suddenly, a hand stopped her. Wen Jie stepped forward boldly. Sister Thulan, there's no need for you to deal with such trash. Let me handle him. Xiao Yue suddenly reminded her teammates. Jiang Kai was able to lead St. Radiance to first place in the World Championships. He is definitely not some idiot without a plan. She spoke with caution. He dares to come and participate in the betting tournament himself, publicly challenging our Xuanwu guild. We should be cautious and send someone to test him first. The host was incredibly excited. Oh my god, someone is betting 5,000 points against the Xuanwu guild? 5,000 points, going once. The crowd couldn't stop whispering about it. Is there anyone higher? I've watched this betting tournament for years, and never has anyone dared to bet this much. Who is this kid? Right. Is he crazy for playing so big? If he loses, even an A-rank guild would be left eating dirt. 5,000 points, going twice. 5,000, going 3 times. Wenji approached him, radiating bloodlust. Jiang Kai, I've roamed the Ghost Star for 7 years, and only died 7 times. I've never been defeated by someone of my own rank. Today, I will use this sword to take your head and wash away the shame of Xuanwu. I don't care who you are. If you want to kill me, you might not have the skills. All right, I declare this match. At the Xuanwu Guild defensive post, hearing the opponent say that, Jiang Kai replied with utter contempt. I don't care who you are. If you want to kill me, you might not have the skills. The host quickly waved his hand, signaling. All right, I declare this match. Xuanwu Guild defensive side betting points begins. Wen Jie didn't waste any words and directly activated his battle intent. Humph, you don't know your own limits. After witnessing that move, Yang Mi was shocked to see purple sword energy. That's Heng Wenji, one of the 3 rising stars of Xuanwu. The onlookers were equally stunned. Is that Heng Wenji, from the top 50 of the War God Temple training camp? That's him. Heng Wenjie was blindingly fast. His purple sword aura refined to the limit, bursting with terrifying power. Even many top melee fighters couldn't handle a single blow from him. In the face of all this, Jiang Kai just smiled faintly, using his heaven-covering, sea-crossing technique. The moment his opponent's blade touched him, he vanished completely. Everyone gasped in shock. What? He dodged it again? Wenjie didn't even know where he had gone. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's figure appeared high above. With his time-burning fire technique, a terrifying wave of magic power descended. Wenji barely managed to activate his shield in time. Yang Mi watched the scene, her jaw dropping in disbelief. That's Heng Wenjie's light shield armor, an S-rank defensive weapon that automatically senses danger and deploys an energy barrier. His opponent had to peel off his mask, furious at being pushed back like this. Jiang Kai, kneel before Xuanwu and beg for forgiveness, he shouted, launching a rapid-fire assault. Seeing Wenjie go berserk, Yang Mi whispered worriedly, Jiang Kai, be careful. But Jiang Kai had been waiting for this exact moment. Now is the time. Behind him, Soul Chase ignited a burst of flames. The fire leopard strike was unleashed, charging straight at Wenji. He never saw it coming. What? What kind of attack is that? Before he could react, Wenji was swallowed by the flames. After the blast, half the stage had been eroded away, and Wenji was knocked out cold without mercy. Shishi and the others couldn't believe it. What just happened? Jiang Kai gripped his flag tightly and spoke in a sharp, cold voice. Hey, what are you just standing there for? Aren't you going to announce the results? The announcer scrambled to regain his composure and shouted, Oh my god, this is unbelievable. I declare the winner of this match to be Jiang Kai from the Protagonist Guild. He wins 15,000 points from the Xuanwu Guild. Dong Shui cried out in protest. Guild points can be traded for rare resources. In less than 30 seconds, he earned as many points as our Xuanwu Guild took years to accumulate. This is outrageous. His teammate asked curiously, what exactly was that weird leopard fire skill? By now, the crowd was finally beginning to recognize Jiang Kai. Wait, did this guy just take down Heng Wenji? No way. Haven't you guys seen the international news? Jiang Kai is the hero who led our St. Brilliance team to victory at the World Championship. Yang Mi finally realized who he was. Wait a minute, the World Championship, the Protagonist Guild, Jiang Kai? So it was him all along. He silently scolded himself, wondering why the name sounded so familiar when the kid introduced himself. Damn it, I've really gone senile in my old age. Suddenly, 2 people rushed toward Shishi. The second elder asked urgently, Shishi, I just got an emergency notification from the system. Our guild's reserve points 15,000 have been deducted in the blink of an eye. What the hell is going on? Shishi recounted what happened with anger in her voice. It's Jiang Kai. The second elder immediately recognized the name. That's the brat who's been giving Xuanwu such a headache. He still couldn't accept it. It's him, but I've seen his matches before. No matter how good he is, it shouldn't have been enough to keep Wenjie from lasting more than a few seconds. Shishi gritted her teeth and declared irritably, even if he turned to ash, I'd still recognize him. She wondered to herself, what is going on? In just a few short months, how did Jiang Kai's strength increase to such a monstrous level? This is definitely not normal. Then, it suddenly hit her. Wait, I remember he has a team member who is a military doctor. Could he have used some kind of experimental drug to boost his power in the arena for such a short time? Below, Jiang Kai shouted a challenge. Next round, betting 15,000 points. Who's coming up? Xiao Yue was shocked by his move. Betting all 15,000? If they lose this, Xuanwu will lose a total of 45,000 guild points. Is this your plan? After hearing the number, the crowd went into a frenzy. What? Another 15,000? That's triple 45,000 points. My God. Even the top 10 guilds, with their massive point reserves, would only dare to spend a few tens of thousands freely. A bet this big, lose a few times, and the whole guild will be in ruins. With the Four Seasons flowers here, Xuanwu might not lose. But Jiang Kai isn't just gambling, he's basically slapping Xuanwu in the face. The more Shishi remembered, the angrier she became. Jiang Kai, you bastard. We absolutely cannot back down now, or all our previous efforts will have been for nothing. The second elder saw that the situation was dire and advised, Shishi, this Jiang Kai is likely exploiting the tournament rules to drain our guild's points. He came prepared. I think we should. But she stubbornly declared, Second elder, don't worry. Jiang Kai is going to die in this next match. Shishi shouted her order to her subordinate. Receiving the command, Thulan immediately rushed forward. Jiang Kai, you'll pay for those 15,000 points with your life. Her teammates, seeing her so impulsive, couldn't help but worry. The announcer was buzzing with excitement as he egged on the crowd. This is so intense. The Xuanwu Guild is betting 15,000 points. Let the match begin. Jiang Kai leaped high, using the same attack as before Soul Chase and Fire Leopard Strike. The crowd cheered non-stop for Thulan. Thulan of the Four Seasons, Flowers versus Jiang Kai. This is going to be a good one. As expected of Thulan, she forced Jiang Kai to use his ultimate move right at the start. After he took down Hang Wenji so easily, only Young Mi was quietly observing him from the sidelines. How strange. Hang Van Kiet was taken down. He probably didn't anticipate that young Jiang Kai's throwing star would be that powerful. He quietly assessed the situation. But while this Thulan is much stronger than Hang Van Kiet, one thing puzzles Duong Mich. She clearly knows that Xuanwu took a huge loss. So why is she still fighting so aggressively? It's really abnormal. Just then, the leopard closed in on Thulan, but she suddenly wore a bizarre smile. Seizing the moment, Thulan began gathering her magic energy. Supernatural gravity. Devour the heavens and earth. Duong Mich finally realized her intent. Wait. Look up at the high sky. A massive black hole began sucking everything up. Jiang Kai was momentarily stunned by this move, and the audience erupted in cheers. Is Thulan using a supernatural-grade artifact? Supernatural weapons can't be used below their rank. Before an adventurer officially becomes a superhuman, no matter how strong they are, they can't control it. Hearing them say that, Duong Mich silently countered. Could it be that Thulan is already a superhuman? No, since the official representatives aren't stepping in to stop it. That proves Xuanwu isn't violating any rules by having a superhuman join the match. The host is thrilled, and the elders are stunned no one expected Lan Thu to reach this point. Shishi watches with a smug sense of satisfaction, confident in her scheme. Jiang Kai. Didn't see that coming, did you? I didn't want Lan Thu to use this mystical weapon so early in the tournament, but killing you in front of everyone is worth the humiliation. Lan Thu soars into the air, preparing to strike him down. Jiang Kai. I said I'd kill you, now pay the price. The massive blade slams down, shattering the ground and distorting the air, but somehow, Jiang Kai manages to dodge. Even so, the shockwave takes its toll. Jiang Kai eyes the dark pit warily. Can this vortex really swallow weapons while damaging both the body and the mind? Cornered, he mutters to himself. Damn it, my head's starting to ache. Refusing to let him rest, Lan Thu charges again. Let's see how many times your tricks can save you. Unless you've reached the transcendent level, you can't block this. Jiang Kai. Cough up all your points, girl. Jiang Kai realizes something. his reflexes kicking in as he triggers heavenly concealment to dodge. Lanthu misses, instantly pivoting to target him with a fatal strike. Lanthu points her blade directly at him. Seeing Jiang dodge with ease, she gasps. What? How could he avoid that? Suddenly, a spatial rift opens, pulling him in. Yang Yi watches, deeply worried for his friend. This is bad. Brother Jiang is getting sucked in. But Jiang Kai quickly braces his feet to fight the suction, straining to hold his ground. Jiang Kai's mind is racing with one burning question. This isn't right. That woman clearly isn't a transcendent. How is she able to wield a transcendent-grade weapon? Seeing him struggle, Lanthu bursts into laughter. So what if you used gravity to dodge? You can't even stand steady now. How do you plan to keep fighting me? You fool! Sensing the danger, he activates Demon Eye Focus. Jiang Kai suddenly realizes something. It isn't just about using it freely. After observing for a moment, Jiang Kai concludes that the issue is energy instability. Sure enough, the weakness lies right in the vortex. Those surging energy streams don't create a perfect barrier. All he has to do is exploit the turbulence. He quickly finds a countermeasure. Let's try everything. The crowd is roaring in support of Lan Thursday. The power of a transcendent weapon is truly terrifying. People who thought Jiang Kai had a few tricks up his sleeve are now speechless. After all, the 4 Ghosts of Flower are in the top 20 of the God of War Hall training camp. They are geniuses among geniuses. Shishi is overjoyed to see Jiang Kai in such a bind. Keep struggling. This time, I'll get to watch you turn to dust with my own eyes. Only Yang Mi keeps cheering for his friend. Brother Jiang, don't let that brat from Xuanwu get cocky. Take him down, create a miracle. Jiang Kai launches his counterattack. Fatal strike. Handle this for me. The black pit only spins faster, swallowing his attack whole. Watching the scene, Yang Mi is confused. No, Brother Jiang. You knew those throwing daggers would get sucked in. Why would you use them? And you're so reckless you've lost your target. Seizing the opportunity, Lanthu charges. Remember this, Jiang Kai. Xuanwu isn't to be trifled with. She brings her blade down, declaring, Dying Thorn, rest in peace. Only then does Jiang Kai signal, Fire Spirit Burst. A blinding flash of light erupts from the heart of the black pit. Lanthu is caught off guard, paralyzed with terror. What? How is this possible? She tries to stop, but it's too late. The energy blast intensifies, engulfing everything. Their teammates scream in panic. Above them, Shishi can't believe her eyes. The energy exploded? How could his throwing daggers detonate a transcendent-grade vortex? It's impossible. The crowd is equally bewildered. My God, what just happened? The black vortex just exploded. How? What was that? From the thick smoke, Yang Mi notices something. Wait, Brother Jiang. All eyes shift to the scene. Look over there. A dark silhouette slowly emerges from the smoke. Someone is walking out of the flames. Everyone waits with bated breath. As the smoke clears, the one standing firm is none other than Jiang Kai. He stomps on the floor, declaring, The match is over. Jiang Kai then issues a new challenge. Next match, 60,000 points. Xuanwu, keep going. The crowd is filled with awe. My God, it's Jiang Kai. He hasn't even reached level 50, yet he survived a transcendent weapons attack. A miracle. Jiang Kai created a miracle. I can't believe it. Lanthu's teammates cry out in shock. But what about Lanthu? Lanthu is dead. How did he manage a counterkill? This is impossible. Xiao Yue's face darkens. He wants to keep challenging them? 60,000 points. I'm afraid Xuanwu won't last much longer. The second elder can't accept it. A transcendent weapon couldn't kill him? What kind of monster is this Jiang Kai? Shishi clenches her fists, struggling to stay composed. She finally realizes Jiang Kai's plan. He pretended to attack Lanthu, creating the illusion that he was off balance, catching Lanthu off guard, then exploited the gravity of the transcendent vortex. It swallowed all his daggers, and when the energy reached a critical point, it shattered the transcendent vortex from within. But when did Jiang Kai figure out the instability? Swallowing the daggers pushed the vortex to its limit. Shishi refuses to accept his power, and after 2 matches, he shows no side effects from drug-induced power. This is his real strength. Hasn't Jiang Kai been on Ghost Star for less than a year? How could he have grown this much? She thinks furiously. Damn it. Am I going to lose to him again? She can't stand it. Shishi screams, No, I refuse to lose. The second elder turns, startled. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, making them all jump. I suggest you concede while you still can. Luo Chen approaches, offering advice. You can only barely use a transcendent weapon by going 1 level above your rank. And Jiang Kai has already proven he can fight back. Shishi argues back. He only managed that because he found Lanthu's opening and exploited it. From what I know, Jiang Kai still has 2 trump cards and an incredibly sophisticated substitution skill that he hasn't even used yet. Lathun followed up, emphasizing. Furthermore, even though Jiang Kai's current level isn't high, his agility has already exceeded 4,000 points. The second elder checked and agreed. It's true. Jiang Kai's agility has reached 4,160 points. This is a number only a superhuman could reach, she said in shock. What? Lathun spoke up to analyze it for the others. Guild leader Thi. Right now Jiang Kai has 60,000 accumulated points, and all the points everyone earned from winning the previous arena matches have been wiped out. If Xuanwu loses the next match, they'll have to cough up 180,000 guild points directly. Mentioning this, he suddenly radiated a heavy killing intent. This seems to be the entire fortune that Xuanwu has at its free disposal, right? These words left Thi unable to argue back. Lathun continued. If you lose this time, all the cultivation resources and the rights to enter the secret realms that could be exchanged for points will go up in smoke. The second elder was also terrified by this disadvantage. In that case, Xuanwu's status will decline severely, and its internal structure will be completely paralyzed. His next words completely provoked her. Is she not coming out yet? Jiang Kai below lost his patience and shouted, Hey, if no one comes up, how am I supposed to fight? The host was also put in a difficult position. I've never encountered a situation like this. He suddenly turned toward the Four Seasons Flowers group. Jiang Kai coughed a few times. He spoke up to provoke them. Didn't you guys say you can use weapons above your level? Come on up. Use water, use ice to suppress my flames. As long as you can dodge the throwing stars, isn't my combat power effectively halved? Jiang Kai continued, flaunting his trump cards. I have 2 aces up my sleeve. This is quite tricky, but theoretically speaking, if your equipment has a high-level protection mode, maybe you can withstand 1 hit. Jiang Kai said that while closing in on them, making everyone sweat. Oh, right, and there's melee combat too. Of course, when I close in, you all better be careful. Though someone earlier used an elemental attack, I found it quite lethal. It almost killed me. Dung Mich witnessed this scene and exclaimed with admiration, I thought you were already domineering enough, but I didn't expect young Jiang Kai to be even more ruthless than I thought. He's pushing Xuanwu into a corner. Jiang Kai continued to goad the others. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever kills me will be the great hero of Xuanwu. Want to risk it? Who knows? You might change your life. But no one dared to step forward. Being looked down upon like that made Hoa extremely frustrated. Damn it! Are we just going to let this Jiang Kai humiliate our Xuanwu like this? Her teammate beside her quickly calmed her down. Stay calm. Wait for the guild leader's orders. Jiang Kai suddenly made a proposal. How about this? I won't use my hidden trump cards, and I won't use melee. I'll just stand right here. You guys choose anyone to come up and try. Those guys were hesitant upon hearing that, so he lost patience and asked again, Hey, are you going to come up or not? Just then, Lathun stepped forward to negotiate. Brother Jiang Kai, I am Lathun from the God of War Hall. Could you give the officials some face and spare Xuanwu? But he was coldly rejected by Jiang Kai. I'm just here to accumulate points, not to save face. Furthermore, he looked at Thi and said seriously, someone's debt can't be cleared, just by relying on other people's status. The second elder beside her quickly calmed Thi. Don't get agitated. Jiang Kai spoke politely to Lathun. God of War La, you are a god of war, and I respect you. But this is a grudge between me and Xuanwu. Please do not intervene. These words made his expression darken. The crowd screamed in fear. Lathun is angry. They immediately started whispering. Isn't that right? Just a few days ago, Lathun led his team to take down 3 mutant god beasts, and he even spoke up to defend Xuanwu. This brat is too arrogant. However, Lathun suddenly smirked, and the next second he burst into laughter. It seems old Vei was right. This young man, once he's serious, is truly just like a stubborn mule. However, Lathun continued, teasing, but this indomitable spirit is exactly like his. Hearing that, the other side was a bit surprised. You know Commander Vei? Lathun nodded and briefly recounted the situation. He saved my life on the God Beast battlefield, and naturally, I have also saved his life. We have a deep bond. Only then did he express himself honestly to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, old Vei, also mentioned the grudge between you and Xuanwu. Actually, the reason I stepped forward this time isn't to protect Xuanwu, but for the sake of the Holy Brilliance Guards. Hearing that, he was a bit curious. Holy brilliance? Lathun waved his hand and opened a massive map. Currently, the god beasts are running wild. The red areas are the places that have been invaded by god beasts. He directed his gaze toward the red dots and explained, "See those red dots? They represent the newly increased mutated god beasts." Looking at this scene, Jiang Kai was momentarily stunned. There are this many? The other person's expression stiffened. This is just a rough estimate. In reality, the mutation rate of the god beasts has exceeded the database's predictions. He recounted with great pain. Just 2 weeks ago, we encountered 3 mutated god beasts in a city. But those 3 beasts were completely unexpected. In that battle, I lost my most capable assistant. These words made Jiang Kai startled. What? Saying this, Lathun exclaimed with indignation. The warriors of the God of War Hall are shedding blood, yet some countries still covet the resources of holy brilliance and look at us with greedy eyes. He continued, opening up to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, you've participated in international tournaments. Surely you understand that the rule of the jungle never changes. It is a powerful guild with significant scale. Xuanwu plays a key role in both organizing resource extraction and supporting the military in battle. Luo Chen looked toward him, sincerely suggesting, Jiang Kai, I really admire you, but currently, Saint Brilliance needs everyone to unite, rather than divide over internal conflicts. So, I'm not using my position as a war god to pressure you, but rather speaking as someone who has lost too many loved ones, fellow soldiers, and countrymen who no longer have homes to return to. I'm begging you. Seeing his heroic demeanor, Jiang Kai couldn't help but be moved. He clenched his fists, lost in thought. But then, Jiang Kai made his decision. Luo Chen, I understand. I agree to spare Xuanwu this time. These words made Luo Chen incredibly happy. Good. You didn't disappoint me. Thi, standing beside him, was still watching him with deep vigilance. Did he really agree? Just then, Jiang Kai added, but I have 3 conditions. I wonder if guild leader Ha can meet them. The second elder looked at Ha Thi with worry. Then, Thi spoke up boldly. What conditions? Let's hear them. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to state his demands. First, the royal family has been acting above the law for years, and who knows how many people they've murdered. I want your Xuanwu guild to investigate them. No cover-ups. Once the truth is exposed, you will exile the royal family and restore justice for the victims. Though she thought otherwise, Thi reluctantly agreed. She was clearly the one who beat up the Huangwei family, the aggressor who started it all, yet now she dared to play the victim in front of everyone. She knew exactly how to put on a show. She was fake to the core. He thought for a moment and added, Second, as compensation for me being the one who had to withdraw from the bet, give me 100,000 guild contribution points. Then, Jiang Kai raised the item in his hand and smiled. And this card belongs to me. The moment she saw it, Thi screamed in rage. The superhuman gravity vortex card. You already killed Shu Lan, and now you're taking the opportunity to steal her card? Her words made him find the situation utterly ridiculous. Steal? She lost the battle and dropped it herself. Guild leader Ha, do you agree to my terms, or not? This choice left Thi hesitating. Shu Lan losing to Jiang Kai was a fact. Now, Jiang Kai was using the new bet to blackmail them. 100,000 points, or even a superpowered weapon. What mattered most right now was protecting Xuanwu, but eventually, she had to bow to Jiang Kai's wishes. Fine, no problem. The card is yours. Later, I'll have La Chen bear witness and personally transfer the 100,000 guild points to you. Now, what is your final condition? Hearing her say that, he gave a mysterious smile. A good question. As for the third condition, Jiang Kai reached out and pointed directly at the Four Seasons group. I want you, and you. Finally, his eyes landed on Thi. And you too, Gyorwi guild leader Ha. Jiang Kai smiled as he assigned their duties. Tomorrow, everyone report to my Divine Guild headquarters to be in charge of cleaning for a year. These words left them completely shocked. What? A few days later, at the Divine Guild, Jiang Kai calmly laid out his requirements. Today's task is very simple, primarily cleaning the flower garden. He sat leisurely on a chair, directing the Four Seasons group. In reality, it wasn't much. There shouldn't be a single fallen leaf or petal in the garden, and the railings must be dust-free. Oh, and by the way, when you walk on the ground, you better make sure I don't feel any pebbles under my feet. Dong Shui cried out in exhaustion. This is the 3rd day already. Are we done yet? At that moment, Jiang Kai kept coming up with difficult demands. In short, sweep the front and back doors until they shine. I have a cleanliness complex after all. TT gritted her teeth. telling herself to hold back for the sake of the Xuanwu Guild. Suddenly, leaves fell onto the courtyard again. This pushed her over the edge. Thi furiously lunged at him. Cleanliness complex, my foot! Jiang Kai, I think you want to die. But the moment the sword tip touched him, Jiang Kai disappeared. Thi lost her target. Humph, trying to play tricks on me? She turned and attacked again. Thi lunged toward his hiding spot. Die! Seeing her reflexes were that fast, Jiang Kai realized something. Oh? This woman can predict my position. Both of them kept dodging and attacking, stirring up the entire space. After this skirmish, Jiang Kai secretly praised her. Her combat reflexes are almost instinctive. No wonder she rose to the position of Xuanwu Guild leader at such a young age. On her side, Thi was forced to acknowledge his strength. Under such extreme pressure, his aura doesn't even flicker. Damn it. But Jiang Kai keenly noticed her weakness. It's a pity her emotions are too intense. Unstable emotions lead to a messy mind. As the sword touched him, he had already set up his shield. Thi used all her strength, trying to pierce through the defensive aura under the weight of the pressure. She gasped. This energy is so strong. The next second, Thi was pushed backward, and her teammates quickly rushed to catch her. Guild leader Thi couldn't accept this result. Again. Seeing this, Jiang Kai smirked and teased her. Why so angry? The Xuanwu Guild leader is really narrow-minded, he continued, reminding her. Also, Guild leader Ha, please pay attention to your attitude toward me. If you are disqualified during our agreement period, it will mean your Xuanwu Guild failed to keep its word, and I can hold you responsible for that. These words made Thi furious. The Four Seasons group couldn't help but shout in protest. Jiang Kai, you despicable, shameless jerk. We are honoring the agreement, yet you're still pushing us around like this. You're clearly bullying people too much, Jiang Kai replied to them calmly. You already came here. Didn't you know how I would treat you? If you can't accept it, go back. I won't stop you. By the way, tell that Shulan, once she's back online, she doesn't need to come here either. His firm attitude left them speechless. Seeing this, Thi had no choice but to retract her weapon. He asked, surprised, not going to fight anymore? She replied irritably, I'm going to get a broom. Dong Shui was stunned to see Thi back down. Guild leader Jiang Kai couldn't help but laugh. After giving a few more instructions, he left. If they can't even handle this much mental pressure, what kind of geniuses are they? All right, get to work. No one has cleaned this place before, so your workload isn't small. The others watched him go, grumbling, I've never seen a guild leader get bullied like this. Jiang Kai is truly going too far. Do we really have to endure this for a year? Jiang Kai even acted righteous, telling us to investigate the royal family. Look at this guy's character. Killing him wouldn't be too much. However, one thing made Xiaoyue very curious. In the betting tournament, if Jiang Kai hadn't held back, Xuanwu wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. He clearly helped us, so why is he deliberately trying to be hated? This guy is really strange. She watched Jiang Kai's back. He was heading toward a tree nearby, clutching his chest in pain. Ha Thian, this woman is truly ruthless. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Guild leader. Shen Ge asked curiously, did you deliberately provoke Ha Thi to make her attack earlier? Jiang Kai nodded. You saw through it? Shen Ge warned him seriously. Ha Thi and the Four Seasons are known for being ruthless. You've been deliberately annoying them for days. If you go too far, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Kai agreed. Ha Thi and her group followed rumors and believed the royal family's side, which caused us quite a bit of trouble many times. But he added his point of view. I also thought that even if I didn't touch Xuanwu this time, I should use this opportunity to deal them a heavy blow. Shen Yue was silent for a moment. Guild leader Jiang Kai added conditions, but they aren't like the royal family using underhanded tactics against my family. This is something I've always respected. He suddenly remembered what Thi had said. What conditions? Tell me. At the betting tournament, Ha Thi, such a proud person, voluntarily admitted defeat and made a deal with me in front of so many people. That's probably more unbearable for her than being killed. Jiang Kai expressed respectfully, but for the sake of Xuanwu, she still went through with it. I have to respect that sense of responsibility. After thinking for a moment, he drew his conclusion. Furthermore, after spending a few days with them, I realized these people are just a bit arrogant, but not bad at heart. Finally, Shen Yue understood everything. So that was it. It turns out, the guild leader wanted to temper their personalities. He nodded and explained his plan. That's right. If I don't let those stubborn kids tone down their arrogance first, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it alone. Besides, I'll be leaving the main god guild for a while. Shen Yue was stunned to hear this. Guild leader, are you leaving again? Jiang Kai nodded silently, flashing back to 3 days ago. Behind the arena, his voice filled with surprise. Exploring a new map? Me? Luo Chen explained the reason. To be precise, I want you to look out for yourself first. If you can clear the new map, do it. If you can't, retreat. Safety is the priority. If you find any rare resources, I hope you can prioritize providing them to the military. The price will certainly be fair. Even so, he still asked skeptically, I remember that new maps are always controlled by the military. Superhumans lead the way. Ordinary people don't get the chance to participate. After all, unexplored areas are full of danger and involve national resources. Can I just go in like that? Seeing this, the other side asked, have you ever heard of the Wandering Travelers? Jiang Kai seemed to have no knowledge of them. Wandering Travelers. Luo Chen slowly explained so he would understand. It's not just you who likes to keep hidden cards when fighting. Our Saint Brilliance also has its own ace, and that is the Wandering Travelers, he continued. Many people think the experts in the War God Hall training camp are only second to the War Gods, but that's not true. Some individuals, usually over level 60, act as independent operators or special units within the military. Due to the nature of their work, they frequently face the boundary between life and death. And it is these experiences that have pushed their talent and skill potential to the limit. You will never see them moving in groups. They are like ghosts. They enter areas alone that even vanguard teams struggle to reach, exploring and bringing back the most essential resources for the nation. We call people like that wandering travelers. Hearing this, Jiang Kai felt deeply intrigued. In the midst of rugged and strange lands, a lone wandering traveler carries the responsibility of the nation, bravely venturing against the current. It's the first time I've heard of this. It's truly impressive. Reaching this point, Luo Chen revealed more. I can tell you a secret. Those who participate in the training camp must undergo a 1-year trial before officially becoming members of the War God Hall and qualifying for the Divine Beast battlefield. Finally, he realized that the difference between a reserve war god and a real one didn't lie in the level 100 promotion materials, but a 1-year trial as a wandering traveler. Luo Chen stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and gave a sincere assessment. Jiang Kai, your level isn't high, but your strength far exceeded my expectations at the betting tournament. You were willing to let go of grudges and spare Xuan Wu. You clearly know how to think about the big picture, he added with full confidence. Furthermore, I know your class is quite special, so you might find promotion materials on the new map. Jiang Kai agreed with what Luo Chen said. Luo Chen was right. He found his level 40 promotion materials in the Fairy Valley on a new map, which contained countless mysterious and unknown areas, similar to the Fairy Valley. However, he was still a bit hesitant. But Luo Chen seemed to know what he was going to say, and immediately reassured him. Wandering travelers fight for the country. As for your main god guild and your family, the military will have a legitimate reason to protect them for you. You don't need to worry about that at all. Hearing this, Jiang Kai was stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, Jiang Kai, I can see that when you talk about the wandering travelers, there is a light of belief in your eyes. Luo Chen added, you love this land, but you don't like being tied down. So now, you can fulfill your ideals and be free at the same time. Isn't that great? Jiang Kai was gradually being swayed. The other side suddenly reached out, smiled, and made an offer. Jiang Kai, on behalf of the military, I officially invite you to accept the commission and become a wandering traveler. Do you dare to accept? Jiang Kai looked at the hand in front of him, pondered for a moment, then gave a faint smile. Jiang Kai finally made his decision. I accept this commission. Back in reality, he had already arrived. I'm here. Jiang Kai scanned his surroundings. It seemed this was the uncharted zone, 328, that Le Chen had mentioned. With that, he ventured deeper into the dark forest. The inside of the forest was blanketed in a thick layer of fog. Jiang Kai spoke softly. It's so quiet, there isn't even the sound of insects. Just then, he accidentally touched something, and Jiang Kai immediately raised his guard. There was something beneath the ground, and the very next second, the earth beneath him collapsed. He reacted quickly, luckily dodging a massive monster bug that erupted upward and lunged straight ahead. A bug monster. Its ambush speed was incredible. It didn't hesitate to spit slime toward Jiang Kai. He instantly jumped up, dodging the fatal blow. Jiang Kai finally launched a lethal counterattack. After the explosive fire strike, that blazing flame shot out, aiming straight at the monster's body. Seeing it was effective, Jiang Kai cheered happily. It's a hit! But as the dust settled, the wound seemed completely unaffected. The monster bug charged at him once more, Looking at its sturdy hide, Jiang Kai couldn't help but be astonished. It was petrified defense. Relying solely on his critical strikes wasn't nearly enough to cause damage. Just then, the ground shook violently again. Countless monster bugs began erupting from below, and without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled to run away. "Damn it, I triggered the nest," he cursed. Far off in the distance, a figure had been observing everything. She said with full contempt, "Humph, another newbie heading to his death." She muttered to herself, "Last time, even I had to use my life-saving skill to narrowly escape." Saying that, she sat up and sighed. This guy has no clue what he's doing, yet he dares to trespass into an unexplored zone. He's recklessly disturbing the stone-eating worms. Down below, the swarm of monsters still hasn't let Jiang Kai go. He dashed away, frantically looking for a way to fight back. These Earth attribute monsters have high defense. He needs to use Death Chaser for rapid combos to break their armor before he can deal critical damage. Jiang Kai shot a quick glance behind him to assess the situation. He suddenly realized his previous strategy was useless. Even with Death Chaser and Time Gambler combined, landing a kill in such a short window is extremely difficult. After all, the distance is too great. Just then, Jiang Kai had an epiphany. Wait! He quickly activated Decoy. The worm monsters immediately split up to chase the clones. The white-haired girl saw this and smirked. She actually thinks using 2 decoys can distract the stone-eating worm's firepower? How naive. She let out a cold scoff. Humph. Dying once will be a good lesson. That's the price for being reckless. Consider it tuition. This new map isn't for noobs. After saying that, the girl froze in shock. She couldn't help but be amazed by the scene. Wait, are those clones circling back together down there? They've lured the worm monsters into a tight knot. Everyone was running at full speed, and the worms hadn't realized it yet. They were still furiously chasing the clones. After a moment, Jiang Kai stopped. This was it. He unleashed 2 of his skills simultaneously, Time Gambler and Deep Sea Swift Strike. The very next second, a terrifying fire descended, burning the worm monsters to a crisp. After the victory, the system chimed in. "Congratulations on defeating the elite stone-eating worm. You received 7,040 experience points. The body is too damaged to harvest, but you obtained 10 stone-eating worm stomach pouches." After reading the prompt, Jiang Kai sighed. Stomach pouches? I didn't expect to leave with something like this, but looking at the slimy mess in front of him, he wrinkled his nose. Gross. Still, Jiang Kai moved closer to check it out. It was sticky and slippery. That feeling was bad enough, but the smell, it was like a 5-year-old jar of rotting fish. He quickly reached in to dig for loot. It was a reward after all. Something felt off, and it had edges. Jiang Kai pinched his nose shut. He reached for it, and when he finally saw the item, he was surprised. A ring. Jiang Kai quickly pulled up the info card, and the details appeared instantly. Tyrant Seal. Accessory. Level 60. Strength plus 113. Agility plus 42. Critical hit rate plus 5%. He shouted in excitement. It increases crit rate. Currently, in the Ghost Realm, there are 5 ways to increase crit rate. Talents, skills, attack-based weapons, rings, and necklaces. Talents and skills are rare must-haves. As for gear, weapons can boost it by up to 15%, rings by up to 6%, and necklaces by up to 5%. Looking at the stats, Jiang Kai said with gratitude, "The crit rate on this Tyrant Seal is 5%. It's almost as good as top-tier rings. I really hit the jackpot." However, one thing still disgusted him. Ugh, this thing absolutely reeks. Gag. Jiang Kai quickly pulled out a level 1 item sealing bag. Done with that, he turned to deal with the rest of the pile. Better wait until I find a clean river to open the rest. This surprise loot box came with a heavy price. In the distance, Si Jiao was still watching Jiang Kai's movements. She silently noted, to think he used decoys to group the stone-eating worms together, and then took them all out in one go. Even though he's only over level 40, this kid is pretty clever. Guess he got lucky this time. Despite the praise, Si Jiao still looked down on him, but a noob is still a noob. To dare to stay the night in a place like this, she looked up at the sky, calculating silently. It's too dark. That thing will appear soon. With that, Si Jiao quickly went off to find a place to hide. I still have a mission to complete. It'll be a huge pain if I get followed. I'll find a hollow tree to spend the night safely first. She jumped down, accidentally making a noise. Jiang Kai shouted in full alert. Who's there? Without hesitation, he launched a preemptive strike in her direction. Si Jiao's reflexes were fast. She scrambled to dodge the attack. She couldn't believe it. This annoying kid is actually this sharp? But Si Jiao pushed it aside, desperate to find shelter. It's dark now. Being exposed in this forest is dangerous. Now is not the time to fight. I'll settle the score with this kid later. Jiang Kai, however, gave chase. He stopped and seemed to get a clear look at the person. A young girl. Not satisfied, Jiang Kai activated his ghost eyes. Another traveler? Why was she spying on me? Does she have an agenda? Seeing her speed, he clicked his tongue. Damn it, she's way too fast. Her level might not be any lower than Shishi's crowd. Seeing that she couldn't shake Jiang Kai, the girl thought irritably. Is this noob actually keeping up with me? Why is he like gum? Stuck to me and won't let go, so annoying. Just then, the bird scattered in a panic. Her face turned pale. Crap, it's already dark. I'm too late. A terrifying roar echoed throughout the space. Si Jiao immediately went on high alert. From the bushes nearby, a night-prowling wraith crawled out. It had been lurking right at Si Jiao's feet the whole time. The system sent urgent notifications. Monster. Night-prowling wraith. Elite agility type. 6,000 to 6,300 spirit. 8,200 to 8,500 strength. Constitution unknown. Danger level unknown. After reading the stats, Si Jiao cried out in panic. What? A night-prowling wraith? The most troublesome type of wraith? Thinking back on those stats, she couldn't help but shiver. 8,500 spirit points? Even though it's just an elite monster, its strength might be greater than the commander-level zombie I fought a few days ago. The night-prowling wraith couldn't wait any longer and lunged to grab her. Luckily, Jiang Kai arrived just in time. Death Chaser. Countless flaming arrows were aimed straight at it. Si Jiao saw her chance and scrambled away. But the wraith wasn't even phased. The rapid attacks only made it furious. Seeing that, Jiang Kai was stunned. What? Si Jiao suddenly turned back to warn him. Hey, you noob. That's a night-prowling wraith. Those toys of yours won't do anything to it. If you don't want to die, get out of here. She drew her sword, whispering to herself. I can't escape, so I'll just have to fight to the death. The night-prowling wraith had been focused on her, but the next second, it turned away. Wait, it's ignoring me? The very next second, the night-prowling wraith madly rushed toward Jiang Kai instead. Si Jiao was stunned. It's actually running straight for that noob? The night-roaming ghost wouldn't easily let go of a targeted prey unless the previous attack had angered it enough to make it change targets. The night-roaming ghost opened its mouth wide, gathering all its mana. Seeing this, the girl warned aloud. It's bad, that's a fear-based attack. But Jiang Kai couldn't dodge in time. She secretly cursed. He's been hit. Si Jiao couldn't help but worry about his fate. The mental power of the night-roaming ghost was extremely high. Even a Ruan Ascendant wouldn't be able to block it, let alone this guy. But then, for her own sake, she turned her back and abandoned Jiang Kai. Forget it. He kept pestering and annoying me, and he stirred up this monster. I have a mission. I can't afford to get tangled up here. Over there, he was struggling to find a way to cope. The ghost siren's fear had a sequence, but this guy's skill was almost instantaneous, not giving him enough time to activate his necrotic state for defense beforehand. His whole body felt a constant stinging sensation, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, my head feels like it's going to explode. Finally, Jiang Kai decided to bring out his hidden weapon. It looks like this is the only way. Si Jiao continued to speed away. However, in her heart, she felt a bit of guilt. Was she really just going to abandon him? In Si Jiao's mind, two lines of thought were fighting. Go back quickly. If you don't go back, that newbie is really going to die. Why worry? If that newbie hadn't been chasing me, how would he have run into the night-roaming ghost? He deserves it. Besides, don't forget why you came out this time? They argued back and forth, neither giving in. But she couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. There were too many people who needed saving. Could she really save them all? Drop the saintly act. You're cold-hearted. You're nosy. You're cold-hearted. You're nosy. Si Jiao yelled in frustration. Enough. Finally, she froze. Si Jiao turned back toward Jiang Kai while thinking, damn it, what kind of joke is this? I don't owe a favor to a newbie. The more she thought about it, the faster she moved. Stop right there. Finally, Si Jiao returned to that spot. But the scene before her left her stunned. What? At that moment, the night-roaming ghost had closed in on Jiang Kai. It just charged straight through his body. The strike was so painful that Jiang Kai coughed up blood. Seeing this, Si Jiao rushed over to help. Hey newbie. At that moment, he seemed to have lost all consciousness. Is it an illusion? Then, seeing the girl and noticing its master was not doing well, the system pinged repeatedly. Adventurer detected in critical condition. Special artifact of the gambler activated. Hidden effect. Death card, Wheel of Fortune initiated. The very next second, Jiang Kai woke up. He silently marveled. Good thing I still have this Wheel of Fortune card. It can handle this tricky monster. Jiang Kai stood before the giant wheel, curiously thinking, what will I roll this time? In just a moment, the result was in. The Wheel of Fortune had finished spinning, and 2 new skills appeared before him. A blessing for a beneficial status. You may choose one enhancement effect for yourself, and ignore the cooldown time. This effect can be activated and maintained continuously. The blessing lasts for 72 hours of lethality. You will randomly receive one of your current negative statuses and ignore the expiration time of that status as well as any cleansing effects. You will continue to receive this status. The death status lasts 72 hours. Current negative statuses: fear, sonic disturbance, demonic Ruan use formation. After reading these lines, he couldn't help but be confused. I know fear and sonic disturbance, but what kind of demon is demonic Ruan use formation? After a moment, the system chimed. Result randomized. You have received the status, demonic Ruan use formation. Jiang Kai was a bit unsatisfied with this. Why this one? But the system continued its process. Please choose a status enhancement. Countdown. 3 seconds. Jiang Kai's skills suddenly appeared. Sacred Halo, Ruan Ascending the Sea. Unconquerable Saint, Gambler's Time. Deceptive Replacement. The clock started counting down. 3, 2, 1. After thinking for a moment, he finally made his decision. That's it. You're the one. Continued. It was the Sacred Halo. He returned to reality. Jiang Kai's whole body suddenly radiated a terrifying amount of mana. Seeing that he was stable again, he felt relieved. It worked. My head doesn't hurt anymore. Jiang Kai looked over to assess his opponent. The monster itself had been cleansed and shaken off, but its sharp claws caught Jiang Kai's attention. Wait, this is his hair suddenly unraveled, turning a shade of white. The very next second, a massive surge of energy was released from Jiang Kai's body. Once it was over, he exhaled tiredly. Jiang Kai looked at his appearance in shock. This is demonic Ruan use formation? The system suddenly displayed a notification. Current demonic Ruan use formation progress, 30%. Reading this, he couldn't help but be curious. There's progress too? If it reaches 100%, what will happen? Si Jiao witnessed everything and still couldn't believe it. What's going on? This guy was invaded by the night-roaming ghost and didn't die, but she suddenly raised her guard. Wait, is he a human or a demon now? Jiang Kai's ears suddenly twitched, and he spun around instantly. Seeing this, Si Jiao quickly drew her weapon. This is bad. We've been spotted. Jiang Kai didn't waste any words, firing flames directly at them. Death Wish. Taking a hit like that put his opponent in a tough spot. There was no way she could dodge that. Yet, those flaming arrows bypassed her, which left Si Jiao stunned. What the hell? They were aimed straight at the night-wandering spirit behind her. That was when she finally understood. This sound, it belongs to that night-wandering spirit. The night-wandering spirit, unable to fight back, could only wail. The next second, flames erupted, incinerating its body. Congratulations, you have defeated the level 30 Vengeful Wraith, Night-Wandering Spirit. You have gained 1,280 experience points. A series of actions like that left the girl gasping in shock. This guy, he killed the night-wandering spirit in the blink of an eye? What kind of fire was that just now? Jiang Kai was staring right at her, and he curiously asked, "It's you. Why did you come back?" Being asked so bluntly made Si Jiao blush deep red. At that moment, Jiang Kai had a vague realization. Wait, none of that was a hallucination. He stepped closer and pressed her. "Did you come back to save me?" Si Jiao gave a cold snort. "Humph. I just didn't want to owe anyone." Jiang Kai suddenly noticed her expression. He stared at her ears, seeing that she was feeling shy. Seeing this, Jiang Kai smiled slightly. She's fierce, but she isn't a bad person. This expression only made Si Jiao more embarrassed. "Hey, what are you smiling at? Don't laugh." Her attitude made him a bit nervous, but she was also a bit too much. Suddenly, the girl stepped closer. This action caught Jiang Kai off guard, and his face flushed red too. Whoa, that's too close. Jiang Kai's mind wouldn't stop racing as he wondered why she did that. His eyes were locked on those lips so close to him, but Si Jiao suddenly slapped him. Even so, the action made his heart race. Jiang Kai jumped back, startled. "Hey, what are you doing?" But she just coldly remarked, "Heartbeat and body temperature, it seems this guy is still human." With that, Si Jiao stepped closer and began firing questions. "Hey, what exactly is going on with you? I clearly saw that thing crawl into your body. How are you still alive? And what about this state you're in? Neither human nor demon." Seeing he didn't answer, she gave an order. "What is going on?" Jiang Kai finally realized she was suspicious of that. He thought for a moment and stammered, "The Wheel of Fate is my trump card. I can't let her know. This situation is a bit complicated. I can't explain it all at once. Basically, I'm not really considered human, but I'm not a demon either." Hearing this, she grew even more curious. Not human, not demon then. What is he? Suddenly, the ground shook, cutting off their conversation. Jiang Kai scanned the surroundings, and Si Jiao seemed to have realized that this tremor was a warning signal. Danger alert. Speed, 1000. Spiritual power, 1000. Strength, 8000. Constitution, 8000. Title, Mobile Fortress Giant. Jiang Kai quickly identified his opponent's stats. A mobile fortress? Looks like a tank-type monster. The very next second, he figured out a strategy. Dealing with monsters that have absolute power, it's best not to hit them head-on. Jiang Kai smiled and said to the person beside him, "Looks like we have to team up." But before he could finish, Si Jiao had already charged ahead. Teaming up? She darted like a bolt of lightning, wiping out a group of monsters in a flash. These idiots aren't even enough to warm me up. Not stopping there, Si Jiao raised her blade high, continuing her second wave of sweeps. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Kai could only marvel. She's so fast, I can't even see her clearly. He couldn't help but admire her talent. And every single strike hit a weak point. Her sword technique is too strong. But one thing caught Jiang Kai's attention. Is that? He thought to himself in shock. She and her blade have become one. Finally, Jiang Kai could only marvel. Is this the power of a professional combatant? After 15 minutes, the monsters kept charging in waves. Looking at this scene, a look of wariness appeared on his face. Their numbers kept increasing, and Si Jiao was running out of energy. Giants usually live in groups of no more than a few dozen, so why are there so many? Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over her. Si Jiao turned around in a panic. A muscular brute was holding an axe, ready to swing down. At that moment, Jiang Kai's flaming arrows shot forward, brutally incinerating the giant's massive body. The beast had no escape, only able to scream in agony. Si Jiao took the opportunity to rush in and finish him off. Want to die? Seeing this, Jiang Kai smiled slightly and teased her. Hey, do I still qualify to team up now? At this, she turned her eyes toward Jiang Kai. Before long, more giants came charging in. Si Jiao snorted coldly and said, "Humph, why are you still standing there? Don't get in my way." She leaped high into the air and declared boldly, "I won't lose to you." Jiang Kai's arrows flew like the wind, targeting the opponent's weak spots. The girl's blade also kept slashing them down. A moment later, she landed gracefully. Jiang Kai had finished off his side as well, and the two stood side by side. Still worried, he activated his ghost eyes for extra focus. Jiang Kai pondered as he watched the massive bodies approaching. There were at least a dozen more. Si Jiao suddenly collapsed beside him. What's wrong with her? She was clutching her wound in pain. This is bad. Why now of all times? At the same time, the opponents were closing in. Si Jiao gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the pain. The sound of rapid footsteps grew clearer, and her expression darkened. Si Jiao couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Jiang Kai suddenly grabbed her hand. Si Jiao was startled and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" He said solemnly. "You can't keep fighting," but she stubbornly refused. "Don't say another word, I'm fine." At that moment, Jiang Kai quickly spotted an old wound, but Si Jiao coldly brushed it off. "What's that to you?" She continued to warn Jiang Kai. "These beasts are very sensitive to the smell of blood, so be careful, don't get hurt." Hearing this, he smiled slightly. "It really doesn't concern me. I'm just afraid you'll get in my way." In a flash, Jiang Kai stepped in front of her. "Hey, you." He didn't hesitate to slice his own hand. "Lend me your blade for a second." This action caught her off guard. Without a word, Jiang Kai took off running. As he ran, he shouted, "Hey, you idiots, over here!" The monsters were quickly drawn by the scent of blood, immediately chasing after Jiang Kai's retreating back. Tu Jiao was momentarily stunned, and she realized with a start. "Wait! That direction!" As Tu Jiao screamed in terror toward the cliff. She clutched her wound tightly and shouted irritably, "Is he a lunatic? He's truly insane, damn it." At that moment, Jiang Kai was rushing forward while analyzing his opponents. Their physique and strength were terrifying. Continuing the fight would just lead to an endless war of attrition. But fortunately, they didn't seem very bright, only knowing how to attack blindly. He checked the situation behind him and thought with satisfaction, "Very good. They've caught up. Now I just need to use the scent of blood to keep leading them on." After a while, Jiang Kai began his plan. "This should be enough. If I'm not mistaken, it's right up ahead." He aimed straight for that cliff in front of him. Seeing that his assumption was correct, Jiang Kai couldn't help but feel thrilled. He accelerated toward the cliff, thinking, "Come on then, you bunch of idiots." On the other side, Si Jiao gasped for air, struggling to keep up with Jiang Kai. He wanted to handle those monsters alone. Si Jiao muttered to herself, "Damn it, I won't lose to you." The next sight left her stunned. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai jumped straight off the cliff, free falling into the void. But as he locked onto his target, Jiang Kai summoned his demonic energy. This was it. He unleashed a fiery blast at the monsters, shouting, "Fire leopard, kill them for me." The attack struck the edge of the cliff. The next second, the cliffside crumbled, and the monsters lost their balance, falling into the abyss. When Si Jiao arrived, only ruins remained. She shouted out in anxiety, but there was no response. Si Jiao's body trembled uncontrollably. She suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, "That stubborn jerk, I owe you now." Si Jiao cried out in despair. Suddenly, a figure shot up from below. Seeing her expression, Jiang Kai asked in surprise, "Hey, you weren't crying for me, were you?" Hearing his voice, she startled and looked up. As his figure materialized in midair, Si Jiao shrieked, "Mom, a ghost!" Seeing this, Jiang Kai quickly appeared to reassure her. It's me, I'm not dead." Flashing back 1 hour ago, a notification had appeared. Random result. Obtained demonization status. Current progression, 30%. Jiang Kai stared at his new form with curiosity. So what happens if it reaches 100%? 20 minutes ago, the monsters kept swarming in. He couldn't help but worry about her. She was almost at her limit. Suddenly, something caught Jiang Kai's attention. His body began to float in midair. The system notification popped up again. Demonization progress at 60%. The progress surged. The sensation of floating amazed Jiang Kai. His body felt incredibly light. He suddenly realized, wait, could this demonization actually be an evolution into a spirit form? Back to 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai did his best to lure the monsters to follow him. The system chimed again. Demonization progress at 80%. 5 minutes ago, just as the monsters fell into the abyss, Jiang Kai's body underwent a significant transformation. The timing was perfect. He looked at the notification bar with satisfaction. Demonization progress at 100%. Returning to the present, Jiang Kai summarized everything for her. That's roughly what happened. Basically, for some special reason, I have to maintain this state for 3 days. Seeing the silence, he felt curious. Huh? Why is she just sitting there without saying anything? Jiang Kai worriedly reminded Si Jiao. The ground is cold. Aren't you going to stand up? But her whole body was shaking. He suddenly realized what had happened earlier. That jerk just does whatever he wants. Yet he made me owe him. Was she still angry because he hadn't told her beforehand? Seeing this, Jiang Kai rushed over to comfort her. Hey, don't cry anymore. I didn't mean anything by it. Si Jiao quickly looked up, shyly making an excuse. Who's crying? My legs are numb. Let me think for a second. Jiang Kai said nothing, just watched. And a second later, he started chuckling until his whole body shook. Seeing that, she snapped angrily. Hey, what are you laughing at? You jerk. Before long, the sky began to brighten. Seeing time pass so quickly, Si Jiao felt a flicker of anxiety. We've wasted so much time, we need to leave soon. She glanced at Jiang Kai. That guy, he was busy exploring his new abilities. Strange. My body can now pass through anything at will. But if I focus my mind, I can still solidify parts of my body for a short time. He was extremely satisfied with the result. This meant even in his demonized state, he could still use weapons as before. Si Jiao suddenly tossed a scroll toward Jiang Kai. Hey, she said, gesturing for him to take a look. I haven't checked the loot that dropped from the giant man-eater yet. It's probably just some treasure map. Hearing that, Jiang Kai was surprised. You're just giving it to me like that? Si Jiao replied shyly. Don't talk so much. Just take it if I give it to you. She hesitated for a moment before adding, Anyway, about the giant man-eater, thanks. Jiang Kai thought, I didn't expect her to know how to say thank you. I'm not used to this, he asked. Oh, by the way, has your body recovered yet? Where are you heading next? Si Jiao replied coldly. Are we that close? Why should I tell you? Jiang Kai was shocked but realized it made sense. Never mind, I was just asking. Her face flushed red. Si Jiao stuttered, unable to finish her sentence. I am. She whispered her name. I'm Shang Si Jiao. This left Jiang Kai confused. Huh? His reaction annoyed her. Can't this idiot hear anything? With that, Si Jiao turned around and left in a huff. Fine, don't listen then. Jiang Kai stood there, murmuring the name. Shang Si Jiao. He smiled. What a strange woman. A moment later, Jiang Kai bent down to pick up the scroll. A treasure map? Let's see what it is. As soon as he read the contents, he was stunned. This is… Jiang Kai couldn't help but cheer with joy. Oh. The Golden Insect Village has a general-grade insect beast that swallowed the materials for the level 60 Heaven Mandate class change. Material number 5. A lead on the level 60 Heaven Mandate class change material. His mood was incredibly excited. It was truly a stroke of luck from the heavens. Jiang Kai quickly calmed down and began to calculate, but he still needed to prepare a little before moving. At the Xuanwu Guild headquarters, the second elder reported to the person in front of him, "It's all the royal family's fault. They were the ones who provoked Jiang Kai from the start. As a result, Xuanwu has become a laughingstock for the Holy Temple. But regardless, I hope this ends the feud between us and him." Hearing that, the first elder let out a cold hum. Humph. Ends? Seeing he wasn't willing to let it go, the second elder urged him loudly, "Brother, I know you're not satisfied, but Jiang Kai is only level 40, yet his strength far exceeds a level 60 expert. Even transcendent-grade weapons couldn't kill him. If he reaches the transcendent level, it will be even more unimaginable. Plus, the military values him highly, and he holds both Shishi and Si Guihua captive. We should not let him." The first elder cut him off abruptly. "Shut your mouth," he spat, full of disdain. "I told you already. What can a woman even do? We shouldn't have let Hathi Thi be the guild leader from the start. It's truly disgraceful." These words left the second elder stunned. The first elder continued, giving orders. "I just received word that Labin has made Jiang Kai a rogue, so now is the perfect time to strike." Hearing this, the other man stammered in reply. "You mean…" He didn't say much else, urging the second elder on. To deal with a mad dog, you naturally have to use another mad dog. Go, bring the Ta Hoa and the tyrant back for me in secret." The man didn't seem to agree with this much, but the second elder eventually had to obey. Understood. At that moment, the first elder flashed a wicked grin and boasted, "This time, I'm sending my people to strike personally. Let's see how I kill him." Meanwhile, in a massive, desolate mountain range underground, Jiang Kai was excitedly heading deeper inside. "Great. 500 meters more, and I'll reach the spot marked on the map. Oh, bugs, Jiang Xiaogui is coming for you." A minute later, he arrived. "I'm here." Before Jiang Kai was a cave with countless pits. Looking at the complex terrain, he grumbled slightly. But with so many paths, if he explored them one by one, it would be a huge waste of time. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Kai found a way. Got it. He pulled out a glowing ring and released energy to draw them to him. The sound waves emitted from it blanketed the entire cave. Elsewhere, a military zone was being established. Brigade Leader Liu entered while checking the situation. "How is it? How much more of the map for this area is left to complete?" Two subordinates inside quickly reported back. "Brigade Leader Liu, the terrain has been mapped out, but the area around the metal-devouring insect village is a bit troublesome. The situation here isn't like anything we've encountered before." He nodded, understanding the situation. "Yeah, I get it. In other monster areas on the map, at least you can clearly see the boundaries of their territory." The others added helplessly that the metal-devouring insect nest was underground, which was indeed very difficult to deal with. The girl next to him added more information. "That's right. Once someone enters the insect nest, those bugs will go crazy. Moreover, the nest is very deep. I'm afraid that before we even get there, we'll have already attracted a whole swarm of metal-devouring insects." Hearing this, Brigade Leader Liu shouted, urging them on, saying they must clarify the exact location of the nest no matter what. Otherwise, if civilians wandered in here later, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. As he spoke, the ground suddenly shook and cracked open. A soldier rushed over in fear to report, "Report! A large-scale ground subsidence has occurred about 20 kilometers to the southwest." Hearing this, everyone was terrified. What? Back at Jiang Kai's location, the cave began to crumble, but he was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the insects. With this much commotion, how many of them must there be? At that moment, a loud noise erupted, and the next second, a giant larva emerged. Others charged toward Jiang Kai, one after another. Far from being afraid, he was extremely excited. Right on time, Jiang Kai quickly leaped into the air to dodge them. Before coming here, after his Holy Radiance halo was upgraded by the Divine Indicator, it not only greatly increased his ability to cleanse negative mental states, but also gained a special new effect. He didn't hesitate to use this new effect to deal with them. Absorption. The body absorbs items owned by the user, and the absorbed items retain their original attributes and effects. Afterward, Jiang Kai quickly launched fire shurikens downward, his life-chasing fire skill. He watched closely as the two skills combined, and when the Holy Radiance halo spun infinitely while absorbing the life-chasing skill. In other words, it was like he now possessed an incredibly powerful, one-of-a-kind custom blade. As soon as both merged, Jiang Kai shouted, "Holy Radiance, Star Wheel Kill!" In the blink of an eye, the larva's massive body was sliced in two, and the others were incinerated by the raging flames. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the elite metal-devouring insect, level 30. 30 minutes later, the larvae were still being tormented by Jiang Kai. His blades flew like lightning, taking out countless insects with a single strike. Jiang Kai pondered, calculating, the numbers are dropping, the swarm is coming to an end. The next second, he unleashed a move to race against time for a lightning-fast victory. But suddenly, Jiang Kai was ambushed by another one. He started and looked up at it. From high above, the larva dove down, intending to swallow Jiang Kai whole. At that moment, his silhouette disappeared, but a second later, a strange light radiated from inside the larva. In a flash, Jiang Kai blew it up from the inside to escape. He landed calmly, and the system quickly displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 48. Seeing that he was still okay, Jiang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Level 48 now. It's a good thing I had the Demon Ruan use formation state, or I wouldn't have been immune to the physical damage of the metal-devouring insects. Otherwise, that last hit definitely would have killed me. He moved forward to observe the situation. By now, most of the regular insects must have been killed off. After checking, Jiang Kai reached a conclusion. The insects coming out of this hole are the most numerous. This must be the entrance to the main nest, and the level 8 war general is likely hiding inside. Having confirmed this, he quickly rushed off. Right, let's keep moving in. Elsewhere, the others quickly rushed toward that hole. Brigade Leader Liu asked how the situation was. The others wearily updated the news. Reporting to the brigade leader, there are signs of battle in the insect nest. Many tunnels have been destroyed en masse. But, strangely enough, we've gone dozens of meters deep and haven't encountered a single metal-devouring insect. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. What? Could they have been wiped out? Another person still couldn't accept it. Impossible. Metal-devouring insects have extremely strong defensive capabilities. The difficulty of killing them on the surface is already high, let alone inside their nest. A blond man said, completely dejected. That's right. Their numbers are enough to give anyone goosebumps. The first time we accidentally entered an insect nest, many top experts were almost wiped out. She silently pondered the situation. But why couldn't she see a single beast? Could it be that the 10 great war gods of Sheng Yao had already arrived? However, Captain Liu dismissed that thought. It was impossible. They weren't here. He looked completely bewildered, wondering who on earth this unknown hero might be. Inside the cave 10 minutes later, Jiang Kai had finally arrived. He cast his eyes down at the massive figure, sleeping soundly. He had found it. A wave of excitement welled up inside him. The wall-level fruit was hidden here, just as expected.